Alright, check out this wild setup. 3 years ago, Earth totally flipped the script. Plants and animals just started evolving like crazy. So, to keep our world from completely going up in flames and maintain some peace, humans actually woke up with the insane ability to control battling monsters. These lucky awakened folks, they got named monster tamers. That red-haired lady aggressively writing on the blackboard, that is Murong Chu Ye, the absolute boss and homeroom teacher of Class 11 Grade 3 at Chang'an High School. She is literally drilling boring exam answers into everyone's heads while lecturing. Then the school bell rings. Before bailing, she casually reminds her students about the huge monster tamer competition happening tomorrow, telling anyone who is actually interested to drag their parents along for the crazy show. Now, meet our main guy, Gao Peng. He just turned 18 and suffers through classes at Chang'an High School number 3. For his entire 18 years of living, this dude's Wasian Tremble was becoming a legendary tamer. But lately, our guy Gao Peng has run into some seriously annoying trouble. He keeps seeing these weird, glitchy screens floating in his head, totally freaking him out. Little does he know, it is an overpowered main character cheat code. A voice announces, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully linked the Epic Monster Evolution System. This crazy system can basically scan and analyze any monster data for him." The voice tells our guy to use this absolutely broken advantage wisely. The poor guy honestly thinks his brain is melting from too much studying and causing wild hallucinations. As he drags himself up the stairs while questioning his sanity, he suddenly spots this incredibly creepy shadow lurking right around the corner of the steps. His mouth literally twitches as he stares down an absolutely massive, nasty spider crawling across the ceiling. It has glowing red eyes like an angry gamer and freaky stripes everywhere. Right then, that bizarre system screen pops up in his face again. Monster name is Gray Plate Spotted Spider, Level 3. Normal quality, wood attribute. Current status is healthy but super triggered, and its main weakness is fire. Hearing the name, our boy finally realizes this is just his annoying neighbor, Mrs. Chen's missing pet. And wait a minute, didn't his teacher literally just say these specific spiders were supposed to be completely harmless and totally chill? So he actually tries to just walk right past it, but that supposedly chill spider suddenly leaps off the roof and straight up attacks him. Luckily, our guy has some insane reflexes, dodging the strike at the very last second and sending the ugly bug crashing hard into the floor. Before the confused bug can even recover, he is already sprinting up the stairs like an absolute track star. He starts screaming for Mrs. Chen, yelling that her dumb pet has completely escaped and is out here trying to eat people. Out of the giant mess it made from crash landing, those glowing red demonic eyes are now locking onto Gao Peng with pure hatred. A huge blast of sticky white webbing shoots out, forming a massive net aimed right at his head, but miraculously, he dodges the trap by a hair. After booking it down the hall, he actually thinks he lost it. But no, that monster is rushing toward him at absolute god-tier speed. In complete panic mode and out of options, a light bulb goes off. He remembers the crazy system screen saying this ugly thing is weak to fire. Thank goodness this teenager somehow carries a real lighter in his pocket. He whips it out instantly and just full sends it straight at the crazy spider chasing him down. Boom! The flames burst out, making the ugly bug tumble backward as it thrashes around in total agony. But honestly, that tiny fire is basically a joke compared to its huge size. Before long, the flames just fizzle out completely into nothing. Now it is officially enraged. The beast charges at Gao Peng with literal murder in its eyes, screeching like a complete demon out for blood. Suddenly, the system flashes a giant glowing red warning. Our boy instantly realizes he just made a colossally stupid mistake. He spins right back around and sprints upward for his life. Only one floor left until he reaches his apartment. His own beast Da Zi is waiting inside, so if he just gets there, he survives. He keeps his head down, running like a madman, while that nasty spider treats him like a giant chew toy. The gap between them is closing way too fast, but his front door is finally right there. Suddenly, the gross monster spreads its legs and vaults into the air. Those hairy legs look like literal swords aimed straight at our guy's back. He screams Dazi's name at the top of his lungs. Instantly, his front door gets smashed open with insane force. Something absolutely massive explodes out of the doorway. Seeing it coming, our boy Gao Peng hits the deck immediately. That huge shadow whips forward and smacks the spider so hard it goes flying away like trash. Then, this incredibly long, thick monster body starts slithering right over to our hero. The big bad spider is suddenly terrified. Its scary screeches turn into totally pathetic whimpers, acting like it just ran straight into its absolute worst nightmare. A monstrous centipede rises up right behind him, instantly giving our guy the ultimate intimidating boss aura. He glares at the shivering spider with total cockiness, basically daring the ugly bug to try that again. Before he even finishes flexing, the spider completely chickens out, launching onto the ceiling and bailing fast. Gao Peng does not even bother chasing it, just pushing up his glasses while trying way too hard to look cool. Now, Dazi here is his contracted beast buddy. After signing their special deal, these two can literally talk to each other using pure telepathy. Suddenly, the giant bug just casually nuzzles its head against his shoulder, shrinking back to normal mode while demanding food like a literal mob boss collecting debt. So here is the deal with monsters. They switch between combat and chill modes. When they are not throwing hands, they shrink down way smaller to save their energy, and it even helps them slowly heal up any minor scratches they got during a fight. Seeing his beast whining for dinner, our guy just gives a soft smirk, totally spoiling it with a head pat before heading inside to cook up a storm. He aggressively rolls up his sleeves, grabbing a kitchen knife to show off his absolute master chef skills. Slicing the meat into perfect thin strips like a pro, he then randomly tosses a whole carrot into the air, slashing his blade around like an anime swordsman to chop it perfectly. Boom, a custom super nutritious dinner is served. The centipede stares at the bowl with sparkling eyes, literally drooling everywhere before launching itself at the food, completely devouring the meal like it has not eaten a single thing in over 3 long years. As he proudly watches his pet eat, that crazy glowing system screen suddenly flashes back up with his centipede's hidden stats. Name: Purple-backed yellow centipede, level 7, normal quality. Its attributes are yin and poison, while current status says healthy and super happy. And yep, its biggest weaknesses are definitely lightning and fire elements. After checking out the insane data block, our teen genius suddenly realizes something absolutely massive about his own beast. Right there on the board is a crazy hidden icon for upgrading a monster's quality tier. He is totally shook. How on earth is it possible to boost his beast from normal all the way up to elite? Now, let me explain something to you guys. Monster tiers usually go from basic, normal quality, to elite, and finally perfect. This quality level literally dictates a beast's maximum potential. The higher the tier, the crazier the power. Obviously, our guy Gao Peng is grinning like a complete maniac right now. He realizes that if his centipede hits elite, it can definitely reach perfect tier later, and you and I both know what that means. A perfect tier monster can smash through legendary limits and actually evolve into an ultimate boss. The hype is so real. Just thinking about it, our boy Gao Peng is literally losing his mind with hype, hugging Dazi while the bug is still chewing its dinner. He is already dreaming of getting filthy rich off this pet. He swears he will totally upgrade Dazi to elite quality soon. Dazi just keeps munching away, completely clueless about what this crazy kid is babbling about. He taps the system screen to check out his pet's crazy upgrade requirements. Boom, 3 rare items pop up for that elite tier jump. First up is Yinborn Grass, some creepy weed growing in super dark energy zones that basically acts like absolute catnip for spooky yin attribute monsters out there. He needs exactly 10 of those bad boys. Next on the list is lightning-struck wood, literally a piece of timber blasted by raw thunder, packing intense wood and lightning dual attributes. He just needs 1 piece. Finally, a high-tier thunder core, ripped straight from a lightning monster's body, surging with massive electric energy. Just 1 of those is required. Staring hard at this totally insane shopping list, Gao Peng quickly does the math in his head. The spooky grass and thunderwood are cheap enough if he tosses some cash around, but that thunder core is a total nightmare. Basic element cores already cost 8 credit points, so a rare thunder one will easily run him 10 points minimum. Realizing it is stupidly expensive, our guy nervously swipes away the shiny system screen. See, after the Global World Alliance formed, they set up Alliance cash and credit points as the main money. Credit points are basically the super premium VIP currency stacked on top of regular cash. 10 grand in regular cash gets you just 1 single credit point. Gao Peng remembers when his parents passed away, the government handed him 20 credit points as a tragedy relief fund. Right now, his pathetic bank account is sitting at exactly 11 points. Sure, blowing it all could technically force an epic upgrade for Dazi, but then these two would literally starve on the freezing streets tomorrow. Meanwhile, Dazi wipes his bowl clean and crawls over, begging for seconds. Gao Peng just sighs, desperately reminding his greedy pet that it is a giant centipede, not a fat little pig. Totally ignoring the insult, the bug rears up, absolutely demanding more snacks right now. Gao Peng just dramatically sighs in defeat and tosses the spoiled bug another round of food. He watches his pet stuff its face, but his brain is completely spinning. Having this ultimate upgrade cheat code means nothing when he is too flat broke to buy the actual gear. Suddenly, a wild idea hits him like a truck. If the system's crazy cheat formulas are real, our boy could absolutely become the most overpowered monster breeder of this entire generation. Figuring out monster evolution paths has always been the ultimate top-secret puzzle for every single breeder out there. And now that he can just casually read the answers, he is basically guaranteed to become the undisputed king of breeders. The kid is already drooling. daydreaming about a future where he can swim in massive piles of endless cash whenever he wants. Speaking of breeders, it suddenly clicks. The massive certification exam is literally tomorrow. He panics, whipping out his phone to check the deadline. He has exactly 3 seconds left to register without missing a single beat. All right, you and I know he speed taps that register button like a pro gamer. Flash forward to the next morning, Gao Peng and his giant bug are awkwardly knocking on a door. It creaks open, revealing a girl in a super thin, spicy nightgown, completely yawning her head off. Meet Tang Tang, our hero's gorgeous next-door neighbor. Getting a face full of that sleepy morning look, Gao Peng instantly turns tomato red, clearing his throat awkwardly before finally saying hi. Tang Tang is super confused why this kid is bothering her at dawn. Stuttering like crazy, he basically begs her to babysit Dazi for a couple of days while he takes his massive breeder exam. She just casually nods yes, telling him to go crush his test. The kid's face immediately lights up with pure joy. After dropping off his needy bug, he waves a super happy goodbye and sprints off to his destiny. But literally 5 seconds after our boy is out of sight, Tang Tang drops the sweet girl neighbor act completely and instantly. She glares down at the centipede with absolute disgust, ruthlessly roasting its totally average potential and completely ugly face. She straight up cannot fathom why Gao Peng would ever form a contract with this thing. Dazi takes that super personally, lunging forward to bite her. But boom, one quick head pat from this chick, and the savage bug freezes up like a total glitch for 5 solid seconds. Grandpa would be raging if he saw this. Walking back inside, Tang Tang crosses her legs on the couch and dials up the big boss. She casually drops the intel, telling the old man not to freak out. Little Ping finally signed his very first monster contract with a completely basic purple-backed centipede. The grandpa on the other end absolutely loses his mind in a raging fury, yelling at her for not stopping the kid from choosing it. Tang Tang sighs like a tired babysitter, strolling over to the window. She claps back, asking how she was supposed to stop him. This grandson is exactly like him, playing it super cool on the outside like he doesn't care at all. But honestly, he is as stubborn as a raging bull. Turns out, Dazi was actually the last gift left behind by Gao Peng's late parents. She casually talks about violently tossing out disobedient people and swapping them for obedient pawns, keeping all this dark, shady underworld business pretty brief. She then firmly promises the anxious grandpa to completely relax because with her secretly watching over him, Gao Peng is safe from any real danger. She hangs up the call. Meanwhile, miles away, an elite old boss in a crisp tailored suit stares intensely out his high-rise window. After a long, dramatic pause, he barks an order at his terrified secretary. The private lab has exactly 5 months to deliver results, or they are literally getting wiped off the face of the earth. He also brutally orders Li Ye over at the Qinghai branch to unleash the entire Wang family on a brand new, highly dangerous underworld mission right now. Once the room empties out, the scary boss pulls up his phone, his cold face melting into a total softie as he stares lovingly at a family photo. He whispers that in just 1 year, Grandpa will crush all his enemies and finally bring our boy home, ensuring nobody will ever dare lay a finger on him again. Cut back to the Chang'an City Breeder Branch. The plaza is absolutely jam-packed with thousands of hopeful nerds. Our guy, Gao Peng, is just standing there, totally overwhelmed by this insane sea of humans everywhere he looks. He quickly realizes that being a monster breeder is basically the rock star job of this entire universe. Suddenly, someone yells his name loudly. It is his rich classmate, Li Zigong, rolling up with his mom and older sister trailing right behind him. Zigong's fancy mom asks why he is here watching the event completely alone. Gao Peng awkwardly scratches his head and drops the bomb he is actually here to compete. That flex leaves all 3 of them completely shook. Getting over the shock, Zhang Hong aggressively pats his shoulder, hyping up his wild, rebellious youth energy. She hypes him up even more, saying they might just witness the birth of the absolute youngest official breeder in history right here today. You and I know he's just being humble, awkwardly rubbing his neck. Suddenly, a super mocking voice sneers from behind. The youngest monster breeder in Chang'an City? Since when did the entry standards hit rock bottom? Any random scrub can join now, complains this absolute gremlin of a man. Shoulder-length blonde hair, flanked by 2 massive meathead bodyguards. Li Zigong is furious. He is totally ready to punch this guy's lights out. Luckily, our boy Gao Peng holds him back, but Blondie just keeps spitting absolute garbage insults. He thinks he is breaking Gao Peng's spirit. Nope. Gao Peng is totally unfazed. He drops a cold line. If trash talking made you a master breeder, you would be top tier by now. Boom. Roasted. The guy clenches his fists, furiously turning away while muttering threats. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong totally recognizes this loser. He is Wang Shu, the spoiled heir of the Wang Corporation. Fun fact, he took this exact exam 4 times already and failed miserably every single time. Right then, the heavy doors finally swing open. Security guards march out, gripping long batons to keep this chaotic crowd completely in check. The chief examiner, Feng Shu, steps up to the plate. He loudly announces the exam is officially starting, ordering all the eager candidates to line up and head inside. Once everyone shuffles inside, Feng Shu lays down the absolute law. This brutal test is split into two painful rounds, theory and practical application. Round 1 is theory. The giant screen will play 3 separate videos. The mission? Identify and write down every single detail about the monsters shown on screen. Rules explained. No questions allowed. Feng Shu officially kicks off this massive academic nightmare. The massive screen flickers to life, showing a vast, dark ocean. Wait, what is that? A massive shadow is lurking just beneath the crashing waves. The camera plunges underwater. A colossal, terrifying creature is just chilling and swimming around down there. Then, boom. The video cuts to completely pitch-black silence. Feng Shu taps his watch with zero sympathy. You have 20 minutes to figure out what that absolute unit was and write it down. Go. Instant chaos. The whole hall erupts in sheer panic. Some candidates are literally clutching their heads and crying already, realizing they completely missed the tiny details. Feng Shu loses his absolute mind. He screams that anyone crying will be instantly kicked out. Naturally, that shuts everyone up real quick in pure terror. Meanwhile, rich boy Wang Shu is smirking like a total cartoon villain. This test is brutally hard, but guess what? He bought the leaked answers yesterday. Suddenly, he squints, glancing over at Gao Peng's desk. Our guy looks totally chill, Wang Shu scoffs, convinced Gao Peng is just faking his confidence to look incredibly cool. But hey, you and I already know Gao Peng's ultimate secret, right? His built-in cheat system is literally feeding him every single fact about that mystery monster. Target acquired, the storm whale. It loves smooth jazz, sunbathing, and eating seafood platters. Weakness? It takes massive damage from dark attribute attacks. It totally hates distorted sound waves. Gao Peng violently scribbles down the cheat codes. Next up, the screen flashes 2 more insane monster videos. These are newly evolved species, nobody knows them. But for our guy, his cheat system happily displays their stats right in front of him. All Gao Peng has to do is copy the answers. Video 3 shows a sickle mantis. It is wildly aggressive, hyper-violent, and craves fresh meat. Diet consists of crispy bugs. Major weakness? Fire damage. And just like that, the written exam is totally over. Papers collected. Fast forward 1 hour, and the brutal results are in. Feng Shu loudly reads off the lucky names surviving into the next crazy round. He adds a nasty little comment. Sure, the passing guys had tons of dumb mistakes, but they barely scraped by. A pass is a pass! Wang Shu slowly turns to Gao Peng, wearing an incredibly smug grin. Why? Because Gao Peng's name was totally missing from that passing list. Gao Peng sits there in dead silence, nervously gulping down his panic. His brain is short-circuiting. Did his magical cheat system actually give him wrong answers? But wait. Examiner Feng Shu clears his throat for one final announcement. Wait. Which one of you is Gao Peng? Hearing his name, our boy jumps like he got shocked and quickly stands up straight. Expecting to be kicked out, Gao Peng braces himself. Instead, the examiner starts clapping like a fanboy. Gao Peng literally got a perfect score on the absolute hardest test. The second those words drop, the entire room explodes into loud gossip. He is instantly the center of attention. Regaining his cool, Gao Peng shoots Wang Shu the most arrogant, devastating side-eye ever recorded. Looks like my perfect score really ruined your day, huh? Wang Shu is grinding his teeth into actual dust. He has 100 toxic insults loaded up, but he is too terrified of the examiner to say a word. Next up, you and I are heading to the practical exam. They step into a massive, bright training zone. Feng Shu explains the rules. Behind those doors are actual monsters. The association provides them. Your job? Upgrade your assigned monster's quality within 1 week. Do that, and you pass. Plus, all the expensive upgrade materials are totally free. Well, mostly free. Catch is, if you completely fail to upgrade the beast, you owe the association for every single material used at full market price. Talk about pressure. Also, there is a strict material limit. Go over budget, you fail. Suddenly, a grumpy proctor named Li Jin marches in, ordering everyone to randomly draw their monster room cards. Gao Peng finally gets why this license is incredibly rare. This random lottery means you could literally get matched with a totally uncooperative, absolute nightmare of a monster. Creeping in line behind him, Wang Shu flashes an incredibly punchable evil grin. Oh, this snake is absolutely plotting some shady trick to publicly humiliate our boy. Gao Peng nervously steps up to draw his card, praying to the heavens for a lucky beast. But here is the twisted part he totally doesn't know. The box is completely rigged. An invisible force inside is making sure he grabs a pre-selected card. The proctor watches him grab it, flashing a seriously sinister smile. The trap is set. With everyone finished, Feng Shu shouts that round 2 officially begins. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Cao Bong steps up to room 10. The guy running this chaotic space is Chun Win. Shaking hands like a total pro, our guy swipes his keycard. He pushes the door open, and bam! His confident face completely drops in absolute horror. Dead ahead is a massive cage trapping a truly terrifying monster. One look makes you shake. Suddenly, the system flexes its glowing monster info panel. Species name? Redwater ape. Level? 10. Overall monster quality? Totally normal. Wood attribute. Current status? Negative mutation and completely broken spirit. Basically a negative score. Cao Bong instantly interrogates Chun Wen about what happened. Avoiding eye contact, Chun Wen admits this ape was brutally used for way too many experiments. Its body is packed with garbage waste and clashing energies. It was literally tossed out, but the association had 0 backup monsters left for Cao Bong to train. Flashback time. This messy trap was deliberately rigged by Examiner Lee. He took a bribe from some shady rich kid to guarantee our boy completely fails this testing round. Chun Wen, just a lowly worker, helplessly admits the ape only survived this long through sheer insane willpower. Upgrading this broken beast now? Basically a pipe dream. We are talking about a difficulty level that completely shatters the normal charts. He offers to pause Cao Bong's score so he can fight next time. Cao Bong thinks hard, locks eyes with the battered ape, and then straight up rejects the safe way out. Chun Wen shrugs, absolutely speechless. He wishes him luck and bails, leaving Cao Bong alone with the giant ape. With the guy gone, Cao Bong inspects the beast closer. That massive arm looks totally deformed, and other parts are swelling up like crazy water balloons. The redwater ape stares back helplessly. Its huge body shakes, but man, those eyes are completely burning with a desperate hunger to evolve. But in the past, literally everyone gave up on evolving it, calling it a totally hopeless garbage case. Remembering that disrespect, the ape grips the steel bars, screaming its absolute lungs out. That brutal, agonizing roar shakes the entire testing room. Tears fall as it watches Cao Bong. It expects him to run, but our guy plants his feet. Then, a warm hand gently rests on its head. Cao Bong smiles warmly and makes a crazy promise to help it evolve. He pulls up the evolution plans, but the system pop-up leaves him completely stunned. There are actually 2 paths here. Path 1 is normal evolution, clear out the dark impurities, then upgrade into an elite quality redwater ape. Or Path 2, a twisted mutation absorbing the dark energy. It completely cures the dark flaws with a huge chance to create a totally new species, guaranteed elite quality. Sadly, the materials for normal evolution cost way too much, totally breaking the strict exam rules. After weighing both epic options and his budget, Cao Bong locks in choice 2. The system immediately drops the recipe. Twisted mutation needs half a pound of black grass, taken 3 times for 3 days. Then, eat 1 elite undead monster core. Next, mix 3 ounces of glow powder into acid. 1 ounce of skull mushroom, plus 3 coins of dry death grass for a nice mutant bath. Cao Bong scribbles this insane shopping list and hands it over. Chun Wen reads it, hesitates, and looks super confused, wondering if the kid wants to train the ape or murder it. Cao Bong just smirks, claiming he must fight poison with poison, telling him to relax. Then he violently slams the door, leaving the poor guy standing there holding the deadliest grocery list ever. Chun Wen turns around, his attitude snapping as he mutters that Cao Bong is just a clueless bookworm. 3 days later, test takers are dropping like flies. Some walked in acting tough, only to get carried out on stretchers. One dude walked in with thick hair and came out completely bald. Meanwhile, our redwater ape has been chugging straight poison for days, yet its mental state is actually getting way better. Those old nasty wounds are basically healed, and that undead monster core is finally working its dark magic. Now for the grand finale, an acid bath. But here is the catch. Monsters without a blood contract cannot easily understand complicated human instructions. Normally, association monsters are completely harmless. But this ape? Tortured over 10 times in brutal experiments. Who knows if it will snap and attack? Cao Bong pauses to think. Opening that cage right now is definitely a huge risk. But you and I know quitting now means all that crazy effort was for nothing. He just has to trust the beast. Taking a deep breath, he pops the cage open. Suddenly, a massive shadow aggressively launches straight at him. You would think it was attacking, but the ape just rubs its giant head into his chest like a baby. He gently comforts it, then dramatically pulls back the curtain. Behold, a bathtub filled to the brim with glowing green custom acid. Dark, evil-looking smoke is literally rolling off the water. This nasty bath is packed with every lethal poison under the sun. He tells the ape to just tough it out in the tub, promising an instant rebirth. The smart ape casually plucks a hair from its butt and tosses it right into the water. Thick black smoke erupts, terrifying the poor beast to death as it shakes its head, absolutely refusing to take that bath. Caobong rubs its head to cheer it on. He can give it absolute power. Alright guys, but you and I know it needed some serious guts first. Looking suddenly completely supercharged, the red water ape stands up, awkwardly dipping a toe before fully sinking into the tub. Instantly, crazy thick black smoke billows out, tripping the incredibly loud fire alarm. And the second that annoying siren completely wails from room number 10, the security guards violently yell at the nearby staff to rush in and stop the fire from spreading everywhere. Meanwhile, that absolute jerk Wang Shu just stands there looking completely smug, thinking his sneaky sabotage actually worked. Everyone totally assumes Gao Peng messed up big time and started a massive fire. But when the security guys kick the door down, the crazy scene inside leaves everyone absolutely paralyzed with shock. Because honestly, there is literally zero fire inside that room, just a massive cloud of pitch-black smoke. Gao Peng turns around, spots the whole crowd staring, and looks hilariously confused. A guy points at the screaming fire alarm, explaining why half the building just panicked sprinted over to check on him. Gao Peng just laughs. He was so focused on his ape, he totally zoned out. Seeing no actual danger, the embarrassed staff finally kill the siren and slowly shuffle out of the smoking room. But all this chaotic drama definitely catches Examiner Feng Tu's attention. A staff member nervously explains it is just a weird breeding reaction. Other nosy candidates immediately rush over to soak up the juicy gossip, totally assuming our boy Gao Peng completely failed. Wang Shu excitedly scans the smoky room, completely confident his dirty trick successfully ruined Gao Peng forever. But get this, right then, the perfectly still tub water suddenly starts bubbling like absolute crazy. A literal skeletal hand glowing with intense purple light shoots right out. Then, a full skeleton radiating toxic purple energy slowly rises from the dark water, with literal twin flames burning intensely inside its empty eye sockets. The nosy candidates watching outside absolutely lose their minds, terrified like they just saw a daylight ghost. The skeletal beast casually leaps out of the tub while everyone stares in pure, jaw-dropping shock. This wild monster's design is insanely rare and spooky. The massive towering skeleton has zero flesh or blood left. Its creepy bone joints are literally just held together by glowing, sinister red threads. Everyone visibly jumps back in fear, and even Examiner Feng Tu is completely speechless. Gao Peng is mind-blown. His system actually worked perfectly, successfully pulling off this crazy, twisted, mutated evolution. Boom! The ape evolved into a skeletal wind ape. It jumped to level 11, hitting elite tier. Perfect quality. It is physically weak right now, but mentally absolutely hyped, and you and I know this was just test number 1. Give this genius kid enough ingredients, and he could literally upgrade any single monster alive. He excitedly circles his scary new bony buddy, realizing that glowing purple aura is completely solid to the touch, and its massive bones feel exactly like cold, hard metal armor. Li Jin starts aggressively freaking out, yelling that this is a completely brand new monster species. Plus, it is a super rare undead type, making it incredibly, unbelievably valuable. Hearing this, Feng Tu secretly celebrates. It is super true, undead monsters are insanely rare even inside the Elite Alliance. But honestly, the Examiner isn't actually interested in the monster. He is entirely focused on Gao Peng. The kid who casually created this absolute beast. Gao Peng tries to pack up and leave, but the giant scary skeleton gently tugs his shirt, giving him a hilarious, pathetic puppy dog look, terrified of being dumped. Gao Peng totally ignores the creepy factor, gently batting its bony hand away. He hilariously scolds it, saying he just gave it a massive glow-up. So what is it still whining about? The terrifying giant skeleton just keeps staring at him with those sad, burning eyes, literally acting like a dramatic toddler getting left at the mall. Watching this, that greedy guy Li Jin smiles like a total comic book villain. See, successfully upgraded monsters usually get handed right over to the guild staff. He ignored all the previous trash monsters, but this insanely rare undead beast? Oh, he is absolutely scheming to steal it for himself. But right then, Examiner Feng Tu notices how intensely this skeleton clings to Gao Peng. So, he casually announces he is gifting the skeletal wind ape straight back to the kid. Hearing this crazy plot twist, both Gao Peng and the villainous Li Jin think their ears are totally broken. Gao Peng stares wildly at the skeleton, then points a finger at his own face, demanding confirmation from Feng Tu. Sure, it is a completely undocumented brand new monster, meaning its true battle stats and weird quirks are completely unknown territory. But just looking at its ridiculous power, the upgrade was obviously a massive success. So letting the creator keep his masterpiece makes total sense. Gao Peng stares hard at the floating system panel, lost in intense teen angst thought. Just 20 more levels, and this bony dude hits full commander tier. But wait a second. Looking closer at the details, Gao Peng suddenly realizes something insane. This skeletal wind ape basically already hits the terrifying benchmark for a commander-class beast. Plus, it rocks that super rare, ultra-edgy undead typing. Of course, the party crasher Li Jin loudly steps up, brutally interrupting everyone's awesome moment. He instantly whines that this completely breaks the rules. By standard guild law, all successfully upgraded monsters are supposed to be tossed right into the greedy staff's pockets. Besides, that crazy ape survived 6 whole prior experiments. Who even says it was Gao Peng's specific formula that finally triggered the awesome evolution? Li Jin barely finishes before Wang Shu rushes in to aggressively add fuel to the fire. He violently argues that a literal teenager like Gao Peng couldn't possibly evolve a half-dead monster. He boldly screams that our boy Gao Peng absolutely cheated. Feng Tu drops a freezing cold glare on these two clowns hyping each other up, flatly asking exactly how Gao Peng supposedly cheated. Legion stammers, totally unable to explain the science, but stubbornly doubles down. He insists Gao Peng cheated simply because this exam challenge was ridiculously impossible. The difficulty level was way beyond what any rookie monster breeder could ever handle. He claims Gao Peng must have just blindly gambled on some random secret recipe, going total all-in, and just got ridiculously lucky saving the beast. So, this crazy epic result definitely does not prove Gao Peng actually has any real talent. Feng Tu just stares at him with a total deadpan face, asking if, by that logic, they should just go ahead and completely cancel Gao Peng's exam results. At this point, Li Jin totally drops the act. He reveals his greedy master plan: do not fail Gao Peng. Just hand the kid his basic certification paper. But that ultra-rare monster? Oh, that strictly belongs to the guild staff. The second this clown stops talking, Feng Tu bursts into absolute savage laughter. Then he looks right at Gao Peng, formally apologizing for his ridiculously embarrassing staff. He roasts them, saying Chang'an lacks real talent, so absolute frogs in a well like Li Jin literally have no idea how insanely massive the sky really is above them. Gao Peng just lets out a heavy sigh. He literally only came for a simple certificate, and now everyone is pointing fingers. Newsflash, guys, being young definitely does not mean you cheated. Alright guys, just because Li Tian failed doesn't mean our boy will. If he cannot be humble, he might as well flex a bit. Cao Bong's usually casual vibe suddenly turns dead serious. He is about to educate fools like Lai Tian and expand their tiny little minds. Listen to this logic. The flood ape only has water in its name because it lives near the river. It has absolutely nothing to do with its actual elemental powers. Assuming a monster is a water type just because of its name, that is completely brain dead. Based on its previous reactions and current physical state during the exam, the idiots who experimented on the flood ape fed it tons of water and yin materials, completely clueless that its actual weakness is the yin element. Cao Bong casually roasts Wang Thu, saying that anyone who lacks basic common sense is just a useless meat shield, no matter how long they live. He does not name names, but Wang Thu feels the burn anyway. But he stubbornly insists Cao Bong is talking pure nonsense. He still claims the flood ape's true weakness is the wood element. Feng Tu, standing nearby, cannot take this stupidity anymore. Even though the flood ape showed obvious fear toward the wood element, its fatal flaw is absolutely the yin element. And guess what? That is exactly the knowledge being tested in this exam. Feng Tu's brutal confirmation instantly shuts Wang Tu's loud mouth right up. With the haters silenced, Cao Bong continues his epic explanation. Because the chaotic energy inside the flood ape is deeply embedded in its bones, making it impossible to remove. So, our brilliant guy went completely against the traditional methods. 3 days ago, he fed it black bamboo to boost its soul strength. Then, he pumped it full of undead materials, and for the grand finale, he triggered a massive reaction using an undead core. Total genius move right there. Cao Bong has zero fear about exposing his top-tier secrets, but he drops a serious warning. Do not try this crazy stunt at home. The most critical part is the exact order and the precise ratio of those dangerous materials. The moment he finishes, Feng Tu claps and steps closer, praising the kid's insane talent. He says holding just a basic license with Cao Bong's overpowered skills is a total joke and a huge waste. He promises to hand Cao Bong an intermediate monster breeder certificate right now. But for the advanced tier, our guy will have to travel to the Yenkin headquarters and absolutely crush their test. But honestly, with his crazy skills, that will be an absolute breeze. Now, regarding the cheating scandal, Feng Tu turns around with an icy glare, demanding to know who actually cheated. He glares at Lai Tian with pure disgust. Did this absolute fool really think the association president was completely blind? Feng Tu then aggressively questions why a rejected, defective test subject like this flood ape mysteriously showed up in today's official exam to begin with. He barely finishes when Trung Nguyen raises a hand, throwing Li Tian right under the bus. He exposes that Li Tian purposely added the ape because he took a bribe from Vuong Thursday, and boom, all the hard evidence is right there in the monster dispatch logs. Vuong Thu is so terrified he almost wets his pants, collapsing onto the floor. He is totally doomed now. Feng Tu instantly explodes with raging fury. Since both the witness and physical evidence are secured, acting as the president of the Truong and Monster Breeder Association, he instantly disqualifies Vuong Thu from the exam. Not only that, he completely bans the cheating kid from entering any breeder competitions for the next 3 years. And the corrupt examiner Li Tian gets exactly what he deserves too. He is officially kicked out of the association forever, blacklisted with zero chance of ever getting his job back. With the trash finally taken out, Feng Tu politely turns to Cao Bong, apologizing that the kid had to witness such a pathetic, embarrassing joke of a situation today. He invites Cao Bong up to his office for a cup of tea. More importantly, Feng Tu has a little favor to ask our overpowered genius. Later, standing at the bus stop, Cao Bong opens his shiny new certificate. This thing actually gives him 30 bonus points for his college entrance exams. Stepping onto the bus, he realizes he hit the absolute jackpot today. Not only did he score a super rare elite monster, but he also bagged a massive status upgrade. Let's rewind an hour. You and I need to see this. Inside the office, Feng Tu begged Cao Bong to represent Truong in the World Monster Breeder Championship. Honestly, the local breeders are looking incredibly weak in both raw numbers and actual talent. Thanks to that sad fact, Truong An has completely failed to secure any decent tournament rankings for years. Since the world suddenly mutated 3 years ago, the global championship still has absolutely zero age restrictions. Whether you are a seasoned old veteran, middle-aged, or a total rookie, everyone starts on the exact same level. But in terms of growth potential, a teenage prodigy like Cao Bong obviously has a massive, unfair advantage. Sitting there listening to Feng Tu yap on and on, Cao Bong can only force an awkward smile. He raises both hands, fully intending to reject Feng Tu's crazy proposal. Seeing his reaction, Feng Tu deliberately drops the ultimate bait. He casually mentions the top-ranked competitors receive massive cash prizes, and anyone in the top 10 gets at least 10,000 credit points. Money cannot solve everything, but a massive mountain of cash is a totally different story. Hearing about that huge payout, Cao Bong instantly jumps to his feet, ruthlessly cutting off Feng Tu's speech. What pressure! With great power comes great responsibility, he says. He is absolutely entering this competition. Back in the present, while Cao Bong is deep in thought, 2 creepy guys in the back seat start whispering about Ngai, the brand new name for his spooky skeleton buddy. The blonde idiot sitting next to them hears this and actually reaches out to snap off one of Ngai's bones, just to see what happens. But just a few moments later, several red blood threads tightly wrap around the guy's hand. Ngai's entire body radiates freezing negative degrees. It suddenly snaps its head around 180 degrees, staring dead at the blonde punk. The guy is trembling in absolute terror, but his mouth is forcefully gagged by the red threads. Ngai raises a sharp bone claw, aiming straight for his eye, when Cao Bong luckily calls it off. He complains that to feed Ngai and Dazi, Daddy basically has to sell his soul. Dazi already eats like a monster, and looking at Ngai's size, its appetite definitely is not small either. Raising you kids is truly exhausting. Despite whining about it, Cao Bong grins wildly, radiating some absolute unstoppable teenage confidence. He proudly brags that it is his burden for being so ridiculously handsome and naturally talented. While he is busy flexing, the 2 dudes in the back keep murmuring. They are totally shocked he hasn't even signed a contract yet, but still makes the monster obey flawlessly. The main character energy is just built entirely different. A while later, Cao Bong hops off at his neighborhood bus stop. He is planning to find the girl, Duong Duong, to chat, when a sudden freezing chill hits his back. Ngai instantly detects the danger. Worried its master might get hurt, it shoves Cao Bong aside. Then, it effortlessly blocks the brutal sneak attack like an absolute boss. Holding his aching back, Cao Bong steps forward and tells the skeleton to chill out. The thing that just attacked them is actually Dazi. They are practically family now. But seeing the creature standing right there, Cao Bong's mouth twitches. He stammers Dazi's name in pure shock. In just a few days, Dazi has gotten unbelievably fat. What do we learn here? Do not overfeed your monsters. Cao Bong points at the massive, chubby bug, stuttering to ask what happened. Duong Duong just bursts into laughter. All right, listen up. Duong Duong smugly asks Cao Bong if his pet Dazi looks a little paler. She is looking incredibly proud because she basically force-fed that bug a massive pile of premium health supplements. Cao Bong is internally screaming right now. His system panel just popped up with a giant warning that Dazi is severely overfed. Dai just awkwardly slides his gaze over to silently judge the chubby bug. Dai feels pretty smug, knowing his own solid bony frame is way better than that walking meatball. Meanwhile, back over on the human side of things, Duong Duong pats Taobong on the shoulder and asks how his exam went. He nervously rubs the back of his neck, casually replying that he did all right. He randomly bumped into a level 6 monster, successfully helped it evolve, and then smoothly snagged an intermediate monster breeder certificate. Oh, and to top it all off, the Breeder Association president actually gifted that exact same evolved monster straight to him. Taobong says all this while casually pointing over at Ah Dai. Duong Duong literally blue screens for a few seconds. She is absolutely shocked because he entered a beginner exam but somehow walked out holding an intermediate license. Seeing her hilarious look of total disbelief, Taobong instantly pulls out the shiny certificate as proof. Duong Duong finally flashes a bright smile. She tells him that his insane growth speed honestly took her completely by surprise. There is actually something she planned to tell him way later down the line, but today is apparently the perfect time. She asks if he knows why tamers have such high status. To put it simply, tamers are. No matter how strong a pet is, they are still just external muscle. But there is a crazy secret technique called star shift. It literally transfers all physical damage from the tamer straight to their beast. The range is super limited though, and only the monster can activate it voluntarily. But let's be real, a monster's defense completely stomps human durability anyway. And as these beasts keep leveling up and evolving, they gain insanely massive health pools and way stronger defense stats. Once Taobong finishes learning the skill, he immediately feels this weird, invisible tether permanently linking his soul right to Dazi. He instantly starts side-eyeing Duong Duong, seriously questioning her real identity since she casually pulled out such an incredibly rare, top-tier secret manual like it was absolutely nothing. While zoning out, his eyes lock onto Dazi's extremely chubby, bloated little face. It honestly looks exactly like a giant, overstuffed purple sweet potato. Seeing Dazi trying to talk back and defend itself, he quickly orders Ah Dai to grab a mirror. Dazi stares at its round reflection and instantly turns to stone. The dramatic bug lies completely motionless on the floor, acting like it has zero reasons left to live in this cruel world. Taobong slaps its head, telling it to stop playing dead right now. He strictly orders Dazi to do some serious cardio and burn off that belly fat before he even thinks about upgrading its quality. And hey, make sure you smash that subscribe button to keep supporting our epic journey. After that hilarious scene, Duong Duong leads him straight into the building. She shows off his new workspace up on the 3rd floor. As for his salary, she is matching the absolute highest industry rate, plus giving Taobong a wild 20% cut of the company shares. While hitting the elevator button, she confidently promises Taobong this job won't ruin his studies at all. He only needs to drop by on weekends, and honestly, a monster breeder's actual workload is super chill. Taobong is sweating a bit because these perks are just way too insane. The market is packed with decent breeders, so just randomly hiring a couple of them really shouldn't be a big deal for her. But Duong Duong strongly argues that lacking staff is a totally minor issue compared to ruining the shop's reputation. She would rather be short-handed than just hire any random trash off the street. At this point, Taobong is getting super suspicious. First, she shows off crazy strong beast-taming methods, and now she reveals a massive shop located right in the absolutely bustling city center. Plus, she is handing out these insanely generous employee benefits. Taobong seriously suspects this whole setup is a giant trap, but the one setting the bait is actually Duong Duong. For 3 whole years, he has been an isolated orphan. If Duong Duong hadn't secretly helped him out, life would have been incredibly brutal. Thinking about this fact, he quickly throws away the dumb thought that she would ever hurt him. The ridiculous benefits are totally fine anyway, because honestly, compared to his actual overpowered skills, it really isn't an issue at all. He hypes himself up to just make tons of cash for Duong Duong in the future. He then flashes a bright smile, saying he will happily follow whatever arrangements she has planned out. Hearing that, she glances back and happily agrees to their new partnership. But secretly, Duong Duong's heart is doing completely panicked backflips like a hurricane just hit. She was terrified that Taobong was actually going to figure out something was totally wrong here. They quickly ride up to the 3rd floor, and suddenly, a super cute girl practically speed walks right over to them. Her name is Kuyen, rocking a sleek gray suit and sporting a really sharp shoulder-length bob haircut. Once Duong Duong finishes awkwardly introducing the two of them, she literally sprints back to the elevator to go work. Taobong sighs heavily, thinking this girl is so bad at tricking people, leaving behind way too many obvious flaws. Right after that, Kuyen helps Taobong enter all his system info. While typing away, she secretly sneaks a few curious glances straight at him. She is honestly kind of stunned because he looks way too ridiculously young to be an intermediate monster breeder. She instantly assumes her filthy, rich, totally naive boss Duong Duong just got scammed by another smooth-talking teenage boy. Meanwhile, Cao Bong is fiercely plotting in his head to farm massive amounts of cash to repay Duong Duong's kindness. But first, his service fee standards definitely need a complete overhaul, because you and I both know he isn't like those other basic breeders. If he follows his own method, literally every single beast is basically guaranteed to successfully evolve and level up. If his success rate is perfect, he absolutely cannot charge regular peasant prices. Sure, Cao Bong isn't really a greedy guy, but charging too little feels completely disrespectful to his overpowered system. It basically insults his literal golden cheat code abilities. So, he reluctantly decides to suffer a tiny bit and set his price at exactly 3 times the highest intermediate breeder rate. Right on cue, Kuyan finishes up and finally hands his certificate back. She double-checks with Cao Bong, asking if he seriously wants to demand triple the highest market rate for an intermediate breeder. Since he has zero actual corporate experience, she assumes he just doesn't understand that prices can't be set completely outside of standard industry rules. If a client actually pays, that is one thing, but if this crazy stunt ruins the office's reputation, it becomes a massive disaster. Cao Bong's face instantly drops into a totally serious expression, sharply asking exactly what she means by that. But right at that dramatic second, some guy aggressively shoves the door open and totally cuts him off. The man loudly demands that Cao Bong prove to everyone he actually has the insane skills to justify charging 3 times the absolute highest market price. His eyes are practically bursting with bloodshot veins as he stomps forward, aggressively telling Cao Bong that if he manages to heal his injured beast, he will instantly pay him 10 times the normal amount. Boss Ma furiously points his finger straight at Cao Bong's face and screams, 10 times! If my monster evolves successfully, I will happily hand you 10 times the price. Standing right next to them, Kuyen stammers, desperately trying to cool the explosive tension. She begs the boss to please calm down. But Cao Bong just casually faces Boss Ma and smoothly replies, there's really no need for that. Our guy smirks, casually raising 3 fingers right in his face. He boldly says, since this is my very first official commission, consider yourself a VIP client. Just the standard triple rate is perfectly fine. Boss Ma's face completely darkens with deep suspicion as he asks if Cao Bong is really that confident about healing his beast. Cao Bong just chuckles, raises his palm up, and calmly says, what is the big rush? Where exactly is your monster? I need to inspect it first before giving you any absolute guarantees. Without a word, Boss Ma aggressively snatches up a bright green box. The guy glares at Gao Peng. Fine, he snaps angrily. All right, you and I are jumping right in. He glares, muttering he will trust the demon kid just this once. Reaching into a box, he pulls out a tiny, shaking, seriously injured creature. The assistant completely melts. Aw, poor baby. Our boy Gao Peng casually checks out the tragic little furball. It has purple fur, weird red streaks spreading everywhere, and it is practically vibrating with fear in his hand. Mr. Ma cannot hide his extreme impatience at all. Well, can you fix this mess or not? Boom. The system screen flashes right in front of Gao Peng, dropping the creature's crazy stats. Purple lightning mouse. Status is a total mutated conflict disaster. Level 19. Elite monster tier. Quality is elite, attribute is lightning. Current mood, lightly injured and suffering hard. Major weakness, mud type. Gao Peng reads the wild system data, his eyes snapping totally wide open. Hold on, this is completely insane. The system screen suddenly blares blood red with a massive danger warning. Mutated conflict state is highly critical. Please handle this explosive situation immediately before things go bad. Gao Peng instantly interrogates Mr. Ma. What on earth did you feed this poor thing? Mr. Ma completely panics, stammering out a total blank. A second later, his face goes super dark and totally embarrassed. I gave it a blood jade branch. I just wanted it to evolve into something cool. Mr. Ma desperately lifts the sick purple lightning mouse up, practically begging. Please, can you actually cure my baby? I am begging you. Gao Peng grabs his chin, plotting his next epic move. Honestly, this little dude is already halfway through evolving. But the hardcore blood and lightning energies are completely clashing inside its tiny body. That is exactly why it looks so pathetic right now. System update, mutant evolution path unlocked right now. Grab 1 10-year shadow fruit, a red maple heart, and 11 lightning gold leaves. Crush them up and throw them into a boiling soup. Then drop 1 bloodbat monster core right into the crazy broth. It has to be elite tier, Gao Peng demands. We must use the system's wild recipe to turn this dangerous conflict into pure power. That will force this mouse to finally finish evolving. Gao Peng quickly turns his head toward Quan Quan. I need 5 shadow fruits, one red maple heart, the lightning gold leaves, and one elite bloodbat core right now. Move it! She nods and scrambles away. He looks back at Mr. Ma with a serious smirk. You definitely know the official monster breeder rules, right? We provide the wild recipe and materials to fix this mess, but you are absolutely paying the bill. Mr. Ma instantly agrees. Not a problem at all. Gao Peng stares softly at the shivering purple mouse. Listen here, little baby buddy. Relax. With a genius like me around, failing this epic evolution is basically impossible. The heavy door slams shut. Gao Peng gears up like a mad scientist, wearing thick, heavy gloves right under the spotlight. The assistant and Mr. Ma watch him, completely terrified by this insane horror movie setup. Are you absolutely sure this sketchy method will actually upgrade my precious mouse, Mr. Gao Peng? Are you certain? Gao Peng casually holds a massive knife in one hand and the mouse in the other, smiling like a total psycho. Yeah, is there a problem here? They completely freak out. You tell us. Gao Peng just aggressively dunks the poor mouse right into the boiling soup pot. Mister, Ma sprints forward to stop this absolute madness. He screams, "Please do not do it." The assistant stands back, looking totally helpless, violently tapping her tablet. How much is fixing this disaster going to cost? The poor mouse floats up, getting spun around so violently by Gao Peng's stirring ladle that it gets crazy dizzy. Gao Peng then scoops up some hot broth, shoving it toward the guy's face with a seriously villainous grin. Delicious mouse soup, my friend. Care for a little taste? It is incredibly healthy. Mr. Ma grabs his head in absolute heartbreaking agony. No. Gao Peng just opens the lid and laughs. Stop stressing. I am just joking around to lighten the mood. Look at this, Mr. Ma. The little mouse is just floating on the surface, looking like it is enjoying a luxury spa day, Gao Peng smugly explains. This is not soup. It is a custom medicinal bath for your beast. The boiling heat just forces it to absorb the crazy stats way faster. Gao Peng gets this terrifyingly dark gleam in his eye and slams the massive lid shut. The heavens have big epic plans for this rat, so we gotta cook it 2 more times. Simmer for 10 more minutes. Hee hee. Miss Ma stares at his incredibly evil face, desperately repeating to himself, stay calm. Listen, Chang'an only has 2 top-tier breeders, and those famous big shots are completely booked solid. Mister. Ma glares intensely, thinking, I have absolutely no choice but to let this crazy mid-level guy try his bizarre cooking method right now. But let me tell you, if this psycho ruins my beast, I definitely have my own brutal ways to deal with him. 10 agonizing minutes finally tick by. Mr. Ma cannot take the suspense anymore. Are you done yet, Gao Peng? Is it not cooking for way too long? Gao Peng totally chills him out. Relax, the magic is basically done. He stares at the bubbling pot and smirks. Here it comes. A wild rumbling noise erupts from inside, making the entire lid violently shake. Mr. Ma stands there completely clueless. Suddenly, a massive explosion blasts the metal lid straight into the air with thick white smoke. Through the thick fog, the tiny mouse is huddled up like a ball inside the pot. Suddenly, its eyes snap wide open, glowing with a terrifying, epic red light. The mouse blasts straight out of the smoke like a rocket, kicking the giant pot away. It zooms rapidly across the room, violently knocking the keyboard and important documents absolutely everywhere. It finally lands right on the desk. Mr. Ma loses his mind with hype. Absolute success. My awesome beast actually upgraded, but the assistant is completely miserable, grabbing her head in total despair. Oh my god, the treatment room is completely trashed. The system scans the badass purple mouse with red lightning streaks, dropping its crazy new info. Name is Blood Lightning Mouse, level 20, elite tier, absolute perfect quality, rocking both the lightning and blood attributes like a total boss. Gao Peng cheers wildly. You just hit the ultimate jackpot, man. A perfect dual attribute beast. Train this guy right, and it will easily become a terrifying boss tier monster. All right, you guys. Mr. Ma is literally cradling his purple lightning mantis, totally hyped up. He apologizes for being rude earlier. The dude is absolutely losing his mind that his familiar actually evolved. He is so grateful. Our boy Gao Peng looks ridiculously smug. He shoves the bill right in Ma's face and casually says no need to thank him. You pay the cash, I do the work. Oh yeah, one more thing. Here is the bill for wrecking my office, plus my totally reasonable consulting fee. Pay up. Ma doesn't even blink and just agrees to pay it. Gao Peng hands Xuan Xuan the invoice and tells her to use this exact list. Send the materials to my house later and just deduct it from my paycheck. Xuan Xuan nods. Ma is literally starry-eyed right now. He holds up his purple mantis to Gao Peng and begs, Hey Gao Peng, can you pretty please look at my other familiar for me too? Are you free tomorrow? Gao Peng looks super awkward about it. Before he can dodge, Ma wildly flashes 3 fingers in the air. Look man, money is no object. I will pay triple the rate. Ma is still rambling when Gao Peng just raises a hand to shut it down. It is not about the cash. Tomorrow I literally have to go to school. No time. Ma is completely stunned. Wait, school? You still need to study with your skills? Is it some elite grandmaster class? Gao Peng just grabs his jacket. What are you talking about? He tosses his jacket over his shoulder, grabs his bag at the door, and smirks. Regular high school guys. Anyway, I gotta go do my homework. Xuan and Ma drop their jaws. Are all high schoolers this terrifyingly overpowered these days? Xuan remembers Tang Tang buying this place for a crazy price and firing all the Beastmasters. She even faked it to trick Gao Peng. Thought it was just rich people playing around. But he is a literal boss. Meanwhile, you and I are watching a mysterious hand holding a core crystal. Not bad quality. Tang Tang is chilling in a chair with Phantom Dragon Shi, sipping a drink and spying. She holds up the shiny crystal and orders it delivered. Phantom Dragon Shi rolls its eyes and agrees. Sunlight beams right through the window. The invisible Phantom Dragon clings to the outside wall like a creep, watching little Dazi. Then it just drops the crystal straight through the open window. The crystal rolls right up to Dazi, who pokes its head out from under the chair. It crawls out and stares hard at the glowing rock, while Ah Dai looks totally confused. With zero hesitation, Dazi gulps the core down. At first it looks happy, but then its face screams pure disgust. Dazi starts violently twitching, and even Ah Dai is freaking out now. Outside, Gao Peng is walking with bags of groceries, casually calculating that 15 kilos of yin blood needles will feed Ah Dai for a month. Ah Dai is already sitting at perfect quality status. If he evolves again, he hits epic tier, an actual epic quality monster. He has only seen those on TV. Honestly, he figures he should just boost his nutrition for a bit before even trying to level him up again. Gao Peng suddenly cringes hard, looking visibly stressed as he painfully whines. He cannot afford those materials. Suddenly he senses chaos from his room. Sounds like Ah Dai. His face instantly goes totally dark. He panics and thinks, nope, this is bad. Something is definitely wrong at home. Dropping his groceries like hot trash, our guy sprints up the stairs at ridiculous speed. He practically flies to his door, slams it wide open, and screams, Ah Dai. But instead, Dazi is rolling on the floor foaming at the mouth while Ah Dai just watches. Then the system pings. Name, purple-backed centipede. Status, evolving. Quality, normal. Level, level 8. It ate thunder diamond centipede parts and a core. Since they share the same genus, it triggered a wild evolution. Gao Peng stares at the system screen with huge eyes, totally baffled. A thunder diamond core crystal? He squats down, looking at the twitching bug, holding his chin. How on earth did it eat something so expensive? Who would even do this? He glares towards the door. Sister Tang Tang! She steps out with a bag, looking extremely busted and awkwardly coughing. Gao Peng locks eyes with her and asks, Sister Tang Tang, seriously? Did you give that core crystal to Dazi? He totally loses his cool. Why do that? You could have just told me. Duang is speechless. Like, what else can she say? Haha. Trying her absolute best to look calm, she awkwardly holds up the shopping bags. Oops, I just came to drop this stuff off. But internally, she knows he would totally refuse if warned. Dropping the bags, she sighs dramatically. Look at you, leaving stuff everywhere. Then she bolts for the door, waving cheerfully like a total goofball. Seriously, you only just started making money, and you're wasting it already? Boom. She vanishes from Taobong's room, yelling, Rest up, I'm leaving. Taobong just stands there, totally frozen, trying to process. Sister Duang. Completely helpless, Taobong mutters. There is a special kind of need, called Sister Duang thinks you need it. He turns, lightly smacking a very dizzy Dai Tu on the head. You absolute glutton, stop shoving random garbage into your mouth, you hear me? Sitting cross-legged, he stares boredly at the system panel. Leaving Dai Tu like this is a disaster. How the heck does he speed up this upgrade? Panicking, our guy frantically empties his pockets, dumping out literal screws, marbles, potions, and random twigs. Not this one. Definitely not this. Nope, not this either. His eyes lock onto a purple flower branch. Bingo! Grinding a mid-level purple poison flower into medicine is all Dai Tu needs to finally evolve. So lucky. Wasting zero time, Taobong rushes straight into the kitchen, firing up the blender to cook. He shoves the freshly blended purple sludge straight into Dai Tu's mouth. Chug it down. Dai Tu's eyes instantly flare glowing red. The centipede levitates, wrapped in blinding golden energy. The blast of pure gold light floods Taobong's entire room, literally shattering the window glass. Through the thick smoke, a massive golden glowing body with long, terrifying horns finally becomes visible. Daitu's badass new form emerges, looking absolutely stacked. The system immediately flashes its new stats. Name? Purple-backed lightning centipede. Level 9. Elite quality. Attributes? Pure lightning and deadly poison. What a beast. Perfect upgrade requirement? Drink ground silver leaf powder for a week, plus a boss-level lightning monster core. Caobong reads this and smirks. Phew, it is finally over now. Who knew hitting elite grade was this easy? Is this the joy of being overpowered? Moments later, Dai-Tu spectacularly flops onto the floor. Adai is shocked, and Caobong is just done. While Adai approaches worriedly, Caobong literally just stands there, hands on hips, laughing casually. That centipede bullies you daily, yet you still care? Relax. It is just exhausted. Caobong hands Adai a bowl of tofu. Aren't you way too nice for a scary skeleton? Bought this especially for you today. Eat up. Confused, Adai grabs a piece of tofu. He tosses the tofu into his mouth, but obviously, it drops straight through his bony ribs, falling out completely black. Caobong hands the bowl over while casually sweeping up the mess. Good boy, eat up. Caobong beams at Adai. You just finished upgrading, so stabilizing your power is best. Wait until I find the absolute perfect materials to upgrade you. You're going to become a crazy, powerful familiar. Soon after, Dai-Tu is completely healed, buzzing with endless, annoying energy. The centipede glances at the sofa. Caobong is slumped over, dead tired, with Adai leaning quietly right behind him. Dai-Tu grins, getting a remarkably bold idea. It happily grabs a pink towel and creeps towards Caobong. Meanwhile, Sister Duong peeks from behind the door. The calm before the storm, she wonders. She watches the hilarious scene of Adai, Dai-Tu, and Caobong cuddling, though Caobong looks mildly disgusted. Watching this weirdly warm moment, she smiles. Grow up fast, little Bong. Cut to a beautiful morning at school. Inside the principal's office, a silver-haired guy furiously slams the desk. I completely disagree. Monsters in school? His eyes bulge as he screams. These students are literally children. No professional training. Are the higher-ups completely insane about their safety? The brown-haired man sitting across from him calmly folds his hands together, replying, in peaceful times, sure, they're kids, but in ancient times, teens this age were already holding weapons to defend the nation. The silver-haired man looks genuinely stunned. Has the current situation really gotten this insanely desperate? Looking visibly anxious, the brown-haired man avoids eye contact. The whole world is aggressively researching new technologies, but the speed. An evolutionary chart of two cats in different environments pops up. A harmless kitty rapidly evolves to survive, mutating into something massive and terrifying. Aggressive, the man sighs. Still too slow. At this rate, if there comes a day our technology can no longer threaten them, that is when it will truly be too late. Old principal. Meanwhile, you and I jump back to Caobong's classroom. He is standing at his desk while everyone aggressively stares at him, making him sweat. The guy in front turns around, shouting, Caobong, did you seriously pass the mid-level monster breeder exam? He admits it, confused. Yeah, how did you know? He shoves a newspaper up, pointing right at the Chang'an Daily headline. All right, guys, the youngest monster breeder in Chang'an just smashed the local association's record. Damn Tian Tian's eyes literally sparkled. You made the news! The whole class basically swarmed Caobong, showering him with epic praise. Isn't that right, man? You're an absolute celebrity now. Yeah, definitely making our class look good. But man, it absolutely ruined poor Lai Tu Kong. Ha 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 ha. I heard his mom was at the exam. She went home and made him do handstands. Poor guy is dead. Damn Tian Tian rubbed his hands, looking super awkward in front of Caobong. Buddy, I actually have a tiny favor to ask. Caobong didn't even wait. He just threw his hand up to reject him. Then don't ask. That basically turned damn Tian Tian to solid stone right there. Caobong glanced over, completely unfazed. You said it's a small favor. Spit it out. Why make your own awkwardness awkward for both of us? Totally not worth it, right? Damn Tian Tian got mad, frowning and clenching his fists. You, but wait, since when did Mo Dung Thu Diep's massive shadow loom behind him? Smack! She chopped damn Tian Tian right on the head, scolding them. Why are you guys huddling up? Get back to your seats right now. I have an announcement. The rest of the terrified kids scattered to their seats, whispering, Yes, boss, run for your lives. The boss is super mad. Mo Dung Thu Diep cleared her throat loudly. Ahem. Here is a major announcement. She stood dead serious at the podium, staring them down. Starting today, global schools are urgently reforming. 11th grade gets a beast-taming class, plus a special track for tamers. The TV flipped to a live broadcast with reporters, showing two big-shot leaders shaking hands, looking all dramatic and saying, This is a massive joint project between the education and military alliances. Elite taming students get straight into top universities or military academies. The entire class sat there shell-shocked by the wild TV news. But wait, there is more. The military instructors will be arriving here very soon. Starting this afternoon, anyone joining the special track starts training immediately. If you want to be a special student, come find me after class to register. The whole class was shook. Reforms? This sudden? Did something crazy happen out there? Yeah, and it is a massive military project. Are they heading outside the city? I heard the situation is super tense. Meanwhile, Taobong stayed chillingly calm. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, Taobong." He glanced up slightly. "Yeah?" Mo Deng Thu Diet pointed outside. "Step out for a sec. I need to talk to you." Taobong just replied, "All right." Out in the hallway, she stood with hands on her hips. "You did amazing this time, passing straight as an intermediate monster breeder. The principal even praised you during the meeting. Tomorrow, the kids from 7th High School are visiting us. The school wants you to give a speech." Taobong smiled awkwardly, throwing his hands up in immediate refusal. "Miss Mo Deng, skip the speech. That kind of thing is way too extra for me." Then, looking hyped, he added, "Actually, I want to register for the taming track." She looked completely lost. Why the sudden change of plans? Frowning, she explained, "The taming track is a great path, honestly, but for someone like you, it just does not make much sense." Before she could finish, loud honks totally ruined her speech. She glanced out the window, and boom, a whole line of military tanks was rolling straight onto campus. "Listen," she said, "your grades are insane. Keep it up, add your intermediate breeder certificate, and any famous school in the Hua region is yours. You could even try top schools abroad." Down below, a soldier wrestled a beast while his commander barked, "Hold tight, no bait needed yet." The soldier yelled, "Yes, sir." She turned back. "If you really want combat taming, use your grades for a military academy. It is safer. No need to rush." Taobong clenched his fists, staring out the window super seriously. "Miss Mo Deng, thanks for worrying about me. A military academy might technically be safer." He frowned, his voice dropping. "But that is way too slow. I want real combat training now so I can get stronger fast." Taobong smiled softly, trying to reassure his stressed teacher. "Now, get this. Plus, I can take both exams at once, right? I won't miss any chances, so just relax." She could only laugh helplessly at him. "You crazy kid." Pointing up, she sighed. "Fine. If you made your mind up, I won't stop you. Just please think it through." Taobong quickly bowed to show total respect. "Thank you, miss." By noon, the campus was absolutely packed and chaotic. Taobong was just chilling, walking behind a massive, noisy crowd. Everyone was staring at them, whispering, "Are those guys seriously going to the selection? Yeah, they look crazy confident. Good luck, seniors." Taobong turned and suddenly saw Dam Tien Tien waving wildly from the crowd. "Yo, Taobong, signing up for the taming track too?" Taobong asked, totally puzzled. Dam Tien Tien shoved his way through the crowd, annoying literally everyone around him. He looked at Taobong happily. "Aren't you a monster breeder? And your grades are insane." Taobong didn't care. He asked coldly, "Your grades aren't bad, so why register?" "All right, you and I are diving into a wild story today." Dam Tien Tien's eyes sparkle with pure innocence. He says his childhood dream came from an old monster taming cartoon, and those holy beasts looked insanely cool to him. He wants to become the absolute strongest male monster trainer. There is no way he is letting this epic chance slip by. Cao Peng immediately roasts him. If the strongest trainer is a guy, does he want to be his man too? Tian Tian panics, waving his hands wildly to explain that the strongest trainer is an adjective, not a noun. Cao Peng just walks ahead, totally unfazed. He coldly tells him he gets it, but they need to hurry because the courtyard is right up ahead. Everyone lines up in a neat group on the basketball court. Some students stare at the military vehicles parked nearby, absolutely blown away by the sight. They are the newest mecha combat vehicles. Seeing the real thing for the first time is crazy. The soldiers look so deadly serious. It is honestly a bit terrifying. A teacher politely extends a hand toward a massive, intimidating man walking over. He respectfully invites Commander Shang to take the floor. Cao Peng just stands there in silence, one hand casually stuffed in his pocket as he observes, but right next to him, Tian Tian crosses his arms behind his head. He pouts and complains, wondering if this guy is really their instructor. He thinks the guy just looks a bit buff, nothing special. Suddenly, Commander Shang's eyes narrow, a glint of red flashes in them, radiating pure danger. Just one look at those terrifying eyes, and Tian Tian's face turns entirely pale. He gets instant goosebumps and curses out loud. Cao Peng instantly goes on extremely high alert. He thinks, this killer intent is totally insane. This Commander Shang is definitely no joke. Up on the podium, Shang speaks up. First, he praises them. Compared to the cowards who didn't show up, they actually have guts. But then he asks if they seriously think they are already real monster trainers. A terrifying aura erupts from Commander Shang like a raging fire. With a death glare that could freeze blood, he tells them that without firm resolve, without an absolute iron will, facing a real wild monster will make them wet their pants. Their legs will turn to jelly, and they will not even be able to run. Those harsh words instantly trigger the students in the crowd. They angrily talk back, completely offended. He is looking down on them way too much. It is just being a trainer. Everyone has seen one. Commander Shang just smirks and asks if they are still unconvinced. He waves his massive hand. Two soldiers immediately lead a huge, fiercely aggressive white wolf over to him. Commander Shang tells the brats to take a good look. Standing there with his imposing figure, his incredibly solid build radiates a deeply overwhelming and powerful aura. He stands sideways, facing the rookie students, right alongside his own familiar, the silver moon wolf. This glorious beast has striking blue and white fur, and its eyes look incredibly sharp and intelligent. Commander Shang issues a simple order to an officer to go. The guy immediately salutes and shouts loudly, "Orders received!" The subordinate officer stands at strict attention. With a booming, completely clear voice, he reports that the 10-centimeter target with 3 armor plates is fully set up. Commander Shang looks down at his silver moon wolf. His eyes are filled with pure pride and absolute trust as he whispers to it to go. Hearing its master's command, the silver moon wolf instantly launches itself forward like a rocket. It dashes straight toward the armor plates ahead. We are talking insane speeds here, literally faster than a fired arrow. The silver wolf aggressively swings its mighty paw. It leaps incredibly high into the air. Without even breaking a sweat, it knocks the heavy armor plate flying. That super tough metal plate is instantly ripped completely in half by its razor-sharp claws. Seeing this absolutely brutal display, every single student drops their jaw in total shock. Some guys are so terrified they start dripping cold sweat. Cao Peng is equally stunned. He stares completely unblinking at the beast, utterly amazed. Such thick armor, entirely shattered with just one single strike. Commander Shang turns back to the crowd. Using a super harsh tone, sounding way more like a deadly warning than a speech, he asks if they saw that. This is the absolute destructive power of a fully trained familiar. In other words, the wild monsters they will face will pack this exact same terrifying power, or even worse. Trust me on this one. Standing above them, Shang's voice echoes fiercely across the students gathered in the stadium. He declares this is their absolute last chance. Anyone who wants to quit must step out right now. At first, only a single hesitant footstep nervously steps forward. But soon, more and more footsteps follow as people start leaving. Cao Peng watches his peers turning their backs to quit, feeling a bit shocked. So many are walking away. Seems like a lot of hotheads just came to watch the drama. Surprisingly, Commander Shang suddenly gets incredibly angry and yells out loud. He demands to know why they are hanging their heads in shame. Turns out, seeing these young teens sneaking away like guilty thieves really annoys him. An upright, absolute powerhouse like Commander Shang simply cannot stand seeing people cower like cowards. He cannot ignore it, so he immediately reassures the departing students that they did absolutely nothing wrong. Commander Shang might look cold and breathe fire, but he is actually incredibly reasonable. He is quite understanding too. He flashes a warm smile, waving goodbye to the leaving students, and sincerely tells them to study hard. Studying is a perfectly valid path. He says they are not deserters. They just made a totally rational choice. Then he hilariously wraps it up with a gruff but totally good-natured command, "Get the heck back to class." Then Shang turns his gaze to the ones who stayed. That gentle, warm vibe from a second ago completely vanishes. It is instantly replaced by a brutal glare that wants to eat them alive. His voice drops into a heavy growl. "But you guys are entirely different. They chose to stay. From this exact moment on, if anyone quits, they are officially real deserters." And he makes it crystal clear he better not see any deserters. Does everybody understand? The remaining students are too scared to speak up. They mumble weakly, saying they understand. But Commander Shang absolutely hates this timid, fearful attitude, so he barks another order, telling them to speak up because he cannot hear a thing. Instantly, all the students in the courtyard roar together at the top of their lungs, "Understood." Completely contrasting the boiling hype from earlier, the outside world remains totally peaceful. After a few hours at the academy, Cao Peng finally makes it back home. The second he walks in, he completely faceplants onto the sofa with a heavy thud, groaning that he is dead tired. He lets out a totally exhausted sigh. He tried to mentally prepare himself, but he never expected things to be this ridiculously intense. Suddenly, a few super cute familiars notice Cao Peng is back. They immediately inch closer and start whining playfully for his attention. They are hungry. Even though his body feels like absolute lead, he still has to feed them. He sighs heavily. Oh man. Cao Peng drags himself toward the fridge. All right, You and I are about to witness true panic. Tao Bong is sweating over Principal Tran's insane news: 1,200 students eliminated citywide in just 1 month. Opening his locker, he finds his stash completely empty and freaks out. Our guy looks around wildly, practically ready to pick up the entire locker and shake it. Where are my yin snow pine needles? They were right here. Tao Bong stares dead inside at the single lonely needle left in his hand. Mumbling, just one left. He immediately storms out to interrogate his familiars about this grand theft. Sassy little Dai instantly snitches, pointing right at Adai. The culprit is exposed. Tao Bong goes totally soft seeing gentle Adai. He cannot even yell at him, just letting out a massively defeated sigh. Our softy main character just smiles gently instead. Next time you want to eat a massive portion, just tell me, okay? Seeing his master so angry earlier really spooked Adai. The big guy gets incredibly embarrassed and shoves his face right into the wall. So tragically cute. Tao Bong is completely shocked by this sulking routine. Yeah, what a giant lovable dummy. Absolutely goofy. Tao Bong drops back into his chair, intensely focused on reading the system. According to this shiny stat window, Adai needs to absorb 600 pounds of yin snow pine needles to hit his Phase 1 goal. Order successful. 30 pounds of pine needles and 10 pounds of thunderberries. 1 pound of needles costs 1,000 alliance credits. 15 pounds a day is just 1.5 credit points. Our guy breathes a sigh of relief. He can totally still afford this crazy diet. Eating big means evolving faster. Adai is only an elite tier monster right now. Once he hits higher levels, the required upgrade materials will be incredibly rare. Some legendary items are not even sold in stores. You and I both know that is when the real money burning begins. Tao Bong shoots a dramatic side-eye at his sneaky snake. And this troublemaker, seeing Dai chomping down makes him smile, but he still must crunch those budget numbers. To reach perfect quality, Dai needs 200 pounds of thunderberries. Luckily, those are slightly cheaper than needles, 200 alliance credits per pound. Tao Bong lets out an exhausted sigh. Being a single dad to these wild monsters is absolutely draining. Raising a monster family is incredibly tough work. Just like that, the next wild day begins. Tao Bong arrives at the crazy academy. He stares in pure shock, seriously wondering if they opened a wild public zoo. The courtyard is pure, absolute chaos. Students are frantically struggling to control their screaming familiars, with crazy, beastly roars echoing everywhere without a single break. Kids are breaking up epic pets about to completely destroy each other. Others are desperately begging their lazy monsters to stop napping and come down from the high academy trees. Tao Bong locks eyes on a giant pig entirely blocking the path. He sighs deeply. The other stuff is fine. But this massive pig is absolutely ridiculous. He casually steps right up. He awkwardly asks the girl to move her insanely chunky beast aside. Startled, the poor classmate jumps and lets out a massive squeak. Tao Bong points out the blocked door. Blushing incredibly hard, the girl shrieks in embarrassment. She remembers when she first bought this chunky nightmare, it used to be a tiny, well-behaved, adorable little baby. Tearing up completely, she frantically tries explaining that her sweet pet was never this gigantic before. Tao Bong just stands there completely baffled. She is entirely missing his simple point. Suddenly, a fierce instructor stomps over, demanding to know why they are standing around. Tao Bong looks over and quietly realizes the serious trainer arrived. One quick glance and the instructor completely understands the hilarious traffic jam. He turns and coolly whispers a command to his own pet to handle this mess. The legendary silver moon wolf bares its fangs. Despite its small size, an absolutely terrifying, bone-chilling pressure explodes outward toward that stubborn pig. The chunky beast immediately scrambles to its feet. Trembling uncontrollably, the giant pig cowardly hides behind its tiny owner. The instructor smirks, declaring playtime is officially over. Now, the real brutal training begins. The massive crowd of students gathers around. Every single rookie has their own beast. The instructor yells that some of them definitely want to command multiple overpowered familiars. Building a full combat squad is the dream, but today is strictly about testing basic monster command abilities. This is the foundation, and it is a critically important survival skill. The instructor crosses his serious arms. Even if your magical beast is crazy overpowered, if it ignores commands, you basically have absolutely zero power. Despite her master acting intense, the Silver Moon Wolf playfully sticks her tongue out. While the lecture continues, the pig-owning girl stays hunched over, blushing furiously from pure absolute embarrassment. Nervous, she listens while the instructor highlights the earlier chaos. Kneeling down, he warmly rubs his awesome wolf, who immediately leans in for sweet, adorable head pats. The lesson kicks off right here. To properly train these beasts, you absolutely must understand their deepest preferences. Learning their habits builds an unbreakable bond. He cares deeply for his wolf, happily sharing his training secrets. Take his silver moon wolf. He buys the ultra-rare armored pork she loves and hand-feeds her. But wait, it goes beyond just fancy dinners. He plays wild games with her daily. The veteran instructor eagerly passes down his secrets. You must literally play and sleep right beside your awesome beast. That is exactly why her loyalty is completely maxed out. She trusts him with her life and perfectly follows every single battle command he gives. The crowd completely explodes in awe. They are unbelievably hyped about unlocking these brilliant new taming secrets. You and I better pay attention as he keeps rolling. Alright guys, you and I just watched the Colonel's Silver Moon Wolf absolutely smash that armor with its tail. But get this, that tail whip? Totally not a natural talent. That crazy power just comes from insane daily system training. It turned that tail super tough, making every single strike way faster and insanely accurate. The instructor wags his finger, totally hyping it up. So now, besides teeth and claws, this beast has a whole new deadly attack up its sleeve. This is exactly how the Colonel trains his pets, expanding their wild attack combos to the max, just piling up those massive battle advantages. Then they call up another instructor to the stage. Old Lee, show us what your Silver Wolf can actually do. Old Lee just smirks and nods his head. Oh, you got it. See, Old Lee is a total veteran trainer with some seriously hardcore experience. He tells the class, it is still a Silver Moon Wolf. Different Beastmasters use totally different training methods, which completely changes how these epic monsters evolve and fight. Now watch this very closely. Old Lee casually tosses a rock, and his Silver Moon Wolf just blasts forward like a complete rocket, chasing down that flying rock. It catches it instantly and crunches it into literal dust. That proves it is not just about some crazy speed. Its destructive power is absolute nightmare fuel. Gao Peng and Dazi are totally freaking out right now. Absolutely shook. Gao Peng thinks to himself, man, that bite force is downright terrifying. The instructor steps up, dropping some fresh knowledge. Currently, beast classes are divided into heavy attackers, defenders, support types, and your classic life-saving healing types, and crowd control types, making 5 main classes. But some epic beasts can totally multitask. He uses the green demon vine as a solid example so they get it. It works as a fierce defender but also completely locks down the battlefield. And honestly, some crazy beastmasters can even train it into a pure attacker. With the epic lecture finally done and out of the way, the instructor claps his hands to set the mission for today. We have shown you all the flashy tricks. Now the real hardcore training actually begins. I highly suggest starting with easy materials. Like for bite force, choose wood first, then slowly level up the hardness over time. Right then, these massive ape beasts are busy hauling a ton of materials over. The instructor keeps talking. As for our epic training supplies, we brought in a massive stash, so you totally do not need to worry at all. He points over to the right side and says, once you pick your training path, just sign up to grab your gear. Gao Peng is deep in thought. Hold on, does he really needs a major power-up right now? He glances over at him, still totally undecided. We already learned that crazy damage transfer secret art. Might be best to just crank up his defensive stats first. But how exactly do you train to boost defense anyway? Gao Peng thinks back to that wild scene from just a minute ago. Speaking of which, how did such a tiny ape carry that huge, heavy box? It has to be a strength type. Wait a second, ape? That is it. Monkeys. Gao Peng totally remembers this crazy book he read. He realizes he saw a mutated, short-haired ape monster file at work once. It was called the Tyrant Fist Ape. Super aggressive and always looking for a brutal fight, but honestly its base defense is just pathetic. These apes were rebellious little menaces. So right from birth, their parents put them through absolutely insane hardcore training, making them literally crash their bodies into trees, starting out with basic wooden trunks. Against that kind of savage power, even rocks shatter. Gao Peng remembers it perfectly. Next, they crash into rocks, smashing into literal cliff sides. Over time, their skin rips open and heals back, getting insanely tougher every single round. Gao Peng pictures the totally savage and arrogant vibe of a tyrant ape, just mind blown. When one of these beasts actually grows up, they are not just stacked with massive muscles. They build up these thick, hardened calluses that basically fuse into literal organic armor. At that point, they can smash into a mountain without taking a single scratch. Gao Peng grins, thinking to himself, brewing up a totally wicked plan. I can absolutely use this exact brutal method to boost Dazi and his defense stats. So if that is the case, then I am totally picking this savage training gear. After plotting for a bit, Gao Peng finally makes his move. He sneaks up on Dazi, who is happily napping in the soft grass, and calls out to him. Hey, Dazi. Hearing his voice, the centipede turns its head, looking totally clueless. Get over here, buddy. I finally picked out your epic training method. But honestly, doing it this way, you are going to suffer just a little bit. Gao Peng clenches his fist, hyping himself up to tell Dazi, Sweating now means you will not bleed later. Man, I am doing this for your own good. Taking the pain now is way better than getting wrecked for a lifetime later. Gao Peng is already gripping a heavy dumbbell in his hand, leaving poor Dazi absolutely panicking. He just flashes a totally evil grin, trying to calm him. Be good, I will go easy. Watching Dazi flash step and run away, Gao Peng gets slightly annoyed. Oh, you want to run? The pet flees for its life while the master chases him, completely breathless. Under that epic morning sun, both their shadows are zooming around insanely fast, looking absolutely hilarious and super chaotic while Gao Peng is yelling like crazy. Stop right there, it's for your own good. You gotta understand my pain. But seriously, how could Daisy ever outrun Gao Peng's ridiculously long legs? Spoiler alert, he couldn't. Completely busted. Gao Peng was totally gasping for air. But yep, Daisy got caught. Our guy was completely and utterly exhausted. He groans. Oh man, my arm is practically dislocated. And just like that, these two definitely went hardcore on the training. Daisy got absolutely wrecked that day. Anyway, fast forward a bit, 1 week later, that annoying alarm clock blasts through the room. A hand slowly creeps out. And smack, blessed silence at last. But wait, that massive ridiculous racket outside made it literally impossible for our guy Gao Peng to fall back asleep. Gao Peng screams out, "Dude, stop knocking! I'm making your breakfast right now." Turns out, Daisy was just violently hangry and wanted food. Still half asleep, Gao Peng dragged his zombie self to cook for his pets. You and I definitely know the feeling, right? He grumbled. I literally upgraded you, so why am I the one suffering here? Wait a second. His own strength totally leveled up, his speed got crazy fast. And man, his egg pancake flipping skills are god tier now. Daisy and Dumby were already parked right beside him, waiting to feast. Daisy's greedy little face actually looked super mischievous, ridiculously cute. Meanwhile, Dumby just had that classic blank, brain-dead stare going on. Hypnotized by the hot pancakes, our boy Gao Peng kept complaining non-stop. But hey, feeding Daisy those extra meals actually paid off big time. Not only did that dude get massive, he easily hit level 10. A level 10 monster, baby. Dumby leveled up too, so totally worth it. But Gao Peng just stood there, literal tears in his eyes. The single dad life is just too brutal. He dramatically wailed. Training Daisy's defense literally almost snapped my arm in half. And Dumby is eating through my entire paycheck, keeping these two little monsters alive. Is insanely hard work. Then, suddenly, his phone started ringing out of nowhere. Dumby surprisingly fast grabbed it and handed it to Gao Peng. A super eager voice blasted through the speaker. Is this Mr. Gao? I'm Liu Senlin, director of the Blue Shield Security Company. Gao Peng blinked in confusion. Hey Mr. Liu, any specific reason you're calling me today? Gao Peng was totally clueless. Blue Shield Security? Never worked with them, never even heard of them in his life. But the guy on the phone just kept hyping it up. Mr. Gao, hello. I proudly represent Blue Shield Security. I want to discuss an amazing deal that's going to make you insanely rich. Do you have time to meet up and talk? The very next day, at his familiar studio, a cute tiny girl stepped right out to properly welcome Gao Peng. That was Quan Quan. The second she spotted him, she perked up and said, Mr. Gao, your VIP guest is already waiting in the lounge. Gao Peng just nodded. Got it. Inside, Liu Senlin jumped up to greet him. You must be Mr. Gao. Gao Peng played it totally cool and polite. Mr. Liu, right? Senlin was all smiles, acting super respectful and smooth. Hello! Such a massive honor. I'm the general manager of Blue Shield Security. Name's Liu Senlin. They shook hands, and Senlin immediately dropped the absolute bomb. I'm here to officially invite you to act as our company's familiar consultant. Gao Peng was totally lost. Director Liu, let's just sit down and talk first. Gao Peng just had to ask about his burning suspicions. Why me? There are tons of elite, high, and mid-level breeders in Chang'an City. I had literally zero idea I was famous enough to make a big-shot CEO of Blue Shield show up right at my front door. Senlin busted out this huge, overly hearty laugh. Haha, Mr. Gao, you're being way too humble. Then Senlin laid out the actual facts for why he tracked Gao Peng down. Sure, Chang'an City definitely has a few high-level breeders, but one of them is President Chen of the entire Breeder Association. That guy has zero time to act as a consultant for our little company. Senlin kept spitting facts. The only other guy is Gu Jianglin, but he's already completely locked down as a full-time exclusive government consultant. Senlin practically gestured toward Gao Peng like he was absolute royalty. And as for the other mid-level breeders out there, honestly, I'd rather bet all my money on a wildly talented young genius like you. Gao Peng was still trying to fully process this absolute madness. All right, let me lay down my strict terms first. If you can actually handle my rules, then we'll keep talking. Otherwise, let's seriously not waste each other's time and feelings here. Rule 1. I've got school Monday through Friday. Unless the world is literally ending, do absolutely not bother me during the week. Rule 2. I'll be your consultant, no problem, but I am absolutely not signing any exclusive buyout contract. I only promise I won't help your rivals. Now, this is where you and I really gotta pay attention. Senlin didn't even hesitate. He instantly agreed and practically shoved a pre-made contract right in his face. Done. I totally agree. Senlin grinned widely. Please check out this freelance contract we prepped for you. Gao Peng read the fine print super carefully, and man, his eyebrows just kept getting more and more scrunched up. Wait, this contract is insanely weird. There are literally zero forced requirements here. Plus, an annual salary, a flat salary of 500 credit points plus commission, and an extra 50 bonus credits for every single ghost mantis of Blue Shield that I successfully evolve. Forget about any legal loopholes. This was basically free money. Gao Peng slammed his pen down and signed immediately. He couldn't help but wonder if this boss was just crazy rich and bored. I mean, signing a contract with literally zero strings attached? Awesome. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from outside. Knock, knock! Quan Quan peeked in. Mr. Gao, Mr. Ma is here for his appointment. Senlin immediately jumped up to leave. Well, the contract is officially signed, so I definitely won't hold you up anymore. But right before bouncing, he threw in one last smooth line. Looking forward to our epic partnership, Mr. Gao. Gao Peng smirked. Director Liu, you're being way too polite. Gao Peng confidently stepped into the elevator, getting ready to leave. Oops, my bad. It was actually Senlin. He's on the phone, looking super sketchy now. His voice completely dropped, all that fake hype was gone. Uncle, it's me. Yeah, the contract is officially signed. Yep, Gao Peng chose the freelance one. But uncle, I don't get it. Chang'an City has tons of mid-level breeders. Why him? Fine, I understand. Smells like a trap, right? Anyway, after the meeting, all right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. Our guys split up. Who knows where Gao Peng wanders off to? But hey, we find him in the treatment room, eyeing a brand new familiar. He asks Mr. Ma, is this the little guy you mentioned? The owner absolutely beams. Spot on. The system suddenly pops up with the stats. Monster name, 4 Seasons Begonia Flower Spirit. It is a level 3, normal quality wood attribute creature, looking totally healthy and happy. Weaknesses? Lightning and fire, obviously. To hit elite status, it needs 100-year essence tree and 100 drops of flower spirit dew. Gao Peng gives it a long, hard look, trying to guess its deal. A plant-type familiar. Gao Peng is completely obsessed. He starts rambling. Man, this flower is ridiculously cute. Look at the purplish-red patterns on the serrated leaves, plus it smells incredibly fresh. So, you want to evolve this little flower spirit? Mr. Ma awkwardly nods along, looking super uncomfortable for some reason. Yep. In 2 weeks, Chang'an City is hosting a massive Flower King competition, and he is planning to enter this little guy for the grand title. Gao Peng just stares at him in absolute confusion. A Flower King competition? Hold on a second. Is not that literally just a giant monster beauty pageant? Gao Peng goes totally blank. His expression is just priceless right now. Sure, plants mutated like crazy, but a plant familiar gaining actual intelligence is ridiculously rare. They are heavily hunted down because of their healing powers, making them way more popular than ghost types. And this guy wants to use it for a beauty contest? The pure dumb luck of this guy is enough to make anyone violently jealous. Quan Quan stands right there, looking just as completely baffled as Gao Peng. Wait, is not that Flower King contest usually for the ladies? Mr. Ma finally breaks down and confesses the truth. I know. A grown man like me entering a fancy flower pageant looks absolutely ridiculous to everyone else. Mr. Ma slowly reaches out his trembling hand. The little begonia instantly reaches up and wraps tightly around his fingers. He whispers so gently, but this is my second familiar. Mr. Ma stares down at the little plant with so much pure love. He softly adds, I just want to give it the best possible start. I know my choices are right. I just want my little flower to be truly happy. Then Mr. Ma completely spins around to face Gao Peng, looking incredibly determined. So, Master Gao, I am begging you, you absolutely have to evolve it. That is the only way we can actually win this thing. Gao Peng is completely stunned. His mouth just falls open. Who knew this guy cared so deeply about his tiny plant? Not wanting to crush the poor dude's dreams, Gao Peng flashes a soft smile. He reassures the worried guy. Relax. Leave this entirely to me. Gao Peng snaps his fingers. Old rules, buddy. Triple the fee. Quan Quan instantly whips out the card swiper, eyes gleaming. Please swipe here. Mr. Ma just stares at him, dumbfounded. Right. Gao Peng immediately orders his secretary, Quan Quan. Grab these materials now. 200-year essence trees, 150 drops of flower spirit dew, 1 spirit flower leaf, 1 golden bell, a pound of fat sea, and exactly 1 black windgrass. Quan is on it like a ninja. Got it. These are super basic materials. We have plenty in the back room right now. You can literally hear the absolute hype in her voice. Master Gao, your stuff is ready. Gao Peng nods like a proud villain. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Armed with the ingredients, our boy instantly flips his whole attitude like a pancake. All right, you two need to get out. Stop interrupting my genius workflow. Quan catches Mr. Ma creeping a peek and instantly warns him. She is totally terrified of getting yelled at. Sir? Please stop spying. Annoying Master Gao is a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Gao Peng flashes the absolute creepiest, most unhinged smile ever. The guy literally looks like a supervillain right now. He. Stick with me here. This gets weird. Gao Peng creeps up on the poor begonia, sounding totally psychotic. Be good. It will only hurt briefly. Do not panic. Despite his awful comforting skills, the little begonia shrinks back, literally sweating buckets of fear. Then, faster than lightning. Bam! Gao Peng hits the begonia with a needle. It is in pure agony, practically sobbing. Mr. Ma absolutely loses his mind and tries to bust in. Thank goodness Quan tackles him. She screams in absolute panic. Whoa! Mr. Ma, chill out. He is just trying to upgrade your pet. Finally, Gao Peng dusts off his hands. He yells out to them. All right, you guys can come inside. Total success, obviously. The little begonia is rocking a brand new form, way stronger, but still ridiculously cute. Gao Peng smirks confidently at the two completely shocked faces. Take some notes, newbies. Have you ever seen a level 4 plant type familiar before? Boom! 4 Seasons Begonia Flower Spirit. Now at an insane level 4, elite quality status, wood attribute, super healthy and thrilled. Still weak to fire and lightning though. Mr. Ma is practically vibrating with pure joy. He loudly cheers. We actually did it! Quan stands there totally amazed. So beautiful. Mr. Ma literally sprints over and aggressively hugs Gao Peng. Master Gao, thank you so freaking much. Gao Peng is getting crushed. He scrambles to say, hey, thanks is cool, but keep your hands off me. Their laughter echoes through the whole room. Meanwhile, somewhere completely different, a fierce girl is hanging out. She is draped over a totally knocked out familiar. She just sighs, did we fail again? Over in another spot, 3 random students are completely whining. Dude, why are we risking our lives for this? Even if we somehow pass the exam, it does not guarantee a spot in a top-tier school. Yeah, exactly. After graduation, we are just going to be stuck in some boring 9-to-5 trap. Worse, we might not even become familiar masters or find decent jobs at all. We have all felt that panic, right? But honestly, backing out now is not exactly easy either. All right, guys, stick with me. These kids think they're on vacation. They're like, who cares? They only take 1,200 people anyway. Let's just chill for a month and go back to normal school. Yeah, good luck with that strategy, geniuses. Mu Tai listens to this absolute garbage, his face twisting in pure disgust. He's cursing them in his head. Idiots thinking they're smart. He doesn't care about these losers. He's definitely trying again. He's only got one real option left. He has to go find him. Just you wait, classmate Gao Peng. Meanwhile, the camera pans to a massive, endless forest. We're talking gorgeous, rolling hills and green as far as the eye can see. But hold up. Something is moving down there, rustling through the tall grass. Turns out, it's just a tiny familiar. Looks exactly like a little chipmunk with giant, adorable anime eyes. It's rocking this light brown fur with natural little armor plates attached. Our cute little buddy spots some absolute gourmet mushrooms in the distance. Its eyes instantly light up, literally drooling like a cartoon character. But this naive little dude has no idea it's a total trap. Bam! He gets snatched up the second he touches them, shaking in fear. It shoots this super pathetic look backward. But plot twist, this tiny furball is actually built completely different. In an absolute flash of crazy speed, wicked sharp claws pop right out of its paws. Nasty spikes suddenly erupt all down its tiny back. Talk about a glow-up! The little guy goes full ninja, spinning like a literal buzzsaw. Those creepy sticky webs holding him, instantly shredded to pieces. The threads completely snap, but gravity wins. The chipmunk drops straight down into a terrifying pit, absolutely crawling with toxic spiders. They were just waiting below to feast on the trapped little guy. Hearing the commotion, a massive swarm of poisonous spiders comes rushing out of nowhere, totally swarming the pit. Time for a scene change. Now we are over at Old Chen's material shop. The guy chilling behind the counter looks up and asks who it is. Gao Peng shoots back smoothly. Old Chen, usual order, hook me up with 30 pounds of yin snowpine gold. Chen chews on his toothpick, smirking sarcastically. Boss Gao, we are insanely short on yin snowpine gold. I only got 10 pounds left. Gao Peng is totally stunned. Shortage? Doesn't that massive suburban manor supply all of it? How could they possibly run out? Old Chen just sighs and shoves his tablet screen right in Gao Peng's face. Don't even ask, man. A week ago, this insane swarm of mutant spiders just showed up and literally ate the entire garden. The military straight up locked down the whole area. The screen shows this huge, absolute nightmare fuel, super brutal giant terror spiders. Local resident Mr. Zhang describes the craziest night ever, almost becoming literal spider chow himself. Chang'an City's Black Forest just spawned a brand new spider monster variant. The zone is totally on lockdown. The government is blasting warnings telling every single citizen to stay out of the Black Forest area. Old Chen isn't done. He slams his fist hard on the table. Every single monster in those mountains just became an all-you-can-eat buffet for these things. Rumor has it, if the manor boss didn't run like crazy, they would have eaten him too. Another customer barges in yelling, "Boss Chen, you got any mountain-grade stargrass?" Old Chen yells right back, "I got it. How much are you guys buying?" Old Chen quickly turns back to face Gao Peng. "Mr. Gao, I gotta deal with this customer right now. Whatever else you need, we'll talk later, okay?" Gao Peng just nods quietly. "Sure thing." But Gao Peng's eyes flash with sudden worry. Something feels super sketchy here. He stops and totally replays the last few days in his head, piecing together all the weird details. "Guys, you and I can both see the red flags, right? First, the military collab, then the security firm showing up. Now these mystery mutant spiders? His gut instinct is screaming right now. Something absolutely massive is about to go down. A loud ringtone snaps him right out of his thoughts. It's the guy from Sen Lin Security on the line. "Mr. Gao, have you heard about those brutal demon-exterminating spiders in the Black Forest?" Gao Peng mutters that crazy boss-level name in his head. Brutal demon, exterminating spider. He zones out, wondering how insane this is going to get. Cut to the Blue Shield Security Company's main building. The security boss comes sprinting out, yelling for him, "Mr. Gao!" He rushes over, dropping the bomb on Gao Peng. "This is a massive emergency. No time for polite small talk. Let me brief you on the intel right now. The situation is looking incredibly bad. A huge swarm of those demon spiders just raided multiple resource points. The government is panicked, drafting every security firm and private guild they can find. We are getting sent straight into the Black Forest. The mission? Figure out these demon spiders' weaknesses and fighting patterns." The guy keeps totally rambling, desperately trying to explain it all. "Our company literally just got drafted for this insane mission today. We deploy in 3 days. But here is the massive catch. Our combat familiars are nowhere near ready. That's why we begged you to come. We need you to work your magic and upgrade our devil mantises before we head into this absolute death trap. It's the only way we stand a chance of surviving. But hey, no pressure. If you can't upgrade them, it's fine. We seriously appreciate you even showing up." Gao Peng plays it super cool. "Let's just check out these devil mantises first." The guy stares at him, practically begging. "Please go all out. Our entire company is betting everything on this one big mission." The government alliance just held this massive meeting, totally scraping the old rules that held back private guilds. He swipes his keycard, still totally nerding out. And honestly, it's all because these monster mutations have gotten insanely out of control lately. The government is literally exhausted trying to fight them. This new policy shift? Huge news. The entire system is about to get flipped completely upside down. He steps completely aside and gestures forward. "Mr. Gao, take a look." Right in front of Gao Peng, an entire room packed with massive devil mantises, standing in perfect military formation. Every single bug the company owns is right here. He promises they'll give Gao Peng whatever backup he needs to get this done. "You and I both know he's gonna deliver." The boss begs him, "Just get results, and the payout will be completely insane." Gao Peng flashes a huge smirk. "You and I are about to see something wild. Relax, Director Liu will not be let down." Cao Peng saunters over, poking at the giant mantises. Our guy is taking a slow, dramatic look. Another random employee wanders over, casually whispering to the boss, "Yo, what exactly is this Mr. Cao dude even doing?" They spy on Cao Peng from the balcony, judging hard. Does this guy even look 20? Seriously? Can he even do this? Shen Lin hears his minion blabbing and snaps. "Shut your mouth if you cannot speak properly, or else not even your uncle can save your job, idiot." Shen Lin is sweating bullets. "I have no idea if he is legit, uncle. I bet my entire career on this kid. He better be the genius you promised." Meanwhile, Cao Peng pushes up his glasses. Anime protagonist style, his eyes flash dangerously. Row 1, 8th from the left. Row 4, 4th on the right. And row 7, the absolute unit right there. Cao Peng flashes a cocky grin. "Do me a favor, keep the 10 mantises I just picked, then get me a lab, some low-level bug enhancement potion, and a low-tier earth core. Oh, and steel dust with purple perilla leaves, 10 sets." Shenlin was waiting for this exact moment. He barks at his staff. Move it! Get everything Mr. Cao just asked for. The dude is totally panicking, rushing around. Shenlin's eyes are glued to our boy. 10 minutes. Out of almost 100 beasts, he perfectly picked the 10 strongest ones. No hesitation. That speed? That insane accuracy? The kid is definitely an intermediate level. Wait! No, he is way faster than even the advanced pros. Shenlin breaks into a proud, totally relieved smile. The absolute scariest part about all this, the kid is not even 20 yet. Meanwhile, the staff are scrambling like crazy, throwing together the materials for the grand experiment. Cao Peng dives straight into mad scientist mode, sprinting back and forth, his hands moving like lightning. Holding up a tiny green glowing orb, he smirks. Pure genius at work. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Time drags on. Suddenly, Cao Peng shouts out, sounding ridiculously hyped. It completely jolts Shenlin awake from his little desk nap. It actually worked. Shenlin jumps up, totally stunned. Mr. Tao! Shenlin scrambles to his feet, rushing over to our guy. Where is it? Look at this. A wild blue light blasts through the lab. That basic mantis from before, it just leveled up into an absolute menace. Its jagged shape and the insane aura it gives off are totally jaw-dropping. The staff start losing their minds, screaming, "It actually evolved! Holy crap, that is epic!" One fanboy employee turns to the boss, practically tearing up. This is so incredibly awesome. Director Liu really has an insane eye for talent. A leader-tier 4-winged jade demon mantis, and it is literal perfect quality. Shenlin stares at Cao Peng again, totally starstruck and full of respect for the kid. He is absolutely built different. I just hit the ultimate jackpot. Meanwhile, Cao Peng clicks his stopwatch and smirks. All right, let the countdown begin. The purple-backed, yellow-clawed centipede dashes by like an absolute blur. Dirt and rocks go flying everywhere like a bomb went off. Click goes the stopwatch. Exactly 7 seconds. Way faster than the last run. Cao Peng happily pats the deadly centipede on the head, casually holding up a big bag of snacks. Killer performance, buddy. Here, have your absolute favorite bug treat. The giant armored centipede literally starts drooling everywhere. Cao Peng suddenly side-eyes the obnoxious laughter from across the yard. Ha ha ha, just 2 random dudes totally trying to flirt with a girl. Hey, maybe we should hit up that amusement park next time? The girl nods. Sounds like a vibe. Standing nearby, our boy just rolls his eyes. Wow, some of these clowns are actually goofing off during hardcore training time. Cao Peng glances over at the drill instructor. Good thing the boss only cares about the ones actually sweating. The totally lazy slackers? Ignored. The instructor is busy chatting up a serious female student. Your combat logic is actually pretty solid, he praises. But right now, we need to max out your reaction speed. The girl eagerly nods. Thanks a million, coach. Meanwhile, our cynical guy just chuckles and thinks, exactly. If you cannot even survive basic practice, you are literal monster bait on a real battlefield. Why bother with them? Suddenly, a bright female voice completely interrupts his edgy thoughts. Hey there, classmate Cao. It is me, Mu Tianying. She smiles. Your beast training is actually crazy good. Cao Peng snaps his head up, his eyes going wide. He immediately thinks, holy crap, she is way too freaking tall. His face literally turns purple. If she were a dude, she would be the absolute peak of pure masculinity. Trying not to look terrified, he flashes a painfully awkward smile. Haha, thanks for noticing. Mu Tianying shoves her hand out excitedly. Listen up, Cao. I came over because I want to totally team up with you. Our boy is completely baffled. You want me? But why? Mu Tianying's hyperface suddenly drops a bit. The late stage of training is all about live combat. They are going to split everyone into fighting squads. Our final grades depend entirely on the team, and honestly, everyone else here is total garbage. I just cannot vibe with those losers. Cao Peng is practically cheering inside. Get this, she actually speaks my language. He keeps a totally straight face, trying to play it cool as he asks her, all right, where is your beast? She chuckles nervously, scratching her head. Ah, right, just give me a second. She cups her hands around her mouth and blows a massive, piercing whistle. Lotus. Out of nowhere, an absolute unit of a monster comes stampeding over, completely shaking the ground. Cao Peng's jaw drops. She awkwardly pats it. So, yeah, this is my buddy. Lotus is an iron rhinoceros. Cao Peng and his centipede just stare up at it, totally stunned. That thing is freaking massive. All right, check this out. Mach Theodon pets her familiar, Lian Tu, warning Cao Bong. Before you even think about teaming up, you should know, my giant beast is a massive coward. She remembers this completely ridiculous moment when Lian Tu freaked out over a tiny bug. Seriously, this huge beast backed up to let monsters 10 times smaller than it passed by. Hilarious, right? She puts her hands together, practically begging Cao Bong. But honestly, having this giant scaredy cat handle our defense is actually a pretty solid tactical plan right now. Why? Because its brain processes pain super slowly. So its actual physical tolerance for getting absolutely beat up is ridiculously high. Cao Bong slowly rubs his chin, thinking, he knows out of 100 familiars, most are just totally average, only a dozen reach elite status, and barely 2 have perfect quality. That iron rhino of hers is one of those rare too. So, Cao Bong starts putting together an absolute master plan in his head. His boy Dai Tu has to focus entirely on toxic poison attacks. Adding her super tanky defensive beast is actually perfect. It buys Dai Tu so much more time and space to just unleash pure chaos. It gives them way better tactical options, but Mach Theodon looks super worried. She thinks, he is hesitating way too long. I guess it is a no. She sighs, turning to drag her cowardly beast away. Suddenly, Cao Bong throws his hand up. Hold on, Mach. I accept your invite. She turns back, totally shocked. What? He holds out his hand. A gentle personality is fine, we can train that later. Plus, honestly, I am just way too exhausted trying to communicate with absolute idiots. Her face instantly lights up. She grabs his hand and shakes it so wildly she literally lifts him right off the floor. This is so awesome, Cao Bong. Meanwhile, outside the Gray Forest joint operation, the instructor calls all the team captains and leaders to gather up. Captain Tong leans on his hands and smirks. I never expected to run into the famous Director Lu right here. Director Lu just laughs it off. Haha. You are joking, Captain Tong. But then Director Lu gets dead serious. According to the latest government intel, these brutal demon spiders are absolutely terrified of fire. And literally everyone knows your squad is the absolute best at using fire magic. So, it looks like Captain Tong is definitely going to have to lead the charge this time. Tong fires right back. I wouldn't dare. Your devil mantis is literally called the Deep Forest Assassin. I bet you guys finish the mission first. They just glare at each other, tension totally peaking. The instructor steps in. Glad you all made it. I am sure you reviewed the new intel. Now, stick with me here, cut to a dark cave where dozens of creepy red eyes suddenly snap open. These savage demon spiders are hunting prey in massive numbers and dragging them straight back to their lair. It is highly likely they are hoarding enough food for their babies. We all know what that means. Once the mother spider eats enough food, she is going to spawn a ridiculous wave of even more terrifying monsters. The instructor clenches his fists, looking dead serious. So, this mission is incredibly critical. I am begging all of you to just cooperate and work together. Completing this mission is the absolute top priority right now. If we get this done, the massive rewards are absolutely guaranteed. The other captains start whispering. Man, the military has it rough. They are terrified that our civilian guilds will just fight each other during the mission. Exactly. It would totally suck if we wipe ourselves out before even finishing the job. Captain Tong smirks and asks, what do you think, Director Lu? Lu calmly answers, no rush. Let us wait and see. The instructor taps his earpiece and shouts out loud. It seems nobody has any objections. In that case, the mission officially starts right now. Following the protocol, we are providing heavy fire suppression. Pass down the exact attack orders. Target direction 3, open fire. The soldiers hear the command and instantly launch an intense attack towards Sector 3. Rockets blast off with lightning speed. A huge chunk of solid earth gets blown straight into a massive crater. Rocks and dirt go flying absolutely everywhere. Director Lu smirks. You see, even after talking politely, they still gotta flex their ridiculously big muscles. Just to scare our ragtag group. I guess you could call that tough love. Captain Tong gives Director Lu a seriously nasty side-eye. Director Lu breaks it down. But clearly, the government is taking this whole expedition extremely seriously. They are not messing around. This artillery fire is definitely meant to shock us into line. But honestly, it also weakens a massive chunk of those hideous monsters for us. If we don't bring out our big guns this time, we will look completely pathetic. Captain Tong aggressively points his finger right at Director Lu's swarm of terrifying bugs. You call this trying? Are you actually going all out? Leader class familiars? 8 of them. Even these random small guilds brought 3 or 4. Director Lu just laughs out loud. Haha, well, they probably have hidden trump cards. Unlike us, we are just way too honest for our own good. Suddenly, a massive booming noise shakes the ground, startling absolutely everyone. What is that insane sound? The insect familiar is violently shivering. The instructor quickly checks its status and yells over to Director Lu. Hey, Director Lu, your devil mantis is acting totally crazy. It looks absolutely terrified. Director Lu cannot even believe his ears. What did you say? Bam! A gigantic foot stomps down. You and I are not ready for this. A colossal monster wrapped in glowing yellow light steps forward, looking fierce. Director Liu stares up, his voice literally shaking with fear. This glowing aura, that is a straight-up leader-class monster. The beast glares down with totally savage red eyes, making Director Liu scream out in panic. It is the absolute lord of the Black Ash Forest. The leader-class beast stomps right into the middle of the crowd. It opens its massive jaws and unleashes an earth-shattering roar. Everyone below totally loses their minds, screaming and scrambling. Run away, hurry. Stop panicking, do not run, listen to me, do not block me. Listen to the commander. The instructor watches the absolute chaos, frowning and clicking his tongue. Seriously, you are all totally useless. Suddenly, a blinding golden light streaks across the sky. From within that brilliant flash, a glowing bird appears. People point, screaming, "It is the Golden God, the military's absolute ultimate assassin." Okay, so you and I are dropping right into pure chaos. They are totally saved. This giant golden bird god thing is flying straight over the boss monster's head. The boss keeps pounding its chest and roaring like a maniac, but the golden god just blasts fire right at it. The boss has to block it with its arms, actually getting scared and backing up before it collapses onto the dirt. Absolute silence drops. The screaming finally stops, and the exhausted survivors are literally pulling each other back up on their feet. Are they leaving yet? Too dangerous, but thank goodness they survived. They really thought they were dead. Meanwhile, Director Liu chats with the drill instructor. He is telling them to act fast. Our backup can only get you this far. Got it? The instructor starts barking orders, telling the workers to group up and calling the head of security over here right now. The instructor frowns, totally unamused. What a disorganized mess. Our military guys could easily handle this entire situation alone. Why even let these random amateurs join the fight? Then a blue-haired guy with glasses steps up. He points out that, yeah, they found the mutation early and prepared a ton. But get this, the world is changing way faster than anyone predicted. The whole situation is just getting completely out of hand. To prepare for the absolute nightmare coming later, they seriously need to drag all these team leaders into the mess right away. Down in the dark cave, the squad leaders are exploring. Captain Song commands his beast to push forward, blasting massive flames to roast those ugly spiders. Liu Jiaoyu speaks up, warning the captain that burning energy like this is a massive waste. Sure, their beast can easily smash these elite-level monsters into the dirt with zero problems right now, but there are just way too many monsters swarming in. Pretty soon, the beast will burn through every single drop of energy they have left. Captain Song immediately starts barking orders, fixing their formation. Defense beasts need to lock down the front. Support beasts stay right in the center of the squad. Attack beasts cover both the flanks. Melee fighters, you take the front. Nobody use ranged attacks right now. Just hold the line and keep moving forward. Understood. Then, two freaky demon spiders shoot webs right at them. Liu Jiaoyu commands his flower demon to step up. Thorn target locked and ready. Hurry up and use the thorn armor. The flower demon casts its magic straight onto the web-covered nighthound. Captain Song is just chilling, holding a tiny red mouse. Now it is your turn. That little mouse jumps up and blasts out a massive wave of fire, incinerating 3 spiders at once. Liu Jiaoyu looks totally amazed. That barely cost any energy, and it took down 3 whole spiders in one shot. All that crazy tactical training is totally paying off. Captain Song proudly pets his little mouse, telling it great job. Suddenly, crazy fighting sounds echo from ahead. Liu Jiaoyu panics, looking completely stressed out. Someone actually beat us here. The noise in this cave can travel super far, right? That means we are still pretty far from the actual target. Captain Song sprints ahead, yelling for everyone to move. The rookies answer loud and clear. Down below, an epic battle is already raging. The commander's voice rings out, frantically trying to arrange their combat formation. Do not break formation. The left side attack is way too weak. Reinforce it now. They are throwing everything they have at this colossal spider, but a massive defensive shield blocks absolutely everything. Liu Qinlin is barking orders at his crew. That mother spider barely has any attack power left. Seriously, do not let its massive size fool you. It only looks big because it is carrying the next generation. Actually, its combat power is absolute garbage compared to other monsters at the same level. Sweating like crazy, Liu Qinlin desperately yells for everyone to work together and slay this mother spider right now. After it drops, rewards will be split based on your damage. If you guys trust me, I promise a perfectly fair split. Just listen to my commands. Back row, blast its giant eyes. Everyone else, keep attacking the legs. The fresh recruits loudly yell out their acknowledgement. They hammer the eyes, but boom, total surprise. The eyes also have a stupid defensive shield, adding more attack power. Liu Jiaoyu runs over to Captain Song, calling out to him. If things keep looking like this, we seriously need to jump down there and help. Captain Song looks incredibly worried. You are totally right. Sitting back and watching them fight will just end in a disaster. We literally have no choice but to drop in. But wait, something about this spider feels completely wrong. I am getting a super bad vibe. Meanwhile, the crew keeps ruthlessly pounding the mother spider. Suddenly, the spider's defensive shield shatters completely. Seeing this, Liu Qinlin screams out the eye shield is finally broken. Attack it now. The devil mantis hears the order and leaps right at the mother spider. It violently slashes the giant bug twice. Suddenly, the mother spider's eyes flash with an eerie golden light. Seeing this disaster happen, Captain Song throws his arm out, blocking the rookie. This is bad. The mother spider lets out an ear-piercing shriek. The awful sound makes everyone cover their ears in pure agony. Ah, my ears. It burns. It hurts so much. They cannot stop screaming in pain. Seriously, who the heck just said that? The mother spider lacks attack power? Director Liu covers his ears fast. Liu Qinlin's eyes snap wide open. Oh no. Wait. Is that? Liu Qinlin keeps talking. A boss-level aura ring, sitting on his devil mantis, he totally loses it. This is a peak-level boss monster right in the middle of evolving, and you and I can both see it. We just violently interrupted its entire evolution process. We are so dead. Okay guys, grab your popcorn. These dudes are sprinting for their lives. This threat? Way above their pay grade. Run. Outside, 3 officers are totally gossiping. 3 hours down, 0 survivors back. But hey, the eggheads predicted a 5-hour window anyway. Suddenly, a massive shadow drops from the sky. Look, someone actually made it back. Did they speedrun the mission or something? The instructor glares up at the sky. He immediately taps his earpiece. High alert, everyone. Get ready to fight! Up above, Liu Senlin screams his lungs out. Hold your fire! Friendly. His giant demon mantis hits the dirt, and my guy Liu collapses right onto his knees, coughing violently. Wait, why is he totally alone? Where did the rest of the squad go? Liu literally grabs the guy's collar and starts screaming. Did the government send us out there just to die? You said that female spider was completely harmless. That thing was literally upgrading to a lord rank. The instructor steps in, prying him off. Hey, chill out. Just explain the whole situation first. Yeah, Liu lets go, completely wrecked. So, while exploring the cave, they bumped into that upgrading spider. The power gap was insane, man. They just got absolutely butchered in there. Desperate to finish the mission, they sent in their strongest pets. Now, every single one is dead, and honestly, he has no clue who even made it out alive. The massive financial loss and compensation payouts are going to be astronomical. The instructor stays completely stone-faced, absolutely ruthless. He roasts the government lab for claiming that Spider was basically weak. Those nerd researchers can only mumble, standing there totally embarrassed by their massive screw-up. Well, you see, suddenly, some guy comes sprinting out of the woods, clutching his arm. The crowd completely loses it. Look over there, another survivor made it back. The instructor barks at him. Where's the Spider King? Did it follow you? The rookie stammers out. I have no idea. I think it chased someone else. We scattered like crazy as soon as we got out. The officers exchange a super heavy look. Meanwhile, the crowd keeps gossiping. Old Lee, you survived this absolute nightmare too? Heck yeah, I did. Barely though. He turns to the captain, looking totally gutted. I am so sorry, man. I just couldn't protect the others out there. Sigh. Just be glad you are breathing. The instructor crosses his arms, looking mad salty. If they actually knew that freak spider was hitting Lord rank, they never would have sent such a tiny crew. Seriously? Looking super intense, the instructor mutters. Think about it. If we brought that beast to the base to train, our power levels would absolutely skyrocket. But nope, those useless office suits always ruin the fun. Putting his hands behind his back, he scoffs. But whatever. That Spider King failed its evolution anyway. It is officially pure trash now. 0 value. Listen up, we do not need to stress anymore. 2 giant beasts cannot share one mountain. The Black Ash Lord is totally gonna wreck that spider. Meanwhile, our boy Dazi comes zooming over at ridiculous speed. Gao Peng rubs Dazi excitedly. You did awesome, buddy. Some jealous teen sees this and instantly starts flaming his own pet. Look at how cool his beast is. His pet is having absolutely none of it and barks right back. Still rubbing his pet, Gao Peng thinks to himself, wild, Liu Senlin just took one simple government mission and instantly ran into 2 Lord monsters and a semi-Lord. The wild hunting grounds are getting way too hardcore these days. Gao Peng keeps thinking. Selling normal monster bodies gets you absolute peanuts, totally pitiful. Even selling a full elite-grade corpse is basically barely enough to buy Dummy a few cheap midnight snacks. So sad, right? I seriously need to speedrun Dummy and Dazi up to commander tier. That way, surviving in the wild will be an actual breeze. And honestly, once they hit that huge upgrade, my street cred as a beast breeder will completely blow up. Then, I can finally hit Yanjing for that premium certification, 1 DPS, 1 support. If they just stick to this wild growth path, no one can stop us. Plus, that skeleton literally ate all my expensive metal at home. Cut to Dummy, just sitting there like a total goofball. Every single day, he just camps in front of the fridge, staring at it completely brain dead. Classic Dummy. Gao Peng just chills, watching his giant bug play around. Thanks to his insane training bootcamp, Dazi finally hit level 13. Massive gains. Right on cue, Mu Tieng walks over, casually holding out a shiny new notebook. Hey Gao Peng, look, here are those awesome personal notes I promised, all about hardcore training for tank-type beasts. Gao Peng takes the notebook and flips through it. Since they officially teamed up, going in prepared is absolutely everything. This little notebook is absolutely perfect for building epic combat tactics totally based on her style. The notes seriously say, for defensive tanks, having an iron will is way more important than just pure physical armor. So, for their daily training routine, the main content is literally just courage training. Gao Peng cracks a huge smile. Wow, she is trying so hard. Mu Tieying looks super confused. Wait, what is so funny? He pats her shoulder, acting all deep. Nothing. I just realized you have been through a lot to get this tough. But wait, the bass loudspeaker suddenly erupts. Listen up. All students are ordered to gather at the main stage. Free training is officially canceled for today. The instructor crosses his hands behind his back. Students, listen. Phase 1 of training ends right here. But before we kick off round 2, I have a very special list to announce. He smirks like a supervillain. Liu Heshou, eliminated. Zuo Xiangyi, eliminated. Hu Jutang, eliminated. The instructor just keeps reading names. Wu Yonghuan, eliminated. Will these students please get off the field? The crowd below absolutely loses their minds. What? Why am I on the list? Yeah. Why kick me out? This is totally unfair. But the instructors just glare back with glowing red eyes. Got a problem with that? We instructors have been watching your every single move for weeks. Think we missed you slacking off out there? Not a chance. You all know exactly what you did. Hey, Zuo Xiangyi, was that phone game fun? Oh man, busted. Hu Jutang guiltily covers his face as his name drops. How can sleeping on the training ground possibly be comfortable? Starting tomorrow, just go back to your regular classroom. There is absolutely no point in you continuing this training. All right, let us see what is next. The instructor announces Phase 2. Get ready, kids. It is all about actual combat. If you keep treating this with that lazy attitude, not only will accidents happen, but you will also get your own beasts killed out there. The students freeze in absolute panic. Wait, what? Actual real combat? 2 students totally panic over their tiny pets. Wait, our beasts have to fight those terrifying monsters? My teddy is the absolute strongest. It can totally shred those things to pieces without breaking a sweat. Yeah, right. Your little teddy just looks scary but is actually super weak. If it actually stepped on the field, it would probably crawl away crying. If you want to fight, you need a beast like my mighty yellow-tailed centipede king. The 2 boys shoot each other some extremely aggressive glares. They just keep bickering like little kids. What yellow-tailed centipede king? It is literally just a normal yellow-tailed centipede. You totally gave it that king title yourself. What do you mean? I did not name it that myself. Can you even predict a beast's potential? It will absolutely evolve into a centipede king one day. The instructor drops the rules. Listen up. 5 people make up a team. Combat training starts now. Each new squad gets 1 instructor, so hurry up and group together right now. The 2 arguing guys immediately split up. Go away. Go find another team. We are already joining Cao Peng's epic squad. The field is absolute chaos. Xiaolin, our team is going to be incredibly strong. Oh yeah, we are totally set. Hey Cao Peng, we are on your team now. Yeah, I always wanted to team up with you. Cao Peng just awkward laughs. Haha, sure guys. Suddenly, the instructor pops up waving. Hey Cao Peng, it is me again. She clasps her hands behind her back. Let me officially introduce myself. My name is Zhang Renbai, and I am fully in charge of your team's combat training. Right behind Zhang Renbai, a massive beast suddenly appears with glowing blue eyes. She flashes a truly wicked smile at the kids. So, who wants to step up and try first? A gigantic monster stands there looking tough. System reads, Iron Bristle Boar. Level 9. Normal quality. Status, just lightly injured. Absolutely terrified. The chubby orange-haired guy and the tall dark-haired kid tremble in total fear. Instructor, can we please swap this for a different monster? Zhang Renbai points a finger at a much smaller creature. Fine, let's swap to this one. Bloodford Hound. Level 10. And check out this quality. Elite quality. Status? Moderately injured. Highly alert. Cao Peng starts sweating nervously as he thinks to himself. That hound might look weak on the outside, but it is an elite quality beast, way higher than the boar, and it has poison resistance. Plus, it is already injured. If it gets provoked and goes totally berserk, that hound's attack power might be way higher than the wild boar's. Cao Peng quickly makes up his mind. So, we absolutely cannot let the instructor swap the monster. We have to fight the weaker one. Cao Peng aggressively raises his hand and steps forward. If nobody else will go, then I will take the first challenge. Cao Peng and Dazi stand fearlessly right in front of the massive iron bristle boar. Cao Peng shouts his command to his beast. Go get him, Dazi. Dazi instantly grows larger, its entire body radiating a brilliant golden light. The iron bristle boar opens its massive jaws and roars furiously. It aggressively swings its sharp, deadly claws right at Dazi. The boar slams its giant foot straight down to crush Dazi. But out of nowhere, Dazi appears right on top of the boar's head, snapping its jaws wide open. Its golden eyes flash wildly. Dazi sinks its tiny fangs deep into the iron bristle boar, making it instantly spray out blood. The mighty boar screams in absolute agony. Furious, the beast violently shakes its head and tosses Dazi far away. The boar's eyes glow a terrifying red, boiling with extreme rage. Seeing this, poor Dazi totally panics and starts trembling. The chubby orange-haired guy and tall dark-haired kid turn pale, sweating bullets. Did he lose already? Did he lose? I do not know, man, but please stop pulling my hair. Cao Peng watches the chaos unfold without even flinching. He just gives a confident scoff. Even though Dazi looks totally helpless right now, but look at the system panel. It announces, Iron Bristle Boar is poisoned. Status changed from lightly to moderately injured. Disgusting green liquid starts dripping out of the boar's mouth. Dazi had total control from the start. Let me explain. When Dazi bit into the iron bristle boar earlier, it secretly pumped green poison straight into its body. The toxin flowed right in through that single sneaky attack. And the crazy part is, the harder that angry boar fights and attacks, the faster the poison spreads. The boar's legs start violently shaking. Suddenly, the massive beast crashes hard into the dirt. The system chimes in again. Status updated to heavily injured. The chubby guy, the tall kid, and both their little beasts just stand there with their jaws completely dropped. What in the world just happened? That giant boar was obviously winning just a few seconds ago. Let's check the chaos. Daisy scoots closer, while the orange and dark-haired kids stare. They are totally clueless. Why did the monster just drop dead out of nowhere? Instructor Zhang just watches. He points out the steel bristle boar turning absolutely green. Yep, it is completely poisoned. The chubby orange-haired kid is just too stunned. Poison strike, again! Zhang walks right up to Gao Peng and gives his congratulations. He passed today's training. That centipede of his packs some seriously lethal venom. Its fighting spirit is great too. But seriously, it needs to rely less on poison. Otherwise, its raw combat power will stall out. Plus, if it ever faces a poison-immune enemy, it is going to lose almost all its fighting edge. Gao Peng takes the advice like a champ, thanking the instructor for the lesson. Out of pure habit, Gao Peng tosses Daisy a little snack. Good boy. Zhang sees this and just facepalms. This kid is literally treating a venomous centipede like a puppy. Zhang calls out to the group. The steel bristle boar can actually still keep fighting. Who is stepping up next? Tall, dark hair casually pets his beast and volunteers. He declares his familiar is totally ready to jump into round 2. The guy sticks his tongue out at his orange-haired buddy, joking he can only beat up that pathetic, washed-up dog of a monster. Orange Hair gets furious and starts yelling, but Instructor Zhang instantly shuts down their petty argument. He tells them to drop the nonsense and get back to their daily training. Tall, dark hair orders his yellow-tailed Scorpion King to strike. The scorpion charges at the boar, swinging its stinger. Take advantage of its weakness. He yells at his beast to use its poison needle and completely finish off the sick monster right now. The cocky kid starts laughing like a maniac, imagining the poor boar dropping dead. Haha, that is my legendary Scorpion King, easily crushing the boar. But wait a second. He suddenly looks up. His prized scorpion is literally on the floor, frothing at the mouth. What in the world is happening? Why did his mighty scorpion just pass out? Gao Peng is standing on the sidelines and points out the absolute obvious: it got poisoned. The tall kid completely panics. Poisoned? His scorpion got poisoned? Another student chimes in, confirming Gao Peng is actually telling the truth. The cocky kid stands there, totally dumbfounded. Wait, how is that even remotely possible? The other guy calmly breaks down the crazy science here. The poison from Gao Peng's beast and the scorpion's own venom mixed together inside the boar. And get this fun fact. Just because a monster uses poison attacks does not actually mean it is totally immune to all other poisons. The tall kid nervously scratches his head in confusion. Wait, so his own beast basically just poisoned itself? The chubby, orange-haired kid on the sidelines absolutely loses his mind laughing at his rival. Some legendary scorpion king, right? This is absolute comedy. The tall, dark-haired guy furiously curses right back at the laughing, orange-haired kid. Shut up, you jerk. He points a shaking finger right behind the orange-haired kid. You are still laughing at me? Look at your own familiar. Orange Hair finally turns around to see what is happening. Oh no. He turns around just in time to see his own monster sprinting straight toward a massive pile of monster poop. He screams in terror. Wait, stop. Oh my god, what are you doing? He desperately tries to hold his gross beast back. You absolutely cannot eat that, buddy. Meanwhile, the tall guy is quietly feeding his poisoned scorpion a much-needed antidote. There we go. Just drink your little antidote. Zhang rubs his forehead. You and I would also hate leading this absolute clown squad. Morning hits the city, sunlight sparkling off the massive skyscrapers. And guess what? Ah Dai is just standing motionless right in front of the fridge. He pulls open a drawer, but it is completely empty. Disappointed, Ah Dai slowly pushes the fridge drawer closed again. He opens the exact same drawer again, hoping food magically appeared. Spoiler, it didn't. Gao Peng just crosses his arms, watching this hilarious routine. Poor, super tragic Ah Dai. He literally thinks opening it twice will spawn food. He is honestly so dumb, it is actually adorable. Meanwhile, Dai Zi is happily munching away on his own meal. Right on cue, Gao Peng's phone starts ringing. The bright screen lights up the room. Curious, Gao Peng picks up the phone to check. The screen flashes number 010101, the Monster Hunter Association. That rare silver thread pine must have finally arrived. Gao Peng answers the call. The robotic voice of the association staff plays through the speaker. Dear valued customer, Mission 00134871 on the Monster Hunter Association is fully complete. The requested item is arriving right on time. The item is arriving at the drop spot now. Please prepare to receive it. Gao Peng frantically rushes out, sliding his shoes on. Finally, the package is here. Honestly, if it got delayed again, he was literally going to pick a completely different evolution path for Ah Dai. A delivery robot rolls up holding his package. Gao Peng excitedly waves it down. Over here! Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, a couple of sketchy thugs are pointing straight at Gao Peng. Hey boss, that kid is probably the rich idiot who bought the expensive rare item. Exactly. We tracked the van perfectly. Now, you and I know this is a terrible idea, but the boss flashes a totally evil grin. Tonight, we are scoring massive loot. Then the nervous third thug steps up, stammering. Boss, are we sure it is a good idea to rob this guy? The boss glares at him with pure rage. You useless coward. The second thug angrily smacks the nervous guy on the head. What are you scared of? This world is survival of the fittest. As long as we do not get caught, we are fine. The third guy grabs his head. Stop hitting me. Boss turns to the second guy with a grin. Number 2 was totally right. Plus, we're not striking right away. Just doing a little nighttime scouting. If this guy is too tough, we just bail out instantly, the second goon adds. Well said. That is our brilliant boss for you. So, midnight in the city. 3 shady dudes sneak right under the apartment gate. Hurry up, man. This is way more thrilling than petty theft any day. Wait, hold up a second, boss. Why is this neighborhood so trashy? Feels poorer than our own dump. Is this kid really loaded? The boss clenches his fist, practically drooling over the potential loot. Isn't that even better? This punk clearly has zero background. He just struck it crazy rich out of absolutely nowhere recently. Makes him the perfect easy target. The trio whispers while sneaking around. We are going totally big on this heist. Yes, sir. Keep it down. Why hit me? I wasn't even as loud as you. Boss picks the lock while the other two nervously keep watch. Boss, did you get it yet? Shut up! Suddenly, footsteps echo. The door right across the hall swings wide open, revealing a pretty woman. Covering her mouth, she yawns. What are you guys doing up so late? The goons freeze, awkwardly stuttering out a fake cough to explain. Sorry, miss. The hallway is just so dark, my key got super stuck. Yeah, exactly. Way too dark. She just turns to head back inside. Oh, boom. The boss blocks her door. Wait for it. The boss flashes the creepiest smile ever at her. Miss, we are pretty thirsty. Mind letting us inside for a quick glass of water? She just chuckles softly. Oh boy. She steps right aside. Why not? Come on in. They walk in. Boss and the second goon share a totally sinister, disgusting laugh. The boss smirks at his crew. Aren't you boys going to thank the nice lady? The second guy bows. Thank you so much, miss. Oh, boss. Number 2. Number 3, and the girl are now all locked in one room. The second goon clicks the deadbolt. She tilts her head. Huh? Why lock the door? Boss rubs his hands together. It is late. We are just terrified of waking your neighbors. She keeps a perfectly calm, chilling smile. Oh, then you can relax completely, she whispers, turning super dark. My walls use premium soundproof materials. You could literally throw a massive dance party in here and the neighbors wouldn't hear a single peep. Boss, second, and third goons turn pale with absolute terror. Boom! Right behind her, a giant green gecko materializes. Her eyes suddenly glow a wicked, demonic red. What the heck is that? Boss and the second guy totally jump back. Sweating bullets and violently shaking, the boss suddenly pulls out a massive blade. You crazy witch. He points the knife right at her face. Stop playing these dumb ghost tricks on us. She just looks mildly surprised. Whoops! The knife instantly flies right out of his hand. Her glowing red eyes lock onto him, her hand completely wrapped in sinister crimson energy. Boss drops to his knees, clutching his broken arm. Ah, my hand. The other two are absolutely terrified and panicking hard. Boss, venomous hedgehog, go help the boss right now. Number 3 orders his toxic hedgehog to attack, but mid-air, the giant gecko shoots out its massive tongue and swallows the spiky pet whole. The goons are completely stunned, completely losing their minds. What? My poor pet. She gently pets her beast. Oh dear, why are you eating random junk off the floor? Suddenly, sharp glowing spikes fly straight at her. The boss holds his bleeding arm, desperately commanding his own familiar. Great job, Purple Rat. You rotten witch, let us see you act all tough and arrogant now. Her shoulder sleeve is totally ripped apart. But when the boss sees her bare skin without a single scratch on it, he completely loses it. How are you not hurt? She just unleashes terrifying killer intent. Haha. Even if I told you the answer, your tiny brains wouldn't understand. Her glowing eyes pierce right through them. But hey, do not worry. I will hold your hands and teach you personally. We have all night. Her creepy smile makes the boss, and his two goons scream in absolute horror. Stay away! Meanwhile, over at Gao Peng's apartment, he is secretly crying inside. Muffled wailing echoes through the wall. Lady, I am sorry. Gao Peng sighs. Who the heck is making so much noise at midnight, seriously? Back next door, she is casually chatting on the phone while the three goons are completely tied up. Hey, old Chi, send some guys over. I have got 3 willing volunteers here. Look, you and I know they are super easy to bribe. They will absolutely defend the border like bosses. Meanwhile, morning hits the schoolyard. Daisy, the golden-tailed centipede, and Teddy are just chilling. The orange-haired kid, him, the tall, dark-haired guy, and Gao Peng are completely shook. Gao Peng thinks to himself, man, they cannot even scratch its armor. The system pops up. Monster name, Mutant Water Bear. Level 12, Elite Class, Quality, Normal, Status, Healthy and Super Lazy. Weakness 1, Fire. 2, Rapid Dehydration. 3, chopping it into tiny pieces. Trait, cryptobiosis. Basically, it curls into a ball, stops moving, and its resistance stats go completely through the roof. Gao Peng stares at it, wheels turning in his head. Honestly, it is about time to pick up a third familiar. Should he seriously contract a giant water bear? He pictures the weird little bug giving him a solid thumbs up. I mean, tardigrades survive literal space, nuclear radiation, negative 200 degrees, and absolute microwave madness without breaking a sweat. He keeps debating this third pet idea. Post-apocalypse, these bugs got a massive vitality buff. Their resistance against abnormal status effects is totally off the charts now. Gao Peng thinks about Daisy and Ah Dai. Sure, this bug has insanely broken defense stats, but it totally clashes with Ah Dai and Daisy's fighting style. Yeah, hard pass. He still needs a pet that fits an attack or defense build. A flying or healer type would be totally epic though. Boom, a massive crash makes the trio whip their heads around. Lianzi just completely steamrolled her opponent. Mu Tianying stands right there cheering her lungs out. Awesome job. Zhang Renbai freaks out seeing her stand that close to the monster brawl. He instantly steps in to stop her. Yo, chill for a second. When giant familiars start throwing hands, you have to back away to avoid getting completely wrecked by accident. Gao Peng smirks, watching Mu Tianying. Under her crazy training, that cowardly bug Lianzi actually grew a backbone. Huge character development right there. His phone suddenly buzzes. Gao Peng picks it up. Hello, Mr. Gao. Do you happen to have some free time today? Recognizing Director Liu, he replies, What is up? Liu drives, saying he wants to treat him to dinner. A few buddies want to tag along. Stick with me here, guys, because this dinner is about to get wildly complicated. Gao Peng pauses. Man, Liu is laying the flattery on way too thick right now. He remembers the Black Ash Forest disaster last week. Their company took a massive hit. Obviously, they want to recruit a top-tier monster breeder like him. He thinks it over and agrees. Cool, catch you at the school gates later. Fast forward to evening, he hops into Liu's car saying, Thanks for the ride, man. Liu laughs. No problem at all. I was already heading this way. My daughter actually goes to your school, so I am picking her up. Liu Jiaoyu pops up from the back. This is literally his third time visiting the school this year since opening day. The little cat in her arms lets out a soft meow. Liu chuckles nervously. By the way, Mr. Gao, if you have time, could you maybe check out her pet? Gao Peng gives it a look. The system scan pops right up. Monstername, Silver Mint Cat. Level 12 familiar. Quality is totally normal. Element is wood, weak to water. A feline familiar? That is pretty rare. He turns back. I am at the studio all weekend. Just drop by on Sunday to see me. She completely lights up. Really? Then Liu cuts in. All right, Xiaoyu, head home first. Mr. Gao and I have some serious grown-up business. She pouts. Yeah, I know. Stepping out, she waves. It is a promise, Gao Peng. Bye. He thinks to himself. If this is dinner with friends, why ditch the kid? Seriously sketchy. He asks point blank. Director Liu, who exactly are these friends? Liu just mysteriously smirks. Liu gestures toward the entrance. After you, Mr. Gao. Walking inside, our guy notices the fancy traditional garden aesthetic. Definitely designed by some elite landscape master. Eating in a place like this? Yeah, Liu's friends are heavy hitters. They enter a crowded private room. We are here. Let me introduce you around. First up is Captain Song Zuo from the Fire Battalion. The captain nods. Next is Captain Jiang Gu from the Heavenly Star Squad. Jiang sneers. Old Liu hyped you up, but you are literally a kid. Gao Peng glares back. Quite a crazy coincidence here. Everyone here runs a monster hunting squad. He clenches his fist. The way these guys stare at him, total suspicion and straight up disrespect. It gives him seriously bad vibes. Liu loudly interrupts his thoughts. Since everyone is here, let us eat. But Jiang Gu sneers. Hold on. The massive guy glares down, flexing his killer intent. Watch this. All right, you and I are jumping right into the drama. The old guys ask if they upset Mr. Peng by showing up uninvited. Gao Peng, total silence. Just plotting. A guy steps up with his drink. I say, Captain Jiang, why are you scaring the kid? If word gets out that we bully high schoolers, I'll lose all my street cred. Liu Senlin starts sweating bullets and cringes. Big misunderstanding. It's completely my fault for not making an appointment with Mr. Gao first. Mr. Gao didn't know so many bros would show up. My bad, really. Please forgive me, gentlemen. Captain Jiang just laughs it off. Ah, so that's the deal. We've heard insane rumors about Mr. Gao for ages and always wanted to ask for his expert advice. But Mr. Gao plays super hard to get. Finally, we meet today. Come on, Gao, do us a solid. Cheers. The rest of the Boomer squad shoves drinks at our guy. Yeah, eat up, drink up. Let's all toast with Mr. Gao. Honestly, drinking is boring anyway. Since we finally got this super rare chance, we gotta milk Mr. Gao for all his secrets, am I right? Gao Peng watches them act all friendly, but his brain is working overdrive. These guys act super hyped, but every single word is a trap. They definitely didn't come just for the snacks. Liu Senlin hands our boy a glass of wine. So sorry, Mr. Gao, for being so messy with the plans. Gao stays quiet, glaring at the wine glass. What is Liu Senlin actually playing at here? The dude is acting way too sus right now. Our boy makes him way more money than he ever pays out. Technically, that corporate snake owes him big time. And now he pulls this sneaky stunt? Gao just stares dead at the glass. Let's see what this toxic little dinner party is actually trying to pull off. Clack! Someone smacks chopsticks down, killing the vibe. Captain Jiang stares him down. Mr. Gao, I'm a blunt guy. Gotta speak my mind. The streets say a young punk like you has insane powers, like a literally impossible 100% upgrade success rate. Jiang smirks. Plus, special privileges. Makes me wonder if you're actually the god-tier genius everyone claims. Gao just gives a chill smile. You flatter me way too much. It's mostly just my instructor showing favoritism. If you need anything, Captain, just hit up our company's front desk. Jiang spits back with crazy passive aggression. Bro, you're acting way too distant with us. Twirling his glass, he looks down and smirks. If you're buddies with Manager Liu, then you're officially buddies with me, Jiang Gu. Friends do favors for free. Why drag the boring company into this? That is just super rude. Gao's brain flashes with all their sketchy, guilt-tripping comments. Yeah, exactly. We are eating together, so we are besties now. Don't bring corporate billing into our totally real friendship. Little Gao, you're totally messing up. But hey, you're just a kid. You don't know how the real world works. If we nag you enough, you'll learn, right? Hey, little Gao, my squad has some pets that need leveling up. Make some free time and do us a solid. Gao Peng sweats, thinking, do these absolute boomers think I'm stupid? Cut to a bit later. Everyone is standing outside the restaurant doors. Hey, Mr. Gao. Gao looks at the captains and talks politely. Look, captains, I am literally just a high schooler. I haven't been in the game long. I definitely cannot handle such massive, important VIP missions. Manager Liu squints at Gao, looking annoyed. Mr. Gao, it's all my fault for screwing up the plans tonight. Wait here, I'll drive you home. But Gao just brutally rejects him. No need. Our guy holds up his phone, flexing the accepted ride alert on the screen. I already booked a car, don't bother acting like you care. Gao hops in and the car speeds off. Bowl cut guy grumbles, ugh, this brat has zero respect. The black-haired dude is fuming too. Whatever, drop it. He is literally just a kid. Don't waste your energy acting petty over him. Lu Senlin spins around to face the grumpy captains. Well, you guys saw the joke. I tried playing nice, but nobody won this round. The furious captains just storm right back inside the building. All right, let's just go back to eating. Manager Liu was just trying to help. True. Honestly, that Gao kid is just way too green and naive. Suddenly, a heavy hand slaps right onto Lu Senlin's shoulder. Jiang creeps up from behind, his eyes glowing red like a demon. Manager Liu, I helped you target Gao Peng this time, messing up his ties with other groups. Consider my debt from the Black Ash Forest fully paid. Liu just laughs it off like a slimy villain. Oh, stop it, Captain Jiang. We've literally survived death together. Helping each other out is just what bros do. Hearing that garbage, Jiang quickly waves him off. Nope, business is business. We are definitely not on the same side. Jiang walks away, glancing back over his shoulder. Manager Liu smiles, thinking, ha, Gao Peng carried you losers. Just to lock him into my squad, I'd plot against him in a heartbeat. So obviously, I'd backstab anyone else without sweating. What an absolute snake. Night falls, city lights glowing. Back in Gao Peng's room, our guy tosses his jacket onto the couch while his centipede pet scurries over. He grabs the remote and flips on the news. The headline, that fancy blue demon monster mutation juice sold by the Jilong Bang Corporation is causing some insanely messed up side effects. The Neon District is suddenly getting flooded with reports. Pets drinking that blue demon juice are mutating into toxic, hyper-aggressive nightmares. The TV shows horrific footage of medium-level monsters with corrupted bloodlines. The corporation announces a massive global recall of the mutation serum. They're telling angry buyers they can hit up any official store to get a full 100% refund for free. Gao Peng stares totally glued to the screen. Top scientists are now screaming about how uncontrollable this gene mutation stuff is, begging the public to stay alert. Everyone needs to reject these sketchy gene products entirely. Suddenly, Gao's phone starts ringing. The caller ID? It's the snake himself, Lu Senlin. Gao thinks, what does this boomer even want now? He picks up with zero chill. Manager Liu, what do you want? Liu is still acting super cheerful, completely faking it. So sorry, Mr. Gao. Tonight was absolutely my fault. I really should have explained who they were first. I honestly had no idea they'd disrespect us both like that. Gao answers the phone, totally unbothered. Whatever, I am definitely not going to rage over something so petty. Holding his fancy wine glass, Liu keeps acting. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. If they disrespect you, they disrespect me. Starting today. I swear I will. Gao Peng doesn't even let him finish. He just immediately hangs up. He grits his teeth, squeezing his phone like a maniac. No wonder those ancient corporate zombies thought he'd be super easy to push around. It's his own fault for not having enough power to tell these toxic losers to bug off. His centipede pet watches him rage, looking visibly worried for its owner. Now get this. Stuff like this doesn't break Gao. It just fuels his rebellious teenager spite even more. Total motivation boost. Staring at the TV, Gao mutters, gotta play by their boring rules for now, at least until I'm totally overpowered. Boom. The screen cuts to Han Ning and his awesome beast. The first season of the Yangcheng Dog King tournament just wrapped up with a massive, epic finale. All right, you and I are about to witness the wildest Dog King tournament ever across 3 giant cities. The champion crown, snatched by some 21-year-old genius tamer named Han Ning. The guy is literally still in college studying tech. Meanwhile, the system reveals his monster, the Starburst Hound. Level 39, commander tier, and absolutely perfect quality. Talk about ridiculously overpowered. Gao Peng just watches, totally impressed. Taking only 3 years to evolve a beast to a perfect commander tier is insane. Those guys are basically the absolute peak of human tamers right now. But our boy, he will catch up to them way faster. Cut to the studio. Dazi just stares at the weird junk our guy is holding. Gao Peng casually tosses the creepy object straight into a blender and hits start. He pours out a nasty purple liquid that screams toxic poison, handing it straight over to Dazi. Drink up your medicine, buddy. But honestly, Dazi looks like he would rather literally die. Meanwhile, the elevator dings on the 3rd floor. Liu Chaoyu, her 2 friends, and their random pets are just completely chattering away in the hallway. So this is that famous Uncle Gao studio you talked about? Chow Yu nods, laughing that an uncle her exact age sounds completely fake and totally suspicious. Oh, you are asking for it now. Her friends crack up laughing as they violently tickle each other in the lobby. Then a receptionist pops up, brightly welcoming them to the studio and asking if they actually booked an appointment. The girls look around the empty room, completely confused. Does this ghost town really need appointments? The poor receptionist awkwardly offers to call the boss to schedule a time since they just barged in. Chow Yu rubs her chin, thinking. Her dad swore Uncle Gao had absolutely insane beast-taming skills. He is supposedly the city's top genius, but his prices are total robbery. Maybe that is exactly why this whole place looks completely dead. Suddenly, the whole room starts shaking violently. The girls clutch their chests, sweating like crazy, as this horrifying, creepy noise echoes everywhere. They literally cannot breathe. Meanwhile, watch this with me, Dazi is mutating. His glowing core shifts, and his entire body undergoes a ridiculously massive transformation. Epic quality unlocked. Undead type, weak to light, and he gained the awesome Blood Silk Heart trait. Seeing his pet level up, Gao Peng screams in pure hype. It finally worked. But wait, he is totally shocked this upgrade actually gave him a bonus trait. The system flashes the new stats. Blood Silk Heart creates a passive energy core. While this creepy little heart beats, it massively boosts every single physical stat of his undead minions. If the core gets smashed, the passive buffs vanish. Effect 2 incoming. Activating it triggers a wild heart resonance, basically letting him control heartbeats like a total villain. Reading those crazy stats, Gao Peng is losing his mind. This monster trait is ridiculously overpowered. Staring at the system, our guy realizes this wild new trait just massively multiplied Dazi's combat power. He checks out Dazi's massive new body and size. Walking this giant outside is definitely a terrible idea. Strutting out of the lab, Gao Peng begs the receptionist to find a giant cover for his beast. Taking that crazy mutant onto the public streets looking like that is asking for major drama. The receptionist girl finally sees Dazi's freaky new look and is totally shell-shocked. Wow, she thinks to herself. Leveling up another wild beast in minutes? This arrogant dude is getting ridiculously overpowered. Gao Peng suddenly pictures Director Liu controlling his daughter like a puppet. Is this revenge just because he totally ignored the guy's phone call? That sneaky old fox probably has zero clue what is going on, so he sent his own daughter down here to totally spy on him. Suddenly, our guy locks eyes onto a glowing pet floating casually nearby. Honestly, her friend's beast is actually super wild, completely adapting to a brand new and totally bizarre ecosystem. He just stares in pure awe as the majestic creature literally swims through thin air like it is a magical ocean. Who knew such special life forms even existed? Sweating nervously, Chow Yu completely embarrasses herself. She actually calls him Uncle Gao, begging him to fix her pet. "Oh, it is you," he says, instantly flashing a total smirk. "Seriously, please stop calling me Uncle Gao immediately. We are literally the exact same age." Hearing that makes me cringe. Chow Yu freezes up, totally dumbfounded by his crazy mood swing. "Oh," he casually raises a hand. "Standard rules apply. You already know my ridiculous prices, right? Cash up front. That basic mint cat of yours is just elite tier. Based on my legendary pricing, that is exactly 60 credit points. Thanks for the cash." Honestly, looking at her clueless face, she definitely has zero idea what her sneaky dad did. Bullying some innocent teen girl is just totally lame anyway. He confidently leans back, declaring, "As a favor to your dad, I will totally cover the upgrade materials for your cat." Chow Yu lights up with extreme joy. "Thank you so much, Master Gao. Wait, where even is your pet?" Panic instantly hits Chow Yu as she desperately looks around. "Huh? Where is the cat? It was literally right here." Her friend quickly points away. "Your mint cat is hiding in the corner." It definitely got completely terrified. The poor thing shakes uncontrollably, staring at Dazi. It literally cries out to Chow Yu. "Meow!" Those big sparkling eyes look ridiculously pathetic. She drops down, hugging it tight. "Do not panic. Good kitty." The frightened mint cat immediately snuggles right into her arms. Watching this romantic display, our guy just smirks. Total degenerate cat. Taobong leans over and casually asks Meng Mui, "Hey, where exactly did you guys buy this weird jellyfish?" Liu Trovu replies with a smirk, "Wait, are you actually interested in this kind of tame familiar, Mr. Cao?" Taobong answers straight up, "Never seen a familiar with this kind of attribute before." He is definitely super curious. Liu Trovu laughs it off. "Honestly, you can barely even call this guy a real familiar. It is basically just a tiny pet. At best, it acts as a portable floating wallet for you." Liu Triuvu pushes his phone into the squishy jellyfish. Slurp! It sucks the phone right inside. He turns to Cao Bong, flexing his weird pet with pride. "Look at this, man. See that? It perfectly stores items right inside its own built-in spatial pocket. These flying jellies are totally a specialty over in Bong City. Recently, some merchants imported a massive, ridiculous batch of them right over here. They are selling them right now over at Vokuk Square. Cao Bong's eyes gleam sharply. His third familiar? Target acquired. You and I better check this place out. Scene transition. Over at Vokuk Square, a noisy crowd is aggressively hawking these flying jellyfish. Step right up. Do not miss out on the absolute greatest, newest special wallet. The flying wallet. The absolute hottest new pet straight out of Bong City. Come take a look, everybody. These ridiculously cute flying jellyfish drift around in circles, completely melting all the local girls' hearts in an instant. Oh wow, they are adorable. One girl uses the classic pout attack on her boyfriend to get a flying jelly. Babe, I really want this tiny little thing. Can we please get it? Her boyfriend happily agrees without a single hesitation. Buy, heh. Cao Bong directly approaches the busy seller. Hey, can I check out a flying jelly? The merchant quickly hands one over to Cao Bong and casually says, Here you go. Other sellers are still hyping them up loudly to the growing crowd of customers. Boss, I want one. Hey boss, give me one of them too. Hook me up with one too. The system screen suddenly pops. Level 1, quality, normal. Cao Bong smiles and says, No, I actually meant can I see your entire remaining jellyfish stash? I want to personally pick one out myself. The seller leads Cao Bong inside. Right this way. He pulls a heavy door open, and a thick wave of mysterious mist spills out. Cao Bong steps inside. The room is packed with massive tanks holding the remaining flying jellyfish. Now here is a wild lore drop for us. The seller explains that historically, these jellies were born during the OS7 disaster, right when a normal jellyfish swarm got mutated by pure spatial energy. For hundreds of years after that event, they settled in that specific ocean area and multiplied like absolute crazy. We literally see a random fish chasing the jellies, almost making them extinct. Cao Bong looks up and thinks, this is definitely the most pathetic space attribute monster to ever exist in the history of this entire world. The seller laughs. Sure, we call it a space attribute, but can it do anything besides float around aimlessly? It literally just opens a tiny pocket dimension in its body. 0 attack power. If it did not look so pretty, or if it actually tasted good, this thing would have definitely gone extinct ages ago. Cao Bong stares hard at the floating swarm. So they taste awful, huh? The glass tanks are absolutely crammed with basic level 1 and 2 jellies. Honestly, their levels inside and outside do not really have a huge difference. But suddenly, Cao Bong completely freezes in his tracks. Wait a minute. Among these calm jellies, one specific jelly is going absolutely nuts. Why does it feel so different from the rest of the pack? The other jellies are just quietly floating around, minding their own business, but this guy is just incredibly hyper. Cao Bong turns around and asks the seller, Hey, how much for this energetic one right here? The seller answers, Oh ho, kid, you have got a pretty great eye. The seller praises him, a rare mutated king jelly, perfect quality, insanely fast speed, 100 credits, an absolute steal for you. Cao Bong smirks and instantly counters the crazy price. Bro, have some business conscience. I will admit it is a mutation, sure, but a flying king jelly? That is definitely stretching the truth a bit too far, right? 50 credits. The seller does not argue much and just agrees. Fine, you know your stuff. 50 it is. Let us just call it making a friend. Cao Bong whips his phone out to transfer the cash, not hesitating for a single second. Seems like even at 50 credits, these guys are still making a solid profit. The seller tells Cao Bong to bring more customers over. Hey kid, if you have other friends who want flying jellies, just bring them over here to me. I will hook you up. Cao Bong thinks to himself. You started at 100 credits. What king jelly nonsense. I really doubt your amazing discounts. Just do not give me those sky-high prices. Cao Bong laughs. But honestly, I definitely did not lose out on this deal. The system panel flashes. Monster name. The flying jellyfish. Level 4. Quality, elite. Attributes, space and wind. Hobbies, sweet fruit juice. Weaknesses? Number 1. Lightning types. 2. Ice types. 3. Terrified of fish and afraid of birds. Facing these two specific creatures will make it shrink right down in pure fear. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. The old lady told Gao Peng to bring more customers, looking totally terrified. Space and wind attributes. Elite quality. Our crazy beast-taming squad is officially assembled. Gao Peng grins at the floating jellyfish and jokes. You look exactly like a balloon. Let us just call you Dummy Chun. The jellyfish just floats there, completely confused. Next scene. Meanwhile, back at Gao Peng's house, Big Purple is chilling on his favorite pillow. Suddenly, the doorknob slowly turns, and Gao Peng finally announces his grand return. I am back. Hearing his voice, Big Purple instantly jumps up in pure excitement. But wait, Gao Peng is holding a cage with that weird floating jellyfish inside. Meet the newest member of our crazy family. Hearing those exact words, Big Purple completely freezes in absolute shock. The centipede instantly dashes into the room, standing at the door waving wildly. This dramatic reaction leaves Gao Peng totally confused. Wait, huh? Big Purple violently slams the door shut. Seeing this epic tantrum, Gao Peng finally gets it. So he actually learned how to be completely jealous. Gao Peng radiates dark energy, loudly cracking his knuckles. You heartless little bug. Just watch how I am going to deal with you. Gao Peng then gently whispers, Big Purple? I specifically bought that dried bug bread you absolutely love, and some premium dried poison sword bugs, plus some star-leaf lotus. Hearing that glorious menu, Big Purple violently flinches in shock. Gao Peng leans super close to the door, whispering smoothly, And to upgrade your power, I literally posted a mega expensive bounty just to buy a Commander tier Lightning Monster Crystal Core, a whopping 301 credit points. That is one full credit above the average market price, literally enough to feed a whole family. Hearing this massive flex, Big Purple starts drooling heavily, his eyes glowing bright. He slowly sticks one single claw out. Big Purple pushes the door open and steps right out. Gao Peng smirks. Well, you want to eat? The greedy bug drools everywhere, quickly answering him. I want it. Gao Peng dodges left and right, completely denying the greedy bug his precious food bag. Not that easy. You dared to slam my door? Rebel! Big Purple aggressively lunges forward, desperately trying to snatch the food bag. Give it! Give it to me, Mommy! Gao Peng and Big Purple playfully wrestle around like total idiots. All right. You even learned how to curse. Watch yourself, brat. Meanwhile, Ah Da completely ignores their stupid drama, intensely staring down Dummy Chun. Gao Peng just rubs his aching shoulder and struts away. Skip a beating. You destroy my house. Gao Peng completely ignores Big Purple lying dizzy on the floor, walking over to Dummy Chun's jar. He channels wild energy into his hands. Dummy Chun is pretty low level, so my spirit energy should totally be enough. Time to attempt this insane contract. Now you and I need to watch this. Gao Peng puts his hand on the jar, making Dummy Chun panic and grab its own head. Gao Peng shuts his eyes tightly. This jellyfish's consciousness space is way smaller and weaker than Big Purple's used to be. This is super annoying, plus its mind is ridiculously unstable. Gao Peng pulls up his glowing system panel. If I force a contract right now, I honestly feel like some creepy villain trying to kidnap a clueless child. Gao Peng literally scratches his head, flanked by Ada and Big Purple. Sigh, I guess I have to hang out with Dummy Chun a bit longer to lower its ridiculous defenses. Time to build some fake affection. Gao Peng blushes with absolute excitement. It is decided. Tomorrow, I am dragging little Dummy Chun to school to bond. Big Purple stands there, looking incredibly salty and ready to cry from jealousy. Next scene. The next morning at the school training ground, Mu Tieying is sweating buckets. Good morning, classmate Gao Peng. The chubby orange-haired dude standing right beside her just stares in absolute bewilderment. So this is Gao Peng. Wearing Dummy Chun like an idiotic crown, our guy struts up. What is up, Mu? All the other students point and burst into chaotic laughter. Bro, is that a hat on his head? That is unbelievably ugly. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the haters, Gao Peng smoothly pulls a water bottle right out of Dummy Chun's spatial dimension. Oh right. Gao Peng hands the bottle to Mu Tieying. Want some mineral water? It is ice cold. She simply stares and awkwardly declines. No way. Definitely not. Is that thing on your head a hat? Gao Peng smirks, pointing straight up. A hat? Nope. Not even close. It is a flying jellyfish, a rare beast with epic spatial abilities. Mu Tieying rubs her chin, cracking a curious smile. Oh, really? I actually heard of this. They are just ridiculously cowardly. Wait, forget that for a second. Did you see the insane monster we are fighting today? Meanwhile, Big Purple gets aggressively petted by Mu Tieying and is loving every single second. The massive crowd, along with Gao Peng and Mu Tieying, stand dramatically before the monster cage. Yeah, the digital board flashes the monster's terrifying name. Purple Gold Centipede. Gao Peng coldly stares down the monster. Looks like a brutal test today. Mu Tieying stares at the beast, turning back to Gao Peng. So what now? Are you going first again today? Dummy Chun trembles violently on his head. All the classmates dramatically nod in agreement. Sigh. Looks like Gao Peng is stealing those sweet extra credit points for volunteering again. Cannot be helped. His win rate is absolutely insane. If we just copy his ridiculously overpowered combat style, maybe we can actually score some points too. So what do you and I learn here? Never predict this guy. Totally ignoring everyone's expectations, Gao Peng turns to Mu Tieying. Let us give someone else the spotlight. Our boy decides he cannot just always go first. He figured it simply was not fair to the others. And naturally, everyone in the room absolutely lost their minds hearing that. Wait, what? Listen up, because Glasses Guy and his pet step up. If our guy Cao is actually giving up the first match against Instructor Zhang, then he wants to be the absolute first to challenge. Cao just squints. A mother dragon chicken? Aside from Dazi, this thing is the only elite tier beast around here. Already sitting at level 11, Too bad its quality is just average. Still, it is definitely enough to test the waters against that purple gold centipede. Suddenly, Cao whips around to look at his boy Dazi. You see that? Hold up, you need to pay close attention. Wait a second, where are you even looking? Dazi is literally just drooling everywhere. Cao smacks his pet on the head. Stop thinking about food and closely watch how this purple gold centipede attacks, because you are definitely going in there next, and wipe that gross shiny drool off your face. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhang raises the red flag and hypes up the starting command. Get ready. Begin. The mighty mother dragon chicken stands tall right in front of the centipede, totally flexing with this epic glowing red aura wrapping around its body. On the flip side, the centipede is rocking a slick blue aura. The two beasts, it whips its massive tail down hard at the chicken, but the crazy bird quickly launches straight into the air to dodge the savage strike. Then the bird swoops down, flashing its sharp claws to grab the centipede. But this bug is built different. It snaps its giant pincers and completely traps the chicken's claws. With both legs locked tight, the panicked chicken furiously thrashes around trying to break completely free. Glasses Guy absolutely panics seeing his precious pet stuck in this brutal trap. Oh, no way. Instructor Zhang chimes in. It is incredibly lucky this bug is not venomous. Otherwise, just one sting and your big chicken would be completely knocked out on the floor. The centipede's vicious spike stabs straight into the giant chicken's thigh. Zhang notes that it is a really good thing this bird is so heavily built. The centipede is just using a reverse hook to pierce the muscle. The curved part of its tail is not hard enough to cause any major, life-threatening damage here. With pure, fiery rage glowing in its red eyes, the big chicken viciously strikes back. It hammers its beak straight down into the bug's head, making bug blood spray absolutely everywhere without stopping. Glasses Guy sees this and completely loses his mind, screaming that they won. Meanwhile, little Ah Shen nervously covers its mouth with tentacles, and our boy Cao is quietly calculating. He knows it is not over yet. The centipede is just taking the hits. Suddenly, the centipede's eyes flash an evil, glowing red. It viciously hooks its massive pincers right onto the giant chicken's legs and rips them apart with absolute savage force. The poor bird gets violently forced into a split and unleashes a horrifying scream of pain. Glasses Guy is absolutely losing his mind right now. Mother Dragon Chicken! And yeah, there is a sickening crunch right in the absolute worst possible place. The giant bird looks up at the sky, literally crying its eyes out in pure agony. Every single dude in the room instantly covers their own junk, violently trembling in sheer fear. Wait, what? Oh, you and I are not ready for this. A pale foot kicks open the cage. A terrifying new beast approaches the completely broken chicken lying pathetically on the ground. Instructor Zhang steps in. All right, that is quite enough. Break it up. The centipede sweats nervously and finally releases its brutal, traumatizing grip on the poor bird's legs. The chicken just collapses into a miserable puddle. Then it absolutely bursts into tears and hilariously sprints away for its life, while Glasses Guy frantically chases after it. Hey, slow down, buddy. Instructor Zhang simply stands there, crossing his arms behind his back. So, does anyone else want a piece of this purple gold centipede? The entire class instantly shakes their heads in absolute terror. Zhang's face goes completely dark. He reminds them that before today, Cao's own thunder centipede was always the very first one to bravely jump into the arena. He completely knows some of you were secretly mad, thinking the instructor was just playing favorites and totally looking down on everyone else, right? So what about now? The whole class awkwardly avoids eye contact, terrified to step up. They instantly try tossing the good students under the bus instead. Nope, no way. Not happening. Instructor Zhang sharply turns his head and stares directly at our boy, Cao. Cao does not even say a word. He just calmly feeds Dazi a juicy bug and gives the absolute coldest command, get in there. Little Ah Shen bounces on Cao's head, excitedly pointing forward as Dazi marches straight into the terrifying metal death cage. Dazi directly faces off against the enemy bug. He aggressively lifts his creepy little legs straight off the cold ground and completely rears up. His massive body literally casts a shadow over the opponent. Meanwhile, Mu walks right up next to Cao. She admits Dazi is insanely strong, but warns that this enemy bug is clearly holding back some serious power. Ah Shen grimaces. Cao stays dead silent, but totally agrees with her inside. This monster is absolutely hiding its true strength. Cao clenches his fists, actually shaking a little bit. Now, he just has to blindly trust Dazi. And boom, the enemy bug violently strikes first. It fiercely swings its massive tail straight at Dazi. But our boy is incredibly fast, dodging out of the way just in time. Mu aggressively cheers from the absolute sidelines, yelling that was perfect. Cao is just intensely watching the pure chaos unfold. Meanwhile, little Ah Shen on his head has completely zoned out into dreamland. The big bad bug keeps viciously whipping its tail trying to smash Dazi. Smack! The tail lands a brutal hit right on Daisy's head. He sweats a little, but instantly regains his absolute cool and savagely slams his own tail right back down on the enemy. All right, you and I are jumping right into the madness. That purple centipede gets totally wrecked. But Daisy ain't done. Daisy violently rips off a massive chunk of armor, green blood spraying everywhere. The classmates standing outside are basically losing their minds, screaming, "Wow, what an absolute show. Awesome move." Daisy immediately uses his huge body to wrap that centipede up super tight. The system screen flashes critical damage. Gao Peng sees his pet popping off like this and looks super hyped. He is totally securing the win. Even Silly resting on Gao Peng's head is practically vibrating with endless joy. Seeing Daisy snatch the win, Mu Tian gets literal stars in her eyes and cheers. Expected nothing less from Gao. Daisy was in some seriously crazy danger just a second ago, but as his owner, your face didn't even flinch. Gao Peng just laughs it off casually. Haha, no big deal, guys. Honestly, this whole thing was just part of my master plan. Yeah, right. Opposite to what he says, the dude is sweating absolute buckets inside. He is thinking, man, I was literally so stressed out earlier that my palms are still dripping sweat. Instructor Zhang is also sweating nervously as he yells out, "Hey Gao Peng, call your crazy pet back already." Inside the metal cage, Daisy is totally munching on centipede snacks. Instructor Zhang nervously adds, "We don't have many practice monsters left. If you let him keep eating, this one is going to be a total goner." Daisy's mouth and face are covered in gross green goo, still happily chewing on some meat. The other students shiver when they see this crazy scene. Wait, is Daisy seriously not completely tamed yet? This is way too brutal, seriously. Is that actually safe? Hearing this nonsense, Mu Tiang just turns around and glares right at the cowards. Ugh. Gao Peng puts his hands to his mouth and whistles loudly. Hearing the call, Daisy looks super annoyed, clearly not wanting to leave his snack. But despite being grumpy, he still scurries right back to Gao Peng while everyone watches in pure shock. Seeing Daisy run back, Gao Peng quickly pulls a handkerchief straight out of his pocket. Always eating random junk. Gao Peng and his slime buddy wipe all that nasty green goo off Daisy's face and mouth. What if you actually get a terrible stomachache from eating this? Plus, you are scaring all these easily frightened cowards. Wait, isn't it highly nutritious and delicious? Everyone nearby instantly gets dark faces hearing this. Like, excuse me? What is up with this guy's massive ego right now? Exactly, totally right. Mu Taing steps up, totally awkward. Hey Gao, don't take it to heart. They just got a little freaked out by Daisy. Gao Peng's face stays totally rock solid as he speaks. Look, we are fighting caged monsters right now, completely protected by the instructor and his silver snow wolf. That is exactly why you have time to pity these monsters. Gao Peng pets Daisy, totally judging the whole crowd. But what happens out in the wild on their actual turf? During a genuine life or death battle? Are the monsters gonna pity us? We are here to learn actual combat, not play games. With that half-baked mindset, you guys might as well just quit right now. The whole crowd of students gets instantly furious hearing this brutal truth drop. Ugh, this arrogant jerk. Suddenly, clapping echoes out. Gao Peng is absolutely right. Instructor Zhang stands there looking cool, pointing at them. Since the mood is so perfect right now, I am announcing something huge today. Your basic training is practically over. Now here is where things get wild for us. You can sign up for real wild field combat training. Instructor Zhang smirks and says, "The training camp lasts 1 week. The school approved your break. Go home and discuss it with your family. Registration costs 5 credit points." The whole class instantly erupts in excited chatter. Like, seriously? For real? We waited forever. Finally, some real wild action. Ugh, my basic training scores are absolute garbage. What am I gonna do? Gao Peng frowns hard, his face slightly flushed and sweating. A wild field combat training base? Wow, they are actually being generous. The students turn back to complain to the instructor. Wait, do we really have to pay for this? Yeah, instructor, shouldn't we literally be getting this training for free? Why are you charging us actual money? Instructor Zhang flashes this totally evil smile, leaking straight up killing intent. Hey, you can always choose not to go, or hit up a private training base instead. A tall guy and a dude with mushroom hair and glasses start complaining loudly. Are you kidding me? A private base costs at least 20 credit points a week. And 20 is just the entry ticket. Want decent gear? Gotta pay extra. The whole class looks instantly depressed hearing those wild prices. Man, we are way too broke for this stuff. If anything, I will just beg my dad for a quick loan. Zhang flashes another sketchy smile and pulls out a document. Aside from paying yourself, there is a loophole. You can sign a contract with the Alliance. Do that, and they will completely cover your entire training fee. The soldiers nearby stand in perfectly stiff rows. If you sign, you gotta serve 8 years after graduating. After that, you are completely free to leave the army. Plus, if you pass the military academy exam, your study time counts towards those 8 years. Mu Tianying crosses her arms. Makes sense. 5 credit points for a normal family? It is not totally impossible to scrape together, but it is definitely not a small amount of cash. This policy is actually pretty humane, honestly. Alright, you and I are diving into pure madness today. Gao Peng figures this military policy is super clever. They let you choose to join without forcing anything. But his face totally darkens. Because whether you do 4 years after the academy or 8 years as a regular grunt, the army always wins. It is a total setup for the military to win. Teacher Zhang continues talking to the students. Finally, he gives them this incredibly dramatic, solemn warning. If you sign up, you absolutely have to sign a death waiver. The students immediately freak out. Wait a second, does signing mean certain death? Teacher Zhang calmly explains the situation to his panicking students. The high school graduation exam for monster taming students is completely different from regular tests. So, you guys seriously need to take this special training opportunity like your life depends on it. Signing the death waiver does not automatically mean you will die. But hey, if your intelligence stays at this hilariously low level, you will probably end up dead anyway. The students totally crack up laughing, and the girl who asked nervously scratches her head. Mu Tieying shoots a playful glance at Gao Peng. So, Gao, let us team up tomorrow. Gao Peng and Mu Tieying do a cool little fist bump. He happily says he is honored. Even his silly familiar peeks out from behind his back, grinning like an absolute goofball. Massive military vehicles speed down the road fast like the wind. These heavy iron beasts look super simple but pack an incredibly powerful, ridiculous punch. One female student stares out the thick glass window. Wow, look at that. So insanely beautiful. The teenagers inside the transport go totally wild. Hey Rui, hurry up and look over here. That mountain is incredibly huge. Haha, it really is huge. Over there looks awesome too. Check out those wild monster beasts. Suddenly, the massive vehicle hits a fat rock and violently bounces up. Everyone inside gets completely tossed around like rag dolls. Ouch, what the heck? Oh my god, what kind of crazy driving is that? The soldier driving just smirks back at them. My bad, did not see the giant rock. Gao Peng sits there with his arms crossed. That sly old soldier just hated our noisy chatter and did that on purpose. He sighs heavily. Gao Peng suddenly remembers this morning. Before leaving, he had nervously knocked on his cousin's front door, but nobody bothered to answer it. She did not even pick up her phone. Logically speaking, his cousin is insanely strong, so nothing bad should have happened to her. Thinking about it, Gao Peng wonders, is this somehow related to that dark secret she absolutely refuses to tell him? Who knows? Bam! The vehicle violently shakes again, completely shattering his deep thoughts and literally launching him right out of his seat. Gao Peng dramatically frowns, sweating and gritting his teeth. Oh, come on, not this cheap trick again. Everyone in the back is getting totally bruised up. They angrily march up to complain to the driver. Seriously, dude, that is way too much. Yeah, totally. You absolutely cannot just bully kids like that. The soldier actually sweats a little bit and laughs it off entirely. Hey, sorry, that one was genuinely an accident. At the wild outdoor training camp gate, 3 heavy military vehicles finally park. All right, kids, your fun little destination is right here. Everyone immediately hops out of the vehicles, awkwardly gathering around to hear the stern instructor. The creepy valley behind me is your wilderness training base. Listen up, every single inch of ground in this valley has been thoroughly cleared out for you. We only kept the normal and elite tier monsters hanging around. Absolutely zero boss-level nightmares will show up to ruin your day. The captain holds up a slick smartwatch, showing it off to the clueless students. These sweet ID watches given to you literally have a tracking system built in. They also have a handy little emergency SOS button. Your mission is simply surviving out here for 1 whole week. Gao Peng stares thoughtfully at his watch. The strict captain casually continues talking. You cannot just quit halfway through this intense wilderness training. Otherwise, it counts as a total forfeit. The captain loudly shouts out, "Do you guys have any more questions?" The poor students are practically sweating bullets in sheer fear. Does this crazy training ground have any fixed supply drops? The captain pulls out a small towel. There are actual safe houses inside the valley, made of completely indestructible special steel. Only boss-tier monsters could even dream of breaking through those heavy defensive walls. They also have a solid amount of food stashed inside. The captain clasps his hands behind his back and glares. So if you wimps just want to hide for 7 days, it is totally possible. Let us see what you choose. Move out, you pathetic little chicks. The massive valley gates open and everyone eagerly rushes inside. DeLong, hurry up and follow me. Let us go find that sweet safe house first. Heck yeah, we absolutely have to prove our real strength this time. Mu Tieying looks directly at Gao Peng, and the two hilariously communicate using only their eyes. The crazy instructor yells through a loud megaphone, "Move faster, kids!" Now you and I gotta love this savage logic. If you carelessly get eaten, your trackers will easily help us locate the monster. Then we will avenge you, the terrified students whisper. Just go. Stop staring at him. Mu Tieying walks right up to our boy. Hey, genius top student Gao, what are you even looking at? Gao Peng slowly turns around to tell her, it is just a tiny sparrow. These weird little birds absolutely love gathering in super wet environments, and they are incredibly sensitive to rainwater. If it is heavily raining somewhere, they will instantly fly straight towards it. That is exactly why they are called rain sparrows. Mu Tiying lightly smiles and totally agrees with him. Yeah, I remember the big weather signal tower in the city actually raises these rain sparrows. Their attack power is laughably weak, but their flight speed is absolutely insane. The tiny rain sparrow spreads its wings and flies up. Gao Peng stares up at the soaring bird. Going to the outside world is totally worth it. Way better than the boring city. The wild literally has endless cool monster beasts. Welcome to literal monster paradise, guys. Mu Taiying stands with hands on hips, just grinning at Caobong. The top student is still a nerd. While everyone else rushes headfirst into the spooky valley, only our boy Cao Bong is actually scouting the environment first. Big brain energy right there, proving exactly why he's so overpowered. But Cao Bong just glances back at Mu Tiying and awkwardly denies the whole compliment. That's not exactly it, he says. I just really hate huge crowds. So I'm just waiting here for them to leave. Hearing his totally edgy excuse, Mu Taiying gives him this absolute look of pure disbelief. Right. So, can we actually get going now? Cao Bong turns around, starts walking, and says, let's go. Mu Tiying happily follows right behind him. Yeah, let's set out. Suddenly, Cao Bong frowns. Did he just imagine that right now? He swore he saw a shadow moving in the tree canopy. Then Cao Bong suddenly glances down at the ground. Scattered around are water bottles and packaged food. Spotting the random supplies, Cao Bong points it out. Look, 5 boxes of compressed biscuits up there, and 10 bottles of spring water. If we ration this, we could basically survive a week. Clearly, the military actually considered our weak student power levels, because if we had to fight monsters while desperately hunting for our own food, we'd definitely see some serious student casualties. Meanwhile, check out Mu Tiying. She is literally rocking a full-body armor suit right now. Aren't you wearing protective gear, classmate Cao? Cao Bong just stares at her, completely confused by her Iron Man cosplay. Seeing his blank face, she cheerfully explains her logic. There are toxic little bugs deep in these woods, you know. Getting stung even once is going to be super miserable. Cao Bong forces an awkward smile and throws his hands up, completely rejecting the idea. No thanks, I just used some bug-repellent herbs instead. Cao Bong turns away and awkwardly coughs a bit. Ahem! Anyway, let's look around and see if we can hunt some actual meat. I absolutely refuse to eat crusty biscuits for 7 straight days. Cao Bong casually shrugs with just a single backpack on his shoulders. Since we have a safe zone now, we can use Lian Tu's massive bulk to totally bulldoze a path for us. If things get sketchy, we just sprint back to base. Mu Taiying's eyes literally sparkle with admiration. Our boy Cao is a certified genius. His survival logic is just way too good. So, the massive Lian Tu easily bulldozes through the brush, leading the charge. Right behind it, Dai Tu nervously scans the area for any danger, while Cao Bong coolly leads Mu Tiying. Let's go find a local water source first. Water sources are basically perfect natural hunting grounds. Mu Tiying follows him like a loyal sidekick. Got it. Suddenly, this weird purple mist drifts right toward Mu Tiying. Ugh, the flower scent here is way too intense, and it seriously smells like rotting garbage. I'm literally going to pass out. She clutches her head, totally stumbling around. Whoa, hey! Cao Bong quickly grabs onto her arm, barely stopping her from face-planting. Catching her balance, she tries to thank him. But before she can even finish, Cao Bong immediately puts a finger to his lips, signaling her to zip it. Shh. Cao Bong whispers to her, commanding her to make Lian Tu ram right into that random branch. Use maximum force. Hearing his crazy demand, Mu Tiying is completely baffled. What the heck? This tree seriously doesn't look special at all, right? Why on earth is he randomly ordering her pet to body slam a tree? She stares at him, super confused. But honestly, back at school, his judgment is basically always spot on. He must have noticed some hidden clue. I just gotta trust the guy. She pats her massive pet. All right, let's smash it. Lian Tu. Getting the order, the beast's eyes glow bright red, totally ready to strike. Meanwhile, the tree branch starts shaking. They can't see me. They can't see me. Fully revved up, Lian Tu charges at maximum speed directly toward the target. Bam! It violently smashes its massive horn straight into that innocent-looking tree branch. Out pops a camouflaged snake, literally crying cartoon tears of sheer panic. The poor thing violently bounces down from branch to branch before aggressively smacking right onto the solid dirt below, instantly knocked out cold. Mu Tiying wipes her sweat, clutching her racing heart. Whoa, thanks. If you hadn't warned me, I'd be totally dead right now. But what kind of weird monster is that? Its camouflage is absolutely insane. With his massive nerd brain, Cao Bong casually educates her all about this specific sneaky little monster. It's a green tree snake. These things perfectly mimic the green of the tree branches. Their meat contains trace amounts of toxic venom. Monsters can eat it totally fine, but humans? Yeah, we definitely die. But wait. Taobong's eyes suddenly light up with a totally crazy realization. He and Dai Tu have a soul contract. His chaotic teen brain starts doing the math theoretically. Any poison damage he takes transfers directly to Dai Tu, and Dai Tu is totally immune to poison. Taobong casually strokes his chin, an incredibly evil, sinister smirk spreading across his face. So that literally means, I can actually eat this thing. I've heard that super toxic snakes taste absolutely delicious. Hearing his crazy logic, poor Dai Tu just completely deflates in absolute horror. Suddenly, another tiny rustling sound echoes from the exact same tree branch. Taobong snaps his head back to look. After staring at empty leaves for a second, he turns away, rubbing his chin. That is super weird. Did I just completely imagine that? Spoiler alert, guys hiding behind the thick trunk is another totally terrified snake desperately trying to sneak away. Just then, Mu Tiying enthusiastically waves at him. Hey, classmate Cao. All right, let's jump right in. Tiyang tells Gao Peng there's water ahead. A sparkling river comes into view, with leaves gently falling from above. She tests the stream. It's totally clear, zero weird smells. Hearing this, our boy Gao Peng immediately lights up like a kid on Christmas morning. Absolute perfection. Finding clean water means their chances of actually surviving this brutal 7-day trial just shot straight through the roof. But wait, a weird little green creature pops up from the water and spits some kind of mystery liquid right onto Gao Peng's leg. Gross. That nasty liquid splatters all over his pants, and the stench is absolutely legendary. Gao Peng's face instantly turns purple. Oh man, what is that awful smell? He glares down at the little freak as its status panel pops up. Green skin frog, level 2. Normal grade, its favorite hobby? Spitting on random creatures. Weakness number 1, lightning magic. Number 2, earth magic. And 3, it absolutely hates getting spat on. Gao Peng stares at this pest with pure disgust. Like, is this frog completely out of its tiny mind? It just loves spitting on people. It hates getting spat on? Well, yeah. More importantly, what kind of weirdo monster actually has the free time to spit back at a freaking frog? But the frog just keeps launching spitballs right at his poor pants. He finally snaps. Whatever, dodging drama is always the smart play. He really needs to figure out a better way to filter this water source anyway. His face goes completely pitch black. He glares down at the frog, totally dead silent. This goofy little frog actually sticks its tongue out to mock him. Our boy doesn't say a single word. He just puckers his lips and directly spits right back onto the frog. Bam! After launching his counterattack, Gao Peng proudly poses and pushes his glasses up. I gave you a chance, but you blew it. I literally have a system. You think I cannot handle one puny little green frog? Meanwhile, his teammate Tying, along with Lotus and Dazi, watch this entire embarrassing display in total disbelief. Gao? The tiny frog actually starts trembling at his crazy behavior and then just bursts into tears. Suddenly, countless angry croaks echo from the pond as hundreds of frogs start leaping out. Tiang slowly turns toward him. Wow, who knew there were so many frogs in here? Gao Peng stares at the water, absolutely dripping with cold sweat. Tiang? Right behind her, the entire pond is swarming with an army of green frogs. She has zero clue and just asks, what is wrong? Why is your face looking so weird all of a sudden? One frog stretches its mouth super wide. It starts gathering wild energy right in its throat, forming a dangerous glowing sphere of pure destruction. He panics, instantly grabbing her hand. He practically drags her away, sprinting as fast as humanly possible. Run! Lotus and Dazi instantly scramble behind them. The angry frog army launches a massive barrage of spitballs straight at their backs. Lotus! The whole squad bolts for their lives. Tiang is absolutely gasping for breath as they run, panting heavily. Scene cuts to them finally stopping their chaotic sprint. Everyone is completely exhausted and panting hard. Phew. Are we safe yet? Yeah, we're totally safe now. Tiang collapses right against Lotus. Who would ever guess that I would actually run for my life from a bunch of frogs? Gao Peng sprawls flat on the dirt, gasping. Hey, never underestimate a frog. You and I know 1 or 2 ain't bad, but there were literally thousands of them in there. His face still looks a little purple. When they swarm, Tying peels some frog spit off. Lotus is basically crying. So this whole insane disaster was completely your fault? He strokes his chin, thinking hard, and mutters, let's organize our situation right now. He mentally recaps. Past that northern forest area sits the pond of aggressive green frogs. Then his memory flashes to the valley entrance. The west side leads straight back to the main valley gate, where trees are super sparse. They didn't spot any major dangerous monsters over there. Then there's the south. He clearly remembers spotting a massive footprint stamped in the dirt. It's a dense jungle with signs of a giant carnivore on the prowl. Plus, the trees there are way too thick, which makes it awful for Lotus to move around. That only leaves one single option. He thinks about the east. The eastern side features a small slope leading straight up into a pretty massive, open grassland area. He distinctly saw obvious signs of herbivores grazing around there. After hearing his logic, Tieying totally agrees. Yeah, that's pretty much all the solid intel we have gathered so far. So, what now? Should we expand our search area a bit further out? Gao Peng ponders this for a quick second. Right now, his whole vibe instantly flips. Both of his eyes light up completely. Let's just go back and cook dinner. Seeing this wildly fast mood swing, poor Tieying is just left completely speechless. Huh? Meanwhile, Dazi is already drooling with sparkling eyes. He just crosses his arms and flashes a massive smile. Just relax a bit, partner. We've definitely hit our daily exercise quota already. If we go too hard on day one, we'll burn out way too fast. She just awkwardly sighs. Mok Thiet An speaks up. Let us quickly find something edible around here, she says. But Cao Bong just flashes this insanely smug, knowing smirk. No need, Cao Bong says, casually holding out a green tree snake right in front of her face. Look, this is the snake from earlier. Mok Thiet An just stares, totally dumbfounded. He confidently pushes his glasses up, revealing several medicine bottles. And for spices, we have clove, mint, golden spleen, cardamom, and even some rare blue-black grass. Still totally lost, she asks. Where on earth did you even get these spices? Like, when did you gather all of this stuff? But more importantly, where have you been hiding all these items? Crossing his arms, Cao Bong replies with absolute ease. This is wilderness survival. Obviously, you always need to be fully prepared. Hearing his totally overly confident answer, Mok Thiet An just falls completely silent. Now, here is something you and I need to pay attention to. Every single move Cao Bong and Mok Thiet An make is currently being watched through camera 17. Actually, everyone out there is being monitored. Inside the monitoring room, an officer barks, "Switch back to camera 13 for me." Number 31 sent a distress signal, coordinates 173824. Right now, 3 different teams are rushing straight toward High Slope 3A. Safe room number 7 has officially been discovered. The instructors are glued to the monitors. This kid on 17, is he the highly potential player that Truong Bok Nan mentioned? One asks. Another nods. Yeah, definitely. The beast mount and specific facial features perfectly match. They keep chatting, totally amused. Facing that green-skinned frog, all he could do was run. But while running for his life, he actually gathered food ingredients. Honestly, you have to admit that is next-level survival capability, right? The commander speaks up with a stern look. You guys are thinking way too simply. Do not forget, this kid is just a high school student with minimal training. The commander shares his serious thoughts. Regardless of his surprisingly clever use of the terrain, his mastery of wilderness survival skills, or even his firm resolution to retreat when needed, his overall performance has already surpassed most teams. Keep a close watch on him for me. The young soldier respectfully snaps to attention, replying, Yes, sir, understood. Commander. Meanwhile, Mok Thiet An and Cao Bong are heading to their base. Well, I definitely have to taste classmate Cao and his cooking skills later, she smiles. She puts her hand on the handle to pull the door. Suddenly, she flinches. Huh? Cao Bong, standing right behind her, has absolutely no clue what is happening. Mok Thiet An, what is wrong? Looking visibly upset, she turns her head back to look at Cao Bong and sighs. It seems like it is locked from the inside. She stands outside, banging on the door. Classmates inside. Open up! After knocking for a while, a rude voice finally yells back. Nobody is here! Nobody is here! This spot is taken, so you guys better go somewhere else. She turns to Cao Bong, totally defeated. With wild survival safe rooms, there is no rule about who came first. Running into people like this looks like we just have to accept our bad luck. Cao Bong casually puts one hand behind his back and gestures, It is getting dark. There are only 2 of us. Just sleeping on mats on the floor is fine. Inside, the guy shamelessly mutters, Why are you even bothering with him? Just tell him to get lost. This room is so small, who wants to squeeze in? While it is still light out, you guys need to quickly find somewhere else. Mok Thiet An is absolutely furious about having their spot stolen. You? Cao Bong quickly grabs her shoulder. Classmate Mok, wait a second. Stepping in to stop her from lashing out, he calmly tells her, Getting mad at this kind of person is totally worthless. Someone else will teach them a lesson. She lets out a heavy sigh. Who? Classmate Cao, you are right. She gently pets Lian Tu and his massive, imposing body. Whatever. Forget about it. Lian Tu, let us go. But Cao Bong does not leave right away. Instead, he walks right back to the safe house door. Seeing his weird behavior, she asks, Huh? Classmate Cao, what are you doing back there? Suddenly, she gasps, noticing the heavy iron chain dangling right from Saobong in his hand. Ah, is that without saying a single word, our boy instantly uses the chain to securely lock the door from the outside? Shocked, she stammers, "You just locked them from the outside!" Cao Bong casually dusts his hands off. Standing behind him, completely amazed, she covers her mouth. "Classmate Cao, where did you even get that lock?" Flashing a wicked half smile, he glances down at her. "Got it from inside the safe house." He remembers seeing the iron chain right next to the cabinet door. It was by the table. "I guess the instructors wanted us to reinforce the door for safety. When we left, I just conveniently slipped it into my bag." After perfectly trapping those jerks inside, Taobong and Mok Theodon happily walk away. "Let us go." Taobong leads the way with Daitu, while she runs behind. Now, you and I know Camera 17 caught this entire ruthless move unfolding live. All the instructors in the monitoring room are completely caught off guard by Taobong and his unbelievably savage tactic. Whoosh! The instructors absolutely lose it, laughing out loud in pure admiration. "Ha ha ha ha, respect. This kid is too good. They cannot stop praising him. Smart as a monkey." The commander smirks. "So? I told you this little rascal has a very special kind of cleverness to him." Meanwhile, a mysterious man standing deep in the shadows flashes glowing green eyes, much stronger than the average students. But the real show is only just about to begin. With monsters roaming everywhere outside, can he actually survive a single night out here? The starry sky above looks incredibly beautiful, framed by just a few scattered clouds. Cao Bong walks up front, leading the way through the dark. "Let us head this direction. Maybe we can find another safe house." Trusting his judgment, she simply nods. "Okay." As Taobong and Mok Theodon walk ahead, something moves. Behind them, a massive, terrifying black shadow suddenly emerges, radiating an intensely dark, bloodthirsty aura into the night. Hiding in the bushes, a sleek black panther with glowing crimson eyes and razor-sharp teeth silently watches them. The wilderness at night is absolutely crawling with deadly danger and terrifying, bone-chilling sounds. "All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos." Tiang is sweating, frowning with her hands on her hips. Looks like they're camping outside tonight. Our boy Gao Peng stays totally chill. He calmly says pushing forward right now is just way too unsafe. No caves anywhere in sight. Gao Peng scouts the area for a bit, then points straight up at a high branch. "Check out this straight branch right here, 3 to 4 meters off the ground, with a perfect fork. Let's just build a simple shelter right up there." Tiang looks at the tree, feeling way less scared, and finally agrees. Meanwhile, down below, her familiar Lianzi is literally headbutting the tree. Tiang stands right by, cheering wildly. "Come on, knock down a few more branches." After a chaotic struggle, Gao Peng and his giant centipede Dazi are up in the tree building their fort, using small branches to securely block all the gaps. Working crazy fast, Gao Peng actually whips up a cozy, clean little shelter. Boom. Mission accomplished. Taiying lets out a few massive, heavy sighs. Sweating like crazy, she finally catches her breath. But after resting a second, she turns to see Gao Peng already sleeping like a baby. She instantly thinks, "Student Gao, isn't that way too fast?" Dazi is honestly no different. Clinging tightly to a branch, the giant bug is already out cold in a deep sleep. Even Lianzi, resting at the base of the tree, fell asleep. Tiang just looks down from above. Both familiars are already resting. Tiang reaches right into her backpack and pulls out a bright yellow blanket shaped like a cute star. She quickly lies down and pulls the blanket totally over herself. Time to just rest up early. But high up on another tree, someone is watching our duo sleep. Seriously, they are way too careless. A mysterious girl stands quietly in the shadows, staring right down at their camp. Sleeping outside, completely without a fire, and zero night watch setup? Crazy. The girl flashes a smirk. "Guess I'll keep watch." But suddenly, something smashes into a nearby branch and violently bounces right back. Startled, the girl quickly dodges to the side, thinking, "Yep, something nasty is coming." Out from the dense bushes, a totally fierce leopard leaps out with violently glowing eyes. Wait a minute, is that a shadow leopard? Hiding safely behind a tree trunk, the girl narrows her eyes at the shadow beast. Its power level isn't insanely high, so based on Little Ping's current strength, he can totally handle this without a single problem. The shadow leopard starts jumping from branch to branch with terrifying, lightning-fast speed, heading straight for where Gao Peng and Tiang are peacefully snoozing. After jumping around the canopy, it perfectly pinpoints Gao Peng and Tiang's exact location. But down below the tree, sleeping Lianzi suddenly twitches its hand. Lianzi detects the seriously weird noise, wakes right up, and lets out a few loud howls to totally warn our sleeping duo. Hearing Lianzi's crazy shrieks, Tiang immediately bolts upright, frantically rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Huh? What is wrong, Lianzi?" Gao Peng quickly yells, "Get out of the tree now!" Hearing Gao Peng's warning, Tiang kicks her blanket off in a panic and quickly jumps straight down from the high branch onto Lianzi. Sitting safely on Lianzi's back, she asks, Student Gao, what on earth just happened? Gao Peng stands tall and imposing in front of them, staring directly at the tree ahead. Hold up, you and I are about to see this get wild. Dazi is fully in battle stance. On the opposite branch, a monster with glowing red eyes is glaring right at them. This must be a shadow or dark-type beast. Tiang leans forward, whispering the bad news to Gao Peng. Its actual form and power level are totally unknown. Plus, this pitch-black darkness? That is a total home field advantage for this exact type of monster. Do we run away or fight it out? Gao Peng stays completely silent for a tense moment. Right then, his crazy overpowered system panel pops into view. He stares at the glowing screen to check the incoming monster's hidden stats. The suite system reveals the beast is level 15. Seeing this detail, Gao Peng's mind starts racing. Shadow Leopard, level 15, normal quality. After a quick observation, Gao Peng finally lays out his plan to Tiang. Running just gives it our backs. That will literally only trigger the beast's wild hunting instincts even more. The terrifying monster launches right off the tree branch, diving straight toward our duo. The crazy shadow leopard swings its razor-sharp claws directly at Gao Peng with absolutely insane speed. Catching a glimpse of this terrifying blur, Gao Peng instantly realizes crap, it is way too fast. But Gao Peng reacts like a pro, instantly barking out a battle command to Dazi. Dazi pushes its own speed to the absolute max, instantly teleporting right in front of Gao Peng. The badass centipede stands fearlessly against the shadow leopard. Dazi whips its massive tail, attacking the leopard, but this beast is no joke. It instantly dodges to the side like an absolute ninja. Using its glitch-like agility, the leopard flashes right to Dazi's flank, sparking a fierce clash that sends sparks flying everywhere. This completely unpredictable speed actually catches our giant bug off guard for a second. The shadow leopard aims its deadly claws, trying to pierce Dazi's armor. But Dazi isn't letting that happen. Its fierce eyes suddenly flare up with a brilliant glowing energy. Bam! The moment the leopard touches Dazi, it gets brutally electrocuted and paralyzed. While the beast is stunned, Dazi ruthlessly sinks its fangs into the enemy's body, making fresh blood gush out endlessly. Watching from the sidelines, Gao Peng clenches his fist with an absolutely huge, satisfied grin. Using electric moves to paralyze the enemy, perfectly killing their speed. All that hardcore training totally paid off. Even facing a higher-level beast, they've completely flipped the script and dominated the fight. Dazi handles it like an absolute boss. The shadow leopard finally snaps out of it, whipping its tail to send Dazi flying back. Panicking hard, the wounded beast leaps onto a thick tree trunk, desperately trying to run for its life. Badly bitten by Dazi, the leopard scrambles up the tree in pure, obvious agony. Blood keeps pouring endlessly from its shredded back as it struggles painfully to catch every single breath. But suddenly, out of the pitch-black darkness, two absolutely massive glowing red eyes appear. The shadow beast freezes up, trembling uncontrollably in pure terror, sensing something infinitely more dangerous is approaching. Shaking like a total leaf, the terrified leopard slowly turns its head to look, and yep, right behind it is a colossal, terrifying green python. Its entire massive body is wrapped tightly around the giant tree trunk. Its eyes lock onto the leopard. The giant python lunges, jaws wide open, exposing rows of deadly, razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this nightmare unfold, Gao Peng and Dazi break into a massive cold sweat. So what do you and I learn here? There's always a bigger boss. Oh damn, look at this insane giant snake. Jaws full of prey, glaring right down at Cao Bong and Dai Tu. Mach Theaton and Lian Tu freeze, but Cao Bong screams at everyone to run. Move, move, move. Cao Bong and Theaton hop on Lian Tu's back and absolutely book it. Meanwhile, the giant snake just watches them scramble from way up high. The snake literally does not care about them. It just turns its head away. The beast sinks its fangs tight into a massive branch. Up on another tree, a mystery woman watches the whole snake situation. Looks like you have zero interest in Little Bong. Consider yourself smart, you overgrown worm. Because honestly, fighting you would make way too much noise and totally blow my secret cover. After just chilling there for a second, the mystery woman vanishes with absolutely crazy speed. Meanwhile, over on Monitor 17, the instructors finally spot the snake and instantly start yelling out. Emergency reported! One instructor turns to his superior, looking panicked. Boss, do we need to step in and take down this massive mutated snake right now? Another guy just calmly replies, no need. Instructor Tran steps up to explain. Actually, that giant snake is surprisingly chill. It rarely attacks first unless provoked. Honestly, for this bunch of students, running into it is actually the perfect surprise survival test. If they cannot even handle a basic test like this, they should just quit this career path right now. The superior chuckles. You are right, Tran. But still, tell the rescue team to stay on high alert and be ready to save their butts at any moment. The second someone cries for help, we deploy. Instructor Tran respectfully nods and agrees. Yes, sir. Boom, cut to the forest on day 2. Bright sunlight comes beaming straight down through the trees. Theodon is still leaning against Lien 2, sleeping like a total baby, but that harsh sunlight hits her eyes, forcing her to slowly blink and wake up. Huh? When she finally opens her eyes, Cao Bong is already standing right there, smirking. You are awake. Perfect timing, we can pack up and roll out right now. Still half asleep, she mutters. Roll out? Totally confused, Theodon asks him, go where exactly? Cao Bong casually holds a juicy bug for Dai Tu to snack on. With a straight face, he replies, we are heading back to check out yesterday's camp. We ran way too fast yesterday, left tons of good gear behind. Theodon panics, yesterday's camp? But we have no clue if that giant freak snake is still hanging around there. Plus, its attack patterns, its major weak points, all this crucial information is stuff we literally know absolutely nothing about. Going back now is just suicidal. Cao Bong listens to her rant, then calmly tries to explain the harsh reality. It is exactly because we lack info that we must go back. He says this while casually feeding Dai Tu. Now, listen closely, guys. A master's true power is their monster knowledge. You never know when that random data might literally save your life in this dark, twisted world. Survival in our modern era has completely changed. He explains this while casually walking forward. If you just hide in safe zones like the old days, you will only become weaker. Hearing his dramatic speech, Theodon just shuts up and follows him. Trailing behind, she desperately yells out, "Hey, wait up for me!" She sprints after him, complaining loudly, "You are walking way too fast. I cannot catch up. If I am not there and you hit a monster, are you going to ditch Dai Tu and run?" Meanwhile, the mystery girl in the trees watches them and mutters, "Do not be mad, but he really cannot wait for you." Cut to the duo climbing over smashed, ruined trees. Absolute destruction. If we had not run fast enough yesterday, we would look exactly like these crushed logs right now. But wait! Suddenly, Cao Bong spots something super shiny hiding right inside a broken trunk. He stops dead, sweating a little as his brain races. What is this? Totally clueless, Theodon tries getting his attention. Classmate Cao, let us go check that area out. Pop! The system panel instantly displays data on the glowing object. Material name, Wood Void Heart, spatial type material. Cao Bong completely loses his mind. It is a wood void heart. This exact stuff is crucial for upgrading a Xuan, but the public market literally has zero records of it existing. Honestly, it seems like nobody even knows this crazy rare item exists. Cao Bong drops down to his knees. He stares deep into the trunk, gears turning. So, it hides inside totally normal-looking plants like this? He suddenly remembers the intense scene of him and Theodon running for their lives yesterday. Wait, that means the freak snake probably only got so massive because it munched on this exact rare loot. No wonder it did not chase us when we bolted. It was just protecting its snack stash. He grabs the wood void heart, shoving it in his backpack. As for now, Cao Bong smirks like an absolute villain, stuffing more shiny rocks into his bag. I am totally going to exploit this wilderness training trip. I can definitely farm some more insanely rare items here. Skip ahead to wilderness training day 3, where our boy finds a whole tree glowing like pure shiny crystal. He does not stop there. On day 4, he spots another glowing plant way up on a massive boulder. Naturally, he orders Dai Tu to climb up and grab the loot. Day 5, dead of night, he discovers sparkling purple crystals shining under his torchlight. This crazy grind continues all the way through day 6. Time flies when you are getting rich, and the training trip is almost over. Day 7, you and I are at the final stretch. All right, guys, buckle up. The instructor stands before the students. You guys absolutely crushed this training. I am super impressed. The lieutenant grins at the rookies, looking absolutely thrilled about it. Next Valley Boot Camp is officially scheduled for 3 weeks from now, and hey, anyone who registered this round gets to join the next one totally free of charge. Phase 1 is officially over. Hope you all leveled up your skills out there. You get a sweet 3-day weekend, then back to regular classes. Hearing the word break, the whole squad completely loses their minds. Woohoo! Finally, some real rest. Oh, heck yeah. I am heading home for a massive feast. Tai Ying and our boy Cao Bong are totally sharing the exact same hype. Finally, they have cell service again. Gotta call the family and say they survived. Guess I will text my cousin. But as Cao Bong checks his phone, he literally freezes. Wait, hold up! His screen is blowing up with pictures of massive bugs swarming the literal sky. A total bug apocalypse. You and I both know this is bad. Meanwhile, downtown at Truong and Walking Street, everyone is sweating bullets, completely glued to their phones. The giant screens above are also flashing breaking alliance news. May 21st. United we stand, fighting together, overcoming this epic crisis, now broadcasting the intense northern war zone situation. On the phone screen, an energetic reporter stands right at the gritty front lines. Listen up, viewers. I am literally standing at the front line. Right now, the Truongjiang military zone forces are blocking that massive locust swarm from advancing. Cut to Caobong chilling at home with a Dai 2, and a Xuan watching the news. Based on the latest research from President Feng of the Truong and Monster Breeder Association, the TV flashes President Feng's face right next to a super ugly locust monster. These freaks are called Ko Diep Hoang locusts, and they are absolutely terrified of fire. Using this weakness, we have successfully held the line. A gross swarm of these locusts blacks out the sky. Estimates say there are literally billions of them. Each adult bug is 30 centimeters long. Caobong sits there, looking completely dead serious about this mess. Things are looking really bad. Suddenly, his phone rings, and President Feng's name pops up on screen. He casually answers it, making Xuan look incredibly confused. "What is up, President Feng?" A voice booms through the speaker. "Little Cao, you finished that boot camp, right? Made it back home alive?" Cut to the president's fancy office. President Feng is sitting there talking to our boy. The military just hauled in a fresh batch of hollow-bellied golden cicadas. They want us to upgrade their quality. You got time to hit up the association tomorrow? I am paying big bucks. Caobong's mind is completely blown. Hollow-bellied golden cicadas? Is the military actually planning to use bugs to fight the giant Kodiep Huang swarm? President Feng honestly replies, "Yep." Caobong literally yells into the phone, "Wait, what?" Two middle-aged guys chilling in Feng's office look completely shocked. How did this kid guess the military's secret plan? President Feng just side-eyes the two of them. President Feng continues chatting with Caobong. Spot on, that is exactly what the military is thinking. Using traditional firearms against that massive locust swarm is honestly way too ineffective. We gotta rely on the laws of nature to win. Those two older dudes from earlier are now literally trembling in fear. On the other end, Caobong fiercely furrows his brows. The laws of nature? Finding the locust's natural predator? That is actually a super genius and highly practical move. President Feng chuckles at Caobong. "So, what do you say? Little Cao, are you interested in joining this epic research project? We can totally negotiate your pay." Caobong fakes a couple of dramatic coughs. "Ahem. President Feng, since you offered, I will not hold back. Can we swap the cash reward for a monster core? A Lord-tier lightning element crystal would be absolutely perfect." Caobong nervously waits for the reply on the line. President Feng stays dead silent for a hot second, then groans. Technically that is completely against the strict rules, but for you, little Cao, you are a VIP, so we will make an exception. No problem at all. See you tomorrow then. The next day, down in the massive lobby, Caobong struts into the building, casually holding his phone. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name from out of nowhere. "Little Cao!" President Feng walks over from afar, giving our boy a super warm welcome. Caobong spins around. "President Feng!" The president smiles brightly, hyped to see him. "Haha, been waiting ages for you." Two receptionists stare, completely dying of curiosity about Caobong. Who the heck is this random teenager anyway? Why is the president personally greeting him? Is he the secret son of some massive VIP? President Feng waves his hand, guiding Caobong straight toward the elevator. "The military boys dropped off those hollow-bellied golden cicadas yesterday. Come on, let's go." Caobong casually replies, "Sure thing." The elevator screen flashes B15. Caobong notices the massive dark circles under the president's eyes. "Did you seriously pull an all-nighter?" President Feng sighs softly and gives him a weak nod. "Yeah, watch them all night," he says, his face turning dead serious. But honestly, still zero clues. By now, the elevator dings at floor B55. "All right, you and I are about to witness pure chaos." The elevator doors open, and Gao Peng is absolutely stunned by the massive room ahead. "This place is huge." President Feng waves his hand to lead the way. "Welcome, little Gao, to the official Monster Breeder Association testing lab." Feng excitedly points out the lab area. "Our main testing zone is right over here. Inside that cage, a totally wild, hollow-bellied golden cicada. Take a look, little Gao." Gao Peng just stares at the giant bug, his big brain spinning. This thing definitely evolved from a normal base cicada. It has insane jumping power and is completely Earth attribute. A lab worker runs up, holding something out. "Mr. Gao, please take a look at this." Our boy looks down at the tray, totally confused. "Wait, what is that?" On the tray is some perfectly prepared yellow leaf. The worker proudly explains, "This is a fennel-flavored dried leaf skewer. It is literally the absolute favorite snack for the golden cicada. You can try feeding it right now." Instead of feeding the bug, Gao Peng literally grabs a skewer and eats it himself. He throws up a thumbs up. "Smells amazing, super fresh, rich but definitely not too heavy. Crunchy on the outside, juicy meat inside. I give this roasted bug skewer a perfect 10. The lab worker watches him devour monster food in absolute utter shock. Everyone in the room, including President Feng, stares at Gao Peng like he is a complete psycho. "Little Gao? Seriously? The cicada freaks out, screeching because this dude stole its lunch. Gao Peng just waves the second skewer right in its face. Chill out, buddy. I was just taste testing it for you. Too bad they used way too much fennel. The flavor is intense. Here, eat up. Then he tosses the skewer in. The cicada catches it with its tongue, chowing down like a happy camper. Gao Peng stares at the leftover stick. It can literally eat live metal wire. That bug's stomach must be huge to digest that. He turns to Feng. So, what exactly is the military hoping to upgrade on this thing? Which specific abilities are we boosting? President Feng quickly answers. Defense, power, and digestion speed. Obviously, buffing up its attack power is cool too. He points at the massive research board. Come check out my earlier test results. I found out the cicada actually has a surprisingly strong compatibility with the fire attribute. After that, I took a small skin sample from the big bug. I combined it with fire attribute materials. The experiments proved its flesh has the highest compatibility with the fire orchid vine. Absolutely zero rejection reactions happened. The only problem is the vine's fire nature is just way too gentle, so we still have not found a really effective method yet. Gao Peng hears this and starts plotting. There actually is an evolution path using that exact vine as a support material. The direction is definitely fire-based. The whole recipe just needs a crazy little adjustment. Idea locked in, he turns back to President Feng. President Feng, maybe we need to completely change our mindset here. Feng is totally shocked. What? You already have a brand new idea this fast? Tell me everything. Gao Peng explains with maximum confidence. Think of it like cooking a meal. If we marinate the bug in the vine's flavor is way too light and gentle, right? It will not absorb. So we change the cooking style. Toss in some heavy spices. Crank up the heat to a massive boil. And it will soak right in. Feng's jaw drops, completely baffled by this cooking logic. Heavy spices, high heat, Gao Peng just smirks like an absolute villain. Yep, Feng's brain explodes like he just discovered a new universe. Let me think. Red-faced ghost pepper. Gao Peng flashes that confident, crazy smile. You should definitely try it out. Feng spins around in a frenzy and starts shouting orders to Xiao Zheng. I know the vault has a batch of red-faced ghost peppers. Go grab them right now. The assistant nods, clearly super confused. As he walks away, he mutters, evolving monsters like cooking a spicy hot pot? This guy is literally out of his mind. Is this seriously how the youngest monster breeder in the city operates? Feng watches him go, sighing. Xiao Zheng has great potential, but to shine in the breeder world, you really need to let out-of-the-box thinkers join in and completely break the mold. True talent opens new paths. It's a shame Xiao Zheng doesn't get that logic yet. Not long after, Xiao Zheng struts back and carrying a heavy suitcase of materials. President, I brought the stuff. Feng looks thrilled. Awesome work. Let's go. Feng opens it and checks the fiery ingredients. The quality is preserved perfectly. Xiao Zheng just sneers, throwing major shade at Gao Peng. Of course, I picked the best stuff. That way, when this insane plan completely fails, Mr. Gao cannot use bad ingredients. As a lame excuse, ignoring the drama, Feng dumps the fiery materials right into the machine, slowly grinding everything into a fine paste. The color looks dangerously intense, almost radioactive. Feng steps back and immediately yells out to his salty assistant again. Xiao Zheng adds some Suhan wood, King Ginseng, and Moonwood Angelica. Xiao Zheng nods, jumping straight to work. Yes, President. Gao Peng watches closely, his brain calculating the crazy mix. It still needs another support material to stabilize everything, but right now, giving the answer feels way too obvious. Let's wait for the fireworks first. Meanwhile, Feng holds up the glowing vial, vibrating with joy. The evolution fluid is finally complete. Stick with me, guys. Things are about to get chaotic. He reaches straight into the cage and injects the spicy juice right into the cicada. Boom! A massive wave of terrifying red energy erupts from the giant bug's body. The energy spikes higher and higher, and then bam! A massive explosion blasts everything across the room. Feng snaps into boss mode. It failed. Xiao Zheng, go test the blood and find the cause of the total failure. Xiao Zheng scrambles over. Got it! They quickly pinpoint the exact reason for disaster. Boss, it exploded because it absorbed way too much fire element. The conflicting energies literally went boom. You can still see a ton of unabsorbed fire element residue just sitting right there in its flesh. Total overload. Conflicting energy? Feng repeats, pacing around. Xiao Zheng chimes in with the facts. Based on your previous experiment logs, if this wild test actually had any chance of working, we should have found at least a small amount of fused fire elements in the bloody residue. That way, we could just keep tweaking the recipe and adjusting the ratios until it worked. Then he throws a nasty glare right at Gao Peng. But this massive energy clash proves these two forces cannot mix at all, which means this entire spicy cooking experiment is an absolute, complete failure. President Feng actually stays totally calm and fires back. It is way too early to say the logic is wrong. Keep running the test. We need more data. Xiao Zheng sees his boss acting super stubborn and shouts back, "Boss, seriously." But Feng does not flinch at all. "Shut up and go grab another batch of materials." But guess what? Test 2 completely fails. Test 3, another gigantic chaotic explosion, absolute disaster. The crowd watches 3 massive failures in a row, and the heavy doubts start pouring in. 3 explosive failures. There is definitely a huge problem with this recipe. Xiao Zheng was right. The logic is totally wrong. Sigh, little Gao is just too young. He definitely exaggerated things way too much. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Despite the doubts, Cao Peng flashes a crazy confident smile and says to Feng Tu, "President Chen, we tried so many materials. I really feel like just using the red-faced ghost pepper as the main ingredient won't cut it. We should definitely toss in another core material." Feng Tu looks totally skeptical. 2 main materials? That is a wildly bold idea. But our boy Cao Peng stays smug. "Hey, you trusted me once, so trust me again." Feng Tu gets a bit anxious. "What other main material are you planning to use?" Cao Peng casually drops the answer. "Black soil." Black soil is an earth attribute spiritual item. It is pretty moist and carries a negative vibe. We can let the hollow-bellied golden cicada swallow it to protect its internal organs. Then add some ghost pepper as a secondary ingredient. Wood fuels fire, and fire creates earth. Feng Tu stares at the failed scraps and mutters about mutual generation and restraint. "Sure, let's give it a crazy shot." The lab staff immediately mix up the 2 necessary solutions. Little Zheng is over there carefully inspecting the glowing sample. Suddenly, Little Zheng screams out like a total fanboy. "Professor!" This time, the test shows a massive amount of fire element successfully penetrating the flesh. Hearing that, Feng Tu is absolutely overjoyed. The effect is amazing. Cao Peng turns to Feng Tu with a wild idea. "How about we just go straight for a live experiment this time? Because many ingredients actually need to be swallowed for the best effect. Just testing extracted flesh really isn't accurate enough for us." Feng Tu gives a huge, thrilled nod of approval. "Awesome." Then Cao Peng grabs the test tube to feed the golden cicada. Even though early tests only took small chunks of flesh and sure, it can heal later with anesthesia, this poor bug still looks completely pathetic. "We will feed it some yellow worms later as an apology." He shoves the test tube into the hollow-bellied golden cicada. Instantly, insane smoke starts pouring out of its body. The smoke gets thicker, totally swallowing the entire room. Way too much smoke. Cao Peng covers his nose and yells to the crew. "The ratio is figured out. Just keep adding materials over time. Honestly, you guys should probably just get out of here." Despite the thick smoke, stubborn Feng Tu refuses to leave, coughing wildly. "No way. I need to stay close to observe the reaction." Seeing this madness, Cao Peng hands the test tube right over to Feng Tu. "Then I'm going outside to breathe." Feng Tu just agrees. "Fine. Go on." He steps out to breathe and dramatically sighs. That ghost pepper is seriously intense. Then Cao Peng falls deep into his own thoughts. He thinks, "I acted pretty natural back there. Hopefully, nobody suspects that I already knew the perfect formula beforehand. Anyway, I am just a guy offering some casual advice. The actual recipe is still being tested by President Feng himself. But I still need to be super careful. If someone with bad intentions figures this out, then I am in huge trouble. This is the absolute first research on the fire-type hollow-bellied golden cicada's evolution. How could a completely powerless high school kid like me already know the formula before the test?" A moment later, the lab door violently swings open and someone coughs. "Cough, cough!" They run out, grabbing his attention. Cao Peng looks at the smoke, thinking, "Red smoke? Looks like a total success." Behind that fog, the bug has evolved, radiating massive energy. Little Zheng runs to Feng Tu, hyped up. "We succeeded. Fire attribute, earth attribute, dual attributes. Professor, we actually pulled off a dual attribute." Cao Peng watches and thinks, "Well, the fire attribute is definitely there, but a true dual attribute? Not exactly. But to get it into real battle quickly, this is honestly the only way." Then the badass game system dramatically pops up to introduce it. Monster name, Crimson Flow Flower Cicada. Level 19. Quality, Elite, Weakness, Water Type. Description, evolved from the hollow-bellied golden cicada. To adapt, it completely abandoned its earth attribute, transforming into a pure fire attribute monster. But during evolution, its body took insane damage. A massive amount of muscle was literally corroded by the fire element. This weakens its jumping power significantly. Plus, its future evolution potential took a pretty massive hit too. Now, you and I need to pivot to the crazy northern front line. Everyone is frantically checking gear before the massive battle. 3 squads are fully assembled. Ammo checks are completely done. Hurry up and resupply the parts right now, understood? All units, attention. The target is approaching Sector A3. Get ready for absolute combat. Through the binoculars, we spot a terrifying swarm of withered yellow leaves flying in. A soldier screams, "They are here!" The withered yellow leaves dive down like crazy to attack. The commander next to him shouts into the radio, "White phosphorus rounds! Use white phosphorus rounds to attack right now!" Tanks instantly blast fiery projectiles straight into the massive swarm. Seeing the withered yellow leaves completely struggle in the flames, a soldier wildly cheers, "Commander, the white phosphorus rounds are actually working super well." The commander is thrilled. "Excellent. Keep up this rhythm and crush them." But suddenly, he spots something absolutely terrifying. Wait just a minute. The withered yellow leaves start glowing and manipulating the sand. The commander screams, "This is bad. These crazy bugs are trying to control a literal sandstorm." Then they whip up a gigantic sand tornado, violently blowing away every single bullet fired at them. The soldier completely panics. "Commander, all of our ammo is being completely blocked by the insane sandstorm." The commander instantly orders, "The withered yellow leaves are controlling the sandstorm. Cease firing incendiary rounds. I repeat, cease firing incendiary rounds." The soldier inside hears this and freaks out. Without incendiary rounds, what the heck can we even do? Suddenly, a gun is cocked. The soldier next to him gets furious, showing zero fear. Behind us are countless civilians. These disgusting bugs kill one, we break even. Kill two, we profit. Suddenly, a redfoot steps out. You and I are seeing a swarm of crimson flowflower cicadas boldly charging in. All right, grab your popcorn. The red flower cicada arches its back and dives straight at the withered leaf locusts. Sick red gas erupts from its body, spreading everywhere. That gas literally makes the locusts shiver like cowards. Their fighting power completely drops to zero. Finally, that nasty sandstorm starts to fade away. The soldiers are absolutely stunned. The sandstorm actually stopped. "Captain, where did these giant bugs even come from?" An older soldier next to him just laughs. "What giant bug? This is the work of a total genius, specially researched just to obliterate these withered leaf locusts. Do not call them giant bugs." Suddenly, a massive energy beam shoots straight into the sky. Boom! That energy blasts those locusts into actual dust. Colorful pieces of withered leaf locusts rain down from the sky like some crazy confetti. The red flower cicadas snatch up the falling locust bodies, happily munching on them like it is an all-you-can-eat buffet. The soldier nearby literally drops his jaw in pure shock. Just one attack wiped out hundreds of them. The older veteran cheers like crazy. With these red flower cicadas on our side, our brothers do not have to risk their lives fighting these stupid monsters ever again. He sighs, totally mind-blown. Whoever researched these things is an absolute legend. Back in the city, some old folks are just gossiping. "Old Han, I heard your granddaughter actually joined that special training camp." Old Han just sighs like a tired dad. "Oh, do not even mention it. She got eliminated on day 2. Her dad scolded her so badly. So embarrassing." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a slick car speeds right toward them. It stops right outside the building. A bunch of super serious guys stand at attention. The old folks look completely confused. Who are these two cars even looking for? Old Han points up. That direction is the 6th floor. They might be looking for Cao Bong. Did a car like this pick him up before? Hearing Cao Bong's name, the lady in the brown shirt chimes in. "Speaking of Cao Bong, I remember walking my dog around here once. I swear I saw that crazy kid carrying an actual skeleton into his house." Old Han waves it off. "What skeleton? Are you trying to scare ghosts or something?" The lady in yellow next to them nods eagerly. "I completely saw it too. That skeleton was literally burning with ghost fire." Hearing this, Old Han turns to Mrs. Tran sitting nearby. "Big Sister Tran, that kid from the Cao family living upstairs. Have you met him?" Mrs. Tran smiles warmly. "What skeleton are you talking about?" "That is just Cao Bong's familiar beast. It just looks a bit spooky. But honestly, it mostly stays around to protect and care for people. The gossiping aunties just scoff at that." Then Mrs. Tran looks down at her spotted spider on the table. "Come on, help me thread this needle a bit." The spotted spider is super obedient and immediately threads the needle for her. Old Han watches this and shakes his head in awe. "What a smart little guy. How come you never mentioned its name before?" Mrs. Tran gently pets the spider's head and replies, "I just could not pick a name. Now watch this." Cao Bong is screaming at his front door in absolute shock. "Is it really this official?" The soldier totally hands him a sleek box. "Student Cao Bong, just as President Feng promised you. On behalf of the military, here is a lightning-type boss monster core as your final reward. For successfully researching the red flower cicada, please check it," he stammers out awkwardly. "Okay, thank you." The soldier flashes a huge, happy smile at him. "I actually volunteered for this delivery mission myself, because I seriously wanted to meet the mastermind behind this research." Then the soldier dramatically stomps his foot hard, hands behind his back, giving Cao Bong a crisp military salute. "Student Cao, on behalf of my comrades, I express our deepest gratitude and highest respect." The soldier smiles so warmly at our shocked boy, especially on behalf of the brave comrades who sacrificed themselves during this operation. Protecting the homeland is a soldier's duty. We do not fear sacrifice at all. We just fear dying without value. Hearing such heavy words, Cao Bong quietly watches the soldiers marching outside his window. He looks down at his hands, sighing. Looks like while hiding my system, I gotta quickly find a way into this new scent experiment project. Gotta help the front lines somehow. He clenches his fists, eyes blazing with pure determination. But the system is just a cheat code. The urgent thing now is leveling up my own strength so I can actually survive. Plus, it gives me leverage in the experiments. Suddenly, something totally catches him off guard. It is Dai-Tu coming over to hug him. He blurts out in surprise, Dai-Tu! He bends down, hugging Dai-Tu back tightly, grinning. You actually have the conscience to comfort me? Then a wild idea pops into his head. The main ingredients literally just arrived. No time like the present. Today, I am upgrading your quality. After a bit, he carries out a pot of medicine with a dangerously evil smirk. Dai-Tu, drink every last drop of this soup. Cao Bong brings the freaky bowl closer. Dai-Tu is completely confused, head full of literal question marks. Dai-Tu takes one sniff, and its eyes instantly light up. It grabs the bowl with its two claws and chugs. When the bowl drops, boom, its body explodes with blinding yellow light. Then massive streaks of lightning burst right out of Dai-Tu. A moment later, the intense lightning fades away. Dai-Tu is literally smoking black like a burnt piece of toast. A Dai sees this and drops its jaw in massive panic. It creeps closer, poking at Dai-Tu to check if its buddy is still alive. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes. It rushes over to the fridge, frantically rummaging around for something good. It yanks out 3 cedar leaves for Dai-Tu. Then it rushes back, lifting Dai-Tu up, trying to force-feed its poor friend. Seeing this chaos, Cao Bong walks over and pats a Dai on the shoulder. Stop messing around. Just leave Dai-Tu alone for a bit. All right, you and I are about to witness pure comedy. Hearing that, Dazi stares at Gao Peng like he grew a second head. Gao Peng sighs at his familiars. Absolute living treasures, right there. Perfect timing. Might as well sort out Silly's contract right now. Having made his choice, he immediately turns and yells, Hey Silly, get over here! Silly pretends he is totally deaf and just floats away, so Gao Peng pulls out the ultimate weapon, a juice box. Come on, Silly, look at this deliciously sweet fruit juice. Seeing that, the jellyfish dives straight for the bottle. Gao Peng's face instantly darkens. Unbelievable. Both of his familiars are massive gluttons. He pricks his finger with a needle, drawing a single drop of blood. Catching Silly off guard, he presses it right onto its squishy head, closing his eyes to connect with its mental space. Peeking into that mental zone, he immediately notices that Silly's consciousness is still extremely weak and fragile. But then, the little guy's mental projection actually floats right toward him. Gao Peng smirks, thinking to himself, wow, the kid is getting bold, actually taking the initiative to approach me first today. He cracks a wide smile. Looks like all those expensive snacks didn't go to waste after all. Gao Peng gently touches Silly's consciousness. Hey, how about you become my partner? A glowing contract paper materializes as they connect. Become my partner, and I will give you the absolute power to fear absolutely nothing. Despite the epic speech, Silly brutally rejects him. Nope, no way. I do not want power. I just want fruit juice. Gao Peng just stares blankly, totally defeated, and finally caves to its ridiculous demand. Fine, I will buy you so much fruit juice. Silly was literally just waiting for those magic words and instantly agrees. Yep, and just like that, the epic familiar contract is officially sealed. The next morning, while Granny Chen is sleeping peacefully, a shadowy figure suddenly calls out, Tuan, Tuan, wake up and eat breakfast. She jolts awake from the voice. Ah, it is just her parrot, perfectly mimicking her late husband's daily morning routine. The parrot just keeps squawking. Tuan, wake up and eat. Tuan, time for breakfast. She sits up, smiling softly. Good bird, so it was just you. She looks at the noisy parrot, her voice gentle. Ever since my old man passed, I am glad you stayed. She zones out, remembering the good days when her husband was still around. After their daughter's tragic accident, her mental health completely crashed. It was so hard on her old man, who was clearly suffering just as much silently but stayed strong for her. He still cooked 3 meals a day for her without complaining, especially breakfast, waking up exactly on time to cook, then gently calling her to wake up and eat. She stares deeply at his memorial photo. The absolute tragic irony? Right when her mental state finally started getting better, ready to take care of him for a change, he ended up leaving her behind. She flashes a sweet, nostalgic smile. Back then, she had no clue how to keep going, didn't even want to live. But hearing this parrot mimic his voice gave her the real motivation to survive. Thanks for keeping me company all this time, but my old man has been waiting too long. I should go find him. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, Tuan, she gasps, totally stunned to see her husband's spirit standing right there. Tuan, I came to find you. Completely overwhelmed with emotion, she stammers, tearing up. Old man. He holds out his pinky finger toward her, smiling warmly. This time we are never parting again, all right? She reaches out, wrapping her pinky around his. Yes, we are never parting again. And just like that, her arm goes completely limp. She passes away peacefully, a beautiful smile resting on her face. Now, brace yourselves, because back in Gao Peng's room, our guy is completely dead to the world, snoring so loudly. Suddenly, Da Zi starts screeching. It hurts. Still half asleep, our MC jolts totally upright. Da Zi, what is wrong? Da Zi just screams louder, thrashing and rolling around the floor frantically. Itchy, pain, itchy. Gao Peng absolutely panics. He leaps out of bed and grabs Da Zi. Wait, did the evolution process somehow go horribly wrong? Mid-panic attack, he suddenly spots something extremely weird right there. Huh? He stares straight down into Da Zi's mouth. The system interface flashes a quick alert. Quality, perfect. Status, currently replacing teeth. Seeing that alert, he is absolutely dumbfounded. Teething? Since when do giant centipedes actually replace their teeth? Maybe after the whole world mutated, basic centipede genetics got totally scrambled up and mutated too. He just chuckles warmly and rubs Da Zi's head. Fair enough, considering Da Zi's current freaky form right now. You really cannot judge this bug by normal biological standards anymore. Do not be scared, buddy. This is just the painful price of growing up. Just endure it. He sets Da Zi down, walks out, and yells for Silly. Silly, come here. The little guy happily bounces right onto his head. Standing there, he starts heavily plotting Silly's evolution route. Which evolution path should he even pick? Full support utility, or build up pure destructive power? He thoughtfully rubs his chin, thinking hard. If he uses the wood space heart he found earlier as the main core material, it evolves into a rare dual-attribute spirit jellyfish, boasting both crazy healing abilities and wild spatial powers. Gao Peng pictures Silly actually attacking. If spatial system attacks are upgraded, the resulting damage output would be absolutely terrifying. Honestly, giving up on direct combat to become a pure support just feels a little bit like a tragic waste. But then Gao Peng visualizes the literal mountains of cash he would have to burn. Raising a combat beast takes an insane amount of time, energy, and money. However, if he evolves it as a support, the whole process is relatively super fast. Ultimately, completely crushed by financial pressure, Gao Peng instantly locks in the support route. Whatever, forget it. Support route it is. I am upgrading a spirit jellyfish. Once I become ridiculously powerful later on, what kind of beast could I not raise? What perfectly fits the present is always best. The scene suddenly cuts to the street. Gao Peng walks outside, looking totally confused. Yo, why is the street so insanely packed today? Everyone is totally losing their minds. What the heck is happening? Am I seeing things right now? The crowd stares up, jaws literally dropping to the floor. They think Grandma Tran's old friend came back for her. Seriously, look up at the sky. They swear it's a miracle. Cao Bong is just super confused, squinting up at the sky himself. And when he looks, pure shock. Because a wild system notification just casually pops up out of nowhere. Name Soul Guardian, level 25, quality perfect, attribute soul type, and here is the epic lore drop. A super powerful obsessed soul hanging onto the mortal realm without a fixed shape. Once its final wish is fulfilled, it finally returns to the underworld. This old dude nearby completely loses it. He screams that he sees them flying two bodies on the AC rack just turned into floating glowing lights. The parrot and the person are obviously dead. A young guy tries to calm the old man down. Meanwhile, Cao Bong is low-key panicking. Did Grandma Tran really pass away? Suddenly, it hits Cao Bong like a total ton of bricks. Oh wait. He remembers bumping into that creepy spider. Grandma Tran had an ash-colored patterned spider as a pet. And you and I know what happens when masters die. Familiar beasts lose their bonds. If it just runs into the mountains to go wild, cool. But what if it completely snaps? It could turn insanely aggressive and start attacking everyone. With that horrifying thought, our guy sprints off to find that dangerous spotted spider. He absolutely has to catch it. After running like crazy, he reaches Grandma Tran's door, completely out of breath and panting hard. Wiping the sweat off his face, he realizes the door is totally locked. No movement inside at all. So where exactly would this sneaky bug hide? Maybe. He scans the area, trying to big-brain the ash spider's habits. Glancing up at the wall corner, bingo, found it. Time to summon his heavy hitter. Dai-Tu, get out here right now. Seeing him, the spider slowly creeps down. Dai-Tu rushes over at literal lightning speed, circling Cao Bong while its eyes glow an intense, totally menacing red. The spotted spider on the wall absolutely freezes, sweating buckets in sheer terror. Then it just pathetically plummets from the wall. Cao Bong and Dai-Tu are completely dumbfounded. Did you seriously just scare it into falling? Hiding behind his shadow, the tiny spotted spider is violently shivering in fear. You can practically see Grandma Tran's old words echoing in its sad eyes. I am getting too old and dying, so I will not sign a contract with you. It remembers her gently petting its head. Forgive me for not naming you, but this way, you can find a brand new awesome destiny elsewhere. Right then, Cao Bong pets its head the exact same way. You must be feeling absolutely awful, right? He flashes a warm smile and reaches out his hand. If you are willing, come home with me. Meanwhile, back at the tall city buildings, tons of random pedestrians are frowning and whispering. What on earth is happening? Turns out, it is just Cao Bong rocking cool black shades, grinning like a total maniac, strutting widely with his weird little beast squad trailing behind. The locals recognize him and die too, whispering frantically, "Oh my gosh, it is the Five Poisons cult leader." Cao Bong is secretly plotting. My current beast lineup is desperately missing a super tanky high HP meat shield. Good defense is key, though making this tiny guy a meat shield feels pretty absurd. Then he totally geeks out over the spider's evolution paths. The ash-patterned spider can actually evolve into a proper meat shield. Plus, the upgrade materials are super easy to farm. Hitting the elevator button, his mind is racing. Once I form a contract with this little guy and power him up, I will score a massive amount of soul power. He keeps scheming. Adding the soul power that A2 and A-San already provide, it will not be long before I can finally contract A-Dai. But grinding enough soul power is still stupidly hard. Dai2 just stares at his scheming face, utterly confused. Cao Bong casually waves at the girl ahead. "Good morning, Kuyen Kuyen." She spots him and sprints over, instantly shouting back, "Good morning to you, my little boss." Hearing her weird nickname, Cao Bong is completely speechless. Little boss? Doesn't this crazy kid usually call me Master Cao? Something is definitely fishy here. Kuyen Kuyen's eyes are literally sparkling like anime stars as she stares him down. "Little boss, it has seriously been way too long since we met." Cao Bong nervously stammers out, "Ha ha ha, has it been that long?" Kuyen Kuyen scrunches her eyebrows, flashing a completely menacing, sinister smile as she growls, "Little boss, lately, so many people have been asking about you. Some clients even demanded you specifically. Even when I said you were busy, they insisted on waiting. But you just constantly refused to answer my calls." Kuyen Kuyen is literally blowing steam out of her ears, marching toward him. Seeing her rage, he desperately tries to smooth things over. Hee hee. I actually have time today. Let's just take it super easy, okay?" Cao Bong hastily pulls out a supply list, trying to distract her. "Please work hard to prep these materials first. Later, I promise I will buy you some sweet milk tea." Kuyen Kuyen is still totally furious, but snatches the paper right out of his hand anyway. She spins around and storms off, dropping a single, angry yes. Completely speechless, Cao Bong lets out a massive sigh of relief. Phew! Dai Tu stands nearby, glaring at him with pure disgust. "Now, you and I are in the lab." Cao Bong activates his power. Instantly, an awesome blue energy wraps completely around him and the tiny spider. He softly says, "No more sadness. Become my partner, and I will give you a warm home." The spider happily replies, "Yes." So, the magical contract suddenly bursts into blinding light. Gao Peng happily rubs its little head and declares, "All right, buddy, it is officially time to start your epic evolution right now." The clock hits exactly midnight. Our boy reaches over to smack the alarm off, staring intensely at the sketchy, bubbling chemical mixtures scattered all over his messy desk. He carefully drops this glowing green liquid into the mix. In a flash of pure science magic, that single green drop instantly solidifies into a sparkling, bright red ruby. Seeing the test tube puffing smoke like a crazy potion, Gao Peng cheers. "Success!" He turns to the weird little spider and says, "So, your body color is straight up gray, with these crazy ash stripes. After your evolution, your official species is Ash Armor Spider. Since the rest of my crazy crew all start with the letter A, I am naming you A-Bang." He pulls down his mask, grinning wildly, and shoves the bubbling test tube right in the spider's face. "Look at this. This right here is the epic evolution potion I brewed. Just take a quick bath in this stuff and you will get insanely strong." Then, our mad scientist dumps the wild liquid straight into the giant tub. The glowing liquid immediately floods in. Our tiny spider suddenly starts morphing, violently expanding into an absolute beast as its entire body aggressively sheds and rebuilds. It lets out a terrifying roar. Gao Peng pinches one eye shut, wincing hard. So painful. This is the soul link. I am literally feeling the agonizing pain A-Bang is enduring right now. Fighting through the sheer torture, Gao Peng grips his shirt tightly, hyping himself up. "Come on, stay strong." This insane agony is just the absolute mandatory toll for achieving ultimate power. We just have to grit our teeth and survive this. Suddenly, Huan Huan casually strolls into the room with a bright smile, calling out, "Hey, little boss! Earth to little boss!" Gao Peng quickly spins around. "What is it?" Her eyes sparkle mischievously like a sneaky little mouse. She giggles, "Hee, boss, we have a visitor, and trust me, it is the super intimidating, rich-looking kind." Adjusting his glasses with a slick smile, Gao Peng says, "Oh, I am on my way." Inside, he is panicking. "Another hungry mouth to feed. I desperately need some cash." He violently rips off his messy lab coat, only to freeze when he spots something totally bizarre that leaves him completely baffled. Yep, our mysterious VIP is a flashy blonde dude chilling on the sofa, backed up by a scary, completely bald bodyguard standing right beside him. Using his sneaky inspection skill to scan the guy's stats, Gao Peng immediately figures out exactly who he is. Oh, now this is interesting. A commander tier familiar? Not bad. He dramatically tosses his lab coat straight into Huan Huan's hands. All right, Huan Huan, I will personally entertain our fancy guests. You go keep an extremely close eye on the little spider's chaotic evolution process right now, Gao Peng seriously adds. See that bizarre object chilling in the jar on the table? Once its crazy color fades, dump that sketchy white liquid from the test tube right into it. Huan Huan casually smiles and replies, "Oh, got it." The slick blonde dude with glasses steps right up to Gao Peng and smirks. Spot on. I honestly never expected the famous Mr. Gao to recognize my humble little garden. I am beyond honored. Meanwhile, our boy is sweating inside. Okay, this guy is way too hyped up. My reputation is definitely not that huge yet. Mr. Liu throws a hand out, practically fanboying as he explains. Mr. Gao, you look totally clueless. A while back, I had the crazy honor of crashing an exclusive military banquet. President Feng straight up announced that during the explosive research on the Red Stream fire toad, your legendary contributions were easily ranked #1. Now, pay attention. The scary bald bodyguard dramatically rips away a massive cloth, revealing a heavy iron cage hiding a terrifying dark shadow. Mr. Liu gestures proudly and says, "Anyway, I desperately want to upgrade this specific familiar, and after overthinking it for days, you are literally the only guy I trust. So I hauled the beast straight over here. With the heavy cloth totally gone, we finally get a clear look at a wildly spiky demon dog flashing rows of razor-sharp fangs. It has a glowing blood-red gem practically embedded in its chest, growling like a total nightmare. Seeing this crazy monster, Gao Peng completely loses his cool and shouts, "Holy crap, an actual Dark Knight hound!" His mind instantly pictures two of these terrifying absolute units guarding a massive dark iron gate. Rumor has it that literally any standard dog monster can magically evolve into one of these beasts. It is like the ultimate edgy alternative evolution path for canine creatures. Their pitch-black fur lets them turn practically invisible, blending flawlessly into the darkest shadows. Plus, they can literally suck up huge amounts of nearby light like a black hole, making them absolute perfect ninja assassins and honestly, the most terrifyingly effective midnight guard dogs anyone could ever ask for. Rich guys love flexing by stuffing their giant fancy mansions with these dangerous hounds. Mr. Liu then casually says, "I totally respect your hustle. Upgrading a commander tier beast means you get to name your own insane price. So hit me with it. How much is this going to cost?" Gao Peng sneakily peeks at his glowing floating system panel. Let us cross out the two stupidly overpowered and ridiculously rare evolution paths right away. Then toss out 5 more paths because hunting down those impossible mythical materials takes way too long for a quick payday. Leaving exactly 13 viable options on the table. Smirking like a total boss, Gao Peng states, "Boosting its quality is an absolute breeze. Plus, I actually have a few wild evolutionary routes for you to pick from right now. Depending on the route, the final power levels vary wildly." Mr. Liu aggressively clenches his fist. "Say no more. Just give me the most insanely expensive option you have." Gao Peng flashes a greedy grin, holding up 5 fingers. "All right, 5,000 credit points." Mr. Liu and his tough bodyguard instantly start dripping nervous sweat. 5,000? You and I both know a scam when we see it. Gao Peng warmly shakes his hand. Mr. Liu, an incredibly wise choice. Suddenly, a massive spider leg crushes the furniture above them as terrifying crashing noises echo through the ceiling. Total panic! Bang! Gao Peng completely sprints toward the chaotic lab upstairs, frantically screaming, "Quan Huan, what happened?" "All right, you and I are diving into something crazy," the terrified girl points. "Boss, look," Cao Bong whispers. "Huh?" A system alert pops up. Crazy evolution successful. Gray armored spider unlocked. Our guy is absolutely pumped. We actually did it. But wait. He completely freezes looking at the wrecked lab gear smashed everywhere. He gets mad and starts yelling. "Aban, why did you destroy all my equipment and completely terrify poor Kuyen, huh?" The newly evolved little spider has absolutely zero clue how to explain itself. Total awkward silence. Cao Bong just sighs and reaches out to pet Aban. He crouches down like a strict dad. "Look, buddy, no matter how ridiculously strong you get, you have to learn to control your power. Got it?" The spider actually blushes hard. Aban quickly covers its face with 2 front legs. Super embarrassed, it nods along. But then Cao Bong notices something super weird and goes, "Hold up." Aban totally trips over a random piece of wood, rolls over, and instantly knocks out. Cao Bong just stares at this absolute train wreck, totally dumbfounded like a deer in headlights. Why are all my beast pets low-key stupid? Guess the apple does not fall far from the tree. Wait, no, that makes me stupid. He nervously rubs Aban. All right, Aban. Just wait outside for me. Be quiet and please do not break anything else. Aban nods and obeys. But instead of walking straight like a normal spider, this goofy thing starts sidestepping like a crab. Everyone in the room is just left completely speechless. Cao Bong mentally panics. Why is it walking sideways? He quickly reaches out to help Kuyan stand up. My bad about the broken tank. Please order a new one with way more space this time. Put the bill on my tab. Also prep the evolution materials for the Dark Night Hound so we can test it with the client next week. He crosses his arms. Hire someone to clean this mess and bill me for that too. We cannot use this broken gear anymore anyway. I am heading out. Kuyan stands up looking so annoyed. Great. More money down the drain. Walking out with his pets, Cao Bong is deep in thought. I have too many mouths to feed now. Definitely time to upgrade to a much bigger house. The suburbs would be perfect for training and gathering herbs. You and I both know it is real estate time. Gotta call the broker first. He glances back at his little spider and just starts sweating bullets. He tilts his head, super confused. Did I totally mess up the potion math? Did I give it the wrong stuff? Why did it evolve into a freaking crab? Cao Bong lightly kicks its leg and yells at it. Walk straight, man. You are a spider, not a crab. Aban is completely clueless. He facepalms in defeat. A voice suddenly says, Mr. Tao, right? I am the agent you spoke with on the phone. Just call me Xiao Liu. Cao Bong turns and asks, so we can go see the houses today, right? Xiao Liu leads the way. Yes, sir. We even have a private car waiting. Right this way. Based on your crazy demands, big house, garden, basement, quiet suburban villa, we actually found one that fits perfectly. She hands over a fancy tablet and smiles. Mr. Tao, take a look at this. Here are the photos of the villa. He locks eyes on the screen. The pictures show this giant white mansion completely surrounded by a beautiful lush green forest. Tons of sunlight, massive front doors, crazy wide layout, and breezy windows, the agent adds. No basement yet, but the property line is huge, so you can literally build your own. Cao Bong actually likes the sound of that. Where is it located? The agent instantly starts acting super awkward. Oh well. She clears her throat awkwardly. It is near Longxing Lake. Super cheap though. Only 2,000 credit points. She leans in to whisper like it is a secret. It is suburban and security is kinda a joke. But minus the house, you get a massive plot of free land. Exactly what you asked for. Cao Bong stays chill. Hold up, I have a few questions. These photos are updated, right? Because this totally looks like it was taken before the monster apocalypse hit. None of these plants look mutated at all. He points at the trees. He shoves the tablet in her face. Are you guys hiding something crazy from me? Xiao Lu stammers nervously. What? Why would we do that? Think about it. A solo villa with a dozen acres of gardens. You could never buy this in Chang'an City before, and now it is basically a steal for only 2,000 credits. Yeah, it is isolated, but there is a highway right at the bottom of the hill. Buy a car and boom, commuting is super easy. The screen shows the mountain road. Cao Bong pushes up his glasses with a totally villainous smirk. For normal people, isolation is bad. But with my pet squad, those wild monsters might just become free snacks for them. He thinks about all the abandoned houses out there. When the apocalypse first started, society completely collapsed. Suburban villas either became armed fortresses or got ditched forever. So honestly, if this place is even 60% like the photos, I am totally sold. As for safety, stick with me. We are gonna find out. He chuckles like a total creep, absolutely terrifying the agent. Mr. Cao, little Lou nervously says, honestly, this price isn't a ripoff. The seller's basically taking a massive loss. Cao Bong just nods. All right, let's go check it out then. But suddenly the agent totally freezes. Uh-oh. Right by her feet is Aban, Cao Bong's little red-eyed spider, just staring straight up at her like an absolute menace. Little Liu leans all the way down, staring dead at Cao Bong's spider, and goes, Is this your beast? What an adorable little crab. You have such great taste, sir. Cao Bong, literally half-stepped into the car, awkwardly whips his head around. Bro, even Aban is completely shook by that. He nervously corrects her. That is definitely a spider. The agent just laughs awkwardly. Yeah, super awkward. But wait. Cao Bong suddenly senses something sketchy. Someone is totally hiding behind that wall over there, secretly stalking him from the shadows. Little Lou catches his weird vibe and immediately asks, Mr. Cao? You good, Mr. Cao? Suddenly, the spot behind that statue gets creepy quiet. Cao Bong just snaps his head back around and brushes it off, saying, Oh, it's nothing. Probably just my eyes playing tricks. Let's just get out of here. The agent looks insanely confused, but replies, Sure thing. Meanwhile, a super scruffy, shady dude lurking behind the wall smirks. He stares right at their backs and those beasts. You and I know he's bad news with those hollow, creepy cheekbones. It totally highlights that absolute, straight-up evil vibe in his crazy eyes. He mutters, Young Master Cao, making huge waves lately. I finally tracked you down. Cut to the bus speeding like crazy down the road. Little Lu announces, "We are finally here." She throws on a professional smile, leading Cao Bong, and says, "Look, Mr. Tao, this is the exact property I was hyping up to you." Cao Bong suddenly stops dead in his tracks, staring wide-eyed. He is face to face with a massive villa, honestly, minus a few weird cracks. The whole structure is totally flawless. It completely blows Cao Bong's mind. "Guys, you and I got to appreciate this." He mentally screams, "Bro, this is literally exactly like the photos." It just looks a tiny bit old from the outside. Inside, Cao Bong spots the kitchen shining bright. He says, "There's seriously zero dust in here. Does the seller actually pay somebody to clean this place on the regular?" Peeking into all the other sick rooms, he adds, "The furniture is all here too, just a super retro vibe. Some tables, chairs, and floors definitely need fixing up though." Cao Bong eyes the solid table and thinks, "This interior is crazy expensive. Even with a trash location, there is no way it only costs 2,000. This is super sketchy." An old dude with a beard suddenly walks right up and asks, "Are you Mr. Tao?" Cao Bong immediately whips his head toward the door, asking, "Who goes there?" Little Lu already knows the guy, so she quickly turns to explain to Cao Bong, "Mr. Tao, this is the actual owner selling this crazy villa, Boss Lu." Boss Lu laughs out loud. "Haha, I heard the famous Mr. Tao was checking the place, so I came on purpose." Cao Bong gets super defensive. "Came on purpose? Boss Lu, have we seriously met somewhere before?" Boss Lu strolls over and explains, "Oh man, who in this circle doesn't know the legendary Mr. Tao by now? You are President Feng's absolute trump card, the crazy hero behind that massive operation from last time." Boss Lu hands over a business card, saying, "Here is my card. I am actually dabbling in the beast business these days. If Mr. Tao ever wants to team up, I can totally hook you up with a 20% discount." Cao Bong thinks to himself, "This Boss Lu definitely knows how to hustle." Boss Lu continues, "Mr. Tao, what do you think of my place? Kept it in pretty sweet shape, right? I literally hire cleaners every single month. If you buy it, you just pay a tiny maintenance fee, and boom, move right in. Super convenient." Cao Bong replies, "I won't lie to you, Boss Lu. Your price is an absolute steal." Cao Bong continues, "This is easily worth 4,000 credit points, at least." Cao Bong's glasses flash with anime-style brilliance. 2,000 credit points is honestly way too far below the current market value. Care to spill the real reason why? Boss Lu rests his hand on the wooden table, saying, "Well, haha, the truth is this house was originally meant for my parents to retire in." His face instantly drops into this heavy sadness. He says, "My folks were country people. They hated the big city noise, so I snagged this suburban villa just for them." He imagines his sweet elderly parents and says, "Those two sacrificed absolutely everything for me, struggled their entire lives. Now that their son finally made it big, I naturally wanted them to enjoy life." But then he remembers that awful day. The terrifying image of cars exploding into massive flames from monstrous beast attacks, the absolute horror of people screaming everywhere. He can't hold back anymore and screams, "That insane beast tide completely destroyed everything. They didn't even get to enjoy it, not for a single day. They suffered their whole lives." The tragic visual of the two old folks trapped as glass shatters everywhere across the floor. His eyes go totally bloodshot with pure rage, and he yells out, "This absolute trash world." His hand resting on the table is literally shaking like crazy. Boss Lu tries so hard to suppress his boiling anger and says, "I originally planned to keep this house forever as a memorial, but I heard Mr. Tao was desperately looking for a spot with decent living conditions. So I told the agent to pitch it to you for just 2,000 credit points. You can honestly look at this as my personal investment in your future. I'm not getting any younger over here, man. My abilities have their hard limits. I want to do more, but I literally can't. A talented teen like you? You are the real future of Chang'an City." Pinning all his desperate hopes on Cao Bong, he drops this heavy line. "Stick with me here. I just hope tragedies like this can be totally avoided in the future." Boss Lu's heavy words instantly make Cao Bong think about his own mom and dad. Feeling that emotional punch, Cao Bong says, "All right, I appreciate your trust," and boom, Cao Bong locks in the deal. "All right, you and I are taking a wild ride." High rises glowing in the night sky. Our guy Gao Peng walks into his new place holding a box. "Dazi, you big dummy, we are finally home." But wait, his monster squad didn't even care. Totally zero hype. Our homie looked absolutely devastated and groaned. "Why the cold shoulder?" Gao Peng laughed it off. "Get over here, you guys. Look at this top-tier premium monster chow I grabbed for you. Trust me, it tastes way better than that nasty sour pine needle juice." The little jellyfish floated over, throwing massive question marks, while the frost sprite gave him some major side-eye. All four pets crowded around the table, staring down this steaming, crazy hot banquet. Gao Peng grinned. "Dig in, guys." Suddenly, things outside got super loud. Our dude spun around fast, letting out a confused, Seeing that familiar black-haired chick casually leaning against his doorway, Gao Peng totally lost his mind. "Sister Tang Yang," he yelled. She grinned. "Long time no see, kid." She happily strolled over to the little centipede, smiling as she ruffled its head. "Oh wow, Dazi actually leveled up." Then Tang Yang started tugging right on its little mouth. Spotting some razor-sharp fangs, she gasped, "Oh snap," Dazi grew teeth. It felt super awkward, but tried playing it cool. Totally trapped, the baby centipede started crying out for help. "SOS. Save me from this crazy lady." Tang Yang didn't care at all, pulling even harder like a total menace. "Come on, let me see if those teeth are sharp." Gao Peng totally played dumb, completely ignoring Dazi's desperate SOS. He just looked away and gave the signal. "Just endure it. Suck it up for now." That savage betrayal left the poor centipede completely traumatized. Then Tang Yang casually changed the subject. "Oh yeah, kiddo." She looked right at him. "I heard you finally bought a house." Gao Peng was super shocked but quickly played it cool. "Sister Tang Yang, you get news ridiculously fast around here. But honestly, I still gotta hire a crew to fix up this dump. Not moving in anytime soon." Her eyes practically lit up like fireworks. She grabbed his hands and hyped him up. "Call me when you do. You gotta be super careful with renovations. You are basically a total rookie at this adulting stuff. Don't get scammed by those shady contractors." He nervously gulped. "Yeah, awesome." Tang Yang waved goodbye. "Then it is settled. I gotta run. Catch you later." Gao Peng was literally sweating bullets. Suddenly, he deeply realized why this crazy house was so incredibly cheap. The heavy door clicked shut. Tang Yang smirked like a villain. "Perfect. When the time is right, I'll just casually buy the house right next to his. Big sister is still your neighbor, kid." The breeze whispered through the lush green leaves as Gao Peng slapped a hand onto a huge tree trunk. He and his tiny monster crew stayed totally hidden behind the massive tree. Looking down at the heavy military convoys rolling by, he figured, "We reached the checkpoint." He spun around, getting super hyped. The purple bottle tree forest should be pretty close now. He stepped right onto the crunchy leaves. Gao Peng marched forward, plotting his master plan. "We definitely need to grab all the loot today. 3 days off total, and this is the final countdown. If we fail to snatch enough wood cores today, we are benched until next week's break. And man, that would totally ruin my epic leveling schedule." Suddenly, he screamed in pure shock. "Look closely with me." Spotting a creepy shadow blurring on a branch, he yelled. "The very first beast outside the safe zone is an elite. Surviving out here is no joke." Chilling on the branch was a nasty black panther rocking massive fangs. System check. It is a level 13 Hui Sha wildcat. Normal rarity wood element. The green-eyed demon cat glowed red and unleashed a terrifying growl. It rocketed off the branch like a bullet. Gao Peng panicked and hollered at his crew. "Oh crap, squad, watch out!" It blitzed toward them like absolute lightning. The exact second those giant razor claws slashed right toward his face, Adai savagely chucked Dazi off its back onto the dirt. It lunged to aggressively block the wildcat. It blasted out a massive surge of purple lightning, but the sneaky cat totally dodged the strike. Backing up, the beast definitely sensed danger. Adai completely lost it. Glowing fiery red with absolute rage, our bony homie roared at the top of its lungs. "Your real enemy is right here." The wildcat bristled its spiky fur. Adai took one single step and practically blew up the dirt around them. It charged the cat like an absolute madman, scaring the poor beast entirely out of its mind. That cat booked it, running for dear life. But Adai was not letting this slide. Charging up a crazy red energy bomb right in its hand. Bam! The blast tangled up the cat's leg. Adai completely flexed on the stuck cat. While the beast shivered like a totally pathetic sewer rat, Adai brought down a ridiculously savage, earth-shattering power punch. Staring up at Adai's absolutely merciless strike, the cat's eyes practically popped out of its skull. Before it could even write a dramatic last will and testament, Adai smashed its face with a massive boom. Boom! Even the solid ground completely shattered from the insane impact. Bright red blood instantly splattered everywhere from the absolutely wrecked Huisha wildcat. Gao Peng just stared at Adai's insanely wide, rock-solid back, completely losing his mind over this wild power. Compared to its old primal ape days, this dude's stats easily jumped like 10 times higher. I totally expected it to be buff, but this is literally game-breaking. But then, out of nowhere, Adai just raised its hands. Staring down at its own palms all depressed, it totally threw Gao Peng off. I mean, it hasn't actually fought since the epic evolution. Looks like my boy still needs a ton of combat practice. Gao Peng turned around. Adai had already finished its moody assessment. The whole monster crew moved out. "All right, guys, let's keep going." Adai just glanced back, suddenly flashing back to the past. That exact moment, Gao Peng caught him ugly, crying, just gently walking over to give him soft, reassuring head pats. Even though back then he had literally zero clue what the kid was saying, he knew one thing. Adai smiled. Ever since that crazy emotional day, That kid. Adai just stood there watching Gao Peng and Da Zi hilariously arguing. Look, Adai only threw the bug out of pure battlefield panic. Our guy is like, come on, do not be mad. If he had not tossed me, I would have protected you first. Yeah, Daisy is the absolute best. Adai is cool too, but he literally threw me. Alright, you and I are diving into pure madness. Adai looks at Gao Peng beaming. He is literally his whole world. Gao Peng, a swan, Adai, and Daisy are walking. They have been searching for 3 straight hours. They basically scoured every single spot where purple bottle trees grow, and boom, they finally found the jackpot. The purple bottle tree, rough trunk, covered in creepy vines. Gao Peng points out that last time, they found a green tree snake right in this exact area. So yeah, it seems those sneaky snakes have a weird obsession with these specific trees. Suddenly, Adai's eyes light up like literal flashlights. He realizes that vine on the branch? Totally fake. It is a disguised snake. Adai dashes over, grabs the snake, and casually rips it right off the tree. The poor snake is absolutely stunned and flips over, completely outplayed. Adai just glares at it with pure disrespect. With zero effort, he snaps the snake straight in half. Then, he reaches right inside and casually pulls out a glowing green gem. Gross, but epic. Adai shoves the glowing gem right in Gao Peng's face. Our guy assumes it is the monster core from the green tree snake. What an idiot! A green tree snake core? Seriously? It is just a basic crystal. Today's mission is finding hollow wood cores. Even a flying jellyfish would know better. Gao Peng forces a painfully awkward smile. Hey, at least Adai tried his absolute best. He has to accept it. Then Gao Peng happily points right at the purple bottle tree. He tells Adai to smash these trees. Adai does not even blink. He clenches his fist, and crazy purple energy starts swirling right around him. I swear the tree literally sweats in pure fear. Adai throws a massive punch straight into the trunk, blasting the whole thing into a million tiny wooden splinters. The tree snaps cleanly in half as dust goes absolutely everywhere. Gao Peng yells out, "Beautiful hit!" Fueled by his hype man, Adai gets totally fired up. His energy spikes, and he goes absolute goblin mode, throwing wild punches at every single tree in sight. Gao Peng happily collects the hollow cores. Keep going, Adai, smash a few more. Meanwhile, on the completely opposite side of the forest, 3 suspicious dudes in black coats are creeping around. The blue-haired guy looks over and asks, "Boss, is that kid seriously hiding around here?" The bald dude, clearly the boss, shoots him a look. He says the intel from their guys is solid, so they need to keep searching. Suddenly, the tiny mouse chilling on the boss's shoulder twitches its ears. It is definitely picking up on something. A second later, the mouse points straight ahead. The scarred guy smirks and says, "Captain, looks like Dudu found our target." The boss tosses a snack to Dudu as a reward. He says Dudu hears a super weird noise that way. Might not be the kid, but they are absolutely checking it out. Suddenly, the booming noises get way louder. The guy in the red bandana is like, "Wait a minute. Why does this sound exactly like my boxing practice?" Scarface rolls his eyes. "Boxing? Yao Huan, did you punch your own brain out? Who the heck practices boxing in a forest filled with literal monsters?" The boss snaps back. "Deng Shen, do not be an idiot. We cannot ignore any clues out here. Missions with a massive payout like this are super rare. Did you seriously forget your little sister needs her tuition money? We are finishing this mission." The boss orders them forward. "Let's check it out. Stay super quiet." The boss creeps around and hides behind a massive tree. All 3 of them watch Adai completely destroying the forest. Adai is throwing insane, overpowered punches at the trees. The thugs literally turn pale. Yao Huan drops his jaw and whispers, "Oh my god. This giant dude is absolutely terrifying. He is snapping thick trees with a single punch." The boss hushes them. "Now, you and I know what is coming." The boss holds up a bounty photo of Gao Peng. "That kid right there is our main target. But what the heck is he digging for in those smashed up trees?" Yao Huan is sweating bullets. He begs the captain to leave. Their client only paid them to scout the kid's beast. They already saw enough, right? If they get any closer, they are totally going to get themselves killed. Deng Shen nods fast. "Yeah, exactly." He spots Gao Peng's incredibly massive centipede just casually playing with a bug. He stammers, "Captain, that beast is straight up terrifying. And the giant guy next to it? Definitely not something we want to mess with. We need to leave now." The boss violently slaps a hand over his mouth. "Shut up," the boss growls. "Listen up, boys. Are you not sick of picking up garbage scraps just to survive? With our weak stats, we could never survive deep inside the terrifying Black Forest. But right now, we have a golden ticket literally sitting right in front of us. We absolutely have to take this risk." He narrows his eyes. This kid is definitely hiding something. Why would a beast tamer make so much crazy noise out here? You think he is just bored measuring trees? No way. The boss watches Gao Peng inspecting the wood. If they figure out what rare loot is hiding inside those trunks, they are set. What does this forest have the most of? Trees. They are about to be filthy rich. The boss starts barking orders. Deng Shen, you are going to hide in the shadows and order your beast to attack that kid directly. Yao Huan, you are with me. We are taking down that giant monster. The two goons nervously agree. The boss smirks like an absolute villain. If this ambush actually works out, their luck has finally flipped. They will never have to live another day scraping by in total pathetic fear. The wind rustles through the leaves. Suddenly, both Adai and Daisy jump right into battle stances. Gao Peng looks totally confused. Daisy? Adai? What is going on? And here is where it gets real. Gao Peng finally senses the danger. He spots the two goons creeping behind the trees and screams out a warning. Who goes there? Come out! To stop an ambush, Adai instantly throws his arm up, perfectly shielding Gao Peng. The sneaky squad panics. Oh crap, you and I know they are totally busted. The big boss steps out, playing it super cool. Haha, hey there buddy. The guy flashes a cheesy smile. Meeting here is pure fate. We just came to see if you needed any help. Yao Huan is secretly sweating bullets but feeling super relieved. Thank God the boss reacts fast. But Gao Peng, he is still glaring at them with max suspicion. Right. Help? Our edgy protagonist starts judging the sketchy familiars lurking behind them. A wind-chasing mantis and a blood butterfly? Those are literally top-tier jungle assassin familiars. Gao Peng instantly figures out their dirty little plan. These guys are absolutely not playing around. Dai quickly senses the totally weird vibe in the air too. The skeleton spins around, blocking Gao Peng completely, while the boss forces a very awkward smile. Haha, that is just my bro over there. Relax, we totally do not have any bad intentions. But deep down, he is low-key screaming. What the heck is this creepy thing? How is its radar so sharp? Deng Sen just nervously chuckles. Yeah, I totally just went to the bathroom. Suddenly, his system screen just casually pops up with the stats. Level 18, Elite Tier. Elite quality, metal attribute, and a massive glaring weakness to lightning attacks. Gao Peng checks the stats and realizes this is a silver mantis. Probably some super rare mutant species just wandering around. But Da Zi perfectly counters it, so it is honestly not scary at all. Gao Peng coldly replies, I really do not think I need help. Especially, that specific kind of help. Gao Peng's familiars instantly shift into defense mode, looking absolutely furious and ready to throw down. The boss laughs awkwardly. If the little bro hates us bothering him, let us bail. Yao Huan is just super confused. Wait, what? Yao Huan yells out. Captain, are we seriously leaving? Boss whispers. We got exposed 3 times. The sneak attack window is gone, and failing means making a deadly new enemy. He goes on. The kid is super young but somehow runs 3 familiars at once. He is either crazy rich or absolutely overpowered. Either way, you do not mess with that. He says this while intensely staring down Gao Peng, Dai, Shan, and Da Zi. He puts a hand over his chest. Plus, that creepy familiar wearing the black robe over there gives off a dark vibe that makes Dodo extremely anxious. Seeing his poor little Dodo literally shivering in absolute terror right now, he casually adds, Dodo's gut feeling has saved my life so many times. The boss just turns his head, walks away and says, let's roll. In this trash world, who knows what psycho-familiars we will meet. We could actually die. But hey, we will just wait until he leaves and come right back, see if we can find clues. The forest is huge, no need to fight him for some random trees. Yao Huan sighs heavily. Alright, got it. Gao Peng thinks, if Dai had not spotted them hiding, would they have just attacked? He pushes his glasses up like an anime villain. If they did attack, would I have straight up ended them? Fast forward 2 hours, shattered trees are just lying everywhere. Gao Peng happily holds a fat bag, smiling like a total winner. 21 kilos? Yeah, that is definitely enough. Gao Peng casually waves his hand. Da Zi, get over here, buddy. The little centipede is literally munching on a smaller centipede, turning its head in total confusion. Gao Peng grabs the 2 spikes on Da Zi's head like TV antennas and nods. Yep, got it. Thanks to the random electrical sparks shooting from those 2 spikes, the torch in his hand suddenly bursts into dramatic flames. The torch just burns bigger and bigger. Then, he carelessly tosses it right into the dry leaves at his feet, ignoring the thick smoke completely. Gao Peng turns his back and walks off, thinking, before the apocalypse, burning a forest was straight up a felony. But post-apocalypse? Yeah, that law is totally cancelled. Besides, the insane vitality and resistance of these mutant plants are way tougher than anyone could even imagine now. This tiny little baby fire has absolutely 0 chance of burning down the whole wild forest anyway. Gao Peng just smiles his edgy little smile. Perfect timing for destroying all the evidence. Meanwhile, Yao Huan stands on a hill, pointing frantically at Gao Peng. Hey, Captain, look at this. That kid is unbelievably sneaky. Was he terrified we would come back and find clues? The boss mutters, this kid's guard is way too high. Secretly, the boss is actually freaking out. thinking that the kid probably does not even realize the sheer, ice-cold ruthlessness buried deep inside his own bones. Yao Huan just asks, "Captain, are we seriously just letting this whole thing go?" The boss replies. The boss claims there is no real conflict here. But honestly, you and I know if the kid held some overpowered shiny treasure, they totally would have risked offending him and attacked anyway. Then we would just clean up the evidence perfectly. Simply put, there is not enough profit to motivate us. We make zero money, and yeah, I already did the math. Alright, you and I know some guys just don't get the memo. He makes a quick call. Hey, tell Dr. Huang the job is officially done and dusted. All the target beast files have already been securely sent over. The guy on the other line chuckles. Hard work pays off, man. The cash is sent. Pleasure doing business with you. That same guy spins around to face the dude chilling in the chair. Dr. Kwong, it looks like those clowns didn't even dare to throw a punch. This little scouting mission is a total bust. Dr. Kwong just laughs it off like a classic villain. No sweat at all. Our backup plan is already locked and loaded. His grandson, his one and only relative? Yeah, we finally tracked him down. Cao Bong looks at the crazy scene in front of him, frowning hard. Aban's growth rate is absolutely insane. Not only did this guy jump up a whole level, but his actual body size is literally double what it was before they left. He looks at this totally ridiculous flex and is honestly horrified. Like, buddy, that is way too much food for one sitting. Just look right in front of him. This crazy spotted spider monster already demolished over 10 boxes of food and still refuses to stop. Cao Bong and the other two pets standing nearby are absolutely speechless. Right then, he finally notices what is actually lying on the ground. Mixed with all the empty boxes are literally chunks of cracked skin shedding off the monster. He casually picks a piece up, his eyes zooming in behind those glasses like a total science nerd. Is it seriously broken already? Man, I really thought shed beast skin would have some overpowered magic effect like in the novels, he grumbles. Then he looks down at the beast, laughing and hyping it up. Keep eating. You got this. Eat until you're a big chubby boy. The spider monster actually seems to understand him, staring right back with these super sparkly proud little eyes. It even makes these cute, happy little noises. Like, this is a terrifying mutant beast, but right now it is acting exactly like a golden retriever getting a treat. Who knew? But its joy is totally short-lived because Cao Bong casually drops this bomb. Once you fatten up, we are having deep-fried spider. A simple joke, but absolutely horrifying for the poor guy. The massive beast starts shaking like a tiny puppy at its master's totally evil, dark smile. Aban seriously reconsiders his life choices right then and there, quickly dropping the food box like a hot potato. The poor thing backs away from the food, looking at him with teary, betrayed eyes like somebody just bullied it on the playground. Cao Bong can only sigh in absolute defeat. I told you to eat less for your own good, man. Shoving down too much of this canned junk at once is just going to build up toxins in your body. But suddenly, his face gets super serious, his eyebrows pulling tight. He is doing the math. Xuan is way too weak for this, so these ingredients definitely need a pro lab for processing. Cut to the Phi Bong Beast Taming Lab. Outside, the heavy security door is completely locked down. No VIP list, no entry for anyone. Right at this exact moment, our teenage genius slaps his hand against a glowing digital screen, punching in the activation codes. The massive, heavy doors finally slide open on their own. The second he struts in, the lights flick on automatically, giving him a grand welcome to a completely empty room. Not a single soul inside. He and his beast just stand there in the doorway, staring at the shiny, high-tech setup and feeling pretty impressed. Okay, so the crazy recipe says we need hardcore freezing, high heat, and a ton of strong acid. Special processing. Talking to himself, Cao Bong dramatically drops a neatly wrapped huge package onto the table. Alone in the building, our guy goes full mad scientist, following the crazy textbook steps. First up, tying on his safety gear before grabbing an actual literal flamethrower. Boom! Blazing hot fire blasts out of the nozzle, completely frying the stuff in front of him. Then, he tosses it all into a high-speed blender, crushing everything into this eye-popping green sludge. You and I are about to see something wild. After all that chaotic science, Cao Bong proudly holds up a test tube filled with glowing neon liquid like he just won an award. He bursts into a massive villain laugh. Smugging it up, he yells, "Finally, the masterpiece is complete." With a sweet smell like this, Xuan is going to totally lose its mind. And right on cue, the little flying jellyfish wiggles its tiny tentacles in celebration. Wasting zero time, our guy dumps the glowing potion into a massive water tank. The neon green completely takes over the clear water, while these weirdly pretty, sparkly green clouds of smoke start bubbling up to the surface. Sure, the color looks slightly toxic and highly questionable, but to a mutant beast, that bubbling green smoke is basically the most irresistible snack on the planet. Just look at the little jellyfish floating there, literally drooling over the smell. You can tell it is completely losing its mind over this. It starts squeaking at him, basically saying this toxic-looking soup smells exactly like human apple juice. Seeing his pet this hyped up, Cao Bong just bursts out laughing. He gestures toward the massive tank like a grand host. All right, buddy, hop in and take a nice little soak. But before he can even finish his sentence, the jellyfish goes full speed ahead. Zero patience. It absolutely yeets itself straight into the shiny green tub. Watching his beast slowly sink into the glass tank, completely relaxed and floating around like it is at a spa, he just facepalms. Dude, I wasn't even done giving instructions. You are way too impatient for your own good. He grumbles, completely defeated by his own pet. Suddenly, he lets out a loud yelp, his eyes widening in pure shock as his pupils shrink. Inside the tub, the beast is just chilling, looking so smug and totally blissed out that you honestly just want to punch it. But wait, its body is actually mutating inside the liquid, and Cao Bong is completely horrified. Hold up, that color is completely wrong. Eh, Xuan? It turned completely green, and wait, A Swan's favorite place to chill is literally right on my head. As that hits him, his mouth starts twitching hard. His face looks like he just swallowed a bug. Just imagine that neon beast plopping onto his hair. He would literally be walking around wearing a giant glowing green hat of shame. And a glowing green hat at that. No matter how you slice it, the visual is incredibly embarrassing. He instantly regrets his life choices. Suddenly, letting his pet evolve into this wood spirit jellyfish feels like the single worst decision he has ever made in his entire life. His inner monologue is just screaming for help right now. Save me, I absolutely hate neon green. But he can only stand there helplessly, watching the flying jellyfish absorb every single drop of that glowing toxic dye. And the worst part? It is getting even chubbier by the second. He secretly starts doing the math again. Upgrading this thing to epic tier requires some insanely rare materials anyway. Like, what the heck even is a virtual space material? Honestly, it looks like perfect quality is the absolute max A Swan is going to reach for now. Total bummer. But forget the hat. Cao Bong closes his eyes and focuses. A bizarre, bright blue flame suddenly wraps around him, and you can literally see the raw power surging straight through his veins. So what do we take from this? He connects the dots. Thanks to A Swan's epic upgrade, his own soul strength just scored an absolutely massive boost, too. Alright, stick with me here. Signing A Swan might take a bit, but with a little push, it is just days away. Suddenly, right at this moment, there is a glittering gaze behind him, a literal light bulb rushing straight at him. Gao Peng feels a freezing chill creeping down his spine. He whips around, fighting for his life against that flying jellyfish. Stay away! But its tentacles are like superglue, sticking to him and refusing to let go. Finally, one guy and his beast walk out of the store completely exhausted. Gao Peng just sighs, looking utterly helpless and totally defeated. Meanwhile, A Xuan successfully climbs right up onto the top of his head. It officially becomes his green hat. Its face looks ridiculously happy, like spring just arrived. Just a few steps later, the phone in his pocket suddenly starts vibrating loudly. He checks the screen. Gao Peng is super confused. It is the exact repair company Sister Tang Tang recommended a few days ago. Weren't the procedures already finalized? What could they possibly want this late at night? The very moment he answers, the other end immediately speaks up. Mr. Gao, do you have time later? We hit a snag cleaning the villa. We really need you to come look at it in person. Hearing the guy, he instantly asks what the exact problem is. The guy does not hesitate. Rattling off instantly, we actually found some mutated plants right inside the villa. If we don't clear them out, we cannot continue the repairs. But tearing them down means dismantling part of the building's actual core structure. So we need your on-site instructions. Gao Peng casually walks with one hand in his pocket and coldly agrees. Fine, I will go there. He immediately hears the reply. An overly excited voice shouts, "That is great, Mr. Gao. All the workers are here, please hurry." Before the guy finishes, he pauses, then interrupts. Wait, his tone turns dangerous. Manager Lee, all the workers are waiting? Am I that important? It is pitch black outside. You and I both know something is off. No overtime pay? He asks, pointing out the obvious flaws in the guy's story with a highly sarcastic smirk. But he does not know the dark truth. On the other end, the chestnut-haired manager Lee has his arms violently twisted backward. No movement, no escape. Another thug holds the phone. With the call right there, he can only smile bitterly and obey. Hearing Gao Peng's sharp questions, he panics and stammers. "This is just part of our job, Mr. Gao. Please come quickly." The other side goes completely silent. After a few incredibly tense seconds, the phone screen lights up. Gao Peng's voice comes through. "Fine, I will be there." Getting what he wanted, the man quickly hits the red button, hanging up. Jiang Yilong grabs his head, pure malice written on his face. He smiles terrifyingly, looking down to praise him. "Well done, Manager Lee. Your son gets roast chicken tonight." The man, pinned down by the huge bodyguards, kneels with his eyes wide open in absolute horror. Back with Gao Peng, after hanging up with Manager Lee, he makes several more calls, but none of them are going through at all. He stares at the screen, getting seriously worried. That manager's words were insanely suspicious. But Sister Tang Tang's phone is completely unreachable right now. Seeing its master's weird expression, A Xuan curiously peeks right over from the side, but he has zero time for it now. Gao Peng senses something is wildly off, but cannot pinpoint the exact flaw. Frowning, he decides to bring Dazi and Dumby. With that, he immediately sprints forward without looking back. Leaving his silhouette behind, the flying jellyfish hears its master call out, "A Xuan, let's go!" It lets out a supportive chirp, quickly flying after him. Half an hour later, Manager Li has his hands tied behind his back. They force him to kneel before the man standing in front. No chance to escape. A subordinate, after waiting forever without seeing anyone, finally speaks up to ask, "Doctor, why isn't that kid here yet? Do you think he noticed something?" The man being asked, Dr. Jiang, is holding a glass of red wine. He turns around, smirking. "Just be patient. Being a little late is totally fine. After all, we are completely civilized people here." He raises an eyebrow, smiling viciously. To think Ji Handong still has a living grandson. If someone had not secretly leaked this, I would have thought the old man was completely alone. Hearing this, the subordinate standing behind him immediately chimes in. If word gets out that Ji Handong has a grandson, so many people will definitely want to silently eliminate this massive threat. Jiang Yilong raises his glass, watching the swirling red liquid. His pupils, matching the wine's color, flash with a faint light. Pure murderous intent radiates from his eyes. He laughs wickedly. After all, Ji Handong has no relatives, and he will eventually age, but his grandson is young, and that unbelievable wealth easily sways people's greedy hearts. Southern Sky Group is a giant now, and watch closely, everyone's hiding secret motives. His dark words actually make his subordinates sweat in absolute terror. "Doctor, you mean we are eliminating Gao Peng later? But why not just strike immediately instead of constantly testing him like this over and over?" Hearing this, Dr. Jiang lifts his hand, pouring the red wine onto the floor. The dark liquid flows exactly like blood. He answers, "Ji Handong went to great lengths to hide and protect his grandson, so he will absolutely be hyper-focused on the boy's safety." "Alright, you and I know this classic villain move. He's setting up secret guards, because doing it himself is too risky. Waking up that grumpy old man? No thanks. Plus, who said anything about killing the grandson? Our genius villain just wants to hold the kid hostage for some good old-fashioned blackmail." He smirks and dramatically spins around. "Look at those dark, edgy eyes. You really think our little squad can steal the Southern Sky Group's power? Spoiler alert, they totally can't. Smash, there goes a perfectly good glass. If they off Ji Handong's only family, the old man will literally obliterate them. And the only winners? The big shots who are actually strong enough to fight for that boss throne." Dr. Jiang starts whining about his sad little research lab, complaining that, compared to the Southern Sky Group, his setup is straight garbage. They've got over 30 soul supply units, plus a bunch of absolutely massive security forces on standby. Even if the main heir bites the dust, this guy isn't getting the big boss chair. And that heavy security squad he just hyped up? They're hardcore professionals. We're talking zero hesitation to use absolute brute force or dirty tricks just to keep their boss happy. He hits us with the classic villain eyebrow raise. Why dirty my own hands? Total chaos is basically his entire business model. Plus, if you really think about it, Cao Bong is basically the crown prince of this whole mess. The kid is totally first in line for the throne. So even if they're throwing hands right now, the line between besties and mortal enemies is ridiculously blurry. Jiang plays it completely cool, whipping out a pocket watch and staring at the ticking hands like a massive nerd. "Once I bag tonight's loot and upgrade my lab, the prince might actually let me join his squad." Oh, the absolute delusion of this guy. He glances at Director Li, who's currently eating dirt. Time's up. Ji Handong's squad is probably here. Hearing this spicy little villain monologue, the guy shakes like a leaf and completely panics. "Wait, hold up. You literally promised not to hurt me." Jiang doesn't care at all. He lifts a finger, summoning a freaky black and white butterfly. "Look at those weird wing patterns." The bug flaps over and lands right there. He smirks, "Chill out," but his glaring eyes are pure evil. "I'm a sophisticated science guy, man. I'm not like those absolute barbarians outside." Right on cue, the crazy moth takes off. It flutters, dropping some extremely suspicious dust everywhere. Director Li breathes in that gross bug dust, and his eyes immediately glaze over. A few seconds later, the dude just violently faceplants onto the dirty floor. Jiang watches him drop with zero sympathy whatsoever. "Have a nice little nap. Now, you and I get to see instant karma." While he gloats, a massive shadow completely obliterates the sky. His terrified goon points and screams his lungs out. "Boss, look up!" Jiang finally realizes he completely screwed up. They stare up as a ridiculously huge, majestic dragon beast appears, scaring them absolutely speechless. The old monster actually showed up. Meanwhile, over at the heavily armed Chang'an zone, There's a literal blazing red phoenix just chilling on top of a tower. It's completely knocked out, until boom, the majestic bird snaps its glowing eyes wide open. It flexes those massive wings into the sky, stretching its gigantic, god-tier body as a blinding golden aura completely wraps around it. Absolute peak aesthetic. Two unlucky guards hear the absolute racket up top and crane their necks. They get a front row seat to this giant glowing bird going supernova, and one guy shrieks. What's happening? Did the dark forest gorilla escape? His buddy actually uses his brain. No, idiot, the bird is glaring south. Go check. They're about to sprint, but a voice interrupts from behind. Don't bother checking. The big boss from the Southern Sky Group just rolled into Chang'an. They whip around to see a middle-aged guy in a flashy officer's coat, casually walking up with a cane. They immediately salute. Commander, sir. The guy looks totally unbothered, pointing his trusty cane right at them. Chill out, boys. Just stick to normal guard duty. The guards snap a perfect salute, screaming, understood. Once the guards scurry off, the commander stares at the tower. He sighs super dramatically. A storm is definitely coming. Back to our favorite loser, Dr. Jiang. He's totally terrified, aggressively backing away from the man, but he still tries acting tough. Chairman, wait, I have Cao Bong hostage. But the big boss? Zero cares given. He glares down like an absolute god, judging a pathetic little bug. And behind him? That massive dragon throws the ultimate death stare, looking totally ready to swallow this guy alive. The boss coldly warns him, you better think extremely carefully before you speak again. Meanwhile, all those elite bodyguards Jiang brought? Yeah, every single one of them is already bleeding out on the dirty floor. Jiang stares at this absolute massacre in horror. He loudly gulps in pure panic, shivering as he begs, Chairman, I just lied to save my own skin. Please, let me explain. But the white-haired legend standing before him doesn't care about his sad excuses. The boss's eyes go pitch black as he asks, who told you about Cao Bong? Knowing he's cooked, cold sweat drips down Jiang's face. He's terrified but tries acting cool. Sir, please chill out, Mr. Chairman. I haven't leaked Cao Bong's info yet, but I built a dead man's switch. If I don't type the password soon, the system blasts his location to everyone in your company. He stammers, thinking about that sweet, sweet blackmail folder on his phone. Ji Handong just shoots him an insanely frosty glare. Don't want to talk? Fine. Everyone has their little ambitions. I won't force you. The boss just turns and walks off, leaving the pathetic doctor crawling in the dirt. Wait, don't leave. I'll talk. It was Secretary Liu. Jiang is utterly shocked that the old boss completely ignored his villain script. With his face totally pale, he has no choice but to beg. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted some extra funding, okay? I never actually wanted to hurt Cao Bong. Give me enough cash, and I swear I'll make the Southern Sky Group filthy rich. All right, you and I are diving right into the chaos. Our guy didn't expect the boss to have zero patience for his fancy little speech. The old man literally waves him off. Since you worked hard, I'll give you a quick death. Hearing that cold promise, he reaches out in total panic to grab the boss's coat, but only catches empty air. He begs like an absolute crybaby. Mr. Chairman, wait, I was completely wrong. But suddenly, his desperate voice cuts off completely. His eyes go wide in pure, unadulterated terror. Reflected in his pupils, a massive, razor-sharp claw slicing right at him. Across the dead silent night of the luxury villa, only one brutally pathetic scream tears through the air. No, please. And then? Absolute silence. Kung Nut Long, the same dude acting all high and mighty just 5 minutes ago. The guy who literally tried to plot against Cao Bong? Yeah, he's just a freezing cold corpse now. A massive bloodstain ruins his shirt, his head slumped awkwardly against a random rock. The old man just turns his back, casually noting the guy's limbs are already going stiff. He scoffs, dropping a harsh curse. Idiot. I, Qi Han-dong, have never bowed to a threat in my entire life. Just then, a flashy red signal blinks on his high-tech wristband. He taps it instantly, and a super professional voice chimes in. Chairman, sir. Staring at the wristband, his gaze turns totally deadpan. Look into Kung Yut Long. The idiot probably set up some backup program. Find that junk and completely destroy it immediately. If you can't destroy it, let me know. Cao Bong is the crown prince of the Namthean group. That's a fact. Worst case, we just leak it ourselves. Hearing those ruthless instructions, the guy on the line instantly accepts the order. Boom. Qi Han-dong just handled business like a total boss. Now, he's chilling, gazing at this insanely gorgeous starry night sky that looks like an endless galaxy. A few clouds drift by, lazily killing time. It's so pretty he can't look away. I love this simple world, he mutters. So deep, right? Except that poetic vibe is completely ruined by a pathetic, tragic voice wailing in the background. Help me. Please, no! Meanwhile, a gorgeous woman walks right up and drops to one knee. She looks up at his massive, intimidating back, respectfully calling out, Master. The chairman barely glances at the girl kneeling behind him. You've worked hard recently. Dung Dung. He calls her name. She has ridiculously stunning wavy black hair, striking crimson eyes, soft pink lips, and rocking this perfect, indifferent little smirk all the time. Hearing him call her, she stands up, tailing right behind him. Ki Han Dong barely even looks at her, turning his face away to reminisce about his grand return from overseas. He couldn't fully control the company back then. Total corporate chaos. Plus, the tragic news of Cao Bong's parents dying completely buried any trace of the kid. I could only play along, sending my guys to scrub the remaining clues, he thinks, letting him grow up in total peace. Now, the corporate power struggle is completely settled, but honestly, there's absolutely no rush to bring little Bong back home. Leaving him in the wild builds real character, and honestly, his raw talent has wildly exceeded the old man's expectations. Having reached that epic conclusion, he steps right up to his massive pet, petting its head. Then he drops the boring chores on Dung Dung. Company business calls, clean up this mess. The white dragon feels the warm head pats, shutting its eyes with a completely pampered, goofy expression. Meanwhile, the stunning girl standing right beside him is super confused by his orders. Master, aren't you going to see him tonight? But the old guy just smiles this cryptic grandpa smile. We'll wait for better timing. For him, material wealth is basically pocket change he can grab whenever. But a heart forged of absolute iron? Now that's what he really needs. My child, let's see just how epic your growth can really get. Meanwhile, the main guy himself, Cao Bong, finally pulls up to the villa, rolling deep with a ban, a die, and that bizarre flying jellyfish, a swan, floating alongside. He spots the absolute disaster zone in front of him and completely blanks. Where's Director Lee and the crew? They haven't answered their phones for ages. What the heck happened? Now watch closely. He notices these insanely deep gouges ripped right into the pavement. He stares, utterly weirded out. Yeah, no, that definitely isn't from some random construction work. Squinting closer, he makes a pretty terrifying guess. Those look exactly like massive claw marks. While our boy is playing detective, a super slender, crazy elegant figure casually strolls right up beside him. She crosses her arms over her chest, smirking. Wow, I definitely underestimated your ridiculous growth speed. Her voice isn't too loud or too quiet. It hits that perfectly catchy volume, laced with a playfully soft tone. The second she steps up, he whips around, instantly on guard. Who's there? The wavy-haired beauty just throws him a cheeky smirk. It's me, little Bong. Seeing it's just Dung Dung, his panic instantly drops into a total whatever face. He dramatically shrugs. Oh, it's just you. No wonder a die didn't even bother barking. Seeing his totally punchable, arrogant attitude, she completely loses her cool. Hold up, what the heck is with that face? Are you seriously judging me right now? Getting totally serious, she plants her hands on her hips, poking a finger right at his nose. Never drop your guard like that. How do you even know I'm not the enemy here? Seeing her completely stress out, Cao Bong flashes a huge grin, points at her, and says, All right, Sister Duong Duong, if I couldn't even trust you, then literally nobody in this world is safe. You see, our guy's been flying solo since he became an orphan, but before he could even finish, Duong Duong throws her hands up, totally cutting him off. No, little Bong, you are not an orphan. Your grandpa? He is still alive. Cao Bong freezes, record scratch. He stares at her in pure, utter disbelief. Wait, my grandpa is alive? Duong Duong looks right at him. A mysterious, wild gleam flashes in her sharp eyes as she gets totally serious. Listen, right before the global monster mutation hit, he got completely stranded on a remote overseas island. And he was not alone. A few of his most loyal, hardcore guards were trapped there too. Now, picture this insane setup with me. She flashes back to a massive tropical island. Nothing but ancient, giant trees, burning sand, and literally surrounded on all four sides by an endless, inescapable ocean. And the monsters? Absolutely everywhere. Trapped completely by the sea. You already know this opening tutorial was straight up nightmare mode. Right then, Cao Bong's legendary grandpa stood his ground, staring down an armored monster covered in brutal spikes, flashing its fangs and clawing wildly at the terrified crowd. Talk about insane, sweat-inducing tension. Duong Duong explains it perfectly. If surviving in the city was normal mode, the old man was playing on pure hell difficulty. I mean, there was zero military backup on that island, but fate had a totally wild plan. She says his grandpa scored a massive lucky break, then used sheer unbreakable willpower to survive the wilderness, leveling up and taming killer beasts like an absolute boss. Surrounded by endless iron-skinned monsters, Kai Han Dong looked like an absolute mess. His clothes were shredded, completely wrecked, but guess what? That wild, messy look couldn't hide his crazy, majestic aura. The man was literally holding ultimate power right in the palm of his hands. He flexed his dominance so hard against those savage beasts that eventually, every single monster on that hellish island had to bow down to this one legendary guy. After hearing Duong Duong hype up all those insanely glorious survival stories about his grandpa, only two words echoed inside our boy's totally stunned mind. Absolutely epic. She gently tells him, "Your grandpa cares about you so much. That's exactly why he sent me to watch your back and protect you. He couldn't meet you openly because of some major, complicated secrets." Now, you'd think he'd be crying or mad at the old man, right? Nope. Cao Bong's face lights up with pure anime fanboy excitement. "Oh, I totally get it. It's the classic heaven testing the chosen one training arc." His eyes literally sparkled with hype right behind those glasses. He acts all cool and says, "That is my legendary grandpa." I completely get his vibe. He probably figured hanging around him was way too dangerous. Keeping me out of the spotlight makes it way easier to protect me. Plus, it's a test. He wants me to level up fast on my own. Seeing this kid act so mature despite his age, being so surprisingly rational and completely understanding his grandpa's super dramatic hidden struggles with absolutely zero complaints, she softly calls his name, Little Bong. Her voice is dripping with pure sisterly sympathy. But our guy is completely locked in, staring off into the epic distance. "Sister Duong Duong, he is literally my only family left. Don't sweat it. I won't misunderstand him or throw a tantrum because he stayed hidden like a ninja." And just like that, the serious moment vanishes. He giggles, bouncing around her like an excited puppy. So, what are his beasts? What tier? Are they crazy overpowered? Watching this chaotic kid jump around, she just totally surrenders. Trying to calm his massive fanboy energy, she just waves her hand with this super mysterious smirk. You'll find out eventually. Denied his spoilers, Cao Bong immediately pulls a completely grumpy face and crosses his arms with a dramatic huff. Now here is the wild part we need to talk about. While these two are chilling down below, they have zero clue that someone is watching their every single move. Grandpa Kai Han Dong is literally floating in the sky on a massive white dragon. He's watching them and totally eavesdropping on their entire emotional little chat. His eyes sparkle with absolute pride as he drops a mysterious smirk. "Little Bong, you really do understand my epic style. All right then, show me what you've got." The dark night finally packs up and leaves. The very first rays of a brand new day wake up the world, painting the morning clouds a blazing, dramatic crimson. Cut to the next day. The sun is blazing, and the academy courtyard is completely packed. Students are literally pushing and shoving each other. Walking in with his familiar spirit beast, Cao Bong stops, totally confused by this massive, chaotic mob. Like, seriously, what is going on here? Pushing through the crazy crowd, he suddenly spots paramedics carrying away a totally bruised student. Talk about an intense start to the morning. Did the guy trip down the stairs? He wonders. Right on cue, a cute girl steps up to spill all the juicy academy tea. It was definitely no accident, she gossips. Another beast tamer actually went savage and crushed that guy. She immediately dumps the lore. Apparently, two rivals had bad blood forever. Then, one of them finally awakened as a high-tier beast tamer. And boom! First thing this morning, right outside the school gates, they clashed hard. The new tamer actually commanded his ferocious beast to just wreck his rival. Honestly, it looked like he was going for a total fatality. She wildly waves her hands, vividly recreating the insane scene of this massive, terrifying monster charging straight at the helpless victim. Now, imagine being there. Razor-sharp claws slashed right into that poor student. The crowd was completely freaking out, screaming their heads off, while the guy just collapsed instantly, taking massive damage. And right at this very moment, "All right, you and I are watching two guys spot a swan grabbing his shoulder." The redhead sneers. "A familiar master now?" "Yeah, sure, buddy." He clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed. The guy beside him shoots a nasty glare, whispering real quietly, "Shut up, or you will get smacked." Meanwhile, a fragile girl stands terrified among the teachers, giving her statement. But honestly, the kid who snapped today, he was always a total softie, constantly getting bullied. And his victim? That was his biggest tormentor, the most arrogant bully around. After she spills the tea, the students split into two arguing factions. Exactly right. He used his massive size to crush people before. Now someone else is way stronger. Why shouldn't they fight back? The other side snaps back. "You can't say that. No matter what, using violence is totally wrong." Hearing this, a few others brutally roast him. "What year is it? Still crying about violence? Go preach your dumb morals to the monsters outside." The pacifist goes mute, fuming with anger. "You are just unreasonable." The noisy debate over the brawl drags on forever. But Gao Peng, he just ignores them, walking away with his beast. Wonder how the school and military will react. Will they kick the training ground out entirely? Outside is total chaos. But inside the office, the white-haired principal is absolutely furious, slamming his fist on the desk. Why ban knives in school? Because teen hormones make them impulsive. And magical familiars are way more dangerous than any pocket knife. Keeping them at the school is a massive safety hazard. Plus, it is totally unfair to the normal kids who do not have familiars. The man across from him takes the yelling, desperately trying to calm things down. Please relax, principal. Nobody wanted this mess to happen. The principal finally cools off, looking super worried. My bad, I lost my temper. I just care about student safety. The army captain instantly reassures him. No worries. I completely understand. He stands up, facing the principal. I will think about your proposal and report to my superiors, but I cannot guarantee any results. With that, he turns and leaves. Glancing back, his eyes beneath the cap turn deadly serious. Because, honestly right now, there is no truly safe place left in this crazy world. All we can do is rely on strict laws and pure force to survive. Hearing him, the principal lowers his head. Defeated, he sighs helplessly. Over at Chang'an military base, atop the Golden God Tower, things are much quieter than tonight. It sits there, soaking up the gentle breeze and soft sunlight beaming down. The guy from the office is back. He stands at attention, reporting every detail. Sir, that is the situation. The middle-aged boss stands with his back turned. One hand behind him, he stares into the distance. Hearing the report, he lets out a heavy sigh. Schools really should just be for studying. Saying that, he turns back. His gaze goes dark, but that was before. You already know. Just last month, Chang'an City had over 300 familiar attacks. Plus, familiars deal massive damage, so most incidents are super deadly, and that is just in our city alone. Nationally, or globally, our crime rate in China is still low. Western countries are doing way worse. Their police are so swamped, they literally beg regular super strong civilians to keep the peace. Now, watch this closely. The captain grits his teeth, bowing down. Understood. Seeing him stressed, the boss chuckles, stepping up to pat his shoulder. I totally get how you feel. Relax, and the government alliance will not let things keep getting worse. They will make a move fast. Special times require special measures. Our mission is still huge. Once their chat finally wraps up, back at school, the students must line up straight for a strict lecture. The podium officer stands there, hands locked strictly behind his back. He barks discipline at the rowdy teens present here. Listen, you think you are all so talented? You haven't killed any monsters, but you love bullying. Starting tomorrow, your familiars cannot take half a step inside. We are building a new training ground. You will take all your beasts there. Are we totally clear? All right, you and I have seen some weird stuff, but get this. The teacher's demanding absolute silence, yet everyone around our boy Cao Peng is literally dying of laughter. Why? Because his pet jellyfish is happily chilling right on his head. The little guy is humming a tune, totally glowing neon green. Yeah, it's literally sitting on his head like a squishy, radioactive beanie. He looks absolutely ridiculous, and the oblivious little jelly is just waving its tentacles at the crowd. Cao Peng, looking completely dead inside, violently grabs the squishy menace, desperately trying to yank it off his scalp. But the floating jellyfish fights back. It wraps its tentacles tighter, squeaking furiously like it's saying, "No way, bro, your head is too warm." Cao Peng leans in, whispering a chilling threat. I hear gourmet jellyfish soup is absolutely delicious this time of year. That single sentence completely terrifies the poor jelly. It freezes, looking like its little life is about to end. Terrified of becoming actual seafood soup, it pops open a spatial black hole and pulls out a massive bottle of juice. Acting all pitiful, it basically begs, please drink this instead of me. No jellyfish soup today, okay? Cao Peng is utterly speechless. The whole crowd completely loses it at the unbearable cuteness. Even the strict officer up on stage struggles to keep a straight face. He fake coughs. Focus up, everyone. Instantly, Officer Zhang flips back to his tough guy persona, clasping his hands behind his back. Only 2 months left until the ultimate university entrance exams. Time is ticking, kids. Your training right now dictates your entire future. Don't think high scores mean nothing. Because mega corporations, the absolute military, and the government are drooling over top-tier beast tamers. They will shower the best with insane resources. Your growth potential will absolutely crush any average student out there. Look at the screen. Yesterday, the official rules for the first ever global beast tamer exam were officially dropped worldwide. As the stern officer speaks, right behind him, a giant glowing screen violently flashes the beast tamer exam details in massive letters. He explains the crazy setup: 3 brutal rounds. Round 1 is a national bloodbath where you and your pets throw down against random monster encounters. First up, you pick the monster's rank and quality, but the exact species? Completely random gacha style? Oh, and no cheating by picking enemies weak to your pet. If the random system spits out a boss that hard counters you, you get exactly 1 reroll. But hey, naturally, and if you're insane enough to fight your counter and actually win, you get a sweet 10% point boost. Points scale up hard, normal monsters give 10, elites give 50, and massive bosses drop 500. Building on that crazy math, beating a same-level elite quality beast adds a 50% point multiplier, while perfect tier gives a whole 100% boost. He breaks down this absurd grading system that will decide their entire futures. But wait, it gets even worse. Rule number 2. You can't fight more monsters than you have pets. Got 3 pets? You only get 3 targets to hunt. Simple as that. This stops high-level players from just farming weak mobs for easy points. Let's be real, this very first round will absolutely eliminate most of you scrubs. Only the hardcore elite will survive to see round 2. And that is where the kid gloves come off real survival combat out in the wild. Plus, the whole thing is broadcast live nationwide. The actual rules kept completely secret until round 1 ends. But honestly, if you just survive to see round 2, top-tier schools will be practically begging for you. As he hypes up this crazy second stage, competitors will drag their pets into the untamed wilderness, totally ditching the country's comfy safe zones to face massive, freaky-looking mutants head-on. Finishing his wild pitch, Officer Zhang smirks from the podium, his voice dropping to a very serious tone. Now, I know what you're wondering about round 3, but Zhang just smirks survive round 2 first, kids. Don't waste my time. I know you all survived that apocalyptic disaster 3 years ago, so never forget this peace we have wasn't cheap. You better appreciate every second of it. Now get out there and grind your hearts out while you can. Lost in the massive crowd, Cao Peng actually starts doing the math on his current power. Sure, he's just a junior, but he could totally crush this exam. He just needs to fast-track his pet's perfect tier evolution, like yesterday. Meanwhile, the pet he's plotting to mutate is clinging to his shoulder, practically sobbing. While our boy is deep in thought, up on the stage, the officer reveals a massive iron cage. Inside, a completely terrifying giant monster. I pulled massive strings to borrow this mutant deadleaf grasshopper. Who wants to step up and die first? Target spotted elite tier mutant deadleaf grasshopper. Level 10, massive size. Staring at the screeching bug in the cage, a wild idea forms in Cao Peng's head. He rubs his chin. His pet A-Ban just hit level 10. Stat-wise, A-Ban and this oversized grasshopper are basically in the exact same weight class. It's the ultimate practice dummy. Plus, grasshoppers are literal spider food, giving A-Ban a massive natural advantage. The only problem is, watch what happens. Look at our guy quietly staring at his familiars. Every single one looks absolutely pathetic. Stripey here is crying like a dramatic little wife, literally pushing the centipede forward to use as a meat shield. You and I are watching peak cowardice. Seeing his giant baby, Cao Peng looks totally defeated. Why the heck is Stripey such a massive scaredy cat? It attacked him so fiercely last time. Did getting beaten up leave this spider with PTSD? Yeah, this bug needs some serious training right now. Making a firm decision, Cao Peng boldly raises his hand in the air like a true hero. Instructor Zheng, let me test my familiar first. Totally ignoring the spider hiding behind his leg. Meanwhile, the instructor just stares at the boy and his beast, looking super awkward. Wait, why does he have another familiar already? He walks over to Cao Peng to drop some knowledge. Listen up. Usually tamers pour all their energy into training just one familiar. You wait until that beast hits commander tier before you even think about raising a second one. Only with a commander tier beast can a tamer actually survive the wild. Cao Peng, you are a star student. We highly value your potential and expect big things. If you try to train multiple beasts at the exact same time, you are definitely going to waste your time and energy, especially with the big exam coming up so fast. Your best bet is to focus on one beast, get it to commander tier, and snatch those high scores. Hearing the coach lecture him, our guy just chuckles awkwardly. Thanks for the advice, instructor, but I already planned out my training schedule. It honestly will not affect my progress at all. On the inside, he is screaming. He knows the coach means well, but he cannot exactly reveal his secret system hack that makes leveling up ridiculously easy. After dropping that excuse, he turns to his spotted spider, acting like a cheerleader. Wow, Stripey really has gotten chubby. Come on, Stripey, you can do this. But no matter what its master says, the poor thing shivers like a leaf as it walks toward the caged monster. Stripey's massive body reluctantly squeezes inside with the dead leaf mantis. It stares wide-eyed at the creepy bug hanging upside down from the iron cage ceiling. Its heart is practically vibrating with fear. Please do not hit me. Right then, 2 classmates step up next to him. The slicked-back black-haired dude opens his mouth first. Why is nothing happening in there? Are they gonna fight or what? Seriously, are they throwing down? Next, the short-haired girl beside him suggests to Cao Peng, hey, maybe my familiar should go first? But ignoring the 2 impatient classmates right next to him, he just stares intensely into the cage, completely lost in his own thoughts. One is way too paranoid to attack first, and the other is literally shaking with fear. Honestly, these 2 weirdos are a perfectly matched pair of cowards. Thinking of his vicious centipede always looking ready for murder versus this crying spotted spider, he cannot help but compare the 2 completely opposite extremes. Now he finally gets what teachers mean by personality differences. It is the first battle for both. Yet, Dazi and Stripey act totally different. Dazi was an absolute savage, rushing in to rip its prey apart without a second thought. Meanwhile, Stripey goes full defense mode and just wants to run away. If this floor was not solid concrete, it would have dug a hole and buried itself alive. Thinking about this, Gao Peng frowns with deep worry. Stripey, this is a path you must walk. If you truly want to get stronger, you have to fight back. Suddenly, there is movement inside the iron cage. The massive body of the mantis lunges straight into the terrified spider's personal space. Our guy gasps internally. The deadleaf mantis lost its patience and struck first. Before he can blink, its razor-sharp claws tightly clamp down on the poor spider's body. Feeling something poke its back, Stripey, still crying big cartoon tears, kicks the mantis away in pure panic and frantically scrambles backward to save its own life. Seeing the mantis hover midair, fully locked in for battle, he instantly tenses up. Oh crap. The deadleaf mantis wants to take this fight into the sky. This situation gives it a massive aerial advantage. Only this specific mutant variant could toss Stripey around like that. Man, my previous battle strategy was way too stiff and rigid. The injured spotted spider desperately spits out a huge clump of thick webbing from its mouth. The flying silk strands immediately surround the aggressive attacker in midair, pinning it straight to the ground. Seeing the tables turn so perfectly, he gets super hyped. That is awesome. Using spider silk to break the enemy's attack? Great job, Stripey. But right at this moment, the spider's smaller body forcefully plops onto the ground. It stares wide-eyed at the larger monster, struggling to break free from the sticky web. Seeing the mantis violently thrashing around inside, it actually shivers and covers its own head, hiding right behind its makeshift shield, silently praying that this terrifying thing does not escape anytime soon. But completely against its wishes, the deadleaf mantis uses all its remaining strength to stand up. The thick layers of spider silk on its body slowly start snapping. Covered in spider spit, it gets furiously angry. It furiously slams its two sharp claws against the spider's shield in a chaotic frenzy. Seeing Stripey fall back into defense mode, a random guy steps forward. Hey Gao, your spider is seriously incredibly strong. It totally blocked the attack of a special mutant variant. Despite the high praise, he feels absolutely zero joy right now. His eyebrows knit together tightly as he continues analyzing the battle inside his head. No, that was Stripey's absolute best chance to strike back. But after falling, it was just too scared. It only defended and completely wasted a golden opportunity. Even though the mantis is a mutant variant, its attack could not leave a single scratch on Stripey. This proves that Stripey is way stronger than it. Right inside the cage, the spotted spider is still cowering under its shield, blocking wave after wave of the furious mantis's relentless attacks. Just as it panics wondering when this nightmare will end, Gao Peng walks up and cheers. Stripey, go punch its lights out. But from under the shield, the trembling spider weakly squeaks back. No way, I am way too scared. Feeling its panic, he patiently encourages it. Stripey, do not be afraid, you are way stronger than it. Crawl up the cage wall and fight back. Wait, you and I can see the spider hesitate for a split second, but then it instantly turtles up again. I am not fighting, climbing is too hard. Let's kick this off, guys. Seeing his spider cower like a baby, our boy clenches his fists in pure frustration. You're a giant spider, he yells. How are you this terrified? You are literally the most cowardly pet I have ever owned. Finally, Gao Peng sighs and unclenches his hands, looking totally defeated. He realizes he is pushing way too hard. I mean, training a monster definitely does not happen overnight. Watching the poor spider tremble against the cage wall, his heart totally melts. Ah Ban is basically a walking shield, so expecting him to throw the first punch is completely useless. If he refuses to attack, he will just train his defense instead. Making up his mind, he calls out, "Hey, just come back here." He stares at his familiar and waves him off, totally dropping the idea of making him fight that scary grasshopper. You do not want to fight, right? Then just get back here. But catching that cold, disappointed, and totally annoyed tone in his owner's voice, the poor spider absolutely panics. Ah Ban feels so incredibly heartbroken right now. His old owner already left him. No one needs Ah Ban anymore. He sadly remembers that sweet old lady sleeping forever in a coffin covered in white flowers. And now, he looks at Gao Peng's furious face and knows he messed up big time. He gets even sadder. His brand new owner is super unhappy, which means Ah Ban is going to be thrown away again. He does not want to be abandoned. Those terrifying thoughts completely take over his spider brain, and right at that exact moment, he absolutely snaps. He crawls up the cage, locking 6 icy, murderous eyes straight onto that grasshopper. He wildly flashes his razor-sharp fangs. Ah Ban refuses to be thrown away. The spotted spider fiercely lunges at the leafy grasshopper, totally ready to bite its head off. Closing in, Ah Ban swings his incredibly sharp claws and violently slashes the giant bug. Bam! Green blood explodes everywhere. Seeing the cowardly spider actually fight back and severely wound that grasshopper, the audience down below goes absolutely wild with hype. That dark-haired guy who was just complaining about boredom is now grinning and slapping Gao Peng right on the shoulder. You sneaky kid. You were totally holding back. Another guy chimes in, super pumped. Just one hit and the mutant is severely injured. Never expected Gao Peng's familiar to actually pack such an insanely sharp punch. Surrounded by hyped-up classmates, he doesn't try to brag. Instead, staring at his pet inside the cage, he starts to panic just a little. Wait a minute. Ah Ban is acting super weird. The spider inside that iron cage is totally losing its mind in an unstoppable, bloodthirsty rage. The system alarms start blaring like crazy. Warning, rage state, completely out of control. A glowing red panel pops up in front of Gao Peng. Warning, familiar power is fully enhanced, and its battle desire is off the charts. Staying in this mode will cause permanent, unhealable damage. Seeing the system warning, our boy completely freaks out. Permanent damage? Are you kidding me? Right now, Aban is still trapped in his completely mindless rage, frantically spitting thick spider webs right into his opponent's face. The sticky webs shoot out and completely trap one of the grasshopper's legs. While the bug is stuck, he charges in with crazy, murderous eyes, swinging his claws down hard. Warm green bug juice violently explodes all over the spider as more blood sprays. His rage just spirals even further out of control. He has totally turned into an absolutely savage, mindless killing machine. But right before those claws can land the final fatal strike, a hand suddenly shoots out of nowhere. Gao Peng literally jumped inside the cage. Grabbing his pet's razor-sharp pincer to stop the total rampage, he just smiles gently. Okay, Aban, that is enough for today. He looks at his monster with totally proud, affectionate eyes. You did amazing. I am so sorry for what I said earlier, buddy. You are seriously incredible. But the drama is definitely not over yet. The spotted spider slowly turns its head, all 6 eyes still completely blazing with pure, terrifying, murderous rage. He just keeps repeating the words. Abandoned. Master angry. Must fight. Meanwhile, that glowing red system alarm just keeps flashing non-stop. Warning. Rage state. Completely out of control. Even with his pet so mentally unstable it could literally rip him to shreds at any second, Gao Peng just keeps smiling so patiently. Do not worry, I will absolutely never throw you away. You are my familiar, and I am your master. We are friends now, and friends obviously do not just abandon each other, right? Come on back to me, that is enough fighting. Hearing that super gentle voice, the spider instantly snaps back to his goofy, harmless self. Those blazing, murderous eyes literally fill up with big, sad tears. He sniffles and asks, You really mean it? And just like that, the system panel finally flashes green again. Status is back to completely normal. And hey, let's check on Instructor Zheng. He is standing there with his hands behind his back, totally ready to step in if the monster actually hurt Gao Peng. But instead, he just watches this guy and his giant bug happily hugging it out. I mean it. Trust me, I will never abandon you. The instructor totally remembers Gao Peng freaking out just a minute ago. He ran up begging, Instructor, open the cage right now. My familiar is going crazy. I have to save him. The instructor raises an eyebrow, seriously impressed. Jumping into a monster battle is insanely dangerous for any normal human to do. Yet this crazy kid did not hesitate for even a second. The instructor sighs, already planning how to train him. A natural genius like this? If I can just recruit him into the military, that would be absolute perfection. By the time the battle wraps up, the sun is already ducking behind the mountains. The entire school is bathed in an epic red sunset. Down on the ground, Aban is totally back to being a goofy, lovable coward. He waves his giant claws around in the air like a total dork, making Gao Peng burst out laughing. After a completely wild week of training, Aban has officially completed his weight loss journey. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Even though Aban is finally over his stage fright when it comes to fighting, our boy Gao Peng still has to hustle after hours. He's badgering the instructor for tips on how Aban can exhaust enemies without getting smashed in brutal head-to-head combat. Smart move, right? So lately, Gao Peng is actually grinding super hard, totally soaking up all those intense lessons from Instructor Zhang. Back home after a totally exhausting day of training, he slips right into his comfy clothes. He is just standing there holding a trash can, watching his familiar squad happily chugging their juice. Seeing them laugh and joke around like idiots actually makes the guy feel so much more relaxed. Seeing Aban lose complete control last time actually served as a pretty massive wake-up call. Sure, his cheat system is basically a giant hack, but relying on it to easily breeze through life? Yeah, that is a guaranteed fast track to getting wrecked sooner or later. Whether it is planning tactics or controlling information, he is still a total rookie. No need to rush. He picks up a shed familiar skin, thinking it is a massive waste to just throw it out. Word is, shed spider skin works as medicine. Or maybe dip it in egg yolks, toss on breadcrumbs, and deep fry it? Gao Peng stares at the shell and chuckles evilly. Anything is edible once. If it is toxic, Dazi can handle it. Dazi obviously cannot read his mind, but seeing that incredibly sketchy smile on his master's face sends a massive chill straight down his spine. And the absolute madman actually does it. He tosses Aban's shed skin straight into a boiling pot of soup. Gao Peng pulls out a cooked piece. That boring dark gray spider shell is now a super tempting, crispy golden brown. He takes a bite, looking completely satisfied, and totally praises his own cooking. So good. Add some cumin, and it would be absolutely top tier. Chef's kiss. Once the pot is fully cooked, he brings a giant overflowing bowl right over to his greedy familiar squad, Aban and Dazi. Try a bite, guys. The crazy good smell fills the room, making these little gluttons literally drool. Dazi stuffs his face, chewing wildly with pure, absolute enjoyment. So delicious. But right next to him, the normally ravenous spider just stares suspiciously at the incredibly amazing-smelling food bowl right in front of it. He hesitates. Wait, why does the master's cooking smell weirdly familiar to me? Anyway, Gao Peng realizes his own soul power must have leveled up way more than it ever was before. Let's try forming a contract with Adai again. Stepping up to the giant skeleton, he fires up his mental strength to forge the familiar contract. A wild surge of blue energy totally wraps around the man and beast. Adai, are you willing to be my familiar? The second he asks, the skeleton feels a spark deep inside its body. A massive heart beats wildly, pumping phantom heat everywhere. Hidden energy is basically ready to smash its seal, totally triggered by the crazy electric shock of that heartbeat. After a beat, Adai happily agrees. Bam! Contract complete, the magical bond fading into nowhere. Seeing it succeed, Gao Peng clenches his fist, feeling his body level up. It worked! His soul power was totally ready for this big step. He turns to the skeleton with a genuine smile. Adai, let's watch each other's backs from now. Seeing his smile, the familiar's eyes literally light up. Their bond is about to become totally unbreakable. Now, cut to a super steep mountain road. A passenger bus is speeding along like crazy. Way in the back, Gao Peng has his arms crossed tightly, leaning back for a nap. Right on his face, an eye mask blocks the light. It is finally time for their second wilderness survival training. Last time, they just wandered around and bumped into a completely terrifying forest python. That made everyone paranoid for days. But hey, this time Adai and Dazi are tagging along. With them around, he can totally explore the wild without stressing too much. Meanwhile, up in the front rows, a few guys turn to gossip, but the second they bring up a certain topic, they completely lose their minds and get furiously angry. The pink-haired dude starts cursing loudly first. I swear to God, that stupid turtle from last time better not show its ugly face anywhere near me ever again. Unbelievable rage. Hearing him, the black-haired guy next to him totally agrees. Yeah, if I see it, I will tear that dumb animal apart. No, wait, even animals aren't as psycho as that thing. The red-haired kid in front grinds his teeth angrily. Seriously, just because of a few words, it locked us in the house. Thank God someone unlocked it, or we probably would have completely starved to death in there. Even though he isn't purposely eavesdropping on their ridiculous venting, these guys are being insanely loud. It makes our boy in the back, who was just trying to rest his eyes, actually pull his sleep mask down to look. Listening to them rage on. I don't even know who it was. I never saw the guy's face, but let me tell you, that little punk better pray I never find out who he is. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make him drop out. Hearing this, Gao Peng just thinks to himself, no wonder those annoying voices sounded so familiar. Turns out, it is the exact same guys from last time. Talk about a small world. Now, here is where you and I need to pay attention. After passing dozens of roads, the bus stops at a clearing near the dense forest. A military truck is already waiting. Inside the truck bed, a whole group of familiars stands before Adai's massive, imposing body, jaws completely dropping in shock. They huddle together in pure fear, hiding on one side. Once they arrive, the skeleton steps off the bus. Its giant, towering figure quickly strides right over to Gao Peng. Up on its massive, bony shoulder, Dazi is casually crawling around. The centipede's long body completely wraps itself tightly around Adai for a free ride. He watches his familiars approach, secretly judging the situation. Even though Adai's actual level isn't that high, just the epic tier aura alone is enough to totally crush those other weak familiars. Pure dominance. And it is not just the beasts freaking out. Even the other students practically jump out of their skin when they see its terrifyingly huge shadow. They subconsciously back away in total panic. This forces him to just reach out and call it back. All right, Adai, tone it down a bit, buddy. Let's head out. Meanwhile, that other group of angry guys, seeing him walk off with Adai, they just grit their teeth. They can only curse at his back. Watch this. It is just one beast, but what is he getting himself into? Down in the valley, one dude and two beasts roll up. Adai's massive body is basically the most epic and convenient ride ever. Not only can that centipede wrap around his body, but it is super easy to just carry him. Heading way deep into the dense jungle, our boy Cao Bong stares straight ahead. He tells his pets they are flying solo, no annoying teammates holding them back. Honestly, moving alone is way easier than dealing with complicated team drama. His skeleton buddy hears this, totally thinks he is scared and goes full try-hard mode. Master, I will protect you. Cao Bong cracks up. Seriously, kid, where did you even learn to say cheesy stuff like that? Well, Adai casually replies. From the Armored Boy show. The skeleton remembered watching some dumb cartoon on TV where the hero and his magical pet straight up said, I will protect you, master. So he just copied it. Hearing his giant monster quote cartoons leaves our guy totally and utterly speechless. A literal kid's cartoon? Our dude and his beast are happily bantering away. Meanwhile, that centipede on his shoulder is completely dead to the world, sleeping like a rock. Just as they are walking along, boom, a shadowy thing completely leaps across their path. He is totally startled and stares. What in the world was that? Peering through those creepy trees right up ahead, he spots a totally crystal clear lake. The trail completely vanishes. Wait, this looks exactly like the lake where they fought those green frogs last time. Cao Bong thinks for a second, then barks an order. Change direction right now. I do not want those gross green frogs spitting all over me again. Adai, let us go that way. But then, a massive snakehead covered in tough green scales pops out. It flicks its long tongue, glaring at its prey with narrow red eyes. Seeing this gigantic beast launching toward the lake, Cao Bong completely panics on his skeleton ride. He ducks super low, praying this monster does not casually bite his head off. Even his skeleton drops its jaw in pure shock. The centipede wakes up from its nap, totally freaking out. All three of them freeze. It is the giant forest python. He suddenly remembers this monster staring him down last time with those terrifying blood-red eyes. He instantly gets a bit tense. Running into this insane monster twice in a row? Yeah, it really looks like this entire area is its personal playground. But the forest python completely ignores our guys. Right now, it is just slowly creeping toward the lake. Those narrow eyes lock onto the terrified frogs shaking on the water. The exact second its massive head gets close, 7 of those frogs bolt, but some are paralyzed by pure fear and just freeze like statues. The sheer insane difference in power, levels, and straight-up natural predator instincts make them totally terrified of this nightmare beast. So, to avoid becoming an easy midday snack today, the desperate green frogs start wildly spitting everywhere. They blast their spit right at the giant green python looming in front of them. Meanwhile, from way up high, the snake just glances at the gross water splashing against its tough scales. Honestly, it is basically just a light scratch. Even though the frogs cannot actually hurt the beast, they totally succeed in making this giant boss super angry. The entire massive snake body instantly dives straight down like a missile. The once peaceful lake water completely erupts in absolute chaos. The frantic frogs scatter everywhere, but some just get totally wiped out by the snake's massive waves. Stick with me here. Watching this absolute madness unfold, Cao Bong silently lowers his head, his eyes getting totally dark. This huge boss literally does not care about the green frogs attacking at all. Even though this giant forest python is barely level 20, its raw power is easily matching any giant boss monster way above level 20. It is casually thrashing that entire lake just using pure muscle alone. As our guys cautiously hide out behind those massive trees, he suddenly spots this weird tiny little thing with a round head sitting nearby. Like, what even is that? A tadpole? He watches it stare at the frogs about to become snake dinner, literally crying its eyes out in fear. And if you look out at the lake right now, you can clearly see the entire frog squad desperately swimming for their lives. And these little tadpoles? They are swimming forward so incredibly fast, wishing they had grown legs already like the big frogs. Seeing the whole family running is absolutely wild. Right at that epic moment, the python's massive head shoots out of the water. It completely swallows a frog whole. The poor tadpole on the shore totally freaks out and runs away, while Cao Bong silently judges the whole insane scene from the trees. No wonder these bully green frogs hanging out in the lake have not destroyed the entire ecosystem around here. Turns out, this wild forest python just casually stops by for a little robbery every once in a while. After completely wrecking the green frog squad and packing a bunch of them into its belly, the massive snake slowly slithers right out of the lake, heading for the woods. Our guy watches its huge shadow vanish, letting out a big sigh. Guess it is full now? Honestly, surviving out here is rough for absolutely everyone. Level-wise, this gigantic forest python is totally a few levels below Adai. Plus, Adai is just straight up built better, but playing it safe and dodging a direct fight with this crazy monster is definitely the smartest move here. Thinking about it, he turns to his beast buddy. Adai, just wait a sec, and then you. But before he can even finish his sentence, he spots the skeleton acting super weird. The dude is just intensely staring at those grassy bushes over there. Suddenly, the bushes twitch. A single green frog and that chubby black tadpole cautiously poke their little heads out. Both of their faces look absolutely exhausted, letting out huge sighs because they somehow dodged becoming snake lunch today. They slowly watch their battered crew crawl back into the calm lake water. And from totally random spots all around them, more surviving frogs nervously drag themselves right out of hiding. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Suddenly, an unseen force snatches the frog so fast it cannot even croak. Even the nearby tadpoles are completely stunned. Escaping a snake belly just to become Saobong's dinner. The frog legs get roasted over the fire, and that savory smell absolutely fills the entire forest air. Our guy holds a massive roasted frog leg, taking a huge bite of crispy meat. His eyes literally sparkle as he throws up a thumbs up for that firm texture. Sweet, savory meat juice bursts out, carrying this faint scent of fresh green grass. Honestly, no wonder that giant forest python keeps coming back here for a snack. Turns out they earned this meal with pure skill. Not just Cao Bong, but his awesome monster pets are also happily tearing into their own juicy pieces of frog meat. Right in the middle of their awesome frog feast, the antennae on Daitu's head suddenly twitch with a strange warning. He watches his giant centipede pause its chewing and lift its head to scan the area. He immediately asks, "What is it, Daitu?" Following the centipede's gaze, Cao Bong spots a jet black horse with a mane glowing in neon green light. It dramatically dashes out from behind the massive tree trunks. He is insanely thrilled. Finding a Hak Kwangma here is pure luck today. The horse rolls its eyes, staring hard at him and his pets, flashing its insanely cool horn. Monster name, Hak Kwangma. Monster level 14. Monster quality, elite. Monster attribute, dark type. And the monster weakness is water type. After one look, the horse immediately bolts in another direction with such crazy speed it leaves a blur. He jumps up holding his half-eaten frog leg, wanting to chase it. High damage, jet black body like a living shadow. Cao Bong instantly imagines riding this epic dark horse, his eyes sparkling with pure hype. He keeps hyping it up, thinking how insanely cool riding that pet would be. Then he violently shakes his head. I already have my monster pets. I already have my pets. He tightly grips the frog leg. He mutters constantly to stay awake. I must be a good master. He immediately turns back to his beloved monster pets after just looking away. Looking at the campfire, the massive frog leg roasting there has magically vanished. Cao Bong yells, "Who ate my frog leg?" He glares at Adai, but the innocent skeleton points at itself, clearly showing it does not even eat. He turns to the centipede sprawling on the ground, looking way too stuffed with food crumbs still on its mouth. It panics under his stare. Seeing these two, Cao Bong smirks coldly. Got it. Instantly, he glares at the towering skeleton with a betrayed look. Adai, why did you eat my frog leg? The accused skeleton quickly defends itself. Master, how could you suspect a literal skeleton of stealing food? The centipede on the ground hears it is safe, popping its head up, pretending to be angry for its master and shifting the blame. It was him. Seeing this shameless teammate point fingers, the skeleton gets furious. Its giant hand grabs the centipede's tail, hoisting it up. Adai mercilessly shakes it upside down until dizzy, making the stolen frog leg drop out, totally covered in guilty saliva. Seeing the food fall while the dizzy centipede drools absolutely everywhere makes Cao Bong extremely satisfied with this funny outcome. Only Adai can handle Daitu. But as he drops his guard laughing, the skeleton senses something terrible and looks up sharply. Faster than he can react, Adai scoops Cao Bong into his arms. Being suddenly carried by his monster pet surprises him, especially seeing the skeleton look genuinely panicked. Grabbing both him and the centipede to run, he asks nervously, "What is it, Adai?" Looking back, Cao Bong completely freaks out as a python head strikes. Its narrow eyes glare viciously at the missed prey. You have to be kidding me. Another sneaky sneak attack. Adai runs holding them both, while Cao Bong frowns hard and thinks, if Adai had not reacted perfectly, he and Daitu would be buried together in that snake belly. Glaring at that massive snake, Cao Bong realizes this is the second time. I never even provoked you, yet you keep coming straight to my door. Absolutely furious, Cao Bong asks Adai if he can completely destroy it. Adai roars a mighty kill command, beating his chest like a savage gorilla. Then Adai swings up a branch. Securing his high ground, he glares at the giant snake before launching himself over, taking the green python totally by surprise. Dropping fast from the sky, the snake finally reacts but cannot dodge. It takes Adai's brutally terrifying punch straight to the eye, splashing blood absolutely everywhere. Silver fragments and blood erupt as the snake roars in furious pain. Right after, Adai puts all his strength into a vicious uppercut right under the green snake's chin. Punching its body, the system shows a minor injury warning. So Adai furiously keeps raining down utterly destructive, godlike punches right onto the giant green python. Watching safely from behind a tree, Cao Bong is massively shocked by Adai's combat power once again. Adai gathers purple aura into his fist, smashing brutally hard into the enemy. The snake's body is covered in bloody holes from the impacts, getting knocked far back. It shivers uncontrollably, blood dripping from its mouth while glaring furiously at Adai. But Adai shows absolutely zero mercy, using his hands to forcefully shove its head down. The furious snake's eyes turn completely bloodshot. Right then, Cao Bong receives a system notification, but instead of the usual friendly green text, this one is flashing a terrifying dark red. Monster name, Forest Giant Python. Status, Berserk. Cao Bong instantly feels the insane danger, and you and I know Berserk mode is never good news. All right, you and I are watching pure chaos. Gao Peng yells, Adai, watch out. Adai just glances back. But boom, no time to react. A massive gale rips through as the giant python spins like a literal tornado. Adai gets totally thrown into the distance, and the crazy wind even rips huge trees right out of the dirt. Thank goodness our boy Adai twists midair and totally sticks the superhero landing. Meanwhile, that giant snake starts flaring out its scales like super spiky armor. It lets out a completely savage roar right in his face. You can literally see Adai shivering all over from taking that massive hit. Gao Peng completely panics and asks, Adai, can you still stand up? Even though he is super banged up, Adai stubbornly throws a hand out to stop his boss. Gao Peng gets super emotional, whispering his name. Then, he just claps his hand right over that blazing red flame on his chest. Suddenly, he crushes that glowing red light, making his power absolutely skyrocket. Turns out, that glowing red ball is basically the giant snake's literal heart. The snake feels its chest getting crushed and screams in pure agony. Gao Peng is completely mind-blown, thinking, so incredibly strong. This oppressive feeling is just way too much. Blood heart. So Adai's innate talent after his zombie awakening actually works like this. He can literally control an enemy's heart from far away. But wait, not good. The giant python is rushing an attack. It is totally panicking now. The massive snake lunges forward, wanting to bite him. Instead of freaking out, Adai just flashes this creepy little smile. Crack! He crushes the heart into tiny pieces. The giant snake thrashes, completely freezes up, and face plants into the dirt with a massive thud. Blood pours out of its mouth as it stares at Adai with pure hatred. That epic image of Adai standing there like an absolute boss? Yeah, that is gonna haunt that snake's ghost into its next life. Adai happily celebrates his win, clenching his fists tight. The live stream chat goes totally wild, praising him like, whoa, that was absolutely amazing. A guy standing behind the scenes says, to kill a large mutated giant python, this beast, even if it is not technically a boss tier, it definitely has boss tier combat power. Send me all the background files on this crazy kid immediately. The staffer replies, name is Gao Peng, age 18, male, attends Chang'an 3rd High School, but family background is classified, insufficient access rights. The staffer sweats and says, sir, this kid's file is actually super weird and highly restricted. The commander furrows his brows hard, thinking, our training base has C-tier clearance, and that is still not enough? By pre-disaster rules, only a level 1 chief has C-tier access. A provincial commander has B-tier. Just what kind of insane background does this kid have? With this level of security clearance, we definitely cannot just recruit him casually. The commander orders, keep a very close eye on him, and make sure absolutely nothing bad happens to him. The staffer sharply replies, understood. Gao Peng points at the giant snake and says, Dazi, come here. Cut it open. With just one slash, the meat totally splits apart. Gao Peng is super confused, thinking, why does this sound like ripping paper instead of tough skin? Once he gets a good look inside, Gao Peng freaks out. And you and I can see why there is a massive vine growing inside it. Makes total sense. That would totally explain the mystery. Why a forest python with such a massive size could actually float around up in the canopy. And why falling from that crazy height did not smash a giant crater into the ground. Dazi suddenly digs out an earthy brown stone, handing it to Gao Peng. It totally brags like a little kid showing off a shiny toy. For you? Gao Peng just smiles warmly, saying, great job, buddy. Gao Peng glances over at Adai, who is huddled up by a tree trunk. He thinks Adai was only super buffed earlier because he activated the blood heart. Now that it is destroyed, even though it will eventually regenerate over time, losing that sweet passive buff makes him look so incredibly weak. Gao Peng walks over to comfort him. Bloodheart does not just boost the host's raw power, it has a ton of hidden perks. Pushing this innate talent to such a wild level means we really have to train hard once your Bloodheart respawns. Dazi totally ignores them, munching and swallowing something completely random. Suddenly, a massive noise echoes out. Dazi flails its little legs around, yelling, it is the big guy from last time, Gao Peng asks. Big guy? Gao Peng suddenly sprints off, saying, "It is Mu Tiying. Stick with me, guys. We are switching scenes." Meanwhile, a two-horned robotic rhino and four people are completely floored. The girl with the ponytail yells out, "Ah Wen, Wei Wei, we have to watch our surroundings." Wei Wei anxiously asks, "Ah, Wen, are you okay?" Wei Wei answers painfully, "My leg. It is sprained. So painful." Another massive boom. A giant earthworm violently bursts right out of the ground. Everyone panics, thinking, "This is bad." It rapidly charges straight at them while they scream in pure terror. "Look out, Lianzi. Block it." The rhino quickly dashes forward to tank the vicious attack. The ponytail girl grabs Ah Wen and desperately yells, "Wei Wei! We need to leave now." Got it. The ground suddenly starts shaking and splitting, making it impossible to run. Picture this. A giant earthworm bursts up screaming. Mu Tian completely panics. "Oh crap, there is another one." She immediately thinks of Lianzi. But wait, Lianzi is already pinned down by the others. Looking at Owen and Wei Wei's pets, she realizes they are absolutely useless against this enemy. Yep, game over. But right as she completely gives up hope, bam! Ah, Dai flies out of nowhere and violently decks the monster. Mu Tian gasps, "It's Ah Dai." Ah Dai literally grabs the hideous earthworm by its mouth and aggressively yeets it away. Dazi smoothly sneaks around the back, sparking up a massive electric shock. Ah Dai, Dazi, go help Lianzi smash that last one. The two pets instantly obey, rushing over to absolutely obliterate those ugly squirming worms into dust. Gao Peng casually waves. "You okay, Mu?" She pauses, catching her breath. "I'm fine. You guys totally saved me. If you were late, I'd literally be worm food right now. Thanks." Gao Peng just laughs it off. "Hey, no need for thanks. We gotta help each other." Suddenly, the loud bass speaker blares out. "Attention all training candidates, please listen up. Attention all training candidates, please pay close attention. The Outdoor Wilderness Valley Training Simulation is officially over right now. Repeat, the Wilderness Valley Training Simulation is now completely over." Mu Tiying looks super confused and asks, "Did something crazy happen again?" Gao Peng replies, "Looks like these worms showing up isn't normal at all. There is probably another huge monster alarm happening nearby. But hey, honestly, isn't this just a totally normal day in our crazy lives? Let's go. We should go gather up." The crowd behind them quickly agrees. Meanwhile, Owen is just standing there thinking, "Damn, he is way too handsome." Meanwhile, Gao Peng is busy doing the math. The instructor mentioned that new mega monsters in the desert continent literally drove these creepy man-eating mandala worms straight toward the human-based cities. But luckily, when he chatted with Chief Chen earlier, the guy mentioned the government already whipped up some solid countermeasures. Honestly, peaceful times don't exist. Someone else is just carrying the heavy burden for us. But suddenly, some random jerk blocks his path and yells, "Gao Peng! Now watch this." A gang of shameless punks blocks the road, tossing a brick up and down like cheap thugs. "We finally tracked you down. You locked us in that safe house, so now we chat." Gao Peng sighs. "I knew you'd come whining eventually. Look, we are 18 now. Stop acting so hot-headed. Throwing hands over every little thing is just stupid. You brought 4 pets that aren't even elite tier to jump me?" Gao Peng checks the levels of their 3 pets and internally cringes. Level 6, level 4, and level 9. Seriously? Gao Peng's face darkens in absolute pity as he thinks, honestly, Dazi could probably wipe them all out solo. Beside him, Dazi is already glaring with pure, vicious killing intent. He turns and gently pats Dazi's head. "Hey, don't get mad. I definitely didn't mean to underestimate you." The red-haired punk with black teeth completely loses it. "Don't worry. We know exactly what we are doing. We are just gonna happily snap a few of your bones. Black violent ape. Go smash his face." A ridiculously massive gorilla steps up, holding a metal pipe. Gao Peng severely questions his life choices. They actually bought physical weapons for a pet? For the vast majority of pets, their own natural bodies are already the most lethal weapons on Earth. Way harder than literal steel gloves. Their IQ is truly concerning. The dumb gorilla roars and charges blindly to smash Gao Peng, making our guy just sigh in complete disappointment. Sigh. Ah Dai, please teach this tiny pathetic monkey a lesson. Ah Dai instantly lunges and easily snatches the giant gorilla. Ah Dai fiercely chokes the giant gorilla. The grip is so incredibly hard and painful that the beast just keeps violently trembling. Right after that, Ah Dai casually flicks the ape right on the forehead. The thug gang is absolutely stunned. What the heck? Ah Dai just rests his hand on the gorilla's head, while a massive red, painful bump swells up on its face. The punks sweat drop, thinking, why does this feel like a high schooler bullying a toddler? Seeing the giant gorilla literally sobbing its eyes out basically confirms it. Then the big, bad, black, violent ape cowers behind its master in fear. He yells, "You are a huge 2.2-meter tall gorilla. Acting like a scared little wife squatting behind me. Aren't you totally embarrassed right now?" He frowns deeply, thinking, absolute garbage. I completely didn't expect Gao Peng's stupid pet to be this overwhelmingly strong. I honestly thought he just kissed up to the instructor for special treatment. Better back down first. I will definitely find a chance to completely destroy him later. He loudly tries to make peace. My bad. Friend Gao Peng, it's all a simple misunderstanding. Before he even finishes his pathetic apology, he realizes they are already walking away. He stands there looking totally stupid. Huh? They left? He angrily thinks. Turns out he never even took me seriously at all. A lackey behind him nervously speaks up to comfort him. Boss, please don't take it too hard. Let's hit the bar tonight and just totally drink the pain away. The boss sighs. You guys go ahead. Tonight I really need to handle some actual serious business instead. The lackeys shrug. Oh, all right then. We're gonna head out first. The boss then pulls a crumpled tissue from his pocket and mutters, bow. He uses a tissue to gently wipe tears from his giant ape's face, whispering dramatically, honestly, buddy, jealousy and pure rage are completely useless. All right, you and I know emotional baggage just wastes time. Our guy declares they need to close the gap. Tonight, hardcore training mode activated. The two of them are getting insanely strong together. He clenches his fist, giving Ah Bao a smirk. He is totally ready to properly throw down and test his skills against Gao Peng. Meanwhile, over at Gao Peng's workshop, our boy is staring at his computer screens. He mixes the potions, checking the data. Everything looks flawless. He is absolutely convinced this experiment will be a total success. Then he turns to his little spider buddy and literally screams, Ah Ban, wake up! Gao Peng walks over, giving its little head a gentle rub, saying, all right, I am going to help you become crazy strong. He points a finger right at the weird glowing tank next to them. Jump in. Ban shoots web at the ceiling and totally swan dives in, making the mysterious potion splash around. Gao Peng crosses his arms, looking ridiculously proud of himself. He nods, saying, perfect. Now we just have to wait. The system only hands out basic instructions. Getting the materials and doing the actual work is all on him. Luckily, right now it is just brewing a giant soup. Later on, higher levels will need crazy coordination to refine materials, controlling fire, controlling wild lightning, controlling ice, and keeping the temperature and timing exact down to the absolute literal second. It is basically an impossible test. Meanwhile, right outside, two super shady guys in black are whispering to each other. One asks if he is totally sure this workshop is completely empty. Relax. I have been stalking this place for days, and everyone left way early. The chubby guy in the black hat groans. He says, oh man, this is military-grade tempered glass. I seriously do not get why you are so obsessed with robbing a random workshop. We would have way better luck literally just robbing a regular bank instead of this. The tall guy snaps back. A bank? Dude, everything is digital credit transfers now. Banks do not hold real cash. But a workshop like this? They always keep rare experimental materials lying around. We could easily sell this stuff on the black market for hundreds of thousands. He summons a weird water bubble, smirking. Done. Get ready to pop the door open. Water swirls around his hands as he confidently declares, no need to worry about leaving fingerprints this time. You are up. The short, chubby thief scoffs, saying his power is infinite regeneration, but this item has limited uses. It is a literal bee frozen inside a chunk of solid ice. He casually slaps the frozen bug onto the door. The tall guy standing right behind him totally sneers. Once we have the cash, we can buy the most overpowered monsters anyway. The chubby guy snaps back. Stop nagging, I am almost done setting it up. All right, step back. Watch out for the exploding glass. Then he slams the red button down. A blast of red gas shoots out, making the frozen bug violently shake free. Instantly, it blows a tiny hole straight through the door. Inside, Gao Peng jumps, yelling, what was that noise? He rushes over to check his computer monitors, muttering that it sounded like the front door. Let me pull up the security cameras. Seeing a pitch-black screen, he immediately gets suspicious. The camera signal in the stairwell is perfectly fine, but I cannot see a single thing. Something is definitely blocking the lens. Looks like we have some seriously bad guys right outside the door. Question is, are they here to assassinate me or just rob the place? Gao Peng grabs his phone and dials the cops. Hello, police? I need to report a crime. Someone is scheming against me right now. Outside, the tall thief whispers, stop wasting time, let us loot this place and vanish. The chubby guy points and says, look, there is movement over there. It sounds like a machine is running. They both stare directly at the glowing light inside. A secret laboratory. He shines his flashlight, sees the 3 words, and excitedly yells that it is a lab. There has to be crazy good materials inside, so let us check it out. Pushing the door open, he shines his light right at the tank, asking, what even is this? The chubby guy shrugs. Whatever it is definitely valuable. Let us smash it first and ask questions later. He pulls out a centipede, letting it bite his hand. Immediately, his strength skyrockets, muscles bulging out like absolute crazy. The tall thief says, here, He tosses a giant heavy hammer straight over to the chubby guy. Hiding behind the curtain, Gao Peng realizes this is super bad. If they smash the lab now, Ban's evolution might completely fail. I have to stall them. Gao Peng casually steps out and says, "Hey," scaring them half to death as they scream, "Who is there?" Gao Peng smiles kindly, saying, "Your hearts must be racing, right? Want to sit down and share a nice cup of tea?" The two thieves just stare at each other, totally conversing with their eyes. The big thief swings the hammer right at our guy. "Drink tea? I will feed you this hammer instead," the skinny thief says. "Oh, he is dead." The guy with the hammer coldly replies, "If he is not dead, he is about to be. But you and I know this is a trap." In the darkness, a totally mysterious shadowy figure suddenly appears. The thieves casually scoff. "You dare mess with us? This is how it ends." Dark evolution completely successful. Introducing the epic shield demon Kaijo, an incredibly creepy creature absolutely covered in eyes. Weird green liquid oozes right out of its cracked skin. The glowing red eyes of the monster lock directly onto the two thieves. One thief shivers and asks, "Hey, did you just hear a really weird noise? Stop overthinking and grab the loot." The two thieves enthusiastically keep swiping item after item like greedy raccoons. Suddenly, one thief turns around, spots the thing, and literally screams his lungs out. "What the heck is that?" A massive, terrifying spider with glowing red eyes launches its massive pincers right at the two robbers. Fast forward a bit, and a police car finally pulls up outside the building. Two cops stand there staring at a gigantic hole blown straight through the wall. They are super confused, faces completely dripping with sweat. The young rookie grabs his radio, reporting that they arrived at the scene, and the main door is totally smashed. Suddenly, one cop sniffs the air. Ugh, the smell of fresh blood. This is very bad. The two officers quickly sprint to find the caller. "Hurry up! The person who called might be in serious danger." The bald cop flashes his bright flashlight deep inside, yelling, "Over here!" On the floor, a guy is lying in a massive pool of blood, his body completely covered in incredibly deep cuts. Mixed into the bloody mess is some super weird glowing green liquid and a few terrifyingly sharp spikes. The two cops turn completely pale, absolutely horrified. This is way too brutal. "Quick, report this to the captain and call the forensics team right now. We have got a literal murder scene here." Suddenly, the bloody man speaks up. "Mr. Police Officer?" Both cops immediately draw their guns, aiming straight at the bloody guy, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Hands up! Do not move! Put both hands behind your head and get down." Blinded by the insanely bright flashlight, the guy squints and waves his hands. "Wait a second, I am the one who called the police." It is Gao Peng, head bleeding, hands up, with his spotty spider chilling beside him. "My name is Gao Peng. I am the victim here. You guys can literally check my files." Scene totally shifts to the police station in the dead of night. The lights are still blazing inside. The cop violently slams his hand on the interrogation table, glaring at our guy. "Why did you kill him?" Gao Peng looks totally unfazed and just confidently declares, "It was pure self-defense." The frowning cop leaned in and shouted, "You call that self-defense? Who keeps attacking after the victims are already dead?" Cao Peng just sat there, rocking a heavily bandaged head, looking completely unfazed as he replied, "Hey, they definitely attacked me first. Didn't you guys already check this massive wound on my forehead?" But the cop was having none of it, snapping back. "Stop dodging the question. Just answer my question directly." Right at that tense moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The police chief walked in with Tang Tang right behind him. He looked at the cop. "Old Shah, the expert team already reviewed the security footage. Those two guys broke into his place to rob him first. Cao Peng is totally cleared for self-defense. All right, you can let him go now." Hearing the boss say that Old Shah had no choice but to release him. Yeah, I got it, Chief." Outside the station, our boy Cao Peng was strolling and chatting with Tang Tang. "Sister Tang Tang, if you are here, Grandpa must know about this too." "Yeah, he was furious when he heard you got arrested today, but also super worried about you. How is that head wound anyway? Maybe we should go to the hospital?" Of course, our stubborn guy refused the hospital trip. Honestly, Daban absorbed most of the actual damage. I just got a few totally minor scratches on the surface. Cao Peng laughed out loud, pointing directly at his own injured head. "As for this huge mess, I actually smashed my own head later. Honestly, if I did not fake it, I would have been locked up as the real murderer." Tang Tang just smiled at his crazy logic, walked over and patted his shoulder. "You handled that perfectly, little Peng. Being kind to your enemies is just being cruel to yourself. Go get some rest. I will handle the rest of this mess." Now, let us jump over to Cao Peng's house. He was fast asleep in bed. But wait. A mysterious figure glowing with an eerie blue light crept up to his bed, gripping a very sharp knife. Yeah, creepy stuff. But plot twist. Cao Peng was not actually sleeping. His eyes snapped open. Someone is here. The shady figure violently plunged the knife straight down into the mattress, but Cao Peng quickly dodged, rolling off the bed and glaring right at the mysterious attacker. "Who are you?" Turns out, that weird shadowy figure was literally the thief from earlier. Seeing this dude still alive, Cao Peng was totally shocked. "It is actually you. Did you not literally die already?" The thief just looked at Cao Peng and laughed. "I crawled straight out of hell to get my revenge on you." The crazy thief kept stabbing wildly. He lunged right at Cao Peng, but our guy easily dodged. "Do not think I did not notice when that giant spider brutally murdered us. You were never actually knocked out. Why didn't you stop it? You obviously could have told it to tie us up with webs for the cops. Then we would not be completely dead right now." Cao Peng kept dodging and asked the crazy thief, "So what if I did? You guys were the ones who attacked me first. If you want to survive in this crazy world, you have to learn to be absolutely ruthless." Suddenly, from behind Cao Peng, a horribly bloody hand grabbed his shoulder. He glanced back and totally freaked out. The second thief, gripping a hammer and missing his entire head, grabbed Cao Peng and violently swung the hammer down. The hammer stopped mere inches from his eye. Whoosh! Cao Peng suddenly jolted awake, his entire face drenched in sweat, gasping for air like crazy. Sitting up, he started thinking deeply. "Phew, I actually had a super messed up nightmare like that. Was I scared they would want their lives back, or is it just dumb guilt? Guess my mind is not as tough as I thought." He turned to look at Big A and Dummy A. Seeing Daban sleeping soundly, he thought to himself, "Live in danger, die in comfort. For their sake, I really need to push my own limits. All right, you and I are skipping to school now." Standing in front of a glass cage holding something wild, a guy announced. Yesterday, the Allied government and the Familiar Master Alliance, founded by the top 12 masters globally, held a meeting. They are now enforcing seriously strict management over all familiar masters. Plus, the Monster Association and the Beast Tamer Guild both officially announced they are simultaneously joining the main Familiar Alliance today. They will become the Hunter or Beast Tamer divisions. And they finally set an official ranking standard for familiars. Normal tier, elite tier, commander tier, all the way to lord tier. Everyone can take exams for their specific rank certificates to enter tournaments or get total priority on missions. Shangui stood under the cage, looking dead serious. This year, the first Familiar Student Tournament is fully co-hosted by the Alliance and the government. The big competition is coming up fast, guys, so our training difficulty is getting a massive upgrade. The monster we brought today is an elite tier blue-winged bone bat. To motivate you slackers, if anyone here can actually manage to challenge it successfully, a blue bat-like monster was hanging upside down with its eyes shut tight in deep sleep. Shangwei smirked and said, "This blue-winged bone bat will belong straight to the winner." A super high-tech info panel popped up with its stats. Monster name, blue-winged bone bat. Status, healthy and fast asleep. Level 20, elite tier. Quality, excellent. Element, undead type. Weaknesses, 1, light element. 2, wind element. Seeing this, Chen Hanchao walked right up with his own familiar and confidently yelled out, "Instructor, I will go first." Another panel appeared showing Chen Hanchao's familiar stats. Monster name, lightning flash bear. Growth stage, mature, level 18. Quality, excellent. Current state, upgraded growth. After commander tier, it drops to normal tier. Element, lightning. Status, healthy and very happy. Weakness, 1. Let's see how this crazy fight goes. Let me set the scene. Feed a monster water spirit fruit, and boom, instant explosive diarrhea and 0 energy. The instructor crosses his arms, watching Hanchao step up. The crowd goes wild. Hanchao got insanely lucky during the last field training and somehow evolved a fully fledged lightning bear. Pure, unadulterated powerhouse. Gao Peng analyzes it from the sidelines. Elite quality, level 18. Honestly, compared to the other average beasts wandering around here, this glowing bear is absolutely stacked. The lightning bear stomps into the cage holding the boss a blue-winged bone bat. The bear initiates the clash, letting out a massive, earth-shaking roar, its eyes glowing blood red. But wait, that terrifying battle cry does absolutely nothing. Yep, the bat is still sleeping like a baby. Seeing the enemy straight up snoozing through its ultimate intimidation tactic, the bear is completely dumbfounded. Like, what is even happening right now? The disrespect is real, and the lightning bear instantly loses its temper. It screams again and again, desperately trying to wake the sleeping bat up. The bear completely snaps. It lunges forward, violently swinging its massive claws right at the bat's head. But then snap, the bat's eyes flash wide open. Wait, where did it go? In a blink, the bone bat literally teleports behind the big guy. The sheer speed is so insane that the bear actually starts sweating buckets. Boom! A brutal sonic wave blasts the bear at point-blank range, dealing absolutely massive damage. Watching from the sidelines, Hanchao is completely terrified, sweating wildly as he screams, "Oh crap!" The instructor quickly barks orders. "Get the medics in here, now." Watching safely from a distance, Gao Peng analyzes the mess. That sonic attack is completely broken. The bear was only 2 levels lower. Man, one direct hit. and it was game over. Hanqiao is literally crying right now, completely heartbroken seeing his precious lightning bear utterly destroyed like that. Boo-hoo, my poor bear. The instructor just crosses his arms, staring down the terrified class. All right then, who wants to step up and challenge it next? Silence. Absolute silence. Every single student instantly avoids eye contact with the instructor, awkwardly looking away and generously volunteering everyone else for the slaughter. Wow, the weather sure is nice today, huh? Yeah, totally. Haha. Seeing his entire class act like total cowards, the instructor just shoots them a death glare. The whole crowd instantly jumps in pure panic. One dramatic guy literally throws himself on the dirt, clutching his stomach. Ow, my appendix. It hurts so bad. Meanwhile, a random yellow dog just sits there, panting and staring at his pathetic acting. The instructor rolls his eyes. Oh, forget it. Honestly, I think you all graduated from a literal circus clown academy. Usually during training, you act like total badasses. Why are you shaking now? Suddenly, a single hand raises. Instructor. Gao Peng casually steps up. I'll do it. Beside him, his beast Ada wears a massive black cloak, completely hiding its absolute unit of a body. The peanut gallery instantly starts whispering. Whoa, it's Gao Peng. His grades literally never drop out of the top 5. You got this, Gao. Ada grabs the dark cloak and furiously rips it away, revealing a terrifying hulking physique that screams pure danger. The beast stomps right into the steel cage, gripping the metal bars and menacingly inching its way toward the bat. Boom. Ada throws a devastating punch straight at the bat, but the sneaky thing dodges. Even with the dodge, the sheer air pressure actually cuts the bat's face, drawing blood. The crowd goes absolutely insane watching this clash. That is so incredibly cool. Bro, honestly, I'm so glad Gao Peng totally ignores us normally. Yeah, no kidding, man. Missing the actual punch is a bummer, sure. But slicing a boss-level bat open with just the wind pressure? That is just stupidly overpowered. One kid turns to his own tiny beast. Hey, Bao, we really need to train harder, buddy. Hearing those dreaded words, his poor beast instantly starts bawling its little eyes out. No way, man. I'm out, no way. Meanwhile, the bone bat launches a vicious sonic wave blast right at Ada. The peanut gallery keeps whispering. Man, what a massive bummer. If Gao Peng's heavy hitter could actually fly, they definitely wouldn't be struggling in this awkward spot. Hearing their amateur commentary, Gao Peng just smirks. So impatient, he watches Ada calmly. He and his beast had a perfect strategy locked down from the very beginning. Sure, Ada lacks wings. Ada can't exactly fly, but its stats completely crush the bat in literally every other category. The goal is simple, just brawl and slowly drain the flying rat's stamina. Look at it now. The beast is clearly exhausted. Its flying attacks are getting slower, completely sloppy, and dropping significantly in power. Ada violently clasps its massive hands together, turning them into a brutal meat hammer, ready to smash the bat straight into the dirt. They just needed one perfect opening. Bam! Ada finally connects, heavily spiking the bone bat straight into the ground like an absolute meteor. Without hesitating, the beast brutally pummels the bat's face over and over again. Tska, tska, tska. Absolutely brutal. Its nose is completely busted. The flying terror isn't acting so tough anymore, huh? Just a minute ago, it was ruling the skies. Did it really think no one could teach it a lesson? Ada proudly stands up, casually dangling the defeated bat by its leg. Gao Peng's actual power level is completely insane. Meanwhile, our guy just flashes a totally innocent smile, chatting happily with the stunned instructor. Hey, instructor, your promise from earlier is still locked in, right? So basically, this smashed up bat is completely mine to do whatever I want with? The instructor groans. Yeah, do whatever you want with it. Gao Peng instantly raises his hand, turning to his classmates like a car salesman. All right, folks, who wants a shiny new flying beast? Forget $199. Forget $299. Asking price is 500 credits. Miss out today, and who knows when you'll ever find a high-tier monster like this again. Step right up, don't miss out. Watching Gao Peng auction off academy property like a street vendor, the instructor just stares in absolute defeat. Suddenly, Tiang walks over from the crowd. I'll take it, sell it to me. Gao Peng just stares at Tiang. Are you completely sure you want this exact bat? Gao Peng instantly fires up his analytical skills, breaking down the cold, hard facts for her. Look, its speed is honestly pretty garbage. It only survives by bullying grounded monsters. If this thing ever runs into a serious, heavyweight flying predator in the wild, then it is totally dead. Are you absolutely sure? Because its flying advantage is super awkward. Alright, you and I are watching Gao Peng leave the blue bat, totally stunned. Another guy wordlessly forks over a credit card. Alright, quit stalling, bro. Just look at this epic flaming blue bone bat. We treat it like an absolute treasure. Credits are sent over. Gao Peng checks his phone, eyes literally sparkling as his credit balance spikes. So refreshing. Who knew classmate Mew was a secretly rich little boss lady? Hey Moo, I totally cover customer service too. Come to me for upgrades, and I will give you a sweet discount. The surrounding classmates just stare at his goofy, greedy expression, feeling completely helpless. It is evening now. A massive truck pops up on his phone. Somebody randomly comments, "Wow." This heavy-duty truck rocks 16 massive wheels, supporting a giant reinforced rack in the back. It is detachable, with double reinforced armor around the rack. Plus, the silver and black lines intersect perfectly. The color scheme is insane, giving this armored vehicle an absolutely badass, rebellious vibe. Gao Peng tells his gentlest familiar, "Stripey, we are totally buying this. The Black Dragon Iron Series 3, my absolute dream ride. Get this, the cabin is way bigger than a standard camper van. The driving experience is incredible, and the interior is decorated super luxuriously. It can easily fit all of you." He tightly clenches his fist, showing off his fiercely rising determination. Of course, the most important thing is it matches his badass aura. Super tough, real manly. Mid-excitement, a girl suddenly appears. Cough cough, she signals him. Caught off guard, Gao Peng stares blankly. Huh? Oh, it is just Tang Tang, whatever. The cat she is holding has a hilariously grumpy face, literally hating the whole universe. When found, it was bald and snotty, yet its name sounds incredibly epic. The Dark Knight Black Cat. Level 36, Commander Tier. Perfect quality, Level 2 Shadow Power. Its weakness? White leaf catnip. One sniff, it loses all balance and turns into an absolutely indescribable clumsy mess. Super depressed, it lets out a single meow as a greeting. Meow. Her familiars are never simple. Seeing Tang Tang gossip too long, it aggressively meows as a warning. Meow, meow. Tang Tang humbly tells Gao Peng, the fur grew back. It grew totally fine. Suddenly, the black cat furiously leaps from her arms. Gao Peng watches the cat zoom away and blankly stammers. Hey, Sister Tang? Cats need face too. Tang Tang awkwardly smiles. Softy just has a bad temper. Anyway, why haven't you moved to the suburban villa yet? Gao Peng scratches his head. Been busy, haven't packed yet. Tang Tang pats his shoulder, encouraging him. Your familiars are multiplying, dude. Space here is way too tight. I know you cannot bear leaving, but this is always your home. You can return any time. Gao Peng looks down, slightly sad, and softly answers, yeah. He opens his bedroom door. He walks to the nightstand, grabbing a photo, feeling super nostalgic. Mom, Dad, now watch this. I am moving out. You said I should move when I grow up. I think I am pretty grown. His fingers slowly trace their faces, sharing about his new home. It is a massive villa. I bought it myself. I can survive in this crazy world alone now. Do not worry about me anymore. He sits down, leaning against the bed. He keeps rambling about recent drama. Oh, right. Grandpa is in trouble. After the college exams, I will go help him. He is my only family left. His peaceful night just fades away. The sadness quietly hides itself, making way for a totally brand new beginning. Over at the familiar exam site, cordons are set up. Instructors yell, "Unauthorized personnel, stay behind the line." Whispers echo everywhere. Holy cow, whose massive truck is that? It is absolutely huge. The back doors of the container truck swing open. A foot slowly steps down. Gao Peng arrived. Right beside him are his familiar monster faces. And just like our totally badass main guy, they are all hyped for the upcoming tournament. Only Stripey keeps that clunky, dumbfounded look. Gao Peng smirks, eagerly waiting. The exam is finally here. An announcement blares. Examinees, please enter orderly. No pushing. Present your exam cards before testing. Gao Peng confidently steps up, handing his card over. Hello, sir. Here is my exam card. Good. Please proceed with your familiars through these two doors. If they are officially contracted, the machine flashes a green light. Then enter. Suddenly, the alarm blares red. Not for Gao Peng, another student. The instructor barks. Please check again. The student is totally clueless, screaming out loud. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. A dark red bear familiar is just totally losing its mind right now. It's roaring like absolute crazy, just thrashing around. Seeing this massive beast go completely rogue, the instructors panic and start barking orders. We have a code red at entrance 7. Deploy the Silver Moon Wolves right now. And boom, on command, those badass wolves and their handler squad show up instantly, ready to throw down. They lunge straight in, tackling the bear. The instructor turns to that kid whose ID got double-checked earlier. Hey buddy, care to explain why your familiar just went totally nuts? Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Wolves have already successfully pinned that giant red bear to the dirt. One critical bite is all it takes to make the bear surrender, completely alive but defeated. Terrified of getting banned, the student immediately drops to his knees. He literally hugs the instructor's leg, tears streaming down his face as he desperately screams out, No! No! I messed up! This is actually my dad's familiar. I sneaked it out while he was at work. I just really wanted to pass this stupid exam. Please do not disqualify me. The instructor actually looks like he doesn't want to punish the kid, gently calming him down. Oh man, just stand up. Then, looking incredibly serious and surprisingly sincere, the instructor drops some heavy wisdom on the brown and orange-haired kid. You are a man. Do not just kneel for nothing. A real man's most important trait is his absolute backbone. The kid instantly brightens up, smiling and frantically thanking the instructor. But hold up, the instructor snaps right back to a stone-cold face. Do not thank me just yet. Rules are rules, kid. We announced beforehand that bringing someone else's familiar is strictly forbidden. Anyone breaking that rule is instantly disqualified from the entire exam. Come back and try again next year. The student just goes completely limp, totally powerless as two other instructors literally drag him away, but he still fights it, crying out like a maniac. No, wait, I do not want to leave. I want to take the exam. They coldly drag him out. Gao Peng watches this whole mess and sighs hard on the inside. Classic. Trying to cheat in a high-level exam like this? Bold move. The instructor checks his ID and hands it back. Here is your exam number. Take it. Gao Peng slowly walks forward into the main area where all the other candidates are already hyped up. He mutters to himself, if I want to pass this thing, I gotta rely on my own actual skills. Let's go. Gao Peng stares at the ticket in his hand, getting more shocked by the second. A 5. Wait, A, B, C? Are these exam zones totally ranked by familiar tiers? Commander, Elite, and Normal? That is wild. What if some freak shows up with a Lord tier familiar? Would they literally build a custom S-tier arena just for that guy? But Gao Peng shakes his head. Nah, I am overthinking this. There is absolutely no way anyone at this stage owns a Lord tier familiar. Zone A only has 8 spots total. That means at least 7 other Tier 3 students are walking around with insanely strong Commander tier beasts. Taking a few more steps, Gao Peng spots a massive Python-type familiar. He stares at it in total absolute awe. Level 25, higher than Dazi, a black flame water python. Level 25, elite quality. Gao Peng then shifts his gaze over to another crazy familiar. He feels like this exam is totally blowing his mind right now. This is his first time seeing a real-life tiger-type familiar in the flesh. The owner's background must be seriously next level. Tigers were already super rare even before the mutation hit, and even with their crazy enhanced breeding rates after the disaster, tiger-type monsters are still insanely scarce. Gao Peng just stands up there on the balcony, looking down. Looks like his guess was dead on. Zone B is totally packed with elite familiars, while Zone C is full of normal tier battles. But honestly, his own Dazi is currently only sitting at level 20. It has elite tier stats, but can output commander tier combat power. Man, this world really is just overflowing with absolute prodigies and insane geniuses. He feels like a little puppy wandering into a pack of hungry wolves, surrounded by absolute powerhouses with commander tier beasts. So incredibly thrilling. Gao Peng quietly steps right into Zone A. Now watch. Deep in Chang'an City, this is the ultimate gathering spot for the 8 strongest rookie tamers of this entire generation. Meanwhile, in the boardroom, the high-ranking officers, including captains and lieutenants, are having a serious chat. These 8 kids are probably the absolute best fresh blood this city of Chang'an has produced in a really long time, right? Instructor Chen speaks up. Actually, there are only 6 of them. 2 of them are way older, not really true young talents. A lieutenant casually brushes it off. Hey, who can really measure raw talent anyway? That stuff is way too unpredictable. All I know is these 8 are absolute rare gems picked out of 30,000 tamer students in Chang'an. 8 kids who can actually brawl with commander tier monsters. The big boss sitting dead center is the commander, the guy running this whole exam. He slowly opens his mouth to speak. Gentlemen, 10 years ago, nations all over the world spotted the very first crazy anomalies. Small numbers of mutated monsters started popping up in unpopulated areas, and back then, we totally thought we could easily control everything. But the real nightmare only kicked off with the mass mutation 3 years ago. Then he drops a heavy declaration. Therefore, this tamer exam must go off without a single hitch. These kids are literally our only hope for the future. All the instructors shout out in total unison. Do not worry, Commander. Let's get one thing straight. You and I are watching the strictest exam ever. Every guard is elite, and cameras watch every single pixel. It is a crazy one-on-one watch system. 1 guy per camera. If anything goes wrong, the rule breaker gets wrecked. But guess what? The monitor guy gets punished too. Total madness. Over in Area A, the speaker blares. Candidate number 5 is up. The gates fly open, and boom, a level 22 boss tier Ice Lake giant scorpion stomps out. Weakness? Lightning attacks and its squishy, armorless sides. Easy money, right? Our guide Cao Peng scopes the beast out and yells, "A die, hit the sides." That is the weak spot. The second battle starts. A die goes from 0 to 100. He flashes forward, launching a furious combo right where Cao Peng pointed. But those scorpion eyes flash red with pure danger. This bug is no joke. It actually dodges every single one of Adai's strikes. Cao Peng nods. Gotta admit, this giant ice bug is crazy fast. The beast leaps into the air with insane power. Its aura is easily matching Adai actually. It is way stronger. Cao Peng starts sweating, his mind racing. So level gaps really are not a joke. Adai clenches his fists tight. New orders incoming? Intense. Blue and black light swirls together and rushes right into Adai. He triggers a monster upgrade mid-fight, hitting level 21 boss tier. Cao Peng silently cheers at the wild power-up. He grins. A sudden breakthrough. But wait, it still is not enough raw power to crush that overgrown scorpion. Cao Peng cannot relax yet. They are basically just hanging on by a thread. That ice bug boss still holds the upper hand in this fair duel. Even with multiple pets, you can only send one out here. Cao Peng tracks every single movement like a hawk, holding back his next card. Besides, once a monster hits boss tier, they unlock some completely insane new powers. They become supernatural. This ice scorpion woke up a water control skill, trapping Adai in a tiny zone of eroding water magic. How did they escape this? Suddenly, his eyes light up. Watch this closely. A system alert pops up new ability. Cao Peng mutters in awe, then shoots a telepathic command straight to Adai. Adai, keep the blood thread securing your main joints, but pump all the extra straight into your legs. Adai gets the message and locks in. Yes, boss. Instantly, wild red energy gathers out of nowhere. Adai successfully transforms into a brand new form. The Ocean Bone Dragon Ape, skill unlock Sturdy Bone level 1. It maxes out his bone hardness, skyrocketing both defense and attack. Cao Peng smiles proudly. Beautiful. Gathering those blood threads gives him an insane burst of explosive power. Mixed with this new skill, not even that scorpion's thick armor can block these super bones. Sure, it does not sound as flashy as lightning magic, or throwing fireballs, but paired with Adai's brutally simple close combat brawler style, it is an absolute match made in heaven. Adai shows zero mercy. Bam! A savage punch. Despite the facial damage, the scorpion whips its flexible tail back perfectly. It still counterattacks. Catch it! Cao Peng screams. Adai snatches the tail and just chucks it. Zero hesitation. He is way faster and deadlier in this combat mode. Cao Peng sees that Adai is peaking. He winds up a max power punch. Smash! Right into the scorpion's body. Cao Peng cheers wildly. Weak spot hit. Checkmate. We won. Standing by, he praises his buddy. Great job, Adai. Hearing that, the monster's scary face completely softens into this gentle, happy little smile at him. Then the giant ape scoops him right up. Cao Peng panics at the sudden hug, yelling, "Whoa, Adai!" But Adai just whispers softly, totally sincere and needy. "Thank you, master." He stares at Cao Peng with sparkly eyes, looking absolutely adorable, which is completely hilarious given his massive, terrifying bone monster exterior. Adai keeps pouring his heart out. "Without you, boss, I would just be a caged ape waiting to die." Cao Peng gets emotional. All right. We won because of your own hard work today, Adai. Plus, we have hugged too long. Dazi is getting jealous. That bratty bug always bullies Adai. It roars loudly, you said one hug. That is like 5 already. Refusing to just watch anymore, the jealous bug charges in. No fair. I want a hug too. Cao Peng facepalms at their absolute childishness. Whoa! He reacts fast, barely blocking Dazi. Then, Cao Peng catches sight of that crazy snake from earlier. He stares, super curious. It moved even faster than him. And the craziest part? 0 scratch marks on it. He glances at the girl commanding it. They are seriously hiding something. Meanwhile, the watchful examiners are heavily analyzing the fights. We are seeing kids completely dominating boss-tier beasts. Wild, right? One whispers, "Is that girl from the legendary Jun family?" One instructor chimes in. She's Jun Heng's only daughter. Heard her name is Jun. Jun. Oh, I remember. Jun Mei Li. His boss quickly snaps. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Another instructor jumps in. I actually met that Jun girl once. She's a little icy, sure, but definitely not a bad kid. And her actual name is Jun Mo Yi. All right, you and I are about to hear something crazy. Word is, after 12th grade, this girl ditched regular school. She just hired private tutors, spending her free time hunting alongside the Union government's elite dispatch teams. No way. Is that true? Oh, it is true. This absolute rebel is already an official member of the Union government's Black Flag squad. Getting into Black Flag? Yeah, you definitely need some serious skills to pull that off. Suddenly, another guy eagerly jumps right into the juicy gossip. That Beastmaster standing next to her is not too shabby either. His beast is an undead type. Those things are insanely rare around here. That kid right there, he is actually one of my students. Crossing his arms, the boss smirks. He is the youngest Beastmaster in all of Chang'an City. Dude seriously carried his weight during the Dryleaf Emperor incident. The other instructors immediately start hyping him up. Oh, no wonder he looks so familiar. So this is that exact teenager President Feng was hyping up earlier, being this young and already pulling weight for the Union? He is a top-tier prospect. Not bad at all. What an impressive kid. The head chief quietly stares right at Gao Peng. He finally tosses out a quick, grudging comment. That cranky old man really got himself one heck of a grandson. Anyway, exam time flies by like absolute crazy. Bam! Most of the Beastmaster students are practically completely finished already. An instructor proudly calls out, Candidate A, 3, you have officially finished the exam. You are free to leave early. Jun Mo Yi replies with absolute zero hesitation. Understood. Right then, she accidentally glances over toward Gao Peng. She blinks in total surprise. Huh? Gao Peng is just standing there with his arms casually crossed, praising his beast. You did amazing, Dazi. Jun Mo Yi definitely has her eye on him now, secretly praising his wild skills. Using a mere elite tier beast to utterly crush a boss tier, Candidate A5 is seriously interesting. Suddenly, the loudspeaker echoes again. Round 3 is about to begin. Candidate A5, please get yourself ready immediately. This brand new monster pops out, and honestly, it looks completely hilarious. The second it steps up, the automated system starts its grand introduction. Monster name, Dryleaf Mantis. Level 16, normal quality, wood attribute, weakness, fire. Now, Stripey is an earth type. This wood monster perfectly counters poor Stripey. But hey, beating it gives an extra 10% bonus points. Watching this bug swagger around like it owns the place, Gao Peng smirks. This thing perfectly mimics human behavior. It is actually pretty smart. Judging by that attitude, it has the brain of an 8 or 9-year-old. Gao Peng totally starts overthinking this. Stripey is smart too. Plus, he is literally 2 whole quality tiers higher. This fight is basically free therapy to boost my cowardly spider's confidence. Tick-tock. The intensely dramatic battle countdown begins right now. The loudspeaker aggressively blares out. Match start. The mantis just stands there, refusing to move an inch, throwing massive shade at its opponent. Meanwhile, Stripey is literally shaking in his boots. He is about to cry. Gao Peng aggressively cheers him on. Meanwhile, the mantis shows off some flashy martial arts, totally flexing its ridiculous bug skills. Its movements are insanely fast and dangerously precise. Every single kick and punch looks like a masterclass in kung fu. Gao Peng immediately realizes something is terribly wrong. He starts sweating bullets. Hold up. Stripey's weird reaction is giving me a seriously bad feeling about this. And just exactly as Gao Peng predicts, Stripey aggressively scuttles backward. The mantis is left standing there, completely dumbfounded. Plot twist. Stripey isn't actually terrified, he is just happily dancing along to hype up his new bug buddy. Master. Look, he perfectly knows how to do the square dance too. Gao Peng facepalms at his innocent pet. Stripey, he is threatening you. He literally wants to murder you. Fight back right now. Stripey innocently tilts his head and asks, so wait, he is not just playing a fun game with me? Before this goofy spider even comprehends the absolute life or death stakes, the mantis violently launches its attack. Then, out of nowhere, Stripey suddenly yells something out. Look, a mosquito! Hilariously, the fierce mantis actually falls for it and gets distracted. It freezes like a total idiot for 3 whole seconds. Sliding awkwardly across the dirt, the mantis angrily launches into the sky. Still thinking this is a fun little game, Stripey randomly shoots out massive blasts of sticky spider webs. In literally 2 seconds, the mighty mantis is instantly tied up into a pathetic little silk cocoon. Stripey cluelessly asks Gao Peng, Master, is this angry green bug actually this incredibly weak? Well, that victory lasted exactly 2 seconds. The raging mantis brutally shreds the cocoon and dive bombs Stripey. Flexing its disgustingly muscular bug arms, it ruthlessly throws the poor spider across the arena. Stripey frantically yells out, Ouch, that hurts. Okay, he is officially enraged now, completely done playing these silly dance games. Stripey violently jumps right back up, proudly declaring his vengeance. Stripey smash, and oh boy, he delivers. He savagely beats the mantis until green bug juice literally flies everywhere. Even the strict exam instructor looks completely horrified by the carnage. Seeing this spider go absolutely feral, the terrified instructor quickly waves his hands. Okay, your exam is officially over. Stop fighting and please exit the arena immediately. Gao Peng awkwardly scratches his head with a goofy smile. You got it, sir. Meanwhile, back at the waiting zone, the massive line of students is getting insanely restless. People start groaning. It has been an hour. Group 1 still is not done. I am stuck in round 2. What about you? Oh, shut up. I am literally still waiting for round 1. So far, only that crazy Jun girl from Area A finished all her exams. But obviously, she has insane military backing. Her power is just unfair. Suddenly, the doors swing open. A candidate yells, Hey, look over there! The exit doors are opening again. Did some other absolute monster actually finish the exam? Yep, Gao Peng and his goofy squad boldly strut right out, soaking in the jealous gasps of all the other terrified teenagers. Wait, that is candidate Gao Peng from Area A. Area A again? Are kids from Area A basically just freaks of nature? Just look at this absolute legend. We are literally still stuck waiting in line, and this dude is already heading home to nap. The power gap is actually completely insane. So annoying. He totally styled on us. Gao Peng boldly swaggers past all the bitter haters. Soon after, they arrive at a completely different spot. Suddenly, Gao Peng and his beast freeze up in sheer disgust. They both dramatically groan. Ah, what is this garbage? Staring at the terribly cracked walls of the rundown mansion in front of them, Gao Peng sighs. So, this is the awesome new house I bought? All right, guys. Did 100 literal wolves just stampede through this place? The outside is a complete wreck, and inside, not much better. We are talking cracked floors and shattered furniture absolutely everywhere. Total disaster zone. Everywhere you look, it just gets completely worse. Not a single decent spot left anywhere. Poor Gao Peng looks like he literally just got struck by lightning. Pure, absolute heartbreak. His brain short-circuits as he cries about his new house and precious credit points. Then, a weird noise comes from the sofa. He glances over. Hitting his highest, whiniest vocal register ever, our boy shrieks. The absolute menace who trashed his sweet villa is actually chilling at the crime scene. Has the world gone crazy? Dazi, pass me the knife. But Adai, our loyal skeleton buddy, needs absolutely zero commands to take action. He steps right up, using his massive body to shield Gao Peng. Proud smile. Adai is a real one, instinctively blocking danger without needing a single word. Meanwhile, A Xuan is just completely useless, casually relaxing like this is a fancy beach vacation. Exactly like a hopelessly spoiled youngest sibling. Our furious MC just lifts the little slacker up and starts scolding. Acting like this gives me zero energy. How many times must I say it? It cries. Dazi asks Gao Peng like a clueless frog, "Boss, is this thing edible? What monster is this?" Bird. Outside the window, Sister Tang Tang is just randomly waiting there. She aggressively waves her arms to get his attention. Cough, cough, little Peng. Gao Peng totally gasps out. "Oh, Sister Tang Tang, it is just you." She smiles and happily introduces things. "This is the little pet your grandpa sent over for you. Congrats on the brand new house. If you want it, keep the guy. Your grandpa blew some serious effort trying to get his hands on this exact monster. All right, I have other annoying stuff to do. Skipping dinner today?" Gao Peng stares wide-eyed. His jaw drops completely to the floor. Sister Tang Tang is wild. She claimed this was just to conveniently protect him and help out. In just a few days, she built a whole villa right next door. That spot was literally an empty wasteland yesterday. This is absolutely not a housewarming party. It is a total house wrecking. Glaring intensely at his heavily damaged villa, Gao Peng still somehow pauses to heavily pamper A Xuan, holding a water bottle up. Then he issues a quick command. "Adai, drag that stupid bird over here." He super carefully inspects the knocked-out bird. A one-legged crane is definitely a rare breed. Seeing Adai gripping it way too rough, Gao Peng panics and warns, "Adai, squeeze it gently. Please do not crush it to death." Suddenly, the crazy bird snaps its eyes open and starts loudly squawking at them. Sounds like heavy cursing. Gao Peng scoffs. "Wow, nice acting skills. Time to crush your massive ego immediately. If he doesn't, this thing will act like a total king in his house." But honestly, Gao Peng stops caring, steps up, and smirks. "Dazi, tonight we feast on roast crane." On cue, the dramatic bird resumes acting, pretending to pass out again. "Ha, keep faking it, buddy. Let me use the system to see what the heck you actually are." Turns out this tiny drama queen has an incredibly extra name. It is a red flame poison fire crane, currently chilling in its infant stage. Level 6, rocking that epic tier for its current quality status. Upon upgrading to commander rank, it drops to perfect quality. Pushing it to lord rank downgrades it straight into elite quality territory. Fire attribute locked in. Secret trait remains completely unawakened. Legendary upgrade demands 500 caddies of heavenly flame meteor material, plus 3 mysterious origin fruits, and epic grade fire marrow earth essence. Reading this insane list, Gao Peng gasps in absolute shock. Grandpa is dropping serious cash. His smile turns completely wicked and evil. This fiery poison bird might match Adai in quality right now, but once it fully matures, it automatically hits the overpowered lord rank. Upgrading just gets way harder later on. Adai took forever to reach commander, finally breaking through mid-battle. So, you and I can only imagine how monstrous this peak lord rank beast will become. But while our boy is busy daydreaming about an epic, unstoppable future, Adai and Dazi are literally just poking the angry firebird. Maintaining that creepy, scheming villain smile, Gao Peng boldly declares his rule. "Entering my house makes you my beast. Come over and eat some tiny bugs first. These are my special bugs." He looks at the fiery bird with a gentle, slightly suspicious smile. How about I name you? Your species has Yan and Huo, that equals 3 whole flames right there. So, I am calling you Little Yan, he beams happily. Its sharp beak snatches the bug, which makes Dazi instantly boil with pure jealousy. The jealous bug smashes right into a pillar. Gao Peng taps Little Yan's head, testing if a contract is actually possible. He slowly monitors the vibe. Seems like the clarity of the consciousness space directly matches the monster's intelligence level. All these floating light spots are definitely Little Yan's hidden memories. Turns out, this dramatic bird has an equally tragic and painful past. The flashing images barely show any moments of peace. Gao Peng squeezes his eyes shut, heavily empathizing with Little Yan. So, you lost your mom too, huh? Little Yan, do you want to become my partner and friend? Right away, the epic contract circle appears. Little Yan's eyes blaze with hope. Will you help me get my brutal revenge? Gao Peng gives it to him completely straight. If we sign this, then we become true family. Your drama becomes my drama. Finally, after a solid few minutes of serious haggling, the contract seals perfectly. But weirdly enough, all right, you and I are watching Gao Peng wonder why he is stuck inside his mind. Images of Dazi and Ah Dai pop up. Xuan and Ah Ban show up too. Then it finally clicks for our oblivious guy. This is the monster trainer's ultimate knowledge base. Spiritual circles open up, revealing a brand new survival skill. It is an elemental shield. It drains out the energy straight from his own familiars. Then it converts that energy into a totally safe protective barrier for himself. Meanwhile, Gao Peng seems temporarily sucked right into this weird zone. Eyes entirely blank. Honestly, this skill's rarity level is not even that insanely high. Didn't someone in the first round use this exact ability? Apparently, every single monster trainer out there developed some kind of life-saving skill to survive. So, this epic shield trick probably unlocked the exact moment Ah Dai leveled up to the commander tier. Our guy also realizes mysterious text is suddenly popping up in his brain. He doesn't recognize the weird letters, but somehow he can read them perfectly. The text says to let the familiars handle all the fighting. Trainers should just obediently hide behind their monsters and not drag them down. How rude. Weirdly, this whole trainer gig feels like some ancient inherited profession passed down. The blood contract records these inherited memories, unlocking more info as the familiars get stronger. Wait a second, does this mean other places already had monster trainers way before us? Gao Peng crosses his arms, thinking hard. Whatever, these heavy questions are way above his pay grade anyway. But get this, that awesome survival skill is directly engraved into his actual soul. It literally cannot be taught to anyone else through normal methods. No wonder Tang Tang warned him not to casually leak the psychic transfer technique she taught him earlier. An ability with absolutely zero restrictions that you can just freely pass around. If that got out, every greedy person alive would be hunting him down for it. Gao Peng is slowly figuring it out. Wow. Grandpa and Tang Tang's true power levels are honestly way scarier than he ever imagined. With his current wimpy power level, who knows if he can even help Grandpa at all. Anyway, back to chilling inside the luxury villa. Gao Peng spends his days in total peace. Our guy is basically the king of relaxing. Ah Dai, Dazi, and Ah Ban stick to Gao Peng like glue everywhere he goes. They goof around like literal toddlers. Hilariously, tiny little Mai Xiao Yan looks the most mature, always acting completely aloof. So incredibly cold. It trains by aggressively stabbing its beak deep into tree trunks. Gao Peng watches my Xiaoyan and just gasps. Oh boy, this kid's heart is completely full of revenge, training this crazily just so it can avenge its mom one day. That is intense. Wait, someone is missing. Gao Peng frantically looks front and back. Where the heck is Ah Xuan? Just a minute ago, it was dramatically spinning in circles, terrified Xiaoyan would eat it. Turns out, it is just taking a massive nap on the grass, sleeping so deeply it is literally drooling. Swan is the absolute definition of totally relaxed. Looking at this goofy blob, Gao Peng just laughs and says, wow, sleeping through anything. What a brave little guy. Gao Peng flops back onto his lounge chair to read, feeling totally grateful for life. This lazy lifestyle is the absolute best, especially since Grandpa gave him that sweet blank credit card. Honestly, being a monster trainer could just become his casual hobby now. This book by President Feng is seriously good. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Dude has so much crazy experience. Suddenly, Gao Peng remembers, wait a minute, the exam results are supposed to drop today. But the system completely rejects his login at the villa. It says the account is logged in elsewhere. Location Yuzhou Base City, Yubei District, Heavenly Palace Building. Gao Peng is absolutely stunned. Who hacked him? He completely deadpans. Oh right, it is totally his grandpa. Meanwhile, Grandpa sneezes at work and smirks some brat is definitely talking about him. Gao Peng tries another way. Whatever, let's just check the score. His profile pops up. Name, Gao Peng. Age, 18. Score, 710. Perfect 700 for 3 rounds plus 10 bonus points. He smiles like an absolute idiot. Rank? Number 1 in Chang'an City. Looks like he actually crushed that exam. Just then, his phone starts ringing off the hook. A completely unknown number flashes. The voice asks, "Hello, is this Gao Peng?" Our guy answers, "That is me." They continue, "Congrats, you have qualified for the second round of the trainer exam. Please arrive at the first testing center at 9 a.m. on June 27th. Time for round 2. The competition lasts 15 days straight. And get this, no need to bring clothes or toiletries. Thanks for your cooperation." Gao Peng immediately glances over at my Xiao Yan. He still hasn't signed a blood contract with Xiao Yan yet. Rules say Xiao Yan cannot enter round 2, so he desperately needs to find a babysitter for it. Right on cue. Tang Tang is jogging right past his house. She waves wildly with a massive smile. "Morning, little Peng." Oh, perfect timing. It is Tang Tang. Wait a minute, isn't this way too much of a coincidence? He narrows his eyes, thinking hard. Grandpa already knew his crazy score, and the rules are public. It is super easy to guess he would need a pet sitter. Honestly, Tang Tang probably even knew exactly when that phone call was coming. They totally planned this. Tang Tang smirks like she knows everything. Oh man, she practically has "ask me for a favor" written on her forehead. Gao Peng grins. He thinks, man, she really loves doing extra work. Then he yells out, "Hey, Tang Tang, can you babysit this dramatic crane for half a month?" She was literally waiting for this. She thumps her chest. "No need to be polite with me. Just leave the bird at my place. Do not worry. I will absolutely feed it until it is chubby and pale." Gao Peng suddenly feels incredibly nervous. His stomach totally drops. Those exact words, chubby and pale, do not sound very comforting right now. She is definitely not joking. My Xiao Yan gets temporarily handed over to Tang Tang. While Gao Peng handles his business, you and I are switching scenes. Inside some fancy random villa in Chang'an. Why the heck am I ranked second? I saw everything perfectly clearly that day. We both had exactly 3 familiars. 1 commander tier and 2 elite tiers each. This is totally rigged. Alright, you and I are about to see some drama. Why am I ranked 1 spot below him? An older lady reports the stats to the young master. He has an elite earth type familiar, and the monster he challenged was a wood type. That adds exactly 10 bonus points. The rich kid slams the table so hard it shakes. He is absolutely shaking with pure, unfiltered rage right now. He screams his lungs out. "Ah, I do not care at all. I am absolutely not letting this slide." Meanwhile, our boy Gao Peng looks at the waiting candidates and thinks, just these few people here? Looks like I arrived pretty early. An instructor wearing a small microphone steps right up to make an announcement. Looks like everyone is finally here. Hello there, all you candidates. I am in charge of your next round. Just this handful of people for round 2? Are we seriously just splitting a top 10 out of these 8 kids? The instructor continues. Round 2 takes place at the Jiangnan base, right in the Dayang Mountain Forest. This is not an arena fight, no one-on-one duels. This is a real outdoor survival test in a literal forest. Jiangnan base? Dayang Mountain? Why are they suddenly going so incredibly far away? The instructor's voice echoes out. Dayang Mountain was swept by top-tier tamers. They checked everything. 0% chance of any Lord-tier monsters existing there. But get this crazy fact. They found at least 500 commander-tier monsters, including peak-level ones. Officially, the government and the Tamer Alliance will try their absolute best to keep you alive. They will also give you a distress signal to use when things go totally wrong. But still, it is a wild primal forest with over 500 deadly commander monsters. Because of that, round 2 is totally optional. Alright, it is time for you guys to make your choice. Someone speaks up. Sorry, instructor. We both think this is way too dangerous. Can we drop out? No worries. Totally understandable. No shame in that. Anyone else want out? Jun Moyi raises a hand. Teacher, does signing up for this absolutely require parental permission? The instructor replies. Officially, no. But he secretly feels a bit suspicious. However, your parents are not exactly normal parents. Jun Moyi just flashes a very bright smile. Then I am signing up. Oh man, I am just a low-level manager here. The instructor's voice continues to announce the details evenly. So in the end, 6 of you will represent our Chang'an base. Later on, you will be competing alongside candidates from other city bases in the Huaxia region. The selected candidates all look incredibly serious right now. The instructor wraps up with a quick blessing. You guys better fight hard. Show off your skills and bring glory to our Chang'an base. Wow, other regions are competing too? A guy turns and greets Gao Peng. Hey there, buddy. My name is Han Xiao. How should I call you? Han Xiao looks super manly, bright purple hair standing out. A huge muscular body, but his face is surprisingly gentle. Gao Peng gives a bright smile and politely replies, Gao Peng. Nice to meet you. Han Xiao instantly rushes over and grabs his hand, looking as thrilled as if he struck pure gold. Gao Peng, you are the number 1 in Chang'an. I have been dying to meet you. Han Xiao throws an arm around Gao Peng. Everyone else here has crazy backgrounds. If they are not politicians' kids, they are filthy rich. At least one of their parents is a tamer. Only the two of us come from totally normal families. Gao Peng just laughs awkwardly. So sorry about this, bro. I do not actually come from a normal family either. Han Xiao keeps chatting passionately. Oh yeah, did any big corporations come looking for you? Right after the test ended, several groups wanted to talk deals with me. Gao Peng hesitates. Actually, I really got nothing. Ugh, maybe my grandpa or my cousin blocked all those other corporate guys already. Hen Xiao slaps his back like they are best buds, but he hits so hard Gao Peng nearly chokes on his own spit. No worries. You are the #1 in Chang'an. They are probably just trying to figure out the right price for you. Seriously, do not worry. Gao Peng is terrified. This guy has insane arm strength. Han Xiao then points right at his familiar. Oh yeah, let me introduce you to my buddy, the angel ant. It ate something weird during an expedition. Then it mutated completely. It went straight from a black-armored ant to an angel ant, meaning an angel descending to Earth. Monster name, gold-armored demonic ant, level 21. Elite grade, element, metal. Weaknesses? Number 1. The joints have absolutely zero armor protection. Number 2. It heavily hates any strong, irritating smells. Gao Peng silently thinks Han Xiao got ridiculously lucky. They say the rich rely on science, and the poor rely on mutation. Raising a commander-tier familiar just based on pure talent is insanely hard. Without an elite background and crazy resources, where do you get magic herbs for fast evolution? But hold on, why does the system call it a gold-armored demonic ant? Gao Peng starts getting really curious now. Where exactly does this system even get these crazy monster names from? It even showed names never mentioned in any book or document, almost like it has literal prophetic powers. The loud roar of a plane echoes outside the window. The instructor announces, "All right, our plane is here. Get ready, guys. We are moving out." The plane lands at the Jiangnan base airport. Wow, can a simple exam really be this epic? They even used a massive military transport plane for us. You and I gotta love this hype. Loud chatter fills the air. Hey, you do not know this, but these are the top geniuses picked from tens of thousands of candidates. The military obviously has to protect these prodigies. Gao Peng looks around in pure awe. Are all these guys competing too? There is a massive crowd, almost 200 people, and the variety of familiars here is absolutely off the charts. All right, guys, start the tape. A massive sigh drops. Whoa. A rock-type beast? Super rare. System says, level 23 magma monster. Normal quality, healthy rock body. Major weaknesses? Holy damage. Oh, and it absolutely hates getting its picture taken, so put away your cameras, seriously. When Gao Peng casually rolls up, 2 tough-looking guards swing the big doors open for our guy. Out steps the head instructor. This dude looks like bad news, sporting a wicked scar slashing straight down his forehead, across his eye, right to his cheek. Dead serious, he growls. If all the candidates are finally here, then I am handing out the consent forms right now. Want to enter round 2? You literally have to sign your life away. This test is absolutely not inside the safe city zone, kids. Even if you manage to hit your SOS signal, the death rate out there is absolutely no less than 10%. Scarface keeps barking at the scared students. Do not think I am joking around here. Even your weakest tamed beasts are at least commander level out there. Think long and hard before you sign this, you crazy teenagers. You alone are totally responsible for your own future. Gao Peng just calmly takes the scary paper from the instructor, super polite. He reads the form, 1,000 credit points. Even for huge corporations, that is a crazy amount of money. Yeah, this mission is going to be straight up deadly. Our boy Gao Peng thinks to himself, 20. Round 2 runs entirely on a crazy point system. They dropped a ton of point pillars deep inside the Taiyang Mountain Forest. Smashing those pillars or slaying wild monsters gets you points. The competitive pressure this time around? Yeah, it is going to be completely insane. The super intense head instructor with the gnarly scar speaks up again. Everyone has looked over the death waiver and the rules for round 2, right? Time to drop some massive news about round 3. Only the top 12 students with the absolute highest scores get the golden ticket to enter the final round. Round 3 totally breaks the basic high school beast tamer mold. It actually gets its own epic title, the strongest young beast tamer tournament of the entire league. Then he hypes them up, his voice booming and insanely powerful. Whoever performs like a boss today, he gets an official title instantly. Even your monster pets can earn their very own legendary titles. Plus, the final showdown will be live-streamed globally. Millions of people will literally watch your wild pets fighting their hearts out, right there on screen. The hyped students totally eat up his speech. A state-recognized title? So freaking cool. Gao Peng just mutters under his breath, shaking his head. What a bunch of kids. You know what's funny? Gao Peng looks at his pets and actually thinks, what kind of epic king title should I get? There are just too many cool ones for me. Helicopters slowly drop down near the Taiyang Mountain Forest entrance. The speaker blares. All candidates pay attention. All candidates listen up. This crazy round officially begins right now. The big boss's voices echo out loud. You have exactly 20 minutes to get ready. After 20 minutes, move out. Follow the helicopter spotlight straight ahead and hit the target zone before the clock runs out. Our boy Gao Peng is already rocking a fresh uniform. He glances back at his awesome monster squad. Let's go. Dai scoops up Gao Peng and the other pets in one go. Its massive body actually moves like total lightning. Suddenly, a completely different space opens up. Gao Peng yells out, "Ah Ban." Ah Ban shoots out a web, snagging a thick branch. Dai grabs onto it and swings right up. Gao Peng looks totally exhausted. He thinks, thank goodness I have my teleportation gear. Over there, a loud voice randomly screams out, slow down, you slow down. Turns out, it's just another candidate struggling insanely hard with his tamed beast. System reads, Spirit White Pig, level 25, perfect quality, fully healthy, but totally judging its owner. Why are you charging so fast? First place gets no extra prize. I told you to slow down. Gao Peng looks totally disgusted. The beast just radiates pure judgment. Gao Peng smirks slightly. Normally, in the tamer and beast relationship, the human is completely in charge, but obviously, there are exceptions, like when a tamer is just way too ridiculously weak-willed and the pet is super aggressive. But getting judged by a pig? Tragic. Gao Peng zooms past, dropping a totally sarcastic remark. Keep it up, pig riding guy, you got this. The clueless student does not even notice Gao Peng mocking him. Why is this awesome guy cheering for me? Is that dude crazy? Meanwhile, the big screen shows a fiery bird flying around. Now looking at a student from the Yanjing zone. She registered a sick fire-type bird beast. Tang Tang reassures her pet. Mi Xiao Ye, do not rush. Xiao Peng will be here any second. The very next second, Gao Peng's face flashes right on the live broadcast. This kid from the Chang'an zone actually registered 4 tamed beasts. He is the absolute #1 rookie from Chang'an, making him a massive fan favorite for those elite top 12 spots this time around. Tang Tang brings out a tray of deliciously grilled fish. Xiao Yan, hurry up and eat. You need to eat lots so you can get stronger. You gotta keep up with Master Mi. Just like Tang Tang promised Gao Peng, Mi Xiao Ye has definitely gotten way more chubby. Tang Tang watches Mi Xiao Ye eat so happily and smiles super wide. Back to the wild competition. Nearly an hour has flown by. That funny pig from earlier is standing right in front of Gao Peng, angrily growling. Oink! Gao Peng is completely stunned as he watches the owner fall right off its back. The giant pig's owner hits the ground so hard, his head is spinning wildly, seeing stars everywhere. What a totally hot-tempered pig. The broadcast drops another loud update from the sky. All right, listen up. Time is up. Any student not here is totally disqualified. Choppers hover close, tracking all the crazy action below. The instructor's voices blast out steadily, mixing right in with the loud whirring of the helicopter blades overhead. So before you kids jump into Taiyang Mountain, let's wrap this up. Stick with me, guys, because this wild new intel is updating right now. Right through this entrance lies Taiyang Mountain. Over by the edge, you will spot some tactical field cases packed with dry rations, canned food, and water, plus some fast-acting heart stimulants. Pop these in absolute emergencies. They will guarantee you exactly 1 hour of extra survival time. Limit is 1 kit per person. Meanwhile, the scarred head instructor stands right at the edge of the helicopter door, staring down at the dense forest. 197 candidates entered this time, and exactly 150 actually signed the death waiver. What a relief. That ratio totally blew my mind. Guess you kids are not complete cowards after all. Now, some of you might have casual wilderness experience, and a few might actually be hardcore survival experts, while others have literally never left the city limits. But no matter your background, hear this loud and clear. This jungle is an absolute nightmare compared to what you are imagining. My biggest piece of advice? Just stay alive. Only the living get to flex those high scores. All right, enough talk, move out. Meanwhile, national TV is absolutely blowing up with live broadcast updates. Welcome back, viewers. You and I are about to watch the Ultimate Survival Tournament Flash Report. Thanks to the GPS tracker slapped on every single candidate, we can stalk their exact locations. And the live chat is going wild. It is Yinwu, the legendary cloud-entering dragon from the imperial capital himself. Doesn't Yinwu usually dodge these cheesy variety shows? Well, this guy's resume is absolutely stacked. While most imperial capital heavyweights are ancient, Yin Wu is one of their most celebrated young powerhouses. He has already built a seriously terrifying reputation. The hyperactive host points straight at the TV screen, reporting live. As we can see, all the tryhards chasing high scores are rushing straight into the heart of the forest. That is where all the juicy point totems are hiding. And right now, the absolute top scorer is Jun Mo Yi. A female candidate snatching first place is honestly a massive plot twist. Let us see what our expert Yin Wu thinks. Yin Wu immediately drops a rare compliment. Not bad at all. This black python species is likely a dark or water python. Look at those shiny scales, absolutely shredded muscle tone. Its quality tier definitely is not low. Just analyzing its combat style, this specific snake clearly fights a lot. Its combat technique is super smooth, meaning its training is pretty solid. Meanwhile, the female host is internally screaming. I asked you to analyze the Beastmaster, not write a freaking essay on the pet. Who cares about a giant black snake? The audience wants to see the ice-cold beauty, but since we are broadcasting live, she obviously cannot throw a tantrum. She just forces a smile, pretending Yin Wu's analysis is brilliant and super professional. Rumor has it the cloud-entering dragon is permanently single. Seeing him ignore the gorgeous girl for a snake? Yep, he is absolutely single by pure talent. Anyway, she pivots hard. Alrighty. Since we hyped up first place, let us go laugh at the poor loser stuck in dead last. Everyone, check the big screen. The broadcast snaps to a totally different vibe. Oh, this candidate is definitely trying something weird. He picked a spot with some serious altitude. Looks like he is preparing some massive tactical trap. Hey director, zoom in real quick. The screen reveals Cao Peng and his crew. The whole squad is just chilling. Our boy Cao Peng is literally sprawled on a rock, napping. Absolutely zero stress here. Even his pets are just sitting around relaxing with their boss. Cao Peng has accidentally thrown both TV hosts into an incredibly awkward panic. A hilarious, dead quiet pause fills the studio. Finally, she finds an angle. Haha, this young man sure is taking it easy. Let us be real. He is just being lazy. What kind of strategy is this? The legendary salted fish flop? Internally, our poor host is losing her mind again. Bro, if you keep this up, you are getting canceled before the next episode. The clock keeps ticking, yet this guy is still just laying there. Cao Peng literally does not care about the tournament. He is grinning ear to ear, enjoying the ultimate comfy nap. After fully recharging his lazy batteries, Cao Peng finally stands up and stretches. The forest outskirts should be completely safe by now. Guess it is time for us to make a move. Smirking, Cao Peng commands his precious squad, "Let us go, team." Marching straight into the jungle, the lighting suddenly turns super creepy and dark. That is because Cao Peng's crew just stepped deep into Taiyang Mountain's core. Cao Peng starts barking orders. "A chun, dump all that silver leafweed we picked. This blue crown warmflower is worth exactly 1 credit more. We gotta be ruthless penny pinchers." Suddenly, a die points over to another spot. "Master!" Cao Peng follows the skeletal finger. Oh snap, Cao Peng realizes, is this the legendary point totem everyone is hunting? Material name, White Earth Sandstone. It is super useful for boosting earth and sand type beasts. You and I both know a little goes a long way, but it also acts like absolute catnip for wild monsters. Cao Peng rubs his chin, cooking up a scheme. Smashing the totem gets you points, but how exactly do we handle this sneaky trap? Turns out, these random vines are actually a certified monster on the system's hit list. Wood Ghost Vine, level 22, boss tier, normal quality. Packing wood and poison traits, but with a massive weakness to fire. This wood ghost vine is playing dead, pretending to be some brainless ordinary plant. Wow, nice acting. So interesting. Since you love playing pretend so much, I will happily hand you the Best Actor award right now. Cao Peng snaps his fingers. "Dazi, light it up." The wood ghost vine is busy hyping itself up internally. A truly experienced hunter knows how to be patient. Seeing no action yet, it keeps coping. Just wait a little longer. Elite predators stay cool. But nope, the heat is way too much. The vine explodes upward, internally screaming, "I cannot take this anymore. I am roasting alive." Cao Peng instantly shouts, "A die." A die charges in to grapple the angry vine, but this boss monster is no joke. It completely wraps itself around a die. It is not just super flexible, it has magic too, blasting energy beams right at our undead boy. But Cao Peng just chuckles, totally unbothered. Clearly, its usual hunting strategy is wrapping up the victim like a burrito. Then it uses those sharp vine leaves like actual knives, slicing the prey to ribbons, bleeding enemies out completely, or just crushing their bones and organs into absolute jelly. So running into a die? Talk about incredibly bad luck. Cao Peng watches a die literally play around with the monster, thinking, this pathetic leaf attack against a die's super reinforced bones? It is basically a free massage. Alright, time for Dazi to finish this. Dartu, end this now. She instantly obeys. And yeah, she is absolutely loving this. Her eyes flash dangerously. Boom, one massive blast of light absolutely vaporizes everything caught in its crazy radius. Cao Bong? Just standing there, totally chill. Unexpectedly easy, right? But honestly, it makes total sense. Sure, it's a leader tier boss, but it just upgraded its grade to normal. Facing a tag team beatdown from a Die and Dartu? Zero chance of survival. Now, Adai is actually complaining to Dar 2. You shocked me. And of course, Dar 2 snaps right back. Idiot, I just helped you break free from those vines. Taobong points at the pillar. All right, Adai, smash it to pieces. With one punch, Adai completely obliterates that creepy pillar into dust. A tiny scanner beeps inside the rubble. His wristband announces the sweet news. Congratulations on destroying the point pillar. You earned 150 points. Current total is now 199. Hyped up, Taobong calls his beloved pets to help dig. There has to be a monster core inside this demon vine somewhere. Let's search. That battle just now was incredibly intense. Who knows where that monster core got blasted off to? That stuff is literal cash. Suddenly, Cao Bong hears an alert. Candidate Chuhar eliminated. Hearing that elimination announcement definitely makes him feel pretty uneasy. That makes 4 candidates taken out already. Are the monsters in Thai Dung Sun really this brutal? Then panic flashes in his eyes as a dark thought hits him. What if it's other players? Tick-tock? Tick-tock. Medics rush over to a massively bleeding bug monster, tapping it frantically to check vitals. Too late. It's already over. One medic looks at his partner. What happened with this familiar? The other guy just sighs. Bag it up. We'll hand it over to the family. Just look at this candidate, wrecked by his own beast. The medic sighs heavily. It punched straight through the special safety glass. Meanwhile, our boy Cao Bong is observing. Scouting the area, he notices heavy smoke. Was there an insane battle right here just now? Other candidates are looting the area. It's a giant scorpion ruler monster corpse. Level 21. He falls into deep thought. Listen up, the exam never strictly banned PvP fighting. And honestly, when there are 0 clear rules, you and I know you gotta watch your back. The dude next to him cheerfully chirps. Wow, I totally didn't expect you to grab the point pillar first. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, my Trung Tu Chi Vung is definitely getting the prize before you. The mountains remain, the rivers flow, until we meet again. Hearing this wildly cheesy line, Cao Bong breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness he met an idiot. Outside, the host mentions to Unnur. Looks like these 2 candidates managed to avoid a major clash. This exam actually doesn't restrict candidates from fighting each other at all. Though, naturally, that's not exactly a great thing. Unmu calmly replies with an icy edge. This keeps things terrifyingly real. It's no structured arena. We won't coddle them one by one. The actual wilderness is way more brutal and wildly bloody. Out there, murdering people for their precious loot isn't rare at all. You kill them, then just toss their bodies directly outside. I can absolutely guarantee by day 2, not even their bones will remain. Cameras aren't everywhere out there. It's a massive wasteland with 0 rules protecting anyone. Fighting to the death over some rare treasure, fighting over a precious monster corpse, or stealing a powerful beast's cub getting completely murderous over that is super common. Meanwhile, deep inside the Thai Dung Sun forest, Cao Bung looks pretty relaxed as he observes the area, muttering, Man, what is that insanely gross rotten smell around here? And it's way too quiet out here. So weird. Hey guys, while digging for materials, you better keep an eye out for anything strange. Suddenly, the surrounding bushes start shaking violently. It completely startles Cao Bong, giving him a massive jump scare. What the heck is actually going on? Creeping out from that tall grass, a tiny little monster appears. Cao Bong's squad gets totally spooked over nothing. It's literally just a one-horned rabbit. What a fake out. But seconds later, while the rabbit just stands there looking cute, a massive, giant spider-like leg suddenly impales it, a fatal strike, instantly wiping it out. Oh my god. Cao Bong stumbles back in pure terror. If you were him, you'd yell, retreat, too. Just seeing one limb isn't enough to read its stats. He needs to see at least 4/5 of its body. Right now, the enemy is hidden and they're totally exposed. This is no time to act tough. He sprints away like crazy to escape that monster's terrifying line of sight. He's still lacking any long-range attacks. Otherwise, he could at least probe it to reveal the monster's appearance. Seeing its stats and weaknesses means they wouldn't be sitting ducks like this. He frantically bolts toward the forest's edge. All right, you and I are dropping right into the chaos. A lake sits ahead. Our boy Gao Peng finally breathes a sigh of relief. Safe distance, right? Wrong. Before anyone can even blink, that nightmare monster's leg violently whips out from the thick trees, chasing them down like an absolute missile. Gao Peng does what any sane guy would do. He panics and runs for his life. Things look incredibly bad. His familiar, Adai, spots the monstrous leg locked onto his master. Without skipping a beat, the loyal dude throws his whole body right into the line of fire to block it. But this shadowy freak of nature apparently has an insane combat algorithm. It somehow senses the block coming and perfectly predicts their desperate defensive move in real time. The monster shifts its massive leg midair at lightning speed, completely bypassing Adai and violently stabbing straight for Gao Peng. Luckily, our guy has some serious plot armor backing him up. Seriously, thank the author for this absolute miracle. His other familiar, Dazi, actively triggers its skill. So even though Gao Peng takes that fatal nightmare strike, the brutal damage transfers entirely over to Dazi. The poor bug coughs up blood, instantly sporting a horrifyingly massive wound on its body. This proves that this monstrous freak is seriously no joke. Seeing this, Gao Peng completely loses his cool and screams, "Dazi!" Even with an elemental shield active, the injury is still this absurdly heavy. No time for emotional hugs. Adai rapidly grabs Gao Peng and dashes wildly away. While fleeing, our guy screams at Aban to spam its sticky spiderwebs. Aban follows orders instantly, shooting out thick layers of ultra-sticky webbing, completely blasting the giant freak and trying to lock its terrifying movements in place. You can see its monstrous leg fiercely struggling to tear free. Gao Peng isn't waiting around to see what happens, yelling for everyone to move. Meanwhile, let's peek behind the scenes. Back inside the tournament's ridiculously high-tech special action team observation room, the panicked observers stare at the camera feeds and scream that this zombified dream devil bamboo stick insect cannot be contained anymore. This bug has murdered trainers before. It knows exactly how fragile humans are compared to their super-powered familiars. So naturally, it actively targets the squishy trainer first. Another panicked controller frantically yells out their next backup plan. White Rose is currently 5 kilometers from the danger zone. She might just barely arrive in time to save them. Hearing this, the stressed team leader finally breathes a tiny bit. He sighs, noting that casualties have already happened and they seriously can't afford a single death more. Are the higher-ups completely out of their minds? They actively set death quotas to supposedly toughen up the trainer students. They kept preaching about how they desperately wanted more realistic combat scenarios. The leader crosses his arms, letting out a bitterly sarcastic laugh. But now that people are actually dropping dead, they panic way harder than anyone. A staff member chuckles, saying this isn't exactly the first time upper management acted like hypocrites. But then he squints at Gao Peng on the glowing monitor, visibly hesitating before asking if this kid is just being a total coward. Hearing that silly critique, the team leader immediately frowns in deep annoyance. That is not being cowardly. That is pure tactical strategy. Knowing exactly when to retreat or advance is what actually makes a successful commander. There is no such thing as an undefeated general. Anyone who foolishly believes they are invincible will just die from their own pathetic arrogance. The guy laughs awkwardly, admitting the boss is right. But honestly, how did the kid know he couldn't win after barely even fighting? While those two bicker, another observer suddenly goes absolutely pale, screaming that everything is completely doomed. The terrifying monster's stats finally flash onto the system screen. Zombified Dream Devil Bamboo Stick Insect. A level 35 elite quality nightmare walking on legs. Level 2, sturdy body, wood and undead type, highly vulnerable to fire and metal attacks. Slap bang in the center of its nasty belly is a tiny white dot. Hitting that specific spot guarantees critical fatal damage. But unfortunately, those sticky spiderwebs from earlier did absolutely nothing to slow this beast, and Gao Peng has barely gained any distance. Even worse, the attack totally backfired. It just made the giant bug furiously unhinged. It furiously roars, chasing our guy so violently that the entire creepy forest starts violently shaking. All the smaller monsters nearby totally freak out and run for their lives. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is intensely clinging onto Adai's broad shoulders. He glances back at the raging beast, totally terrified by the insane speed. Oh my actual god, trying to attack a weakness like that is pure suicide. He decides giving up and running is the smartest play. But the zombified bug violently channels crazy power into its incredibly long, creepy legs. A glowing red aura aggressively explodes out, covering its limbs. This makes the giant freak look 10 times more horrifying. It zero hesitates, using its razor-sharp leg as a deadly javelin, thrusting straight toward Gao Peng's back. And once again, his loyal squad steps up. Aban rigidly flexes its steel-hard legs, desperately force-blocking the brutal impact for his master. Gao Peng furiously yells out, looking completely drained of his life force. But Aban frantically urges, "Run! Master, you need to run." But watching his team get battered sparks something wild. The fear vanishes, completely replaced by pure blazing rage. His eyes lock onto the beast with absolute unyielding determination. We are not running away from this anymore. We are ending its miserable life right now. Its weak point is that tiny white dot directly on its belly. Hearing this, Adai furiously roars, flexing like he is ready to drop his maximum power into this fight. Adai charges up, fiery energy violently explodes from his palms, literally looking like it could burn reality. He is absolutely primed for a savage counterattack, ready to avenge his severely wounded teammates. Adai launches forward, throwing a wildly direct punch straight at the towering freak. Gao Peng watches from a distance, sweating bullets while observing the absolute chaos. This Dream Devil's primary combat style relies heavily on perfectly extending and retracting its vicious limbs, which are as brutally sharp as spears. All right, You and I are jumping into absolute chaos. Those sword-sharp legs can pierce anything, but fighting a literal skeleton like Adai? Super annoying. The monster strikes back, stabbing right into Adai without a single second of hesitation. Not good, guys. The nightmare bamboo stick bug might not deal a fatal blow to Adai right now, but our skeleton boy is completely trapped by its gross limbs. He has zero space to pull back for a solid counterattack. Moving fast, Adai actually reaches out and grabs one of the nightmare monster's ugly legs. Gao Peng stands there, suddenly realizing what Adai is doing. Wait, Adai isn't trapped at all. He is just terrified that if he dodges, this freakish bug will attack the rest of them right from behind. What a hero! Gao Peng yells, Adai, get out of there. Stop tanking hits. We are at a safe distance now. He's totally outmatched here, so try to find a weak spot on its belly first. Just fall back. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Daisy weakly pushes itself up from the ground. Daisy screams out, no way, this is absolutely not happening. It charges at that giant beast with absolute fury. Nobody gets to bully Daisy's friends and walk away. Meanwhile, high above the ocean forest, a red-haired girl is riding a massive eagle, blasting through the sky. She mutters, do not dare die before I get there. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Gao Peng commands his beasts like a boss. Daisy crawls right up the nightmare bamboo bug's soft belly. Now Daisy is fully latched onto the monster, totally ready to pump it full of some nasty venom. Bad luck. The bamboo bug reacts insanely fast, shaking it off and landing a critical hit. Gao Peng screams Daisy's name in pure panic. Seeing Daisy hurt, Adai goes absolute goblin mode. Fueled by rage, the skeleton snaps one of the bamboo bug's legs with pure brute strength. Adai just loses its mind, unleashing a crazy, never-ending barrage of attacks. Seeing this madness, Gao Peng yells for Adai to fall back. He checks the scene, sees his squad bleeding out, and starts calculating his next move. This isn't working. They cannot hold on much longer. Sure, the nightmare bug has a smashed eye and a face full of blood, looking super pathetic. But honestly, it's not even seriously hurt yet. The beast's fighting power is still insanely high. Meanwhile, Aban, Daisy, and Adai are all sitting there taking totally different levels of damage. What on earth is he supposed to do now? Gao Peng shouts at Daisy. Hey, try firing your lightning attack outward. Aim straight for that tiny white spot over there. Daisy unleashes a massive blast of lightning, frying the bug's entire body with high voltage. Seeing the chaos finally cool down for a second, Gao Peng lets out a heavy sigh and starts thinking hard. Oh wow, it actually worked. Adai steps up to draw its attention, while Daisy gets ready to blast that thing all over again. Right then, Eagle Girl finally arrives and radios base. I am at the scene. Do I kill the nightmare bug straight up, or just play it by ear? Command says, kill it. She replies, copy that. Following orders, that giant eagle shoots out a crazy beam of energy, instantly obliterating the nightmare bug into dust. Gao Peng watches this absolute light show in total shock. What is that? Turns out, that beast is a level 38 light albatross. Gao Peng literally jumps when he sees those insane stats pop up. That is a level 38 military light albatross. The majestic bird swoops straight down to the dead bug, digs its claws deep in, and just drags it away into the sky. Gao Peng stands there, brain totally lagging. Did it seriously just leave? Exhausted, he flops onto the ground with a heavy sigh. Honestly, thank goodness. If they fought any longer, someone would have definitely died. Or worse, total team wipe. Back at command, everyone lets out a massive breath. Phew, thank goodness White Rose got there fast. One guy smirks. This kid is not bad. If my eyes work, both of his familiars are actually at the commander tier. Having 2 commander tier familiars at his age is just stupidly rare. But the captain steps up, crushing the hype. Listen, folks, even with 2 commander beasts, relying on them to actually beat that nightmare bug is still way too hard. Hearing this, the coordinator looks totally confused and has to ask, Captain, why did we have to let White Rose completely destroy that monster? Originally, the rules said we had to wait for a flare before acting. The captain frowns, sounding super stressed. If we waited, the kid would be dead. The higher-ups demanded we keep these student beast tamers alive at all costs. This whole situation is a massive mistake. Now, here's where things pivot for us. Looking cool in an arena clearly doesn't mean you will survive a real jungle fight. They are still too green. Back in the ocean forest, Gao Peng watches his familiars heal. Wait, new flesh is already growing? Familiar vitality is absolutely insane. He stares at Daisy, saying, not gonna lie, that new meat looks super soft, almost like fish. Suddenly, Daisy notices something totally weird about Aban. With literal stars in its eyes, Daisy looks at Aban and says it wants a bite. Aban gets instantly furious and yells, I treat you like the boss, and you want to eat my leg? Daisy creeps closer to Aban, reasoning. But eating it makes the meat grow back faster. Gao Peng walks over and scolds it. You are literally bleeding out, yet you still want a snack and you want to eat poor Aban's leg? Seriously, who do you even take after? Aban sees Daisy drooling like a weirdo, finally gives up, starts crying and says, "Fine, just eat it." At this point, both Daisy and Aban slowly turn their heads to stare blankly at Gao Peng. He looks super confused and blurts out, "Why are you two staring at me?" After that, the whole gang leaves. A little later, a loud system voice rings out. "Candidate Pianfeng is eliminated. Candidate Pianfeng is eliminated." Gao Peng sighs. Another one bites the dust. "Let's go find some solid nutrition for Aban so he can shed his skin, grow a brand new leg, and we can talk later." Night falls, and the squad finally finds a safe hideout. Gao Peng tells his beasts, "A ton of kids got knocked out today. Honestly, to get a crazy high score, we just need to survive longer than everyone else. Actually, there are plenty of point pillars on the forest's outer edge. Right now, every single tryhard is rushing the center. Nobody is here to steal from us, so the leftover spots on the edge are totally enough. Plus, your injuries seriously need time to heal. We have to play it super safe. For now, let's just use the weak outer ring monsters as target practice." Daisy hears this and starts nodding its head like a maniac. Gao Peng thinks hard before speaking. This Commander Tier Earthwind Howler beast has dual wind and earth elements, fully packed with rich energy. Once Aban eats it and finishes another molting cycle, he should hit level 20 easily. It is just a shame we haven't had more time to train Aban up properly. His defense is actually decent against same-level enemies, but going head-to-head with a Commander Tier beast this time, he literally couldn't even fight back. He is so busy rambling that he completely misses Aban turning into a literal shell. Oh, a cocoon already? By tomorrow morning, the molting should be totally done. With that, Gao Peng finally crawls into his sleeping bag. You can tell he is totally drained after today's absolute madness. Honestly, this felt like the longest day ever. Go to sleep, everyone is wrecked. Fast forward to early morning, and Aban's giant shell is already starting to crack. He slowly crawls out, rocking a brand new, completely healthy body. The monster stats pop up fully restored, absolutely hyped, and officially hitting level 20. Gao Peng finally drops the stress. "Oh man, you and I love to see it. Aban is completely healed, and his leg grew back." He cheers. "Alright, Aban has reached level 20. Just one tiny step away from the commander tier. Once Aban ranks up, that makes 3 commander-level familiars on our roster. Plus, Aban brings absolute defense and massive crowd control, perfectly covering the team's weak spots." Feeling hyped, Cao Peng quickly gathers his familiar squad back together. "Let's move. Time to hunt some fresh point targets." The squad of 4 continues out. Wherever there is a chance to grind, Cao Peng forces his team to train hard. Right now, they hit a riverbank and spot a frog chilling on a rock midstream. Cao Peng squints, totally confused. "Wait a minute, why does this weird frog look so familiar?" Monster, blue-skinned frog. Level 8, normal grade, super healthy and happy. Hobbies, peace and quiet. Weaknesses, thunder element and absolute hatred for loud noise. Cao Peng reads the crazy stats and just thinks, with a dumb name like that, is it related to the green-skinned frog? Suddenly the frog hops ashore and spits nasty junk straight at him. Cao Peng barely dodges the gross attack. Seriously, why didn't the status window mention this bizarre, disgusting spitting hobby? Come on, system. Did this nasty spitting habit literally evolve into a core instinct for the blue-skinned frog? Wild. Meanwhile, a camera drone buzzes right overhead. The hyped commentator spots his face on the giant live feed and starts screaming at the crowd. "Hey everyone, remember the epic underdog comeback face of our main guy? This absolute legend has not even been eliminated yet. Let's check his current rank on the board." The whole studio completely loses their minds. "Wait, that lazy underdog actually fought his way to rank 15? The pro analyst immediately chimes in. "That rank is huge. Right now, exactly 121 candidates are still surviving in Sun Mountain Forest. Hitting rank 15 basically means absorbing the points of every single eliminated player. To qualify for the brutal third round, you need rank 12. His total scoreboard points are already nearing 10. He honestly has a real shot at this." The female host just nods along, totally clueless about the actual math. Looking completely flustered and lost, she awkwardly stammers before trying to keep talking. "Well, let's hope this contestant proves Master Chin right and easily cracks the top 12. Now, you and I should probably check out the current high rankers dominating the board." The giant screen flashes with the intense faces of the top-tier candidates. And look at that. Sitting confidently at rank number 2 is the icy Jun Moyi. Whoa, Jun Moyi just spiked up another 40 points. Besides hunting normal point targets, most ruthless students are just choosing pure violence to farm points super fast. Suddenly, the massive system clock blares a loud warning. The competition is officially over. Scoring has stopped. All surviving candidates must proceed to the safe zone for extraction. Cao Peng sighs, absolutely exhausted. "We can finally rest." He thinks to himself, "We really didn't find that many point targets over these past few brutal days." But thankfully, Aban successfully leveled up to commander tier. perfectly balancing the team so they could butcher plenty of commander monsters. Cao Peng stands tall and declares proudly, "I did my absolute best. Now it is all up to fate. No matter what the final result is, I have zero regrets." Right at that exact moment, the scoreboard flashes. His rank has insanely shot up to number 11. Meanwhile, in some luxurious hotel room over in Jiangnan City, an anxious voice echoes out loud. "Dad, you explicitly told me to aim for the top 12. His dad, an intensely serious guy rocking green hair and sharp glasses, replies coldly, "If you can actually enter the Alliance Youth Familiar Tamer tournament this time around, it will hold massive benefits for your future growth." Hearing this heavy pressure, the kid stands rigidly straight and fires back. "I really tried my absolute best out there." Then he nervously starts spitting out desperate excuses. "Dad, you saw my performance. Why don't you just pull some VIP strings and cheat to get me in?" His dad furiously slams his fist onto the chair and literally roars. "Absolute nonsense. How am I supposed to rig a massive national tournament like this? Do you seriously think your old man is some almighty god? When will you actually be useful to me?" He angrily lectures the useless kid, warning him about greedy rivals trying to jump them, trying to divide our power. "Forget it, let me think. Keep a super low profile these next few days. Stop hanging with those trashy friends. If I catch you acting up, I swear I will literally break your stupid legs." Back in reality, Cao Peng steps outside, casually munching on snacks while scrolling his phone. The Ultimate Youth Familiar Tamer tournament will be held in 3 months. Whoa, they extended the timeline. The candidates performed so terribly this time, the government gave everyone 3 months to level up. But the strict age limit is exactly 20 years and 3 months. Wait, what kind of weird rule is that? Is this sketchy rule just to stop people from turning 20 before the actual tournament? Suddenly, Han Xiao, who had been waiting forever, spots his shadow and yells, "Cao Peng, I've been searching for you for ages. You want to go grab some food? Everyone from Chang'an is getting together for a reunion." Behind them, a random couple looks intensely annoyed. Han Xiao dramatically throws an arm around his shoulder and whispers, "Come on, man, just eat one meal with us." Look, even Jun Moyi, who literally never smiles at anyone, agreed to come. Cao Peng forces a super awkward laugh and replies, "Geez, man, take your arm off me first." Stepping out of the big building, Han Xiao waves at someone ahead. "Let's go. I know a super authentic seafood joint right around the corner that tastes amazing." Just then, some suited guy walks straight up to Cao Peng. "Mr. Cao, could I possibly have a quick word with you?" Turns out, it is Mr. Zhang. But Cao Peng literally doesn't even care, completely ignoring the guy and walking right past him. This massive disrespect leaves Mr. Zhang looking completely shocked and undeniably furious. He aggressively steps in front of Cao Peng, flashing a shiny bank card right in his face. The password is 6 sixes. There is exactly 1 million Alliance dollars in here. Deal or no deal, this is compensation for your precious time. Seeing the cash, Cao Peng finally stops to talk. "Oh, so my time is actually worth that much to you?" Mr. Zhang immediately points to a fancy spot nearby. "There is a quiet coffee shop right over there." Cao Peng instantly stops him in his tracks. "Hold your horses, wait just a second." Behind him, Adai has silently appeared out of thin air. "My familiar is incredibly timid. It literally needs head pats to sleep at night. Since it's bedtime, he obviously came looking for me." Mr. Zhang stares at the beast in pure terrified shock. "What on earth is this?" He nervously swallows and replies, "Very cautious, but that is totally fine. Out here, you can never be too careful no matter what you are doing." They walk into the cafe, and Mr. Zhang drops the bait. "I came here to make a deal with you. Now, you and I know Cao Peng won't just say yes." He smirks. "Oh? What deal?" "All right, you and I are diving into some prime drama." Mr. Zhang slides a bank card across the table. He tells our boy that someone is paying top dollar for him to drop out of the Youth Monster Tamer tournament. He brags that this bribe is way higher than the first place prize money. And to show quote-unquote sincerity, Zhang decides to leak a little insider information to our guy Cao Peng. Apparently, over in the US region, some tamer just contracted a massive Lord-level beast. Basically, that guy is the absolute favorite to take the championship crown right now without a doubt. Which means, practically speaking, anyone else entering this youth tournament has zero chance of actually winning first place. He tells Cao Peng to think it over, so Cao Peng calmly explains his own situation. He plays the victim perfectly. He's just a poor orphan with dead parents, so why target him? He points out that offering this huge price means Zhang's boss really loves his own kid. Mr. Zhang smirks at that and says, "So let's have a little chat." But Cao Peng just chugs his coffee and shuts him down. Sorry, but compared to cash, he wants the chance to reach a higher stage. Mr. Zhang instantly gets furious at this sudden attitude shift. He snaps, "What exactly is that supposed to mean? I really hope you think this through carefully. Aren't you super obsessed with money? Because this is a massive payout right here." Cao Peng drops the act and just spells it out. He was being too polite, but plainly speaking, it's a hard no. Hearing that, Mr. Zhang coldly replies that it is a real pity. Cao Peng just stands up, waves goodbye, and tells him to enjoy the coffee on him. Left fuming, Mr. Zhang aggressively dials someone on his phone. The voice on the other end asks what the kid said. Watching Cao Peng walk away, Zhang steps outside and reports that he refused. The brat has too much attitude and didn't take the bait. Cao Peng literally could not care less as he leaves, casually chatting on his own phone with Han Xiao. He tells them to go ahead and start eating. Watching him leave, Mr. Zhang thinks to himself, I might be easy to talk to, but my employer definitely won't play nice. This little punk is still way too young and naive. Once he goes through some real hardship, he will finally understand how cruel the real world is. Oh well, this isn't my problem anymore. I am just a simple messenger. But right at that moment, Mr. Zhang suddenly gets a really bad feeling. Wait, what? Get this, the entire street around him is suddenly completely dead, empty. Where did everybody go? Then comes the heavy clinking of iron chains. At the end of the street, someone is walking a terrifying beast right toward him. Mr. Zhang is completely caught off guard. When on earth did they show up? He panics and looks across the street, more extremely unfriendly. Faces are approaching from the left side too. Sweating bullets, Zhang wonders if his enemy is already using their ultimate trump card. Damn it, who the heck is secretly targeting him right now? Those menacing guys step right up to him and finally speak. Mr. Zhang, stop struggling. Your Ice Mountain Bluebird has already been fully suppressed, and we really don't want to accidentally end your life here. They tell him to cooperate. Hearing this, Zhang desperately tries to summon his beast, but the connection is completely blocked. They cleared the street without even triggering an alarm. Looks like he is the one in deep trouble today. The guy steps up and politely, yet forcefully, invites him inside. Someone wants a word. Mr. Zhang mentally braces himself. Fine, let's see exactly what kind of big shot he's dealing with. Walking back into the cafe, a man is already standing there waiting for him. You are Mr. Zhang, correct? The woman next to the man aggressively throws a bank card at Zhang. It's the exact same card he just tried to give Cao Peng. The card stabs violently straight into the pillar next to him. The man turns around and plot twist it's Cao Peng's billionaire grandfather, Chairman Ji Handong. He says, sorry for wasting your precious time. That card holds 5 million alliance dollars. The password is just 6 fives as compensation for your trouble. Now, I really want to know, what exactly did you just say to that incredibly innocent, pure, and completely harmless little boy earlier? Realizing this guy is completely untouchable, Zhang nervously forces a laugh. He stammers that he just wanted a quick chat to convince the kid to drop out of the Youth Tamer tournament. Meanwhile, his brain is screaming innocent? Pure? These terrifyingly powerful people actually came here just for Cao Peng, and they clearly have a super deep connection. What the heck? Wasn't that punk supposed to have zero background? How is he secretly tied to someone with this much insane wealth and power? Hearing this, Ji Handong steps right up to Zhang's face, glaring daggers at him, and asks, how did the boy answer? Trembling in pure fear, Zhang answers that he refused, saying he didn't want to miss a chance to gain experience. Inside, Zhang is freaking out, desperately wondering who this old man actually is. Suddenly, a crazy thought flashes through Zhang's panicked mind. Wait, could it really be him? The chairman just coldly stares back at him. So what was your group's next step going to be? I don't want to hear any lies, and I'm sure your little sister wouldn't want to hear her brother lying either, right? It sets a terrible example for kids. Right at that moment, a little girl's voice calls out, "Brother!" from behind him. Mr. Zhang whips his head around in absolute shock and stammers, "Xuangshuan, why are you here?" Xuangshuan innocently explains that the nice old grandpa said she could finally see him. Since he is always way too busy working to come home, she hadn't seen him in forever. Tearing up, the little girl cries that the grandpa even told her to play a special hide-and-seek game so he wouldn't spot her. If she won, she'd get 5 ice creams. She begs him not to be mad, offering him all her ice cream, just because she missed him. Ji Handong walks over, gently pats her head, and speaks in a super soft voice. Why would your brother be mad at a cute little princess like you? Grandpa just needs to chat with him for a bit. Go inside and eat your ice cream. Seeing this terrifying display, Miss Zhang immediately kneels to comfort his sister, crying that he's not mad at all. Xuangshuan obediently runs off. The second she is out of earshot, Mr. Zhang yells at the chairman in pure panic. My little sister is innocent. She knows absolutely nothing. Sir, whatever you want to know, I will literally tell you everything, he begs, saying he hasn't done anything yet except talk to Cao Peng. Ji Handong smirks. That is exactly why you're still standing here talking to me. Sitting down calmly, he has tea served and drops a bomb. How about working for me, mister? Zhang is absolutely stunned. You're not killing me? Sipping his tea, Ji Handong casually explains that people from all walks of life always have some value. Killing is obviously the easiest option, but it's also the most wasteful method. He orders him to continue speaking. Zhang finally spills everything he knows, saying that's the whole entire truth, Mr. Ji. Ji Handong muses aloud, so it was Han Yuanming, the actual mayor of Chang'an-based city. When I first got the news that someone was investigating Little Peng, I thought long and hard about what the real motive could possibly be. I didn't expect it was for this reason. Now you and I are about to get chills. His assistant asks Chairman Ji, should we purge Han Yuanming? Old man Chi Handong just shakes his head. Nope, he is letting Gao Peng handle Han Mingyuan himself. Our guy started this wild mess, so he has to end it. That way, he gets the ultimate bragging rights. But honestly, the old man completely agrees on one thing. Gao Peng joining this lame tournament is a massive waste of time. He stands up, staring out the window. 4 whole years since they last saw each other. Night falls, and our boy Gao Peng is brooding by his window, looking down at the glowing city. Who is actually pulling the strings today? He instantly stops caring and flops onto his comfy bed. Whatever, that is a problem for tomorrow. He rejected them, so they will definitely strike back. Just classic villain moves. But right then, a loud knock echoes from his door. Our guy jolts up in bed. Wait, are the bad guys already here? Guess sleeping in is totally canceled. Then, click, the sound of a lock turning. The door swings open, and Gao Peng is absolutely stunned by the voice he hears. Chi Handong steps right in, looking like a total boss. Little Peng, long time no see. Gao Peng practically tackles the old man with a massive happy hug, shouting out loud. Grandpa, Handong hugs his grandson back, checking him out from head to toe. It has been years, and this kid shot up like a weed. The old man sits down, super proud. He just watched the tournament, and our boy was fantastic. The perfect mix of raw guts and serious brain power. Gao Peng nervously scratches his head, playing it cool. Honestly, his power is just not quite enough yet. He could only play smart on the edges to score points. But his grandpa totally disagrees, replying instantly. Keeping yourself alive is the absolute biggest win. There is literally nothing to be embarrassed about here. Back when Grandpa first built the Southern Sky Group, he had to swallow his pride and step back too. But hey, the big boss is back now, and with Grandpa standing right here, absolutely nobody gets to bully Gao Peng anymore. Hearing those epic words, our boy feels super emotional and replies, if the company needs anything, Gao Peng can totally help out. But Grandpa waves it off. No big deal, let us talk about the real drama. Someone wants to steal his tournament spot. Thinking of that shady guy, Grandpa drops a massive bomb. It is the Chang'an City mayor, Han Mingyuan. And yeah, the old man knows Gao Peng already rejected him. But getting him disqualified? The mayor has more tricks than just asking nicely. That polite talk was literally just the setup before the real nasty attack. Gao Peng looks super confused. The mayor? That sounds really tricky. So what evil master plan is this guy actually cooking up? Grandpa breaks it down like a boss. First, absolutely destroy Gao Peng's entire reputation. The mayor will hire a girl to act like a massive fan and invite our boy to dinner. Then, things get crazy. Boom, she falsely accuses him of attacking her out of absolutely nowhere. Then the villain hypes up the drama. Gao Peng is just a kid with zero backing, so nobody believes him. Rumors spread like crazy, and that nasty label, he would be stuck wearing it forever. Grandpa wants Gao Peng to get revenge himself. The old man will back him completely. Honestly, having some extra motivation to push our guy forward is a pretty great thing. Gao Peng nods his head, taking it all in. Yeah, thanks, Grandpa. He will definitely remember that. Grandpa laughs out loud, teasing him. Is he remembering the advice? Or remembering the girl? Our guy just awkwardly scratches his head again, totally speechless and blushing. Ha ha ha. But then, Chi Handong drops the jokes and goes completely serious. All right, listen up. Time for business. He stares down his grandson with crazy intensity. He wants Gao Peng to drop out of the tournament. Without missing a single beat, our boy just smiles and says, okay. He will contact the organizers tomorrow morning. Grandpa is totally shocked by how fast he agreed. Wait, what? He shows up telling Gao Peng to quit a super rare opportunity, and the kid does not even fight back? Our boy answers like a saint. Grandpa must have a really good reason, so he will listen first. The old man leans on his chair, stands up, and just sighs. You silly kid. All right, you and I need to hear this. Handong walks to the window, his voice turning heavy. Everyone knows the cataclysm happened just over 3 years ago. The power gap between people is actually tiny. Looking at the ruined skyscrapers that used to be a city, he speaks softly. Age does not give a single advantage to anyone anymore. Whether someone is 30, 40, or 50 years old, everyone is literally starting from the exact same line. He looks back at his grandson, super serious. Little Peng, why should we act like little kids fighting for the title of the strongest youth trainer? Dropping the word youth sounds way better, does it not? Gao Peng's eyes go wide, repeating those 2 crazy words his grandpa just emphasized. The strongest trainer? Old man Chi glances out the window and smirks. That is exactly right. The strongest trainer. Times have changed. This is the absolute golden age for ambitious people. Sure, the Alliance controls the big picture right now, But that is just temporary. Sooner or later, a massive, explosive conflict is going to break out. Gao Peng lowers his voice in shock. Grandpa, you really mean? Handong imagines himself standing at the very peak of absolute glory. His voice shakes with pure hype as he asks his grandson, when a monster trainer can shatter mountains and split oceans, do you think they will stay normal? Will they just sit happily with their current status? Human greed always scales perfectly with human power. Hearing this insane logic, Gao Peng frowns. He bites his lip, thinking hard to himself. Honestly, he is terrified to imagine what the future will look like when that day comes. Grandpa places a heavy hand on his shoulder, speaking seriously. So you and I both know the deal. Get stronger. Joining this silly little tournament is just throwing your precious time away. Listen up, you and I know real men need wild ambition. He finally opens his mouth, asking, Grandpa, I have a question. He stares straight into his grandpa's eyes and asks, when that day finally comes, will there be strong guys willing to protect the rules? Tons of people want to crush those rules. He hesitates for a second. So, Grandpa, do you want to protect the order? The old man bursts into laughter, dropping an unexpected answer. You silly kid. Of course I am just protecting you. The old man continues, I know forcing you out of the tournament totally ruined your mood. So listen, when the actual tournament starts in 3 months, I will personally pull some strings so you can join the event as an official referee. But locking down this sweet gig takes work. You better train hard for 3 months. Gao Peng totally freaks out and yells back, a referee? A seriously evil smirk creeps onto our boy's face. He thinks, playing in this tournament is boring, but ruining everyone's day as a referee? Totally epic. Just imagine. The tournament starts, and those hyped-up competitors see their planned teammate has become the referee. Those poor contestants are going to flip out. Anyway, today is absolutely gorgeous. Crystal blue skies right over the massive Chang, an airport lobby. What a vibe. Gao Peng rides the escalator with his suitcase, his wild monster squad chilling behind him. He thinks to himself, finally back home. But wait, is it even a home without family? Once I wrap up this mess, I am heading straight to Yuzhou. Definitely picking Yuzhou University. Honestly, where you go to college does not really matter that much. I cannot help Grandpa, but staying close is nice. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing like crazy in his pocket. Feng Xiu stares at his phone and skips the small talk. Little Gao, you are back from Jiangnan, right? Are you busy? I need a huge favor, and it is totally good news. Our boy just replies, all right, President Feng, I actually need to visit the association anyway. Feng Xiu sighs at his screen, muttering, man, I already quit the breeding association. Gao Peng sounds totally shocked on the phone. Wait, President Feng, why did you ditch the association? Feng Xiu's eyes flash with rage thinking about those jerks. He growls out, the whole place went totally corrupt. It is nothing like the association I believed in. They completely sold out and became a pawn for the Beastmaster Alliance. Whatever, forget it. Let us not talk about that trash anymore. He scans his new office and smirks. I work for the military now. Got a massive job, want in? Well, I cannot give you many credit points, but I can hook you up with rare materials. Gao Peng skips the drama. President Feng, just give me the facts. If I can help, I will. Feng Xiu replies, all right, I will be direct then. Thinking about that creepy giant worm with an iron hook mouth, he explains. Remember that crazy desert man eating worm we brought back? Well, a hunting squad found out their boss worm is about to level up to the insane Lord tier. Gao Peng is totally blown away. Wait, are you trying to capture a Lord tier man eating worm mid-upgrade? Feng Xiu thinks about his army tanks and drops some quick reassurance. Relax, bro. We are absolutely not joining a Lord tier deathmatch. We are just doing cleanup duty while that big boss worm finishes leveling up. Gao Peng stares at his phone and literally laughs out loud. Haha, picturing 2 massive Lord tier monsters. He thinks, that crazy desert already has 1 nasty boss level tyrant. That desert got way bigger after the apocalypse, but the Chang'an crew is just sitting back, ready to steal all the loot. His monster Dazi suddenly starts laughing. Gao Peng quickly waves his hands. Hey, I am not talking about you. He puts the phone to his ear. Why ask me? Doesn't the military have tons of overpowered guys already? Feng Xiu awkwardly covers his mouth, faking a cough before mumbling. Cough, cough. Well, I am the one who pitched this crazy plan, but the military bosses totally ignored it. So now I have to go rogue and recruit my own squad. But do not worry, you and I know it is mostly safe. I got military beastmasters backing us up, and the Golden God Council might even show up. Gao Peng savagely jokes, wow, looks like your new military life kinda sucks, huh? Feng Xiu just laughs the pain away. Our boy asks, all right, fine, when does this giant worm actually level up? The phone gets so loud he has to pull it away, so you are in, probably in 2 days. Trust me, I owe you a massive favor for this. If you need anything, just call me Gao Peng Smirks. Since it's getting this crazy, I definitely gotta join the fun. He hangs up the phone and keeps walking. Deep down, our boy is totally thinking, high-level battles like this are way out of his league. Going is basically just sightseeing. But hey, if he wants to be a true powerhouse, he needs to watch the heavy hitters fight. Gotta level up that perspective. He remembers his granddad's words. The absolute strongest monster trainer? Up ahead, his cousin Tang Tang is already waving. He waves back. Then, a weird familiar noise hits his ears. He looks over, totally confused. Hold up, what the heck is this fat penguin thing? Wait, is that little Fluff? Alright, you and I are following Feng Xiu toward Mingjing Lake. Gao Peng checks out the scenery. He thinks to himself, this is not too far. We are just chilling on the absolute outer edge of the Black Ash Forest. Feng Xiu points dead ahead. He tells the crew that going any further means stepping onto the Black Ash Lord's turf. And let me tell you, that boss monster has major anger issues. Nobody in their right mind messes with it. Gao Peng spots the stealthy beast standing right next to his cousin and is totally shook. Since when does she have such an insanely overpowered pet? Boom, a system screen pops up. Monster name, Phantom Longi. Level 39, quality, absolutely perfect. Special ability, hardened armor, skin level 2. Check out this passive effect. When this bad boy stands perfectly still, it completely vanishes, blending flawlessly right into the surrounding environment. Another passive effect. Its special skin absorbs sound waves, making it totally silent when it moves. It is basically a stealth ninja. Gao Peng stares at the glowing text, then back at the beast. He thinks these stats are actually terrifying. Now he finally gets exactly why his granddad sent cousin Tang Tang out here to protect him. He looks at the dude in gray with a green snake on his neck. Then he spots a pig at the guy's feet and rolls his eyes at Feng's so-called helpers. This dude is Li Qing. His pets? A level 24 spiked skin pig and a level 21 toxic venom snake. Talk about a completely weak lineup. Next, Gao Peng judges the other guy in the brown shirt. Standing right beside him is a bright red chicken. He thinks to himself, this guy is Qin Yi, and his pet is a level 27 fire chicken. They are not even in the same league. Gao Peng frowns hard. He starts wondering, wait a second. Li Qing, Qin Yi, matching names? That is weird. Up ahead, Feng Xiu throws his hand up to stop them. We cannot get any closer. Monsters about to level up are super aggressive. Pissing it off right now would be an absolute disaster. Down in the pit, there is a massive writhing pile of carnivorous desert earthworms. Gao Peng's jaw drops. Holy crap, that is a lot of worms. Feng Xiu whispers back. Honestly, we might not even have to lift a single finger today. Those nasty desert earthworms will guard their boss with their lives. Gao Peng glances over and asks, so wait, is the actual species name of this boss just Black Ash Lord? Feng Xiu shakes his head. Nope, it just runs the entire Black Ash Forest, so people call it the Black Ash Lord. After all, not every single boss-tier monster actually claims its own private territory. He thinks back to the legendary Desert Tyrant and keeps explaining. Like that giant desert tyrant, if it manages to control the Great Desert for a long enough time, then maybe we could finally just call it the Great Desert Lord. Feng Xiu turns and warns the group. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. With the big worm about to evolve, plenty of sneaky monsters will try to ambush it right now. He barely finishes his sentence when Gao Peng casually points out, President Feng? We have got incoming. A massive rooster is sprinting straight at them. Gao Peng drops his jaw in pure shock. Oh my god, look at the absolute size of that chicken. Feng Xiu just laughs triumphantly. Haha, chickens naturally eat worms. And this giant boss worm about to reach the Lord tier? That is just an all-you-can-eat buffet for a giant bird. He watches the chicken jump into the worm pit and smirks at our boy. Hey, little Gao, watch this. This iron-feathered golden rooster is using its natural species advantage to totally ignore the worm defenses. It is literally stomping on their heads, charging right through the swarm. But then, suddenly, there are 0 worms left in sight. The chicken looks around, completely confused. Gao Peng stretches his neck, scanning the empty pit. Wait, where did the big worm go? Where did that massive juicy worm disappear to? Cousin Tang watches his dumbfounded face and just bursts out laughing. Feng Xiu dramatically clears his throat to save the moment. Ahem, let us be real here. Earthworms burrow underground. Now listen, you and I both know boss monsters hide during evolution. It went underground to safely level up. Obviously, the chicken lost it. Little Gao, your natural talent is totally solid, but your field experience? Still a bit lacking. You seriously need to hit the books more. Gao Peng feels completely roasted but cannot complain out loud. He bitterly thinks, you are supposed to be an elite monster trainer. If a big shot like you misread the situation, how am I supposed to explain it? Meanwhile, that golden rooster is still wandering around aimlessly looking for its lost snack. Bam! A giant worm shoots out from the dirt, locking its jaws right onto the chicken's leg. The bird tries to take off, but a dozen more worms grab on, pinning it down. Feng Xiu smiles. Little Gao, watch closely. Once the swarm gets the upper hand, That bird is not flying anywhere. It is completely grounded. Boom! The golden rooster gets dragged face first into the dirt. A massive dust cloud explodes into the air. The swarm of carnivorous worms completely swarms the poor bird for dinner. Gao Peng squeezes his eyes shut and sighs. Yeah, the combat power of that chicken was absolutely pathetic. All right, buckle up. Feng Tu plays it cool, saying this is just the appetizer. But Tang Tang suddenly throws up a finger. Shh. She completely shuts him down. The whole ground shakes like crazy, and she just casually drops. A big guy is coming. Boom! A massive spider steps out of the forest. The system screen flashes monster name, Brutal Mother Spider, Pseudo Lord Tier, level 40.5, element is rock. Weaknesses: 1. Wood types. 2. Bai Shuigan fruits. 3. Bai Jinla vines. Skills: Reinforced Spiderweb level 2, Hardshell level 1. Gaopeng squints and mutters. These exact stats look suspiciously familiar. Suddenly, intense red flames erupt all over its body. Wherever this creepy thing crawls, the worm swarm literally splits in half. Gaopeng lowers his eyes, secretly putting the pieces together. Is this the exact forest spider they hunted? Remembering that totally botched crusade, way too many people ended up dead. But it did ruin the mother spider's leveling, so it's only a flawed pseudo-lord tier now. Feng Tu looks guilty as heck. Yeah, but the military assumed the Black Ash Lord killed it. My bad for not totally thinking this crazy situation through. Just stall for time, he yells in total panic. Are you guys seriously doing this? Look, even if it's a flawed lord, this beast has half a foot across that power threshold. He starts sweating. Relying on our tiny squad? You and I both know that's insane. Then he spots Tang Tang and her pet, sparking hope. Wait, hold up. Actually, maybe causing a little bit of trouble is possible. Tang Tang stares right at Feng Tu and drops the mic. We can handle this, but we are absolutely claiming this terrifying mother spider for ourselves. Hearing that flex, he just goes, huh? He is still totally freaking out. We just want to slightly stall it. You think our tiny crew has enough power to hunt this absolute nightmare? She just completely turns her back on him and coldly gives her next command. All right, Xiao Peng and I will strike. You guys watch out for other monsters. Seeing the phantom dragon lizard, Feng Tu finally chills out, thinking to himself, this kid's sister actually packs a familiar with a super rare hidden trait. Insane! In the military, anyone lucky enough to score this pet gets straight VIP training priority. This girl is definitely built different. Gao Peng looks at the badass right in front of him, totally wanting to jump in, and says, Sister Tang Tang, I'll let Adai help you out. Tang Tang doesn't even flinch. Cool. Xiao Peng, just stay behind me and tightly watch our flanks. Feng Tu tries to butt in. Then we will also... She cuts him off with a glaring side-eye. Don't mess this up. He whines like a total baby. Hey, you can't just play favorites like that, sister. Completely ignoring his daily drama, she drops her familiar and barks, Go, Ruan Ruan. Seeing the pet radiating pure murder energy, she casually adds, Go totally wreck that spider. The mother spider spots Ruan Ruan rolling up and instantly goes full aggro. Ruan Ruan speeds up, flashing these wicked sharp claws from its toes, looking hyped for a total bloodbath. Feng Tu watches and loudly hypes it up. Yo, those claws are seriously nasty. But Tang Tang immediately hits him with cold hard reality, still not nearly enough. She points at the spider's fresh cuts and says, Those slashes Ruan Ruan made are literally just basic superficial flesh wounds, not hitting the vital organs at all. Suddenly, a bright pink tongue whips out, wrapping tightly around the spider's gross leg. It's the phantom dragon lizard, but the mother spider instantly counters. The lizard's tongue starts violently shaking. The giant bug lifts a massive leg, and a terrifying flash of light shows just how insanely sharp it is. Bam! It stabs that leg straight into the ground, blasting dirt and rocks everywhere. Ruan Ruan flexes some crazy reflexes and dodges hard. Ruan Ruan zigs and zags like a pro gamer to dodge the onslaught, while the spider just keeps spamming toxic webs right on its tail. Gao Peng watches the chaos and mutters, This endless looping isn't going to work. Sure, the spider can't land a hit on Ruan Ruan, but we literally can't launch any effective attacks against it either. A Chun stands next to him, looking completely stressed out. Gao Peng snaps his head toward his familiar. Adai, hit it with blood silk heart. Adai totally rips open its dark cloak, exposing its creepy real body, and shoves a hand right into its own glowing red heart. Taking the massive hit, the mother spider opens its jaws, looking absolutely furious. Adai watches the spider balloon in size and legit looks terrified. Gao Peng is just as shocked, sweating buckets while his brain races in overdrive. Did the attack wear off that fast? Fighting a higher-level boss is way too broken. If we can just stall for a bit, let's stall. Suddenly, the earth violently shakes again. Gao Peng watches flying debris and totally panics. An earthquake? No way. Is this about to get worse? Something massive erupts right out of the dirt, absolutely launching the mother spider. Then, massive jaws packed with nightmare teeth cleanly bite off the spider's leg. Feng Tu throws his hands up like a total fanboy, yelling, "Yes! The epic upgrade actually worked!" Gao Peng smirks like a supervillain. This guy is entirely different from that spider. A fresh stat panel pops up next to the aggressively raging beast. Monster name? Desert Maneater Earthworm. Legit Lord Tier. Level 41. Quality is elite. Attribute is Earth. And its main weakness? Fire types. Gao Peng rates this absolute unit as a true Lord Tier threat. The giant earthworm towers over everything, its massive mouth wide open, completely ready to strike. Feng Tu sweats nervously. Let's be real. You and I know what he's thinking. Bro, why are you fighting this spider to the death anyway? Alright guys, check this out. This giant spider totally botched its Lord Tier evolution. Zero potential. Dude should be chatting up the desert tyrant instead. But hey, now the military just sits back and scores free loot. Suddenly, boom, the giant worm burrows straight underground. Mama Spider is like, "Oh, you think you can run?" She goes absolutely psycho, digging up dirt, trying to find that worm. Gao Peng just laughs at Feng Tu. Man, she is big mad. But actually, she just completely wrecked the whole tunnel system. And just like that, the big worm is totally gone. Feng Tu shoots him a look and goes, "Yep, spot on. Looks like our crazy little plan actually worked." Up ahead, Li Qing spots something weird and yells out, "Hey, old Feng, check this out." This spider is acting super weird. The spider is just spinning around in circles like crazy. The ground is covered in worms. He adds, "Bro, she hasn't stopped spinning. Did she lose her mind over losing her snack?" Tang Tang squints at it and drops some logic. That spider burned way too much energy in that massive fight. Honestly, she's probably just hangry. She points right at the spider's freaky legs. Look, she's literally cornering all the other little worms, herding them into one tiny spot like cattle. And then, bam, Mama Spider opens her jaws and blasts out a massive web. It perfectly wraps up the whole squirmy pile of worms. She scoops up that nasty dirt and worm burrito with her hairy legs and just shoves it into her mouth. Gross! Meanwhile, Gao Peng literally rubs his own stomach. It's growling super loud. He whispers, half joking, "Yo, why does that look exactly like someone slurping down black bean noodles?" Feng Tu, Li Qing, and Xin just stare at Gao Peng like he has 3 heads. He blinks at them, totally confused. "What? Why are you guys staring at me like that?" Ignoring the rest of the peanut gallery whispering behind him, Gao Peng turns to Tang Tang. "That giant spider barely took any damage. We honestly don't stand a ghost of a chance catching it right now." Tang Tang goes completely deadpan. "Chill out. Round 2 is just about to start." Suddenly, Ruan throws its head back and lets out a massive roar. Slash! Faster than you can blink, one of the spider's thick legs gets chopped clean off. The Phantom Dragon Centipede drops its stealth mode. It slides out from the shadows, locking its creepy eyes straight onto the bleeding spider. The Dragon Centipede unhinges its jaws and blasts a blinding white fog. Then, boom! It charges in and rips off another one of the spider's legs. Brutal. The giant spider screams in pure agony. She's literally getting jumped from all sides. Mama Spider snaps back. She absolutely yeets Ruan for that scratch. Then she kicks the dragon centipede away like a giant football. Gao Peng starts sweating. Oh crap, this is bad. Sister Tang Tang, this crazy spider is still packing way too much punch. We gotta rethink our strategy right now. But Tang Tang just points straight up at the sky. She is so chilling, dude. Little Peng, relax. This spider ain't going anywhere. Guys, wait for it. Massive wings dive bomb from the clouds. The wind pressure is insane, blowing debris everywhere like a tornado. Gao Peng looks up, totally mind blown. He whispers, "That's a giant freaking bird." Boom. Massive talons smash into the dirt, kicking up a huge dust storm. Glowing golden eyes pierce through the dust. Razor-sharp claws and a sick yellow aura radiate off its body. Gao Peng drops his jaw. Lord Tier glow. An avian lord. Ping. The stat panel flashes on screen. Monster name, Blood-Eyed Fox Vulture. Status, maxed out bulk, level 42. Quality, normal. Condition, super healthy, dead calm. Abilities, level 3, wind power. Level 2, iron stomach. Element, wind. Now, the juicy part, weaknesses. Number 1, lightning magic. 2, fire damage. 3, metal element. 4, dark element magic. Number 5, elite upgrade paths. 6, dark evolution route. 7, holy evolution path. And 8, blood essence evolution. Crazy. Feng Tu looks back and whispers a hard warning. Heads up, guys. This giant boss bird probably smelled that man-eating worm too. Right now, that big spider is hogging all the aggro. If we just zip our lips and don't poke the bear, we should survive this. Up ahead, the vulture monster actually lowers its giant head. Someone whispers, bro, why isn't this massive bird wrecking the spider? Why is it just bowing down? That totally breaks the rules of bird behavior. Tang Tang immediately answers. It's literally holding a moment of silence for these fallen monsters. Feng Tu hears that and just goes, okay. Gao Peng's brain practically short circuits. He stares at her like she's insane and goes, whoa, hold up. Sister Tang Tang, why is a killer bird holding a moment of silence? Duong Duong catches the vibe and fires back with pure sarcasm, because it watches way too many movies. Looks like a total mafia boss, got an A-rank hit squad and everything. Is this Lord tier monster yours? Duong Duong just laughs it off. Haha, us girls always need a few sneaky self-defense tricks when stepping outside. But everyone is secretly thinking, what kind of crazy self-defense trick is this? Cao Bong closes his eyes to process the madness. Honestly, if you told him his grandpa's pet was a literal dragon right now, he wouldn't even blink. Meanwhile, facing that heavily injured mother spider, the massive blood-eyed vulture just stands there. Zero attack moves. Absolutely nothing. Duong Duong stares at the giant bird aggressively shaking its head and groans. This guy, he is still stuck on that stupid habit. Cao Bong slowly looks over and asks, wait, what habit? Feng Tu and his entire crew immediately perk their ears up. They are thinking, a super rare Lord tier familiar? Oh, we absolutely need to take notes on these wild habits right now. Duong Duong tilts her head slightly. She pretends to think super hard and says, it genuinely believes it is a noble scavenger. It thinks it can only eat rotten meat and absolutely refuses to kill. So right now, it is adjusting its mindset. Feng Tu's squad feels like they just got hit by lightning. Adjusting its mindset? Since when do giant killer monsters do mental health checks? That is a real thing? Duong Duong stares down the giant blood-eyed vulture, spreading her arms wide. Listen up. No eating this mother spider. After severely injuring it, we are taking it home. Hearing this, the giant bird looks totally shocked, basically asking back, I cannot eat it? It wildly flaps its wings, panting with pure dramatic disappointment. Then, without any warning, the massive vulture shoots straight up into the sky. Down below, Cao Bong's crew looks up in absolute shock as the crazy bird starts circling high in the air. A blinding golden light explodes from its body, getting darker and more intense by the second. The mother spider looks up, shaking in pure terror as the massive black shadow descends. Boom! The vulture slams into the ground. The massive shockwave blasts the mother spider away, splattering neon green blood absolutely everywhere. A few drops hit the giant bird's face. It just casually licks the blood off, its glowing eyes looking absolutely savage and insanely heroic right now. Feng Tu watches this absolute madness and stammers out. This semi-lord tier monster just submitted like that? That seems way too easy, right? Duong Duong's voice rings out. Cut its leg tendons! The vulture stares at its razor-sharp claws for a second. Then, it violently slashes the spider's legs over and over with its wings. Duong Duong just laughs like a total villain and says, that way, it cannot run away anymore. Feng Tu is hyped. Little sister, your familiar is crazy strong. With the chaos finally done, Cao Bong casually waves at the guy in front. Guildmaster Feng, we will just take this mother spider with us. Cool? Feng Tu quickly answers, oh, sure thing. Lai Kan and Tan Yi quickly chime in too. So, does this mean we officially finished our mission then? Feng Tu casually replies, yeah, pretty much. The sun slowly sets, giving way to the dark night. A million dazzling stars pack the sky above them. Meanwhile, back at Cao Bong's fancy villa, the lights are blazing everywhere. Alright, you and I are about to see some crazy stats. Cao Bong checks 2 status panels next to the spider. Injury severity, severely impaired mobility. Monster name, Brutal Terror Mother Spider. Status, Pseudo-Lord Tier. Lord Tier promotion ready. Required materials, 1 perfect stone, earth core rock, and 1 kilogram of earth marrow magma. He finishes reading and just heavily sighs. The quality promotion shows only 1 single option, which basically means its promotion path is locked to only 1 specific type right now. It probably lost a ton of its potential. Its evolutionary path is completely flawed. Plus, I have never even heard of these super rare promotion materials before. Looks like this mother spider is completely useless now. He looks at the girl in front of him. Sister Duong Duong, do you want this big mother spider? Duong Duong is busy feeding Tu Vian. Hearing this, she looks totally disgusted. Why would I want that ugly spider? If you do not need it, just throw it to your grandpa for his wild experiments. Poor A-Ban is standing nearby with teary eyes, violently trembling because it thinks it is the one getting thrown away. Duong Duong gently pats A-Ban's head to comfort it. Not you, buddy. Our A-Ban is the absolute best. Cao Bong gestures warmly. Sister Duong Duong, it is getting super late. Let's grab some dinner together. She completely rejects him. Next time, I still need to find someone to handle this giant, ugly spider. Cao Bong grabs the door handle and slowly opens it. Suddenly, a blinding golden light aggressively flashes from inside the room. Daitu comes running out of the room, looking incredibly aggrieved as it calls out, "Master!" Seeing its dramatic face, Cao Bong gets super worried. What is wrong? What happened? Daitu runs in circles around Cao Bong's legs and sadly whines, "I want to eat. I want to eat pork ribs." He looks deeply troubled. "We do not have any pork ribs in the house. How are you going to eat, unless I magically conjure bones for you?" Suddenly, Daitu's face lights up with extreme joy. Cao Bong follows where Daitu is enthusiastically pointing, and he mutters under his breath, "Oh, a dye." He cracks a massive smirk, his voice sounding weirdly excited and mischievous. Cao Bong points right at the boiling hot broth pot and calls out, "Come on, Adai, wash up nice and clean, then jump in here." Adai hesitates for a second. "Is Master making a delicious meal just for me?" Adai's voice is literally shaking with emotion, even though I am literally just a skeleton, even though I cannot eat anything. My master still has not forgotten about me. Cao Bong takes a sip of the soup and reviews it. Taste is not bad, and honestly, this boiling heat is absolutely nothing to Adai anyway, so I guess this means we never have to buy ingredients for pork rib soup ever again. He happily carries the broth pot over to the familiars, yelling, "Come get your rib soup, guys!" Meanwhile, a Schwan is busy comforting a traumatized Adai who is hugging its bony knees. Stick with me, because things are about to get wild. Cao Bong stands by the window, staring at the bright full moon, thinking hard. A brand new map is about to open. Yuzhou is a massive base city packed with endless skyscrapers, surrounded by incredibly dense, dangerous forests. "All right, you and I are diving in." Gao Ping's on a plane when a flight attendant says, "Sir, we're arriving in Yuzhou." He glances out the window, muttering, "We're here already?" Cut to Yuzhou Airport, where Tang Tang is totally brushing someone off on the phone. "Yeah, got it, understood. Just go do your own thing." Gao Peng scans the airport, mentally judging the vibe. Looks just like Chang'an, but way more high-tech. Tang Tang turns to him and drops the bad news. "Grandpa has some urgent business. He can't pick us up, but he sorted everything out at the company, so we'll just head straight there." Gao Peng instantly catches on. "Did something happen?" Tang Tang just laughs it off. "Minor issue, don't sweat it." Meanwhile, a massive ship is literally tearing through the waves, two guys at the bow. Suddenly, the water goes absolutely insane, revealing a monstrous body part. Jihan Tong stands there, arms crossed, coat whipping dramatically in the wind. He glares at the massive sea beast. "So, this is the garbage interrupting the reunion with my grandson?" The monster snaps its jaws wide open, razor-sharp teeth, glowing crimson eyes, pure nightmare fuel as it lunges right toward the massive ship. The guy next to him panics. "Chairman, it's way too dangerous. We need to dodge right now." But Ji Hantong? Not even a little bit scared. He casually calls out, "White, make it quick. I still have to go meet my precious grandson." Boom! A pristine white dragon shoots forward like a missile, biting right into the monster's neck. Crimson blood completely sprays all over the place. After that insanely short battle, the beast slowly chokes out its absolute final breath, swallowed up by a thick white mist. The dragon rises up, completely towering, looking absolutely heroic. The water is totally its undisputed territory, no questions asked. The beast is completely dead, its blood dyeing the entire ocean red. Staring at the massive floating corpse, orders start barking out rapidly. "Salvage crew, be extremely careful right now. A monster corpse of this tier." Another monkey had already dived in. Underwater, heavy iron hooks quickly latch onto the dead beast. The monkey floats up, signaling with its hand. Blue monkey team has totally finished the salvage. "Start pulling." On screen, two boats drag the massive beast away. A super frustrated voice suddenly complains, "Not this again. Every single time, it's just this incredibly annoying, mysterious fog." We never see the epic fight. Instructor Chen rants, eating watermelon. Grandpa G is too sneaky. Now, let's watch what happens at Nantian Group. The security guy checks out Tang Tang's shiny access card and smiles real bright. "Right this way." Once inside, turn left for the large familiar lounge. She practically skips over, happily replying, "Awesome, thanks." Gao Peng stares at a familiar way taller than Tang Tang, then checks its giant info board. Flaming Magic White Spider, level 34. He silently marvels, a commander-tier plant boss guarding the door? That is just disgustingly rich. Tang Tang waves him forward. "Let's go, we'll wait inside. Just treat this place exactly like your own home, all right?" Gao Peng nods. A snobby girl in red nearby practically snorts out laughing, dramatically covering her mouth. Tang Tang glares. "What's so incredibly funny?" She just waves her hand, laughing it totally off. "Sorry, just an amusing little country bumpkin." The guy ahead rolls his eyes. Why bother explaining? Who knows where these random visitors came from anyway? Just hurry up, we still have to meet a super important VIP today. Now watch this, seeing their toxic attitude. Gao Peng gives a sarcastic smile. Sister Tang Tang, how come literally nobody in this giant building recognizes you at all? Guess you need to work harder. Suddenly, she raises her hand, shouting at a guy nearby. Hey, old Han. Secretary Han stares at Tang Tang, totally freezing up. Is this, little Tang? The snobby guy hasn't gone far. Hearing this exchange, he mutters to himself in absolute disbelief. Wait, Secretary Han actually knows these nobodies? Secretary Han turns to the teenager standing right there and drops a super friendly smile. And you must be little Peng, am I right? Great timing. Chairman Ji is back, waiting upstairs for you both right now. Follow me. Gao Peng replies politely, sorry for the trouble. Hearing Secretary Han say all this, the snobby guy snaps his head back in total shock. He thinks in absolute panic. Chairman Ji? There's only one Chairman Ji in Nantian Group. Gao Peng just locks eyes with that rude girl in red and laughs. She hears this and scoffs. Realizing this high schooler is blatantly mocking her, she stomps her foot furiously. You little brat, you're incredibly rude. The man next to her immediately raises his hand to stop her. Let's kick this off. Cao Peng grins like a menace. My best trait? I never hold grudges. I just get revenge instantly. Tang Tang sighs, while Secretary Han totally cracks up laughing. Not a bad attitude at all, Han chuckles. Then ding, the elevator finally arrives. Boss Ji Hantong stands there, hands clasped behind his back, eyeing his grandson. Little Peng, you made it. Cao Peng lights up with a grin. Grandpa, he shouts. Secretary Han steps in. Chairman, I will go sort out Tang Tang's living arrangements right now. Go ahead, the old man replies. Cao Peng looks right at his grandpa and asks, did you have some top-secret mission for me? The old boss speaks slowly. Before school starts, you are temporarily working at Southern Sky Group. Our boy is totally shocked. Wait, isn't that moving a little too fast? His grandpa sighs softly. I am getting old. Who knows what could happen tomorrow? This massive company will be yours one day. Cao Peng nervously grips his backpack straps against his chest. He mutters softly, Grandpa. The old man just fakes a rough cough. Ahem. It is decided. Head to HR first. But inside, the old guy is totally sweating. Was I way too strict on him? I mean, honestly, our guy is literally still just a high school student. He gets serious again. Even as my grandson, you start at the absolute bottom. Do 2 days in HR. Then, I will pull some strings, move you to the lab department, and set up your very own private laboratory. Oh, should we keep your identity a secret for now? Cao Peng is completely confused. Hide my identity? Why? The old man covers his mouth, clearly a little embarrassed by his own crazy idea. Well, I heard you young kids love playing the weakling to crush arrogant villains. Cao Peng just stares at him, absolutely speechless, then mutters back. That is other people. I definitely do not have weird hobbies like that. The old man puts his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. As expected of my grandson, no silly tropes for us. Cao Peng drops his head in shame. He thinks to himself, Grandpa, have you been reading way too many web novels? Suddenly, Secretary Han knocks and interrupts them. Everything is sorted out, Chairman. The boss nods, then looks right at his grandson. All right, go on. Little Peng, let Secretary Han show you the ropes of a totally different kind of corporate battlefield. Over in the business department, Han gestures to a sharp-looking guy. Little Peng, meet Director Cao Xiang. He runs our entire business division around here. Director Cao bows insanely low. Young Master Cao, please forgive my extreme rudeness earlier today. Cao Peng quickly helps the guy stand up. Director Cao, you are joking, right? There was no rudeness at all. It was just a tiny little misunderstanding. But mentally, our boy is panicking. I just got here, and a massive corporate director is already bowing and apologizing. Talk about crazy! Suddenly, an info panel pops up beside him. Status reads healthy and calm. He smirks, sacrificing his pride to dig a huge trap for me. This Director Cao is an absolute genius. Director Cao smiles slyly. Young Master Cao surely has tons of work to handle today. I will not bother you. Let us grab dinner sometime. Secretary Han watches them, realizing they definitely have some hidden history. Watching the director walk away, Han asks, Little Peng, what is going on with you and Cao Xiang? Our guy casually answers, Uncle Han, it is nothing. The director is just being dramatic. His eyes show suspicion as he continues. But for a massive corporate boss to act so incredibly weak in front of a kid like me, without showing a single ounce of anger, his emotional control is terrifyingly good. Or maybe he is just naturally that scary and calm. Secretary Han pats his shoulder and laughs. You and I are going to find out soon enough. But with Cao playing these crazy mind games, your new job is going to be incredibly exhausting. How about you head over to the 100 Trades District for recruitment duty instead? Hearing this completely random name, Cao Peng blinks. 100 Trades District? 2 slick black cars cruise down the street. Han nods. Yes, 100 Trades. He looks at the kid and explains. It is basically a super underdeveloped rundown economic zone in Yuzhou. Leaning casually against the car window, Cao Ping raises an eyebrow. How rundown exactly? He stares outside. Han explains. When the disaster hit, thousands died. Society completely broke down. This area is just desperate survivors who could not adapt to the new world. Seeing the ruined buildings, our boy asks, then why call it 100 trades? All right, you and I are about to see something wild. Secretary Han over-explains things. This waiting pool is packed with folks from all kinds of pre-disaster jobs. Naturally, some totally refuse to accept reality. They tried their absolute hardest to escape this zone. And the ones left behind? Well, right at that moment, the car rolls to a stop. He speaks up. Ah, we made it. Gao Peng looks up at the massive building ahead. Standing right beside him, Secretary Han points it out. This is the Southern Sky Group local branch. They also handle all the local HR stuff. Gao Peng turns his head and asks, what about them? He stares at the guys just sitting and standing around. Some are even flat out snoozing. Han explains, oh, that is the 100 Trades recruitment hall. It is absolutely full of 100 Trades legends. Gao Peng sounds super confused. 100 Trades legends? What does that even mean? Han sees Gao Peng staring and laughs. It is just a joke. A lot of folks here lost their families or homes, or they refuse blood contracts, thinking it is a demonic curse. So they just exist, dragging through life one completely pointless day at a time. He leads our guy inside, points at two random people, and makes the intros. Come on, little Peng, meet your brand new coworkers. This is Chief Wang from HQ HR and Director Shui from the branch. The suit guy, Chief Wang, gives a little polite bow. Greetings, young Master Gao. The lady in white, Director Shui, smiles warmly. Hello there, Director Gao. Gao Peng sees this guy acting way too polite and sighs. Chief Wang, we are all co-workers here now. Just call me by my actual job title like Director Shu does. Chief Wang bows down again. No problem at all. Whatever you say. Secretary Han heads back to the car. Before hopping in, he turns and waves. Little Peng, this place is messy, but the management is pretty chill. It is a great place to build character. Do your best. I am heading out. Call me if anything explodes. Gao Peng looks ahead. Let's go. Chief Wang, give me the grand tour. Wang points the way. Sure thing. Young Master Gao, right this way. Gao Peng silently fumes. The guy completely forgot his rule. Chief Wang leads him to a training field. Packed with training gear, Wang speaks up. Young Master Gao, we just saw the branch warehouse, and this here is our beast training ground. Gao Peng pushes up his glasses and glares. Chief Wang, from now on, call me Director Gao. Every single time you mess it up, I dock your pay. Chief Wang instantly panics. Understood, Director Gao. Seeing him sweat, our boy just sighs, this old man. He taps a piece of training gear. Does every branch have all this stuff? Chief Wang nods. Yep, basically every branch gets them, but nobody actually uses them. Seriously, who needs this junk? He looks around, picturing real wilderness combat training. Security and guards get much fancier high-end training grounds. Plus, they regularly go into the actual forest for wild combat practice anyway. Gao Peng hears this wild excuse and just smirks. All right, you go get busy, Chief Wang. As for the 100 Trades recruitment, Wang interrupts him instantly. Young Master Gao? Director Gao, relax. People will report the daily stuff to you regularly. Just review the hiring and staff transfer results. We will not bother you on normal days at all. He bows deeply again. I won't bother you anymore, Director Gao. Gao Peng touches the clearly used training gear. His face gets super serious. Basically, nobody uses it, huh? Then where did all this crazy damage come from? Gao Peng waves his hand at his beast in the distance. Get over here, little Yuan. Watching it sprint over, he thinks to himself, little Yuan is truly a Lord-tier monster kid. Insane speed growth. Already level 20. Once it breaks through to Commander tier, it becomes a true fighting machine. Plus, it perfectly fills my total lack of flying beasts. He looks at little Yuan. Can you even fly anymore? Seeing its clueless face, Gao Peng starts aggressively sweating. Still, he brings it out. Let's see what happens next. He points at some hoops. Try flying, go through those hoops. Let's see how much agility you actually have left. Little Yuan aggressively flaps its wings. The takeoff looks incredible. Then it builds up crazy momentum and launches super fast straight toward the first hoop. Gao Peng praises it instantly. Not bad at all. That acceleration is easily top tier for a bird-type beast at this level. But then, smash. It slams straight into the pillar below instead of the hoop, instantly snapping it in half. Little Yuan totally wipes out. It drops down and rolls pathetically across the dirt floor. All right, you and I are back on the grind. Gao Peng watches his little bird get totally dizzy and turns around. His whole body shakes, trying not to laugh, but a loud snort escapes anyway. He gently pats its head. Let's try something simpler first. No worries, don't stress out. You just gotta believe in yourself. You absolutely got this. And just like that, the little guy successfully dashes right through the flying hoops. Gao Peng hypes him up, shouting, "You totally nailed that sharp turn. One more time." The little bird continuously weaves through all the glowing rings while our guy aggressively cheers him on. "Do it again." Zooming with crazy lightning speed, the bird dodges through every single zigzag hoop flawlessly. Gao Peng goes totally wild. "Beautiful, we did it, you absolute legend." Suddenly, the little guy's entire body erupts in a blazing red light, screeching into the sky. Gao Peng stares in pure shock. Wait, a breakthrough already? What even is this? Talk about crazy hard training combined with some seriously insane natural talent. Red and orange flames furiously circle the bird, feathers blowing everywhere like a crazy anime power-up. Two system screens pop up right beside it. Upgrade, level 21. Watching his feathered buddy happily soaring through the sky, our MC proudly puts his hands on his hips. I totally didn't expect this crazy visual effect from a simple breakthrough. As the majestic bird circles around, two fresh info panels flash right beside him. Monster name? Crimson Poison Fire Crane. Growth stage, level 21. Quality rating? Absolutely perfect. Wait, current quality will downgrade to elite after hitting Lord tier? Crazy. Element is fire. Special ability? Level 1, fire control. And let us check those juicy characteristics. Fire feathers. The first effect is a sweet passive skill for our fiery bird. He can literally surf on flames and gets massive fire resistance. Now, effect number 2 is an active ability. His feathers can detach, fly straight at enemies, and explode like tiny missiles. The blast actually ignites fire elements in the air. Gao Peng reads this and looks totally confused. So the monster's stats and special traits are finally fully unlocked. The first passive buff makes total sense, but that second active skill? Yeah, our boy is seriously scratching his head over it. He rubs his chin, trying to do the math. The explosion isn't just from the feather itself. It actually acts like a spark, igniting all the fire energy already floating around the air. The explosive power has to be absolutely insane. The only downside? Spamming it costs actual feathers. Gao Peng pictures his majestic bird going completely bald from fighting too much, and honestly, that visual is just way too tragic to even think about. Cupping his hands over his mouth, Gao Peng yells, "Hey buddy, do you even know what crazy evolution path you just unlocked? Because this new form is locked in forever." Hearing that threat, the poor bird snaps its head back, literally shivering in pure terror. He busts out laughing. "Haha, I am totally messing with you." Then he glances over at Dumby, who is casually deadlifting massive weights. "All right, let's roll, Dumby." The big guy immediately drops the heavy barbell with a huge thud. The squad finally packs up and leaves, while the little bird angrily screeches in Gao Peng's ear the entire walk home. Later that night, in the dead silence of the training grounds, a super sus rustling sound echoes from the brick wall. Suddenly, a hidden panel shifts. A grimy, dirt-covered kid crawls out, nervously scanning the empty yard like a secret agent. Right beside him is a tiny monster with creepy glowing eyes. The sneaky kid grabs some gear, hands it to his buddy, and whispers, "All right, tonight we practice with this." Suddenly, a massive shadow completely swallows the kid. He jumps out of his skin, totally terrified. A deep voice drops from above. "How long have you been sneaking in here?" The kid looks up and freezes. Standing right there is Gao Peng with his towering monster. The boy stammers out, about half a year." "I'm so sorry, I know this is wrong." But before the kid can even finish, Gao Peng cuts him off completely. "I will let it slide tonight, just don't sneak through this hole ever again." The kid respectfully bows his head, mumbling, "Sorry for stealing your equipment, and thank you." The kid grabs his tiny monster and scurries away. Gao Peng just stands there in silence. This right here shows us something cool. Not everyone is just hopelessly surviving. Some people, even trapped in hell, fiercely fight their way toward the light. Suddenly, he yells out, "Hey, stop right there." The terrified kid instantly freezes in his tracks like a complete statue. Without even turning around, Gao Peng casually says, "From now on, use the front door. I will get you a proper ID pass." Hearing that epic plot twist, the kid breaks into a massive smile while tears of pure joy start streaming down his face. Gao Peng just waves his hand and walks off like a total boss. "Come back tomorrow. If security stops you, tell them Gao Peng sent you." Even though our guy cannot see him, the kid bows deeply and chokes out a highly emotional, "Thank you." The next morning at the training grounds, Gao Peng is back to grinding with his bird, watching its fiery body blast into the sky. Chief Wang walks up, bringing that exact same kid from last night. "Director Gao, the stray kid you mentioned is right here. We already printed out his official ID badge." "Thanks for the hard work," Gao Peng replies coolly. He leans down to the kid's level. "What is your name, kid?" The boy shyly mumbles, "Li Junzong." Gao Peng points across the massive yard and says, "There is a shower room right over there. Go wash up your familiar first, then hit the training mats." Feeling ridiculously lucky, Li eagerly nods. "Yes, sir." As our MC watches the kid and his tiny monster sprint off, a system window pops up. Monster name? Bloodthirsty Shadow Mouse. Heavy metal mutation type. It is rocking a solid level 4. Status? Slightly injured and extremely exhausted. Quality? The chief sighs. Kid is actually insanely lucky. Found that monster deep in the sewers and somehow tamed it. Thank God for that rat, honestly. An orphan his age out on the streets? He wouldn't have survived. Wait, did he just say sewers? Gao Peng whips his head around, totally shocked. Hold up, down in the sewers? Chief Wang shudders, remembering all those creepy glowing eyes staring from the dark drains. I guess you didn't know about this, Director Gao. The sewers under our commercial district are literally crawling with monsters. They just feed off the city garbage down there in the dark. Gao Peng frowns, completely baffled. So we just ignore them? Let a whole mutant army multiply underground? Chief Wang quickly waves his hands to explain. No. At first, those freaks tried invading the surface streets. But after our tamers slaughtered them a few times, they learned to stay totally hidden underground. Gao Peng pictures a massive tidal wave of mutant rats flooding the streets and shudders in disgust. Seeing his grossed-out face, Chief Wang puffs up his chest and proudly brags. I have absolutely no idea how other base cities handle their rat problems, but here in Yuzhou, we don't have to worry at all. Someone deployed a massive familiar right into the sewer system. It literally hunts those nasty underground monsters for breakfast. Hearing this wild strategy, Gao Peng smirks. Very interesting. Humans truly control the light of this city. So, you and I are dropping into a city where monsters lurk in the shadows, surviving on pure human garbage. It is completely different from the whole Chang'an situation. Li Junzong is finally back. Our guy is looking way cleaner now. The kid gently wipes the tiny monster in his hands and explains his struggle. The sewers are packed with creepy monsters, so most folks are terrified to go down. He only risked it because he was absolutely starving. That is exactly when he found an injured blood rat. Turns out, this little blood rat is super agile, dodging beasts and actually helping him score some food. Gao Peng strokes his chin, totally getting it, and asks, Wait, so this corpse-eating rat is basically paying your rent? He turns to the guy next to him. Section Chief Wang, the factory just expanded, so recruitment is probably a total nightmare, right? Chief Wang chuckles and asks, Director Gao, what exactly are you getting at here? Gao Peng stares at Li Junzong with a cool offer. How about joining our factory? Since you are pretty young, your base salary will definitely be a bit lower than the older guys. But hey, free food and board. Plus, you get total VIP access to the training ground after your shifts. The kid is completely stunned, speechless. Once the massive wave of excitement finally settles down, he practically shouts out a massive, joyful thank you. Gao Peng smiles happily, though honestly, he cannot help but let out a massive internal sigh. Seriously, he is just too soft-hearted. Back inside the building, over at the dorms, the lights in Gao Peng's room are still blasting. He strolls right back inside. Seeing Dazi flexing a floating mouse, his jaw drops in pure shock. The system board flashes the monster's rank level 25. He thinks to himself, level 25? Did I not just leave him with Grandpa this morning? What insane premium food did the old man feed him? Gao Peng thinks about Dazi and Stripey, looking completely ridiculous, realizing neither familiar has even hit their species' max potential yet. So leveling up right now should be smooth sailing, but skipping levels like this is just completely absurd. Maybe Grandpa should just babysit full-time? He looks up at A-chun floating around in the air. Its two tentacles are clasped like it is doing hardcore yoga, and he just sighs. Even while slacking off, A-chun has somehow hit level 20. But since its quality is strictly just elite, hitting the commander tier is currently impossible. I recall that evolving into a wood spirit jellyfish unlocks wood-type healing skills. Time to find a white mouse and test this out. Half an hour later, a completely defeated-looking mouse is just lying totally flat on the floor. Humming a little tune, Gao Peng's face darkens. He literally cannot hide his disgust and groans. This healing effect is absolute garbage for such a tiny scratch. Any slower and the wound would have literally healed itself. You flexed your powers for half a day just to heal a measly third of it. Meanwhile, A-chun casually stirs its tentacles, whipping up a wild purple energy vortex. Then, boom, it actually successfully summons a glass of orange juice, looking ridiculously happy while sipping away. Gao Peng literally feels like a tragic movie hero standing entirely alone under a very sad spotlight. He drops to his knees in total defeat, whining. I give up. What kind of sick joke is this so-called friendly healing ability? And the absolute worst part? This little guy actually looks insanely proud of itself right now. A-chun keeps buzzing happily around his head. Despite his rage, Gao Peng stubbornly forces a determined face and mutters. No, it just means the level is not high enough yet. Word is, Grandpa successfully collected a truly massive stash of rare upgrade materials. Once we head back, these familiars are getting a serious power boost. After leveling up, they will finally be totally usable. Suddenly, he spots Dummy just chilling there, dramatically staring off at the distant moonlight. Gao Peng slowly strolls over. Getting close, he drops the jokes and asks, "What is wrong, Dummy?" Dummy keeps its head tilted up at the night sky. In a surprisingly emotional tone, it says, "I want to go see. I miss her. I miss my daughter." Hearing this, Gao Peng's eyes go ridiculously wide in pure shock. His jaw drops open as he stammers out, "A daughter? Did not see that coming. This monkey is actually a dad." He rallies the squad, and honestly, you and I have to respect his hype. Do not worry. Tomorrow we march straight to your house. Cut to the Lizhou Hongxia zone, where a sketchy boat is cruising right down a completely blood-red river. Gao Peng turns to an older dude standing nearby and asks, "Sir, are there seriously no horrifying monsters hiding down there?" He is totally judging them internally. These guys are insane. A tiny boat barely over 10 meters long, just proudly flexing on a monster-filled river? The old guy just gives a chill, friendly smile and replies, "Of course there are." Thinking about a brilliant, shiny golden scale, he casually adds, "But relax, kid. Glued to the bottom of every single boat is a magical scale from the legendary Red Carp King. As long as we do not pick a fight, those deep-water beasts completely ignore us." He then describes an epic flashback where everyone sincerely offers tribute to this massive god-tier fish. With absolute respect in his voice, he drops the mic. "The Red Carp King is truly a good guy. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. You sacrifice some random monsters here, and boom, you get magic scales. The ultimate anti-monster shield for an epic river cruise." Cao Bong just stares, completely lost in thought. He has never heard of this ridiculous setup before, but hey, it weirdly makes total sense in this crazy world. The government alliance is supposed to protect its citizens, right? Wrong. Having to sacrifice monsters just to stay alive is just pathetic. Definitely not their finest hour. Cao Bong stares into the creepy forest, his brain working on overtime. To keep a whole base city safe from becoming monster snacks, you absolutely need a lord-tier beast. Anything less is just asking for a total disaster. Big cities like Dachau and Truong-an have top-tier human tamers guarding them, so forest monsters are no problem. But these tiny base cities? Yeah, they are totally out of luck. The old guy from earlier points at the trees and calls out to our boss. "We finally made it!" Adai steps into the familiar spot, glancing left and right. Asan literally uses a tentacle as a sun visor to scout the area. Cao Bong finally breaks the silence. "Do you know this place?" Adai follows his hazy memory deep into the spooky woods. Two massive trees stand right there, triggering a major flashback. This exact spot is where he used to happily chill with his Hong Tui Vien crew. Suddenly, from above, a massive net comes crashing down. The poor trapped Hong Tui Vien shakes with absolute terror. And just when you think it cannot get worse, the terrified parent spots its little baby wandering way too close. It desperately reaches out to stop the kid. Back in the present, Adai crouches down, feeling the dirt like some kind of detective looking for clues. Aban watches this weirdness and just has to ask, "Is this the actual trail they left behind?" Adai replies with total sadness, "Yeah, but these tracks are months old." Cao Bong tries to be the good guy, saying they probably just moved. Suddenly, Adai snaps his head toward a specific direction like he sensed something wild. Cao Bong naturally asks, "What is going on?" Seeing the skeleton bolt away, our boss shouts for Aban to chase him. The whole gang ends up on a cliff, spying on the Hong Thui Vien monkeys just goofing around under an epic waterfall. Now, you and I can see Adai is seriously hyped. Cao Bong definitely notices. Playing it totally cool, he sighs and tells him to go say hi. I mean, it is his tribe, and did not he claim to be their great monkey king? Adai stares at his own creepy skeleton hands and shakes his head, refusing to go. Cao Bong immediately catches the depressing vibe. He realizes the poor guy is super insecure about just being a pile of walking bones now. Patting Adai on his bony shoulder, Cao Bong hypes him up. "We will just sneak in the shadows and watch, no big deal." So the skeleton creeps behind a massive tree, peeking at a cute little monkey casually snacking on a banana. Adai gets totally emotional, holding back imaginary skeleton tears. He thinks, "As long as you are happy, my kid, your useless dad is okay. I got captured when you were tiny, but I will always love you, man." Seeing his undead buddy sobbing, Cao Bong asks if he wants to take his daughter with them, promising her VIP treatment. Internally, he is freaking out that skeletons can actually cry. Adai just shakes his head, saying she would not be free with him, but out here, she is totally free. Adai throws a bony hand on Cao Bong's shoulder, grinning as he says he is actually super happy serving his master. It is a crazy touching moment, but wait, a massive bang suddenly erupts near the trees, sending the poor monkeys into total panic mode. Cao Bong screams a warning right away. "This is bad. It has got to be poachers." Adai hears this, and his hollow eye sockets flare up with pure rage. His whole vibe shifts into absolute nightmare fuel. Now, let us jump back 10 minutes. We see this sketchy guy, Lisa, and his crew sneaking around like absolute villains. His sidekick, Tu Vuong, looks over, super confused, asking why they are even bothering to hunt down these totally basic Hong Tui Vien. I mean, seriously, they are not even high-tier loot. Li Si smirks and drops the tea. Turns out, some rich girl from the Chu family has a pet that is completely obsessed with eating Hong Tui Vien hearts. Because of this insane craving, the black market price for these hearts has literally skyrocketed 3 times over. The two sidekicks exchange a greedy look, dollar signs literally flashing in their eyes over that insane triple price tag. A clueless Hong Tui Vien wanders right into their crosshairs. Lai Ca creepily checks out its shiny, perfect fur, betting its heart is definitely going to fetch them a massive payday. Lai K closes one eye, taking careful aim. He whispers that it is just a bunch of low-level normal monsters. Plus, out here in the middle of nowhere, they are definitely not going to run into anything dangerous. He licks his lips like a total creep and snickers. Let the hunting game begin. Bam! A bullet flies out, but miraculously misses every single target. The monkeys freak out, totally panicking. Lai Si clicks his tongue, looking super annoyed like he just missed an easy headshot. Damn it, totally missed. I definitely need better gear after this job. Suddenly, Tu Vuong stares at a bush, shaking like crazy, and violently screams for his boss. We got trouble. Lai K instantly orders his loyal ironback wolf. Go sniff it out! The wolf leaps right into the brush. Lai Che glares at his useless henchmen and yells at them to stop standing around like complete idiots. Pack your stuff. Get up the trees, right now. Suddenly, the bushes violently rustle, and a gray blur gets launched straight out of the leaves, crashing down incredibly hard onto the dirt. It is the ironback wolf, looking super dead with blood pouring everywhere. Lai Si is hiding in the tree, staring down in absolute disbelief. He stutters out in shock. It is dead? How did it happen so fast? Then, Adai steps right out of the shadows. Li Ka is absolutely losing his mind, screaming about an undead monster spawning out here. And a crazy Lord Tier 1, Adai glares down at the little baby Hong Tui Vien, who is sitting there shaking like a leaf. Nearby, the Hong Tui Vien squad is desperately holding back the baby's panicked mom. But then, the tiny monkey stops crying. It starts sniffing the air, catching a scent that is ridiculously familiar. It stares up at Adai, all the fear completely gone. The skeleton gently scoops the little guy up, and the baby does not even try to fight it. Adai actually plops the kid right onto his bony back, and the little monkey looks thrilled. Tu Vuong shakes in the tree. We are so dead. You and I both know they deserve it. That undead monster and those apes are working together. Liga whispers, somehow still sane. We don't have weapons to hurt a boss-tier undead. We're totally screwed. But guys, get a load of this. He spots Gao Peng chilling on top of Aban. His brain starts working. A beast tamer. His pet is boss-tier too. No tamer can resist wild undead. We are so saved. Liga yells down from the tree like an idiot. Boss, please save our lives. Gao Peng crosses his arms. He shoots them a look of pure disgust. Save you? Yeah, right. Do trashes like you even deserve saving? Meanwhile, Adai pats the ape. Don't panic. Daddy will protect you. Gao Peng looks over. Adai, I'll keep an eye on it. He tells his squad, Little Yan, Dudzi, keep it safe. Little Wang sees this and absolutely loses his mind. Sea Captain, that tamer owns the undead. Li Jie glares, covering his mouth. You complete idiot. Stop screaming. Watching Adai walk closer, Li Gei's inner monologue screams, We are so dead. Little Wang hugs the tree, crying, They're coming right for us. Adai marches over, looking absolutely terrifying. One hit, boom, the tree snaps in half. The whole gang comes crashing down hard. Liga is shaking like a leaf. He grabs his side, realizing, yeah, those ribs are definitely broken. Adai approaches, grabs Little Wang, tosses Little Li on its shoulder. Liga panics, Little Wang, Little Li, they got captured. He turns around to bolt. His brain is screaming, nope, nope, I gotta run. But Gao Peng catches on instantly. He calls out, Aban, spiderweb. Bam! Sticky silk blasts out, wrapping Liga up like a burrito. He screams. Staring at Gao Peng, he shamelessly drops a pathetic sob story. Boss, spare me. My mom is 70. My dad is 72. My brothers died in the disaster. I'm the only one left. If I die, my kid will starve. You can have all the apes we hunted. We're all human here. Don't kill us. We will literally be your slaves. Then he just starts babbling. Spare my life. Gao Peng looks confused. Hunt? You weren't catching the apes to be tamed beasts? Li Ge shivers in pure terror. Tamed beasts? No, the second miss of the Chu family. Her pet likes eating their hearts. Why else would we hunt these worthless apes? Gao Peng's aura turns totally murderous. Worthless? So you just slaughter them for fun? All for some spoiled Chu family brat? Liga stammers out in fear. Yes. They're a massive power in the city. Right then, Little Lee pulls the ultimate betrayal card. These apes are peaceful. They never attack humans. Little Wang jumps right on the snitch train. Boss, big boss, this was all Captain Lee's idea. Can you let us go now? Yeah, exactly. He said killing them all means other squads can't deliver goods. Then we could raise prices, Gao Peng replies. Ice cold, so it's like that. He walks, throwing one last order to Adai. Handle it however you want. We will wait by the river. Liga freaks out. Hey kid, wait a minute. He struggles wildly, screaming out threats. Listen here, you brat. Messing with the Chu family is going to end really bad for you. Let me out. I'll put in a good word for you. Are you deaf? But Adai strolls over to the surviving apes. Come here. You and I know exactly what's coming. Once they gather, it drops the hardest rule ever. Blood for blood. Take your revenge. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. The redwater apes hear this, and their faces scream pure rage. Seeing them, Boss Lee shakes like a leaf, absolute terror in his eyes. He weakly begs, please, guys, stay back! Once again, the boat crashes through the waves of the Red River. Dai is literally carrying his sleeping baby ape on his back. Honestly, the dude looks like the ultimate soft dad right now. Meanwhile, Gao Peng chills in the boat's corner, video calling his grandpa Jihan Dong. He stares at the screen. His voice sounds super conflicted. Grandpa, he says, I really do not feel like I did anything wrong. But man, why do I feel so bummed out? His grandpa's voice hits back. What, are you regretting it now? Gao Peng just weakly sighs. I honestly do not know. Jihan Dong looks right at his grandson's eyes and asks, let me rephrase that. If you could do it all over again, would you stop your familiar? Gao Peng totally blanks for a second. After a long pause, he goes, no. Grandpa Ji stands up and gently schools him. Well then, problem solved. You are just being dramatic, kid. Stick to your guts. Do what you want. Be a little selfish out there so you do not get played. I would rather literally anyone else suffer before you do. As for the other apes, I will send my crew to you, Joe, to carve out a mountain zone for them. After all, as long as the Jew family wants them, hunters will keep coming. Right before hanging up, he says, all right, Grandpa is busy. Go play by yourself. Gao Peng shoves his phone in his pocket and says, all right, let us go check out the goldfish next. Mr. Jew stands nearby and quickly corrects him, the Red Carp King. He warns him like it is life or death. The mighty Red Carp King understands human speech. Kid, so watch your mouth. Gao Peng drags out a lazy, yeah, I get it. A minute later, the old guy points at a distant bridge. Up ahead is where we sacrifice to the Red Carp King. Depending on the monster tribute's level and quality, you score different contribution points. Then, the loot gets split based on those exact points. Gao Peng is super confused and asks, wait, how does this carp even deliver the goods? The older dude looks super awkward. Delivery? What are you talking about? Suddenly, the boat nears a massive whirlpool, and someone yells, it is here! Right in front of them is a gargantuan red fish, glowing with this crazy pale gold aura. The status board pops up. Monster name, Dragon Blood, Red Sand Carp, Red Sand River, Lord, level 44, Lord tier, perfect quality, water element. Abilities, water control level 3 and steel scales level 2. Gao Peng is shook. A perfect quality Lord tier? Everyone rushes the bridge, panicking as the big fish rolls up. It is the Red Carp King. Hurry, bring out the tributes. One by one, they drop their carefully prepped tributes right into the water. The big boss carp casually whips up a water spout, vacuums up all the snacks, and swallows them whole. It closes its eyes, just totally vibing with the meal. Its fins wiggle happily like a giant puppy. Then, it opens its mouth and spits a massive red bubble into the sky. A guy points up and totally loses his mind, yelling, it is a 7-color bubble! The Red Carp King loves our stuff! Then, a massive pile of shiny red scales drops onto the ground. Someone barks orders. Everyone, grab your scales based on what you donated. Do not cheat, or the king will be mad. Gao Peng watches this absolute madness and mutters, first time seeing a Lord tier flex its powers. That insane water control is straight out of some crazy mythology. I seriously hope I get to stand close and study something that epic again. He suddenly gets an idea and happily blurts out, I wonder what Grandpa's Lord tier familiar is. You cannot just walk up to a wild Lord tier, but playing with our own is totally fine. Meanwhile, way over in Lusaka, South Africa, a colorful graffiti tag spelling Butterman gets sprayed on a wall. Boom! The ground at the intersection straight up cracks wide open, sending everyone running for their lives in pure shock. Instantly, blinding alarm lights flash everywhere, and insanely loud sirens start screaming through the streets. People in the control room hear the blaring alarms and totally panic, desperately asking, where is the massive disaster hitting now? Someone instantly shouts back, we have a high-energy spatial reaction detected right nearby. The hollow belly worms are going absolutely crazy. A new spatial rift is definitely opening up. A commander barks, "Hurry! Launch the red-spotted falcon and take a worm to check it out." A dude riding the red-spotted falcon flies straight over the wrecked intersection. Looking down from above, he spots a creepy, dark blue rift glowing with weird, tiny lights right in the street. Thick black smoke is pouring out everywhere, completely ruining his visibility. He nervously mutters to himself, "Oh, what the heck is that?" Down on the ground, four legs that look exactly like horse hooves slowly start standing up. The rider gets a terrible gut feeling and tells his falcon, "Fly a bit higher." I have no idea why, but my danger senses are screaming right now. A second later, his eyes bug out in absolute terror as he whispers, "Oh no!" A shadowy horse-like monster wielding a massive blade launches into the sky, slicing the guy and his falcon clean in half. Unbelievable. The attacker actually has the lower body and head of a horse, but the torso and arms of a human. Its whole body oozes this creepy, evil black smoke. The freak walks away, dripping fresh blood from its insanely sharp blade. That nasty black smoke quickly spreads everywhere, taking over the block. Over at a massive mansion, surrounded completely by a gorgeous, endless blue river, this is actually Ji Han-dong's crazy diplomatic villa located over in Yuzhou. The TV is blasting a news anchor's voice. Lusaka has reported a massive high-energy reaction. A brand new, super-active spatial rift just dropped. Lusaka warmly welcomes all beast tamers worldwide to come visit this exact spot. Gao Peng points straight at the TV screen and asks his grandpa, Ji Han-dong, who is currently reading the news. "Grandpa, shouldn't a new spatial rift be treated like a massive threat? Why does it feel like everyone is hyping it up as a great thing?" Grandpa Ji takes his sweet time and replies, "Well, obviously there is danger, but honestly, where is there no danger these days?" Now, here is the thing. Historically, we have only ever found 3 permanent spatial rifts. The temporary ones mostly popped up during the early mutation era. In the last 2 years, we literally have not heard of a single new one appearing. He glances at his grandson and keeps dropping facts. Brand new familiars. Plus, they are monsters from another world. People always go crazy for exotic stuff. You should understand this basic logic. It works like that everywhere. Then, he pulls out a keycard and says, "Oh right, here is the access card for the villa's lab. Those materials you asked me to hunt down, I got a portion of them. Check if they work for you. But honestly, if you want to train a familiar, just hire a top-tier breeder from the company. It beats messing around by yourself." Gao Peng awkwardly bows his head and mutters a quick thanks to his grandpa. He smirks inside, thinking, "Grandpa has zero clue. I literally have a system. That cheat code is way more reliable than any top-tier breeder out there." Ji Han-dong stands up and cuts him off. "All right, enough talk. You just got back, so rest up and go have some fun for a few days." Hearing that, Gao Peng gets super hyped and asks, "Grandpa, can I see your familiar?" "All right, you and I are jumping right in." Grandpa Ji walks off, casually hinting, "White is inside, play with it." Cut to Gao Peng standing by the huge lake, totally confused. He figures White is that legendary familiar, but guess what? He searched the entire house and found absolutely nothing, so he hits the pool, rocking nothing but his favorite swim trunks. He grabs a floaty, totally giving up the search. "Whatever, it's scorching hot. I'm just gonna chill in the water," he declares, while Dazi thoughtfully waits nearby with a towel. Gao Peng just flops onto his floaty, drifting lazily across the surface. "Ah, this is the life," he sighs happily. Even Silly nearby is totally vibing and relaxing. Suddenly, boom, he gets launched straight up. His glasses fly completely off his shocked face. What the heck? Why does it feel like a massive wave just tossed him? Now both Gao Peng and Silly are literally airborne. He stares blankly, totally confused. "Wait, am I flying?" Xiao Yuan spots a massive dark shadow beneath the water with terrifying cold eyes and starts shaking violently. Meanwhile, Gao Peng gets tossed around by the waves, frantically screaming for help. "Xiao Yuan, save me!" Xiao Yuan flies way up, desperately muttering, "Do not look down." From way above, Grandpa Ji casually watches them. "White, that is your little master. Don't play too rough now." Gao Peng sits on the water, totally shocked. Xiao Yuan flies over, crying, "Master!" Gao Peng answers him. He grabs Xiao Yuan's leg for dear life, finally crashing onto solid ground. Gao Peng and Silly turn around, faces frozen in absolute shock. Oh my god. A massive, majestic white dragon is just staring right at them. "Is that a real living dragon?" he mutters. The system panel pops up. Target, White Flood Dragon. Level 50. Lord tier. Perfect quality. And check those attributes. Cloud and water type. Status, healthy and acting cute. Abilities, water control level 4, cloud control level 5, hardened scales level 3. Trait, cloud and rain weaver, passive effect 1, whenever it's chilling inside clouds or heavy mist. Basically any cloudy weather. Its speed and agility gain a massive boost. Passive effect 2 activates in water like lakes, oceans, rivers, or epic rainstorms. Get this, the dragon's scales get insanely tough, and its physical strength straight up skyrockets. Note, these effects actually stack. Requirements for epic evolution. 1. Pure, blood evolution. 2. Disaster or water evolution. Gao Peng stares in pure admiration. Both of these paths contain actual legendary dragon bloodlines, but honestly, whether it's level or sheer power, the white dragon absolutely crushes the red carp. He steps closer, analyzing it. Both traits are passive. One gives a massive speed boost. The other maxes out its defense and raw physical strength. So, you can easily imagine how absolutely terrifying this white dragon's actual combat power must be. A super wicked grin spreads across his face. He eagerly reaches out to touch it, whispering to himself, "This is literally the highest tier familiar I've ever seen in my life." Since it knows we're family, it's completely hiding its aura. I don't feel any pressure at all, so maybe just one touch? Suddenly, the white dragon's eyes snap open with a deadly, piercing glare, making Gao Peng practically jump right out of his own skin. Time for some Oscar-worthy acting. He stretches and lets out a huge fake yawn. "Man, I'm so sleepy," he lies, while secretly grumbling. "So petty, guess I can't pet it yet." He turns around to leave, muttering, "Boring. I'm going home." Bam! The dragon's massive claw swoops down, trapping our guy inside like a literal chew toy. Then, it casually pulls its claw back and looks away like nothing happened. Gao Peng rubs his head, furious. "What's with that smug, what are you gonna do about it look?" Totally defeated, Gao Peng just sighs and mutters quietly to himself. "Whatever, I'm just gonna go upgrade Silly." After their last level up, both Dazi and Stripey actually dropped a tier in quality. I need to grind them back to perfect quality. Cut to his sketchy DIY basement laboratory. Our boy stands next to a table, staring intensely at a massive water tank. Wearing a professional mask, he carefully pours a glowing red potion into the huge water tank. Okay, last time, the blue potion turned Silly into a super cool jade green color. He schemes like a mad scientist, but with this new red formula, maybe. Meanwhile, Silly is just chilling nearby, happily slurping down water. Suddenly, the little guy's eyes lock right onto that strange, bubbling red liquid. Its squishy body slowly sinks right into the potion. Gao Peng pulls down his mask, nodding like a proud dad. "Perfect, totally stable." He leans in and takes a big sniff. "Wait, this actually smells amazing." Kind of familiar too, almost like some kind of fresh fruit. He snaps his fingers with a dramatic click. "Ah, green apples." A few moments later, Silly gracefully floats upward, its whole body glowing in bright neon. The tank's water completely changes from red to blue. Meanwhile, Gao Peng turns totally gray in absolute disbelief, dramatically screaming, "What?" Silly just bobs happily in the air. Then, the glorious system panel pops up. Target name, floating space jellyfish, perfect quality, level 20. Attributes, space and wood type, weaknesses, lightning, ice, and afraid of fish. Gao Peng sees that and desperately tries to comfort himself. So what do we take from this? Well, fine. At least in the dark, enemies won't see you. Yeah, totally fine. All right, you and I are jumping into the chaos. The other beasts peeking behind the door completely lose it, seeing that bald little guy parked right on Gao Peng's head. Our boy just grumbles in annoyance. Then Li Junzong spots Gao Peng dragging his toolbox and yells, "Morning, boss." Gao Peng grins back, "Man, you are early." Junzong pumps his fist, hyping up his blood beast for one last practice round. The monster actually gives a cute little nod, and Gao Peng watches, secretly impressed by the kid's hustle. Seriously, this Yunzong kid is a total machine. First one to hit the training grounds every single morning and always the absolute last guy to leave. All that crazy hard work proves picking him up was a massive win. Gao Peng grabs his gear, glances at his own beast, and smirks. "All right, little Yuan, you know the drill. 2 at a time, buddy." He chucks the targets sky high, and little Yuan instantly blasts them with fire. Watching those targets roast up there, Gao Peng is honestly blown away. Little Yuan's fire blasts are way more insane than they were just a week ago. Pulling off a double fireball is practically a total joke for him now, so this training is definitely paying off. Seeing his bird casually spewing tiny flames like a toy, Gao Peng just lets out a huge sigh. Because let us be real here, training a fire beast in the dead of summer is absolute sweaty torture. Just as he is finally grabbing a water break, somebody yells out, "Director Gao!" Manager Wang jogs over with a cheesy grin, excitedly reporting that their brand new hiring wave has officially kicked off, exactly like the boss ordered. They even set up special jobs just for orphaned kids and single-parent families this time around. Wang begs Gao Peng to come check out their awesome progress whenever he gets a free second. Gao Peng hears this and just waves his hands. "Yeah, no thanks, man." Sure, on paper he is the big boss, but from now on, our guy is spending literally all his time leveling up his crazy monster squad instead of doing paperwork. He tells Wang to just handle the boring daily stuff himself, but of course, Wang immediately starts kissing up again. Yes, absolutely. Wang gushes about how everyone in the whole company thinks Director Gao is basically a walking saint. Child labor used to be super illegal, but you and I know this apocalyptic world is completely wild. Letting these punk kids do easy chores just so they can actually earn some food is honestly the ultimate flex of pure kindness. Gao Peng watches Junzong laughing his head off and rolls his eyes. All right, stop hyping up my halo in front of the actual kids, man. Just keep an eye out for any hidden prodigies for me. Crazy skills are completely optional right now. Being a decent human is way more important. Wang just chuckles like a total creep. Understood, totally, but suddenly, Gao Peng hears a massive commotion breaking out nearby. He squints at the huge crowd gathering up ahead, turning to his guy and asking what in the world is going down over there. They spot manager Shui in a superheated shouting match with some dude, and Wang nervously spills the tea. Rumor has it some creepy monster just crashed the factory. A bunch of workers completely vanished, and their angry families are here. So now Shui is desperately begging Security Chief Jiang to launch a rescue mission. Gao Peng sizes up the spicy drama from afar and mutters, "Yeah, that negotiation is looking like a total disaster." He struts straight into the mob. He locks eyes with the security guy and demands, "Chief Jiang, what is the actual damage here? Did you hunt down that monster yet?" Manager Sui spots her savior and instantly yells, "Director Gao!" She nervously explains they actually dragged the workers to the hospital. They are super banged up, but totally alive. As for the beasts, though, Chief Jiang rudely cuts her off. These freaky monsters are way too sneaky. They dipped right back into the sewers. Meanwhile, this security dude is secretly judging Gao Peng hard. He is thinking, rich brat kids who want all the glory but know literally nothing are the absolute worst. Gao Peng completely ignores the attitude and fires back. The sewers? How the heck did a monster sneak through the sewers? Did our whole underground defense grid just randomly break down? Then he starts barking orders. Fix that mess immediately. If a whole army of monsters floods through those sewer pipes, we are completely toast. Wang awkwardly chimes in, "Hey boss, fun fact, we literally do not have any underground defenses down there, just one pathetic little metal grate for the wastewater." Gao Ping stares at the guy like he just grew a second head. "Wait, zero defense gear at all?" He glares at Chief Jiang. "Dude, explain this garbage right now." The security boss nervously avoids making eye contact. He tries to play it off, stuttering that with the insane water pressure down there, no crazy beast was ever supposed to get close. Plus, we still had that metal door, right? Gao Peng's voice instantly drops to ice. "Do you clowns seriously think we have time for your lame excuses right now? I only care that in a zone that is supposed to be 100% safe, people actually got brutally attacked. Our entire factory schedule is completely wrecked because of your epic fail." Then he barks, "Chief Jiang, you are marching me straight to that crime scene right now. Manager Xu, you stay behind and clean up this mess." Shui super happily agrees, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Jiang is bitterly cursing in his head. "Oh wow, acting like a tough boss is so easy when you just flap your gums. All right, watch this." Jiang drags our guy over to the factory yard, aggressively pointing at a massive gaping hole. "This is where the freak vanished, boss." Dazi waddles over to peek into the dark abyss, while Gao Peng squints and does some quick math. There is zero chance a Lord-tier monster is hiding in the sewers. Plus, he suddenly remembers his grandpa actually has a beast chilling down in those pipes. Any real monster threats should have been totally wiped off the map by now. All right, watch this. Our boy grabs his flashlight, ready to head down. "I'll go check," he says, but Director Kwong interrupts. "Hold up, Director Gao. Let us handle this kind of dirty work." Gao Peng glances at the guy's familiar and smirks. "And what exactly is your four-winged drunken demon wolf gonna do down there? That cramped, soggy environment isn't exactly its playground. It's totally useless for a fight in there." Director Kwong is left completely speechless, just awkwardly blurting out a dumb, He frowns, swallowing his bitter pride, secretly grumbling in his head. Like I don't know, my own beast isn't suited for this. If it weren't for that, I'd have jumped down there ages ago. You pampered rich boys just love playing the hero. And in the end, isn't it us who always have to clean up your massive messes?" He shoots his beast a confident look and insists, "It's fine. I totally trust my familiar. It can definitely adapt to any environment, right, buddy?" But the four-winged drunken demon wolf aggressively shakes its head. "No." Gao Peng replies slowly, shutting him down with cold logic. "I trust your abilities, Director Kwong, but there is no such thing as an omnipotent beast. Your big bad wolf needs a spacious area to fight properly. Plus, there's a massive crisis happening right here at the factory. We need Captain Kwong right here to keep things perfectly stable." Hearing this ego boost, he finally stops his arguing. He then adds, "Chief Gao, you seriously need to be careful. That monster isn't super high level, but it's crazy agile and can easily crawl on walls. Make sure to watch your head down there. Once you drop in, head straight west. You'll easily spot the alloy door." Deep down, he's secretly thinking, Wow, this rich kid is actually totally different from the others. Gao Peng snaps on his cool mask, turns around and declares, "All right, Stripey Daisy Xiao Yuan, let's roll." Our boy follows behind, holding the flashlight. Seeing Xiao Yuan strutting so proudly in front makes him bust out laughing. "You goofy guys, are we just out here for a casual stroll?" He shines the light around, concluding, "But honestly, now that I really think about it, there's really absolutely nothing to be stressed about down here." Then, seeing Daisy vibrating with excitement, Gao Peng asks, "What's up, buddy? Something above us?" He flashes the bright light up there, spots a gigantic roach on the ceiling, and absolutely loses his mind in shock. Holy crap, that's a massive cockroach. The roach suddenly spins around, flexing its ridiculously spiky legs. It whips out a gross long tongue to attack, and Gao Peng screams, "Stripey!" Stripey instantly blasts sticky spider silk right at the freak. The thick webs rapidly wrap up the roach's entire gross body. Then Daisy zaps it with a brutal blast of lightning. The epic wombo combo from Gao Peng's beasts completely fries the bug, suddenly giving off a really super delicious barbecue smell. Stripey takes a massive sniff, whispering, "Smells so good." It looks at Gao Peng with greedy little eyes. "Master, can I please eat it?" "Can I?" Gao Peng cracks up and gives the green light. "Go, go, go." Stripey stares at its crispy loot, drooling yummy, yummy. But the second it rips the thick web open, the supposedly dead roach violently takes off. Stripey is left completely dumbfounded, watching its tasty snack fly away, still staring sadly and muttering, "So yummy." And it flew away. Xiao Yuan spots the flying bug and instantly remembers its training sessions with Gao Peng. Pumping its fists, it cheers frisbee. Giant frisbee. Pure muscle memory kicks in as it spits a hyper-accurate fireball right at the target. The roach's charred corpse smacks into the dirt. Xiao Yuan looks ridiculously proud of itself. Gao Peng and Daisy start clapping like proud parents. "Wow, amazing shot, buddy." After that epic moment, our squad keeps pushing forward. He walks up to the main control panel, typing away while thinking out loud. Looks like these massive alloy doors stay tightly shut normally, probably only open for wastewater dumping. Wait, did those two freakish monsters actually swim up against the heavy current right when the doors opened? As the heavy doors slowly grind open, he logically deduces, "Super weird, it takes insane strength to fight that kind of water pressure." I seriously wonder what on earth made those two roaches so insanely determined. The heavy doors swing wide, and guys, you and I are not ready for this. An absolute sea of glowing red eyes stares dead at them. Gao Peng panics inside. "Oh, mother of God." Our guy sweeps his flashlight over a totally packed swarm of monstrous roaches, mentally cursing, "Holy crap. Look at this insane number." The swarm hears the noise and instantly starts scuttling their way. Someone whispers in the dark, "What's that freaky sound inside?" And then, the monstrous roaches bare their nasty fangs and blindly charge right at Gao Peng. He instantly yells out his battle commands. "Stripey, Vanguard, Daisy, support from the back. Xiao Yuan, burn 'em all." The little ape inhales deeply, unleashing a massive inferno that completely roasts the frontline roaches. Gao Peng scans the chaotic battlefield, and when his eyes catch a weird detail, he suddenly gasps. "Huh?" A ridiculously fat roach stands out, totally looking like it's commanding the whole disgusting army. He mutters under his breath, "That chubby freak is totally bossing the others around. Gotta be their leader." That nasty clicking sound earlier was definitely its attack order. Figuring out the game plan, he shouts, "Stripey, over here. Take down that ugly boss." Stripey quickly replies, "Got it." Stripey goes totally berserk, smashing through the swarm and sending bugs flying everywhere. The spider locks its deadly gaze onto the boss roach and its pathetic minions, making them completely freeze in pure terror. Quick as a flash, Stripey dashes in and viciously bites the boss's head clean off, spraying neon green blood everywhere. Watching the leaderless swarm scatter in absolute panic, Gao Peng chuckles and whispers, finally backing off. So what did we learn today? This whole massive factory crisis was literally just caused by some ridiculously oversized, crispy bugs. All right, you and I are dealing with a massive swarm here. Crack the door, and boom, two instantly crawl inside. Suddenly, Aban starts flailing his legs like crazy. His whole body just cannot stop twitching and fidgeting. Taobong panics a little and asks, "Aban, what the heck is wrong?" Aban stammers back, saying there is something super weird moving around inside his mouth. He opens wide, and gross, there are creepy hair tufts stuck to the roof of his mouth. Then, the system panel pops up. Monster name, Dark Rabbit Child Form. Type, Parasitic. Monster level coming up, level 19. Monster quality stats next. Quality is perfect. Monster attribute checking. Attribute is dark. Monster hobbies incoming. Hobbies include using metal. Monster weakness? Weakness is light. This parasite sucks blood and fat. But get this, it actually restores the host's energy, fixes internal damage, and severely boosts their outer skin defense. What a completely wild trade-off. Taobong stares at it, sighs, and mutters, A parasite? So this is just the child form? Still, its quality and boost stats are surprisingly solid. Suddenly, he pats Tu Vien on the head, softly saying, "You have suffered enough, being so tiny and dealing with all this." Tu Vien just sits there completely frozen, totally confused by this sudden, weirdly sweet affection from his boss. Then it clicks. The bird hops over to Aban's gaping mouth to peck out the creepy hairballs. Meanwhile, Cao Bong is hyping them up like a crazy sports coach, yelling, "Yeah, exactly, right there. Oh, check the left side too." What pops out is a totally gross mix of slobber and hair. A split second later, creepy little glowing green eyes open up right on the hairball. Seeing Tu Vien literally gagging and throwing up his guts, Cao Bong awkwardly coughs and roasts Aban. "Dude, you are nasty. I can totally tell you never ever wash your mouth out properly." Behind the gang, that gross hairball is secretly watching them. As it tries to sneak away, Cao Bong's eyes flash. Oh, this guy absolutely knew this was gonna happen. He turns to his main beast with a smirk. "Daitu, buddy, I am gonna need your super nose to track down our new little friend's hideout very soon. Follow the kid, and you find the mama parasite." But suddenly, the entire ground starts shaking like an earthquake. Cao Bong screams in pure panic. What on earth is happening? Daitu points frantically behind his boss, yelling that there is a massive guy back there. Tu Vien absolutely agrees, terrified. But surprisingly, this giant shadow does not seem hostile at all. Cao Bong slowly turns around, completely baffled. Wait, it doesn't want to kill us? Around the corner, a giant pair of glowing green eyes appears. The system flashes. Monster level 39. Total silence. It just stares at them, and then randomly walks away. He lets out a massive breath. Level 39? If a fight broke out, our squad would be completely wrecked. Why the heck is a boss-tier monster chilling in the sewers? Didn't Grandpa say his beasts had totally cleared this entire place out already? Then it hits him. His face goes completely pale. Wait a second. Is that massive thing Grandpa's actual beast? Oh, we are so incredibly screwed. If Grandpa finds out about this, the mocking will be absolutely legendary. Cao Bong thinks hard for a second, then yells out, "Daitu." He locks eyes with his buddy. You remember the smell of that gross black thing, right? My incredibly fragile little soul is deeply traumatized. I demand immediate emotional compensation for this. Daitu hears this nonsense and has no idea what is going on. He just starts sweating nervously from the back of his head. Meanwhile, the dark rabbit child is still out here desperately running for its life. Suddenly, a bright flashlight beam hits it, freezing it in pure terror. Cao Bong strolls up, shining the flashlight like a total villain. "Found you, buddy." Seeing this little creep try to bolt again, he barks an order. "Tu Vien, stop it right now." Tu Vien blasts intense fire to chase it, but that little dark rabbit just keeps sprinting away like an absolute maniac. Daitu charges in to combo the attack. His momentum is like a raging storm. The rabbit parasite spots a random red rat scurrying nearby. Without hesitation, it instantly forces a crazy symbiotic fusion. The possessed red rat suddenly turns completely savage. It bares its crazy sharp teeth, flashes these massive fangs, and just launches itself straight at Daitu. Daitu throws up his claws to block. Boom! The insane recoil blasts him backwards. He slams so brutally into the cave wall that huge cracks spiderweb across the stone. The mutant rat actually smirks, flexing its razor-sharp mutant claws. Cao Bong sees this little punk acting cocky and just growls. Daitu, fry it with electricity. Golden lightning violently erupts all around Daitu, buzzing and crackling through the air. The chaotic energy looks absolutely terrifying and incredibly epic. The cowardly parasite instantly bails out of the rat's body. Daitu hasn't even launched his attack yet, and that rat is already fleeing for its damn life, leaving the nasty parasite totally exposed and defenseless on the ground. Meanwhile, Daitu is just rubbing his sore head from that brutal wall impact. Cao Bong stands in the back, completely speechless at this clown show. He frowns and mutters, "Looks like this parasitic type relies entirely on mutual survival. That little dark rabbit form can't even force the host monster to fight if it wants to run away. But hey, that works out. Our guy only needs this dark rabbit's powers anyway. He definitely does not need its brain." Seeing this little shadow bunny desperately trying to run, Gao Peng and his familiars completely surrounded. He flashes a cold smirk. Fighting back is completely useless now. The second the crew heads back up to the surface, Director Wang rushes over to Gao Peng and asks, "Master, how is the situation?" Our boy just looks at him and drops a casual, "Handled it. Just get someone to fix those cracked areas later." Then he turns to his side and calls out, "Ah, Dai, keep a tight grip on this thing. Dazi, you guys go rest." The shadow bunny is literally squirming in Ah Dai's hand, desperately trying to break free. Suddenly, a chunk of its body detaches and smacks right onto Ah Dai's bony cheek. Watching this weird sludge crawl all over his skeleton's face, Gao Peng's expression drops into pure, unfiltered disgust as he thinks, is this stupid little rabbit actually brain dead? Trying to find fresh meat on a literal skeleton? Ah, Dai suddenly slams his other hand down, totally crushing the poor thing before it can even react. Gao Peng sees the shadow bunny go completely limp. Thinking his skeleton just nuked its soul, he gets slightly annoyed and asks, "Ah, Dai, what are you doing?" "Ah," Dai just bluntly replies. "It was wiggling too much, super annoying, me no like." Hearing that totally valid logic, Gao Peng just sighs internally. Whatever, you cannot tame things by rushing. He randomly reaches into his pocket to grab something and casually tells the guy standing next to him, Director Wang, find a heavy bulletproof glass box and bring it inside. Right after dropping those boss orders, his phone suddenly starts ringing. Checking the caller ID on the screen, he asks, "Grandpa, what is going on?" Jihan Wu's booming voice immediately replies, "Little Peng, you can finally come home." Hearing that, drops his jaw a little bit as he asks, "Wait, go back? I just got out here 5 minutes ago. I literally have not done anything yet." His grandpa just bursts out laughing and says, "Your personal private lab is totally finished. Come back and check it out first." Hearing his grandpa say that, Gao Peng absolutely cannot hide his massive grin. "The lab is actually ready? That is amazing. All right, you and I are going on a trip." Grandpa G quickly leads his grandson straight into the hidden cave behind the villa lake. Our boy looks around, totally blown away because this completely exceeds his wildest expectations. He immediately praises, "Grandpa, this setup is honestly way too good." Hearing that, Grandpa G just warmly chuckles and says, "This is absolutely nothing. Hurry up and try touching that light." Our boy walks straight up to the glowing scanner. He gently taps his hand against the panel. The second his fingers make contact, the glowing light instantly shifts into a bright red color. A low mechanical hum kicks in. Seeing the massive metal door slowly sliding open, Gao Peng thinks in pure shock. The door opened. This tech is way too high class. Staring at all these rooms packed with shiny, brand new, insanely modern equipment, he literally cannot stop himself from yelling, "Wow." Grandpa G just smirks at him and asks, "Well, does this mega lab meet your standards? If you hate it, I will literally just rebuild it." Hearing that crazy flex, he clenches his fists, pure hype written all over his face, and happily shouts, "I love it." Grandpa G then points to the two guys standing nearby. "All right, little Peng, let me introduce you. These are literally the only two high-level monster breeders in our entire corporation. Meet Deng Yimiao and Xu Heming." Taking their cue, the two guys quickly introduce themselves. The middle-aged dude with the glasses steps up first and says, "Hello there, I am Deng Yimiao." The other guy with the black hair is Xu Heming. He looks straight at Grandpa G, acting super annoyed, and basically whines, "I was already halfway through my own experiments." Grandpa G just casually waves his hand and drops a bomb. "Your lab funding just increased by 20%. Suddenly, Xu Heming's grumpy attitude completely vanishes. The guy instantly smiles like a total kiss-up and says, "President G is a genius." Grandpa G proudly points back at his boy and says, "This is my grandson, Gao Peng, an intermediate breeder." Deng Yimiao immediately starts sucking up too, saying, "So young and already at the intermediate tier? Man, that is just pure talent right there." Hearing this praise, Grandpa G absolutely cannot hide his massive grin. He is literally glowing with pride. Once he stops flexing, he turns to Gao Peng and says, "These two experts are here to help you. Ask them for advice anytime." Gao Peng looks at his grandpa and just says, "Grandpa, first things first. Right now, you and I are about to see him cook. I want to make some evolution potions." Gao Peng looks at his new crew and drops his master plan. "I recently discovered some compounds that block monster evolution. If we use this as a base to create actual medicine, we will literally sell millions, totally skyrocketing the Southern Sky Group's fame." The whole room stands there quietly, listening to this teenage genius pitch his insane business plan. The chairman hears his grandson dropping pure gold and excitedly laughs. "Really? My grandson is way too good! You are a literal genius. I am so incredibly happy right now. Ha ha ha!" Seeing his grandpa overacting like a cartoon character, Gao Peng just facepalms internally. "Seriously, Grandpa, you are terrible at faking it. Your acting skills are honestly way worse than Sister Tang Tang's." Catching the totally skeptical looks on the two breeders' faces, Gao Peng smirks and says, "But you two are probably standing there laughing at me, thinking I am just spouting random nonsense. After all, even fancy high-level breeders like yourselves definitely could not easily invent complex potions that perfectly stabilize monster evolution. Total checkmate." Our guy crosses his arms, looking completely confident. He thinks to himself, "All right, you and I are about to see him let the results do the talking." Gao Peng steps up to the control panel, his fingers flying across the keyboard. A glowing red liquid slowly pours into a glass test tube from the fancy lab equipment. A few tense moments later, he pulls out a perfectly sealed vial full of that mysterious red fluid. He holds the tube right up to everyone's faces and says with total swagger, "Grandpa, experts, This right here is a brand new potion I just whipped up. Then he casually drops the recipe. I call it blood essence. The main ingredients are blood, red fruit, gold thread fungus, and some lovely black magic spider guts. He taps a button on the control board, and his voice rings out with pure drama. And our lucky test subject for today is... He stares at an ape with a tiny horn peeling a banana in the special room. A very common, totally vicious monster, he says. A black ape. Shu Himing hears him using a black ape for the experiment and looks totally baffled. A black ape, he asks, aren't the potions for its two standard evolutionary paths already super well established by now? Dang Yimiao just lets out a heavy, tired sigh. The ingredients young Master Gao just listed are way easier to succeed with than the main formula. If this crazy potion actually evolves the black ape, it is a completely massive upgrade. Hearing this, Gao Peng cannot help but smirk just a little bit. He thinks to himself, just an upgrade? Oh, this first experiment is definitely going to leave a totally massive impression on all of you. Standing outside with the control panel in hand, he operates it and says, because this experiment gets a little wild, we need to spray a massive dose of anesthesia first. Inside the room, once the anesthesia finishes spraying, the ape immediately reacts. Then, a mechanical device directly injects the potion into the black ape's body. Gao Peng continues explaining, wait until the black ape is completely fast asleep. Then the machine will inject the medicine into it. Just a quick moment later, the black ape's body starts mutating. Thick clouds of creepy red smoke begin pouring out from its entire body. Watching that dense red smoke completely swallow the ape, someone gasps in shock. This reaction, we have never seen anything like this before. Dang Yi Miao presses his face right up against the thick glass door to get a closer look. He thinks to himself, this kind of violent, conflicting chemical reaction is absolutely insane. Even the conflict process itself is completely worth researching, right? Even if this totally fails in the end, we could still make some useful stuff out of this potion. Boss G's grandson actually knows his stuff. The black ape's eyes are completely bloodshot, glowing with a terrifying, seriously vicious red light. Then, sharp claws tear out from the inside, desperately trying to smash through the cocoon. A second later, boom! It shatters the cocoon. Its new evolved horn is way longer, and its whole body looks absolutely jacked and completely fearless. A shiny system notification pops right up. The monster's name is Blood Essence Butcher, a special Blood Essence evolution. It is a level 10 monster, and the quality. Elite quality monster. It is a blood-type monster, and ironically, its favorite hobby is listening to soft, quiet music. Weaknesses include blood, fruit, and leech-type creatures. Upgrading to perfect quality requires one advanced Blood Essence evolution. Everyone just stares wildly at the new form. You and I both know this is totally crazy. Someone screams, it actually freaking evolved! Dang, Yi Miao looks right at his boss and says, this is pure magic, Boss G. I have never seen this type of evolution in my life. Ji Handong hears this and replies with a very satisfied grin, which basically means this specific monster has probably never been discovered by anyone ever. Dang Yi Miao nods in total agreement. Exactly. Right now, there are no black apes like this among known monsters. Mr. Dang quickly turns to Shu Himing. Little Shu, hurry up and use the elf obsidian to run a quick test on it. Shu Himing immediately answers back with a sharp, got it. Gao Peng is the kind of kid who never minds learning. Hearing a weird new term, he looks at Dang Yi Miao for some quick guidance. Teacher Dang, what exactly is elf obsidian? Hearing the kid ask, the old man happily explains it. It is a natural mutant variety of regular obsidian. After processing, we can use it to test the actual quality of different monsters. Everyone watches the stone magically change from solid black to bright blue. Suddenly, someone's voice rings out, we finally have the results. Blue means it is elite quality. Jihan Dong glances at the remaining test tubes sitting on the table and falls into deep thought. That red tube was a massive success. So what about these other 3 tubes? Little Peng truly never stops surprising me. But if outsiders ever find out about this insane natural talent of his, he will be in huge danger. Suddenly, the old man completely shifts his attitude. His face turns deadly serious. He channels that absolute boss energy and barks an order. What happened here today is a top corporate secret. Absolutely no word of this leaks to the outside world. The other 2 guys immediately chime in. Understood, Boss G. We totally get it. Then Boss G turns to his genius grandson. Have you named this monster yet? This is your very first creation. What would you and I name it? Probably something ridiculously epic, right? Alright, you and I are about to see some wild monster science. Hearing this, Cao Bong hesitates. A name? He glances at the massive, fierce monster happily munching on a banana and finally decides. Let's just call this big guy the Bloodstar Ape. Looking down at the 3 test tubes in his hands, he explains his new creations. I'm naming these 3, the Earth Potion Type 1, Petrification Potion Type 1, and the Royal Potion. Simple, but trust me, they pack a punch. His fingers expertly dance across the screen. Glancing at a large black ant trapped inside a specialized containment room, he turns to the shocked crowd. This incredibly strong little guy right here? It's already been injected with the petrification potion. Now, let's check out the results. He explains that a massive weakness for almost all early-stage monsters is their complete lack of long-range attacks. Right on cue, the ant starts mutating. Its legs are literally turning to solid stone. He continues, pointing out that boosting their speed is way too hard. Instead, directly altering their physical structure to crank up their defense is so much easier. Honestly, it's just smart science. By now, the ant's legs and head are completely petrified, its eyes glowing fiercely like two bloody red jewels. A system panel pops up. Monster name, Stoneheart Ant. Level 7. Elite quality. Hobbies, sugar water, and tree sap. Status is perfectly healthy and rapidly expanding. Taobong calmly points at the screen. This right here is the potion's final result. I call this guy the Stoneheart Ant. Absolutely wild. Staring at the testing stone, turning a bright green, Tu Ha Min gasps in pure shock. Wait, this is elite quality too? Taobong just keeps tapping away at the screen, totally unfazed. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Let's take a look at what the royal potion can do. Inside the room now is a bird flashing razor-sharp teeth. Taobong explains that the mountain sparrow is the absolute most common bird-type beast found around the mountain city. Evolved just before the disaster hit, this bird might be super small, but it is incredibly fast and fiercely aggressive. Plus, that beak is completely packed with jagged teeth. But watch this. After using the royal potion, it instantly evolves into the mountain emperor sparrow, jumping straight from normal tier right up to elite quality. He pauses for a second, looking at everyone with a slight hint of regret. Now here is the catch. The royal potion has a tiny flaw. Sure, if you keep using it, the monster can eventually hit perfect quality, but doing that makes breaking through to the Lord tier a whole lot harder. Now, you and I might get that, but the two old executives are totally stunned. They stare at the green stone, completely blown away that continuous use guarantees perfect quality. The only downside is a tougher Lord tier breakthrough? Like, is that even a real flaw? Meanwhile, our boy grabs another test tube and mutates a little yellow dog into a violently bright, glowing golden dog. It looks way more energetic too. He checks the final tube and explains that this earth potion turns a golden hound into an earth golden hound. Quality instantly levels up, while its raw strength and flexibility get massively boosted across the board. His grandpa proudly claps a hand on his shoulder and laughs out loud. Ha ha ha, if you ever need any materials in the future, just tell your grandpa. Also, just report all your lab results directly to me. The rest of the corporation doesn't need to know a thing. Hearing this, Taobong obediently agrees. Understood, Grandpa. Grandpa turns back to the two executives, laying down the law. Starting now, prepare to mass-produce the Earth Potion Type 1 and sell it on a massive scale. As for the Royal Potion, its value is way too critical right now, so keep it strictly off the public market. Boss moves only. Dang nods respectfully at the old man. President Kai, we will go ahead and get right back to work. With a deep bow, the two executives turn around and quickly leave. Walking down the hall, Tu Ha Min looks visibly stressed out. Kids these days, they are honestly just terrifying. It looks like he is already just as capable as me. Dang calmly agrees. You are absolutely right about that. Probably in less than 2 years. That kid is completely going to surpass us. Meanwhile, after his epic flex, Taobong just looks around the empty room and falls deep into thought. Having his own private lab is mostly just a convenient excuse to hand these insane potions over to his grandpa. Plus, with the system in his hands, he doesn't even need to waste time doing slow, boring experiments for monster evolution anymore. Honestly, just sitting around a lab enjoying the AC feels like a total waste of time. He looks at his grandpa with a spark in his eye. Grandpa, does the corporation have any outside field missions lately? Hearing this, the old man glances over at him. Why do you ask? Are you interested? Do you want to become a world hunter? Taobong smirks at that. Come on, Grandpa. Don't you think world hunters are incredibly cool? Imagining how completely badass those guys look, he continues. Among all the beast tamers out there, there is this one insanely special group. They are known as the World Hunters. Every single one has their own unique title. They are basically superstar tamers, forming the absolute strongest and most unique faction around. Getting completely lost in his own hype, he imagines himself standing on a mountain peak, looking down at the world. They are totally different from your average tamers. These guys dive straight into deep mountains and massive rivers, hunting down completely unknown territories. They are the true world explorers, the ultimate wilderness warriors. While the military is busy guarding the central city to protect the regular citizens, almost half of the entirely newly discovered zones out there today are all thanks to the hard work of those world hunters. His eyes are literally sparkling with stars as he looks at his grandpa. Honestly, just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Seeing this hyped-up look on his face, Grandpa just cracks a smile. You crazy kid. You have been exactly like this since you were little. He doesn't completely shoot down the idea, though. He gives it some thought. Going outside the city isn't impossible, but your beasts definitely need some serious, proper training first. Their fighting style is way too messy right now. The real wilderness isn't just some small park near the city center, kid. Deadly danger is literally hiding around every single corner. Suddenly, one of the old man's eyes flashes a dangerous red. His intense boss aura explodes outwards as he lays down a harsh warning. So until you get my official permission, you are absolutely forbidden from stepping foot into the wilderness. Otherwise, you and I are going to have a problem. I will break your legs and leave you in bed. All right. You and I know Gao Peng isn't crazy enough to fight his grandpa. He mentally plots his damage transfer trick. Want to break my legs? You gotta snap my familiar's legs first. Like Aben, Ashui, Xiaoyan. Actually, never mind Xiaoyan. Grandpa G turns his back to leave. Before vanishing, he orders, wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow sharp. Bring your squad of familiars down here for special training. Gao Peng obediently just replies, yes, sir. Next morning, beep! Grandpa G's wristwatch alarms. The clock reads exactly 5:57 a.m. Ji Hanwoo just shows his grandson a dramatic back turned away, scolding, I told you to be here at 6, yet you dared to arrive early, so punctual. Since you obviously love time management so much, your reward is 30 push-ups. Time to stretch those lazy bones out. Gao Peng thought arriving before the bell meant he was safe. Hearing this absolute injustice, our guy can't hold back his teenage rebellion anymore. Wait, what? He frantically scratches his head, shouting his totally valid doubts. Hello? Human strength is basically trash compared to familiars. Plus, with my giant monster squad protecting me, why do I even need to work out? Grandpa G cuts him off right there, flashing a terrifying smile. Don't need to? Then the old man turns. His entire vibe shifts into pure lethal weapon mode. Boom. One casual kick snaps a massive tree entirely in half. Gao Peng stares at a colossal stump needing 2 grown men to hug it, completely losing his mind. This is way too extra. Even a normal tier black ape couldn't just snap a giant trunk with one casual kick. Grandpa G turns his head and roars. Think having familiars excuses you from training, you naive punk? Shut it. Doesn't running for your pathetic life require actual stamina? He keeps preaching the hard truths. We are trainers. Protecting our own flesh and blood is priority number 1. Because if you stay alive, there's always a chance for an epic comeback. Gao Peng looks at his grandpa, staying totally silent. Inside, he secretly admits, okay, the crazy old man has a point. Grandpa G's aggressive tone finally cools down somewhat. He shoots a casual side glance and explains, the stat feedback we gain from our familiars is tiny, but as long as their levels are stupidly high, that feedback power actually stacks up over time. So, as your monster squad grows in both sheer numbers and insane levels, a trainer's physical strength will slowly surpass normal humans. Grandpa G stands there, standing tall and imposing like a pine tree. He smirks at his grandson and tosses out, by the way, I only used 30% of my power just now. Hearing this absolute flex, Gao Peng is internally screaming. 30%? Insane. People in the distance keep happily chatting away. Grandpa G is secretly dying, laughing inside. Haha, little Peng must absolutely be worshipping the ground I walk on now. The white dragon watching from afar knows its master's ego too well. It thinks, you just wanted to flex on your grandson, old man. Grandpa G looks at the centipede in front of him, declaring, Daisy's core ability is lightning. It's quite a funny coincidence. I have a familiar that could probably help it out. Looking down at the water, he spots a sharp spike crackling with electricity and calls out, get over here, Thunder Duke. The system panel immediately pops up. Monster name, Thunder Duke Snail. Monster level, 39. Monster quality, epic tier. Monster attributes, lightning and water types. Monster hobbies? You and I aren't ready for this. Number 1, sugar water. 2, tree sap. Monster status, healthy, incredibly calm, hardness, level 3, monster trait. Thundershell, passive effect 1, lightning control level +1. Active effect 2. All that lightning energy gathered deep inside the Thundershell is suddenly unleashed with maximum, devastating, full-blown force. It summons a disastrous thunder sound landscape across a massive area. Requirements for legendary upgrade, 1-star Thunder Godstone, and 30 tons of pure spirit milk water. Grandpa G introduces this familiar that's sparking with wild electricity, just like its name implies. Thunder Duke is a guy I picked up in the ocean. His power isn't exactly game-breaking, but his personality is super chill. It's perfect for training Daisy. Hearing this, Gao Peng thinks to himself, finding epic monsters underwater, classic grandpa flex. Meanwhile, Daisy is hiding behind our MC's legs right now, literally trembling in fear like a tiny leaf. He looks down at Daisy. Go on, Thunder Duke Snail shares your attributes. He's basically your senior, you get me? You gotta listen to your elders. Daisy looks completely traumatized and shakes its little head in absolute denial. Gao Peng just shouts, "Ah, Dai." On cue, Ah Dai stomps over, grabs Daisy by the antennae, and hoists it into the air. Daisy flails wildly, screaming out, "Gao Peng, you don't even love me anymore. You've totally changed." Gao Peng glares, getting slightly annoyed now. "You better train properly." "How is my, Gao Peng's, familiar such a massive coward?" Daisy furiously shrieks back, "You're the coward! You're the biggest coward here! I learned it from watching you." Gao Peng ignores the shade. He turns to his grandpa's familiar with a fake smile. "Brother Thunder Duke, my pet's a rebel. Have fun teaching him, but please don't get mad. All right, you and I are jumping right into the chaos." The thunder snail flashes a polite smile. Grandpa G translates, saying the snail has got it covered, no sweat. Cao Peng looks at his grandpa and asks, "Okay, but what about A-Ban, A-Dai, and little Yan?" Grandpa G thinks for a second. He decides little Yan should totally train with Da Zi. Sure, the snail handles lightning and water, but elemental powers actually share a ton of common ground. Now, A-Dai is an undead type, so that is different. His fighting style is strictly up close and personal in melee combat. And what exactly is A-Ban supposed to become? Cao Peng, already totally prepared for this, drops the answer. Defense and crowd control. Grandpa rubs his chin, deep in thought. So we are talking about a pure control build. That means he desperately needs to train his crowd control and magic resistance. Grandpa suddenly gets an idea, raises a finger, and immediately summons the white dragon. He turns and says, "White dragon, you are going to train A-Dai and A-Ban next." Meanwhile, A-Shen takes one look at the white dragon and basically short circuits. He flops onto the dirt, randomly mumbling about a giant fish. Grandpa just casually waves his hand and says, "Let the training begin." The white dragon goes totally feral, whipping its tail so hard it sends A-Dai flying 100 meters before he can even blink. Seeing this absolute violation, A-Ban glows yellow and instantly digs a massive hole. Cao Peng gets super hyped, thinking A-Ban unlocks some epic new skill. Wait, did A-Ban actually just awaken a crazy Earth-type power right here? He is totally building a cave. Is he setting up an underground trap? Who knew A-Ban had this kind of tactical genius? But before our boy can celebrate, A-Ban just dives into the hole to hide, leaving Cao Peng completely speechless and dumbfounded. Yeah, that hiding spot does not last. The white dragon casually yanks him out and slams him into the dirt so hard his brain rattles. After eating pavement, A-Ban goes absolutely ballistic with rage. Cao Peng starts sweating bullets, realizing his pet is totally losing his mind again. He screams, "Oh crap, A-Ban going crazy is a massive headache." But before he can even finish panicking, the arrogant white dragon literally just flicks A-Ban away like an annoying bug. Adai struggles to his feet. He channels absolutely every ounce of his power, but honestly, he is still no match for the mighty white dragon. He barely manages to touch the dragon before getting brutally flattened again. But wait, he actually landed a solid hit this time. Even the white dragon is completely shocked that A-Dai managed to touch him. Seeing this crazy underdog moment, Grandpa bursts out laughing. "Hahaha, it looks like A-Ban and A-Bao definitely need a lot more training." Cao Peng just stands there with his jaw practically hitting the floor. Sure, the level gap between them is insane, but losing that fast is just embarrassing. He spins around and asks, "Wait, where is Da Zi?" Right then, Da Zi and the Thunder Snail are having a full-blown argument. Da Zi complains, "You are way too overpowered. I cannot compete." The Thunder Snail smirks, saying this is just a warm-up at your rookie level. Then, boom, it blasts massive lightning bolts that completely swallow the sky, bragging, "And this right here is my true level." Da Zi stares at the sky, literally drooling in pure admiration. Whoa! The Thunder Snail tries playing the cool mentor, saying it is not actually that hard. For a master like me, controlling pure lightning is just a natural-born talent. It is exactly like how you use dozens of little legs to crawl around. It is just baked right into your DNA. Once you get the hang of it, it is super easy. But for that tiny bird over there, walking with dozens of legs would be utterly impossible, right? The Thunder Snail turns and throws serious shade right at A-Yan. A-Yan gets dragged into the drama and looks totally annoyed, shouting, "Hey, what does this have to do with me? Who cares if you have a million legs? They are still super short." A-Yan just loves roasting Da Zi like that. After dropping that savage insult, A-Yan casually spits out a massive fireball, leaving the Thunder Snail completely stunned. Wait, it actually created a perfect fireball on its very first try? Man, even I had to practice a bunch of times before getting it right. But this goofy one-legged bird totally nailed it on the first shot. Kid, you have some insane hidden potential. Getting praised by a master, A-Yan puffs up with absolute pride. Seeing this, Da Zi gets super salty and completely jealous, thinking, "Whatever, big deal. Are you not just tapping into the hidden magical energy sitting deep inside your body? I can totally do that too." Da Zi squeezes his eyes shut, aggressively channeling every drop of inner power. A blinding purple aura suddenly erupts all around him. Feeling this wild surge of energy, Dazi lets out a triumphant battle cry. This right here is my true power. Cao Peng gets super hyped, thinking his pet is about to do something legendary. He excitedly thinks, alright, so the very next step is to take all that inner energy and smoothly blast it out, right? Come on, Dazi, you got this. Dazi screams at the top of his tiny lungs, let it rip. And oh boy, he did not disappoint. Dazi successfully releases a massive blast of literal toxic gas that smells absolutely horrendous. Cao Peng just instantly faceplants into the dirt, entirely defeated. He groans in total despair. You know what? Just forget it. I am so done. Meanwhile, Aishen is still completely delirious, just laying there mumbling, please, Mr. Giant Fish, do not eat me. All right, let us fast forward 2 weeks later. We are right back at the exact same massive training ground. Adai is going head-to-head with the White Dragon, dodging savage attacks with absolute lightning speed. He wildly grabs the dragon's tail, using its own crazy momentum to launch himself straight into the sky. Clenching his fist, he channels maximum power and delivers an earth-shattering punch right into the dragon. Cao Peng cheers from the sidelines, screaming, heck yeah, brilliant job. Adai flips backwards and slams into the ground, crushing the dirt beneath his feet. He throws both hands in the air, celebrating like he just won the world championship. Aban looks super bummed out, sighing heavily because the epic battle is already over. The mighty white dragon actually nods at Adai, admitting, not bad at all. Your reaction time and raw speed are finally up to standard. Honestly, the water control I just used on you matches the absolute max power of most boss-tier water monsters. If you can actually close the distance against an attack level like that, the fight is basically already half won for you. Then the white dragon shoots a savage side-eye at Aban, completely roasting him. As for you, you are literally just a meat shield, so taking brutal hits is good enough. Aban instantly gets heartbroken, tears welling up in his big eyes. Cao Peng quickly rushes in to comfort him, saying, hey, it is fine. At least you never fear taking a punch. High up in the sky, a fiery bird unleashes a barrage of blazing fireballs straight into the lake, setting off massive, epic explosions. After all this hardcore training, Little Yan can smoothly control the fire element, and the raw damage is seriously no joke. But as for Dazi, yeah, our boy definitely needs way more grinding. Now, flip the camera over to Aishen, who is joyfully bouncing around like a total goofball. Over these 2 weeks, he finally leveled up to the elite boss tier. His internal storage space totally skyrocketed. We are talking car trunk levels of space now, fully realizing the mobile warehouse dream. Cao Peng grins, knowing Grandpa's brutal training regime was a total success. So, what are you and I waiting for? It is finally time for all the delicious food. Alright, you and I are about to see some wild survival action. Meds? Check. Tent? Check. All the gear for a hardcore trip is packed. Our boy is feeling like an absolute boss, until a voice from behind ruins his vibe. He spins around, finding his grandpa. Here, take this, his grandpa says. Our guy opens it up and boom, there is a map inside. A tablet and a compass, too. Grandpa explains this solar-powered tablet has a digital map. Plus, he can totally make phone calls with it, assuming there is actually a signal out in the wild. I already taught you how to use the map and compass, Grandpa adds. Turns out this is not your average app map. It is strictly classified internal intel. Every single safe zone and deadly hotspot around Yuzhou City is clearly marked on it. He tells him to study it like his life depends on it. Since he is rocking a flying familiar, our guy actually has a whole extra layer of protection compared to your average basic explorer whenever serious danger strikes. You gotta learn to make smart choices, but Grandpa is here, and I will always have your back. Go wild and do whatever you want. Our main character's eyes go wide with pure emotion. He stares, remembering when his grandpa's hair used to be pitch black. He nods. Yeah, just wait for my return. Cut to the deep Yuzhou wilderness. Little Flammy is cruising right through the sky, scouting the whole area. Meanwhile, our squad is checking the map down below. He figures they must be standing exactly right here. There are way too many red danger circles on this screen. Just a quick glance shows at least 10. These are all straight-up boss-tier monster territories. No wonder Grandpa warned him the wild was insanely dangerous. Sleeping for 72 hours straight means Stripey can evolve into an Earth Shield spider. Earth Spirit Heart, he mutters, casually pulling up his slick system interface. Did his soul strength level up? Or what? The system screen shows that the Earth Spirit Heart easily grows deep inside caves that are totally surrounded by giant mountains. When he focuses on an item, the system magically reveals its exact natural habitat. Suddenly, a massive swarm of giant mutant mosquitoes buzzes in from out of nowhere. Flammy spots the gross bugs and immediately starts screaming a warning. Boss, big mosquitoes, an absolute ton of them. The fiery bird charges up a massive barrage of fireballs, totally ready to blast them, but our hero interrupts. Hold up! Flammy, do not shoot! Get down here right now! Following orders, it lands on a branch, super confused. Boss, why aren't we blasting them? They are wide open. Our smartass hero points out the deep forest is way too dim and cluttered. Plus, the bushes are crazy thick. You have absolutely no clue if more mutant bloodsuckers are hiding in the shadows. Getting swarmed would be an epic fail. That would be a massive headache. To handle these nasty swarming bugs, we gotta use our big brains. He casually digs his hand straight into Silly's spatial storage. He pulls out a huge, suspicious bag. Both his and Silly's faces morph into completely villainous, wicked smirks. He claims it is his ultimate super mosquito killer bag. It is a chaotic mix of heavy-duty repellent plants, like night-blooming jasmine, purple gold lavender, heavenly bamboo, ghost camphor, and gold-banded 7-mile fragrance. Absolute overkill. Stripey holds the toxic bag high, while Dumby aggressively fans the brutal chemical fumes straight toward the approaching giant mosquito swarm. Flammy just watches, completely clueless, as our boy drops a classic line. Time to witness a miracle. The giant mosquitoes inhale the funky smoke and instantly drop dead like flies, completely wiped out without a single punch thrown. The gang hides behind the bushes, watching the glorious carnage. Our hero grins like a cocky gamer. Totally under control. Basic mechanics, guys, just basic mechanics. Silly, Dumby, Stripey, Dazzy, and Flammy all stare at him with starry-eyed worship. Now stick with me, this is where it gets crazy. The ridiculous squad rides on Dumby's shoulders, wading through a forest stream as he points forward. Let's check the route. Cross this stream, then hook a hard right. Wait! He suddenly feels a super sketchy vibe creeping up from the shadows. Splash! A vicious green panther lunges out of nowhere, aiming right for him. Target, Wind Panther. Level 26. Monster grade, not looking too friendly right now. Elite grade, Wind attribute. Our boy is absolutely sweating. Way too insanely fast. Good thing Stripey reacts fast. Otherwise, it would have been game over. The spider launches off Dumby's hand straight into the fray. It smacks the panther with a brutal hit, sending the coward running back into the woods. Flammy tries to chase it down, but he yells, "Get back here!" Most of his pets seriously lack that high-speed chase capability. Stripey is an absolute tank, but only in close combat. Ranged attacks? Not happening. And letting Flammy chase a wind monster alone is just begging for disaster. Our hero aggressively mutters to himself, "You stupid panther, do not let me catch you, or I will totally skin you alive." Bam! Out of nowhere, a freaky giant vine whips from behind. Fortunately, his gamer reflexes kick in and he dodges the sneak attack like an absolute ninja. System check. New monster incoming. Gold-banded fan palm trant. Level 29. A legit commander tier boss. Wood attribute. Weaknesses are fire and lightning. Our guy is absolutely raging now. Another one? Seriously? Stop bullying me. He completely loses his cool and screams out loud. You think I'm just a sick cat? His familiars instantly power up into combat mode, unleashing an absolutely chaotic explosion of skills that sends the evil tree straight to the afterlife. Still want to play dead? Let's see you try that again. Our guy swaggers over and snatches the core. A commander tier plant core? He knows this shiny loot will easily fetch over $1,000 in credits on the market. He tosses the valuable core to Silly for safekeeping and says they need a spot to regroup. After a bit of searching, they finally spot a perfectly secluded cave. This place totally blocks the wind. Perfect for hiding out. Plus, there is fresh water nearby. We are crashing here! He marks the map for a temporary safe zone, but just as they stroll up to the cave entrance, get a load of this, a tiny, ridiculous yellow duck waddles out, quacking out loud. Quack. Quack. Our guy blinks. A duck? Weirdest sound ever. Look, we are just gonna borrow your nest for a quick sec. Keep it down. You should run before my monster pets get actually hungry. Shoo, get lost! Quack, quack! He snaps, clearly annoyed. Dude, even your quack is totally broken. What a total disgrace to ducks everywhere. Tap, tap, tap. He stares, thinking to himself with an IQ that tragically low, it is an absolute miracle this thing has survived even a single day. Ding. The monster scanner pops up. King Kong duck, mutant variant. Monster level is 10. Quality, freaking epic tier. Current status shows healthy but super tired. Its main trait is ridicule brute force. Passive effect taking any damage triggers a massive growth spurt for a short time. Plus, its strength, defense, and speed just skyrocket, completely off the charts. Our guy is absolutely stunned. Well, color me humbled. An epic tier duck? Insane. Muttering this, he just turns around and walks right away, totally ignoring the dumbfounded bird. Ah, whatever. Let us go. Gotta reach our destination today. Look, you goofy bird, getting that huge body is not easy. Do not ever get close to humans, or you will end up as dinner without even knowing why. Right then, Dai starts whining, "Boss, I am starving. I really want some roast duck." Daitsu instantly joins the complaint train, chanting, "So hungry, eat the duck right now." Seeing Daitsu complain, Aban scoffs. "Why are you hungry? Dai literally carried you the whole way. Daitsu immediately claps back. Whatever, I am just copying you. Little Flame suddenly calls out for the boss. And he just sighs. Yeah, I know. Suddenly, a tiny silhouette peeking behind a massive tree blasts out into the open, going quack, quack, quack. Little Flame instantly chirps back with its own quack, quack, quack. He looks at Little Flame, totally shocked. You understand it? Little Flame puffs up proudly. Please, I have level 8 bird language skills. Our guy just stands there, totally speechless. Meanwhile, the goofy duck completely sprints over to him, happily going quack, 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 quack. It is basically yelling, Big duck, wait for me, boss. It literally thinks you are its kind. He blinks. Wait, is it because I corrected its weird accent earlier? He just turns around to leave. Seriously, just completely ignore it. Ah, Ban, speed it up. If we stall, we are spending the night in this deep forest. Way too dangerous. But that silly duck just keeps frantically chasing right behind them, aggressively quacking along. Quack, quack, basically begging them to stop and wait. Our guy just glares at Little Flame. Zip it. Running way too fast, the clumsy duck totally trips over its own feet, eating dirt hard. It just lies there whimpering on the ground. Little Flame kindly translates the drama. Oh no, this weird duck hates me too. Everyone rejects me. Even mom and dad abandon me. Suddenly, our guy just scoops it right off the ground. Quack! Oh, thank goodness. Big duck, you did not leave. Feeling super bad for the dumb baby duck, Little Flame chimes in. Boss, this poor thing was definitely tossed out by its parents. Plus, it is still just a baby. Are we seriously going to abandon it here? He puts his hands on his hips, looking totally annoyed. Ah, whatever. We already have enough chaos, just bring it along. He mentally shrugs. Honestly, it is an epic tier monster anyway. Definitely not a bad deal. Little Flame is absolutely hyped about having the silly duck on the team. Meanwhile, Ah Dai pats his back. Hop on up, kid. Daitsu immediately squeezes into the conversation. From now on, we will totally protect you. All right, you and I are moving on. Outside the city lies the chaotic stone forest. High spawn rate for earth spirit hearts. Should be close by. Just look at this tiny hole. Aban, Adai, and Little Flame definitely cannot fit. He turns to Daitsu, who is lazily hanging on Adai, and calls out, Hey Daitsu, you go. Give it a shot. Standing casually with his hands in his pockets, he adds, Go inside and sniff around for anything with a crazy strong earth element aura. Be extremely careful. Safety first always. If there are monsters inside, bail immediately. Do not play hero. Daitsu wiggles into the cave, grumbling, Yeah, I know. Suddenly, our guy checks his 6 and spots a wild monster sneaking up. Target locked! Rock Scorpion, monster level 11, elite tier, quality level, just perfectly normal. It gives an angry hiss. Quack, quack. Seeing the ugly bug, the silly duck totally panics. He just sighs in relief. Thank goodness the monsters in this zone are completely weak. Adai looks ready to punch. Boss, chase it away? He just waves it off. Chill out. This scorpion might outlevel our dumb duck, but it is strictly normal quality. Honestly, zero threat at all. He hypes up the terrified puffy duck. Get in there. I want to see your true combat power when going all out. 10 straight minutes later, Little Flame yawns massively. Boss, how long are they going to keep trash talking? Right now, the silly duck and the rock scorpion are just having an intense screaming match in their own crazy languages. Quack, quack. Hiss, hiss. Absolutely ridiculous. He facepalms in pure defeat. Forget it. Ah, die. Just punt it away. Seeing the giant Ah die, that scorpion literally runs for its life. He turns to the duck, literally questioning his entire reality right now. I seriously still wonder how you survived this long. Quack, quack. Suddenly, Daitsu shouts super loud. Found it, boss. Daitsu is amazing. Hurry up and pull it out. Daitsu squeezes right out, proudly gripping a shiny rock in its jaws. Item data, small earth spirit heart. Effect, packed with hardcore earth elemental energy. Perfect for triggering an earth-type monster evolution. Holding the core, he mutters. It is only a small size, but it should probably work, right? He tries remembering Aban's evolution menu. It just asked for an earth spirit heart, with zero specific requirements about the actual size. The crazy crew rolls out again. Let's move. Next stop, the Black Cyan Earth Zone. Hitting the Black Cyan Earth, he orders them to dig a hole and literally buries a teary-eyed Aban holding the core. Just lie still down there, buddy. We will be waiting right here. Here's where things get tense, guys. Adai quickly fills the hole. He warns the team, we hold the line here until Aban wakes up. The zone boss might return soon, so everybody stay on high alert. All right, guys, night falls, and boom, a giant centipede appears. Wait, where did this random duck come from blocking its door? Our silly duck is totally knocked out against a tree, clueless about the massive bug creeping up. Suddenly, the centipede takes a vicious bite, snapping the duck right out of its nap. Furious about getting chomped, the goofy duck flexes its crazy power and instantly grows absolutely massive. It glares down at the bug, demanding answers. "Why did you bite me?" But the jerk centipede stays quiet and blasts the duck with a nasty attack instead. The poor bird grabs its face, crying like a huge baby. "My eyes! Oh, my poor eyes." The bug cackles like a total villain, but its smug laugh dies real quick when its jaw drops in pure shock. The duck is genuinely furious now, expanding 5 or 6 times bigger than before. The centipede starts shaking uncontrollably. Hearing the wild commotion outside, our main guy Gao Peng stumbles out half asleep, completely baffled at why this duck has turned into a giant monster. Well, now he finally understands how this goofy bird managed to survive out here so well. The terrified centipede panics and tries to sprint away, but the giant duck just stomps on it, flattening the bug like a total pancake. Standing behind the massive bird, he thinks back. At first, he assumed its ability only boosted its size slightly, and that the growth could not stack up over and over like this. And it was just a passive skill. Sounded pretty useless before, but seeing it now, this power is honestly super magical. Guess the goofy duck is pretty blessed after all, as it slowly shrinks back to normal size. He considers attempting a blood contract with it. Making up his mind, he calls the bird over. "Come here." Using his energy, he dives straight into the duck's wild mental consciousness space. The outer layer of its mind is glowing super bright. He remembers President Feng saying this represents pure joy and relaxation. But then, some seriously weird stuff starts popping up. "Hold on a second. In this crazy space, the trees have wings." He just stares, completely dumbfounded. The flowers literally have mouths and huge eyes. This bird looks so dumb on the outside, but its inner world is insanely creative. Huh? He suddenly pauses as a chilling blue atmosphere surrounds him completely. Why does it feel so overwhelmingly heavy right now? The space suddenly shifts to a memory, featuring 2 massive adult ducks. Is this really our baby? Yes, look, its eyes are so big. But the father duck yells furiously. "Look at it, it has 5 toes. This thing is an absolute monster." The tiny baby duck just thought, "Monster? What does that even mean? You and I gotta feel bad here." It sat alone in a corner, watching its siblings eat hungrily. The innocent little guy hoped, "We are family, so they will definitely share a bite with me, right? Who is your family?" Its own siblings brutally chased it away, mocking it so cruelly. They warned it, "Do not come near us, you freak. Stay far away from me." Losing control of its chaotic emotions, the tiny duck accidentally activated its hidden power, blowing up in massive size and absolutely terrifying the mean ducks. It is a monster, a real monster. One of them ran off crying to tell their duck dad, "Daddy, daddy, this huge monster is bullying us." The angry dad grabbed the poor duckling and tossed it into a desolate wasteland, yelling, "You 5-toed freak, just stay right here and rot." The mom felt bad, but she stood by and did absolutely nothing to stop it. The heartbroken little duck cried endlessly, sobbing, "Why did they throw me away? Why does having 1 extra toe make me such a horrible monster?" Standing off to the side watching all this, Gao Peng realizes everything. No wonder its quack sounded so broken. No wonder it followed him home after just a little kindness. He feels a deep wave of sympathy for the goofy bird. Because it was so violently rejected before, this diamond duck grew up to be incredibly sensitive and super defensive. If he leaves now, it will definitely chase after him. After all, nobody in the world has ever bothered to listen to its tragic backstory or showed it any patience. He gently reaches his hand out toward the bird. "Stop overthinking everything. From now on, you follow me, and you can eat as much fish as you want." The little guy tears up, feeling super touched, calling him a weird giant duck. And just like that, the crazy blood contract is successfully locked in. Smiling, he says, "Since we are officially partners now, you need a cool name. You are covered in yellow feathers, so I will call you Little Yellow. How about that?" Quack, the confused duck tilts its head. Suddenly, a massive beam of intense light explodes straight out from the underground. Stripey bursts out onto the surface, displaying thick, hardcore armor and a deadly mantis body. System scan reads, "Monster name, Great Shield Spider. Rank, level 25. Boss tier. Epic quality grade secured. Monster attribute, Earth element type. Monster ability, Earth control level 2. Status, super healthy and totally happy. Special trait, Earth Spirit. Its Earth Spirit heart replaces the original one, massively boosting its connection to Earth elements. But this also permanently blocks it from learning any other elemental types. As long as it stands on the ground, though, it will continuously absorb the raw power of the Earth to forge an unbreakable, rock-solid elemental armor right across its entire body. This badass Earth armor is directly tied to its insane new ability to control the ground beneath it. Gao Peng beams with pure joy. Stripey finally evolved perfectly, unlocking a rare monster trait. You and I both know this crazy mountain expedition was an absolute massive success for our guy. Let's go. Time to head home. The scene suddenly shifts back to the fancy Yuzhou villa. Gao Peng steps out of the shower and spots a glass of milk on the table next to a sticky note. Work emergency. Eat breakfast before checking the files. Gao Peng sighs, laughing helplessly. Grandpa worries way too much. I am not a little kid anymore. Let's check these files first. He pops open the folder and immediately spots a bunch of strange photos inside. It is the West Sea Lake area. Massive yellow croaker fish are heavily grouping together in the water. A senior corporate scout actually spotted a glowing magical object sitting directly on the lake floor. It is attracting all the fish. Monster item name, Magic Sealing Stone. Alright, you and I know the drill. Yesterday, our guy Gao Peng told his grandpa what he needed to upgrade his diamond duck, and boom, the anti-magic stone is right here. This thing is absolutely essential for the next level. The final evolution is the anti-magic diamond duck. He has to get his hands on this stone. Once that silly duck levels up, it can finally awaken its Tier 2 monster trait. Suddenly, the projector flashes to life. Grandpa pops up and asks, "Did you read the file? That is the material you needed, right?" Our main character nods. Yeah, sorry for the trouble, Grandpa." Grandpa confidently replies, "Do not sweat it. I will send my people to grab it. You just stay home and relax. I have a meeting. Bye." Click. Wait, that is it? Gao Peng is totally stunned, freezing before he can even react. Isn't this the part where our hero fights wild beasts, survives deadly trials, and claims the treasure with his own blood? Maybe offend some arrogant young master along the way and start a lifelong feud? You and I both know that is the classic trope. This is way too easy. Taking the easy way out feels amazing. Meanwhile, over at West Sea Lake, ships surround the drop zone for the anti-magic stone. Dudes in black suits are chatting it up. Seriously, man, how many yellow croakers are in here? These West Sea Lake croakers are basically a disaster now. Everyone knew they multiplied. But nobody expected this absolute swarm. A one-eyed goon in black speaks up. Harkmon Group is offering 300 million Alliance coins, plus 3 mid-level boss crystal cores. You think a payout like that comes easy? Relax. With so many squads out here, we just need to survive until the end and snatch the loot. A giant water monster suddenly breaks the surface. One guy starts sweating. Maybe we should just go back. Even if we snag the treasure, we are never making it out of this lake alive. Unless someone brought a flying beast, we are toast. Another goon trembles, pointing a shaky finger at the sky. Boss, a flying beast is not going to save us either. Just look over there. The yin-yang golden wild goose king. The whole crew completely loses it. Nope, whoever wants this money can die for it. We are out of here. Scene change. Deep down in West Sea Lake, a tiny big-headed fish swims right up to the anti-magic stone. Wow, this shiny rock feels magical. This must be the lucky chance Mama talked about. She ate one and got super strong. She giggles in total admiration. All the coolest purple-backed croakers were born from Mama. I want to grow up and have lots of awesome babies too. Lots of pretty fish mamas. Just then, a massive yellow croaker pulls up. Who goes there? A rough voice barks back. What did you just say? You dare speak to me with that tone? You want me to eat you? The purple-backed fish hisses back. Giant yellow croaker, you better back off right now. This is our turf. The giant croaker's eyes glow red, flashing razor-sharp teeth. The guard panics. Oh no, this is the giant croaker king. Why the heck did the king show up here? The guards immediately block the little fish. Do not take another step. That is our king's favorite daughter right behind us. If you scratch a single scale, our king will end you. The massive intruder just cackles. Heh. Does a bear fear the fox when it eats her cub? It charges straight at the little fish. No, because if that tiger gets a chance, it absolutely will not spare the bear's cub. Your precious king slaughtered so many of my kind. Eating her daughter today is just fair payback. The purple-backed guards freak out and scream at the little princess. Run, get out of here. Run. We will stall it. Water shield. The guards launch a desperate combo attack to pin the monster down, but it does not even leave a scratch. The beast flexes its ridiculous bulging muscles. You pathetic weaklings. Your evolution is totally garbage. Pure muscle is absolutely everything. It roars, blasting out a shockwave that knocks the guards completely unconscious. Seizing the moment, it instantly swallows the anti-magic stone. Suddenly, the Goose King radiates raw power. It dive bombs into the lake, attacking the fish that just stole the loot. Do not even try running. Hand it over. But the giant croaker wildly whips its tail, brutally snapping one of the bird's legs. The fish uses the chaos to bolt. Too fast. The bird screeches. The bald guy on the ship totally loses it, screaming orders. Why are you spacing out? Chase it. That fish is running for its life. The other guy replies, that thing definitely got swallowed by the giant croaker king. Relax, boss. We have been keeping a close eye on that exact fish. But the croaker king is already hiding in a massive swarm. Sneakily, it opens its mouth and passes the magical stone to another fish. The decoy fish then swims straight to a long-haired dude. It spits out the magic stone. He smirks at his lackey. Target acquired. Grab the boss's head and let's bounce. Yes, sir. He turns to the red-haired guy with his hands behind his head. Also, number 3. Next time you control these sea monsters, try not to look so completely stupid. You guys seeing this? Your dumb words give me secondhand embarrassment. The red-haired dude seriously does not care. Meanwhile, that messy squad from earlier is panicking. They finally found the giant yellow alpha fish. Oh crap, way too many fish here. We cannot get through. Stop panicking and take down the alpha first. Watch out for the Eagle King. You low-level mercenaries better know your place. A long-haired guy walks up to the middle-aged boss and drops the good news. They secured the package safely. The boss man just smirks. Let's roll out, he says. Let those losers search for nothing. Back in the lab, Gao Peng and Grandpa are watching our goofy duck, Xiao Huang. Quack! Grandpa is stunned. He cannot believe this thing actually hit epic quality. He watches our boy Gao Peng grinding hard and thinks, okay, it is epic now. Does this crazy kid actually want to push it straight to legendary tier? In the whole recorded history of public science, literally nobody has manually evolved a pet to legendary status. At least, Grandpa has never heard of such wild madness. He turns and pats Gao Peng right on the shoulder saying, "You got this! Grandpa totally believes you will nail it!" Gao Peng just smiles. "Do not even worry about it, Grandpa." Gao Peng stares at the anti-magic stone. The other ingredients are fine, but he only has one of these rare rocks. Failure is absolutely not an option here. He drops the stone into some sketchy green liquid. The reaction is annoyingly slow, but a second later, boom, he pulls out a sky blue stone. Heck yes, it is a success. He holds a little toy rubber duck right in front of Xiao Huang. "Hey buddy, what is this?" The goofy bird's eyes practically shoot lasers. "A yellow duck. Gimme that. I want the ducky." Gao Peng points at a test tube. "Drink this juice first, then you get the toy." The brainless duck instantly chomps the entire glass tube. "Bro, wait. I said drink the liquid, not eat the whole freaking glass vial. What an absolute idiot." Suddenly, the goofy bird just drops dead asleep. Look closely. Its feathers are straight up falling out. Gao Peng is super confused. Why is this goofy bird shedding so much? Out of nowhere, the duck flexes its face and snaps awake. The crazy bird realizes the truth. Sure, I might be bald now, but I am practically a living legend. Glowing blue tribal tattoos light up across its skin, and its muscles suddenly get incredibly massive. System check. Name: Anti-Magic Vajra Duck. Level 10. Quality: Legendary. Element: Metal. Gao Peng rubs his chin like a mad scientist. So the next evolution after Legendary is Mythical Tier, but he needs insanely rare drops like Starshine and Magic Crystal Cores to pull that off. Just figuring out where those materials spawn is a massive headache. Do they even exist on Earth anymore? He lets out a huge sigh while swiping his screen. Whatever, let us show Grandpa the results first. Grandpa takes one look and absolutely loses his mind. Red text: Legendary Tier. It is a total success, something absolutely nobody on Earth has ever achieved, and his own grandson just pulled it off. Grandpa gets super serious and warns Gao Peng, "Listen here, kid, only you can know about this. Just us two. When we announce this to the public, you have to say the duck was already a legendary tier when you found it. Got it, punk?" But Grandpa stops him right there. "Look, kid, I know you have your own crazy secrets. You do not have to explain anything to me. I don't want to hear it." He turns around, acting completely cool, and says, "But hey, I am totally leaving my own pet upgrades to you from now on." Gao Peng is actually getting a little teary-eyed right now. Only his grandpa would blindly trust his crazy experiments like this. So wholesome. Suddenly, the goofy duck finally snaps out of its nap. "Oh, you are awake?" Quack. Gao Peng just laughs. "It is okay. It is just that you look so ridiculously cool right now." The duck kicks the door open like a boss and struts over to a mirror. Quack, quack. Wow, this is definitely the ugliest bird I have ever seen. It giggles like a total idiot. Quack, quack, quack. Wait, the duck freezes, totally dumbfounded. Is this super ugly bird is literally me? It bursts into dramatic tears and yells at Gao Peng. "Big duck, what did you do to me?" Little Flame just smacks the goofy duck on its bald head. "Dude, stop your loud screaming. We are super noble bird-type familiars. You need to show some manners." Dazi and Ashan just roll their eyes. "Bro, look who is talking. Let us check the stats. Secret skill, magic pattern. This thing insanely repels elemental attacks. Its power scales directly with the user's physical health. Effect number 1 is a super broken passive. Insane elemental resistance against all magic attacks. Plus, it gives absolutely massive resistance specifically against water-type elements. Moving on to effect number 2, the active skill. Once turned on, it temporarily fires up those badass magic tattoos. It creates a complete elemental vacuum domain right around the user. It literally violently pushes away any magic trying to get close, completely nuking all elemental energy out of the blast radius. Gao Peng smirks. If I am understanding this absolute madness correctly, the first skill passively beefs up Xiao Huang's magic defense, and that second active skill, It literally creates a permanent anti-magic zone all around his body. It is a literal silence spell. Gao Peng laughs hysterically at how ridiculously overpowered this goofy little bird has just become. Can you believe this? A bald duck totally immune to magic that just gets stronger every hit. Anyway, scene switch. Gao Peng finally hops out of his car at Yuzhou University. Finally here. Suddenly our guy spots a super familiar face in the busy crowd. Hey Junior, do you need any help over there? The girl totally brushes him off. No need, thank you. So she actually came to Yuzhou University too. He walks away, shrugging. Guess I should register first. He casually strolls right into the college campus. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness. Our guy is looking for the Envoy registration desk when a crowd spots him. Hey bro, you a freshman? What major, Envoy or Beast Tamer? They ask him. Envoy, he replies. A dark-haired dude whispers to his girl. Thought he'd be a Beast Tamer, she scoffs. Envoys are literally everywhere now. Unless you want to eat dirt on combat missions, good luck finding a job, kid. Our hero rolls his eyes. Beast Tamers clearly get all the hype. A tanned, white-haired guy sighs. All right, register right here. You actually bring your certificate? Yep. Wait, why did the dude's face just drop? He stares at the paper like he saw a ghost. Name, Cao Bang. Age, 18. And those stats? First place in the Chang'an City round, number 11 in all of Huaxia, absolute legend status. White hair suddenly beams with a massive grin. Bro, let me personally escort you to the dorms. Walking him over, this guy starts aggressively fanboying about their major's ultimate VIPs. Look, people make up wildly edgy titles for envoys across the universities. But honestly, those nicknames stay strictly inside our own little nerd circle. We just hype each other up for fun. Nobody outside actually cares about them. But his eyes absolutely light up as he keeps ranting. Their power is insanely far beyond normal students, and Yuzhou University actually has two. One is Senior Shui Ming. He is literally the standing honorary manager of this entire Yuzhou-based city. And the other is Senior Sister Lin. She's an absolute world-class hunter. She is barely ever here in town. But half the dangerous zones around Yuzhou were straight up discovered by her solo expeditions. Finally, the dude drops our guy off. All right, we made it. The student dorms. Honestly, this place looks ridiculously fancy for college. Everything was donated by Mr. G from the university board. He aggressively points at a massive statue. Look, bro, that is Mr. G. The guy is practically vibrating with pride. Chairman of Namtian Group, but we just say Mr. G. He is literally Yuzhou's guardian angel. Every time monsters tried invading us, Mr. G completely wrecked them. Yuzhou has completely terrible geography, basically trapped inside all these mountains. Ever since that insane monster mutation happened, things got wild. Without Mr. G around, we would definitely not be safely chilling here right now like this. Our hero just smirks, thinking, wow, Grandpa really does pull his weight silently. Now, listen closely, because things are about to go completely off the rails outside the city. A squad hits the forest edge. The captain yells, stop! Her three-tailed familiar is totally shaking. Boy is freaking out. It only did this once before, when a massive Lord-tier beast flew right over us. Suddenly, the entire ground aggressively shakes. The squad completely panics. What is that thing? Back with our main guy, he is just standing by the window looking outside like a dramatic anime protagonist. Dozens of elite monster hunters have already completely vanished over in the northeast woods of Yuzhou. The storm outside is absolutely pouring, with massive dark clouds swallowing the entire sky. Is it honestly that serious? They actually had to deploy the White Dragon just to calm the staff down. 5-star martial law. That is a completely unprecedented lockdown level since Yuzhou was even founded. Hearing the door click open, our guy instantly sprints downstairs. Grandpa, you finally made it back. Sister Tang's Phantom Lizard just ranked up to Lord tier. I went to help. Thunderduke is right behind it. Currently peaking at Leader tier, but it will break into Lord tier shortly. Wait, did it actually succeed? The old man simply crosses his legs. Absolutely. That Phantom Lizard mutated so wildly this time, you probably won't even recognize the thing when you see it again. Pouring tea, our hero drops the big question. Grandpa, this insane lockdown, new monster type? He looks totally skeptical. Like an entirely undiscovered species of monster out there? Exactly. The old man turns intensely serious. And it is not just Yuzhou. The entire globe is showing chaotic signs of massive mutation. These things are profoundly weird. Scholars are literally realizing ancient mythology wasn't just made up, so they are digging straight back into ancient fairy tales. He casually slides over a top-secret photograph, leaning in closer. Aerial shots captured its real body. The monster is an actual mountain, a living, breathing mountain. Our guy looks completely bewildered. A living mountain? Grandpa pats his shoulder. Yeah, thankfully, the mountain spirits we spotted are fairly small right now. The biggest one is just 300 meters tall. taking up a few miles. Calling it a mountain is a stretch. It is more like a giant hill. And probably because of that massive size, these mountain spirits move incredibly slowly. We see a brutal image, a dude completely impaled by stone, but their surface is terrifyingly lethal. We think those lost hunters carelessly stepped right onto the massive mounds these camouflaged mountain spirits were hiding as, and instantly got completely slaughtered. Grandpa casually heads upstairs, throwing a reassuring wave. But hey, do not worry about a thing. Even if the actual sky falls down, your grandpa can literally hold it up. Plus, those crazy mountain spirits have evolved some real intelligence, which means we can absolutely negotiate with them. And honestly, if things go terribly wrong, the military has already deployed heavy rockets. They will just carpet bomb them completely. Our hero's face suddenly hardens. He knows he is totally different from his grandpa. He is honestly way too selfish. He has zero interest in playing the self-sacrificing hero to save the world. I never want them acting like heroes anyway. Heroes always die first. Suddenly, Grandpa glances back with a smirk. Oh, by the way, that 10,000-year dark gold you begged me for found a massive lead. Should be delivered in a few days. He instantly flashes a cheerful smile and replies, "Yeah, rest up, Grandpa. You and I know he is faking it." Once the old man leaves, our dude thinks, forbidden item? But Grandpa gave it to me. 10,000-year yin gold is exactly what Ah Dai needs for legendary status. Grandpa actually found it. Talk about living the ultimate spoiled life. He grabs his umbrella and casually strolls outside. Oh, Gao Peng, you have gotten totally corrupted lately. Back then, being all alone, he had to hide everything just to survive safely. Strutting like a total boss, he smirks. Let us do something massive. A few days later at Yuzhou University, two random classmates are totally gossiping. How is that blood butcher potion you bought the other day? Did your violent ape finally evolve yet? Our guy eavesdrops like a total pro. That potion is seriously amazing. After my violent ape drank it, its fur turned totally crimson. Its strength skyrocketed, though it got way grumpier. Wow, sounds like a wild ride. I just wonder when they will sell that awesome potion again. Things are super intense right now. Literally everybody wants to become much stronger. Walking out of the room, he chuckles. Grandpa churns out those potions insanely fast. His phone suddenly buzzes hard. Grandpa sent a text. It is a picture of a massive mountain. Looks exactly like the mountain they passed by in the forest. Monster name, Mountain Spirit. Monster level? Level 48. It is a Lord tier, with completely normal monster quality. For monster attributes, it boasts both the wild nature and earth elements. Rock element. Its monster skill is level 4 earth control. Monster status, lightly injured and super angry. Weakness number 1. Its heart inside its massive body is a condensed life core. Weakness 2. It moves incredibly slow. But wait, this mountain lacked stats before. Mutations happen crazily fast these days. He ponders hard. A level 48 Lord tier monster? That honestly feels a bit too brutal. Plus, Grandpa said this is not the only mountain spirit near Yuzhou City. There is an entire mountain range called the 100,000 Mountains. Suddenly, Grandpa video calls him. He answers, but the screen is totally pitch black. Grandpa? Wait, is this even a video call? Why is the screen completely black? Because of a weak signal causing massive interference. Grandpa asks, Xiaopeng, are you still over at school? Over at the mountain, it is absolute total chaos right now. They arrived. Everyone touches down safely. One guy in the expedition team frantically yells out, Captain! The mountain spirit core has already been completely taken away. Understood. Keep gathering the data. I will report to headquarters first. Meanwhile, Gao Peng's grandpa stands atop his massive white dragon, video calling him. Since they are up so incredibly high, he asks again, Grandpa, what did you just say? I cannot hear you clearly. Grandpa loudly says, Xiaopeng, you just head home first. I am getting a quick little workout today before coming home. Then he just hangs up. Grandpa and his massive white dragon both smirk, oozing absolute terrifying killing intent. Rolling up his sleeves, he boldly declares, Old friend, let us get an epic workout today. At the Southern Heaven's second outdoor lab, a mustached guy reports to Chairman Ji Dong about the mountain spirit he just handled. Sampling is complete. Lab results will sync to our group extremely quickly. He keeps flattering. Luckily you stepped in. The military says a temporary peace agreement is reached. The chairman waves him off. Now, you and I know gaining consciousness means wielding massive power, easily destroying any life they sense. No wonder they think they are invincible wilderness overlords. He seriously analyzes the situation. Under those wild conditions, even if the mountain spirit has intelligence, it would never be an effective negotiation. Now that it senses its own kind failing and realizes it is not actually invincible, only then will it have the capacity to negotiate. Then the chairman makes his ultimate conclusion. Facing these monsters, sometimes brutal physical force is simply the most effective persuasion. The mustached guy listens in absolute awe, truly worthy of Ji Dong. Whistling sharply, the man gives a quick signal. Pointing straight to the absolute biggest beast in the room, he proudly introduces it. This is the alpha bird of the Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows. Its overall combat power is insanely higher than all the normal ones here. Plus, it can boost the growth of the entire Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrow army. The chairman simply crosses his arms, issuing a command. Go test out their combat power right now. The mustached man quickly nods and excitedly replies, "Yes, sir." He turns around and slams the control panel. Instantly, a massive, incredibly heavy iron door screeches open. The combat power of these Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows absolutely destroys any normal expectations. Trust me, you and I both want to meet the crazy genius who invented this royal potion. A gigantic demonic pig aggressively stomps out of the iron cage. The mustached guy quickly explains, "This right here is a totally terrifying chief-tier pig monster. Normally, mountain wolf sparrows would absolutely never attack a monster of this high tier. That is, unless it is a massive flock of over 100,000, or they are just completely starving." The alpha bird aggressively throws its head back, letting out an incredibly piercing screech. All right, you and I are about to see something wild. The Royal Mountain Wolf Legion gets the signal and absolutely blitzes that giant pig monster. The whole pack swarms it, giving Piggy zero room to breathe. And get this, the longer they brawl, the wilder and stronger these wolves get. Weird red glowing lights start popping off their bodies, looking super intense. And that one guy in charge, he is absolutely losing his mind, cheering for them. This is not even their final form. Just keep pumping them with that royal medicine. The power of these Royal Mountain Wolves can literally go off the charts. Whoever cooked up this medicine is an absolute genius. The chairman is loving the show, nodding like a proud boss. You guys did awesome. Keep it up. He is totally gloating on the inside, grinning from ear to ear. My grandson? Obviously a certified genius. The special ingredients just got dropped off for little Peng. That kid is probably cooking up some crazy experiment already. Boom. The chairman nailed it. Cut to Gao Peng, who is literally finger painting some sketchy magical circles on the dirt. A little over here, and a splash right there. A hot minute later, our dude stands up, checking out his chaotic masterpiece. And we are done. But seriously, this evolution altar looks sketchy and creepy as heck. Gao Peng reaches out toward his floating jellyfish buddy and casually goes, "Hey silly, hand over that super ancient 10,000-year cold gold box for me." The jelly hands it over, looking absolutely terrified of the glowing box, immediately dipping behind its master to hide. Gao Peng inspects the shiny crystal. Man, this super rare loot is no joke. Just holding the thing is literally sending freezing chills straight down his entire spine. He casually chucks the crystal right at the spooky skeleton chilling in the altar. "Yo, Dai, eat up." The skeleton actually swallows it. Suddenly, the whole vibe of the room totally shifts, and boom, a massive blue flame erupts out of absolutely nowhere. Gao Peng throws his hands up to block the blinding flash of light. He peeks over at Dai, completely shook. Right where the skeleton was just standing, a creepy white bone tombstone just spawned. Suddenly, our guy spots a weird shadow creeping closer. He squints at it, totally confused by the weirdness. Wait, more shadows? They just keep popping up everywhere, and Gao Peng is officially freaking out. There is one here too, and it is not just one. The insane scene playing out in front of him leaves our guy completely speechless. Plus, these creepy shadows are literally bowing down like they are worshipping a king. Suddenly, a sick dark purple hand busts through the dirt. Dai just successfully evolved into the epic Seabone Tyrant. The system stats instantly flash on screen. Monster name, Seabone Tyrant. Monster level, a solid 30. Quality, straight up legendary. Skills include Hardbone Tier 2 and Undead Control Tier 1. Gao Peng is totally amazed Dai got a massive power-up. Not only did his rarity spike, but the dude jumped up 4 whole levels. The system keeps spitting out the stats. Monster trait Blood Silk Heart. Let us check out effect number 1. The passive effect constantly drains some blood and energy just to spawn this super creepy Blood Silk Heart. While that heart is beating, our bony tyrant gets a massive physical stat buff across the board. But if some jerk actually smashes the heart, the buff is instantly gone forever. On to effect number 2. Activating the Blood Silk Heart creates this wild heart resonance thing. Basically, our bony boy can literally control the rhythm of his own heartbeat with it. Next up, Undead Flame. Effect 1, you shove this spooky flame into an intact corpse, and boom, zombie time. The revived minion's power totally depends on how stacked they were while they were still breathing. There is a catch though, these zombie minions can never outlevel the Seabone Tyrant itself. Effect 2, those creepy zombies born from the Undead Flame can actually keep leveling up. But yeah, the exact same rule applies, they will never ever surpass the boss Tyrant's level. The Tyrant can even snack on his own zombies to buff himself. The only weakness? Light-type monsters. Gao Peng finishes reading the crazy stats and just smirks like an absolute villain. Plus, this insane evolution route unlocked a brand new trick. That undead flame is basically a super cool summoning skill, but it has one annoying limit: you absolutely need a dead body to use it. No body drops? Literally a useless skill then. But bro, sucking the life force right back out of your own zombie minions? That is so brutally metal. Totally lives up to the tyrant name. Gao Peng watches his centipede buddy, Da Zi, completely baffled, asking Dai why he looks so ridiculously edgy now. Our main character finds this absolutely hilarious, mostly because before the big evolution, Da Zi chewed with all his might just to leave a tiny scratch on Dai's old bones. After this epic glow-up, you and I gotta wonder how insane Dai's defense is now, right? There is really only one way to test this out. Gao Peng flashes a super sinister villain grin and orders, "Hey Da Zi, take a big bite right out of Dai's leg bone." The centipede frantically shakes its head. "No way! Totally not necessary, bro." Gao Peng immediately roasts him. "Wow, you guys are besties, but his new tyrant aura still scares the absolute crap out of you, huh?" The centipede acts tough and blindly barks back, "I am absolutely not scared." Da Zi instantly scurries over and chomps down hard on Dai's bony leg like told. But bruh, the bone does not even get a single tiny scratch. Instead, ping, one of Da Zi's poor teeth literally goes flying into space. Da Zi instantly bursts into tears and dramatically slithers away. Everyone got way stronger except me. I am way too weak to protect Gao Peng. Dai awkwardly turns to Gao Peng. Should I go chase him?" Our guy pauses, doing the mental math. Ban is epic tier, Xiao Yan is epic tier, Dai is legendary, and Xiao Huang is legendary. Literally the only pet sharing Da Zi's low rank is that absolutely clueless, floating ball of lazy jellyfish, Silly. But here is the thing: Da Zi actually cares about getting stronger. He is not like Silly, who is perfectly happy just drinking fruit juice and chilling all day. Gao Peng feels kind of bad. Sadly, he is totally broke on upgrade materials right now. They literally just have to wait it out. So, he gently starts comforting his crying centipede buddy. "Are you feeling insecure because all the new guys are insanely overpowered? Listen, Da Zi, whether you are strong or not, you are forever my absolute #1 best friend." But suddenly, Gao Peng realizes something absolutely ridiculous. Da Zi was not even listening to his heartfelt speech at all. This absolute drama queen is just staring hungrily at the roast chicken Dai offered him. "Food? Want some?" It nods like an absolute maniac. "Gimme." A second later, Caobong shoves the wind-chasing wolf corpse at Adai. "Yo, Adai, let's test out that new summoning skill." Adai obediently yanks out the wolf's soul, but when Caobong sees the result, his smile totally flatlines. "Didn't Grandpa say this was a fierce wolf? Why does it look exactly like a derpy husky?" The chairman asks, reading, "You want to hunt upgrade materials for that little centipede?" Caobong quickly explains his master plan. "Daizi was my very first familiar, but because we haven't found the right loot, its power is totally lagging behind the rest. So, taking advantage of this free time, I want to upgrade it." The old man immediately nods. "Yeah, just don't stay out too long. The mountain is only quiet right now. Monsters are totally unpredictable, kid." The chairman grabs his phone. "All right, tell you what. Sister Tang Tang is pretty free lately. Take her with you." Caobong instantly panics. "No thanks, Grandpa." Before he can even finish, Grandpa is already calling. "Hello, Tang Tang." Our boy Caobong is totally speechless. Why does Grandpa treat him like a fragile baby? Anyway, Grandpa drags him to a lake. We're here. Waiting for them are two absolute beastly monsters. One's a black dragon lizard, level 41, Lord tier, and rocking that elite quality status. Abilities include level 3 hardened scales and level 1 sensory boost. Plus, a crazy passive effect: if this massive reptile moves slow or stands perfectly still, it literally turns invisible. Its body temperature completely blends with the environment like a ninja. Second passive: its skin literally absorbs sound waves. It moves like a ghost, zero noise. Pure stealth. Caobong is freaking out. "Bro, is this seriously a classic dragon straight out of Western mythology?" Xiao Huang stares at the Snow Eye, totally fanboying. "So badass. We totally share the same vibe." The beast just glares down, giving a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. Caobong honestly wants to facepalm. Seeing Xiao Huang act this pathetic is seriously embarrassing. Sister Tang Tang once told him that Blood-Eye foxes hit Lord tier by constantly pushing limits. They level up through epic challenges. But you? You just get stronger by getting beat up. How can you claim the same vibe? No wonder it hates you. Right then, Tang Tang arrives, smiling gently. "Hey, little Bong. Long time no see." Seeing her, Caobong blushes like crazy. "Sister Tang Tang, you got even prettier." She grabs his collar. "Stop staring. Grandpa filled me in on the details. Let's move out." Tang Tang literally chucks him onto the Snow Eye with one hand. "Let's go." The black dragon lizard snatches a die and takes off. Caobong screams. "Wait, I didn't bring my other familiars." She just rolls her eyes. "This ain't a game, kid." We're doing a speed run. The chairman just laughs at them. Safe travels. Checking her phone, Tang Tang asks, Little Bong, first stop is here, right? No response. She looks back. Cao Bong is literally shivering, teeth chattering. Yeah, right here. Sister Tang, last time I suffered for days hiking through this stupid jungle, but with you, bam, half an hour. Absolutely insane. Snow-patterned moths, right? Cao Bong explains that these bugs love damp places but sunbathe to chill out. And you and I both know, wherever these things swarm, you're guaranteed to find snow elements. Cao Bong scratches his head. But how do we find them? I seriously should have brought Dai for his radar. Suddenly, a Dai steps up, completely jump-scaring him. The skeleton casually squeezes out some spiritual energy and chucks it into the lake. Instantly, zombified fish swarm the surface. Cao Bong freaks out. Holy crap! That's a massive undead army. A Dai looks at him like, Master, just tell them what to find. Acting cool, Cao Bong shoves his hands in his pockets. Bring up anything with spiritual energy. We've got plenty of room anyway. Tang Tang nudges him with her elbow. Wait, your little skull dude can literally resurrect monsters now? Cao Bong smirks. Yep, brand new skill. But Tang Tang doesn't look totally convinced. I mean, it's a cool trick, she says. But isn't your skeleton a melee fighter? Why is he suddenly pulling summoner moves? Mixing up random skills is a bad idea, bro. He sheepishly agrees. Honestly, I wasn't thinking that far ahead. Earning a legendary quality upgrade is purely based on insane luck anyway. With my current stats, I really don't have the luxury to be picky. Tang Tang smiles, totally getting it. Honestly, that mindset is solid. If you get a legendary upgrade, you take it. You gotta boost your raw power before you can flex. She keeps hyping him up. If the system rates it legendary, then it definitely has insane potential. Plus, the amount of undead A Dai can summon is basically unlimited. This means a Dai alone can literally trigger a total zombie apocalypse. Honestly, you and I can agree that alone screams legendary status. Mid-conversation, the undead fish swarm back. Cao Bong is completely shocked by their speed. Wait, they're back already? Alright guys, most of the loot was garbage, but suddenly, you and I watched Cao Bong spot weird monsters chewing on actual crystal ores. The system data popped right up. Target identified as low-purity water spirit stones. Get this, these little freaks hold snow element energy on their tongues, which easily creates entire crystal veins. Super easy to absorb, and incredibly useful. Cao Bong started putting the pieces together. There had to be a massive water spirit vein hidden right under this pond. The catch? It was obviously newly formed, which totally explained why the purity levels were still rock bottom. He immediately turned to Adai. Nothing else left down there, so let your undead buddies take a break. Honestly, stumbling into a hidden water crystal vein was already a crazy jackpot for the day anyway. The skeleton obediently pulled back its aura, and boom, Adai's level absolutely skyrocketed out of nowhere, smashing straight up to monster level 31. Our main character's jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, what? Adai just leveled up to 31? Is undead energy really this stupidly overpowered? Suddenly, Sister Tang noticed something off and instantly dashed in front to shield them. Crap! There was a literal mountain spirit lurking nearby. She casually tossed Cao Bong straight onto Snow Eye's back. Go! He panicked completely. Not this wild ride again. Cao Bong let out a massive sigh of relief. Looking at dead objects used to be whatever, but why did this conscious, spooky mountain thing feel absolutely terrifying right now? Anyone with weak nerves would have totally mentally collapsed on the spot. Whatever, running away was definitely the smartest move anyway. But then, the mountain spirit opened its giant eyes and growled. Human! He desperately yelled out. Sister Tang, wait! That giant mountain spirit thing is literally trying to call us. She looked super confused. What are you even talking about? Cao Bong just pointed straight at the massive spirit. It is saying human. I want to make a trade with you all. They flew right back to it. Cao Bong was stunned. Talk about a crazy, unexpected plot twist. Who would have guessed this random mountain boss held such insanely valuable intel? A thunder pine. This treasure was the exact evolution material needed for Da Zi, the six-winged thunder centipede. After evolving, Da Zi would finally unlock flight, gaining completely insane mobility on the battlefield. Then, the mountain spirit slowly laid out its demand. Human, pour their flesh and blood directly onto my body, and I will reveal the exact location of your precious treasure. He frowned, completely lost. Look around this crater. There was literally zero sign of any beast strong enough to terrify a massive mountain spirit. But wait. Our guy suddenly spotted a tiny, weird hole in the dirt. Something small crawled right out. System scan activated. Monster identified as an armored pangolin. It was level 32, a solid commander tier beast, though surprisingly only rocking completely normal quality base stats. Earth and metal attributes. Level 2 burrowing, weak against fire. Cao Bong absolutely lost it. An armored pangolin. The mountain spirit grumbled again. There are thousands of them below. Cao Bong's brain clicked. Wait a second. Were these little rats a direct elemental counter to the almighty mountain spirit? Our guy was seriously baffled, and you probably are too. Legendary pangolins could casually blast through mountains and travel through the earth like bosses. Sure, an evolved armored pangolin would eventually pack some ridiculous firepower down the line. But a Lord-tier mountain spirit getting completely bullied and paralyzed by a lower-ranked commander-tier rat? That was just embarrassing on a whole new level. It sounded like complete fiction. His grandpa always mentioned how mountain spirits relied heavily on their unique senses and super weird special abilities, basically like massive brainwaves. They can scan every single living thing in the area. So why fear a tiny pangolin? Sister Tang had zero patience for this mystery. She instantly ordered Snow Eye to blast the dirt away. The giant bird obeyed, charging up a massively overpowered spiritual energy sphere. The raw power it unleashed instantly obliterated the topsoil. In less than a second, that sneaky little pangolin was violently yeeted straight into the sky. Snow Eye aggressively dive-bombed for the kill. Cao Bong freaked out, desperately clinging to its feathers, screaming for his life. Sister, I am literally still riding this thing. Snow Eye, insanely fast, snatched up the helpless little armored pangolin. It immediately chucked the rat straight at the mountain spirit. Instantly, the massive rocky armor on the spirit began to shift and grind. The little beast got crushed and absorbed in literally half a second. Sister Tang shouted down from the sky like an absolute boss. We just fed you an armored pangolin. Now spit it out. Where is the thunderpine located? But the giant mountain spirit just mumbled back like a greedy child. Not enough. One single pangolin is not enough. Not enough. So she made a deal. You drop the exact location right now, and then I will hunt them. Otherwise, you might just play dumb later, and we get scammed. The massive spirit slowly mumbled. To the east. But the specific spot costs exactly 4 more pangolins. I still require the flesh of 4 more armored pangolins. Sister Tang scoffed coldly. You better be a monster that actually keeps its promises. Snow Eye, round 2. Cao Bong heard that and practically cried. Are we really doing this again? For the second time today, Snow Eye dove down like an absolute missile. Sensing the danger, the remaining pangolins started furiously digging escape holes. Cao Bong panicked and yelled, Sister Tang! They are tunneling straight into the ground, she just smirked. Little Bong, step aside. Without another word, Sister Tang leaped right off the black dragon. Lizard! He screamed his lungs out. Holy crap, Sister Tang! She landed smoothly right beside him. Even Adai looked super confused as Snow Eye suddenly snatched him up. Sister Tang aggressively shouted her next command. Let's go! Black Dragon Lizard! The Black Dragon Lizard violently smashed its head into the dirt. Just seconds later, it casually tossed a terrified armored pangolin into the air. Then, bam! 2 more got completely bodied and dragged out. Staring at the 3 immobilized commander-tier armored pangolins piled up on the ground, Cao Bong shook his head in absolute disbelief. None of them could escape her. That is just brutal. Absolutely way too brutal. Tang Tang crosses her arms. Spit it out. The mountain spirit grumbles. Out east. 5 whole mountains away. Your precious loot is on that slope. Tang Tang instantly sends her black dragon lizard to scout it out. You better not be playing us. The giant lizard totally zips off to check. The rock guy huffs. Us mountain spirits? We literally never lie to you humans. Gao Peng and Tang Tang give it the hardest side-eye imaginable. 10 minutes later, the lizard bolts back. Gao Peng completely lights up. Sister Tang, your giant lizard is already back. It actually found the legendary thunder spirit golden pine. Gao Peng is practically vibrating with absolute teenage hype right now. It is the real deal! Tang Tang glances at him. Well, Gao Peng flashes an okay sign. 0 problems here. They grab their shiny new loot and totally ditch the place. Nice doing business. See ya. But Tang Tang is still super curious. Wait, isn't that mountain spirit literally a lord tier already? Why is it so obsessed with the flesh of those commander-level pangolin dudes? Gao Peng just shrugs. No clue. Maybe those pangolins have some sick evolutionary juice in their blood. Or maybe they are just hoarding something super shiny nearby that the mountain spirit desperately wants. Sure, it totally played us into hunting those pangolins down. But its real brain play was probably just kicking them off the lawn so it could hog all the epic loot for itself. Tang Tang actually bursts out laughing. Man, it has been a minute, but our boy Peng has gotten way more sneaky. She smirks. Seriously though, why don't we just go back and steal whatever that giant rock guy is hiding? Gao Peng gives a cheeky grin. Hey, that was just my wild theory. We don't even know if there is actual treasure yet. Besides, snagging disease upgrade stuff was already crazy lucky. Being super greedy usually equals getting wrecked. Tang. Inside, he is totally chilling. What is the rush? You and I both know he is playing the long game here. Cut to Gao Peng and his grandpa rolling up to a dusty factory outside Yuzhou. Boss Zhao aggressively speedwalks them inside, pointing out the absolute mountain of monster bones they process there. Right this way, you two. We literally never trash these bones unless we have to. We smash them into ultra-nutritious monster powder or just toss them straight to the familiars for a snack. He points at this massive dirt patch completely covered in shattered bones. Like I said, we literally never just trash these bones. We grind them up into that supercharged monster powder or just let the familiars chow down on them. Gao Peng cringes hard. A Dai needs bones that are at least somewhat intact to pull off his undead revival trick. This factory's pile of crushed garbage? Yeah, absolutely useless for his master plan. Yo, Boss Zhao, are all your bones this utterly busted? Gao Peng asks. Zhao awkwardly sweats bullets. Busted? Hey, they are still in pretty solid chunks. Grandpa flexes his ultimate CEO powers instantly. Listen up. Starting today, when you hack up these monster corpses, try to keep the entire skeletons intact. Zhao aggressively bows down. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Gao Peng turns to his skeleton bro. Adai, you memorized that route? Starting tomorrow, you are sneaking into this factory. Your mission? Revive every single intact skeleton they leave lying around. Then you suck right back that undead flame. I have literally taught you this. You get the steps? Adai nods. Got it, memorized. Grandpa randomly asks, that is all it takes for Adai to level up? You don't need your awesome grandpa to hunt down more materials? Gao Peng completely waves him off. Nah, no extra stuff needed. This is perfect. Thanks, old man. Okay, yeah, this strategy is basically relying on pure luck, but right now, if it gives us a tactical advantage, I am totally taking it. Grandpa pats him on the shoulder. Silly kid, no need to be polite with me. Adai's training is set, and your centipede materials drop tomorrow. The rest of this crazy grind is completely up to you. Let's just take a quick walk before I head back, Gao Peng suggests. Grandpa playfully laughs it off. You cheesy brat, what walk? But wait, what exactly was that glowing tree you maniacs dragged home? Gao Peng smirks. Grandpa, that is the Thunder Spirit Golden Pine. Its fruit is literally going to turn Da Zi into a flying familiar. Grandpa is completely blown away. Now that is awesome. Gao Peng leans in. Grandpa, having a flying Lord-tier beast is just an absolute cheat code. Honestly, you and I both know if I had one. Wait, scratch that. Make that too! Next morning, Gao Peng kicks open the garden gate, clutching a box like it is his life. Da Zi! Yo, get out here! Time to evolve, buddy! Hearing that magic word, Da Zi instantly pokes its head out from the branches. Evolve? Gao Peng flexes the box. Oh yeah, look at this. The shiny loot has arrived. Let's roll. Next stop, the laboratory. Da Zi is basically dancing, happily chanting, Evolve, evolve. Gao Peng stars down the pile of cicadas. Gotta prep these golden-winged cicadas first. Dump in the special juice. Then we marinate our thunder centipede in this crazy potion. Gao Peng groans. Man, I totally should have begged Grandpa for an assistant. Suddenly, the door swings open. Ooh, hello? All right, watch this. Our new girl steps up. Mr. Cao, she says, I am Tu Thanchi, your assistant. Cao Bong is actually pretty surprised. That hairline is crazy familiar. He asks, you are a Tu? So you are related to Professor Tu at the corporate lab? She answers right away. Yeah, that is actually my oldest uncle, Mr. Cao. She adds, even though I have not graduated yet, I have been in the monster breeding club since day one. I am basically a core member. So seriously, do not worry about my skills. Hearing that, Cao Bong chills out. All right, do not just stand there spacing out. Get over here and help me. I will teach you how to prep a golden-winged cicada. Our boy gets straight to work. Pierce the head with spirit energy. Swap to the knife. Stab fast, precise and solid. Do not hesitate, or the bug struggles and totally ruins its wings. He keeps explaining. When removing the wings, do not rush. Take it slow at first. You absolutely have to find the joint, then slice it gently. Boom. In minutes, Cao Bong nails the whole process. Watch closely. That is how you get a perfect set of wings. Your turn. Tu Thanchi takes his spot, totally locked in, copying his moves. Fast, accurate, and super steady. Watching her, Cao Bong literally cannot help but wonder. So she really is the niece of that researcher too? That means her dad and her uncle are both core members of the Southern Sky Group, so she is basically one of our own. That makes total sense. The lab has way too many top secrets that cannot leak out. Grandpa was definitely going to send someone totally trustworthy and smart. A little while later, she literally squeals, Mr. Tao, I totally nailed it. Cao Bong just leans back. But honestly, why does she look more and more like a clueless rookie with a smart face? Tu Thanchi happily reports, Mr. Tao, every single one is done. Seeing Cao Bong spacing out, she gets a little nervous. What is wrong? He snaps out of it super fast. Great job. They all pass. Then Cao Bong tells her, since you are done, head out first. Tu Thanchi is completely thrown off. Wait, what? Cao Bong shows zero mercy, pushing her out while she is still utterly confused. He stretches his hands out and mutters, "All right, time to start." Cao Bong kicks off the first step, soaking the wings in the potion to trigger a reaction. Step 2, dropping the lightning spirit pine fruit right in. Done. Cao Bong turns around. Die 2, the potion is ready. Now jump right in. The giant bug leaps straight into the tank, absolutely hyped out of its mind. Evolve! Evolve! Standing outside, Tuthan Chi gasps in total shock. What is happening? Thunder? She angrily puts her hands on her hips. Hope a lightning bolt strikes that cold-faced jerk, uses me and kicks me out. Boom! The tank's liquid gets blasted away. You guys have to see this. Cao Bong stares at the massive beast, absolutely thrilled. Success! Die 2 has finally evolved. Monster level 28. Epic grade quality. Lightning attribute. Its monster ability is now Tier 2 lightning control, but it has a major weakness dead center of the 7th joint on its back. If that exact spot gets hit, the entire body gets totally paralyzed. Monster trait? Lightning wings. Effect 1 is a passive boost to flight speed and wing beat frequency. Plus, it can unleash absolute thunder sonic booms. It completely messes with the enemy's mind. It starts with 1 pair of lightning wings, but it can upgrade all the host's wings into lightning wings. And get this, there is no going back. These upgraded wings are way more flexible and insanely sharper than regular ones. Paths to legendary grade: 1. Dragon Blood evolution, 2. Violent Thunder evolution, 3. Darkness evolution, and 4. The Progenitor evolution. Cao Bong clicks his tongue, loving it. This new look is insanely cool. Dai 2 proudly announces to him. This time, I am definitely the strongest out of all your guys. But our boy is still worried. Dai should have reached the slaughterhouse by now. How is it doing over there? Meanwhile, back at the factory, prepped monster skeletons are rolling right down the conveyor belt. Bam! Dai slams its hands onto the ground, channeling spirit energy to revive those bones. Monster souls slowly start floating right up from the dirt. The security cameras? The factory boss already turned them off. He strictly warns his worker, pretend you never saw anything that happened here today. Delete this entire video right now. Once it enters the warehouse, shut down the cameras. Got it? The poor kid, totally terrified, replies, "Yes, boss." Dai raises its hand again. It rapidly absorbs every single bit of undead flame from those monster souls. Dai's power level is just skyrocketing. Done with its meal, it turns around and hits the button behind it. The captain totally gets the hint, hauling away the old bones before yelling at the worker. "Hurry up and move the next batch of skeletons." The kid hesitates. "Captain," but the boss immediately bites his head off. "But what? Stop asking so many questions and just go." The very next day, Cao Bong returns to Dushao University lost in thought. Right now, Dai 2 is sitting at level 28, and Dai, after farming all those souls at the slaughterhouse yesterday, it gained 2 whole levels. It is already at level 33. Honestly, at this crazy speed, before the World Youth Monster Trainer Tournament even officially starts, Dai might actually blast right up to the Lord tier. Suddenly, someone walks up and calls out, making Cao Bong jump. "Hey, Cao Bong! Are you free later?" He looks at the person, super surprised. "Quan Mac Wai? When did you even walk over here? You practically scared me to death." She points behind her, totally baiting him into coming along. The student union just found a brand new, completely undiscovered species of monster. Do you want to come check it out? Cao Bong actually hesitates for a second, asking her back. A totally new monster species? Okay, that is pretty interesting, but can an outsider like me really just join in on student union business? Quan Mac Wai simply replies back, "So get this, it wasn't exactly a student council issue, but the guy asking for a solid was a senior from Yuzhou University. That meant the student council had to be the ones acting all heroic and stepping up to help." Hearing this, our boy breathed a massive sigh of relief. "Oh, is that it? Well then, totally no big deal." Gao Ping turned around, telling her, "Lead the way." Seeing him walking the completely wrong way, Jun Moyi sighed and called out, "Hey, it's over here." She dragged Gao Ping to a buffet near the campus. When they finally arrived, a whole group was already crowding around some super skinny guy, trying to comfort him. "Hey, it's all right. We are totally going to help you out." Gao Peng seriously doubted his own eyes. Is this the guy who discovered it? Why does he look so horribly wrecked? Jun Moyi was absolutely clueless too. "Look, I was literally just dragged into this. Let's just shut up and listen to them." Someone stood up to introduce the duo. "This right here is Senior Li Yu, also a Yuzhou University grad." Another person sitting right next to the totally stressed senior impatiently pushed him to speak. "Senior, everyone is finally here. Hurry up and spill the details on the situation." Li Yu was having a complete mental breakdown. He spoke with pure terror. "It has been a whole month, and I still refuse to go back home at night." Li Yu started rambling. The first day those loud arguing noises popped up, he honestly did not care at all. In fact, he found the free drama pretty highly entertaining. He kept going, saying it took him a few days to finally realize the crazy truth. Li Yu had totally panicked because, hello, he lived on the absolute top floor. There were literally 0 apartments above him. The dude even gathered enough guts to step up to the roof and check. He even dragged his golden light earthhound along to investigate, but standing right outside that rooftop door, he could still hear that insanely aggressive arguing echoing from inside. Li Yu scraped together all his courage to open it, but the split second he did, the view behind that door left him completely mind blown. Literally nothing was there. Just empty, quiet space without a single trace of anyone. Hearing this spooky ghost story, the girls around them immediately hugged each other, shivering like crazy. The student council guys awkwardly tried to calm Li Yu down. Relax, man. We have a massive squad rolling up today, plus a bunch of familiar beasts. Even if it is a monster, we will scare it away. He just secretly let out a huge, heavy sigh. That would literally be the best-case scenario. Gao Peng then whispered some instructions to Da Huang beside him. If things get sketchy later, you just toss me on your back and sprint for the exit. Run like you are fighting for your morning milk, got it? The little guy looked like it wanted to object, but I literally have never drank milk before. I am just a tiny little duck. Our boy was completely speechless. Tiny duck, my foot. Since when does a tiny duck kick down a whole massive tree with just one single leg? By afternoon, the whole squad followed Li Yu back to the creepy anomaly zone. All right, guys, my apartment is right in front of us. Gao Peng looked up, scanning the building for a quick second before dropping his verdict. Yeah, I literally see absolutely nothing weird here. No creepy black fog, no ghostly horror movie sounds like you would normally imagine. He turned and asked Junmoyi, who was casually petting her two-headed dog, "Hey, where is your calamity water python hiding?" She just shrugged and replied, "Its body is way too massive now. It is totally inconvenient to walk. The streets in Yuzhou City are seriously way too narrow. Way narrower than Chang'an by a mile." Just then, some guy up front yelled back, "Hey, you guys in the back, hurry up!" Gao Peng told Junmoyi, "Let's move." Up ahead, Li Yu opened his apartment door and shouted, Anne, I am finally home!" But instantly, everyone gagged as a putrid stench blasted out, scaring them stiff. "This smell, it is totally wrong. That is literally the stench of a corpse," Gao Peng asked in shock. "Wait, what?" Then they heard Li Yu screaming his lungs out inside. "An, this is all my fault. I never should have left you home alone." A blonde dude hastily turned to the rest of the group. "Things are going bad. Hurry up and help him!" But instead, the cowards started bickering and backing away out of pure fear. If it can kill a beast, that means this monster is super aggressive and definitely not weak. Shouldn't we just call the cops for this? We are already standing right here. Let's just finish the job. That monster's level probably is not even that high, otherwise it wouldn't be sneaking around like a total coward. Are you scared to die? I have dealt with way crazier things than this. Why fear such a tiny problem? Gao Peng frowned, looking absolutely disgusted. What an absolute mob of losers. Suddenly, the lights died completely, plunging the place into terrifying darkness. Out of nowhere, a guy sprinted out from inside, screaming his head off. "Help! Save me!" Our boy immediately asked, "What the heck is going on inside?" Then Gao Peng spotted something creepy reaching out from the dark, scaring him half to death. Whoa. A pale, shriveled hand with razor-sharp red claws was literally chasing the guy outside. Everyone completely lost their minds at this total nightmare fuel. Just as Gao Peng stepped up to the door, "What in the world kind of freakish monster is this?" Boom, instantly, the system hit him with the juicy stats. Target name, Green Ghost Nightmare. Monster level, 20. Attributes, Ghost and Undead types. Abilities, Level 1, Occult Magic. Weaknesses, Light, Holy, and Lightning Magic. Current status, fully healthy, yet somehow super stressed out. Monster characteristics coming right up. Listen up. It basically absorbs fear energy from other living creatures to level up and evolve. It can literally transform the terror of others into pure negative damage attached right onto their bodies. Our boy Gao Peng was slightly shook by this info. Wait, occult magic, seriously? The red-haired boss used all his big brain experience to make a quick guess. This freaky fog is super bad news. Any monster that can change the environment has to be at least a commander-tier boss or higher. There is absolutely no way our raggedy squad can handle this. Channeling pure main character energy to sacrifice himself for the crew, the red-haired boss wildly screamed, "I will hold up the rear. Everyone else, run ahead." All right, you and I are diving into this absolute chaos. Why is this blonde dude crying like he is sending his girlfriend off to war? Seriously, our main guy just stands there, totally speechless at this pathetic group and the supposedly brave minister. Hidden in that creepy white smoke is a giant black eye flashing with neon teal. Let us see how tough they really are when this mutant monster goes supersized, covered in random eyeballs popping out everywhere. Gross, but also kind of epic. Razor-sharp red claws inch closer to the minister. The dude is shivering, trying to act tough to save face, but honestly, He is literally seconds away from wetting his pants. Oh my gosh, what even is this freakish thing? Why is it getting so massive? How are they supposed to beat this? Looks like today is game over. The blonde kid bolts for his life, screaming to run. He yells not to abandon the minister. But a girl in a hat notices our guy Gao just doing his own cool thing. Hey Gao, are you not scared at all? He just keeps his hands in his pockets, strutting with little yellow like they own the runway, totally styling on them. Scared? Why be scared? If this flashy demon existed back in the great Huaxia era, it would just be a tiny, pathetic bug. The girl peeks from the door, amazed. He casually drops this massive flex right in front of the shaking minister. Seriously. Looking at his swagger, you would think he is the boss here. But honestly, in reality, this is just another ugly monster, and monsters have weaknesses. If it has a weak spot, you can easily totally wreck it. Why even bother getting your own hands dirty for this? For our guy, squashing bugs just takes his spicy duck sidekick. Get him, little yellow! The duck is way more hyped than his master, launching like a total savage to snatch his prey. Crack, crunch. Seeing a beast 50 times bigger than the duck, the minister freaks out and yells, "Stop." But little yellow is dangerously reckless, and never backs down. Even with the monster jaws wide open, he dives straight in. Do not go. That thing is a boss-level threat, you know. But boom, one incredibly stylish kick sends that multi-eyed freak flying across the room. Now it is all squished into some unrecognizable gross blob. A casual strike, like swatting a pesky fly, was literally enough to obliterate this massive beast instantly. It dissolves into thin air in a ring of smoke. The minister finally sees their insane power and stands there totally dumbfounded. Wait, where is the monster? The fog? Why is everything gone? Who knew this weird creature could run that fast? Suddenly, another weird little guy pops up in the trap. Tiny body, huge beer belly. It completely panics when spotted. Hey guys, look there. Another monster just showed up right on the windowsill. Is this guy really the minister? He reacts to literally everything like a total noob. What the heck is happening? Our hero seriously explains. Nothing weird going on. It is just an illusion. A really solid illusion, actually. The minister is absolutely stunned. An illusion? Of course, Little Yellow has to handle everything himself. He is already grumpy, so he purposely acts annoying, standing on the windowsill with hands on hips. Super annoyed, he gives it a little kick. Roar all you want, let us see you try again. Surprisingly, finishing off the enemy while angry gets him totally scolded. Hey, hold on a second. Why did you kick it down? Little Yellow just has question marks popping over his head. Huh? Well, that is totally ruined now. Gao really wanted to fully exploit every single monster they stumbled across today. He drags Little Yellow inside by the head, planning to bring him back and discipline him. But who would guess? Little Yellow kicks the thing flying, dropping down from a crazy height like this? Yeah, there is no way it survives that fall. The girl rushes in, looking down at the ground. She covers her mouth, totally freaked out by the vanished monster. Huh? Little Yellow looks super smug. Meanwhile, our hero is startled so badly he nearly jumps. Seriously, does this girl literally make zero sound when she walks? The girl in the hat orders her two-headed dog to head down and investigate. Go! He totally does not get why she is doing this. Why? She points right out the broken window to explain everything. Hey, just take a look down there. Someone is actually down there looting the monster's body. The two-headed dog immediately grabs his legs. Gao's brain literally short-circuits. The monster is dead, a pool of blood everywhere, and somebody is seriously scavenging that mess? Seeing nothing else worth his awesome time, he and Little Yellow finally head out. All right then, since there is nothing else, I am leaving. I already took care of the monster in the room. You student council guys can go comfort Senior Lee yourselves. Before the hat girl can even finish speaking, she asks if he is not interested in the monster's body at all. He casually waves goodbye. Obviously, if there is no profit involved, our guy could not care less about doing anything. Someone already called the cops earlier anyway. They should be arriving here really soon. Stick with me here. The cops will just take the carcass for investigation anyway. Sticking around would literally be a huge waste of time. Alright, you and I know he should just go home, but our guy literally cannot resist spying on whoever is stealing the monster loot. The thief gets busted by the cops, screaming like an absolute maniac that he is completely innocent. Bro, that is not my pet monster. I literally just found a dead body on the street. I was just gonna sell it for some quick cash. Yeah, right, you are not fooling our hero. Our guy glares at him like he is absolute trash. Sure, dead monsters equal fast money. But honestly, this scavenger dude showed up way too perfectly timed, highly suspicious. He grabs his phone, thinking hard. If Xiao Huang knew how much his master actually valued him, that dumb duck would be so incredibly full of itself. Xiao Huang's magic nullification perfectly counters illusion arts. Plus, the more you hit that bird, the tankier it gets. Oh man, the future is looking bright. Time to grab a cab home and cook up some backup battle strats. A car pulls up instantly. Our guy is so confused. Did his ride seriously arrive that fast? Hopping in, he drops his destination, South Heaven Group. The driver just says, okay, but inside? Total panic over finding a cab here. The driver gives him this totally creepy, shady side eye. Our boy is smart, so he instantly decides to test this creep. Hey driver, pull over up ahead. I gotta pee. The dude glares through the rearview mirror like a total psycho. Definitely bad news. Hold it, kid. 10 more minutes to South Heaven Group. Bro really thought he could trick the heir of that exact company? Time for savage mode. Oh, really? Because this is absolutely not the way to South Heaven. This clown is about to get wrecked by Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, end him. The bird is totally pumped because the last fight was boring. Yes! The driver whips his head around, totally freaking out. What a moron. You can see the pure terror in his eyes. Kid, let us not get crazy. Xiao Huang goes full gangster, absolutely slapping the driver's head with a duck wing. The car swerves wildly into a dark alleyway. Our boy literally kicks the car door open like a total boss, ready to break things. He casually walks over to the driver's window. Should have parked earlier, man. The creep steps out, hands up, pretending he is totally innocent. Little bro, do not misunderstand, we have zero beef. Meanwhile, a hairy monster hand literally pops out of his trunk. Zero beef, huh? Our boy mocks, totally ready to punch this guy. He totally misses the monkey monster leaping right at his back. You and I know this is bad. The white monkey lands a massive cheap shot right to the back of his head. The driver smirks. Do not blame me, kid. Blame yourself for being so nosy. But wait, our boy just rubs his head lazily. That hit felt like literally nothing. Okay, damage immunity does not equal pain immunity. That punch actually stung a bit. The driver is absolutely losing his mind right now. How the heck did he take 0 damage? Seriously? That defies all logic. The system scans the beast right away. White bone corpse monkey. Level 20. A dark element zombie-type monster. Elite quality, but dumb as a rock. Another zombie-type beast? Earlier it was a ghost, now a zombie? Honestly, this definitely feels like some salty gang revenge right here. They work fast. But wait, what the heck is this? The monkey attacks, but aiming somewhere way too low. Our guy aggressively protects his crotch, screaming bloody murder. Bro, that is absolutely crossing the line. Suddenly, familiar claws slam down hard. A webbed foot grabs the monkey. Xiao Huang glares with such cold, lifeless eyes that even the zombie monkey is terrified. The duck goes full gangster, you dare touch my human? The driver is absolutely dumbfounded by this insane plot twist. What is wrong with this duck? How did it get so freaking huge? Our boy is totally used to this. He scoffs at the driver. You mindless thugs only know brute force. You will never understand. Us beast tamers rely on actual brain power and elite tactics. Turns out, our genius boy planned this all along. He tested this crazy strat the second they formed their very first contract. Transferring damage perfectly triggers the duck's insane passive defense skills. It keeps him safe from getting his head chopped off, while massively buffing Xiao Huang's combat power. Absolute win-win. Also, the bird's feathers work like a backpack. It can take them off whenever. Xiao Huang is incredibly buff now, covered in glowing runes, literally playing cat and mouse with this dumb monkey for fun. Our boy is just watching from below, hyping him up. Flawless! Let us see how this ends. The driver grabs an iron pipe. You brat. Is he totally brain dead? He actually tries to smash Xiao Huang right in front of him. Flashback time. Grandpa sitting on his back doing push-ups, dropping some serious wisdom. Peng, since you already know tamers can snatch energy from their familiars, listen up. I'm going to teach you a special martial art. It keeps you healthy, sure, but more importantly, it trains you to actively control that wild energy like an absolute boss. First step? Use your mental power to feel that beast energy inside you. Back in reality, the thug doesn't even have time to blink. Our boy snatches his weapon and grips it tight. Then, Grandpa's voice echoes. Guide that energy, trigger your core, boost your explosive power, through the waist, back, shoulders, right down to the arms. Let that power stack up. Gao Peng doesn't even waste breath talking. Bam! A left hook directly to the jaw launches this dude into orbit, and yep, there goes the dramatic blood spray. Straight into your fist. That's for messing with his familiar. One single punch and the guy is completely knocked out cold on the floor. Talk about overestimating yourself. But wait, here comes the actual jump scare. He turns around and his beast is suddenly 2 heads taller, pouting with its mouth wide open, casually trying to swallow a whole bone monkey monster. Huh? De Huang? Spit that out! It looks super annoyed, but hey, it still listens. It just angrily steps on the monster's body instead. Now our MC is completely lost. He has absolutely no clue where that sketchy driver even dropped him off. Then he remembers Grandpa's emergency contact. Time to make a call. Someone instantly picks up. Young Master Gao, what are your orders? Gao Peng casually asks for a rescue. Hit a little snag. Honestly, I have 0 idea where I am right now. Probably near the old city area. Can you track my location and maybe send over a few capable guys to help out? The guy on the phone treats him like absolute royalty. Young master, the second you dialed, your coordinates were already locked in. Do you need us to deploy to your exact location right this instant? He is honestly amazed by this crazy efficiency. Wow, high-tech stuff. Yeah, come over. I'll wait right here. A literal helicopter shows up in mere minutes. Our guy just stands down there waving at them. Huang Ya arrives with his elite squad. Young master, what do you need? What random stuff is our MC imagining now? They are fully decked out in matching suits. Seriously, looking like total movie villains. Hands stuffed in their pockets, radiating absolute mafia energy. Thanks for the hard work. So, how should I address you guys? The leader answers. I'm Huang Ya. We all owe our lives to President G. Now, we handle the shadowy stuff for him. So, if you ever have messy problems you can't solve out in the open, tossing them to us is your absolute best bet. One look reveals this guy is definitely dangerous. Tonight, while running an errand, I kind of stepped into some major drama. The other side definitely isn't some official legal group. This unconscious dude is probably one of their goons. Huang Ya is already pumped to work. I understand completely. Just leave them to us. Their intel network is insanely fast. Young master, big boss. This crew is definitely an underground gang that crossed over from West Chang. They've got 7 core members in total. They also brought 2 commander-tier beasts to the fight. Specifically, that's 1 mid-level white nightmare and 1 low-level night demon ready to brawl. Wow, look at these exact stats. Gao Peng decides to head out. He already knows his elite squad will crush these low-level thugs like it's an absolute walk in the park. Only 2 commander-tier monsters? Are they really that weak? I honestly thought this was some crazy dark syndicate with hundreds or even thousands of elite members. They acted so cautious, but it turns out they're just total amateurs. All right, I'll leave the rest of this mess to you guys. Huang Ya immediately barks orders to his team. They're just a pathetic mob. Don't worry, young master. All right, everyone listen up. Target, the old city zone of Yuzhou. The squad shouts back. Understood. Who knows what wild plan is cooking in his head, but right before they leave, our guy calls out. If possible, catch those 2 beasts alive and bring them to me. But obviously, safety comes first. Meanwhile, in some random village in Yuzhou, a girl sleepily asks, "Why aren't you in bed yet?" The scar-faced guy is sweating bullets. Something's wrong. Little C still hasn't reported back, and I absolutely cannot reach him on his phone. He slides under the bed in a total panic. We probably messed with someone way out of our league. Pack your stuff. We need to run right now. Oh, so he's hiding his creepy monster inside. A tiny jar. My sweet boy, with you right here, I finally feel safe. Looking left and right, he barely cracks the door, completely terrified to even step outside. Dragging his girl along, they are loaded with bags, desperately trying to bolt. The back door is clear. Move fast! Hood's up in the pitch dark, but suddenly, bam! A blinding flashlight beam hits them right in the face. They freeze in absolute terror. You two, it's way too late for a stroll. Where is he sneaking off to? He notices someone's lurking. Turns out it's just Huang A with a lamp. Everyone's in position. Squad, pay attention. Fire the tranq darts at our target, super easy job. Roger that. After the targets hit the dirt, the whole team approaches to check. The blue bottle shakes like a toy. The monster broke out and went totally wild. Not good. The white ghost nightmare is out of control. Huang A is standing right in front and isn't even sweating it, so why panic? Stay chill. Just don't let its phantom sound mess with your head. Something looking exactly like a huge horse just vaulted the wall. Look at this absolute beast. It flexes an insane aura right away, totally crushing the white ghost nightmare's power. It effortlessly stomps the monster into the dirt with a single hoof. Meanwhile, Huang A's face is completely blank. Mission accomplished, baby. He's stunned by the speed. Less than 2 hours? That is wild. Huang A stays humble, just glad he didn't fail. The system analyzes the beast. Crimson Blood Warhorse, level 32 boss tier. Status is healthy and super arrogant. Quality? Elite, obviously. Fire attribute with level 2, Sunfire. This thing evolved from a warhorse, packed with intense pure energy that completely counters evil spirits. Check it out, Young Master Cao. Then we have the White Ghost Nightmare, a level 27 boss. Status? Heavily injured and super angry. Elite quality, falling under the ghost and undead categories. Hoina really has a great eye for this stuff. Is young Master Cao interested in this infant demon? Cao Peng honestly couldn't hide his utter surprise. Infant demon, there it is again. That's its common name, totally different from the system's boring label. The guys keep chatting away happily, while the monster stands frozen, too scared to move. Leave this demon with me for a bit. I want to do some quick research on it. Big bro Hein, you worked super hard on this trip. If you're free, come check out my lab right now. Honestly, why would he ever say no? Sure thing. He looks at his beast, his mind totally spinning. Lately, the corporation released over a dozen insanely popular potions, but get this, every single one was made in Cao Peng's lab, and he is literally the only researcher working in there. I swear, you and I have to appreciate how this guy talks. Oh, my little ancestor, this dude can make you evolve, so don't throw a tantrum later. Just look at his face. You can totally tell how insanely spoiled this Crimson Blood warhorse is every single day. It makes its own rules. Poverty won't move me, wealth won't tempt me, and I will never submit to injustice. Now that is what you call a true alpha male. Now he finally realizes it's all his own fault. If only he hadn't let this horse read Lu Bu stories. Lately, from morning till night, this beast's mental state is completely unstable. It really thinks it's the legendary red hair. But honestly, the more stubborn it is, the more excited he gets. Holding the food, he tempts it. Hey, big guy, do you want to eat this? It arrogantly lifts its head. I won't fall for that. Let's see how long this horse can resist. He gently opens the lid, and a wild aroma floats out. There's honestly nothing this guy can't fix. Got a stubborn pet? Sign up for his masterclass right now. How about now, buddy? This smell is fragrant enough, right? Are its eyes literally sparkling? This! What is this? Its master is so speechless he facepalms, pretending to forget this ever happened. Zero dignity left as its tail shoots straight up, literally splitting in two from pure excitement. I want it! I want it! He's seen these pets get humbled so much that he just awkwardly chuckles. Haha, this beast is getting way too cocky. Who wants to fight me for 300 rounds? Huana quickly steps in before things get completely out of hand. All right. Calm down. I know you're hyped from evolving. I'll prep a ton of fresh herbs for you later. Watching them walk away, he sighs in awe. They really have a great bond. Jihan Dong fakes a cough to get attention. He turns to greet him. Grandpa, you're home so early today. I totally thought your meeting would run until midnight. Always carrying right off the bat. Cough, cough. Where are those beasts of yours? Have they made any progress lately? He points ahead. They are training downstairs. Perfect timing for a show. Now, you and I know they are just sparring, but it is as intense as a real death match. Da Zi and Aban are epic quality, around level 30. Not much gap between them. One goes all in on attacks with flying skills. The other tanks everything on defense, lacking flight but packing heavy crowd control webs. And as for the last one, who knows who Little Yellow's duck feet are trying to mess with next? Where did he even hide his feathers? Hands on hips, he gives a light kick that makes Adai fail to break. Still keeping it super peaceful, cooperative, and friendly. Honestly, quite a decent vibe. But wait a second. He literally morphs out a massively destructive weapon, swinging down with zero hesitation for the kill. Little Yellow instantly waddles away in total panic, screaming his lungs out, "Since when did you learn weapon morphing? Seriously, guys, this chaos never ends. You and I are watching an absolute cheat code." He's completely satisfied with his beast. Dai spent exactly 3 weeks at the slaughterhouse. He's level 39 now. Just 2 levels away from that sweet lord tier 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, Little Yellow broke through to leader tier, completely regaining his lost legendary quality from before. So honestly, having these two monsters train together is literally the most perfect setup imaginable. How could his grandpa not be stressing out? The global youth tamer competition is just 1 single week away. Right now, his current strength is barely passable to just be a judge. Just being good is absolutely not enough. Reassuring people is harder than reaching heaven. But if he wants to win the crowd and totally crush those annoying negative comments online, our guy definitely needs a Lord tier beast in his squad before this insane competition kicks off. He feels completely helpless. Look, realistically, Dai might hit level 40 by the time the tournament starts. But hitting Lord tier? He's definitely going to need a lot more time for that. Grandpa obviously sees his crazy hard work, but time just isn't on their side. Keep training hard. Oh, and by the way, White Dragon is preparing to break through tonight. Hearing that crazy news, his eyes literally start sparkling with hype. So sudden? But wait, if White Flood Dragon actually evolves, it becomes a legendary king tier. That's literally the highest beast level known to all of humanity. Instantly pumped up, his spirit is overflowing with wild energy again. He yells out, "All right, let's do this." He tells his grandpa, "I'll be your personal bodyguard tonight." Grandpa just laughs and walks away. "Ha ha ha, with your tiny bit of power, you want to guard me? Just go get some rest." Meanwhile, moonlight beautifully hits the lake. Out at the suburban lake, water suddenly explodes straight up into the air. He couldn't resist sneaking out to see the show. Thick white smoke rises over the water. Looks like the crazy evolution has started. Honestly, who could even sleep now? This is king tier, people. Startled, his eyes snap wide open in total absolute shock. Through the hazy mist, a massive divine dragon twists around. You'd be crazy not to freak out. Monster tier, level 51. Wait, level 51? Already level 51? Wasn't the big breakthrough supposed to happen tonight instead? If it already broke through, why is it screaming like that? Gaopeng is totally frozen on the spot. Did something go horribly wrong? Or does Grandpa have some sneaky backup plan? No wonder Grandpa said not to worry. Seriously, military intel works faster than a 5G network. Urgent news flashes up. Ji Hanwoo and his Flood Dragon Beast are breaking through. Repeat, the Flood Dragon Beast is breaking through right now. It's already sitting at peak. Lord tier. One more breakthrough means king tier. So what exactly are these military guys sweating over? Well, you and I are about to see. Old G is famously known around here as G Half City. Just by relying entirely on this wildly overpowered peak, Lord Beast, the powerful Southern Sky Group actually manages to keep its very special and unique independence totally intact. Even the government and our own military have to treat them with serious respect. And now, that same Flood Dragon is about to break through again. A guy with a heavy beard quickly chimes in. Yeah, that's exactly right. No matter what happens, Ji Hanwoo is still a guy from our Yujo. The brown-haired dude sitting next to him adds his 2 cents. Honestly, Ji Hanwoo is pretty decent already. At least the guy isn't completely arrogant, plus he treats our military forces with a fair amount of respect. Oh, he's super stubborn, bad-mouthing others without holding back at all. You guys just don't understand the real Ji Hanwoo. He doesn't actually respect our military. He just knows how to read the room and play it incredibly smart. Trust me, if you go dig into some of his past stories, you'll quickly realize that man is definitely not some soft-hearted boss playing nice. Who knows who started dropping insults and tearing each other down? Yeah, right. If you guys really want to go play lapdogs for rich corporate merchants, go do it yourselves. An absolute screaming match breaks out, completely unavoidable at this point. They're still aggressively pointing fingers and yelling wildly right in front of their superiors. What exactly do you mean by that? Watch your dirty mouth. What's wrong with saying that? Do you even know how the other base cities look at our Yujo military district right now? A guy in a hat asks carefully. So what's the final call here? Are we making a move or not? Another officer shouts loudly to temporarily kill the crazy tension. Seriously, what on earth are you guys even thinking right now? The monster threat outside isn't even sorted out yet, and you want to start a civil war? Keep arguing if you want. I'm out. He absolutely slams the door shut. The massive bang makes the 2 dudes in hats flinch hard. Looks like Longxing walked out first again. Unbelievable. That guy always acts so incredibly tense, just because he managed to get himself a really good beast. The commander finally shuts it down. All right, everyone, we're leaving this issue alone for now. Listen to my orders. Absolutely nobody interferes, or you face strict military punishment. After he leaves, someone actually sprints right after him. Commander, wait! He stops to see what's going on now. Can't believe he's still thinking about this. Are we sure this guy is even military? He salutes. Report, Commander. I have a brilliant idea. I know it's totally inconvenient for us to strike directly, but what if somebody else could do the dirty work for us? We can just anonymously leak the news. Surely, someone out there absolutely hates the idea of Ji Hanwoo getting a massive power breakthrough. The commander glares at him so hard his pupils basically shrink to dots. Like this insane plan would ever get approved. Fine, just go back and stop dreaming about selling military intel right now. In all of Yujo, literally nobody has the guts to mess with Ji Hanwoo. Yujo might not have anyone, but he smirks like he's already prepared. Well, that's not entirely true. High on a cliff, a monstrous tiger stands, intensely excited about this incredibly rare prey. That sneaky human didn't lie to me after all. All right, guys, get this. A flood dragon is totally about to break through. Monsters with dragon blood are basically super supplements for our guy. Could it be a trap? Or maybe a wild gamble? Those rainbow horns flash, and he just straight up dives in to check the screaming situation. It is definitely still breaking through right now. Whatever, let us just go. No way he is missing this chance. Bam! Total surprise awaits in the empty clearing as the dragon head smoothly sends 2 crazy streams of blood shooting straight up. Is that tiger even alive? A massive white dragon shows up, casually lifting the beast with just a few claws. Meanwhile, our clueless guy is busy celebrating, happily holding up a cake with the number 100 on it. He is totally vibing and partying with his pet beast. Cut to Grandpa, who is on a serious call with his crew. Little 2, my side is handled. How about yours? Uncle 2 pops up on the projector, looking super intense while breaking down the situation with cryptic hints. Did the security squad guys stumble onto something massive or what? The company did a purge before, but some cowardly rats definitely survived the sweep. Perfect time to trash them all again. Sure enough, right on schedule. The second you show a tiny bit of weakness, those little demons get way too impatient and jump straight out of the shadows. Grandpa feels way better having competent underlings handling the dirty work. Time to move out. Mission accepted. Yes, sir. Over at the corporate tech building, the swagger perfectly matches their completely jacked physiques. A blue-haired dude calls out to his boss. Director 2 wants to see exactly who dares to block their path. Boss. The door is locked tight. No sweat, though. The pet beast has got it covered. Sharing its owner's exact intense vibe, Golden takes the order with a fiercely stretched face. Charge! Absolutely nothing stops this beast. Its pure strength shatters concrete, let alone a wooden door. Rocking a red scarf, it violently busts in. Hiding another beast behind the door? Such low-level tricks. Eyes flashing brighter than car headlights, it instantly gifts the enemy a brutal palm strike to the gut, sending it straight back to dirt. Uncle Two does not even lift a single finger to finish the job. Little Wang, grab the boys and storm the place right now. The blue-haired subordinate violently tears through the cabinets. Captain, tons of files are missing. Another tech guy delivers worse news. Captain, all the data on the computer has been completely wiped clean too. Flexing those crazy bulging muscles, it totally earns the right to be arrogant. Standing tall, it awaits orders. Golden, drag our lovely director Zhao out here right this second. It activates an insane visual scanner right from its eyes. Squeak, squeak. What in the world is happening now? A girl screams and ducks for cover as it unexpectedly attacks, completely trashing the entire room into total chaos. Ah, the guy in black clutches a fat stack of documents, rushing to his car to escape. His mouth is just non-stop cursing up a storm. So annoying! Guang Yi sits in his car, nursing a massive headache because everything completely backfired. Why bite the hand that feeds you? That stupid annoying tiger actually failed the mission. It straight up refused to sign a blood contract with him, even after taking all those expensive gifts. The whole entire plan was a total bust. Who knew old man Ji Dong was hiding a trump card? That flood dragon probably evolved ages ago, but totally faked being stuck without a breakthrough. He thought it was the perfect escape route, holding in his boiling rage. But whatever, he still snagged plenty of juicy internal documents from the South Heaven Group. If he just delivers these to the Heaven Group, they will definitely make him a vice director at least. Such a shame he is the tech director here. Yet he does not even have the proper clearance for South Heaven Group's deepest technical secrets. That completely paranoid dog, surnamed G, actually trusts absolutely nobody. He literally guards against everyone, which is just ridiculously frustrating and totally hateful. The car flies past the boom gate the exact second it lifts. The driver is clearly losing his mind. But honestly, you guys, what is that pathetic car speed compared to Golden? The beast is practically dripping with killer intent as it suddenly flashes right out in front of him. It charges head-on at literal light speed, leaving the dude completely terrified. Nobody could predict this mind-blowing scene. It actually uses two bare hands to lift the entire speeding car high into the air like a cheap toy model. Zero wasted movements from this beast. With a permanently furious tiger face, it aggressively slams the car straight down. Let us see you try to resist now. Windows completely shatter into pieces. Golden violently flashes two massive buck teeth right at Guang Yi's terrified face. He is literally stuck upside down in his car seat. Meanwhile, our boy on the other side finally pitches his absolute genius new idea. Grandpa! While I was helping Captain Huang upgrade his beast, I just got this totally insane new inspiration. It is a brand new potion formula. It can wildly boost a pet beast's endurance and explosive burst power. Right here is the specific data for it. Ji Dong is super thrilled to see this. Oh, not bad. Truly not bad. Uncle Two quickly arrives at Boss G's room. His daughter is super confused how he got here right after being assigned a mission. Standing up, the old man happily claps Uncle Two right on the shoulder. I actually called him over here. Little Pung, this absolute legend is Tu He Di, son of Old Two and my most capable right-hand man. Quickly call him Uncle Two. Getting politely greeted makes Uncle Two smile awkwardly, totally unused to it. Hello, Uncle Two. Even with a literal gangster physique, his pure loyalty and humility are totally worth learning from. Boss G is surely joking. Young Master Gao is a total genius my father constantly praises. How could I ever accept being called uncle? Our guy literally cannot find the words to judge this. Looking at him, it is like his family's normal genes completely vanished. Tu He Dai, the fierce security director of South Heaven Group. I have heard the grand name, just never met the actual guy before, but Old Tu and Tu Qingji look so elegant and polite. Completely different vibes from this extremely buff director too. He turns his attention to Golden, seeing its insanely over-the-top power. It ruthlessly slammed Guang Yi straight into the dirt. Honestly, compared to humans, pet beasts are way more fascinating. That kangaroo look is actually pretty cute when it stares at him. How long do you even have to hit the gym to get a crazy jacked body like that? The system instantly scans and provides everything it can see. Monster designation. Check out this dazzling golden boxing kangaroo. Level 40 monster, perfect quality. It has a level 2 superhuman sixth sense and a light attribute. Right now, completely healthy and super hyper. Basically, this beast is a kangaroo obsessed with kickboxing and building massive muscles. Seriously, after a ton of brutal training and stuffing its face with high-quality protein, this thing just keeps getting more and more insanely ripped. Thanks to all that crazy training and some serious natural talent, Its sixth sense is way beyond your average monster. Our guy is absolutely blown away by these ultra-rare stats. His brain is working in overdrive right now, analyzing every single detail like a mad scientist. A superhuman sixth sense? Honestly, that is a wild ability he has never seen before today. So this massive enhancement boosts everything? We are talking about sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and even that crazy sixth sense for detecting hidden danger in the pitch black. Can all of that really get leveled up? For a regular monster, that might actually be pretty useless. But for a beast relying purely on kickboxing like our golden champion here, it is an absolute game changer. Oddly enough, this kangaroo acts exactly like a clone of his uncle. The second it catches our guy staring, it flashes the brightest, goofiest smile ever, showing off two massive buck teeth. Classic. If this thing actually knew we were praising it, its ego would skyrocket. Is it a rule that longer monster names mean crazier power levels? Grandpa usually keeps completely quiet, but if he actually gets mad, everyone is getting roasted. He definitely passed down that edgy hands and pockets energy to our boy here. Kwang-ook. Back when your dad racked up a massive 3 million debt, I paid it. I spent all these years grooming you like a trusted son. How have I ever mistreated you? The guy is literally kneeling on the floor right now, stuttering in absolute terror at Grandpa. Chairman G, please listen. You have never mistreated me. Grandpa is radiating that pure, terrifying boss energy right now. If you want to keep a secret, just do not do it. Grandpa already holds every single one of this guy's dirty deeds. Humans always chase power. Water always flows down. You clearly have your own big ambitions. Quitting is completely fine, but stealing our highly classified internal documents, trying to sell us out for cash to our biggest rival, the Galaxy Group, now he is frantically smashing his head on the floor, crying for the chairman. Please just give me one more chance. Grandpa completely ignores the pathetic crying. Instead, he just turns around and casually calls out for Xiao Peng. This right here is the ultimate pop quiz. It happens so fast our guy is practically speechless. If this was your call, how would you handle it? A second later, he drops a cold, ruthless answer. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Grandpa looks pretty satisfied with that brutal answer. Honestly, he already knew exactly what he was going to do. Not a bad mindset at all. Back in peaceful times, you and I would just call the cops. But this is the new world now. That pure, ruthless boss energy is exactly how he built his whole empire. Clean up this mess completely. Tell the press he died in a tragic lab accident. Give his family a double pension. Fourth uncle does not miss a single beat, instantly dragging the screaming traitor out of the room. Yes, sir. Regret is pretty useless for the guy right now. Chairman, please spare me. I messed up. Young Master Tao, please help. Please, look at all my years serving the Southern Heaven Group. Meanwhile, the white dragon is literally just chilling in the pool, splashing its tail with a gorgeous mountain view. Grandpa notices our boy is still looking a bit stressed out. Still thinking about that brutal execution earlier? Honestly, Cao Peng has his own opinions here. He is way too mature for his actual age. Letting a top executive hand our secrets to the enemy? If we do not handle that fast and hard, what kind of message does that send to everyone else? He just stares out at the white dragon right now. He is flipping the whole situation around perfectly. Will everyone else think they can try it too? Thinking a simple apology works if they get caught? We cannot set that terrible precedent. Grandpa was his rock during a seriously rough childhood. And let us be real, who would not want the absolute best for their favorite grandson? Honestly, deep down, Grandpa was hoping our boy would never have to deal with this incredibly dark side of the business. But the heir to his empire cannot be protected like some fragile little greenhouse flower. He gives his grandpa a super warm look. Do not worry, I get it perfectly. Right in the middle of this sweet moment, they both freeze in utter confusion. The dragon just casually swats something flying across the yard with its giant tail. Looks like someone tried playing with the big boss and instantly regretted it. Grandpa is completely speechless at this absolute chaos. Cough, cough. The white dragon has been partying way too hard lately, and honestly, it is totally out of control right now. Perfect timing, actually. I sent it out to hunt some high-level monsters to help upgrade that little skeleton of yours. The dragon proudly lifts its massive head like an absolute king. Our boy totally agrees. Guess we owe the dragon, because Dai is literally one tiny step away from a massive level up. Meanwhile, planes are cruising through the sky. Cut to a few days later at the massive Imperial Capital Airport, the tournament team finally meets up, completely hyping each other up for a guaranteed win. Junior June, you better pop off at this youth tournament. We need to show everyone exactly what Duzhou University is made of. What do you mean just do well? Our girl is totally securing the top 3. You got this, Junior. Suddenly, a girl with shoulder-length hair spots our boy already waiting right there. Wait, is that actually Cao Peng over there? The gossip instantly starts up. Her pink-haired friend just lets out a super heavy sigh. Oh wow, that actually is Cao Peng. What is he even doing at the airport? The girl with shoulder-length hair is extremely confused right now. Seriously, why is he randomly hanging around here? I swear he completely dropped out of the Global Youth Beastmaster tournament on his own. Another dude in a blue shirt immediately starts wildly guessing. Did he finally regret it and just wants to watch from the sidelines? He casually checks his phone. Grandpa promised a special VIP pickup in the capital. The pink-haired girl just looks totally bummed out. Man, it is such a massive tragedy he is not entering the global tournament. If he joined, our Dujo University would easily have a stacked 3-player roster. The guy in blue is absolutely raging right now. I heard the Imperial Capital University is bringing 3 super elite players. They are being so insanely arrogant about it. Every day they are flexing on the forums, bragging that they will completely sweep the top 3 spots. The girl suddenly freaks out. Guys, you and I need to look at this right now. 10 luxury alliance cars just pulled up. Is some massive boss from another city visiting the capital? Cao Peng barely even glances over, keeping that absolute bad boy energy. Who is that? Just picking him up, but they had to be extra. Scared people will not know they are rich? He sees a guy in a black suit, flash a smile, and freezes. Hold up, why does this feel like a massive trap? The guide bows low. Young Master Gao, please get in. But our guy literally could not care less. He is just like, hold your horses, I need to go grab my familiar first. But these guys are super prepared. They already handled it, so he can totally chill. The suit's already tossed his familiar into a different ride. If our dude is cool with that setup, they are finally ready to hit the road. He is just standing there thinking, did my grandpa not literally tell me to keep a low profile? Meanwhile, his split hair buddy is absolutely losing it. Gao Peng has this kind of crazy background? His pink-haired friend just freezes. The VIP they are picking up is Gao Peng. His buddy in blue is just frozen. Did they not say his parents died super early? Anyway, our guy just casually strolls right into a private room. He drops a totally casual greeting. Hello, Mr. Chu. The middle-aged guy in the chair is Chu Tianmin, one of the 12 elders of the Familiar Alliance and an ex-chairman. He thinks our boy is awesome, calling him a total teenage legend. He says he is way too young, basically the same age as the competitors, right? Gao Peng is just awkwardly standing there, like not just the same age, I literally dropped out of the tournament. Mr. Chu is clearly annoyed and just lays it all out. Honestly, about you becoming a referee, both me and your grandpa Ye are completely on board with it. But that boomer Ping Xiang from Hongguo totally hates the idea. He does not trust a teenager to have real skills and wants some boring old referee instead. Our guy is just spacing out. Ping Xiang is also one of the 12 big boss elders. Chu trusts our dude blindly, but drama happens when everyone has different opinions. It totally ruined the original plan and wasted massive time. Exactly. Because of that, you basically did not even need a test. Me and your grandpa go way back. How could I possibly not trust the guy? But some haters are looking for trouble. So we unfortunately have to put you through a little hassle. So right now, I am taking you to get tested. We are going to officially force those annoying haters to shut their mouths. Like our guy is ever scared of anything. Fine. Following Mr. Chu, he brings his absolute strongest familiar straight to the training hall. And boom, they are here. A girl stops her intense training and looks over. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Mr. Chu introduces her. This is my granddaughter, Chu Mengmeng. She is a junior at the Imperial Capital University, so she is exactly 2 grades above you. He then drops some extra lore. You have to call this guy your little brother. He is the grandson of Old Man Ji. Wait, Old Man Ji from Yuzhou? Mr. Chu clearly thinks this kid is a massive deal. Yep, do not let his age fool you. He came all the way here just to be in the World Youth Familiar Tournament. And get this, he is a referee. Meng Meng is totally confused. A referee? So young? Mr. Chu strides right in. He does not want to waste a single second before flexing on those snobby haters. Just because he is young, some crusty boomers have opinions. So, we simply need a quick side test to prove Little Peng's epic familiar strength. Alright, Little Peng, the testing room is right inside. He is already trying to speedrun this whole thing just to completely silence the haters. I remember Old Man G saying you have 6 familiars, right? Especially at your crazy age. Just having 3 boss tier monsters makes you a super rare genius. So honestly, if you even have 2 boss tiers, I can pull some strings for you. He pushes up his glasses like some anime detective, looking more confident than ever. Mr. Chu, if that is the case, we do not even need a test. Ah Dai, rocking an edgy black cloak right behind him, show Mr. Chu your stuff. Absolutely stylish. Why even wear it just to look edgy if you are taking it off? Mr. Chu literally screams at the sight. Hold on, what is this? I cannot believe Ah Dai actually reached this insane realm. The system interface instantly flashes with crazy updates. Monster name, the terrifying Bone Tyrant. Monster level is at 41, landing straight in the Lord tier. Monster quality is straight up epic tier. As for abilities, it has Hardened Bone level 3 and Undead Control level 2. Monster traits include Blood, Demon Heart, and Undead Flame, while its biggest weakness is Holy type attacks. It literally has the clearest visual signs ever. A Lord tier aura ring. Your undead familiar is actually a freaking Lord tier monster. Our boy scratches his head, acting totally humble. Just pure luck. All the credit goes to my grandpa. Meanwhile, Meng Meng instantly starts comparing herself to this guy. Like, she has been training familiars for over 3 years, but her strongest is barely at the late boss tier. A Lord tier could literally guard a small base city by itself. Mr. Chu is practically glowing with absolute pride right now. You little brat, you were hiding your power level this deeply? Ha ha ha, I seriously cannot wait to see the looks on those haters' faces now. We are totally in for a spectacular show this time. The camera instantly cuts to a massive, beautifully lit arena. Welcome to the legendary World Youth Familiar Tournament. The second the host starts speaking, the hyped-up fans go absolutely wild. Hello everyone, reporter Han Yun from Southwest Satellite TV, reporting live directly to all of you. This is the official arena for the youth tournament. We are still an hour away from the battles, but the atmosphere right now is already insanely hype. Another blonde reporter is literally chasing athletes straight off their transport bus. Hey, I am your reporter from Mado Satellite TV. The stadium has officially entered its final maintenance phase. With just half an hour left on the clock, our elite contestants are finally marching onto the field. The giant digital scoreboard clearly lights up at exactly 8 o'clock. A super professional purple-haired host takes the mic, completely dripping with confidence and smooth-talking swagger. She beams at the camera. Hello, everyone watching out there. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the very first World Youth Familiar Tournament. That is right, you and I are witnessing history right now, because this is the first ever global tournament of its kind. It is also the very first time all the top rookie familiar trainers from around the entire globe get to clash and interact. I am totally sure that absolutely everyone is just dying of excitement right now. Alright, you and I are diving into the absolute madness of this tournament. Here are the basic rules for the upcoming carnage. We have a grand total of 64 players ready to brawl. The loudspeakers keep blaring the format. Round 1 is brutal, half the roster gets wiped, leaving exactly 32 survivors advancing. Round 2 slices that down to 16 players, and they just keep dropping until only the absolute strongest freak of nature remains standing. The tournament is about to start. Meanwhile, Han Lei sits in the room, literally sweating bullets. Are you guys feeling nervous right now? The dude's panic quickly turns into pure rage. So what if he was just a replacement? Stepping up as the substitute takes real skill too. Just wait and see. He definitely didn't waste his last 3 months of training for absolutely nothing. He swears to make every single hater drop their jaws. Han Lei firmly believes he is second to none. He is absolutely not just Gao Peng's pathetic stand-in. And look at that, our edgy boy gets to show off right in the very first match. Alright folks, the lottery results are officially up on the big screen. The very first match of round 1, we have Huasha's own Han Lei facing off against Lucas from the Britain district. Hearing the host hype him up, Han Lei struts in with his beast, flexing hard. Oh yeah, soak it in, buddy. A massive crowd is staring right at him now, but his spotlight vanishes instantly. Next up, Lucas steps into the arena, and the crowd absolutely loses their minds for the new guy. Fans are screaming, "Lucas, I love you. You are so incredibly handsome." Lucas gives a super friendly wave and says thanks. Meanwhile, Han Lei is literally fuming with intense jealousy. He curses the stuck-up pretty boy, desperately trying to convince himself that Lucas is just slightly better looking than him. The final VIP finally steps out as the hyped host screams the big introduction. Up next is the absolute youngest among the 3 elite referees for this entire massive tournament. Han Lei was just trash-talking him, but now he is completely panicking. Wait, what? How could it be him? Usually, this rich kid keeps a low profile, but dressed up in a sharp red vest, Gao Peng looks absolutely flawless. The entire audience is having a massive existential crisis right now. This kid is the referee? Sure, they said youngest, but this is honestly ridiculous. If you told us he was just another player, we would totally believe it. A sharp-eyed cheerleader points him out. Wait, that is actually Gao Peng. How could they not be shocked? A name might be a coincidence, but that handsome face definitely isn't. Turns out, Han Lei's dad is watching the live broadcast right now. Terrified his precious son is going to get targeted for revenge, the head of the Han family frantically tries to fix this mess. That little brat, didn't he accept our bribe and drop out of the tournament? Becoming a referee requires serious background, not just strength. Was all our intel completely wrong? This Gao Peng is playing some insanely deep mind games. What in the world should we do now? What if he secretly ruins my precious little Lei? Mayor Han immediately tries to use the classic backdoor. Get me Manager Chen from the Beast Alliance on the phone, right now. The phone call connects immediately. Mayor Han is sounding super desperate, terrified that he is already entirely too late. Manager Chen, listen, can you please help me get in contact with Gao Peng? But the plot twists even harder. The blunt response gives zero respect to the mayor. Haha. Mr. Gao is busy acting as the head referee right now, so he is untouchable. He instantly silences the chaotic crowd before casually introducing his cool self. Quiet down. I am indeed one of the official referees for this huge tournament. And yes, I am only 18 years old. The crowd completely ignores the battling beasts, loudly doubting this crazy kid's actual strength. Did he just say only 18 years old? The minimum age for a blood contract is literally 18. How does this random kid get to be a referee? This is rigged, absolute cheating. Too handsome and way too cool. He just snaps his fingers, summoning a legendary Lord-tier beast out of absolutely nowhere. Dazi crashes down from the sky. Obviously, it cannot let its master lose face. Show them your power, but control the range and do not hurt anybody. Just a tiny flex of its wild aura instantly makes the opposing beasts tremble in pure terror before the match even begins. Wait, is that a Lord-tier aura? Gao Peng's beast is literally a Lord-tier. He smoothly shoves his hands into his pockets. Does anybody still have a problem? Is anyone brave enough to question my qualifications right now? The whole crowd pulls an instant flip from hating to pure worship. Absolutely terrifying. He is only 18, and he already controls a freaking Lord-tier beast. Is this guy using cheat codes? No wonder they invited him as a referee. If he competed, every other player would get totally demolished. The tournament organizers are seriously big-brained. Hey, weren't you the same guy screaming about cheating just a second ago? Wow, you flip sides really fast. He repeats the rules one more time just to shut them up. The battle strictly stays inside this arena. Leaving the bounds is forbidden, but absolutely any combat method is totally allowed. Use any crazy combat skills. You are strictly forbidden from directly attacking the opposing player. The match immediately ends the second a beast loses combat ability or someone decides to surrender to save their life. Please step right into the command zone. He aggressively drops his hand down, officially starting the very first match. Instantly, Han Lei's heavy bull recklessly charges straight into a squishy slime monster. Gao Peng predicts the match perfectly like an absolute god. He still deeply regrets being stuck in this completely different position. Wait, is the winner already decided? How totally boring. Such a huge shame that referees are strictly banned from placing bets. His overpowered system easily scans it. Monster name, White Bone Giant Rhino. Level 27, Elite Tier. Undead and bone attributes. It is fully healthy and super aggressive, but its critical weakness is holy magic. Did it really think it could hide from his cheat-like eyes? Sure, at first glance, the giant bone rhino totally seems to have the absolute level advantage, physically suppressing the squishy slime monster right into the dirt. Now, here is where you and I really need to pay attention. Let's check out Lucas's monster next. Swamp Slime, level 26, elite tier, rocking earth and mud attributes. It looks completely healthy but terrified. Weak against wood and water elements. With his insane knowledge, Gao Peng instantly spots the giant rhino's fatal flaw. His system blares a warning. The slime has a level 2 sticky skill. Unless completely blasted apart, it is totally immune to all physical damage. The rhino thought it was securing an easy win, but now the heavy idiot is completely trapped inside the swamp beast. Even though the giant bone rhino is an undead type, it completely failed to awaken any awesome undead magic. It can only rely on its insanely hard, iron-like body to fight. So, elementally speaking, this poor guy is getting totally hard-countered right now. Han Lei is completely panicking now. He studied the wrong intel, and his entire plan is ruined. Damn it. His secret intel clearly stated that this guy's beast was a mighty silverback giant ape. Why the heck did it suddenly transform into a squishy swamp slime? Watching his monster completely fail to attack the enemy, he furiously screams out right in front of the massive crowd. You stupid beast. Hurry up and move! Finally, realizing it cannot swallow the giant rhino, the squishy slime just spits it right back out. Oh, it finally escaped. The crowd's totally shocked expressions are making this incredibly entertaining. Everyone, look over there. Did you actually think the slime would just let it go? Han Lei's huge bull desperately tries to sprint away, but with its massive body, it is completely useless. Oh great, the slime is chasing again. Total grandpa move, putting the monster in a totally brutal spot. Ah, die. If you had to fight that squishy slime, what would be your game plan, man? His answer is brutal. Chop it up. Our guy just walks over to Han Lei, hands behind his back, already knowing exactly how this train wreck ends. Looks like buddy Han Lei is about to get completely wrecked out of the match. What a massive shame. The big beast literally shivers as the system drops a spicy update. Monster health status right now. Medium damage taken. Time to stroll over and drop some epic sarcasm. So, you ready to wave that white flag yet? Honestly, your performance was pretty solid out there. You were just massively lacking in the good luck department today. Let us just hope this massive fail does not give you nightmares forever. The dude totally projects his own toxic vibe onto him. Surrender my foot. I am not losing this. You punk, are you just jealous that I am competing? Trying to play me right now? Not letting this clown run his mouth, our guy instantly claps right back at him. Oh, please, give me a break. I am literally the referee for this match. Do you honestly think I would risk my own awesome reputation just to target a nobody like you? That would be absolutely brain dead. Watching this disaster unfold, and the dude is still completely blind to reality, I am literally just trying to do you a solid favor. You and I know it is better to quit while you are ahead. That swamp slime is literally melting your beast into soup right now. Losing is 100% guaranteed. If you tap out right this second, your pet could actually bounce back. But if you keep acting tough, well, the big guy just completely collapses, getting painfully melted down bit by bit. Current monster status, critical damage. Han Lei stubbornly pushes our guy away, screaming like a total maniac. Get out of my way, giant bone rhino, get up right now. Just absolutely pathetic to watch this mess. Wow, still not quitting? The massive beast suddenly opens its eyes, using every last drop of its strength to struggle back up. Shaking like crazy, it weakly groans out, "Master, I am standing up." The dude completely loses his mind, treating his beast like absolute garbage. What are you just staring at? Go crush it right now. I absolutely have to win this thing. Its entire body is literally melting from the acid, practically begging for mercy. Master, please. But this toxic loser is not listening at all. He is risking literally everything just to look cool. Stop dragging your feet and attack. Our guy just watches from behind, thinking, man, this beast is actually built totally different, holding on to some insane willpower. But stuck with a trash master like him, you definitely picked the worst teammate ever. The beast forces out one last epic burst of power. The arena turns into pure chaos, dust and rocks exploding everywhere. It charges so fast it leaves our referee completely stunned on the spot. Wait, what? Insane. It shoves the slime right onto its head and rams straight into the arena wall like a complete madman. The impact snaps its horn and blasts a huge hole in the stone. That ultra-tough defense wall is supposed to tank massive boss attacks, and it just got absolutely wrecked. The system starts aggressively flashing red. Monster status is critically dying, warning alarms going off, demanding some serious emergency heals right away. Our guy is still processing the madness. Was that completely unhinged attack actually the beast's final desperate move? He quickly jumps on the radio to announce the crazy results to the control room. Competitor Han's beast has been down in the dirt for over 30 seconds, so I am officially calling it. The winner of this absolute mess is Lucas. The massive beast is violently shaking, whispering for its master. And what does this absolute clown do? He literally just turns his back and calls it trash. If you die, whatever. I will just ask Dad for a stronger beast. Meanwhile, Lucas walks over for a totally classy handshake, saying huge congrats on the win. Seriously, good guys always have the best vibes. Then Lucas politely asks, "Big thanks, man. Is that poor beast going to survive? That Han guy is seriously pure evil for just abandoning his own partner like that. But hey, with our awesome referee here, there is zero need to panic. Relax, we will totally handle everything from here." Right before the epic beast finally fades out, our guy kneels down, giving it one last comforting pat. "You were a totally awesome beast. It is just a tragedy your master was absolute garbage." Watching its fierce eyes finally go dark is heavy stuff. And get this, after just half a day on the job, our badass referee goes super viral online, becoming the absolute biggest star of the entire tournament. Meet the legend, 11th seed from the Huaxia zone, who casually dropped out of competing. 18 years old, flexing as a referee with a crazy boss tier beast. Seems he just keeps bumping into local legends at work. Next up, we have got the absolute #1 boss from Huaxia Yu Luo. Time for some epic system stats. Say hello to the Black Scale Tiger. This bad boy is rocking perfect quality at a whopping level 32. It is fully loaded with Dark-type energy, featuring level 1 Titanium Hard Scales and 0 Chill Dark Element Mastery. Plus, its special Dark Pupil trait gives it broken passive skills. Passive 1 drops night vision goggles on its eyes, letting it see creepy ghost spirits and totally sense all the edgy dark magic floating around the arena. Passive skill 2 is just unfair. Anyone caught in its epic glare gets dragged into complete darkness, totally blinding their vision like a horrible horror game. But do not blink, because stepping up with some massive confidence of his own is the absolute top dog from the England zone. Make some noise for competitor Brown. The system is literally sweating from scanning all these epic beasts today. Introducing the super creepy Wailing Snake Tree. Flexing epic rarity at level 30, it rocks some insane wood vibes. Monster skills include level 2 crazy flexible climbing and level 1 enhanced regeneration to brush off damage. And for its killer special traits, gnarly acid sacs. Passive 1 is absolutely wild. Those gross sacs automatically brew up ultra-corrosive acid that it actually blasts right out of its mutated throat, totally melting its enemies on the spot. Then there is Passive 2, where any poor victim that gets squeezed and swallowed whole generates an even more insane amount of acid juice. And just wait until you see Passive 3. Okay, check this out. If that acid sits in the acid sac for way too long without being used, it actually brews up some insanely overpowered special buffs. We are talking about massively boosted corrosion, or maybe even a paralyzing numbness effect. Classic monster logic right there, honestly. Fire types. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, arguing, finally putting all their bets on one guy. It is the top dog of Huaxia versus England's absolute best. Obviously, everyone thinks Yuluo has this in the bag. But hey, Brown is no joke either. He is England's #1 for a reason. He steps right between the two massive beasts. I officially declare. The match officially starts. Crazy enough, just by glancing at a few quick system pop-ups, our boy completely breaks down the stats like an absolute genius. The Black Scale Tiger is 2 full levels higher, but its quality rank completely loses out to the Wailing Snake tree. So, that 2-level gap? Perfectly cancelled out by the higher quality tier. Honestly, making them dead even. If anything, the tree might actually hit a little harder. Neither of their elemental types really counters the other. Plus, the Black Scale Tiger's special ability does practically 0 damage to that massive Wailing Snake tree. The tiger gets basically 0 buffs here, while the tree's wild, corrosive monster trait covers a ridiculously massive attack zone. Just because it is completely silent does not mean it is brainless. But at the end of the day, that giant Wailing Snake tree is still just a plant-type beast. And the biggest, most obvious flaw with plant-type beasts? Their movement speed is absolute garbage. Honestly, this epic showdown is a total 50-50 coin toss. I mean, how does a literal plant beat a wild animal? Boom, the Black Scale Tiger charges first, letting out a massive, terrifying roar. Its eyes go glowing red, radiating insane amounts of power. Looking super cocky, it unleashes its absolute strongest move to completely crush the enemy. The tiger literally spawns this pitch-black shadow zone to blind everyone. But wait, that whole flashy move? Completely useless. Plants literally do not have eyes. Pitch black or broad daylight, it makes 0 difference to them. The Wailing Snake tree uses biological tracking waves to lock onto targets, not vision. Suddenly, massive vines start whipping around like absolute crazy, smashing everything. The tiger is totally shocked that a freaking tree ignored its epic darkness domain. Now it is completely trapped, can't even dodge, and just gets hilariously smacked right on the butt. Going absolutely feral, it bites hard into the tree trunk. Meanwhile, Yu Luo is completely clueless, celebrating way too early. He thinks the vines are too weak to break defense, assuming it is an easy win. But our boy Gao Peng is just watching from the sidelines, his genius brain doing the math. An easy win? Yeah, right. Sure. Those creepy snake vines do not pack a massive physical punch. But that dripping acid on the vines, that insane corrosive effect is the real lethal weapon here. Thanks to the system specs, we see the tiger's status lightly injured, heavily corroded, and rapidly getting worse. Getting totally wrapped up and dragged deep inside, the black tiger thrashes around like crazy. But fighting back just makes those nasty vines squeeze even tighter. This Wailing Snake tree is seriously no joke. Its stats are whatever, but its cold patience? Absolutely terrifying. It sits there waiting like a totally ruthless, veteran serial hunter. It literally baited the tiger into attacking its own body. Then, drop by drop, it just melts the enemy with acid. Game over, folks. The poor beast's leg is completely melted by the plant's acid. It still wants to fight, but its owner cannot watch anymore. He immediately throws up his hand, screaming to stop. That is it. I surrender. Ahoo. Stop fighting, we are going home. But first, he walks straight over to Brown. Hey, congratulations, man. Contestant Brown, you absolutely crushed it and won this entire epic match. Brown has actually respected this guy for ages. He says, you are seriously strong, but I definitely want a real rematch with you someday. Gao Peng has that wild fighter's pride. His reckless confidence is just totally unmatched. He smirks, I will try to let you lose with some dignity. Brown just nods, totally dead serious. I will give it everything. He happily turns around and walks off. Later, our boy just stands there totally dumbfounded. What the heck is he trying for? Meanwhile, Yu Luo drags his beaten beast away. I knew it. Ahoo, you are totally pissed too, right? But fighting anymore was just suicide. That mutant tree can literally regenerate, and you cannot heal yourself. Suddenly, someone calls out from far away. Hold up. The guy snarls, if you are just here to offer fake pity, skip it. But Gao Peng, he only moves when there is cold, hard profit involved. I don't have time to hold your hand, he says smoothly. Your mom runs the Blood Shadow Hunter squad, right? I've got a seriously huge business deal for her. Oh, and by the way, do you even know why you actually lost to Brown today? Yu Luo awkwardly scratches his head. I guess my battle experience was just garbage. My tiger got way too emotional. Next time, I need to research that stupid snake tree's hidden specs before rushing in. Wrong. His wailing ards to Snake Tree is literally an epic tier beast. Meanwhile, your black scale tiger, it is barely sitting at a basic perfect tier quality. That is a massive difference. His mind is completely blown. Epic tier? Wow, no wonder that madman actually dared to bring a super slow plant beast into a professional arena. First off, plant monsters have basically 0 mobility to begin with. Against any beast with ranged snipes, they literally turn into helpless punching bags. And do not even get me started on facing fire types, it is an instant death sentence. Slapping his shoulder, our guy drops the absolute truth bomb. If your tiger was epic tier, it would have ripped those vines to shreds in seconds. That creepy tree could not have done a single thing to stop you. All right, you and I are diving right into the madness. He casually offered to evolve that black-scaled tiger to the next level right after the match ends. The other guy is completely clueless. Evolving Ahu to epic quality? Just who on earth is this Gao Peng kid anyway? Gao Peng grabs some water while referee Lee is glued to his phone in the World Youth Tournament waiting room. Referee Lee is basically terminally online. He tells Gao Peng the internet is blowing up over yesterday's news. Our boy is officially trending hard. Gao Peng couldn't care less about this useless clout. He brushes it off. Internet fame is cheap, and they will definitely forget him by tomorrow. Referee Guo checks the tournament bracket. 32 players left in round 2, and the Huaxia district barely makes up a quarter. Referee Lee nods, matching the vibe in the crowd. The survival rate is definitely way lower than most people expected, but honestly, nobody is actually surprised by this. Southeast Asia and Africa might be economically behind since the disaster, but their environments are absolute monster havens. Naturally, their beast tamers are ridiculously overpowered. There is no need to frown about it, but let's just say their methods are completely ruthless. Referee Guo explains it perfectly. Being from Kunzhou near the border, he knows their insane training methods. It is basically raising goo. Gao Peng asks what that means. He drops some absolutely chilling lore about the kids over in the Southeast Asia region after the World Alliance formed. The early cataclysm caused massive casualties, leaving thousands of poor orphans. The government rounded them all up and threw them directly into brutal, militarized training camps. Once they hit 18, they are handed a monster and tossed right into the most savage deathmatch imaginable. Picture this, a mountain of battered bodies with the winner standing on top. Only the absolute strongest survive. The rest are basically just cannon fodder. Just hearing this sends shivers down your spine. Referee Lee agrees even in this crazy apocalypse era, that level of cruelty is crossing a huge line. These kids are treated like literal toys by the rich elites, forced to tear each other apart like bugs just for corporate profit. The absolute beasts who survive this nightmare get snapped up instantly by massive corporations and noble families. Overnight, they get money, status, and whatever else they want. But honestly, if this brutal path never existed, these orphans wouldn't even survive the apocalypse. It is really hard to judge them. Gao Peng gets lost in deep thought. Orphans, huh? Now, you and I know Gao Peng is cooking up something. Could his company run a gentler training camp? He can easily upgrade beast quality for these kids anyway. It would actually give them a real lifeline in this apocalypse. Meanwhile, Dazi the centipede is totally relaxing, sunbathing on the grass until Gao Peng yells. The bug frantically looks around but sees absolutely nobody. Gao Peng is here? Wait, where? It completely forgot Gao Peng uses a tiny fist-sized tracking robot. You really cannot underestimate the absolute power of modern technology. Gao Peng totally caught him. Remote training comes with shock punishments. The exact moment you started slacking off, he knew. He gave his pet a chance to repent, but it pushed its luck. Now, every hour of slacking equals 1,000 times more training. Dazi stammers in panic. Let me explain. But Gao Peng just screams right back. I can literally see your every single move on camera. What is there to explain? The strict master leaves it totally speechless. It just stammers, oh. Time to desperately play the emotional card. It somehow bends its antennae into a perfect heart. Love you most. But Gao Peng is completely immune to this ridiculous strategy. Haha. You think that cheap trick works on me? The bug keeps whining, Gao Peng. Gao Peng is the very best. He acts tough but totally cares. No, next time. Referee Guo is completely speechless, while Referee Lee freezes before shrugging geniuses always have the weirdest hobbies. Suddenly, a blonde senior steps right up to Gao Peng, asking if he wants a free piece of advice. He calls him Little Peng. Gao Peng turns around, totally confused. The guy mentions 8 Huaxia players entered round 2, but 3 already lost in matches Gao Peng refereed. Gao Peng just stares blankly and asks, so what? The guy scoffs, seems he really has not noticed. Right now, it is nothing. But if more Huaxia players keep getting eliminated in his matches, things are going to get super messy. He speaks in riddles, beating around the bush in the most incredibly annoying way possible. Losers love finding wild excuses to cover up their own pathetic failures. After dropping that warning, he walks out, leaving Gao Peng alone with that vague advice. Gao Peng silently watches him leave. Finally, the MC announces the third Beast Team battle of round 2. It is Africa's Gang Moose squaring off against Gaoli's Kim Mok Yoon. Both their faces light up on the massive LED screen. The stands are absolutely packed with Kim Mok Yoon's insane fangirls. They are screaming Appa Kim Mok Yoon, fighting. The deafening noise is just totally wild. But as we look at Kim's lineup, the commentator groans. A silverbacked ape and a swamp slime? The slime pick rate is just way too high here. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. The crowd wants fresh action. The commentator looks at Team Africa's unseen beast. Boom, stats pop up. Giant illusion tarsier. Level 33. Perfect quality, wood type, passive trait, spiritual illusion. This makes its mental power insanely strong, literally bending reality itself. Active effect too. With that insane mental power, it can completely mind control any lower-level monster with weaker mental strength. Pretty overpowered ability, right? This spiritual illusion gives the tarsier crazy psychic strength, but makes its physical body super frail. So, close combat? Not its strong suit. Still, it is an absolutely terrifying opponent to face in the arena. Everyone is totally shocked by the African player's beast. A tarsier? Super rare. It even controlled a demon scorpion. Level 29. The crowd is absolutely buzzing with excitement right now. Elite quality, wood type, and packing a level 1 armor skill. That is just a quick look at the African team's power level. Not too shabby for a warm-up. Now, tarsiers are native to Southeast Asia. They are super shy creatures that usually just snack on crickets and bugs. But here is where things get really interesting, guys. Word on the street is they get terribly homesick. Take them away from their homeland by any means, and they basically refuse to be raised. So how on earth did this guy form a blood contract with it? That is the big question everyone is dying to figure out. The African player whispers something secretly to his beast. It is hard to hear, but he just mutters, "Mom, it wants." Hearing this, the blood-contracted beast just smiles super gently and softly pats the African player right on the head. Caobong hears this and is completely mind-blown. He secretly thinks to himself, "Mom?" He heard rumors about a twisted training method. They take a grieving primate beast that lost its baby and pair it with a specially trained teenager, using some seriously dark tricks. These teenagers are covered in the scent of baby beasts. So, naturally, they trick the grieving primate into feeling a strong maternal bond with them. After that, forming a blood contract with these heartbroken monsters becomes incredibly easy. So that is the messed up trick they use to get such a rare beast. But the craziest part? This beastmaster literally calls his beast Mom. Basically, they brainwash themselves into acting like the monster's adopted child instead of its master. Looks like this African player totally used that exact trick. No wonder he forced the tarsier to go against its own natural instincts entirely. Anyone ruthless enough to brainwash themselves like that is the real monster here. This guy's methods are just insanely toxic and completely unhinged. The commentator's voice suddenly echoes out, signaling the start. The match begins, and both beasts fiercely glare at each other. Kim Mok. Anne stands up high, quietly analyzing the situation. Never seen this beast? Better play it safe. Let's test its defenses first. He shouts his command. Swamp Slime, pin down that demon scorpion. The two beasts gear up for a seriously brutal fight. Following Kim Mok-an's strict orders, the Swamp Slime attacks the demon scorpion smoothly, throwing a bunch of direct, heavy punches. The Swamp Slime's arm strength is no joke. One massive hit slams down, literally caving the ground in. The tarsier gets caught in the crossfire, trembling and shaking pitifully on the ground. Seeing the perfect opening, Kim Mok-an yells for his beast to launch an all-out attack. Silverback, strike. Attack that tarsier right now, he urgently commands. Kim Mok-an's beast is totally ready, muscles flexed and warmed up. It is fully primed for battle. Silverback aims its giant fist straight at the tarsier. With a punch that huge, can the African team's beast even survive? If it cannot block this, their poor beast is going to be crushed into paste. Wait, you and I need to watch this closely. Right then, the tarsier activates its power. Its eyes glow with hypnosis. Anyone who looks into them will instantly feel dizzy and completely disoriented. And just like that, Kim Mok-an's silverback falls right into the hypnotic trap. Its vision blurs, its head rings, its mental state is completely wrecked. Monster status? Mind-controlled. Caobong watches the whole messy fight unfold, quietly analyzing everything. Mind control. Kim Mok-an's main attacker, Silverback, got dominated just like that. The power gap is just way too massive. Even a giant like Silverback cannot break free from that hypnosis. The African player smirks. Seeing this, he creeps close and whispers to his tarsier. Mom, that guy wants to hurt us. Kill him! The tarsier has basically lost all its consciousness now. It blindly raises its hand, obeying the African player's twisted command. All by itself, the tiny tarsier literally backhands the massive Silverback down. It is so small, yet it easily drops an opponent 10 times heavier. Silverback crashes hard, sprawling out completely flat. Kim Mok-an cannot believe his eyes seeing his beast get wrecked so easily. Silverback! He screams in pure agony. The African player sees the massive advantage shifting over. But for this psycho, winning is not enough. He expertly keeps manipulating his beast's mind. Mom, there is another bad guy. All bad guys definitely need to die. His eyes scream pure, unpredictable murder. The Tarsier obeys without question, marching toward Kim Mok-an like a creepy little puppet. Kim Mok-an suddenly realizes something is very wrong. The African player glares at Cao Bong with absolute malice. His real target is not just anyone, it is Cao Bong, the guy who supposedly skipped the match. Just a useless decoration who noticed nothing. Ha ha ha. He laughs like a total maniac, calculating his win. Don't worry, you are next. But plot twist, a massive counterattack force violently blasts right back. The Tarsier gets brutally knocked backward. It grabs its head and violently crashes to the ground. The African player freezes, watching his beast totally fail. Completely panicked, he desperately screams, "Mom! All right, you and I are watching madness unfold." Turns out, Gao Peng actually stepped in. He firmly warns the African competitor and his familiar about playing dirty based on the rules. No sneak attacks allowed during this match. Consider this your first warning. The African competitor is absolutely furious seeing his perfect sneaky plan totally ruined by Gao Peng. He clenches his fist tightly. He is literally shaking with total rage, completely determined to destroy Gao Peng. So annoying, I will definitely end you. Finally, Jin Mu-en totally gives up, waving his hands shouting, I surrender, I surrender. So Jin Mu-en loses, and Gao Peng officially announces the match results. Match 3, Gang Mu actually wins. Gang Mu walks up to the monkey, casually patting its shoulder. Mom, we totally beat the bad guys. The monkey looks back so fondly, genuinely thinking he is its actual kid. Gang Mu smirked internally. Mom, even Gao Peng's skeleton would not stand a chance against you at the exact same level. He knows the truth. Since childhood, he realized you have to fight for things yourself. If you do not fight, nobody hands you anything. Maybe, just maybe, I can snatch up even more. Honestly, this guy Gang Mu has sky-high ambitions and is just ridiculously greedy. The match ends, and everyone excitedly greets Gao Peng. Hello, referee Gao. Great job out there. Come have some water. Gao Peng happily replies, thanks everyone. Sure, being respected is pretty cool, but being a referee is honestly super boring, he complains to his coworkers. Then he remembers something wild. Oh right, human referees are banned from betting, but there is absolutely no rule saying their familiars cannot bet. And just like that, a brand new get-rich-quick scheme pops right into his head. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang is clinging to someone's gate, looking exactly like a sneaky little thief. Look at his incredibly tense face. You would think he is doing something heroic, but nope, he is totally peeking at a girl showering through a tiny window. Absolutely speechless. Inside the bathroom, the clueless girl sings happily without a single care. Since when do familiars actually love girls? While Xiao Huang stares super intensely, a loud noise suddenly blasts right from his pocket. Under the bridge, ducks are swimming. Hurry up, let us count the ducks. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The poor girl hears the noise and screams out curses. Which massive creep is peeking at me showering? Her furious yell startles Xiao Huang so badly he completely wipes out. He hits the ground painfully and quickly bails out of there. Staying here means becoming a roasted duck for sure. Escaping to another spot, Xiao Huang finally answers his phone. An angry, questioning voice blasts from the other end. It is Gao Peng. What were you doing just now? Why ignore my calls? Xiao Huang acts all shy. I was busy. The voice on the phone continues speaking. A blood contract allows two-way communication with your familiar. But there is a distance limit. Move too far and it stops working. Still, after signing the contract, the master can completely understand their familiar's language. All right, I am giving you a very special mission. Help me place some bets on these next matches. Gao Peng reassures him, do not worry, we will definitely make steady income. You can use next month's food money to bet more, and soon you will eat 2 extra portions of dried fish per meal. Hearing this amazing offer, Xiao Huang's eyes completely light up, obediently agreeing. Yes, sir. Xiao Huang immediately heads out, standing right in front of a betting store. The shop owner sees a customer and happily welcomes them, smiling brightly. Welcome in. But wait, what is standing in front of the boss? It is literally a duck. His eyes bulge out like he cannot believe it, stuttering in pure shock. A duck? Xiao Huang sees the guy staring, letting out a clueless quack. Then Xiao Huang simply pulls out a piece of notepaper, pointing at it to talk to the owner. But he is a familiar. Only a master understands their own familiar. By just quacking, how on earth could anyone else possibly understand him? Everyone listening is completely speechless because Xiao Huang just lets out a super long string of quacks. The boss just stands there frozen. Turns out our boy Xiao Huang is pretty smart and typed out a message on his phone beforehand. Now the shop owner just has to do the actual work. Bet on Zhang Yu from Huaxia to win match 7 round 2. Plus, add an extra bet that he wins within 15 minutes. That is exactly what Xiao Huang wants to communicate. The boss hears this and is equally shocked. Bet on Zhang Yu winning, and winning within 15 minutes? That is totally insane and unexpected. Zhang Yu's opponent is Liu Sheng Kunsha from the Nihong area. Zhang Yu is ranked number 9 in Huaxia. Meanwhile, Liu Sheng is number 1 in Nihong. Last time, Liu Sheng completely dominated his opponent for an easy victory, but Zhang Yu barely won his last match. Right now, the win-loss betting odds are 1 to 16. The odds of winning within 10 minutes are even crazier, sitting at an insane 1 to 98, which basically means winning is impossible. The boss explains everything clearly to Xiao Huang, asking him one more time, "How much do you actually want to bet?" There is even a drawing printed right on this ticket. He gives genuine advice, but hey, a customer is a customer, and he needs to make money. After all, putting food on the table matters. Xiao Huang does not say a word, just directly pulling out his bag and dumping a huge pile of money. Paper cash and coins everywhere. That is a whole lot of money. Dumping it out, Little Yellow neatly stacked the cash. "You and I have to see this." He handed it over, looking absolutely devastated, sobbing his little heart out. But Little Yellow still obediently handed over the money. Seeing this, the shopkeeper was totally freaked out. He thought to himself, "Man, this crazy duck is basically evolving into a goblin right before my eyes." The shopkeeper took the cash, counted it again, and verified it. 5,129.7 alliance credits in total. Betting it all? Little Yellow let out a dramatic quack, showing his absolute agreement. Taking the money, the shopkeeper printed out a betting ticket, handed it down to our little duck friend, and gave him a quick warning. He warned him, "All right, hold on to this ticket, and make sure you do not lose it." Little Yellow grabbed the ticket and marched out of the shop with an insanely arrogant vibe, proud as hell. Duckula, Little Yellow actually did it. Just look at that completely smug face, isn't it hilariously annoying? The shopkeeper watched Little Yellow walk away and just shook his head in sheer disbelief. The betting odds for Zhang Yu. If that bet actually hits, this duck's owner would make an absolute fortune. But how could he possibly win? The guy did not believe for a second that whoever risked such a massive amount of money on Zhang Yu actually had a chance of pulling off a victory. Just looking at the current situation made it totally obvious. Chuckling, he turned around and casually strolled right back into the staff break room. He was planning to tell his coworkers a hilarious story about how someone literally just threw their money out the window. "Hey guys, listen up. I have a hilarious joke for you. Someone actually just bet on Zhang Yu winning," he announced with a totally mocking tone. But right at that exact moment, the other staff members inside the shop, who were absolutely glued to the TV watching the match play out, suddenly yelled out in shock. Everyone intently watched the match. The 7th bout of the very first World Youth Monster Trainer Championship. Liu Sheng from the Nihong region versus Zhang Yu, the top student of Huaxia. The TV commentator's voice hyped it up, and the referee announced the final result. Zhang Yu wins. He raised Zhang Yu's hand high to congratulate him. Everyone in the stands cheered wildly. Zhang Yu flashed a bright smile, celebrating his completely crushing victory. Meanwhile, the ticket guy who just served Little Yellow was totally frozen now. He literally could not believe his own eyes, his face going completely pale and blank. Stuttering hard, he could barely speak a single word. Zhang Yu actually won. With that utterly shocked look, he clearly still could not believe this was real. Meanwhile, Gao Peng had finally returned to the villa at the Southern Sky Group Kyoto branch. He called out to greet everyone inside. "I am back." The second he opened the door, Little Yellow gave Gao Peng a massive surprise. Completely stunned, shocked by the absolute godly speed. Is this the reward Gao Peng gets after a hard day of work? Little Yellow totally tackled Gao Peng to the ground. In a super excited voice, his little eyes glowing bright. Dried fish, so much dried fish. Duckula, you are really cool. You are the coolest, literally the most handsome, featherless thing I have ever met. Seriously, since when do ducks know how to flatter people like this? Absolutely wild. Look at that insanely sweet-talking beak. Gao Peng finally managed to sit up straight. He looked at Little Yellow and asked, "Well, did you get the money?" Hearing Gao Peng ask about the cash, Little Yellow instantly jolted in panic. His two stubby little wings tightly hugged his bright red bag, claiming strict ownership right away. "It is mine." A duck being this greedy? Gao Peng felt completely helpless, naturally dusting off his shirt. He sighed, "All right, I know it is yours. I will not rob you, you little money grubber." Little Yellow suddenly remembered what he actually wanted to ask and spoke up right away. "That is right, Duckula. Do you have any inside information?" He definitely wants to know just so he can go gamble again. So sneaky. Gao Peng laughed out loud, patting Little Yellow on the head. He warned him, "Gambling is not easy. Today was purely for fun, just to conveniently grab some extra snack money for you. Do not go getting totally addicted." After warning him, Gao Peng told Little Yellow, "All right, go to sleep early. Stop dreaming about all this completely crazy nonsense." Suddenly, the phone in Gao Peng's pocket buzzed loudly. Wondering who could possibly be calling at this hour, Gao Peng picked it up and hit answer. "Hello. Yes, hello. This is Gao Peng. Is something the matter?" As he spoke, he walked deeper inside, completely leaving Little Yellow standing out there all by himself. "Oh, Zheng Xiao? He is a competitor from our Huaxia region. Yeah, I know him. He has raw strength, immense vitality, and real ambition. I highly value him. All right then, once the competition wraps up, let us find some time to grab a meal together, Gao Peng casually suggested. Hanging up the call, Gao Peng could not stop marveling at himself. Stick with me, he is seriously getting super popular now. And honestly, it makes total sense. The absolute crown prince of the massive Southern Sky Group. A Lord-tier monster trainer who is not even 19 years old yet. An absolute genius. If people did not want to pull strings to meet me, that would be the real issue. Gao Peng was entirely self-aware of exactly how exceptional he truly was. An outstanding guy is not scary, but one who knows he is outstanding, terrifying. But whatever, putting all that stuff aside for now, Gao Peng took off the clothes he wore all day. But suddenly, in this world, power does all the talking. You and I both know these amateur tournaments just cause drama. Honestly, just let it go. Time for a shower. Tomorrow's packed with matches anyway. Our guy Gao Peng tosses his heavy jacket aside. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang is totally eavesdropping at Gao Peng's door. This duck's nosy habit is literally unkillable, and he is clearly aggressively sulking right now. Dracula, you got secret intel and didn't spill. And Zheng Xiao? Oh, he remembers that name all right. Looks like that degenerate gambling blood in him is absolutely refusing to stay asleep. Next day, the World Youth Monster Trainer Tournament rolls on. Round 3, Match 1, Zhang Yi takes the win. He is celebrating, feeling incredibly lucky today, mostly because the referee for this specific match was thankfully not our guy Gao Peng. Sure, those 6 eliminated guys weren't exactly top tier anyway, but get this, out of 8 eliminated Huaxia fighters, 6 of them literally lost while Gao Peng was the referee. I mean, not to be superstitious or anything, but Gao Peng is basically a walking curse for his own team. Talk about terrible luck for Zhang Yi though. He literally just finished thanking the universe for dodging Gao Peng's referee rotation. And boom, guess who just got assigned to his next match? Referee Guo needs a break, tossing the baton to Gao Peng. Referee Gao, I'm leaving the rest to you. Heading to the lounge. Gao Peng happily accepts the job. You got it. Referee Guo leaves, but someone is deeply emotionally damaged right now. Yep, it's Zhang Yi. He stares at Gao Peng, jaw literally hitting the floor. Gao Peng? But what can he do? He just has to take it. Zhang Yi steps up, forcing the most awkward greeting ever. Hello, Referee Gao. Zhao Peng just stares back, quietly judging the guy. This Zhang Yi dude. Every single thought is completely written on his face. Come on, Gao Peng is from Huaxia too. Why would he help the opposing team? Does this guy even have a brain? Gao Peng silently roasts him. Looking at the info board, Gao Peng wonders if our fighter can't win. Am I supposed to roll up my sleeves and fight the match myself? He keeps that hilarious thought strictly to himself though. Keeping an absolute poker face, he stays super professional. Whatever, man. He figures he better check the data for the next opponent first. He drops all the petty thoughts immediately. Let's see the next competitor's profile. Name of the fighter? Daisy. Region of the fighter? She represents the Britain team. She is actually ranked number 2 in the entire Britain region, a legit master beast tamer. Her main beast? The sea blue dragon. This thing is basically a massive prehistoric plesiosaur from the dinosaur era. It absolutely needs a shallow water environment to unleash its maximum combat power. But guess what? Today's arena is a totally dry land environment, so its mobility is going to take a massive hit. Our genius Gao Peng runs the math based on the current bracket. The Heavenly Firehound will definitely face this sea beast. Sure, the Firehound has the terrain advantage, but that dragon's sheer massive size and water attributes? If they clash, our Fire Dog is in serious trouble. The brutal matches roll on. Claude, ranked 11th for China, steps up. Long Bingyu, ranked 7th for China? Yeah, he completely surrendered too. Sigh, I surrender. Even Jun Moi, ranked 5th, throws in the towel. Brutal. The entire Huaxia roster is completely wiped out, leaving Zhang Yi as literally the last man standing. You and I are about to see the Grand Champion title decided between just these 2 remaining finalists. In one corner, our sole survivor from Huaxia, Zhang Yi, facing off against Britain's Daisy, who has been absolutely destroying every single opponent in her path. Gao Peng watches the giant screen, totally hyping himself up. My predictions are literally flawless. It really is the Heavenly Firehound fighting the Sea Blue Dragon. He seriously wonders if these elite beasts actually trained hard enough for this. He dials up Xiao Huang. Back home, our lazy duck is literally sunbathing and casually reading a magazine. Gao Peng's voice echoes out, Xiao Huang. The duck just lazily replies, quack. Then Xiao Huang yells, Dracula, his voice dramatically dragging out. Seeing this outrageous laziness, Gao Peng immediately starts scolding. You're copying Dazi's bad habits again. Get to training. If you hit level 7 in a month, I'll drop a 300,000 cash bonus on you. Eat whatever you want. Gao Peng is flexing that authentic rich kid money. He is insanely rich. Hearing this, Xiao Huang confidently waves his wing. No need to train anymore. I'm about to be filthy rich anyway. I'm a genius. I bet it all on Zheng Xiao. Gao Peng is completely stunned. Zheng Xiao? Wait, you bought betting tickets again? How did you even buy them? The ticket vendor doesn't even speak duck language, right? Gao Peng is wildly confused. Xiao Huang proudly brags with zero shame. Ah Ban wrote the ticket for me. He's a highly cultured spider, and his handwriting is very beautiful. Ah Ban hears this brutal betrayal and absolutely loses his little spider mind. You promised not to snitch on me, you stinky duck. Yep, this absolute madman Xiao Huang literally bet his entire life savings on Zheng Xiao. Gao Peng sighs, looking completely utterly helpless. Dude, why would you bet on Zheng Xiao winning? Are you actually an idiot? That little stash of yours is completely gone. My dear duck, you literally lost every single penny. Every single word from Gao Peng hits like a brutal thunderbolt out of a clear sky. Hearing the incredibly harsh truth, Xiao Huang instantly turns into solid stone. The sign drops right out of his wings. What? Ah Ban peeks in, gives a cold, sarcastic snort. Only Xiao Huang is left in total shock. Right then, Xiao Huang sprints straight into the training room, tears streaming down his face. Looking absolutely pitiful, he stubbornly asks, Gao Peng, I don't care about the money, I just need to know who beat Zheng Xiao, he cries while aggressively lifting weights. Gao Peng gets super suspicious. Xiao Huang, what exactly are you planning? Watching the duck rage lift, Gao Peng tries to reason with him. Listen, it was a totally fair arena match. The guy who beat Zheng Xiao is legitimately just stronger. Unless he wasn't fighting seriously, he literally didn't do anything wrong. Xiao Huang just keeps aggressively bench pressing, tears absolutely flying everywhere in total despair. Gao Peng shakes his head. All right, listen. A duck should be a little more generous. Just train hard, and I guarantee you'll be eating the most expensive duck food on the entire planet. Referee Quach swings the break room door open. He actually asks Cao Bong if he is really dodging the final referee gig. Dude is super curious. Cao Bong shuts that down fast. No way. The internet is already calling him a biased jinx. If Truong Duke chokes the championship match, all the toxic fans will literally blame Cao Bong. Yeah, he is taking a massive step back to keep his hands clean. Finally, the most hyped final match is here. The announcer kicks things off. Welcome to the first ever World Youth Monster Tournament Finals. You and I have been waiting for this exact moment. Truong Duke and Daisy step up with their battle pets. Time for the roster check. First up for Truong Duke, the golden-backed wild boar, the heavenly firehound, and the black poppy. Stats flash on screen. The boar, level 30, normal quality, metal type. The poppy, level 27, elite quality, wood and illusion type. It even packs a level 1 paralyzing skill. Okay, Truong Duke really did his homework for this fight. Watching from the sidelines, Cao Bong is actually impressed. That Black Poppy's illusion skill is wild. It drops a hallucination gas that hypes enemies up while completely killing their pain receptors. Then it just strangles them with vines. So yeah, basically fighting a total junkie on a rampage, living right up to its sketchy name, the Poppy. Cao Bong gives Truong Duke mad props for running the Black Poppy as a support beast. The only problem? What if that illusion gas is actually addictive? That would be a complete disaster. Now it is Daisy's turn to flex. Her absolute ace is the Sea Blue Dragon, backed by 2 big Earth Otters. The Otter stats drop, elite quality, ready to brawl. Hovering around level 28 or 29, packing Earth and Water elements. Daisy's squad is no joke. Cao Bong thinks the Otters are pretty basic, but that Sea Blue Dragon's data, honestly terrifying. Sea Blue Dragon, double pupil mutation, epic quality, level 34. Skills include level 2 flexible scales, level 2 dynamic vision, and level 2 water manipulation. Its only weakness is lightning. This dragon is an absolute menace. That double pupil passive grants a massive vision buff. But get this, there is an unactivated heart effect. It boosts physical stamina and grants short-term explosive power. A total game changer. A massive boost in explosive power. Double pupils detected. Cao Bong thought only humans got that weird mutation. Plus, it has some completely unknown monster traits mixed in. He compares it to the dummy's blood core. It has to be some super premium organ packing an incredibly overpowered ability. Just looking at these stats, that ability is definitely not some cheap trick. It is the real deal. Truong Duke better sweat for this win, or Cao Bong gets roasted online. Yeah, our guy is still terrified of being the bad luck charm. Referee Quach drops his hand. The final match begins. Truong Duke wastes zero time, ordering his Black Poppy to take the front line. Release the pollen. The Black Poppy floods the entire arena with a thick pink mist. The golden-backed boar and heavenly firehound lock into position. Eyes red, looking absolutely savage, just waiting for Truong Duke to give the word. They are about to jump in together. The boar taunts, flashing those brutal fangs that could chew clean through bone. Here comes the strike. The commentator loses his mind. Folks, the golden-backed boar is charging in full speed ahead. How will Daisy handle this? The boar aggressively closes in on the Earth Otter. Daisy snaps back with a counter order. Earth Otter, drop the shield wall now. The otter listens, throwing up a massive defensive barrier to eat that heavy charge from Truong Duke's boar. Daisy stares intensely at the chaotic battle. She thinks, good thing that White Jade Turtle Rock is built like a tank. It is packed with heavy earth elements, making the otter's wall rock solid. Otherwise, that crazy boar would have totally smashed right through it. But wait, look out! The heavenly firehound leaps right over the boar from behind. It is radiating pure killer intent. The hound dashes forward like a missile, setting up an insanely tense sneak attack. This fight is perfectly balanced. Seriously, anyone could win this thing right now. But the sea blue dragon sneaks right behind the boar for a nasty surprise. With a single brutal punch, the dragon knocks the boar flat and completely shatters that sturdy earth wall. Daisy's dragon has terrifying strength. A simple strike broke the defense. Caobong watches the chaos, totally validating his theory. The combat power on Daisy's sea blue dragon is absolutely off the charts. But he is still overthinking things. Truong Duke's boar just took serious damage, yet its status shows minor injuries and high excitement. Alright, you and I know the dragon has the upper hand here, but without feeling pain, that boar is not quitting. Daisy needs actual skill to win this. The tension is through the roof. The firehound pushes forward, burning with ambition. The tables turn, and Truong Duke's squad starts clawing back. Daisy's dragon gets caught in a brutal pincer. The firehound, previously knocked away, launches an even stronger counterattack. The sea blue dragon is trapped, heavily pinned from both sides with zero room to breathe. But watch this. The dragon glares, charging a new move. Plot twist. The dragon literally swaps the terrain from dry earth to deep water. This is its ultimate playground, completely screwing over the boar and hound. The announcer goes absolutely wild. A literal terrain-changing skill. Daisy's sea blue dragon actually manipulated the battlefield. It turned the whole zone into a swamp. The boar tries to push forward, but it is super slow. That deadly pincer attack with the hound is totally ruined. Truong Duke's crew desperately needs a new tactic. The hound just stares, completely helpless. Meanwhile, the dragon shoots them a super smug, satisfied glare. The dragon whips up another attack, but suddenly, the hound fires back unexpectedly. That massive water pillar cannot even stop the firehound's insane charge. Alright guys, you and I are watching the heavenly firehound flex its raw, explosive power. The commentator is totally eating it up. However, Caobong instantly notices something feels incredibly wrong here. He suddenly realizes that water pillar was just a flashy fake-out. The actual ocean blue dragon is already swimming deep underwater. Its real target? The golden-backed wild boar. Meanwhile, the clueless golden-backed wild boar suspects absolutely nothing. It just casually wades through the water, trying to team up with the hound. Right then, Truong Duke finally catches the sneaky trap. He desperately commands, "Oh no, golden-backed wild boar. Get back here right now." But it is way too late. The ocean blue dragon finds the perfect moment, shooting up to deliver an insanely painful, crushing bite. Caobong cringes hard, thinking, yikes, that single hit is definitely fatal. Taking weird battle pills really ruins everything. Luckily, the heavenly firehound has some insanely sharp natural combat instincts, so its actual battle performance is honestly pretty impressive. But this goofy golden-backed wild boar? After getting that weird poppy carving, its brain practically turned into absolute mush. Fighting purely on basic instinct? Yeah, that is definitely not going to work out. Right now, a furious Truong Duke vows revenge on the dragon for killing his poor boar. Hound, go destroy her earth otter immediately. Since she took out one of my precious pets, I am absolutely going to eliminate one of hers. The heavenly firehound obeys, wildly charging straight toward Daisy and her defenseless earth otter. But unfortunately for him, the ocean blue dragon completely predicts this move. Its eyes glow with a terrifying, fierce light. Whipping its massive tail from behind, it prepares to strike the leaping hound. Such insane agility. Has this crazy ocean blue dragon seriously been holding back its true power? Smack! The huge dragon tail totally wrecks the heavenly firehound. It completely loses momentum, flying helplessly backwards into the sky. Critically injured, the battered hound violently crashes down, lying completely flat in a miserable corner. Truong Duke cries out in pure heartbreak, "Oh my poor fireboy." Daisy stays super calm, asking Truong Duke, "So how about it?" He tries to hide his panic, trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Truong Duke bitterly lowers his head, fully accepting defeat. With a shaking voice, he mutters, "I surrender." Following his incredibly painful admission, the referee officially announces, "The match is over. Our glorious winner is the competitor from Britain, Daisy." Hearing this result, every single person in the massive stadium jumps up, wildly cheering and celebrating. Meanwhile, two Hoha reporters, seeing their home team completely lose the match, start anxiously whispering to each other in sheer panic. "We are so dead, boss. We lost, and the media will have a nightmare covering this." The older guy snaps. "Are you stupid? Quickly find a way to completely change the subject." Thinking for a hot second, he suddenly gets an absolutely brilliant idea. "Right, just shift all the blame onto that Cao Bong guy. Listen to me, it will definitely work." And just like that, Cao Bong's name is totally plastered across every single newspaper, dominating the hot search rankings. The Hoaha region tragically lost their championship spot. But whose fault is it really? Refusing to compete just to be a referee? Personal glory versus the nation's interests. Which one actually weighs more? This is a massive crisis right now. We desperately need to reform the education system. He basically eliminated 1/3 of our local competitors. Cao Bong is a total traitor. Alongside these insanely clickbaity headlines, his actual face is plastered everywhere. Oh boy, this whole situation is about to get extremely tense. Cao Bong is seriously a total chaos magnet. He literally does absolutely nothing and still catches stray bullets. He grabs his phone to scroll the news. Bam! His name is literally floating everywhere. He just thinks, Still couldn't avoid the drama. He blames himself. What an absolute shame. If only I competed, things would be totally different. Just then, Tu Huang suddenly pops up in front of him. Quack! He jumps in surprise, looking up to ask, "Why the heck are you here?" Seeing Tu Huang show up, a wildly bold and crazy idea suddenly flashes in Cao Bong's mind. Wait a minute, if Tu Huang is actually here. Meanwhile, the committee formally announces, "Hello everyone, after that insanely fierce series of battles, we finally have our ultimate winner." The referee dramatically points straight at Daisy and her dragon. The Ocean Blue Dragon and Daisy step up with epic pride. "I officially declare the champion of the first Global Youth Beast Tamer tournament is." But wait, you and I are about to see something wild. Heavy footsteps suddenly echo on the stage. Daisy stares at the guy in front of her, completely blown away. It is actually Cao Bong, boldly walking up with Tio Hong. Appearing right here, Daisy watches them with intense curiosity. Is that goofy thing his beast? What is he even doing here? Cao Bong showing up live shocks absolutely everyone in the crowd. Even the main referee panics quite a bit, stuttering. The Namthian faction just submitted a sudden speaking request. Cao Bong wants to speak. He has no idea what Namthian said, but it feels incredibly wrong. He keeps awkwardly stammering, "Chairman, this seems totally against the rules." The chairman just smirks and says, "Oh, young people. Being dramatic is totally normal for them. Tell the staff below to cooperate. A direct order from the top bosses, nobody dares to disobey that." Meanwhile, Tu Huang is throwing an absolute tantrum below the stage. Pointing a wing at Daisy, it furiously squawks, "You made me lose all my pocket money." Wow, looks like this little duck is still incredibly salty. Holding a serious grudge, Daisy is totally stunned seeing Cao Bong's weird beast randomly criticizing her. She definitely never expected that a pet could actually go and buy betting tickets. Cao Bong finally speaks up, calming the chaotic crowd. "Hello, testing. Can everyone hear me?" He confirms the audio is solid. The staff didn't cut his mic. Time to launch the crazy plan. He politely opens up. "First of all, I really want to congratulate Miss Daisy on winning the Epic Championship. However, my little buddy here is not convinced at all." Cao Bong skips the nonsense and directly challenges her. "Today, this little guy turns exactly 1 year old." Let us be real for a second. The rookies in this tournament are absolute elite beasts. So how in the world is a basic country duck supposed to compete with them? Gao Peng acts all humble and says, "Miss Daisy, could you let your sea blue dragon teach my completely disobedient little duck a much-needed lesson?" Daisy doesn't answer right away. She just forces this super awkward smile. In her head, she is completely panicking. Winning this weird match gives her absolutely zero glory. But if she actually loses, her reputation is totally toast. Imagine being a world-class boss and getting absolutely clapped by some random beginner beast tamer. So embarrassing. Gao Peng is playing absolute mind games right now. If Daisy rejects the challenge, the whole crowd will call her a total coward. If she accepts and wins, no one cares. But losing means instant, brutal gossip everywhere. The higher-ups already silently agreed to this. It is a super public match now, so backing out is basically impossible. Daisy reluctantly accepts the challenge, faking a polite tone. "I accept, but I wouldn't dare teach it. After all, it is already a commander-tier beast." She is purposely dropping hints to save face. Pretty smart move. Gao Peng just laughs internally. "Nice hint, lady, but he is not going to be petty about it. You are about to get destroyed anyway, so go ahead and complain all you want. Your cool act expires in 5 seconds. He points straight at Little Yellow. "Be my guest." Little Yellow stretches its stubby wings and legs, getting totally hyped for battle. Its goofy face looks incredibly aggressive. The warm-up routine is officially complete. Without hesitating for a single second, Little Yellow launches forward to attack. The entire stadium absolutely loses their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, We are watching the reigning champion fight a literal beginner duck. The power difference here is ridiculously massive. To anyone with functioning eyeballs, it looks like the sea blue dragon is going to win this easily. But Little Yellow just charges headfirst at the massive dragon anyway. The sea blue dragon instantly uses its signature skill, turning the entire arena into its own personal domain. The commentators are screaming into their mics. Little Yellow puckers its beak and dashes in, shocking literally everyone. Wait, is that the legendary duck spin? The duck suddenly vanishes from plain sight. Nobody has any clue what this crazy bird is going to do next. Bam! Little Yellow reappears and ruthlessly pecks the sea blue dragon straight in the face. Absolutely nobody saw that ridiculous move coming. A basic, silly duck just effortlessly struck the reigning world champion beast like it was nothing. Daisy completely panics at this sight and screams out a frantic command. But that peck barely did any real damage. The dragon instantly redardots, snapping its massive, fang-filled jaws wide open. It tries to swallow the duck whole and end the fight in one single chomp. But by some crazy miracle, Little Yellow sprints out of the way, dodging that literal bite of death. The dragon bites total air. Little Yellow zooms across the arena to safety. Wow, that was incredibly close. Our boy almost became fresh duck sashimi for that giant blue lizard. But jumping out of the frying pan just puts you right into the fire. The duck dodges the razor-sharp teeth, only to crash straight into the dragon's massive claws. That brutal swipe sends Little Yellow flying, taking serious damage. A direct hit! Even though Little Yellow barely managed to escape those terrifying jaws, there was absolutely no dodging that devastating dragon claw attack. Right now, the sea blue dragon is completely dominating this match. It is not even close. But Daisy squints at the arena. Something feels extremely wrong here. Very wrong. She notices the strange glowing aura around the duck is getting way too intense. And wait a second, did that duck just get physically bigger? You and I are seeing the exact same thing. Every single time Little Yellow takes a massive hit, it actually grows in size. Compared to just 5 minutes ago, the physical difference is absolutely insane. Little Yellow is completely fearless. It charges right back in for another crazy attack on the dragon. As it strikes, this cheeky bird starts actually mocking the giant lizard. Not enough. That is simply not enough. Your punches are weak. Did you skip breakfast? You giant overgrown lizard. Man, this tiny duck has some serious trash talk skills. Like master, like pet, honestly. The sea blue dragon is incredibly humiliated. Its giant eyes start glowing with pure, unfiltered rage. It grinds its sharp teeth together in pure anger. With a vicious swipe of its claws, it forcefully tosses the relentless duck completely off its massive, scaly body. Then, the angry dragon whips its tail with terrifying speed, slamming Little Yellow directly into the ground like a flat pancake. It doesn't even hesitate. The dragon raises its massive foot, ready to stomp down and permanently end this crazy duck's entire career. I honestly don't know if Little Yellow can survive a hit like that. Watching this brutal beatdown, Daisy finally feels a tiny bit of relief. With such a devastating combo, there is no way that Duck is getting up. She smirks proudly. I won. Gao Peng is nothing but a huge fraud. If she had lost, she would never be able to show her face in public again. But hold on just a second. What is that? Daisy's eyes widen in absolute horror, like she is staring at a literal ghost. What? She stammers in pure shock. That stupid duck, it just got massive. Through the dust, Little Yellow has suddenly transformed into a giant muscle duck. It reaches out and effortlessly catches the dragon's arm. The dragon's jaw literally drops in shock. Then, Little Yellow confidently says, "Thanks for the amazing power-up, you giant ugly lizard." Little Yellow violently counterattacks. The duck throws a devastating punch, sending the massive sea blue dragon flying across the arena. This crazy physical power is definitely not a joke. Little Yellow's muscular body just keeps evolving from the damage. The duck's strength has completely maxed out, ready to absolutely obliterate anything in its path. Little Yellow leaps high, unleashing a devastating combo punch. The mighty sea blue dragon gets completely flattened. It lies totally knocked out on the ground, not moving a single muscle. Little Yellow poses proudly. Nailed it. Daisy is absolutely terrified out of her mind. She frantically throws both hands up to surrender. Her face is pale as she violently stammers, "I surrender! I totally surrender!" The entire stadium leaps to their feet. The crowd goes absolutely wild, clapping and screaming in disbelief. Gao Peng is an absolute monster. They just cannot stop praising his genius. Exactly. Now that is a true powerhouse of our Huaxia region. The insane news spreads like wildfire. Those who lost before clearly just lacked real skill and judgment. All those whiners only know how to complain. They never bother to look at their own pathetic weaknesses. All right, you and I are jumping right into the drama. Cao Peng plays the nice guy. Hey Daisy, chill out. The sea blue dragon looks wrecked, but needs rest. He even tries being polite, handing her a VIP lab pass like an apology gift. Come by any time, he says. But our girl? She is absolutely fuming. She snorts and stomps right out of there. So much for playing nice. I am pure nobility. Why on earth would I slum it at some basic Huaxia lab? She mutters. Cao Peng just stands there, completely speechless. His face literally freezes in pure confusion. Talk about a massive ego trip. Having zero clue what just happened, he shrugs it off, thinking to himself, it won't even take 5 years. Very soon, his little laboratory is going to become the absolute top-tier facility in the entire world. But anyway, right about now, Cao Peng's grandpa, the big boss chairman Ji Hantong, is just chilling at home, whipping up a meal. He happily lists out all the snacks his grandson loves. My boy totally craves cold noodles and those sour plum candies. But right in the middle of his prep, ring! His phone suddenly screams off the table, completely ruining the peaceful vibe. Grandpa G picks it up, squinting at the caller ID. He has no idea who is calling. Wait, something clicks. He recognizes this number. He finally answers the call. The guy on the other line immediately yells out in pure panic, "Old G! Things are going crazy over here!" The guy stammers, sounding absolutely terrified. "Look, I know your grandson just got back. I seriously would not call you if this was not a complete disaster." Having survived decades of corporate chaos, Old G is completely unfazed by sudden drama. He sits back and calmly replies, "I knew your call meant nothing but bad news. All right, spit it out. What is going down this time?" The dude drops an absolute bomb. The stuff inside the first emperor's tomb, it came alive. Grandpa G instantly loses his cool. He shoots straight up from his chair, screaming out in shock. "Say what?" Let us cut to the Lintong suburbs, just northeast of Chang'an. Gorgeous scenery. Endless mountains, basically peak real estate for an ancient emperor to rest. Yep, it is the first emperor's tomb. A construction captain stands there sighing. It has been 10 whole days. A curious rookie standing right next to him asks the big question. "Captain, is that actually the real tomb?" Boom! Out of nowhere, the ground starts cracking open like a massive earthquake just hit. The guy in charge completely loses his mind. This is bad, really bad. The earth is splitting apart and looks like it could literally swallow them whole at any second. Things are getting seriously dangerous right now. The captain desperately starts shouting orders. "The ground is caving in! Call this in right now!" Meanwhile, up in the sky, the weather is acting completely insane. 1 second, it was a totally peaceful day. Clear and blue, but now, massive thunderstorms are raging. Crazy lightning flashes, looking like it might actually rip the sky in half. Suddenly, everyone looks down, eyes wide with terror. What on earth is that? Creeping straight out of that massive crack, a terrifying clay hand slowly grabs the ledge of the dirt. A super creepy, echoing voice suddenly rings out, "Behold the majesty of Old Qin. Save our fallen nation." Yeah, that is the terracotta warriors literally talking. The clay soldiers open their glowing eyes, constantly muttering these ancient battle chants like zombies. They are hardcore praising the first emperor. "Great Qin forever. Give us back our sacred lands. Let the blood flow. Fight to the death." Their creepy voices echo absolutely everywhere. It is straight-up nightmare fuel. The managers think they are hallucinating this entire wild scene. They rub their eyes, trying to get a better look. But nope, it is horribly real. Those ancient clay statues, they are actually alive. Suddenly, massive chunks of rock explode everywhere like a war zone. The terrified crew starts screaming, "The main tomb is collapsing." Everyone snaps their heads up. A literal coffin is rocketing through the air at crazy speeds, and some weird creature is sprinting right alongside it. Seeing this absolute madness, the boss goes into full panic mode. "All units, listen up. Level 1, emergency alert triggered. Prepare for combat." Combat helicopters instantly swarm the sky, completely blocking out the sun. They are locked and ready to fire on command. But hold up! A glowing golden bird suddenly swoops in. Its brilliant feathers literally light up the entire gloomy sky. The soldiers go wild, cheering. It is the Golden God. A super annoyed, arrogant voice booms out from the flying coffin. A measly little bird dares to call itself a god? Pathetic. And right on cue, a massive white dragon appears in the clouds, instantly stealing everyone's attention. It is the white dragon, the crowd screams in absolute hype. "Mr. G! Mr. G finally showed up to save our butts." The military commander grabs a megaphone to negotiate with the clay zombies. "Look, we never messed with you guys. We got zero beef with your emperor, but your little army is currently trespassing on our lands. If you keep pushing, we are going to fight to the bitter end." These guys are hardcore. They would rather drop dead than let some ancient dirtmen steal their hard-earned territory. The guy inside the coffin pauses. A dragon? Meanwhile, the modern humans desperately keep trying to cut a sweet deal. "Hey, what if you guys just formed an alliance with us? We will totally hook His Majesty up with whatever resources he needs." Yep, the military is fully ready to share the loot just to keep the peace. The spooky emperor hears this sweet offer and does not even hesitate. "Fine, the voice echoes. Just like that, the crazy flying coffin and the entire clay army start backing off. The squad instantly radios the good news back to Grandpa G. Report, the targets are retreating. The command center confirms the update. Copy that. Keep monitoring the situation. The base commander walks over, totally impressed by Chairman G's flawless negotiation skills. Not bad at all. You just get sharper with age. If someone told me you'd live another 100 years, I'd believe it. Just classic old guy banter while the world is literally falling apart. Chairman G does not even bother acting humble about it. He totally owns the massive compliment. Obviously, I still have a precious grandson to spoil, he flexes. The commander just rolls his eyes and waves him off, basically telling him to go home. Now, here is something you and I can relate to petty rivalry. Yeah, we get it. You love your grandson, the commander grumbles. Just go home already. He is definitely jealous. The chairman finally turns around to head out, but before leaving, he tosses one last warning over his shoulder. You guys better stay on high alert over here. So the thing inside that tomb seems totally cursed. The old guy just texts, call me if anything happens, and bounces. Meanwhile, little Yuan is splashing around the pool, looking incredibly happy. Man, right now, dude feels even lower than these pets. After doing a full lap, little Yuan lets out a huge sigh. Oh yeah, so ridiculously comfortable. Suddenly, bam! Something massive shoots straight up from the bottom, scaring him half to death. The force kicks up crazy white foam everywhere. Seeing the divine dragon chilling there, little Yuan totally panics and starts stammering wildly. Brother Dragon, hey, I was seriously just testing the water for you. The divine dragon completely ignores him. It dives down, smacking its tail and sending little Yuan flying like a rag doll. Inside the villa, someone clicks their tongue. Man, what an absolute circus. You and I both know he is plotting. Gao Peng thinks. Grandpa made it back safely. Striking perfectly definitely scored major points with the government. That is probably the exact reason the Mo Shu Non group is thriving today. The government totally needs Grandpa's wild power, making him a super valuable asset to them. And honestly, that is great news for keeping the entire company alive and growing. But it also means Grandpa is literally always a target. Who even knows what insane level of enemy the old man faced out there recently? He really needs to train up a loyal Lord-tier Beastmaster. That would heavily boost the company's muscle and lower the giant target painted right on Grandpa's back. Step 1. Find someone totally trustworthy. Because accidentally training another backstabbing traitor like that last guy? Yeah, that would be an absolute joke. Does not even need to be loyal to him, just loyal to Grandpa. What a filial grandson. Finally, Gao Peng snaps his fingers. Got it. Down in the lab, Captain Huang is standing there, thinking about last night's orders. Apparently, he belongs to young Master Gao now. His life has always belonged to CEO Qi in the first place. It sounds fine, but being treated like tradable loot feels gross. Captain Huang stands there with his horse. Marching up, he throws a dead serious salute. Young Master Gao, Huang Ya reporting for duty. Gao Peng beams. Captain Huang, you actually made it. That horse is acting super clingy, totally rubbing up against Gao Peng non-stop. Our boy literally has to push it away. Thanks, but seriously, stop rubbing me. Huang Ya is just standing there confused, wondering whose beast this crazy horse even is anymore. Gao Peng smiles brightly. Captain Huang, I am just gonna call you Old Huang. Then he casually drops the bomb. Do you want a Lord-tier beast? Huang Ya is absolutely mind-blown. It hits him like lightning on a sunny day. He totally cannot believe his own ears, stammering out, wait, what did you just say? Our guy just casually follows up. His tone is dead serious. I can give you a familiar. Sure, there is no 100% guarantee it will accept you, but if you try, there is hope. This crazy offer is basically impossible to refuse. Hearing it, Huang Ya stops hiding his hype and just lets his raw emotion show. Of course I want it. Seriously, who would ever turn down having their very own familiar? Seeing Huang Ya getting this ridiculously hyped up, Gao Peng decides not to sugarcoat things. He throws out a massive reality check right away, warning Huang Ya not to agree too quickly. Stronger power means insane pressure. Getting your hands on a Lord-tier familiar means you will carry the exact same weight. Gao Peng lists out the crazy tasks waiting for him after getting the beast. You will be pushed to the very top, becoming the brand new hero of the company. Sometimes you will literally be their face, cleaning up absolute massive messes. It is true. The higher you climb, the harder the wind hits. If you want the throne, you have to survive the thorns. Huang Ya clearly gets how this brutal rule works. That is just how life goes in this crazy world. Getting VIP treatment means the job is going to be absolute hell. He nods in total agreement. I completely understand. Gao Peng feels like he absolutely picked the perfect guy for this. He turns his back. I hope you will not disappoint my grandpa. Now, follow me. Gao Peng leads him straight to Lady Spider. Meet our very own Lady Spider, he announces. Then he snaps an order to Aban. Aban, translate for her. She totally failed her evolution before. If things stay as they are, she is stuck at this exact level for her entire life. But I just so happen to have a trick to successfully evolve her. Gao Peng smirks. She spits out something entirely weird that nobody understands. Once again, a ban handles the job, translating Lady Spider's exact words for the group. Master, she says if you just help her evolve, she will not eat you and will totally forgive you for capturing her. Gao Peng lets out a soft "oh." He speaks up, calling a Dai right back here to completely finish the mission. A Dai, who is just goofing off outside, catches the signal and violently flinches. Yes, master. He sprints back to find Gao Peng at absolute breakneck speed, totally freezing his monkey buddy in pure shock. In no time at all, a Dai is standing right beside our guy Gao Peng. Gao Peng orders, watch closely with me. Let us help this lady understand the current situation. The spider beast stays completely silent, stubbornly refusing to speak. Gao Peng starts losing his patience. He puts his hands on his hips, totally rushing her. I have 0 patience left for you. Option 1. Submit right now. You live and become a Lord Beast. Option 2. Keep resisting. I really do not mind adding another half-Lord Skull to the collection today. Alright, check this out. Gao Peng went full villain mode, but this stubborn spider beast refused to tap out. But after some smooth talk, throw in a few sharp threats, and boom, the spider finally caves. Stripey translates the victory. Boss, she is ready to sign the contract. Gao Peng steps back like a proud director, waving Huang Ya over. Old Huang, your turn. Huang steps up. Totally hyped. On it. He reaches out to touch the giant spider, ready to make it official. But wait. Half a second later, Huang yanks his hand back like he just touched a hot stove. Our guy Gao Peng blinks, totally caught off guard. Whoa, what gives? Huang wipes his sweat. Young Master Gao, hold up. This spider's trust issues are off the charts. Gonna take a few tries. Hearing this, Gao Peng shoots a cold look right at Stripey. Stripey knows that look. He gives a sharp nod, raising a leg like a loyal little soldier. Loud and clear. Boss. Stripey delivers a quick smack to the lady spider, making her jump out of her skin. Sign the paper, newbie, or do you want a beating? That mafia-style threat does the trick. The giant lady spider finally drops the attitude, absolutely terrified, and agrees to the deal. Huang Ya is practically bouncing off the walls. He locked in the contract. He yells out, Young Master Gao. We actually did it. Gao Peng stays cool as a cucumber, just silently mixing some mysterious powders into a cup of water. Potion ready. He gestures to the lady spider like a total boss. Come here. Shockingly obedient, the massive beast holds out a claw. Gao Peng pours the mixed potion right onto her wounded limb. Almost instantly, the nasty cuts start stitching themselves back together. Her power levels skyrocket, the whole room flashing with this crazy bright aura. Fully healed, the lady spider explodes into her actual, terrifyingly massive size. Everyone is utterly speechless. Dude, why is this thing so freaking huge? Now, a thick shell of mud totally wraps around the massive lady spider. Gao Peng smirks at the muddy cocoon. That potion worked insanely fast. She is evolving already. Talk about a crazy power combo from the boss and his beast. Turning on his heel, Gao Peng shrugs like it is no big deal. Evolution takes a little time. Hang out here and wait if you are feeling anxious. Huang Ya is practically weeping tears of joy. Thank you so much, young Master Gao. Meanwhile, over at White Million Mountain outside Yuzhou City, things are looking super wild. The dense forest here is totally untouched, like something straight out of a survival movie. A sketchy crew gathers outside a rocky cave, hidden by crazy thick bushes. This is the spot. Ma Yingming steps up, eyes wide. Is this the mountain spirit from the Holy Cannon? Another dude nods slowly. Probably. I honestly never thought Spirit Mountain would actually spawn right here. A third guy scoffs, totally unimpressed by the hype. Why are you so shocked? Didn't you guys see Uncle G. Rui's crazy lion beast already? That snarky blonde guy hits way too hard. The dude in red instantly loses his temper. You little, but before a fight breaks out, a mysterious guy in a black cloak steps in. Alright, zip it, everyone, he barks out. He narrows his eyes. If this Spirit Mountain thing really exists out here, then the crazy records in the Holy Canon might actually be 100% true, which means the other legendary stuff is real too. Brimming with confidence, he summons his beast. Get over here. His beast lazily trots out like it owns the place. Today, we negotiate with this Spirit Mountain. Meanwhile, back in our boys' lab, that massive mud cocoon is finally shaking. Oh man, she is breaking out. A sharp, terrifying claw violently punctures right through the dirt. It easily rips through the rock-hard outer shell. Gao Peng watches every single twitch like a total hawk. Oh? Evolution wrapping up already? Gao Peng flashes a grin and turns to his buddy. Old Huang, how is it? Huang Ya practically vibrates with hype. Young Master, total success. A glowing system panel suddenly flashes open. Monster name, Terrifying Pursuit, Lady Spider Lord. Moving down to monster level, level 41. Monster quality checks out at elite tier. Attribute, rock type. Her status is healthy and shockingly happy. Weaknesses? First up, wood type. Second, the Platinum King Bull. Now for her abilities. Spider Enhancement level 2, Hard Shell level 2, and Razor Claws level 1. Huang Ya puffs his chest out, insanely proud. He never dreamed he would score a beast this overpowered. Gao Peng gives him a playful reality check. Keep training her. If you want to flex, hit up Yuzhou City. Huang Ya grins from ear to ear. Got it. Thanks a million, young Master Gao. But wait, here is where things get interesting for us. Out of nowhere, Gao Peng's phone starts blowing up. He grabs it, eyes wide at the caller ID. It is Xu Qingzi. Xu Qingzi. Didn't she just take time off? Why is she calling now? He answers, and she immediately hits him with a super sweet, "Hey boss." Gao Peng, cold as ice, just replies, "What do you want?" She laughs nervously. "Well, my friend actually really wants to meet you. She is from the Familiar Academy, apparently a massive celebrity or star over there." Gao Peng raises an eyebrow in shock. "Wait, you mean Lin Jing'er?" Xu Qingji squeals loudly. "Oh my gosh, you know her?" Gao Peng sighs. "I have heard the name." He rubs his chin, thinking out loud. "I thought Lin Jing'er was a hardcore monster hunter. Doesn't she usually hang out in the absolute wilderness, farming super rare loot? For her to reach that celebrity status out there, she has to be seriously cracked at what she does. If he could recruit a powerhouse like her to his crew, jackpot!" Gao Peng instantly changes his tune. "Yeah, my schedule is totally clear. No problem at all. Just meet me at the market. You tag along too." Xu Qingzi excitedly hangs up the call. And just like that, we've got action. She turns around. "Senior Lin, all right, you and I are dropping straight into the drama. Chill out. Our boss is actually super cool," someone says. Lam Hin Ni finally takes a breath, nods, and mutters a nervous thanks. "Thanks, Thon Chi." Cut to exactly 30 tense minutes later. Both of these girls suddenly look up. What is that blindingly sparkling light? Bam! That glowing thing crash lands out of nowhere, totally wrecking the entire area into absolute chaos. Dirt goes flying everywhere. Caobong lands while riding Tudium's back, immediately choking on a massive cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Why is Tudium wobbling like a drunk guy? Caobong checks on his completely exhausted, sprawled-out beast, quickly muttering a panicked apology. "My flying was just super shaky. I was totally fine, but then bam, my brain felt like it got hit by a brick." Caobong just stays completely silent. He literally cannot say a single word. See, after Adai leveled up to Lord tier, it unlocked this shiny new trick called Soul Chain. Basically, it can permanently lock his very soul directly to his legally contracted beast. Once hooked up, they cannot change it for an entire month. Plus, using it constantly gives his soul strength a pretty sick power boost over time. And get this, if any idiot tries attacking his soul, they have to fight both him and his mega powerful beast. Such an absolutely genius move, right? He got super hyped and tested it out early. But yeah, Tudium's dramatic reaction totally caught Caobong off guard. Caobong just turns around and walks away, fully committing to the ultimate silent treatment. It is definitely better to hide the ugly truth, or else this drama queen beast will nag him forever. Meanwhile, poor clueless Tudium is desperately explaining, "Caobong, dude, you gotta believe me. I seriously didn't mean to mess up. My brain felt like it got smacked by a truck. It sucked." Poor Tudium, honestly. If it knew the actual truth, it would probably lose its mind. Anyway, Caobong casually strolls up to Lam Hin Ni and Tu Thon Chi, finally speaking up. "Senior Lam, Senior Tu, you guys waiting long?" They quickly hit him with that classic polite reply. "Oh no, not at all." Caobong completely skips the boring small talk and just asks them directly. "Spit it out. What do you guys actually want? Why did you come find me?" Hearing Caobong's ridiculously blunt attitude, Lam Hin Ni instantly drops the polite act. She just looks right at him and asks, "Hey Cao, do you know about the Platinum Hands?" Caobong looks super confused. The Platinum Hands? If you mean that absolute trash-tier organization, yeah, I have heard of them. Their main base is over in Kim Sa country. The members are basically all absolute lunatic fanatics of the Holy La Tian religion. And get this, these sick freaks actually love using human flesh as literal bullets. Their combat tactics are straight-up pure nightmare fuel. They literally do not care about human life at all. Lam Hin Ni sighs, completely exhausted by those insane psychos. She reveals that days ago, people actually spotted creepy shadows of the Platinum Hands creeping around the Dushao city outskirts, right where the massive mountain spirits gather. Tu Thon Chi hears this and her face instantly goes ghost white as she screams out, "Wait, what?" Now, you and I are probably thinking the same thing as Caobong. Like, seriously? Why couldn't those psychos just stay in their own country? The Platinum Hands are utterly insane. But what is way worse is that there are at least 100 mountain spirits out there, and the weakest ones are literally Lord-tier beasts. If those platinum hands freaks make the mountain spirits explode, Du Chao City gets completely wiped off the map. Cao Bong gets straight to the point again. Seriously, why come to me? What do you actually want? Lam Hin Yi looks him dead in the eye. My goal is super simple. I hate those platinum hands creeps, and I really don't want them anywhere near us, but I also really do not want to fight them head on. So, I am hoping your mega powerful Nam Thien group can protect Du Chao. Yep, Lam Hin Yi finally drops her absolute wild motive. Cao Bong mentally rolls his eyes. He totally thought she discovered his insane secret strength from that silly girl Than Chi. He thought they wanted beast upgrades, but nope, they just want to use the massive corporate power standing behind him. Honestly, lucky for them, they didn't try any cheap identity tricks. Cao Bong smirks slightly. The group agrees with your plan. But hey, I have a counterproposal. Our company laboratory technology is already rocking at an absolute world-class level. If you guys decide to join the Nam Tien group right now, every single one of your beast tamers will get totally free premium upgrades. Lam Hin Yi narrows her eyes. A deal that good? What is the real catch here? Let's make one thing extremely clear right now. I am only into girls. Cao Bong doesn't even blink at her sass. Look, the hunter squad in Du Chao City is honestly pretty tiny right now, which makes you incredibly valuable, obviously. Let's just sign a temporary trial contract for now. Wait until your very first beast actually evolves, then we will sign the real, official deal, he states firmly. Cao Bong walks away. Think it over, I will be waiting. But internally, his brain is scheming. These sneaky people are probably super weak compared to us anyway, but no matter what, he definitely needs to go verify this wild intel himself. He immediately speed dials Huang A. Hey old Hong, you home right now? Perfect. Bring A Kwai, A Ban, Tu Diep, and Tu Huang, and meet me down at the north gate. But hearing this, Dai Tu throws an absolutely massive tantrum because his precious name got totally skipped. Wait, you are seriously ditching me? You are so unbelievably biased. The giant bug starts throwing wild accusations at his master. But Cao Bong just brutally rubs salt directly into Dai Tu's freshly broken ego. Are you strong as Adai? Heck no. Can you fly as fast as Tio Diem? Can you throw hands like Aban? Are you as epic as Tio Hong? Your stats are garbage. You are ridiculously lazy with training, making you the absolute weakest. How could he dare bring Mai along? Just stay home, kid. Little Huang totally steps up, patting her back. Don't sweat it. He will protect the duckling. Meanwhile, Dazi just sprints off, crying an absolute river. Everyone is totally bullying our poor guy. Little Huang just freezes in pure confusion. Wait, what? Gao Peng just sighs heavily. Man, absolutely everyone is flying straight toward that exact same spot. But suddenly, Huang Ya notices something totally off. Wait, no. He turns to Gao Peng. Boss, there is a massive crater right over here. Mountain spirits are famously lazy. They never just move around. Oh snap, did the Platinum Hand finally make their move? Gao Peng calls the shots. We follow them. Little Flame, Mai, fly up high and scout it. If you spot any mountain spirits or creepy humans, report back instantly. Little Flame gives a quick, hyped nod. Boom! Little Flame flaps those wings, blasting off to scout the area. One quick lap later, our fiery bird radios back to Gao Peng. I see them. Tons of them. Gao Peng is super curious now. How many exactly? Little Flame replies, a crazy amount of mountain spirits. Those Platinum Hand weirdos really know how to bait these giants out. If they pull that stunt right here, Gao Peng quickly jumps in to warn our boy Little Flame. Remember, do not show them you are a tamed familiar. Right now, you need to disguise yourself as a wild monster. Just pretend to pass out from feeling too many mountain spirit auras. Little Flame totally gets the assignment. Understood. And cue the most dramatic, Oscar-worthy acting performance from Little Flame. Ah, so many giant mountain spirits. Absolutely terrifying. Nope, nope. Gotta run away fast. Ah, I am dead. Then the crazy bird just free falls straight down. The Platinum Hand goons watching from afar totally spot Little Flame crashing down. They are super confused. Wait, is that bird a familiar? Any normal monster feeling a Lord-tier aura would run away screaming. But this thing flew right up close? These guys quickly make their smart villain guess. Yeah, that bird is definitely brain damaged. But one dude in a black cloak snaps them back. Do not lose focus, guys. It is starting. The ground violently shakes. Oh boy, they have officially started their creepy ritual. One guy leads the whole ceremony, just totally mumbling. Evolve! Evolve! May the holy Luo heaven protect us! Meanwhile, a random fly zooms right up to the commander, sneaking straight inside his fancy shirt. It sticks flat onto his skin, and instantly, the big boss commander feels something super wrong. His goons completely panic. What is wrong? Sir, are you okay? Then the boss dude just abruptly flops over hard. He finally senses it. We have uninvited guests. He fixes his clothes like a total show-off. Thunder Ape, go give them a warm welcome. Meanwhile, Little Flame returns. Hype to brag. Gao Peng, I am back. How amazing was my acting? Gao Peng stays perfectly quiet, just flashing a cool thumbs up. But suddenly, Little Flame realizes something bad. Oh crap, it whips its head around. Something fast is flying straight at it. The thing blasts Little Flame directly, and our bird totally thought it was game over. But insanely, luckily, Little Flame survives, but gets completely blasted bald. Every single feather is gone. The crew panics, realizing, we are totally busted. Little Flame is completely failing to hold on. Oh no, I cannot block this. Huang Ya jumps in right on time to back our guy up. Elemental shield. The lady whips out a massive barrier to block the hit. Little Flame totally uses this distraction to zoom safely back. She is absolutely straining to keep that shield up. Little Flame is basically crying a river over its perfectly bald body. My absolute most gorgeous, beautiful feathers. Old Little Huang takes off his own cool jacket and directly drapes it over Flame. All yours, buddy. The villain boss spots Little Flame and Little Huang, instantly switching to full supervillain mode. If you saw everything, you are staying right here forever. He launches an attack to completely wipe them both out. But get this, Little Huang totally shoves Little Flame away, stepping up to tank the absolute worst alone. Little Huang braces for impact, but holy crap, the sheer power is way beyond what he expected, violently knocking our boy out completely cold on the ground. Gao Peng completely screams out, Little Huang, his mind is racing. Even the insane Forbidden Zone could not entirely cancel that incoming attack. Thankfully, though taking a massive hit, our boy is just knocked out. That was absolutely a Lord-tier attack. The creepy boss sees Little Huang go down so easily and just scoffs with absolute disgust. Seriously, what kind of wild magical scene is this? The weird boss just summoned his beast. Monster name, Wood Peacock, level, an insane 44, quality, absolutely, perfect tier, attribute, pure wood type, and wait until you and I see its crazy abilities. Get ready. Plant control, level 3. Fast healing, level 2. Its flora trait has multiple wild effects. Effect 1, a side boost that upgrades plant control by 1 level. Effect 2, the main effect directly triggers insane healing skills right inside a massive area. Any ally this Wood Peacock recognizes will actually get 30% better healing. That is huge. And effect 3, a massive burst of pure wood-type life force. Every single tree in this whole living zone is about to grow ridiculously tall. Sure, they get huge, but who knows if that is even useful here? The boss then smirks. So you can die with total regret. I feel generous enough to explain exactly who is sending you straight to the Holy Luo Heaven today. Remember this face. The one ending you is the greatest bishop of the Platinum Hand, Bishop Zalu. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is seriously sweating now. A perfect quality familiar is bad enough, but is there another beast hiding somewhere? This guy has 2 heavy hitters just like him. Oh boy, we are in deep trouble now. Alright, watch this with me. Huang Ah leans close to Cao Bong. Boss, things look incredibly rough. Should I send my Crimson Blood Horse to inform Director Kai? Cao Bong totally agrees. Please do. Meanwhile, Tu Diem, rocking Tu Hong's jacket because its own feathers got completely torched, stands up to brawl. You ruined my beautiful coat, you total jerks, and now you will pay. The Platinum Masters immediately snap their heads up, wondering exactly which total idiot just dared to interrupt their super arrogant elder. The boss is absolutely furious. You dare interrupt me? Kill them! His terrifying familiar instantly charges forward for a massive attack. Hoang E yells out, Terror Pursuit, Spider! Cao Bong immediately shouts right back, Adai, go! Every single familiar clashes in an all-out, completely wild bloodbath. The female Terror Pursuit Spider raises her giant claws, perfectly blocking a brutal heavy strike from the massive Thunder Ape. Adai sees this, instantly winds up a massive punch, and slams the Thunder Ape so freaking hard it goes flying backward. Suddenly, giant tree trunks just appear out of nowhere, completely blocking Adai. It is the sneaky Wood Peacock showing off. Cao Bong yells loudly, Adai, ignore that stupid bird, hurry up and cut the terrifying spider's vines. Adai quickly swings his arm, completely destroying those annoying wooden tree trunks. But suddenly, something way up in the sky catches Adai's full attention, leaving our guy looking absolutely and completely shocked. A supermassive tree trunk, controlled by that annoying Wood Peacock, suddenly crashes down right toward Adai. Cao Bong is absolutely horrified, completely shocked this bird can freely manipulate such gigantic trees. Adai slams his massive hands together, desperately charging energy. Then he unleashes an epic strike, totally obliterating the tree trunk. Cao Bong watches Adai get endlessly swarmed by those thick branches and nervously thinks, Adai is completely pinned down right now. That spider just leveled up too. Without Adai's help, blocking that crazy Thunder Ape is going to be incredibly tough. Meanwhile, that cowardly Jia Lu is still hiding on his peacock. There is absolutely no chance to execute our strategy now. We are screwed. That annoying bird actually controls plants. And worse, they are standing in a lush green forest, the absolute perfect playground for a wood peacock. If only this place was totally barren. Suddenly, an insane idea hits Taobong. You and I know what comes next. Wait, barren. He instantly spins around. Tu viens, tu diem. Burn this entire forest down. Incinerate absolutely everything in sight. Tu viens immediately flies high up into the air, spewing massive flames everywhere. Jialu sees Tu Vien's fiery move and totally guesses Taobong's wild plan. He smirks arrogantly and asks, "Do you really think that little trick is going to work?" So incredibly naive. Then he barks an order. Wood peacock, use those burning plants to crush them right now. Flaming branches instantly whip through the air, charging straight toward Hong'e. He completely panics and screams out loud, "What the heck?" Those flaming wooden trunks smash right through the protective shield, slamming directly into Hong'e. Taobong totally panics, looking at Hong'e lying completely battered on the ground, and screams his name. Old Hong struggles to get up and groans, "No, I am totally fine. Focus on the battle. Stop worrying about me." Seeing this absolute mess, Jialu smirks with this super arrogant, evil grin. This fight is totally over. On one side, the Terror Pursuit Spider is getting blasted by the Thunder Ape's terrifying green light. On the other side, a Dai is completely trapped by the Wood Peacock's endless vines. What an absolute nightmare. Both of your absolute strongest familiars are pinned down. But my side? Oh, I am definitely not alone here. I remember now. You are that highly annoying referee from the Monster Tamer competition or whatever, haha. Such a massive pity. A legendary genius of Huaxia is going to die right here. His crazy gang and all their terrifying familiars, lions, snakes, and giant crocodiles. They all just glare hungrily at Taobong. Then the smug boss finally orders his creepy familiars to finish the job for good. Slaughter them all! Kill the familiars too! Meanwhile, over in a totally different place. At the giant Nam Thien Group boardroom, someone is giving a super serious business report to the big boss, Kai Han Dong. "Boss, our Western expansion is going amazing. We have already secured all the sweet government incentives for our massive project. The only minor issue is..." Mid-sentence, a crazed horse suddenly bursts right into the room, totally interrupting him. Outside, people are still screaming, "Stop! Grab that crazy horse right now. Do not let it bump into the big boss." Kai Han Dong looks super confused and asks, "What happened?" Secretary Han rushes over and desperately whispers, "Boss, this is Hoang-A's Crimson Blood Horse." Kai Han Dong looks completely shocked. Hoang-A went out with Tu Bong today. Wait, could it be? Back to our wild showdown. Taobong and Hoang-A are totally surrounded by enemy monsters. Hoang-A bravely steps in front of Taobong and yells out, "Young master, if you get an opening, just run. Forget about me. Just make sure to bring their heads to my grave later, and I will die with zero regrets." Taobong instantly replies, "Hold on, do not panic. We are definitely not dead yet. We still have a secret trump card." The absolute second Taobong says this, something absolutely massive appears behind them. The red-haired punk is shocked. What on earth is this? Isn't that just the weird bald bird from earlier? How did it suddenly get so freaking gigantic? Tu Hong, now sporting an absolutely massive body, suddenly towers right behind Taobong. You see, the fire wasn't just to counter the wood peacock. Hidden by those raging flames, Tu Vien successfully snuck Tu Huang to safety. Then, following Taobong's genius instructions, Tu Hong woke up and stacked all its crazy support buffs. Taobong realizes, in this brutal clash, if Tu Hong stacks enough passives, they can absolutely crush them. This right here is the ultimate turning point, guys. Meanwhile, on the other side, alright, you and I are about to see something wild. The White Platinum Gang orders their beasts to attack. They actually think having more guys means they can bully our bald duck Stripey. They totally mock him for being bald and ugly. Stripey's face immediately scrunches up in pure rage. Our duck charges in mad as hell. Bam. One direct hit completely drops their lion. Who are you calling bald now, huh? Stripey literally kicks their crocodile flying into next week. The cloaked leader panics. Don't do anything stupid. This crazy duck's power is insane. We have to restrain it. Quick, use the spider webs. Sticky webs wrap right around Stripey, locking his limbs down completely tight. The cloaked guy smirks at his crew. Use this chance to kill those too. His goons immediately order their beasts forward. Go, glazed mantis. The mantis charges straight at Gao Peng and Huang Ya. Huang Ya screams in pure panic. Oh crap, but Gao Peng is actually thinking something else entirely. Nah, this is perfect. He just shoves Huang Ya aside. Wait, what the heck? The glazed mantis attacks right in front of Gao Peng. He physically shields Huang Ya, who completely freaks out, screaming for his young master. The red-haired girl cheers happily. Nice, let's kill one off first. But her teammate's face suddenly drops in total shock. Wait a minute. Look at him. The dude isn't hurt at all. A blue aura is glowing right around Gao Peng. Before the mantis even hit, he already activated his beastly understanding skill. Total boss move. Right then, Stripey erupts with brute strength, violently busting out of those spider webs. A blinding yellow aura literally explodes all around our angry duck. The bad guys scream out, "Why is this duck so freaking massive?" Stripey just casually stomps the mantis dead. Stripey turns to glare at the cloaked thugs with absolute murder in his eyes. They totally panic. Can we even beat this ridiculous monster? The leader sees things going completely south for his team and just grinds his teeth in rage. Crap, bad move. I thought 8 beasts could easily stop those 2 guys. But then, suddenly, a ridiculously gigantic beast starts moving. It shoots out black smoke that literally shakes the entire earth. The leader looks at it, totally hyped up. This is perfect. It is already halfway evolved. He laughs with pure, arrogant confidence. The Mountain Spirit King's forming process is unstoppable now. The strongest king is being born. This is the absolute beginning of our world conquest. By then, I will use Yu Zhou just to vent my anger out. Gao Peng completely panics. What Mountain Spirit King could it actually be? Monster name, Mountain Spirit King. Status, evolving. Level 50.5. Earth attribute, perfect epic quality. Monster info, a massive gathering of wild mountain spirits combined. It uses a magic array to mutate every living thing around it, still currently evolving. Gao Peng stares at the colossal beast. A king-tier monster? So this was their supervillain master plan all along. The arrogant leader points his hand. Mountain Spirit King, trap them right now. The Mountain Spirit King opens its eyes, surrounding Gao Peng. But it also traps the leader's crew, totally freaking them out. Wait, Mountain King, what the heck? Why are you trapping us too? Inside the actual belly of the beast, snap. Huang Ya uses a healing bar to fix his injuries. Gao Peng pulls him straight up. Old Huang, you okay, man? Huang Ya nods. I'm fine. Gao Peng checks the wild situation. Well, we are all stuck now. That earthquake was definitely from the mountain spirit. He glances at those white platinum clowns bickering. Yeah, looks like they totally lost control of their own monster pet. There is a constantly heating tunnel here, looking more like a weird road to nowhere. Grandpa must be coming by now. We just gotta survive until then. Filled with anxiety, Gao Peng gently rubs Daban's head. Meanwhile, over at Gao Peng's grandpa's place, Secretary Han reports the news to Director Jihan Dong. Sir, according to our very reliable sources, the young master left the city, but we lack exact coordinates. Blood packs only let tamers and beasts communicate within a certain range. We cannot sense the direction. Jihan Dong finally speaks up. Good work. He turns around and angrily hops right onto his white dragon. I really want to see who has the absolute guts to touch Jihan Dong's grandson. He barks a loud order. Let's go. Back inside the belly of the Mountain King. Gao Peng's group and the white platinum idiots are all still fully trapped. Surrounded by thick magma rocks, the platinum crew orders their beasts to smash the walls. Honestly, it is doing absolutely nothing. Gao Peng thinks hard. This isn't just a Lord tier. Even Lord tier beasts probably couldn't break this. The Mountain King isn't stupid. It won't just let some random monsters dig out of its own trap. Their breaking speed is totally slower than the king building new walls. He tells Xiao Yuan, hey, poke Stripey's butt a bit. We might need his crazy power. Xiao Yuan instantly obeys. The whole space is full of magma, and the insane heat makes Gao Peng yell out, this is getting ridiculously hot. If this drags on, we might literally die of extreme dehydration in here. Daban looks at Gao Peng with pure worry, softly calling, Master. The leader suddenly turns to negotiate with Gao Peng, trying to play smart. Things are getting desperate. How about we team up? If our beasts attack together, we might actually survive this mess. Plus, I have a sneaky little trick to buy us some real time. Gao Peng asks in total surprise. Oh, the leader continues, King items. The Mountain King is currently upgrading its whole body, so it desperately needs raw energy. It will instinctively try to devour us all. To it, we are basically just a super delicious snack. Saying that, he dramatically points right at the dark tunnel ahead. So here's the deal. That creepy cave, it connects straight to the monster's core, constantly blasting heat to dry out its prey like beef jerky. Then, the big bad Spirit Mountain King just slowly absorbs them. We simply need to toss in some tasty sacrifices. While it's munching on its gourmet meal, it stops roasting us. Hearing this, our boy Cao Bong frowns. Like, where exactly do we find sacrifices here? Mid-thought, a horrifying realization hits him right in the face. He gasps in shock. Wait, don't tell me! Seeing Cao Bong catch on, this jerk Jia Lur just casually continues. Yep, we're throwing our own summoned beasts right into its stomach to keep it full. My team sacrifices one, your team sacrifices one. Boom, we easily buy some time. To show I'm totally fair, I'll go first. He instantly orders his own poor beast to march right into the deadly cave. Get moving! Cao Bong frantically tries to stop him. Hey, wait, but yeah, Way too late for that. Jia Lur turns to Cao Bong with a smug look. I showed my sincerity. Your turn, buddy. Cao Bong shuts that down instantly. I refuse, they are my friends. I'm not trading their lives just to buy a few minutes. But the second he drops that heroic line, his crab A-Ban suddenly makes a weird noise. And the crazy crab just crawls right into the cave, basically saying, I'll hold the rock for you. Be right back. Cao Bong absolutely loses it. A-Ban, what are you doing? Meanwhile, the red-haired girl sneers with pure disgust. Ugh, you people are so dramatic. You obviously sent your crab in on purpose. Stop acting like you care. Oh, she shouldn't have said that. That completely triggers Cao Bong. His face goes dangerously dark, glaring daggers at her. What the heck did you just say? Pow! Cao Bong throws a vicious punch straight into the redhead's smug face, making her instantly cough up blood. Oof. Radiating absolute murder, Cao Bong delivers a chilling warning. One more word, and you're dead. Shaking with sheer terror, she can barely squeak out, You! No time for trash. Cao Bong and his buddy Tio Huang sprint straight into the scorching cave to find A-Ban. Thanks to their blood contract, he knows the crab is somehow alive. Let's go, Tio Huang. We have to save that noble idiot. Over with the White Platinum Hand Squad, a lackey whispers to Jia Lur, Hey boss, they literally just punched our girl. They definitely don't want to cooperate with us. Should we stop them? Jia Lur waves it off. Nah, let them go die. It buys us more precious time anyway, who cares? While tearing through the cave looking for A-Ban, a massive, deafening rumble suddenly shakes the entire place above them. Huge chunks of solid rock start raining down. A gigantic hole gets blasted right through the ceiling, exposing the clear sky outside. And through that hole, the massive claws of the white dragon drop in. Seeing this absolute beast, Cao Bong cheers in sheer relief. It's the white dragon. Grandpa Ki Han-dong peers down, looking totally worried. Little guy, are you all right? Any injuries? Cao Bong instantly shouts back to the dragon rider. Grandpa, I'm completely fine. He immediately points ahead. Can the white dragon smash that massive rock? A-Ban is trapped inside. His grandpa instantly agrees to the demolition job. Got it, stand way back. Boom. The white dragon casually obliterates the massive boulder with a single claw swipe. Cao Bong intensely stares into the newly blasted hole. There's a super deep pit down there, completely pitch black. So creepy. He cups his hands and screams into the void. A-Ban, can you hear me down there? Hurry up and come out! Then, he catches a weirdly sleepy crab noise. Okay, it answers. Looks like the idiot isn't in any immediate danger. Cao Bong keeps staring down the dark hole, still yelling. A-Ban, get your shell out here! Grandpa is finally here. We are totally safe now. Seeing him lean over, Grandpa shouts in total panic. Kid, standing right there is way too dangerous. Get back! Cao Bong hesitates for a quick second, doing some math. He realizes only the white dragon can smash the rubble to find A-Ban. If I stay here, I'm just in the giant dragon's way. Yeah, better step back. Cao Bong helps Huang A up and hauls him over toward his grandpa. Grandpa, Captain Huang is super injured. I need to get him out. But Huang A weakly shakes his head to refuse. Young master, you need to hurry. Cao Bong immediately cuts him off. Just listen. With my overpowered grandpa right here, absolutely nothing bad is going to happen. Meanwhile, the white platinum hand losers are hiding in the back, sweating. Boss, what do we do? Jia Lur violently shushes them. Wait until they leave, then we make a run for it. But Cao Bong turns around. His face is completely furious. Did you really think I forgot about you, cowards? He immediately points right at them, going full snitch mode. Hey, Grandpa, those guys from the White Platinum Hand are in here. They're enemies. The goons frantically stumble back in absolute terror. Don't yell, kid. Without wasting a single second, the white dragon simply steps on the entire group, flattening them effortlessly. Cao Bong stares in awe. Wow, these arrogant jerks aren't even the size of a dragon's toenail. Now that is one hilarious power gap, don't you think? You and I know our guy Gao Peng got way too used to focusing on pure quality and ignoring levels. He figured high quality meant easy wins, even against higher tiers. But here's the brutal truth about level gaps. They just get ridiculously massive later on. Whether it was that crazy wall trap or the white dragon's claws, and it clearly shows Lord tier monsters are absolutely broken. Suddenly, the mountain spirit king shrieks in pure agony. Its cries sound completely unstable, and those magma rocks are totally losing their glow. The monster's status? Evolving, but heavily weakened. It fell into a deep sleep because its energy is totally tanking. Gao Peng panics. This is super bad. The mountain spirit king's aura is straight up dying. Plus, he can feel A-Ban's life energy literally fading away. He quickly spins around and yells at Grandpa G, Can the white dragon go smash some smaller mountain spirits? Grandpa looks totally confused. Hill mountain spirits? Gao Peng nods intensely. Exactly, they need mountain spirit cores to feed the king. Through their blood contract, he feels both the king and A-Ban literally dying. Keeping the king alive is the only way to save A-Ban. The white dragon instantly tilts its head, charging up a massive attack. Then, boom! Thousands of mountain spirits get absolutely obliterated. The dragon rushes back, dumping the shiny spirit stones onto the king, who greedily absorbs them all. The status? Evolution glitch. It's literally creating a brand new life form. Gao Peng stares at the system panel, his brain doing gymnastics. The king stopped moving, but the system says it's still evolving. Guess his crazy idea actually worked. But wait, there's definitely some wild new energy incubating deep inside that mountain. It's incredibly weak, but it has this insane urge to live. Could that really be A-Ban? Our boy Gao Peng beats himself up, thinking it's his fault A-Ban got stuck in this absolute nightmare. How reckless are you? Weren't you supposed to be the ultra-cautious guy? But lately, he's been acting totally out of character. He literally just started and is already derailing. Grandpa G walks up, giving Gao Peng a totally dramatic shoulder pat. Little Peng, don't beat yourself up too much. We'll head back and plan. Grandpa will help save A-Ban. Gao Peng goes completely silent, eyes turning teary. A-Ban, if you actually die, I swear I'll bury every single mountain spirit in Yuzhou City with you. Fast forward half a month. Little Yuan is cruising the sky, hunting for fish. Meanwhile, little Huang looks at Yuan's majestic feathers, feeling absolutely salty and jealous. Dude, how are your feathers still growing like that? Everyone's training, especially Dazi. He acts tough and silent, but he's literally grinding day and night. Gao Peng feels through the contract that A-Ban isn't in danger, he's just knocked out in a mega deep sleep. But stick with me here, the pros literally scanned the entire Mountain Spirit King, and they still couldn't find exactly where A-Ban is. Then, bam! Gao Peng gets hit with a dizzying wave of pure power. Holy crap, what's happening? Our guy casually swings his arm, and a chunk of the tree next to him literally rots away. He totally freaks out. Wait, what? How did my stats just get so insanely boosted? He focuses on his body's energy. Hold up, is there new data downloading into his brain? Superhuman senses? His third beast tamer ability just fully awakened. Wait, does this mean? A-Ban's voice suddenly echoes in his head. Gao Peng, where are you? Bro, I'm terrified of heights. Gao Peng gets hype and shouts back. A-Ban, you're finally awake? Where exactly are you? A-Ban mumbles, no clue man, I'm just so super sleepy. Gao Peng connects the dots. A-Ban definitely absorbed the king or hijacked its body. How else could his power skyrocket this much? He must still be at the old spot. Gao Peng flexes, feeling this insane new power absolutely flooding his entire body. Sure, beast tamers usually get stat boosts from their pets, but they never actually inherit their sick abilities. That's why he always felt like a total noob. But right now, the game has entirely changed. Add those newly awakened superhuman senses into the mix. His six senses are ridiculously amplified, and he finally has perfect control over his own raw power. Overjoyed, Gao Peng wildly waves at his whole beast squad to gather round. Let's move, we're grabbing A-Ban. Dazi is shocked. Grabbing A-Ban? All right, buckle up, then ride on my back. Cao Bong laughs, throwing down a hilarious challenge. No need. Want a race? Dai Tu wonders out loud. A race? Oh, yeah. So if you win, I don't get to eat? If I lose, you feast like a king. But if I win, you get absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Dai Tu just smiles totally smugly. You evil Cao Bong, you are definitely losing today. All right then, bring it on. Before he even finishes speaking, Cao Bong literally blasts off, leaving Dai Tu and Tu Hong standing there completely dumbfounded. Wait, is a Dai acting as Cao Bong's literal armor? Seeing Cao Bong already miles ahead, Dai Tu desperately yells out, "A Dai! Hey, a Dai! Wait up for me!" Meanwhile, trailing behind them, a Dai just looks absolutely and completely disgusted. Cao Bong telepathically reassures his giant spider. "A-Ban, do not panic, buddy. I am coming to get you." A-Ban slowly groans awake. Huh? Wait, is Cao Bong actually looking for me right now? Phew! A-Ban is completely shocked by the insane view in front of him. Where even is this place? It is ridiculously high. A-Ban lifts his massive body up. Now, he literally looks exactly like that insane mountain spirit king. Cao Bong's entire crew is totally stunned by A-Ban's gigantic new size. A swan just shrieks. It is too huge. Run away. Dai Tu instantly cowers behind Cao Bong's legs, trembling in pure fear. Cao Bong, run! Cao Bong grabs a swan and frantically yells. Look closely at what that is first. But a swan has already fainted from pure terror. What an absolute coward. Monster name, Natural Disaster Mountain Beast, level, 51, straight up king tier. And as for its monster quality, epic. Monster attributes are Earth, Rock, and Magma. Abilities include Massive Body, level 1, Earth Control level 5, and Magma Control level 2. This guy is totally stacked, plus Rigid Rock level 3. Staring at the system status panel, Cao Bong just marvels. King tier? You and I know A-Ban just jumped straight to heaven. Right now, his quality is epic. He probably broke into the legendary tier during evolution before suddenly rocketing all the way up to king tier. But dragging around a spider this ridiculously gigantic isn't exactly practical. A massive body like this is honestly only good for guarding territory. Cao Bong flashes a proud smile. Aban, welcome back, buddy. Aban tries to waddle closer to Cao Bong, but his ridiculous bulk makes moving super awkward. Aban peeks at Cao Bong, sounding super pitiful. Master, I really want to hug you, but I just cannot do it now. Cao Bong's jaw literally drops. Wait, you can actually talk? He thinks wildly to himself, not through their telepathic blood pact, but using actual physical vocal cords. Cao Bong reaches out, gently patting Aban's massive, rocky body. There, good boy. Since you are so insanely huge now, try to stay a little quiet, okay? Since you absorbed that Mountain Spirit King's essence, you are going to rule the million mountains from now on. Aban hears this and beams with pride. Lord of the Mountains? Heck yes. I will manage the mountain spirits for Master, the true Lord of the Mountains. Shortly after, Aban sits there super seriously, guarding the ranges. Meanwhile, Cao Bong is casually chatting with Kai Han Dong. Hey Grandpa, can we really just talk openly about Aban like this? Kai Han Dong frowns heavily, replying, honestly, I really wanted to help you hide it. But the guy is absolutely gigantic. How do we even hide that? Other people are not totally blind, you know, he continues. Literally all of Duzhou knows already. The government even promised to give us some proper, corresponding benefits. They even reported it to Huaxia headquarters. Plus, so what if everyone talks about it? Who would seriously dare object anyway? Mr. Kai suddenly starts reminiscing about his own wild past. Back then, the strong always bullied the weak. When he first went missing, those vultures treated his company like a juicy piece of meat. When he returned, it was total chaos. Endless night assassinations, deadly killers, beast tamers, and even explosives. Cao Bong intensely knits his eyebrows. Who was it exactly? Kai Han Dong just laughs. Did you really think your grandpa was the type to wait 10 years for revenge? By day 2, White Dragon and I personally slaughtered them all. Blood literally flowed like rivers. After that, those cowards finally learned fear. Mr. Kai glances over at Cao Bong. Tesk, I really wanted to shield you for another 2 years. But blink once, and you have grown this much. You do not even need your grandpa anymore. Cao Bong just awkwardly scratches his head. Grandpa, if you say that, shouldn't I act a little spoiled right now? Kai Han Dong playfully pouts. You cheeky brat. Suddenly, Honga walks in and quickly reports, Young Master, Director, the bodies of those 2 tamed beasts have arrived at the lab. Cao Bong nods in acknowledgement. Good work. You head back first. I will be right behind you. He turns around, smiling goodbye to Mr. Kai. All right, Grandpa, I am going to go handle those 2 beasts now. But the absolute second he turns around, he instantly feels a massive wave of killing intent, locking straight onto him. Stick with me here! He immediately spins around, barely blocking a wicked surprise attack from Mr. Kai. He gasps, Grandpa! All right, guys, check this out. Grandpa Chi turns and waves at our boy Gao Peng. You're getting totally ripped. Been eating good, right? He literally drops off food and just bails, leaving poor Gao Peng standing there looking completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Grandpa stands by the window staring outside. His hands are clasped together, but bro is still totally shaking. Muttering about kids having zero respect for their elders, flexing all that crazy strength. He regrets holding back, but honestly, it just proves little Peng can actually protect his own neck now, so he can finally chill. Cut to the dead familiars. Huangya steps up to report to young Master Gao. The totally wrecked bones of those 2 familiars are right here. The lightning ape died on the spot, so we just lugged its whole body back. Its meat is just resources now. The wood peacock actually could have survived. But nah, it totally refused to eat or drink, literally starved itself to death. Gao Peng shrugs it off. If the beast wants to die for loyalty, let it happen. No need to make a massive dramatic fuss about it. Seeing Huangya looking all guilty and awkward, Gao Peng says, relax, dude. It is not your fault, so stop stressing out. He casually orders Adai to step up. Adai immediately blasts its wildly intense absorbing fire straight onto those 2 lifeless bodies. But plot twist, the flames do absolutely zero to the wood peacock. Gao Peng stands there watching, rubbing his chin. Seriously? No reaction at all? Oh, right. Adai is level 43, and the peacock is 44. Game logic kicks in, you can only revive stuff at or below your own level. Our boy glances over at the flaming ape skeleton. Yeah, that makes sense. At least the other side is going way too smoothly, huh? Pure white fire rapidly swallows the entire giant corpse of that massive ape. Blue fragments start floating up from the bones like crazy. These glowing light shards actually contain the soul's memories, because every single living being has its own epic personal history attached. Adai points out that absorbing too many memories just causes utter chaos, so he goes rebel mode and straight up burns those pesky fragments into nothing. After absorbing it, boom, a brand new monster form drops the flaming skull ape, born from exploding bones. Gao Peng is incredibly hyped. We got a massive success. Meanwhile, Stripey is over here having the absolute time of his life, repeatedly muttering, Lord of the Mountains, Lord of the Mountains. Let's check those stats. Monster trait, Earth Spirit Heart. An actual Heart of Earth replaces the original one. It totally maxes out Earth element harmony and can actually blend those lost attributes straight into new types. Effect 1 comes with a wild side effect. Earth Control Level 1, Effect 2, another insane side effect. Pure Earth power protects this absolute unit. As long as it stands on the ground, that energy forms a totally hardcore suit of Earth element stone armor. That armor's crazy defense level relies entirely on its Earth control skills. And get this, the Calamity Cloud's power from deep underground isn't just plain dirt. It packs massive, ridiculously hot magma energy too. It absorbs magma through holes in its back, blasting it out the top to form those dark Calamity Clouds. Effect 1 is literally active right now. Side effect alert, those giant Calamity Clouds are famously packed with terrifyingly hot energy. Continually gathering and absorbing it definitely has a strict limit. Now for Effect 2. The main event, pushing those dark clouds triggers an absolute nightmare magma calamity. It creates brutal attacks against enemies, acting like an insane monster spawn point. Terrifying, overpowered defense stats. Standing on the dirt with that gigantic body guarantees an endless supply of defensive energy. But obviously, being that ridiculously humongous makes all of its movements painfully stiff and super slow in a fight. Plus, it only hits max power when physically touching the earth. Monster intro time. The Earth Shield Guard literally swallowed the Mountain Spirit King's heart at the most critical moment. Against all odds, it actually fused perfectly with the Mountain Spirit King, successfully evolving into the ultra-rare Calamity Mountain Guard. Our boy Gao Peng just stares at his chaotic revival masterpiece, totally amazed. Honestly, you and I got to admit seeing this wild transformation happen never ever gets old. But it dropped a level, and its overall grade tanked too. Revived undead familiars just can't bring the exact same combat heat they had when they were breathing. Even if it's the exact same type of undead being revived, their power levels are super random. The specific reasons behind what makes them weak or strong? Totally unknown right now. But hey, nobody has the time to geek out and research that today. Thinking it over, he orders his massive familiar Dumby to gently carry the wood peacock over to the lab. Take it easy, man. Its owner was absolute trash, but this was genuinely a very good familiar. Right before walking off, he spins around to drop one last reminder. And hey, Flamey actually evolved successfully this afternoon while I was literally passed out sleeping in the cabin. Go check if that crazy bird is finally awake yet. After dropping that, Gao Peng just spins around and walks off, throwing a lazy peace sign. I am heading back now. Dumby gives a super respectful bow, muttering, Thank you, Master. Master. Anyway, the very next morning, back inside the lab, Gao Peng stares at the robot's connected monitor. His face is completely frozen in absolute shock. He blurts out, Stevie? He nervously asks the familiar named Stevie, since when did literal plants start sprouting out of the top of your head, bro? Suddenly, a super weird lightning bolt crashes down, completely stealing his attention. Turns out it's just his fat caterpillar. Cao Bang looks at it super suspicious, asking, Dazi, what exactly are you doing? Getting interrogated by his boss, Dazi jumps out of his skin, immediately denying everything. Nope, wasn't me. I didn't do anything at all. But Cao Bang isn't letting this go. Then what's that on your claws? Busted. The fat bug goes completely silent. Look at that face, he knows he is totally screwed now. Cao Bang instantly fires up 2 robotic arms, absolutely raging. He yells while using the metal pincers to lock down Dazi's 2 stinky little claws. How many times have I told you? Stop bullying, Shibai. But Dazi refuses to back down, screeching back, Let go of me, you stinky Cao Bang. Then Shibi chimes in, totally innocent. It's fine, Cao Bang. I'm made of stone, I don't feel a thing. Dazi is just playing with me. Annoyed by the robot's constant poking, Dazi unleashes a move, blasting the mechanical arm completely out of the way. Then it sprints away, muttering some nonsense like, You just wait, Cao Bang. I'll go get a tangerine for you. Cao Bang is completely speechless watching Dazi run for his life. Alright, you and I know this is peak comedy, but suddenly, a serious-looking guy pops up on the monitor. Young Master Cao, he says. Cao Bang replies, asking Old Huang what's up. What's the situation? Any progress on the plans we made? Old Huang holds up a detailed report confirming, We have successfully established the academy under your official name, sir. We are about to admit the orphans into the academy for their studies. The very first batch is already fully organized. Old Huang continues, The school is built close to the corporation for maximum safety. Per your request, all tuition fees are completely waived. Room and board are covered. Teacher salaries and lesson plans are being handled by absolute professionals. We'll have the final results very soon. Hearing this, Cao Bang nods in pure satisfaction. Excellent. There are so many orphans after the disaster, and the coalition government simply cannot take care of absolutely everything. So their living conditions are nowhere near as pretty as the media portrays. But of course, we won't force any of them to join us. It's just a totally fair trade. We guarantee they get top-tier education. If their grades are solid, gifting them a familiar isn't out of the question. Right here, Cao Bang's face screams pure capitalist energy. Because in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. You want power, you pay the price. All we need in return is a little bit of loyalty. He waves his hand, wrapping up the report. Thanks for the hard work. Keep at it. But old Huang quickly interrupts with one more piece of breaking news. There is actually one other thing, sir. A woman named Lin Xinyi is looking for you. Hearing that familiar name, Cao Bang smirks. Ah, Senior Lin, no problem. We already had an appointment. Just bring her straight to the lab. Old Huang immediately takes the order. Understood. 30 minutes later, Senior Lin walks in, bringing a mantis-type familiar right behind her. The second she steps inside, she starts talking. Looks like you scored a huge haul last time. Cao Bang replies with polite modesty. News really does travel fast around here. I actually thought it over carefully. I think I will officially join Southern Sky. You definitely will not regret it. Now, watch this part closely. He locks eyes on the weird creature standing next to her. Is this the familiar you want to upgrade? He scans the stats of the mantis beast right in front of him. Cao Bang thinks to himself, a mantis? No, its original form is a sparrow teodemantis dream, a close relative. The system pops up with a flawless 6-type evolution method. Reading it, he just sighs. They already have some of these materials sitting in the lab. A few other ingredients can definitely be hunted down outside. But honestly, no matter what evolution path this crazy bug takes, gathering every single piece immediately is going to be incredibly tough. So annoying. Snapping out of it, he tells Senior Lin, I have the upgrade plan ready, but we are missing major core materials. I will send my guys to start collecting them immediately. If we are lucky, we gather it all in about a week. Unlucky? Hard to say. Bottom line, just give me 1 full week. Lin Xinyi just smiles at that. No problem, I am in no rush. After all, no beast tamer in the world has a 100% success rate. If it fails, I completely understand, but I trust you. Cao Bang just chuckles. Oh, don't you worry. I always keep my word. Here is to a very happy partnership. Meanwhile, over by the Kim Kang Bridge, things are dark. A gruesome crime scene, bodies soaked in blood, wrapped up and heavily locked down. A stern-looking police chief walks right up to the forensics guy. Where is the witness? The investigator quickly replies. The witness is in the car, but mentally, completely unstable. Hearing this, the chief rubs his chin in thought. And honestly, you and I would be traumatized too, because the forensics report confirms every single body was brutally decapitated. The wounds are incredibly savage, flesh completely torn inside out. It doesn't look like a blunt weapon at all. Decapitation with a blunt object? The killer's raw strength has to be totally beyond a normal human. Suddenly, one of the tech guys shouts out, Chief! We caught a massive clue on the CCTV. He points directly at the laptop screen. Chief, you need to see this. Seeing the grainy footage play, the chief actually jolts in pure shock, gasping, Wait, is this? He squints hard at the massive figure on the screen. The Guan Yu statue? That is the main landmark of the bridge. Did it actually come alive? Sensing how insane this is, the chief immediately starts barking orders. Pull all the traffic cameras. We have to track down the exact location of that statue. Just then, another officer runs up, looking absolutely panicked. Chief, the squad over in the West District just called it in. The missing statue was just spotted at the Metnet Malt Plaza. Hearing that exact location, the chief is completely stunned. Meknet Mount Plaza, the absolute biggest business district around, is officially locked down. The commander frantically barks orders to evacuate everyone immediately. From this exact second, it is strictly military access only. No exceptions. The plaza is strictly exit only right now. The guards respond with loud, roaring shouts of absolute obedience. Meanwhile, right inside the plaza, our boy Gao Peng and his 2 beast companions are casually scouting the area. Noticing the weirdly empty streets, he thinks to himself, the commercial district is way too quiet today. Like, suspiciously quiet, right? He has walked a whole lap and still hasn't found his experiment materials. Maybe he should hit the black market and score some cheap loot instead. Suddenly, a massive figure looming in the distance completely grabs his attention. Staring at this bizarre sight, Gao Peng mutters to himself, Wait, why is this statue so familiar? Isn't that the Guan Yu statue from the bridge commercial street? Why is it over here? Suddenly, a glowing stat panel pops up above it. Reading those stats, our guy is so utterly shocked, he actually starts cursing. The system chimes in. This used to be a totally normal statue, but getting bathed in origin energy somehow gave it life. That massive elemental power literally kickstarted a heartbeat. Boom, it is now an animate statue. Getting hit with this wild lore, Gao Peng frowns. Origin energy isn't just blind faith. That commercial street didn't even have a shrine. Honestly, it probably just absorbed the stares and thoughts of thousands of random pedestrians walking past it every single day. Finding this way too entertaining, he pulls out his phone to text his grandpa. But the second the call connects, the old chairman instantly says, "I know." The funny part? The city government totally kept him in the dark, and they usually report everything to him. Gao Peng smirks. They probably just wanted to hide this massive mess from the clueless public. His grandpa just laughs through the screen. "Oh, I am not that petty. My familiar, Thunder Duke, is actually super close. He will be there shortly." Gao Peng just nods like a perfectly obedient kid. "Understood, Grandpa." Hanging up, he watches the guards charging in and analyzes the chaos. One single animate statue really shouldn't be a huge threat in this massive city. But wait. In a country with thousands of years of history, Guan Yu statues are literally everywhere. Realizing this, he starts sweating actual bullets. Throw in the ancient relics from the emperor's tomb. You and I know if this isn't a coincidence, we are cooked. Hopefully, he is just overthinking. Checking out the squad's edgy outfits, Gao Peng instantly recognizes them as the Black Flag. His grandpa had given him the ultimate VIP rundown on all these secret government agencies. Black Flag handles all the absolute worst city emergencies. Over on their side, the grumpy commander starts yelling orders. "Blackhound Squad, move up right now." Dozens of ridiculously muscular, scary-looking obsidian hounds suddenly spawn in. Reading their floating stats, our boy is seriously impressed. Wow, 50 elite hounds, and they are trained to absolute perfection. Their teamwork is flawless, but against a Lord-tier animate statue? Yeah, good luck with that. The hounds completely surround the Guan Yu statue to trap it, but the statue does not care. Boom. A blinding golden aura aggressively erupts from its body. Spotting this massive red flag, the commander loses his mind. What the heck? That glowing aura means Lord tier. Get every single Lord tier trainer in this city on the line right now. Evacuate all the guards. We are officially upgrading this entire block to a maximum red alert. One incredibly brave beast actually charges in to attack the towering statue. Its razor-sharp claws scrape right against the armor, but the pitiful result makes the commander literally gasp in absolute horror. Commander-tier familiars only leave a tiny scratch, and just like that, the majestic Guan Yu statue shoves a brutal strike straight through its stomach, sending it instantly to the afterlife. Seeing their buddy get absolutely wrecked, the rest of the pack goes completely rabid and swarms the boss. But this giant statue stays cold as ice, casually sweeping its massive blade for some epic momentum. Then, wham! With one deceptively simple but devastating slash, it swats the entire pack away. Watching dozens of his expensive elite pets get deleted from existence, the commander starts having a panic attack. Oh, he is furious. These are his absolute best elites. If they all die here, he will have zero security left. Sweating bullets, he desperately screams into his radio. "Fall back! Tell them to retreat immediately!" Suddenly, the ground starts shaking like crazy. The commander freaks out. Is it an earthquake? Nope. A super bizarre drill bursts out of the dirt, glowing with that exact same terrifying golden energy. A colossal snail-like familiar bursts out of the crater. It is Thunder Duke. The commander takes one look at this beast and his jaw drops completely. Wait, isn't that the legendary Big Boss's familiar? Meanwhile, Gao Peng smoothly walks over, waving. "Are you the commander?" The guards spot this random kid and instantly raise their weapons. "Freeze! Who are you?" Gao Peng just smiles innocently. "Relax, guys. I am just a normal passing civilian named Gao. Absolutely zero bad intentions here. That massive Thunder Duke familiar? Yeah, that belongs to my grandpa." The commander's brain practically short-circuits. Thunder Duke belongs to that legend. We know exactly what he is thinking right now. Is this the mythical young Master Gao? Panicking, he immediately slaps his guards down. "Are you crazy? Don't point guns at an innocent civilian. Put those away." The commander practically lunges, grabbing his hands and begging. "Mr. Gao, please, this ridiculous monster is completely destroying our beautiful city. You have to save us. For the safety of everyone in Yuzhou City, I am begging you to step in and help." Hearing this, Gao Peng just smirks. "Of course, it is my absolute duty as an outstanding citizen." Dazi excitedly chimes in. "Master Thunder Duke, go. All right, you and I are about to see something wild." The Thunder God Beast charges up a massive crackling lightning ball. Boom. It fires the electric sphere straight at the Guan Yu statue. But the living relic is fast, dodging it effortlessly. Immediately, a whole barrage of lightning blasts flies toward the animated grand statue. But get this, the Guan Yu statue uses its god-tier agility to weave right through every single blast. Flexing its stone muscles, the big guy leaps into the air, ready to smash the Thunder God with an epic falling strike. Obviously, the Thunder God isn't going down that easy. It counters instantly, summoning thick, crackling electric wires out of absolutely nowhere. These glowing electric cables quickly whip around the Guan Yu statue, tying it up tight from head to toe. Meanwhile, more wires completely lasso its trusty stone horse. High voltage courses through the statue, totally paralyzing it on the spot. The big guy tries desperately to fight back, but the harder it struggles, the tighter those nasty electric cables wrap around its heavy stone body. Snap! One of the statue's giant arms literally bends backward, proving there is absolutely zero escape here. Cao Bang watches the brutal beatdown from the sidelines, smiling like a proud gamer. Elemental counters are seriously savage, he mutters, clearly enjoying the wild show. The winner is obvious. A completely confused guard standing nearby looks at his commander and asks, "Wait, boss, is it seriously over already? Did that big stone guy just lose all its energy because it fought our squad earlier? Is it completely out of gas right now, or what?" The guard rambles on. Hearing this incredibly goofy question, the commander gives him the most sarcastic smile ever. "How about I ask Mr. Cao to stop his beast, and you can go test that theory yourself," he jokes. The guard instantly shrinks back, totally terrified of that idea. Overhearing their hilarious little chat, Cao Bang just smirks with total satisfaction. The commander is definitely a smart cookie, someone totally worth doing business with in the chaotic future. Loaded up on the transport, the Thunder God keeps flexing its power, keeping the Guan Yu statue completely tied up. Thanks to that elemental weakness, the big guy is slightly damaged, fully paralyzed, and going absolutely nowhere. Before heading out, Cao Bang turns around, casually waves goodbye to the commander, and loudly thanks Boss Luo for his very generous hospitality. "Relax. I am not going to steal the credit for busting this rogue monster," Cao Bang promises. "You guys can take all the glory." Back at the mountain villa, Dazi looks super stressed out and says, "Cao Bang, big bro Thunder God, says he's pretty exhausted." Cao Bang totally gets it. Suppressing a Lord-tier monster is no joke, and the Thunder God definitely burned through a massive amount of energy doing it. Meanwhile, the paralyzed Guan Yu statue starts twitching. Suddenly, a blinding golden light explodes from its giant stone body. Feeling the electric wires around it finally losing their juice, the mighty statue flexes hard and violently snaps the cables right in half. It quickly kicks its massive blade off the dirt, catching the heavy weapon perfectly with one hand. Finally, it launches its ultimate attack. Leaping through the air, it tries to slice Cao Bang straight in two, but its epic death strike is effortlessly blocked by our main guy. Casually grabbing the giant blade barehanded, Cao Bang stares at the statue with a cocky, mocking grin. "Is that seriously all the strength you have? Did you skip lunch?" he taunts. "You and I know what's coming next." A colossal beast suddenly shadows the statue, making the stone warrior absolutely panic. Before the statue can even process the horror, the ground literally caves in beneath its feet. A massive sinkhole swallows it, and countless heavy rocks rapidly bury the warrior. The speed is so insane that the statue's reaching hand gets instantly sucked into the darkness. Just like that, a perfectly round, absolutely inescapable giant stone cage is created. Ban's insane power leaves Cao Bang speechless. "Bro, that is huge! The diameter is like 50 to 60 meters. Truly, a king-tier beast, it easily packs the terrifying, world-shaking power of a walking natural disaster." Cao Bang gives the order. Ban, guard this guy carefully." But the spider's next totally goofy move leaves him groaning. "Dude, I said guard the rock, not sit on top of it like you were trying to hatch a giant baby chicken." Suddenly, his phone buzzes wildly. Cao Bang answers the video call, and old Huang's totally serious face pops up on the screen, ready to report. "Young Master Cao, just like you asked, here are the crazy photos our scouts just snapped over by the Lashan giant Buddha." A photo pops up on screen. Cao Bang squints, running the math in his head. There is no stat panel showing up, so this big guy is probably just a regular, boring old stone statue. But since the whole world went absolutely crazy, mountains and rivers mutated too. The river running right in front of that statue is definitely not some peaceful little stream anymore. In this picture, it looks as harmless as a sleeping kid. So, the giant Buddha might have actually mutated, but it's just hitting the snooze button for now. Old Huang keeps talking and swipes to another photo. There is also Yuncheng Base City. "Right outside are the Yungang Grottos," he says. "Overnight, 10,000 stone Buddhas literally woke up and came to life. Nobody knows the crazy situation downtown, but word is the Waxia Government Alliance headquarters already sent an elite strike team to handle it. Surprisingly, this wild event didn't trigger any panic from the other major regions. Why? Because this freakish mutation isn't just happening inside the Waxia zone. Whether it is the Rome zone, Greece, or even Egypt, they are all facing the exact same nightmare." Hearing this, Cao Bang frowns hard. The Government Alliance's massive prestige and total control are visibly slipping away. Even though the powerful World Government Alliance was established, the very second the apocalyptic mutation hit the globe, and despite them making totally epic sacrifices just to keep humanity breathing, the entire world is simply evolving way too fast for anyone to catch up. Thinking deeply, he shares his dark realization with old Huang. Humans are simply not the apex predators at the top of the food chain anymore. If the planet keeps mutating at this insane, terrifying speed, I seriously cannot even imagine what kind of hellish nightmare the future is going to look like. The only thing we can do right now is swallow the harsh truth and become ridiculously stronger. As long as we keep pushing to the absolute peak of this world's evolution, we can survive anything, no matter how brutal and cruel this planet gets. Old Huang fiercely agrees. Bring it on then. Let's see who can evolve faster, these crazy mutated freaks or our very own ridiculously overpowered pet beasts. Cao Bang just laughs. All right, thanks for your hard work, Old Huang. Keep tracking them. Old Huang gives a super serious nod. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Cao Bang walks over to check the frozen Guan Yu statue's info panel. Its official name? The animated bronze statue, otherwise known as Guan Yu. Current status? Super healthy, but bizarrely depressed. Its hobbies include standing in the dirt, pretending to be a normal sculpture, or brutally chopping off evil people's heads. Pretty epic, right? All right, guys. You and I are about to see something hilarious. So its weakness is actual filth? Cao Bang just stares. Did this rock really take orders? Look, the thing guarding it is straight up king tier. You can't beat it in a fight, and you definitely can't outrun it. But then, Cao Bang suddenly pulls this absolutely devious supervillain smirk. He mutters to himself, wait, taking advantage of that weakness. The power of filth, huh? So, our boy Cao Bang starts throwing random gross stuff at this proud Guan Yu statue. First, fresh chicken poop. The statue hates it, but honestly, it takes it like a champ and doesn't move. But then, bam, he splashes it with random animal blood. And oh boy, that completely pisses the monster off. Totally ignoring the fact that this giant statue is literally shaking with epic rage, Cao Bang just casually turns away. He rubs his chin, completely deep in thought. No effect. So, standard nasty stuff like black dog blood or regular trash doesn't work. Is there some super rare hidden garbage material he needs to find? Giving up for now, he calls over his beast, a ban. I have other things to do. Just leave the bronze statue right here. Whenever you're bored, go gossip with it. Try to figure out why it actually killed those guys. Aban just nods. Will do. Once Cao Bang leaves the scene, Aban creeps up to the giant statue, giggling like an absolute weirdo. Finally, somebody to talk to. And before this proud ancient general statue can even process what is happening, Aban completely buries the poor guy alive in the dirt. Aban starts yapping like a literal machine gun. Hey little bronze guy, have you ever tried bug bread? Oh wait, my bad. You're literally made of metal. You've never eaten food in your life, have you? Man, that is so tragic. Do you even know what chewing feels like? Hey, guess what? Bug bread is honestly top tier. Though, the absolute best meal I ever had was what Cao Bang bought me back in Truong City. Sucks to think I might never find bug bread that crazy good ever again. Not even giving the giant statue a single second to respond, Aban keeps aggressively rambling. Oh yeah, have you ever even heard of Truong An? You've probably never touched grass outside, but it's a massive base city, kind of exactly like Duchao City. Anyway, hold up, have you actually heard the legends about me? I bet my life you've heard of me. Lately, all those clueless humans out there have been hyping me up as the absolute strongest beast. Which is totally true, by the way. Dude, why are you ignoring me? Fine, let's talk about your hobbies. Why did you murder those guys? Getting spammed with endless stupid questions, the mighty statue's brain is practically melting. But it actually snaps back at him. I saw some punks harassing innocent people, so I sliced them in half. Now, can you please just shut your annoying mouth? Oh, big mistake. Aban's eyes light up like he just hit the jackpot. He shoves his face right up to the buried statue's head. You can talk. Well, let me tell you, the statue instantly regrets opening its mouth. Meanwhile, way out in the wild outskirts of Dushao City, right at the entrance of a mysterious forest, Aban is scuttling along at crazy speeds. Riding on Aban's back, a completely exhausted Cao Bang leans against a branch, grumbling. Yeah, riding a giant monster is super safe, but there is a catch. Cao Bang awkwardly stares at a vent right beside him that's just casually blasting out smoke. See, whenever Aban starts running, he literally sucks up geothermal energy from the ground. Then, he vents it straight back out as this boiling, pitch-black, toxic exhaust gas. It is just insanely hot up here. Then he zones out, thinking really hard. You guys remember those awakening stone statues from recently? Their willpower is actually ridiculous. They would literally rather get smashed into dust than become a human's pet. So, the government had no choice but to just sign a peace treaty to keep things quiet. But honestly, this whole crazy situation just gave our boy a massive brain blast. If things are mutating this fast, just imagine the crazy unmapped mountains around Dushou. There's got to be an absolute goldmine of undiscovered monsters and legendary loot. He thinks back to the old days. Back then, pushing into the deep woods was way too dangerous. Even the top-tier hunting squads from Duchao City were too scared to explore past the safe zones near the city borders. But now, all the closest wild zones have been completely picked clean by everyone, and those high-risk areas way out in the wild, only the absolutely insane, top-ranked hunting guilds even have the guts to push into them. He smirks, the gears turning in his head. If he could partner up with those mountain spirits to build wilderness pit stops, hunters and massive guilds could finally push their limits and explore way deeper. If they get exhausted or run out of potions, they just crash at his safe zones. And those emergency supplies? Oh, he is absolutely going to scalp them for 3 to 4 times the normal market price. I mean, shipping goods out here isn't cheap. Charge them for overnight stays. Charge them hourly just to breathe safe air. The absolute capitalist greed in Cao Bang is fully unlocked right now. It's infinite money! He shouts out, "Let's go scout the route right now." Fast forward 1 whole month. Cao Bang is chilling on a band's back, swiping through data on his tablet. Alright, base camp number 4 is fully operational, a ban. Let's hit the next location. So far, they've actually managed to ally with over a dozen mountain spirits. Talk about a massive construction project. It's taking forever, so we better speedrun this. Thinking about his own monsters, he pulls this super proud, hyped-up dad smile. Over the last month, Tu Diep's stats, and Tiu Hong, along with Dai Tu, they've all hit level 39 and 40, literally just an inch away from officially breaking through to the elite Lord tier. Give it a little more time, and he's going to be rocking 4 Lord tier beasts. Oh, plus an absolute unit of a King tier monster. But suddenly, this super weird buzzing sound totally interrupts his flex. Cao Bang turns his head toward the noise, and his entire body just instantly freezes up. What the? Mutated hornets. The system screen pops up right on cue. This nightmare swarm is known as the Blade Wind Lions, ranging from level 11 to 20. Basic quality tier. Metall Tube. Poison and wind elements mixed in. They rock level 2 armor-piercing stingers and a level 1 brutal paralyzing toxin. Oh, plus a sonic wave passive. Get this. Their special ability triggers when 7 swarms merge into a massive cloud of over 100,000 bugs. The intimidation aura alone terrifies every single monster in the area. But, lucky for us, their weakness is just as pathetic. If you catch one Blade Wind Lion by itself, it's basically harmless. But since they evolved from giant hornets, their natural personality is violently aggressive and crazily greedy. They literally do not know the meaning of fear, and all they want is fresh meat. Sure, a solo insect is a total coward, but once they form this apocalyptic swarm, they'd probably try to eat a literal dragon if it got in their way. Reading the stats, Cao Bang's face totally drops into pure, absolute depression. Blade Wind Lions. The stinger on these flying nightmares is packed with a paralyzing toxin. One sting, and your entire body locks up. 0 strength, 0 escape. Then, you just get to lay there, eyes wide open, watching these greedy insects eat you alive. Honestly, the worst way to go out. But you and I both know Cao Bang isn't sweating this. That little smirk on his face, he's not scared of these cocky bugs at all. So, you and I are about to see our guy test Aban's wild new disaster powers on these mobs. Boom! A massive, face-melting blast of fire gets sprayed right at the Blade Wind Lions, instantly roasting those beasts into absolute oblivion without sweating. One by one, they get charred to an absolute crisp. The attack's range basically completely trapped them. Gao Peng watches these extra crispy Blade Wind Lions dropping to the ground like burnt toast, just nodding in total satisfaction. He's literally out here thinking, ah yes, the mighty power of magma smells exactly like deep-fried food. Seriously? Then he casually waves at Yuan hovering up above. Alright, let us head over to exactly where those toasted lions just dropped. Riding on Yuan's back, Gao Peng stares down at the perfectly barbecued familiars. He realizes these are all elite-level monsters. Thousands of monster corpses down there basically means he's looking at thousands of shiny crystal cores just waiting to be looted. But wait, something's up. The second they touch down, Flammy instantly gets this insanely greedy, drooling look on its face. Smells delicious. Flammy happily snatches up a roasted lion corpse with its beak and just starts chowing down like it is an all-you-can-eat buffet. Gao Peng stands there, his jaw completely hitting the floor in total shock. Like, seriously, bro? You are eating them right now? Unbelievable. He sighs and just ignores it. He quickly summons another one of his familiars. Dumby, he points straight at the leftover crispy lion corpses. Let us see if you can actually bring these dead bodies back to life. Dumby instantly spins around, totally ready to work. Then, it activates its epic resurrection powers. Weird purple smoke suddenly rises from the familiar's corpse, pulling out this super creepy gray crystal. But wait, the crystal just violently shatters into tiny pieces right in front of them. The purple smoke totally vanishes. Dumby cancels the skill and floats over to Gao Peng to report. Master, these monsters do not have complete skeletons inside them at all, so they cannot be revived. Hearing this, our guy dramatically sighs in defeat. Whatever, forget it. But turning back to the charred corpses, Gao Peng nearly has a heart attack. The ground is basically empty. He stares in pure horror at Flamey, whose eyes are glowing while staring at a leftover lion corpse. Wait, what? Weren't there a ton of bodies right here a second ago? How did they eat that fast? In a flash, Dazi and Stripey somehow popped up out of nowhere, totally inhaling the rest of the corpses. Gao Peng just stands there utterly defeated, realizing he accidentally raised a bunch of massive pigs. Oh my gosh, when did Dazi and Stripey even get here? He slowly turns his head back toward Dumby. I am here too. Hey Dumby, try directly reviving the dead bodies that are already buried deep underground. Instantly, Dumby fires up that epic resurrection skill again. Boom! A massive wave of dead souls suddenly rises straight out of the dirt, showing off all their creepy full forms. Gao Peng stares at one ghost, guessing it. An adventurer? Then he quietly orders Dumby. Let this guy rest in peace underground, alright? Do not bother him. While Dumby is busy handling that ghost business. A super weird noise rustles in the nearby bushes, instantly putting Gao Peng on high alert. Dumby drops his voice and warns him. Master, there is movement over there. The summoned skeletons ran into some other monsters. Send the undead legion in first. The revived skeleton familiars still have their savage hunting instincts completely fired up and ready to go. Wait, you guys see that? They instantly rush straight for that bush. More soft rustling sounds come from the leaves, and suddenly, a golden-furred rat jumps right out. Gao Peng freezes in surprise, totally recognizing this exact thing. This specific rat! Not giving it a single second to escape, he immediately shouts commands. Dumby, Flammy, grab it right now. Faster than lightning, Flammy shoots out a line of fire to completely block its escape route. The rat wildly dodges, desperately swerving into another direction. But the little guy has absolutely no idea this is actually a total trap. In a flash, Dumby appears right beside it. He effortlessly and firmly grabs hold of the golden rat. Totally ignoring the tiny thing's desperate, frantic struggling, Dumby brings it straight over to Gao Peng. He happily yells out, "Wow, I really didn't expect such an epic bonus catch today." Scanning the info panel on this tiny critter, Gao Peng roasts it in his head. Money-seeking rat? What a tacky name. Plus, its level is garbage. But hey, an unseen mystery-type attribute? That makes this little dude totally worth the trouble. Mind made up, he starts giving out orders. Dumby, toss this rat to A-Band to guard, and while you're at it, get your undead army to pile up all those Bladewind lion corpses into one spot. A bit later, the mutant bee bodies are fully collected and dumped right into a massive pit. Gao Peng nods in satisfaction and gives the next command. All right, Flammy, it is your time to shine. Flammy casually flaps its wings, then blasts streams of hot fire from its throat, incinerating these corpses completely into ash. Once the epic barbecue is over, those lion bodies magically turn into tons of shiny crystal cores of all sizes. The absolute capitalist inside Gao Peng is loving this view. Honestly, once you have insane power, making stupid amounts of cash is literally the easiest thing in the entire world. Dumby, tell your undead army to load all those crystal cores straight onto A-Band. Dumby immediately takes the order, directing his creepy ghost squad to haul those sparkling, ultra-expensive cores right onto A-Band's massive body. Gao Peng stares at the mounting pile of cores with actual stars in his eyes. His completely crazy, money-obsessed true nature is totally showing on his face right now. Oh yeah, they might just be low-level cores from elite monsters, but this massive stash, it is easily worth hundreds of thousands of credit points, minimum. Such a steal. Absolutely buzzing with hype, he confidently points out into the distance and shouts, "Hey Dumby, pack up the undead army. We are diving even deeper inside. Let's completely conquer every single mountain spirit left within the next half-month." Now, here is the funniest part. Gao Peng has zero clue his chaotic glutton squad is secretly munching on those super valuable cores behind his back. Eat faster, guys. If Gao Peng catches us later, he will completely end us. Understood. We are eating as fast as we can. Back at the lakeside villa, Gao Peng stares at the massive lake right in front of him, totally confused. Since when did they open another swimming pool over here? Suddenly, a massive tail from a wild familiar splashes heavily in the water. Flamey immediately goes into ultimate defense mode, hyper alert. Gao Peng worriedly pets its poofed-up spiky feathers to try and calm the freaked-out bird down. It is okay, good Flammy. Don't stress, this guy isn't your enemy. Alright guys, buckle up. Once this massive beast finally let its guard down, Old Man G chuckled, looking weirdly happy. He said a crazy flood hit the Pearl River Delta about a month ago. That disaster totally wrecked some hidden underground limestone cave, right? And this absolute unit of a monster, it just casually crawled out from the underground currents back then. He was actually looking for a new pet anyway, so he set his sights on this bad boy. Hearing Grandpa's wild story, our boy Cao Peng nodded. So, this giant death lizard was his grandpa's brand new familiar. The monster's stat screen popped up. Name? The Emerald Carapace Progenitor Crocodile, also known as a mutant progenitor. Lord Tier, level 46. It was a flawless quality water-type beast, flexing two absolutely insane skills, water control and super sturdy back armor, both sitting pretty at level 3. Plus, it had level 4 explosive tearing. Thanks to its totally mutated, savage bloodline, this thing could easily trigger a full-on berserk effect whenever it wanted. When injured, depending on the sheer pain and how fatal the wound was, it gained massive savage damage boosts for a short time to upgrade its burst power. Right now, this beast was totally calm because it was busy activating its progenitor bloodline. You literally cannot interrupt this process. Until it fully maxed out that bloodline awakening, it couldn't evolve any other way. So, it desperately needed to hoard a crazy amount of water-type treasures. The more water spiritual items it consumed, the purer its bloodline would become. After reading all this insane data, Cao Peng just had to speak up. This familiar was seriously majestic. Hearing his grandson hyping it up, the chairman humbly tossed a compliment right back at him. Your familiar is pretty awesome too, kid. Saying that, Grandpa looked over at little Flammy, who was training hard, and asked if it was about to level up. Cao Peng nodded like a good boy. Yep, 2 weeks ago, little Flammy hit level 40. Once we head back, I'll find a proper spot for its evolution. He continued, handing over a fat report for his grandpa to read. Grandpa, we went out and actually found 168 mountain spirits. And get this, they all agreed to work with us. The chairman was super satisfied. Not bad at all. What are your plans for the future? Do you just want to build a rest station? Or do you have bigger ideas? Hearing this, Cao Peng's face filled with absolute determination. He practically begged his grandpa to teach him the ropes. Grandpa G got serious, pointing right at the report. He studied the details while dropping some serious wisdom on his grandson. Even though the mountain spirits are your allies, your absolute biggest asset is still that familiar of yours. With it around, even if other people get greedy, nobody can shake your status. So, just using the mountain spirits' bodies to make a quick buck? That is literally the most basic amateur move ever. He paused, then dropped the real secret. The hunters who use your station to go adventuring, they are the real cash cows. If you gather all of them together, even if you spend big money, you will never take a loss. Now pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. Guided by Grandpa, Cao Peng looked super confident. I get it. Establish a guild and turn the Mountain Spirit Station into a premium membership club. Once they become members, lodging fees drop by 50%. Plus, we link up item trades with Southern Sky, offering like a 10% discount. Seeing his precious grandson completely grasp the master plan, the chairman nodded, looking incredibly satisfied with his boy. Exactly. And from the station's net income, it is best to toss a little share to the Yuzhou government. It makes things way more stable and cuts out so much annoying legal red tape. Hearing this, Cao Peng fell into deep thought. Besides that, we could even take a chunk of the profits and hand it out as epic year-end bonuses for our guild staff. We will split it up based on member ranks and job titles. If there is cash to make, everyone gets a slice. Being greedy and eating alone is the biggest taboo. Sure, we will give away a lot of profit, but what is left? Still an insanely huge pile of money. His inner capitalist blood was boiling like crazy now, making him think super seriously about this. Once this system stabilizes, the absolute next step is expanding our crazy exploration projects worldwide. I am talking about places like the Dongting Resort, Tianchi Villa, the Amazon Mansion, and even the infamous Bermuda Triangle Resort. Ever since the Big Change, these zones turned into total forbidden grounds. But historically, they have always had wild legends. In this new era, they could easily spawn some incredibly unique, high-tier monsters. Then our boy got hyped and yelled, "So let's call this badass organization the Seekers Guild." The chairman standing nearby was beaming with pride. As expected of my awesome grandson, a few days later, Dazi was curled up on the green grass, snoozing away like a baby. Suddenly, Cao Peng ruthlessly grabbed its two antennas, lifted it up, and dragged it away. This rude awakening startled Dazi big time. Still half asleep, it mumbled, "Huh. Cao Peng?" A second later, without even saying a single word, our boy just tossed this sleepyhead straight into a massive vat filled with some really weird, glowing liquid. The moment the lid slammed shut, Dazi snapped, fully awake. Panicking, it wildly smacked the glass walls, practically screaming, "What is going on with me? What the heck just happened? Why did Cao Peng throw me in here?" The dude who casually tossed it in replied super calmly, "That is a lightning element potion made specially for you, buddy." Then he just coldly turned around and walked away with Stripey. Before leaving, he coldly dropped one last line. "Just stay in there and break through to the Lord tier." Cao Peng strolled into another lab room, frowning as he stared down the little golden rat he brought back, his head just swarming with questions. There are 3 evolution paths for this treasure rat. Out of all the monsters he had seen, this was super limited. Was it because it was a mystic type, or did this rat just have garbage potential? After thinking it over, he decided to just run the experiment. Whatever, let's sign a blood pact first, upgrade its quality, and see what happens. He yanked a massive pot out of the cabinet. Even though he was smiling, his forced, creepy voice scared the poor treasure rat so bad its fur stood straight up. Be a good boy and jump in. Before it could even react, he brutally activated the pact. Do not panic, we are signing a blood pact first. With the pact, I won't hurt you. A few minutes later, the tiny rat was obediently sitting in Cao Peng's weird soup pot, looking absolutely pathetic. Cao Peng totally ignored it and set the heat 180 degrees for 10 minutes. When the timer dinged, he popped the lid off. Instantly, a bright golden light flashed, but Cao Peng's high hopes were completely crushed the second he saw this tiny familiar's brand new, ridiculous shape. He picked the guy up, pulled it right up to his face, and ruthlessly roasted it. Seriously, how did you get uglier after evolving? Right then, its stat screen popped up. Monster name, Rune Treasure Rat, level 18, elite quality, mystic type. It was perfectly healthy right now, but its spirit was completely shattered by Cao Peng's incredibly toxic insult. Since it evolved, it now has an insane sense of smell for treasures. It can even sniff out the lingering scent of loot in the air. Let's see what else this little ugly dude can do, shall we? He kept reading the data. All right, you and I know our boy calculates his next move carefully. Definitely room to upgrade. Two choices here. Option 1, max out that sweet treasure hunting energy. Option 2, hoard treasures nonstop to unlock crazy new abilities. Basically a total class change. Our guy is completely loaded, swimming in rare treasures. Contracting this treasure mouse was a massive headache, so the choice is super obvious. Right on cue, Gao Peng's eyes literally flash with giant dollar signs. Our boy is absolutely hyped and shouts, "Time to get insanely rich." He shifts back to serious math mode, realizing he has most resources at home. The only missing item? King tier monster blood. Getting that is super tough, so he totally has to bug his grandpa. No hesitation, he sprints straight to his grandpa's personal king tier beast. He stares at the giant creature and dramatically begs, "Come on, Xiaobai, just lend me some blood. Just one tiny bucket." Seeing the massive beast about to completely reject him, Gao Peng instantly shifts into maximum innocent puppy dog mode. He dramatically whines and pleads, all right, I already asked my grandpa. Didn't he tell you we had this whole thing figured out?" Xiaobai totally groans but gives in, slicing a tiny cut just deep enough to drip. In no time, the entire bucket is completely filled to the brim. Suddenly, his phone starts loudly ringing out of nowhere. Gao Peng picks up, and surprise, surprise, it is President Feng. The guy drops a super friendly greeting. "Young Master Gao." Our boy cheerfully replies right back. "President Feng, that sounds way too formal. Just call me Gao Peng." Feng chuckles and says, "You are a huge deal now. Even if I wanted to, I cannot just use our old friendship to be super casual with you." Hearing this guy beat around the bush, Gao Peng rolls his eyes and cuts to the chase. "President Feng, you have always been pretty cool to me. Let us just drop the act and speak plainly." Feng completely drops the polite act. Here is the deal. Remember when the Desert Earthworm King successfully evolved? It led its whole nasty squad back to the desert to steal some prime territory. We totally hoped those two boss monsters would just wipe each other out. But plot twist. The Earthworm King actually submitted to the Desert Tyrant. Now we have two massive Lord tier freaks teamed up on the exact same side. Gao Peng nods, analyzing the mess. Yeah, that is a massive headache. So what exactly do you want me to do? Do not tell me you want me to solo those two monsters. That is way above my pay grade, man. Sure, I have a king tier beast, but he is way too huge for long distance travel. The only fighter I could actually send out is my Lord tier skeleton, and that is it. Sensing our boy is about to completely bail, Feng instantly panics and argues back. No, wait, you got it all wrong. This time Jin Shen is stepping up personally. We just need you to stall the Desert Tyrant for a bit. Jin Shen will totally obliterate the Earthworm King first, and then we will all group up to jump the Desert Tyrant together. Gao Peng's face instantly drops. He is absolutely ready to hang up right now. He keeps a fake smile, but his voice turns ice cold. Oh, wow. That plan actually sounds fantastic. But mentally, you and I can see he already knows this is garbage. Asking for help is just a total scam to force his mega-powerful grandpa to step in. Because if Gao Peng fights, his grandpa will secretly follow to protect him. These guys are totally just using our boy as bait. Wow. I treated you like a bro, and you try to play me? Do I look like an absolute idiot to you? Gao Peng speaks, his tone completely serious. He reminds President Feng that Lord-tier monsters are insanely smart. They are not brainless. Unless humans actively threaten their actual survival, those smart beasts would never just randomly attack a human stronghold city out of nowhere. So come on, President Feng. I thought we were friends, so give me the actual truth. Why is the Chang'an military so incredibly obsessed with killing these two specific boss monsters? Hearing our boy call him out, Feng instantly panics. He awkwardly stammers out a nervous ah. Feng completely avoids Gao Peng's piercing stare. He shifts awkwardly to the side and stutters out a super weak excuse. Turns out, the military chief's own grandson was running a mission out in the desert and got completely wrecked by the desert tyrant. He sadly died in the line of duty. But right before Feng can even finish his tragic speech, Gao Peng casually smashes the hang-up button. Our boy just sits there, completely digesting those pathetic words for a second. Then, a purely rebellious smirk crosses his face. Hilarious! President Feng is getting way too good at twisting the actual truth. Some Chang'an military big shot's grandson getting absolutely clapped by the desert tyrant? Oh, that part is definitely true. Absolutely no lies right there. But dying in the line of duty? Please, that spoiled brat probably wanted glory, fought a lord-tier boss, and found out, or maybe he stupidly tried to tame it. Honestly, he was just completely insane and wanted that rare monster core for himself. Gao Peng's face darkens. Basically, the kid was just super greedy, flexed too hard, and lost his absolute life over it. And since they cannot force his grandpa, they tried playing the teenager angle. You and I both know our main character is nobody's fool. Alright guys, check this out. Relying on past friendship to ask me to invite grandpa? Not a big deal. But trying to use me to manipulate him? Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, friends, sure. Suddenly, White Dragon's massive claw gently pokes him from behind like a needy puppy, completely shattering that serious train of thought running through his brain. Huh? White Dragon, looking ridiculously proud of itself, points a single claw at a bucket overflowing with pure dragon blood. Gao Peng actually blinks in genuine surprise, blurting out, "You're done already?" He happily hugs White Dragon's massive claw, making the giant beast puff up its chest, feeling like it just won an Olympic gold medal. Super arrogant, sure, but also kinda shy about it. Thanks a lot, little White. He glances at the spot where White Dragon drew blood. Wait, the wound is already healing? He picks up the bucket of blood, eyeing it closely and testing its weight. This weight, it isn't like water, it's like mercury. Holding it up, the surface doesn't even ripple. It actually reflects his face perfectly. Wow, it literally looks just like a crimson mirror. Is this seriously blood? Man, a king-tier familiar totally shatters every single thing he thought he knew about basic biology. They've evolved into a much higher life form. Then, in a split second, Gao Peng's face totally lights up. He grins like a madman. Finally, Stripey can totally reach the ultimate perfect grade now. He stares at the egg roasting in the flames. The illusions Flamey has been projecting lately are getting wilder. Looks like evolution time is here. Familiar grade? Perfect. Dazi's monster level? Freaking 41. This squad is getting absolutely stacked. Those two are standing there looking impossibly smug. Gao Peng chuckles. You guys just leveled up so easily. Suddenly, Ji Hentong calls out from behind, "Little Peng!" Gao Peng turns around, thoroughly surprised. Grandpa? Oh, hey, you came all the way out here too? Just killed a massive honey badger on the way. Extra meat for the cafeteria. Gao Peng bursts out laughing. Well, that's one way to get free ingredients, I guess. Wait, a few seconds ago, the sun was literally shining. How did it get pitch black so fast? Huge storm clouds roll in, completely swallowing the blue sky. Thunder crashes. Is it gonna rain? Grandpa G instantly senses the energy shift. Looks like that fat bird of yours is finally succeeding in its evolution. Boom. The egg suddenly blasts out an insanely fierce and powerful aura of raging fire. The stronger the fiery aura burns, the crazier the lightning gets above. Countless strikes smash into the ground right where the egg is, setting the stage for its epic rebirth into something completely new, terrifying, and unbelievably powerful. Suddenly, a super weird blood-red bolt of lightning flashes down. With absolute majesty, pure elegance, and boss-level swagger, a stunning crane with snow-white feathers and blazing streaks of fire shatters its shell and steps right out. The two of them just stand there in the pouring rain. Luckily, Grandpa G actually brought an umbrella and casually shields his grandson. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is internally cheering. Finally! Flammy actually looks like a majestic, legit red-crowned crane now. It doesn't look like a chubby little penguin anymore. Okay, maybe it's still a slightly fat red-crowned crane. Seeing his grandson totally speechless, Grandpa speaks up. So, I'm guessing this breakthrough was a massive success, right? Gao Peng nods enthusiastically, replying back. Yep, definitely a success. It even awakened a special bloodline. Though what its body can actually do now, well, we'll have to figure that out later. Monster name? Wood Flame Spirit Crane. Awakened bloodline? Hybrid species. Monster level? A solid 41. Let's check out that sweet monster grade. Absolutely, perfect grade. Monster attributes, fire and wood type. Monster skills, fire control level 4. Fire resistance level 4. Monster trait, the incredibly rare fire feathers. Quick summary, this monster awakens some crazy bloodline in its body. As long as it gobbles up fire-type spiritual items, it can endlessly boost its own grade. Grandpa looks at Gao Peng for a second, then gets super serious. Someone from Chang'an Military District came begging to me. I know you already rejected them, but I highly recommend you go check it out. Assess the situation when you get there. If you can help, do it. If it's sketchy, ditch them. We'd probably do the exact same thing, right? Gao Peng's face darkens, but he gives a nod anyway. All right. Inside, his brain is racing. If even Grandpa suggests I go, there must be something else going on. A little while later, following the old man's advice, our guy arrives right at Chang'an Bay City. Stretching out like a totally relaxed dude, he smiles. Home sweet home. Staying in Yuzhou with Grandpa is awesome, but Chang'an really feels like home. He strolls around completely carefree. Time for business first. He casually walks up to the ticket counter and asks the female staff member standing there, "Hey, are there any travel tours heading into the Dali Desert?" The female employee standing there looks super awkward and stammers, well, about that. Dear customer, she nervously explains to him, I am so sorry, but we currently have 0 tour options going anywhere near the Dali Desert. He raises an eyebrow, asking again just to be totally sure. None at all? Another male staffer walks over, explaining to Gao Peng. Word is, it's ridiculously dangerous out there right now. A lot of people have died. Lately, no one dares to go. Plus, the border military district has things under super strict lockdown. Everyone heading to the Dali Desert has to register. Hearing this, he falls into deep thought. Lots of people dead? Yeah, this situation is definitely way messier than what the Chang'an military let on. He just stands there, thinking hard. Looks like taking the official military route to the Dali Desert isn't exactly a reliable move. If he wants the real truth, he has to see it with his own eyes. More importantly, he absolutely cannot reveal all his trump cards in front of those military guys. He looks left, looks right, starting to scope out the area. Gotta find another way. Bingo! He locks eyes on a shady dude who is also looking around and scoping things out just like him. Just as he suspected, there's totally a black market smuggler running this exact route. Perfect! Gao Peng casually waves the guy over. Yo, my brother, over here! Seeing that, the guy instantly guesses Gao Peng's actual goal, politely inviting him. Let's step inside and have a little chat, shall we? He unzips a backpack literally stuffed with cash, smirking. I want to go to the Dali Desert. Leaving today is best. Here's the deposit. So, got a group? The money is definitely right. Seeing that massive stack of cash, the guy's eyes light up like fireworks. Clearly thrilled to catch a fat sheep like Gao Peng, he vigorously nods. Yes, yes, yes. The dude grins like he just hit the jackpot. Haha, with that green hair and super sketchy face, doesn't he creep people out? Another rich idiot, he thinks. Gao Peng and his floating jellyfish casually follow behind the smuggler. Follow me, familiars on this side. So, let us jump right into this absolute madness. Our guy casually stuffs his hand into his pocket, flexing hard. He stares down a monster, leaving green hair completely baffled. Dude is just overthinking everything. What kind of absolute psycho is this guy? One single glare at the beast mount, and its soul just panicked. Finally, it learned some decent manners. Green hair very politely extends a hand to the boss. Boss, our gathering point is right up ahead. Take a breather. It is almost 10 p.m., and ready or not, we roll out tonight. You can totally chill. Did you really think touching a single hair on his head would be easy? All right then. Oh, you absolute little punk. Who is he trying to fool? Our boy wakes up at noon, stretching out in a fancy hotel near the Great Desert. Riding that bumpy truck yesterday, nearly snapped his spine. Luckily, thrashing those giant wolf monsters halfway here served as a decent little warm-up. He slicks back his hair, throws on glasses, and dramatically opens the curtains. Sleeping honestly felt like being magically sealed away. The more he sleeps, the lazier he gets. Looking outside, he spots a super chaotic and completely packed market. No clue where to go, but our guy already checked the local intel. Down below, the streets are just bursting with insane, chaotic energy. This is the final supply stop before the Great Desert. Rumor says they sell overpriced rare loot here. Ding! The system chimes in with resource info. Exploding Sky Eye plant. Resource detail, you just slap this stuff directly onto your skin externally. It heals nasty burns instantly and works as a solid potion ingredient. The system just keeps dumping these super detailed nerdy facts. Next item, common sand monster core. Resource detail pure, condensed energy ripped straight out of a sand element beast. Feed this to your tamed beast, granting them a massive, instant power boost. It massively upgrades elemental strength, working best if your monster is the sandy type. Last one, Sand Earth Spirit Stone. It holds raw earth and sand magic. Seriously, our boy looks through everything, and it is literally just these 3 basic items. Everything here is a crazy high-tech hologram. He finishes his order, casually thanking the projection. The 3 guys next door are loudly gossiping about the military. The black-haired dude acts calm, saying the military is locking down the Great Desert. Nobody leaves Chang'an. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy next to him just completely loses his absolute mind. Those military hogs want all the loot, he yells. The girl opposite shushes him fast. This totally grabs our hero's attention. Are they crazy? The Chang'an military does not play around. Very few idiots loudly trash the military in public. A waiter drops off his breakfast. Our boy smiles and says thanks, but his big brain is already calculating his next wild move. If the military is locking down the desert and blocking everybody else out, yeah, they are definitely planning something massive out there. He inhales his breakfast and hits the road. Outside, it is an endless ocean of pure sand. The Great Desert. Dazi immediately starts completely trolling poor Adai for absolutely no reason. You idiot. You are way too heavy. You are sinking. The monster is completely speechless at this incredibly pathetic leg-flailing display. Watch me run wherever I want. The beast refuses to admit defeat, trying super hard to stand tall and act like a proud boss. No way it accepts losing half its height. Stomping wildly, it thinks the sand cannot stop it. Classic mistake. Acting stubborn just makes it sink way deeper until it freezes. Totally helpless. Now 3 other monsters have to use all their raw strength to slowly yank it out. Dazi, quit goofing off and pull. All right. Our boy reminds them that this desert is entirely different from a normal battlefield. Suddenly, Adai senses something super sketchy. Boss, the sand element here feels ridiculously hot. Our guy questions it, and the beast explains the crazy truth. When a Lord-level boss camps in one spot forever, its crazy radiation literally infects the surrounding elements. Our hero facepalms, realizing he completely overlooked some seriously vital clues earlier. That freezing, crystal-clear lake the White Dragon called home? Yeah, it was totally altered by the dragon's insane icy aura. Same logic applies here. Hiding deep beneath this desert is one fiery big boss. Sand is naturally flexible, but it has never been this aggressively boiling hot before. The one-legged mount suddenly screeches. It launches into the sky and spots people slaughtering monsters up ahead. Our guy tells it to slow down and wait. Lead the way. Let us find some high ground to spy on this absolute mess. Humans and beasts are just throwing hands everywhere, and nobody even knows whose side is whose. Hold the line, don't get swarmed. Our boy squints at their outfits. Definitely not the military. 2 squads clashing in the desert. We just arrived and caught a wild show. Honestly, that squad leader actually has some incredibly solid skills. Things get dicey, so he instantly calls a defensive formation. Relying on their tanky frontline beasts is somehow keeping them from being completely wiped out. These monsters are like soulless zombies, floating like creepy ghosts. Our guy keeps commentating, noting the monster swarm is multiplying insanely fast. Keep going like this? He'd be totally crushed to death. Then, pure panic hit him. A rhino-horned monster going head-to-head with a massive sand beast right in front of him. A glowing yellow stone drops from its body. The system happily pops up to explain. Name? Sand Monster. Level 12. Current status? Oh, just suffering from a completely fatal injury. Comatose. Attribute is sand. Top 3 weaknesses? Water types, obviously. Our boy is taking notes. Crushing its internal sand core. Chop off a body part, and this ugly thing instantly loses a massive chunk of its raw power. But wait, the severed chunks can reattach. They suck up the sand to rebuild the body, though it seriously takes a ridiculous amount of time. Our guy actually knows his stuff. Don't you dare joke around. That glowing heart-looking thing? Definitely the sand core. If someone can just rip that core straight out of its dusty body, the beast instantly drops into a total coma. Easy win, right? And obviously, he wants all that sweet loot right in his own pockets. Wait a second. If that core acts as a heart, he could totally run a crazy little experiment right here. Dai grabs its chest. The blue-haired dude is sweating absolute buckets right now. He stammers, boss. Something is seriously messed up with these sand monsters. The beasts look like squished Play-Doh. They lose their massive shapes, completely swallowed up by this super creepy glowing red energy. Crazier still? They spit out their own cores. Who the heck is pulling the strings here? Our 2 guys are just standing there totally dumbfounded. What is even happening right now? Why are these monsters blowing themselves up? Dust flies everywhere, leaving our guy totally confused. Seriously, why the sudden explosions? You and I know having an ice pet right now would totally save the day. It could have been an easy fix. But sadly, his current pets just are not leveled up enough to handle this crazy mess, judging strictly by his previous scientific experiments. Sand freaks have massive immunity against lightning and fire attacks. That completely rules out Dazi and Xiaoyan, so that leaves Dai. But in this desert, Dai's movements are super restricted. He really cannot grab any sort of tactical advantage here. He is staying surprisingly chill. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy means winning every single battle. Looking down from the cliff, there is a massive, endless line of military tanks rolling in. The military rushed to evacuate all the civilians from this danger zone days ago. Looks like the standoff is finally reaching its absolute breaking point. Even from way back here, Cao Bong can feel the terrifying, earth-shattering power radiating off that massive shadow ahead. The big boss has finally entered the chat. It rocks a freaky robotic body, completely wrapped up in heavy dirt and solid rocks. The system scans it. Name? Desert Tyrant? This absolute unit is sitting at level 44. Status? Weakened with minor injuries, but it is absolutely furious. And look, there is another special guy right next to it. Meet the Desert Giant Hill. Level 41, completely healthy, and fully on high alert for any trouble. Our boy is totally amazed seeing this for the first time. This is the Desert Tyrant's Lord Halo effect. A totally green tree instantly turns into bare, dead branches. The entire protective forest just withered away. Wait, no. The actual mud is literally transforming into a desert. He loves acting like a smart sports commentator. But hey, you need brains to know this stuff. Any area trapped inside that Lord Halo effect, it instantly gets turned into useless, dry sand. It forces enemies to fight on its home turf, expanding its combat advantage to insane levels. Honestly, that is a wildly overpowered boss move. A super expensive modern military drone tries sneaking up. Busted. The Desert Tyrant glares at it with pure, blazing hatred. It casually raises a fiery fist and literally punches the high-tech toy into explosive confetti right in mid-air. Poking the angry bear is a terrible idea. The sand beasts are rising up everywhere. This is getting bad, guys. The Desert Tyrant just officially summoned its entire sandy army to the battlefield. The military radio screams, "Cover fire! Hurry! Do not let the Monster Legion fully form." But all those bullets do absolutely nothing. The beast throws up a massive shield, completely blocking the heavy army barrage like it is nothing. Cao Bong quickly covers his ears, totally dizzy from the deafening battlefield noise. For the first time ever, having super good hearing is actually pure torture. The explosive dust gets so incredibly thick that the entire area just turns into a blurry, chaotic mess. Huh? The crazy sandstorm is finally clearing up. Where did this guy even pull a weapon from? It is raging, looking like it wants to absolutely destroy every human around here. It goes completely unhinged, throwing massive attacks and slashing everywhere, total Death Wish vibes. But then, a brilliant light flashes from the horizon. The military guys cheer like they just found their superhero. It is the Golden God. Hold the line, brothers. The Desert Tyrant? Not even slightly scared. It grips its giant spear tight, eyes burning with pure, violent rage, totally ready to throw down. It moves insanely fast, rushing forward at absolute breakneck speed and launching that spear. But super unlucky for the boss, that shiny new pet pulls off a spectacularly flawless dodge. The Golden God even drops a massive slash right across its back, just as a cute little welcome gift. The soldiers are getting super hyped. Nice hit. Taking a wound that deep, even a Lord-tier beast should fall. But wait, plot twist. The Desert Tyrant literally does not care. Everyone panics as they realize the horrible truth. The giant wound is already healing. Our boy stands there, watching this absolute chaos unfold. He goes full mad scientist mode. He realizes the boss can actually turn parts of its own body into literal sand fog to dodge. It is dodging physical attacks by simply dissolving. Honestly, pulling off a big brain tactic like this requires insane reaction speed and absolutely flawless timing. Too slow, you get crushed. Too fast, the enemy adapts. Stick with me, we are about to see its true stats. The system spits out an essay of details. It really is the Golden God. These numbers are absolutely gorgeous. Name? The Golden God Sky Eagle. Level 47. Status? Super healthy and perfectly calm. It has flawless quality, rock and a metal attribute, and sturdy feathers sitting at level 3. Sharp feathers at level 3. Metal element control at level 4. Plus, the special trait Roaring Metal Divine Feathers. Its feathers are just ridiculously tough. Thanks to constant leveling up, both its massive attack damage and crazy defense stats hit the absolute maximum limit, giving it 2 totally insane battle effects. First passive, Feather Toughness +1, and Sharpness +1. Second passive, a massive resistance boost against other elemental magic attacks. It seriously feels like they are throwing down right in front of our guy's face. Obviously, stepping blindly into this chaotic mess right now would be absolute suicide. But here is the catch. This Lord-tier Desert Tyrant is fighting on its home turf. If the Chang'an military has 0 escape routes, the winner of this brawl is a total coin toss. The Desert Tyrant smashes its hand into the cracked ground. Is it game over already? Nope. These two absolute monsters keep trading wild blows, with the Tyrant running like a total goofball just to chase down the Golden God. Spotting the enemy creeping up from behind, it instantly throws up a shield using its wings. And right on cue, the Desert Tyrant charges up absolutely everything for one insanely overpowered, earth-shattering punch. That massive punch shatters the shield into a million flying pieces. Just watching this sheer destruction leaves everyone completely paralyzed in shock. Nobody saw that ridiculous impact coming. I mean, seriously? A supposedly unbreakable Lord-tier defense just completely shattered from a single brute force attack. Way too overpowered. A panicked military soldier quickly reports the chaotic situation. Commander, the Golden God is totally locked in a struggle with the Desert Tyrant right now. Should we actually keep firing those special rounds? Peering through his binoculars, the guy is too terrified to act recklessly. Not yet. If it were just some random beast, friendly fire would be whatever. But these two behemoths show zero signs of stopping their wild rampage. Still no clear winner. The binoculars reveal the Golden God fiercely counterattacking, proving its absolute peak leader-tier status. Usually, turning a beast into collateral damage to win a war is completely fair game. But here is the massive problem. This is the legendary Golden God. We are literally looking at the strongest lord in the Chang'an military zone. This beast is the absolute untouchable symbol of Chang'an's fighting spirit. The commander is obviously sweating bullets over losing their precious regional mascot. He finally snaps out of it and orders every single soldier to get completely ready. The moment the Golden God gets some distance from that freakish monster, fire everything. The subordinate quickly obeys. Right. Meanwhile, a guy near the tanks is completely losing his mind as the ground shakes violently. What the heck? Is it an earthquake? Yeah, things are officially going sideways. Massive, disgusting worms suddenly erupt from the desert floor, literally tossing heavy tanks around like cheap toys. They multiply ridiculously fast, turning the entire military vehicle zone into absolute chaos. It is the Sand King giant worm, surrounded by countless man-eating grubs. Our entire desert formation is taking a massive, totally unexpected hit. The commander is basically fuming out of his ears. He violently screams to scatter the artillery and send in the beast tamers. Suddenly, weaponized chickens are deployed. How do they even fly? Well, turns out they just use their brutal pecking attack. These feathered freaks charge out and start pecking the absolute life out of those fat, juicy worms. Talk about a free, all-you-can-eat buffet. The entire squad is just standing there, completely dumbfounded by this ridiculous circus. Ziye casually balances on one leg and asks, Gao Peng, should we jump in and help? But he immediately shuts that down. Why risk our necks for literally nothing? He tells them to hold up. Running in blindly right now is completely useless, and honestly, a super fast way to just get ourselves permanently deleted. He looks like he is just watching, but his brain is actually plotting intensely. He just keeps his mouth shut because thinking this tiny squad could flatten the entire desert is painfully naive. Seriously, the military would never put a complete idiot in charge of a massive operation like this. They definitely have some insanely overpowered trump card hiding up their sleeve. And boom! Just a minute later, the commander drags out this massive, completely heavily cloaked giant. See? Our guy's big brain prediction was absolutely dead on the money. Plus, check out that creepy, black-robed freak standing right behind the stressed commander. Look at that ridiculous height. Zero chance that thing is human. Damn it, it is wrapped up so tight, checking its power stats is totally impossible right now. A second ago, they were hyped about their beast. But now, the Desert Tyrant is casually lifting the Golden God by the neck like a totally harmless toy. The Golden God is desperately thrashing around to escape that massive choking grip. But then, out of nowhere, the Desert Tyrant's arm violently jerks back like it just took a major hit. But this freakish monster literally does not care. Its shattered arm just instantly regenerates from nothing. Honestly, fighting this Desert Tyrant on its own home turf feels exactly like dealing with an aimbot hacker. As long as its core stays perfectly intact, any crazy damage simply heals right up in a flash. Its fighting power doesn't drop a single bit. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolutely wild surprises. Suddenly, a huge wave of weird things flies straight into its legs. Gao Peng, basically acting like a human drone camera, catches this incredibly spicy detail. The smaller sand monsters are literally merging into the Desert Tyrant's giant body. Wait, that is totally messed up. Does this absolute cheat code have hidden skills? Terrifying black spikes erupt everywhere across its body. Its massive muscles are aggressively bulging out too. The Desert Tyrant is straight up losing its mind. It grows ridiculously huge, and just walking sends explosive shockwaves of sand flying everywhere. Obviously, our guy is completely frying his brain cells trying to cook up a winning strategy. The Golden Eagle is Chang'an's legendary guardian deity. We absolutely cannot let it die in this dump. Time to throw down. But before he can even check his system, something completely terrifying makes his eyes bulge. Wait, what? An insanely massive stone general drops straight out of the sky. With one brutal, savage swing, it violently smashes the thread into pieces. The trusty system finally pulls up the stats. Meet the monster, Qin General Yong. Also known as Meng Tian, it is a level 44 epic tier beast, rocking both corpse and dark attributes. loaded with level 2 divine power and level 4 armor enhancement. Its special trait, Corpse Bravery, literally triggers a wildly mysterious and overpowered evolution. Plus, the second active effect burns up its internal death energy to temporarily buff all of its master's stats. Zero nasty side effects whatsoever, but honestly, the absolute burst duration is ridiculously short. Still cool though. Here is the crazy lore drop. In life, this guy was a legendary human general. After drinking poisoned wine and getting buried, he was turned into a literal terracotta warrior, trapping his angry soul inside forever. And suddenly, our guy pieces it all together. That giant hiding right behind the commander? It is actually the legendary Qin General. Alright, check this out. That gray mist is corpse gas, a literal cheat code boosting all stats. The Desert Tyrant is cornered, but no way is this absolute unit backing down without a massive brawl. It charges with everything it's got. Claws out, ready to shred, while General Qin rushes in from the other side like an absolute hurricane of pure rage. Flexing those elite combat skills and dual swords, Qin unleashes a brutal combo of strikes. The boss actually has to step back from the insane heat. But wait, the tyrant's giant hand is still crushing Gold God into the dirt, until boom, Gold God finally wiggles free from the absolute smash. Flapping its wings, it blasts the tyrant sideways. But getting away isn't that simple. Why? Because Qin is standing right behind it, cracking his knuckles and ready to throw hands. Meanwhile, Gold God just dips and flies straight up into the sky. The Desert Tyrant shakes it off, locking in for round 2. But Qin? Our guy just gives this super chill, cocky little smirk, like he's done this a million times. He drops down, charges right back in, gliding across the sand like a total pro. You'd think this was the final boss fight, right? Nope, Qin was just flexing. He grabs Gold God and literally dips, leaving the tyrant standing there looking incredibly stupid. The commanding officer planned this whole bait and switch perfectly. If he didn't, they'd all be total toast by now. That fake out totally stole the tyrant's attention, giving Gold God the exact window needed to escape the danger zone. Honestly, that performance wasn't half bad. For a monster to have that kind of insane battle IQ, wild. Gold God almost got wrecked out there, forcing our guy to actually reveal his hidden trump card. It is insanely frustrating, but they can't force it. Such a shame the tyrant straight up refuses to leave its desert sandbox. And killing it here is basically impossible. They can't just keep playing tug of war forever. The order drops to pack up and fall back. Everyone agrees in perfect unison. Right then, a soldier runs up with a communicator, a video call from the big boss general. He hits accept, the screen lights up perfectly, and the officer drops a salute. He starts apologizing for totally misjudging the tyrant's crazy power level, but guess what? The general completely cuts him off before he can even finish. Little Yang. The general looks seriously mad. He's throwing a major toxic tantrum if he can't win. He's wrecking the board. That was my only living bloodline. Plus, I am 66 years old. I don't have the time to sit around waiting for another magical opportunity. Right now, I want that giant freak dragged straight to hell with my grandson. Whatever the cost. Hearing that insane demand literally drains the color from the officer's face. Understood? He's super annoyed about taking the order, knowing their limits, but still replies, "Yes, sir." Back to Gao Peng, who decides he's completely done with this drama. Let's bounce. The military packed up and vanished. The tyrant also dipped back deep into the dunes. Poking that boss-level freak right now? Terrible idea. Better to wait until they score a Lord-tier ice element beast. They can totally catch it later. But suddenly, Gao Peng's danger sense goes crazy. Huh? Why the sudden absolute panic attack? This is real threat-level dread, something he hasn't felt in ages. The familiar starts screaming in total panic. Adai grabs his shoulders and brutally shoves him to the dirt. What the heck, Adai? He can't help his morbid curiosity and peeks upward. A massive glowing red streak rips right across the sky. What is that? The strike crashes straight down, exploding into thick white smoke. The scene goes absolutely chaotic as a massive, burning shockwave erupts straight out of the ground. The flying jellyfish literally drops its jaw, a massive mushroom cloud. Even Gao Peng yanks his mask down in shock. They actually dropped a literal nuke. He sits in the dirt, panting hard, mumbling some deep life philosophy to his completely traumatized pets. Thank God they were far away. Look, let me tell you guys, surviving crazy stuff just means insane loot later. Are you guys holding up okay? Can you handle the radiation damage and the blast shockwave hitting your bodies? You good? The whole squad shares the exact same blank look, shaking their heads. We're completely fine. Gao Peng finally lets out a huge sigh of relief. Good thing 3 Lord tiers split the damage. Turns out, nuclear radiation doesn't really mess with high-level monster bloodlines at all. Pretty convenient, right? Staring at the black smoke choking the sky, he casually stuffs his hands in his pockets. The military went completely unhinged today. All right, let's roll. Let's go see what's left of the Desert Tyrant. Deep in the scorched desert, Gao Peng strolls with his hands pocketed, his jelly buddy hovering right by his shoulder. He quietly mutters, "A nuke isn't a guaranteed one-shot against a lord. Only a direct hit at ground zero could actually vaporize it." He spots massive, crystal-looking rocks scattered across the sand, literally radiating crazy heat from the blast. Touching it feels exactly like smooth glass. Copying his master, the jelly slaps two little tentacles onto the glowing stone to check the vibes. Out of nowhere, the little rat in Adai's hand starts freaking out, waving its arms yelling, "Treasure! Treasure!" Gao Peng just side-eyes the little dude, entirely unconvinced. "Bro, literally everything is a treasure to you." He instantly gets flashbacks to yesterday digging like an absolute maniac because of this rat, only to take a massive loss. Now you and I know why he's annoyed. That garbage core yesterday wasted hours of our lives. The rat aggressively throws its tiny arms up, desperately swearing, "Real treasure this time. All right, a literal treasure, boss. Trust me on this." Seeing it act sincere, Gao Peng reluctantly sighed. "All right then, I will trust you this once. Dig. You and I know this sucks." Gao Peng and Da Zi grabbed shovels, struggling hard to dig. They made a massive hole but found absolutely zero. He started losing his patience fast. "We dug so deep. Is your precious treasure really down here?" The mouse sat on the pit edge, constantly hyping them. "Hurry up! Hurry up now, boss. Keep going." Suddenly, the shovel hit something super solid. No matter how much force they used, they could not push it into the dirt anymore. He just stood there, staring at what he dug up. Gao Peng leaned on his shovel right behind it and asked, "Hey Dazi, did you dig something wild up? Bring it out, let me see." Dazi obediently reached out to grab the freshly dug item, but its hand barely touched the thing and it instantly got blasted and hurt. Black mist leaked straight out of its body. It stared at its own hand, which had turned completely red, and fell into some deep thought. Gao Peng was honestly shocked too. He thought, even a nuclear bomb could not hurt Dazi. Who knew this bizarre thing actually could? Gao Peng raised his hand, signaling the floating jellyfish. "A Swan, get the protective gear out for me. We need to handle this first." The floating jellyfish X Swan immediately raised a tentacle to its head, like it was doing a little salute. After placing Dazi's dug-up item on the table, the system dropped the info. "Wait, item name? Error glitch." Gao Peng looked at the white and black object, saying, since discovering his ability, this was the very first time seeing data glitch out this crazily. This bone was definitely not simple. Or wait, did this mean his own ability could actually still level up? Gao Peng glanced at Aishu and smiled with praise. "You did a huge job this time." Aishu sat on the giant rat's head, crossed its arms, held its chin high, and happily showed off an incredibly arrogant, smug look. Gao Peng suddenly got a genius idea. He smacked a fist right into his palm and said, "If it is a bone, can we try putting it on Dazi?" Dazi used both hands to grab the rectangular white bone it just dug up, raising it right up to its chest. Head full of question marks, clueless about what crazy thing Gao Peng was planning. Gao Peng looked at the bone, then at it, looking totally satisfied. Yeah, put it on your chest. Making a chest plate out of it isn't bad." Suddenly, the black patterns on the bone flashed with red light. Dazi's whole body instantly shook. Gao Peng panicked and hurriedly ran over to Dazi. He asked with total concern, "Dazi, what is wrong?" For some wild reason, black mist poured out again. You and I would panic too. Gao Peng watched, completely mind-blown. His eyes popped wide open. What? Right in front of him was a giant beast. Its entire body literally sparkled brightly. It gave him the feeling of standing inside a vast, endless universe. Inside, he was totally freaking out and confused as heck. He thought to himself, "Starry Sky? Giant beast? This is an illusion. Geez." The bone Dazi held simply dropped to the ground with a thud. Gao Peng snapped back to reality. He asked Dazi, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere now?" Dazi cluelessly answered, "Nope." Suddenly, Gao Peng noticed the glowing red patterns that just appeared on Dazi's arm. He thought to himself, "That pattern looks exactly like the one on the white jade bone." Gao Peng's eyes widened, staring intensely at the weird pattern. The reflection in his eyes did not show green at all. Gao Peng read the system info that just popped up. Monster gained a new ability, Undying Dark Flame Level 2. He stared in shock at the red flames burning around Dazi, thinking, an extra ability. These flames apparently cannot burn physical items. The black cloak on Dazi was completely engulfed in flames, but did not burn up at all. Thinking this, Gao Peng waved his hand. Kinda interesting. "Ah Xuan, go grab that bone, we are heading back first." Chang'an City, Day 2, late at night. Up in the pitch-dark sky, quite a few bright stars were sparkling. A staff member monitoring the city through radar spotted a highly suspicious red dot. He quickly rushed to report it. "Hey, Commander, the radar shows an unknown object approaching the city at absolutely insane speeds." The commander immediately barked orders at everyone. Quick, go gather the beast familiars. Stop it now. Bring the weapons to the guard post. Prepare for battle. Everyone got the alert and scrambled into action. At the outpost, the winged monsters were getting closer and closer. People nervously yelled out, "This is bad," meaning that monster's speed is getting ridiculously fast. Right in front of them appeared an entirely emerald beast with a tough outer shell looking just like a crustacean. For a second, you and I couldn't even figure out what crazy species it was. They panicked more and more, and I honestly don't know who yelled it, but someone screamed, "Crystal, glass, or whatever kind of monster." Its five-fingered hands spread out wide, revealing five razor-sharp claws. It swung to attack, and its terrifying power smashed straight into the giant city wall. Let me tell you, things are exploding out there, rocks and dust everywhere. But meanwhile, in a hotel room, Cao Bong is just chilling, scrolling the news. He mutters to himself about some high-level alarm going off. Typical Tuesday, right? Suddenly, a loud knock rattles his hotel door, making our guy snap his eyes toward the sound. He opens up to find two aggressively serious dudes. One asks if he is Mr. Cao Bong, but totally cuts him off before he can even blink a reply. The guy just barks that Truong and City hit a 5-star alarm, and all trainers are getting drafted by the government, 0 exceptions allowed. Holding the knob, Cao Bong casually agrees to go after packing up. The two dudes instantly give him a stiff salute, and our hero ducks back inside. Looking a bit stressed, he thinks about the last 5-star alarm during Bok Long's level up. Yeah, things are about to get wild. Over at the Truong and City base defense, Cao Bong leans on the east wall, peering down. His jaw drops in complete surprise. Oh, so it is this ugly guy. Down below stands a humanoid monster wrapped in super thick armor. The system immediately flashes the creepy beast's details. Radiation Tyrant. It is a nasty radiation mutant, epic quality, level 46, Earth attribute. Abilities include level 3 toughness, level 3 elemental resistance, and level 4 gravity control. Its core mutated completely from nuclear radiation just to survive. Sounds perfectly fair, right? It literally absorbs nuclear energy to live. The passive effect converts deadly radiation into pure strength, while the terrifying active effect activates that nuclear core to completely juice up its physical stats in a few seconds. Its weakness? That hard armor actually makes its body more brittle. Basically, this former desert tyrant took a nasty radiation bath and survived ridiculous heat to become this nightmare. Staring at this walking disaster, Cao Bong realizes the radiation mutation seriously buffed up the monster's defense and elemental resistance. This is not your average boss fight. But hey, its healing speed might actually suck now. Plus, nuclear energy is way harder to find than regular sand, so who knows if this mutation was actually a smart move. Up above, Kim Than spreads its wings. Cao Bong glances at his beast. The system shows it is perfectly healthy and absolutely furious. Cao Bong is pleasantly shocked. Did Kim then already recover? He mutters under his breath, these two enemies are totally seeing red. Time for heavy hits. Just as predicted, Kim Than goes straight for the throat. Blinding golden light crashes right into the mutant below. The beast barely flinches as huge dust clouds block everything from view. When the smoke finally clears, the giant freak is just staring up with tiny scratches. Cao Bong drops his jaw. That epic strike barely even tickled the big guy. Cao Bong snaps to Ah Dai, telling him to stall and absolutely avoid a stupid head-on clash. Ah Dai obeys instantly. The desert sucked for him, but this is home turf. Without blinking, Ah Dai leaps straight off the wall. He charges right at that radioactive nightmare, ready to brawl. The mutant raises a hand, blasting a lethal red beam directly at Ah Dai, but our skeleton buddy casually throws up a hand and blocks it cold. Ah Dai plants his feet, raising a brightly glowing fist as the ground violently shakes. Here is where things get crazy. The mutant stares as undead freaks burst from the dirt. A massive centipede erupts, making everyone scream the boss from 6 months ago. An undead. The undead Nagu Kong King acts like a totally loyal puppy behind Ah Dai. With a massive creepy army summoned, they form a brutal standoff against the radioactive giant. Up on the wall, Thuong Wai watches the intense standoff with Cao Bong's beast and smirks. This is a perfect opening. Throwing his hand up, he screams an order at Kim Than. Kim Than, the time is now. Slice that ugly head clean off. Kim then unleashes a skill, raining countless golden light beams straight down. But the giant freak is surprisingly fast, casually stepping back to dodge the whole thing. At that exact moment, Cao Bong barks out a loud order. Ah Dai, get your undead squad to box this radioactive freak in. No escaping allowed. Ah Dai instantly moves his rotting crew to block the exit. Above, Kim Than flaps its wings, raining more golden destruction straight onto the target. Trapped, the mutant is forced to tank the hit head-on. Its ridiculously hard armor finally cracks, leaving a massive, nasty gash across its thick arm. Furious, it jumps to smash Kim Than, but the Engu Kong King tightly wraps a tail around its leg, yanking the beast down. The mutant furiously punches the bug, leaving Caobong totally stunned by its insane power. One single punch completely shatters the centipede's skull. Seeing trouble, Caobong immediately yells an order. Tu Viens, drop the explosive flames from the sky. Tu Viens instantly unleashes a massive fireball at the mutant, but the beast just raises its ugly arm. It triggers gravity control. Suddenly, Tu Viens feels ridiculously heavy. The poor guy struggles to fly, slowly losing the battle and plunging toward the dirt. Caobong watches, sweating bullets. Gravity interference is no joke. The old desert tyrant survived on infinite home turf healing, but this radioactive version? It is absolutely stacked in both offense and defense. However, when it comes to close combat, a dark shadow suddenly blitzes the giant. Totally distracted, it gets viciously backstabbed by Adai, leaving Caobong smirking. Adai wasn't backing down. At the exact same time, that nasty gravity control crushing little ape completely vanished. The monkey felt light as a feather again. Gaopeng let out a massive sigh. Nice. Little ape was finally safe. The radiation tyrant threw a massive punch, but Adai wasn't taking that disrespect. He instantly threw a heavy punch right back. He aimed straight for the radiation tyrant's giant arm. His speed? Absolutely insane. The strike landed with totally perfect dead-on accuracy. That single punch literally shattered the thick armor on the tyrant's arm. Spotting their chance, Goldie and Little Ape launched a massive combo attack from midair. The entire area where the big boss stood was instantly swallowed by thick smoke and flying debris. It took forever, but finally, the dust fully cleared. The massive body of the radiation tyrant finally became visible. It had been totally wrecked by Adai, Little Ape, and Goldie working together. Absolutely flattened. It is over, Gaopeng said. He stared at the monster's giant lifeless body on the ground. One hand in his pocket, he patted Dazi's head and said, Dazi, let's go. We still have to meet those military guys. Gaopeng turned around to face the guys from the Chang'an military faction. The whole condition for inviting me was my priority pick of the loot. He smiled brightly and bluntly said, let's do this. I have 3 Lord-tier fighters. You guys have one. 3-1. So I get 75%. 25% for you guys. The Chang'an guys look super awkward. Mr. Gao, you totally did the heavy lifting here, but our Chang'an military actually has the absolute most advanced lab setup, plus 5 high-level monster breeders. The officer has carefully tried proposing a deal. This giant body is way more useful in our hands. Obviously, your Southern Sky group can totally study it alongside us. Gaopeng just stared quietly at the massive dead body of radiation tyrant. He started thinking to himself human technology basically went backwards after the big mutation event. Now, this giant radiation tyrant's existence gave the conservative faction this weird, totally false hope that there was some magic alternative scientific path out there for them to take. On the flip side, he knew this monster's real potential was garbage, but taking it home would just make greedy people bother him every single day. Super annoying. Thinking about that hassle, Gaopeng held up 2 fingers, instantly proposing new terms. I have 2 simple demands. If you guys agree, you guys can take this entire Lord-tier body away right now. Number 1. I absolutely want to take this tyrant's monster core. And number 2, I heard you guys have 2 flesh millstones sitting in your military vault. I want just one of them. The Chang'an guys stared at him in total panic. This, Mr. Gao, that monster core is literally worth at least half the entire body's value. And the flesh millstone is crazy valuable too. It perfectly extracts monster flesh, and it actually belongs to a massive big shot in our military lab. Gaopeng just looked at them and smiled super calmly. I only want 1 stone. You guys still keep the other one. Plus, you can literally just hand the boss this giant body to study as a fair trade. The Chang'an officer nervously glanced at his teammate. Young Master Gao was probably faking his interest in the dead body from the very start, just to force these terms on us. His teammate reached up, adjusted his military hat, and sighed helplessly. We have 0 choices left. If we don't bring it back, the general will be furious. He demanded to see this body. Having said that, he made the call. Just agree to his terms. All right, you and I are about to see something hilarious. Through the thick smoke, a massive shadow appeared. Little Yellow strutted out looking incredibly cocky, feeling completely invincible and bursting with absolute power. I am way stronger now. The number of people who can steal my allowance in this world is getting smaller and smaller. Little Yellow had finally reached Lord Tier and his ego was completely out of control. He kicked Gaopeng's door off its hinges with crazy force and yelled out, my inner universe is exploding. I am absolutely invincible, he shouted, leaving Gaopeng and Sister Tang standing right there, jaws dropped in total shock and pure horror. Finally, Gaopeng couldn't stand Little Yellow's insane tantrum anymore. He angrily yelled at him, Little Yellow, what on earth are you doing? If you're so bored, go train. And for breaking this door, hand over all your pocket money right now. Then go disguise yourself. After getting aggressively yelled at by Gao Peng, the giant duck literally flopped onto his back, throwing a massive crying tantrum. Gao Peng, I got stronger, and you're still stealing my money. You're robbing my precious allowance. Sister Tang felt the awkward tension and stepped in to help. She kindly praised, Little Peng, your familiars are definitely way more interesting than the others. This totally made him scratch his head with a super embarrassed smile. Hey. He told her the Chang'an military finally brought the flesh millstone over to them. They could finally start their big experiment right now. She looked at the blood-eyed vulture with deep, genuine pity. Looking worried, she told him, I am really troubling you. Now, you and I should probably know this. The vulture's unique evolution completely relies on endlessly torturing its own body. Facing brutal pain is the exact only way it gains greater power. The breeder who checked it out before literally said that reaching its current level was already an absolute miracle. Gao Peng gently patted her shoulder, comforting her like a pro. Sister Tang, don't worry. I fully believe this is its perfect evolution path, and it is totally going to succeed. All right, you and I are diving into pure madness right now. Gao Peng gets straight to business. He looks at the blood-eye vulture. Ready? The beast gives a firm, dramatic nod. He starts mixing an elixir stone from a literal piece of magic flesh rock. After some wild kitchen chemistry, boom, perfect success. Holding the newly made stone right in front of the massive bird, he gives a simple command. Swallow it. Following orders, the bird grabs the rock and gulps it down in one massive bite. Less than 5 seconds later, total disaster. The huge creature completely collapses to the dirt, looking drained of every single drop of life. But wait, it immediately shoots back up, spreading those giant wings. Its eyes? Absolutely razor sharp. Gao Peng totally saw this coming. He rolls out a gigantic cart of premium fresh meat. Eat up, buddy, specially prepared just for you. Spotting that delicious pile of fresh meat, the vulture attacks it like a starving maniac. Gone in seconds. And get this, as it eats, its limbs grow visibly larger and crazy strong. Boom. Upgrade fully successful. Monster name, Blood-Eye Vulture. Grade, moving up to elite status. Monster level 43. Wind attribute. Abilities include level 3 wind power, plus level 1 incredibly sturdy claws. Special trait? The bloody grinder stomach. Post-mutation. This giant belly absorbs basically anything digestible, turning it into pure fuel for evolution. The catch? This bird is going to be hungry basically all the time. That passive grinder stomach trait literally vacuums up everything inside. Dead or alive, it all becomes high-grade nutrients for the host. Seeing this crazy upgrade work, Tang Tang breathes a massive sigh. Before this, the vulture had hit a hard limit. 0 potential left. Breaking through now? For a struggling beast like this, it is basically flipping destiny the middle finger. Tang Tang looks at our guy, totally beaming with absolute gratitude and pure awe. Tang Tang looks at our guy, totally beaming with absolute gratitude and pure awe. She says she actually feels the soul and body upgrade feedback. He warns her keep feeding it fresh meat to maintain that power. The rest is entirely up to the bird itself. He also drops a bomb. He already figured out how to reach perfect grade. She just needs to hunt down the ingredients. She praises his wild genius. But hey, elite grade is plenty for now. As long as it avoids getting stuck, it can keep pushing. Right in the middle of their chat, his phone starts buzzing loudly. It is old Huang calling. He says the Yangcheng broadcast station wants him as a super VIP guest. Hearing about some random show, Gao Peng shuts it down instantly. Not going. He told old Huang before to ditch these annoying invites. But Huang drops the bait the station is offering a literal thunder sound conch. A thunder sound conch? Gao Peng thinks about it for 2 seconds. Yeah, absolutely. Fine, I am in. When does this thing even start? Next Monday at the Yangcheng studio. Why? Because that conch is the exact item needed for an epic grade upgrade. Lord and King tier evolution materials are getting ridiculously rare out here. Miss this chance, and who knows when another drops. He has to go. Now you and I know the drill. Familiars level up, materials get crazy hard to find. It means braving untouched forbidden zones or totally different dimensions. Fast forward to the bustling Yangcheng airport. The second he arrives, Wang Muzi starts hyping him up. You are young Master Gao, the absolute top genius of our youth. Incredible. I am the vice director, Sharp Eyes Wang Muzi. But hey, just call me Old Wang. Gao Peng cringes super hard at the heavy flattery, playing it cool. Wang hustles him into a car. They chat and Wang brags about gathering wild resources. Most of this stuff is ultra rare. Some are actually completely new species nobody has ever seen before. I just sent over the files. Check them out. Gao Peng taps his phone. As he swipes through, Old Wang keeps talking. The whole hook of our show is actually identifying these weird new monster traits and materials. Looking at the list, it is packed with crazy rare loot. Okay, the show definitely tried hard. Suddenly, he spots the Daling Mountain dandelion. Wait a minute, something is totally wrong. He remembers his system showing something else entirely. It was clearly the yin-yang golden needle grass, elite grade. Level 3. Light and dark attributes combined. Status is completely healthy. Trembling slightly. This plant monster has a crazy brave personality, loves exploring, absolutely zero fear. Plus, it brings a rare healing and weakening ability combo. Since its level is garbage right now, you just boil the seeds for soup. Honestly, not a bad plan. Healing and weakening is a totally broken combo. Gao Peng turns to Old Wang. Do you guys actually own these monsters? Because I really want this little grass. Name your price. Hearing this request, Wang happily agrees on the spot. Should be absolutely no problem. I will just clear it with the boss. We can deliver it right to your room tonight. Do not even worry about paying. Old Wang is secretly thrilled. Meeting a big shot like Gao Peng is normally impossible. Snagging an easy chance to suck up like this? He is definitely not missing it. Getting the grass without dropping a dime? Stick with me. Gao Peng happily says thanks. All right, guys, grab your popcorn. Old Wang tells our boy to drop the formalities. Cut to this absolutely massive, totally over-the-top Yang City villa. The place is seriously gorgeous. Right now, Wang Muzi carefully packs up little grass and ships it straight to our guy. He silently gives props. This old Wang is actually pretty awesome, delivering the goods right at nightfall. He happily grabs his dandelion, blowing on it to check if it is the real deal or just some cheap knockoff. After giving it a thorough test, he grins at the little plant and says, "Your acting is not bad at all, huh? No wonder those fools thought you were just regular grass instead of a crazy plant monster." Then boom, a wild idea hits him. He snaps his fingers, ordering Ah Shan to toss over an elite light-type monster core. Following his command, the buddy happily hands it over. Gao Peng picks up little grass, watching it wiggle around like crazy. So easily tempted, right? Seeing this, he smirks and asks, "So, do you want this or not?" But right as he offers the glowing core, he yanks it back. "Just kidding, you keep it." The plant happily and obediently snatches the core. Gao Peng chuckles to himself. Man, what a ridiculously easy pet to bribe. Then he turns, offering his hand to Little Leaf. "Just a tiny peck," he says, and the little guy obediently gives him a tiny nip. He drips that fresh blood straight onto little grass. Honestly, a regular needle absolutely could not pierce his tough skin anymore. His natural defense is probably on par with a literal armored rhino by now. The second it absorbs his blood, the plant literally speaks, calling him master. Contract secured. Right off the bat, he knows this yin-yang golden needle grass is way more professional at healing than Ah Chun ever was. With all that sorted out, he barks an order to An Gai. "Protect little Jiao, got it?" But before he even finishes, little Hua leaps straight onto An Gai's arm. It totally loves him. The sneaky plant climbs right onto An Gai's head, looking super proud while An Gai stands there looking completely annoyed. Gao Peng watches this and laughs. Not bad at all. Very harmonious. Meanwhile, down at the beach, a beautiful starry night sky hangs over the endlessly crashing ocean waves. Now, stick with me here, because this peaceful vibe does not last. Right next to the wet rocks, a massive, absolutely terrifying eye suddenly snaps open in the dark. It locks its creepy gaze onto the mainland, letting out a spine-chilling screech. Meanwhile, our boy Gao Peng is just lounging on his sofa, looking incredibly bored and super frustrated as he complains. Exactly as I expected. This is literally boring me to death. The data for these materials is completely wrong. Plus, these scripted lines are garbage. But once you commit, you gotta ride it out. He decides to endure it, purely for the thunder sound snail and his new golden needle grass. Gotta endure it. While he is tossing and turning, Wang Muzi walks in. The old guy senses his frustration and immediately starts pouring his heart out. "Young Master Gao, I am so sorry for the poor reception. The chief director was sent straight from the higher-ups, so absolutely all the busy work gets dumped onto my shoulders." Seeing that the old guy's life is basically a miserable grind, Gao Peng softens up. "Forget it, I know you have got it rough. Just go do your thing." Wang Muzi warmly clasps his hands, endlessly thanking him for understanding. The second the guy leaves, RMC checks his phone and spots a ridiculous amount of missed calls. Huh? Why are there so many calls? Did something terrible happen with Grandpa? He quickly dials back. The moment the call connects, Gao Peng asks, "Grandpa, didn't you have your big quarterly meeting scheduled for today? Why did you suddenly think to call me?" From the other side, his grandpa's deep voice rings out, asking him, "Is your recording session finally finished?" Dressed in a sharp suit with his hands in his pockets, Grandpa delivers the bad news. The southern sky branch in Yang City is currently surrounded by a massive monster tide. Communications are down, so he needs Gao Peng to go stabilize the situation. Hearing this urgent mission, our guy nods in agreement. Flashing a confident look, he tells the old man, "Grandpa, do not even worry. I will absolutely lock this situation down before you get here." Hanging up the phone, he checks his watch and immediately starts analyzing the crazy scenario. Those other missed calls were definitely about this disaster. This monster tide has already been raging for at least 2 whole hours. The Yang City branch really is not that strong. If they manage to hold out this long, the strongest monster out there is probably only a Lord-tier threat. But one thing still seriously bugs him. Why hasn't the Yang City military district sent any backup yet? Logically speaking, the entire military force should have been fully prepared for this. He quickly realizes something is terribly wrong. Gao Peng guesses the horrible truth. The monster tide outbreak isn't just hitting the southern sky branch. The military itself is probably completely overwhelmed and fighting for their own lives. Meanwhile, over in the southwest sector of Yang City, right at the Southern Sky Group's local branch headquarters, an endless tide of horrible monsters has completely swarmed the outer wall. They are swarming like crazy, trying to climb over and invade. However, the defensive army has already set up a heavy barricade. The moment these nasty beasts crawl to the top, they get blasted right back down into the dirt. One ugly water monster tilts its head to the sky, howling to summon its buddies. Its eyes are glowing blood red and radiating pure, murderous intent. Right now, the brave military captain is desperately trying to keep his squad calm. Do not panic. Backup is almost here. Keep fighting, everyone. All our friends and family are hiding in the factory right behind us. We absolutely cannot take a single step back. Suddenly, something blitzes in at lightning speed and violently explodes into thick black smoke. Before anyone can even breathe, it strikes again. And this time, it is aiming straight for the captain, making the poor guy scream out. What the heck? With zero time to react, the captain just throws his arms up. He fully expects this is game over and he is totally dead. But suddenly, a brilliant red light blocks the fatal strike, saving his life. Turns out, it is Three Tails. He turns around, heavily panting as he thanks the beast. If it had not stepped in, he would literally be meeting his ancestors right now. We are totally cheering for them, the captain screams, boosting everyone's morale. Keep fighting hard. You and I are seeing a total mess. Hold on for 10 more minutes. Everyone groans, miserable and totally over this joke of a defense. Another 10 minutes? We have literally been waiting for over 2 hours. When is backup actually showing up? The rest of the completely exhausted crew chimes in. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Trying to play the brave hero and keep morale from totally tanking, the captain puts on a fake confident face. Backup is coming in 10 minutes, just trust me. I am completely serious this time. Before he even finishes, the monsters below completely ignore his pep talk and crash right over the wall to attack. There are so many of them, charging like starving beasts and flashing ridiculously sharp, terrifying teeth. The captain looks totally confused. Why are there so many creepy little water monsters hiding in that black smoke? He finally realizes they are in massive trouble. The tiny water freaks are targeting Three Tails. Right now, poor Three Tails is barely holding its ground against the rushing freak show, but there are just way too many of them to fight off. The slimy water monsters swarm and cover Three Tails completely. They start biting like crazy. Three Tails goes full beast mode, unleashing a massive blast of fire to blast those little pests away. The captain spots a 4-armed water monster lurking inside the dark smoke. This dude is way stronger and much angrier than all the other ones. It completely flattens Three Tails, throwing absolute haymakers. Three Tails cannot even fight back, spitting blood and collapsing onto the dirt like a broken toy. The captain sees the awful truth. Three Tails literally cannot win this fight. After crushing it, the water creeps turn toward the soldiers with hungry, psychotic eyes. They rush in for the kill, sending the pathetic guards running around screaming in total. Absolute panic. Run away! Suddenly, a crazy blast of red energy flies from nowhere, slamming into the 4-armed monster and knocking it flat. Turns out, it is Little Yellow. He stands there looking ridiculously arrogant, staring at the monster that was just acting tough but is now totally floored. Gao Peng has officially arrived. Standing on Little Flame, he glares down at the water monsters with pure, absolute disgust. Looking down at the screaming soldiers running like chickens, he totally roasts them. What a bunch of useless trash. If anyone saw you acting this pathetic, I would literally deny you belong to the Southern Sky Group. So embarrassing. Hopping off Little Flame, he keeps dropping icy insults on them. Obviously, I am only talking about the slackers here. I am not even asking you to risk your literal lives for the corporation. But at least earn the highest salary in the entire industry. Plus, you have the pets the company gave you. Seeing him act so savage, everyone stutters in total fear. Young Master Gao. He just keeps absolutely flaming these cowardly guards, making them super uncomfortable, but nobody dares talk back. Perfect terrain advantage, 3 entire layers of defense walls, hundreds of elite tier pets, plus commander-level beasts, heavy artillery, and the most advanced electric grid, yet you still let them break through? Are you kidding me? Gao Peng does not hold back. He keeps ranting. I actually thought this monster wave had a Lord tier leading it. Turns out it is just a basic elite water monster and one stupid commander tier water ghost. The guards just stand there quietly, totally eating his savage insults. Finishing his rant, he shoots them a glaring look filled with complete disappointment. Honestly, a lot of you guys have some seriously messed up attitudes right now. Gao Peng casually orders Dummy and Dazi to go handle the trash mobs. Leave this spot to him and Little Yellow. Hearing his boss, Little Yellow charges forward to flex his crazy new leveled up stats. Now you and I have to watch this. Little Yellow slams a single punch into the dirt, cracking the earth and tossing monsters away like bowling pins. Emerging from the thick dust looking like an absolute boss, his face is raging, ready to crush some skulls. He usually looks like a total clown, but in combat, dude is actually insanely cool. One hit was not enough. He rushes in and delivers another brutal punch, completely destroying these pathetic weaklings, making them writhe in agony on the dirt. Suddenly, a sneaky little freak sneaks up from behind and bites Little Yellow right on the bicep, making him jump and turn around. Oh, that officially ticked him off. He refuses to let low-tier trash actually hurt him. Little Yellow flexes his muscles, screaming loudly as he activates literally 100% of his insane power. Little Yellow obliterates the annoying water monster with one punch. Meanwhile, Gao Peng casually pulls out his phone to call his grandpa. You do not need to come all the way out here. There are literally 0 Lord-tier monsters around. Hearing his grandpa nag him, he just happily smiles and replies, Yeah, I know. I will totally stay safe. Do not worry. Yes, I am just using your name to handle things here. At the exact same time, over at the West Gate, the army is still desperately trying to hold the line. The commander aggressively barks orders. Team 3, step up and cover Team 2. Do not let these ugly freaks get inside. These monsters literally have mush for brains, 0 IQ whatsoever. Do not panic. Suddenly, crazy purple lightning flashes across the sky as dark, stormy clouds roll in, making everything look super depressing and absolutely terrifying. Even the commander freaks out seeing the lightning. Suddenly, a blast of purple energy smashes right into the electric bird monsters, making them scream in sheer agony. Turns out, it is the purple gold centipede that Gao Peng sent over. Taking that painful hit just makes the monsters way more aggressive and completely terrifying. The crazy birds lock onto the centipede, their eyes glowing red like they want a death match. Clearly, these dumb birds totally underestimate how ridiculously overpowered this pet really is. The centipede fires up its electric wing skill, completely glowing with insane energy. It absolutely unleashes hell, blasting the mob of stupid monsters down below. Just one single move. The electric bird freaks are instantly knocked out on the ground, completely out of juice to fight back. A soldier yells in total hype, It is a Lord-tier pet, our Southern Skies Lord-tier pet. Come on guys, those birds are paralyzed now. Charge in and finish them off. Meanwhile, jumping back over to the chaotic main crowd, by now, most of the water monsters are pretty much dead, covered in nasty wounds and completely motionless. The few survivors are literally shaking in fear at Little Yellow's crazy power. Little Yellow steps down, effortlessly squashing them like absolute bugs. The guards are in total awe of his ridiculous strength, so powerful. Gao Peng stands there judging them so hard right now. Some of these guys were slacking off, literally treating the company pets like precious collectibles instead of fighting. These bonded pets cannot even be transferred. But honestly, this pathetic situation absolutely cannot keep happening. After this disastrous mess, you and I know he has some totally new plans ready. Maybe he could build a badass beast legion, ditch the old defense squad, and leave the real fighting to the actual pros. But hey, these monster attacks? Super sketchy. Monsters don't just randomly crash our parties to wreck humans for absolutely no reason. They totally need to investigate where these freaks came from. He turns around, barking orders at Captain Trin like an absolute boss. Grab the guys who actually didn't suck in combat and follow me. Captain Trin instantly obeys the crazy order, spinning around to yell for Tu Fuang and Lao Ha. Get your butts over here. Once the squad finally gathers up, Tao Bong looks at them. You guys are legit true warriors. Looking at the crew, they are absolutely battered, covered in epic battle scars. He smirks. Real warriors deserve hardcore warrior level rewards. Every single scratch gets a badass medal. He literally points straight at the security camera and drops the absolute mic. Once this fight wraps up, I am handing out prizes and punishments. He casually tosses out one final, crazy chance. Catch the rest of those freaky water monsters alive. Every water devil you bag scores you major merit points. Of course, some salty soldiers aren't happy at all. They just stand around outside, totally trashing and mocking him. Rich kid orders rule everything. Worst case, we just take the hit and bounce. And another hater chimes right in. This rich pretty boy only knows how to talk massive trash. Man, if I had his crazy cash, I'd easily score a wild Lord-tier beast right now. But another soldier overhears this garbage. He isn't a massive complainer like them, so he snaps, Yo, zip it with the toxic jokes. Yeah, I totally admit I was terrified facing that nasty monster earlier, but no way am I staying a total coward my entire life. He fiercely spins toward his beast and yells, Go! We are dragging those freaky water devils right back here. The two salty dudes hear this and instantly lose their minds. Hey Quatch, what the heck is that supposed to mean? Stop faking it, you're literally all a bunch of idiots. Watching this drama unfold, Cao Bong totally realizes something. These guys aren't completely helpless causes, even if they all seriously screwed up earlier. If they just step up and grab this chance, I'll easily let them off the hook. But those absolutely stubborn haters? They are still dreaming about wild stuff they totally don't deserve. Now, inside the iron cage sits one seriously ugly monster. Name, Deep Sea Green Algae Water Devil. Yeah, quite the mouthful. Monster quality stats? Basic common quality. Monster power level sits exactly at 14. Elements, water and dark type. Status, just a light leg injury. Senses are active. The evolution route to reach elite tier is unlocked. This deep sea green algae water devil can totally evolve into a terrifying phantom green algae water devil through shadow evolution. Short bio, a creepy aquatic imp living near the beach. It absolutely loves flesh and blood, totally dragging victims underwater to feast on them. Cao Bong and his buddy casually stroll right up to the monster's nasty cage. His mega try-hard secretary instantly sucks up to him. Young Master Cao, every captured live monster is right here. Hearing this, Cao Bong completely zones out, thinking hard. So, there's a legit path for this ugly thing to reach elite tier. Plus, the monster's system data is showing way more insane details now. Is his actual soul power leveling up? Did he just break through? Cao Bong snaps back to reality and tells the secretary, normal dudes buying beasts only care about how cool they look. These adult freaks don't sell for much cash, so if the water devils die, we sell the parts. Alive, we stash them. The secretary doesn't even blink, just flashing a super fake corporate smile. Meanwhile, Cao Bong shifts his intensely dramatic gaze toward another iron cage entirely. Inside sits another beast that absolutely does not look friendly whatsoever. Monster name? Six-legged deer-horned turtle. Seriously, who names these? Quality is common. Level 18. Attributes are earth and wood type. Let's check out its current status. Medium injuries, damaged internal organs, and acting totally indifferent. The elite upgrade route option 1. Green six-legged deer-horned turtle, obviously. That's the wood evolution. Option 2 is the six-legged fish-horned turtle for earth evolution. Let's hit that quick monster bio right now. This beast chills in the ocean, hitting the beach every winter to lay eggs. The crazy horn on its head dissipates heat and reduces swelling. If you eat it, it totally boosts your kidneys, pumps up your vitality, and you can even craft it into magic health cream. It's literally the ultimate health supplement. Cao Bong stares darkly into the cage, realizing something wild. The beast's weird horn has healed spots, proving this crazy thing actually has insane regenerative powers. But honestly, that thing looks absolutely nothing like a deer horn. Why does it even have that ridiculous name? Could it just have the exact same effects? Cao Bong completely loses interest and just walks away. As he strolls off, he casually commands, start farming these massive turtles. We are going to routinely harvest their crazy horns. The secretary instantly nods. Yes. Cao Bong follows up quickly. Did the squad fighting in that wild monster tide get their fat bonus rewards yet? The secretary eagerly replies back. Totally following your genius plan, boss. We axed the lame defense squad, splitting them into hardcore combat and scouting units. We ranked them by their insane battle performance. The absolute best fighters already snagged massive promotions and totally epic pay raises right on the spot. He shoots his secretary a look, asking, what about Truong Viet, Hanfuk, Tran Truong, and Li Jietian? The secretary awkwardly scratches his head. Yeah, the company just dropped the final verdict for those 4. They are officially kicked out of Nam Tien Group. Oh, and their familiars? Locked up in the underground lab. Cao Bong just keeps pressing. Did those punks actually accept that? No drama at all? That question totally triggers the poor secretary's PTSD from the whole mess. Gulping nervously, he stammers out that Hanfuk threw a massive tantrum, screaming at the top of his lungs about his precious rights. Familiars are private property. The company has zero right to lock them up. Yeah, right. Remembering the chaotic showdown gives the secretary serious chills. Cao Bong just raises an eyebrow. Is that so? The secretary explains that according to a buddy of theirs, getting chewed on by a water monster leaves you permanently crippled. And get this, that guy used to be one of Hanfuk's loyal little sidekicks before everything went totally downhill for him. Hearing that juicy gossip, Cao Bong could not care less. Our guy just turns around, keeps walking, and casually drops a bomb. The company feeds these cowards every single day, but the second real danger hits, they ditch their own crew and run for their lives. Absolute trash. Private property, my foot. Slap them with a lawsuit immediately. Let us teach these legally blind idiots a lesson. The company handed out those familiars, so the company takes them right back. Make them pay the absolute maximum breach fee. Taobong is not done being ruthless. Also, nuke 3 months of their salary and completely wipe out their bonus. Put it on their permanent record. Any staff who died? Nam Thien Group will fully support their surviving families with housing and top-tier education. The secretary practically beams with joy at that massive flex. Loud and clear. Thanks, Boss Tao. The duo hops onto their winged familiar and blasts right into the clouds. Taobong calls out to his beast. Let us hit Namha village. Time to find out who started this mess. A quick flight later, our dynamic duo hovers over some random patch of land. Looking down, our boss smirks. When faced with raw, savage power, life is honestly just super fragile, man. Suddenly, a weird noise echoes from an old stone house. Taobong whips his head around, completely caught off guard. Wait, what the heck is that? Dai-Tu, get down there and check. Dai-Tu dives like a purple meteor, smashing right through that stone roof. Popping back out with the cutest goofy face, he proudly holds up a literal shrimp that looks half dead. The system instantly scans this pathetic creature's basic stats. Monster name? Green Shadow Stealth Shrimp, a freaky multi-legged mutation. Monster tier? Pure elite quality, baby. And for its wild elemental attribute? Wind element. Dai-Tu happily screams at his master, I caught it! Look, I actually caught it! Taobong just sighs at his overly hyped pet. Alright, I know you are super awesome, buddy. But this little shrimp is not our main target today, just toss it. Hearing that, Dai-Tu yeets the poor shrimp onto the dirt with zero hesitation. He stares at the twisted little bugger on the ground and awkwardly scratches his head. Huh? It was totally wriggling around a second ago. Why is it playing dead? Let us check that status. Status reads perfectly healthy, just a total faker. Seeing this little shrimp acting like a lifeless rock on the ground, Taobong can only smirk. Playing dead? Honestly, that is hilarious. Taobong waves it off like a true boss. Let us check out what is up ahead. Sensing that these scary dudes are finally walking away, that sneaky little shrimp instantly pops right back up, acting completely innocent. But wait. Taobong and Dai-Tu are already glaring back at it, their eyes glowing red with pure menace. Taobong smirks at his flying familiar. 2DM, report. I successfully stamped a tracking aura right on that shrimp's butt. Taobong grins like an evil genius. Track that little bugger immediately. We are near the sea. Shrimp monsters are totally normal around here. But after that massive monster tide swept through, finding a weakling like this hanging around, yeah, that is extremely suspicious. Dai-Tu suddenly starts panicking. Taobong, I think that sneaky shrimp is diving for the ocean floor. Chase it down. The shrimp goes full turbo, rocketing toward the bottom of the sea like an absolute torpedo. But suddenly, the little guy senses a terrifying aura nearby. A massive pair of glowing eyes, bright as car headlights, completely blasts the shrimp into oblivion. The mysterious figure scoffs. What an absolute idiot, falling for an enemy trap. Up above, 2DM totally loses the shrimp signal and starts freaking out. Boss, the tracking stamp I slapped on that shrimp's butt, it just vanished. Taobong keeps his cool. Chill out, it is totally fine. If something managed to detect that sneaky tracker you left on the shrimp, then we are dealing with a peak-tier beast. The mastermind is definitely hiding somewhere close. They might honestly be lurking right beneath our feet in this ocean. Taobong glances at his familiar. This water is way too quiet. Pull up, fly higher. 2DM screams back. Copy that. Just as he says that, boom, a massive wave explodes right from the surface. A giant red eel shoots straight up toward our guys. Honestly, it doesn't look scary at all. Kind of cute, actually. Except for the part where it opens its giant mouth to swallow them completely whole. Dai-Tu instantly swoops in, blocking the attack and screaming, "Oh, hell no! Alright, you and I are watching Dazi unleash a massive high-voltage attack on this eel, but honestly, the fish does not even flinch. That outer defense is ridiculously thick. Seeing this absolute unit, Gao Peng thinks to himself, there is actual armor under those scales. Dazi's epic lightning blast basically did zero actual damage to this thing. Realizing its ultimate move did completely nothing, Dazi gets mad and starts stabbing the eel's body with its super sharp legs. Dazi screams fiercely, "Dare eat Gao Peng? Shock you. Die." Watching Dazi combo this fish, Gao Peng nods in total satisfaction. Break the inner armor with your claws first, then fry it with lightning. My boy has grown up. The fish takes massive damage and dives deep to escape. System check on this beast. Target name loaded. Dark Knight Ghost Bat Ray. Monster level. Level 46. Lord tier threat. Beast quality check. Elite tier status. Elemental attribute detected. Water type. Abilities include level 3 water control, level 2 enhanced skin, stealth mode, and level 1 organ buff. Current status? Slightly injured and extremely triggered. Quick lore drop. Its wingspan hits 50 meters. This ocean giant ranks easily in the upper tiers. It is crazy fast, rocking a massively wide mouth up front that can literally swallow its prey completely whole in one giant gulp. Seeing the ugly fish run away terrified, Dazi excitedly turns and flexes. Gao Peng, I totally beat that monster fish. Gao Peng replies, not bad. I will buy you a whole box of bugs later. Still, it seemed pretty weak. Definitely not the final boss here. Gao Peng smiles and says, good hustle out there. Hearing this, Dazi looks proudly at the sky. Then another order, Xiao Yan, blast the sea surface now. Hearing Gao Peng, Xiao Yan instantly charges up a massive fireball in its beak. Dare to wet my fabulous feathers. The fireball blasts straight down into the water. Gao Peng stares down at the ocean in pure absolute panic. He thinks, what on earth? A massive dark shadow, literally 100 times bigger than them. Gao Peng reacts instantly. Yeah, this is bad. Let's bail. The underwater shadow watches them fly off. He left, but he will bring an entire army back with him. Our secret spot is totally busted. Now, you and I should check out the military district. The spiky-haired boss is laying around whining. I am literally dying of boredom here. His buddy says, boss, boring is good. It means our zone is safe. Remember that crazy monster tide? Districts 1 and 2 got completely wrecked by that mess. Speak of the devil! The alarm suddenly blares. Spiky hair jumps up. Warning, from which direction? What is happening? The radar guy yells, reporting, boss, look, massive energy spikes underwater. The radar screen just fills with glowing green dots. The guy panics. This is bad. Biological readings are multiplying insanely fast. The board boss is suddenly sweating bullets. He barks at his crew, deploy the drones to check it out. The prep room quickly flies drones right into the high energy zone. Deep underwater, thousands of creepy monster eyes lock onto the camera. The radar guy stares at his screen, completely terrified. Frontline data is in. Oh my god. Over 300 square kilometers of living monster, unknown ID, and it can suppress 2 Lord-tier beasts easily. A massive scale monster tide? Hearing this nightmare, the boss screams. Do not just stand there. Fire the repelling bombs now. Let us see if we can scatter those freaks. I am calling command. Everyone get moving. The terrified crew shouts back with serious determination. Understood. Right outside Yangcheng city limits, out at sea, bombs drop heavily. Weak fishes faint or die, sinking down. The giant shadow groans. Awful smell. A bunch of pathetic shrimp got scared and bolted. Every sea monster in this zone has rallied up. Time for these humans to taste our ultimate fury. A yellow axolotl pops out from a coral reef. But why exactly do we have to attack humans? Are fish not tasty enough? Is there not enough food? I despise that dry land feeling. The giant eel complains. Last time some annoying winged centipede bit me hard. This time I am going to eat it whole. The axolotl gasps. Yikes! The massive shadow cuts their little gossip session totally short. Let us move. Everyone prepare for war. Up high, you and I see a massive swarm of beast tamers. Gao Peng smiles. So many flying types. Alright, you and I are about to see some madness. Boss-tier monsters? Yep. The military has to go all in while a massive shadow creeps ashore. Gao Peng spots it. A massive swarm of sea beasts is basically a walking tsunami waiting to happen. Luckily, the army built those walls super high, so maybe we are good? Honestly, the guy in charge up in the sky is completely losing his cool. He is screaming that they absolutely cannot let this tide grow, or their entire defense effort is totally cooked. He orders everyone with long-range weapons to blast the tidal wave from afar. Artillery, missile trucks, lock and load. Gao Peng tells his 2 familiars to strike right at the tide's center. Go with the squad and smash that wave. Dazi, you and Xiao Yan get over there too. Stick with Xiao Yan and do not go wandering off. The massive wave crashes down as the artillery hammers the center, launching poor crabs, shrimp, and fish flying into the stratosphere. Seeing their seafood buddies blasted, the higher-level beasts glare angrily right at the city wall. The tsunami surges way higher than Gao Peng expected. He is low-key panicking inside that monster wave, has to be at least 60 or 70 meters tall. That terrifying wave is getting way too close for comfort. Some random guy runs over in a panic, asking if Mr. Gao is okay. Gao Peng just waves his hand, acting all tough. Yeah, totally fine. Suddenly, a giant mutant snail rockets out of the ocean, aiming straight for his spot. Out of nowhere, Xiao Huang the duck blocks Gao Peng, crossing his wings like an absolute boss. You shameless thug! How dare you attack this mighty duck? You totally disrespected this venerable one. Now I am going to teach you a very painful, very slow lesson. Gao Peng watches this and seriously wonders what kind of weird anime his duck has been binge-watching lately. Meanwhile, the little guy starts channeling his hardcore inner energy, secret power, and some mysterious pattern art. Vacuum element zone. Xiao Huang charges up his internal energy, slamming the snail while screaming at the top of his little lungs, invincible duck punch. The giant snail gets blasted into orbit, smashing through the steel sheets behind them. Xiao Huang acts incredibly smug, laughing like a tiny supervillain. Just as I thought, this venerable one is truly unmatched in this world. Ha ha ha! Gao Peng cringes so hard at this pure, unearned confidence. He mumbles that it was literally just a trash mob that had not even reached commander tier. Oh, is that right? A Sea King electric eel suddenly breaches the surface. Target spotted. Sea King electric eel. Monster level reads as 43. It is Lord tier, with normal quality. Let us check its monster attributes. Water and electric types. Its monster abilities include Level 2, Water Element Control, and Level 3 Element Control. Plus, it has Level 1 Smooth White Skin. Monster status, healthy, a bit dizzy, and dealing with some random chest pain. Brief intro, it mutated and evolved straight from a deep-sea electric eel. It lives in coral reefs, spans tens of meters, and spits straight lightning. Xiao Huang grabs the eel by the head, wrestling it hard, yelling that this fish is way too strong. Hey, big dummy, give me a hand here. Ah, Dai runs over, offended. Do not call me a big dumb brute. He grabs his weapon and swings at the eel. The electric eel immediately yeets Ah Dai across the field. Xiao Huang manages to catch Ah Dai. He raises his tiny fist, admitting this oversized fish is actually kind of tough, but tell it to watch his brand new ultimate attack. He rapidly punches the fish. Shocking explosive duck combo. The electric eel just turns its head and actually talks back. You damn duck, do not push your luck. Xiao Huang is instantly surrounded by a glowing shield. Gao Peng just laughs out loud, guessing the electric eel itself has absolutely no clue why half its body has electricity and the other half absolutely does not. Xiao Huang and Ah Dai charge in together as Gao Peng cheers them on. Sure, the eel has that sweet home field advantage, but these two have insane teamwork. This fish is about to get completely wrecked. He stares at the rising water and thinks, wait, is it overflowing already? Gao Peng looks ahead. Okay, you and I need to see this. A gigantic coral reef is literally rising from the water. Everyone stares at this absolute unit. Monster name? Ocean Coral King Beast. Level 51, King Tier. It boasts perfect monster quality with both water and earth attributes. Its abilities include Level 3 Enhanced Reproduction, Level 2 Enhanced Regeneration, Level 3 Strong Body, and Level 4 Enhanced Spirit. Add in Level 3 Water and Earth Element Control. Its main monster characteristic? Coral Water Area. This entire massive king beast is literally constructed entirely out of living polyps and dead coral corpses. Every single mutated coral polyp has this crazy special biological structure. It can actually generate a unique regional environment that perfectly buffs all the weak water element creatures hanging around its massive body. Effect number 1 is completely passive. Countless polyps group up together to form this supermassive environmental aura zone that constantly surrounds the ocean coral king beast wherever it decides to go. All water-type monsters inside this massive range get slow, continuous healing for their wounds and receive positive status effects. Plus, they basically just get to feel super relaxed and happy. As for Effect 2, it is an active effect. It permanently destroys a bunch of coral polyps to dish out some insane supercharged healing to a specific target. But the target has to stay close to the big boss. Brief monster intro? Coral reefs are obviously made from countless living polyps. When those tiny guys die, their corpses literally turn straight into rock-hard coral stone. The polyps living on these rocks constantly erupt with countless tiny larvae on a set timer. These little guys mature super fast in the water, quickly evolving into brand new polyps. Then they settle down on the edges, forming fresh colonies and constantly expanding the reef's entire body mass. This wild biological cycle just repeats over and over again, countless times, passing by year after year. Layer upon layer stacks up perfectly. The new generation continuously grows right on top of their ancestors' bones, ultimately creating an absolute behemoth of a monster. Alright, you and I are diving into pure chaos. One day, this massive thing woke up as a collective consciousness. Thanks to humans dumping toxic sludge, the ocean coral king beast absolutely despises our guts. Gao Peng just stands there thinking, yep, makes total sense that a body this ridiculously huge is actually a giant collective consciousness. He realizes if this giant thing is alive, he and his crew have zero chance of making it back to shore alive. He stares down the massive ocean coral king beast right in front of him, realizing the truly terrifying part is its insane regeneration and those ridiculously strong mental connection powers. To be totally honest, this colossal beast is basically a living, breathing aircraft carrier. If our guy manages to tame it, he could literally build his entire headquarters right on its back. Throw in a huge squad of flying and ocean monsters, and he would completely rule the seas like an absolute boss. Huh? He catches two random guys chatting nearby. What the heck is that thing, an entire island? No, wait a second, it looks like a giant coral reef. A coral reef? Are you seriously telling me this massive chunk of coral has become a monster? The other guy just shrugs. If statues in those caves can come to life, why the heck cannot a coral reef turn into a monster too? Gao Peng casually strolls over, looks at the two dudes, and warns them. You gentlemen really should not get involved with this whole situation. That thing's power is definitely either straight up controlling sea beasts or completely hypnotizing them. Water is already flooding the defenses, which means this spot is about to get blasted. You guys need to pack up and run right now. Yeah, we totally have to warn everyone to ditch the defense point. Come on, you two professors, we need to move out. All right. He looks at those two and speaks. We are leaving too. Xiao Huang, Dai, wrap this up fast. Gao Peng walks ahead and mutters. Wait, is not the rear line strictly off limits to normal people? Why are there randos here? The guy behind answers. I bet it is probably just some greedy scavengers sneaking in to grab monster corpses. Just ignore them, we need to bounce. Suddenly a guy screams out loud. Hey, you guys get out of there right now. Golden sickle fish just busted through the front line. And those freaks are seriously way more dangerous than any shark. Seriously, do not throw your life away for some stupid corpses. One dude sprinting away yells, oh crap, golden sickle fish. My life is way more important. Run for it, boys. The blue-haired guy turns around in a total panic. We are doomed. The golden sickle fish are literally right behind us. Suddenly, his pet charges out to attack the fish. Big Black, did you actually come to save me? The blue-haired guy grabs onto Big Black. We need to get back to shore, fast. The terrifying fish are swimming right on their tail. Crap, they are already here. Hurry up. One of the fish leaps up to attack Big Black, but Big Black just grabs the kid by his shirt and violently hurls him onto the safe shore. Instantly, the poor beast gets completely swarmed by the nasty fish. Big Black! No way. The blue-haired kid desperately begs the others. Please, you guys have to save Big Black. I am the greedy idiot who deserves to die, not my pet. The bystanders freeze. Gao Peng watches this whole dramatic scene unfold and casually calls out, Little Ye! Xiao Huang! The yellow duck carries Big Black on his shoulder and sprints straight to shore. He drops the battered pet down, and the crying kid holds his beast's head. Big Black, are you okay? Now watch this. Gao Peng looks at Dai. Dai, grab a petal. The skeleton literally plucks a glowing flower petal off its own head and slaps it onto Big Black's nasty wound. The kid watches the massive gash close up and loses his mind with joy. This is amazing. Big Black is completely healing. Thank you so much. Gao Peng just shoves his hands in his pockets. Dude, I only helped because your pet is ridiculously loyal, so do not get all emotional on me. Suddenly, Flammy starts blasting fire everywhere. Gao Peng, the fight is coming right towards us. Look at all these insanely massive fish, giant shrimp, and bluefin tuna. Everyone stares in absolute shock. Captain, this monster tide is just way too powerful. Our squad and the pets are getting totally crushed out here. Another guy yells back, if we hold them off for just one more minute, more civilians can evacuate safely. Even if we are getting crushed, we have to stand our ground. Dai floats over, and Gao Peng casually tells everyone to step back. The skeleton raises his hand, charging up a blinding red light. Time for a massive attack. Undead recovery activated. Down below, a desperate dude is hugging his badly injured pet, bawling his eyes out. Oh man, Afu. It is all my fault! A glowing white light approaches the beast. Suddenly, the pet snaps its eyes wide open. Wait, huh? The guy in the hat watches his pet suddenly turn ridiculously aggressive. What the heck is happening? All the revived pets furiously charge right back at the monster army. A dude holding a clipboard runs up. Chief! Amazing news. Gao Peng from Tianan has rallied his pets into an insane undead army, completely stalling the monster tide. General Li and General Gao have officially decided to gather all our forces and launch a massive counterattack. The chief laughs out loud. Excellent, excellent. That grumpy old geezer Jihanwu might be a pain, but he seriously has one absolute powerhouse of a grandson. The brown-haired kid points straight at a random island. Hey, the monsters totally avoided that island. They are retreating. Another guy in a hat, completely soaked in the water, sighs heavily. It is actually finally over. Another dude starts sobbing. Old Xia, Old Wang, did you guys see that? We actually defended the front line. He just watches them crying and thinks to himself. With zero attack power, they can only run away. Gao Peng turns around and shouts, Xiao Huang. He watches his duck busily looting everything. Just grab the corpse of the Sea King electric eel. Leave the rest of that garbage. But Xiao Huang ignores him completely. I do not care. I said $500 apiece. 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. The duck wildly charges at other guys looting. Quack, quack, quack. Drop that dead body right now. That is totally mine. Gao Peng turns around and answers his phone. Old Huang, what is up? The guy on the screen grins. Huge congratulations, young Master Gao. You literally crushed it the second you stepped on the battlefield. The legendary reputation of your undead army has already spread everywhere. Gao Peng stares at the screen. You guys get news ridiculously fast. We literally just finished the fight here. Anyway, let us skip the hype. I know you definitely have actual business to discuss. Little Huang said, all right guys, get this. The anomaly you wanted watched? Found it. Ghost soldiers crossing. 10,000 demons building a stage. Cao Ping asked, where? The guy answered, Bizhou, the Cao Ping base city. Our boy started thinking, by Zhou? Could that place have the loot to level up Dazi to mythical? Cao Ping just said, keep digging. I need exact intel. Cut to Yuzhou inside the lab. He checked the test tube. Perfect reaction. The soft pill formula was a massive success. Cao Ping looked at the flower monster. Come here, let me inject this. The little guy hugged his arm. Don't sweat it. It's gonna sting, but you'll get insanely strong. He gave it the shot. Suddenly, a huge noise made him turn his head. It was the white dragon. Grandpa was finally back from the heavenly pool. Talk about perfect timing. Wait, does this mean the thunder snail actually pulled off its evolution? Cao Peng checked the safe. You are still super weak right now. Just rest inside the shield for a bit. Cao Peng stepped right outside and yelled out, Hey, Grandpa! He looked at the old man and asked, So how is the thunder snail doing? Jihan Dong just crossed his arms. See for yourself, kid. Monster name? The mighty thunder snail. Monster level? Sitting pretty at 45. Monster grade? Straight up legendary tier. Monster element? Pure, unadulterated lightning type. Status? Healthy and hyped. Abilities? Level 6 lightning control, level 4 tough shell. Traits? It has a magic shell packed with divine power, basically a massive magnet for lightning elements. This thing is an absolute beast waiting to be unleashed. Effect 1. A passive boost giving +1 to its lightning control level. Effect 2. An active move that dumps all stored lightning energy from the shell, summoning a literal disaster-level storm in the area. Imagine a walking thunderstorm ready to blow. Lightning sac mode. It forms a special organ inside its body, giving it crazy absorption and control over thunderclouds. Ready for Effect 1. The active effect lets it suck up all thunderclouds within 100 miles, then permanently link up with them. Absolute madness. While using that cloud power, its mythical evolution paths are unlocked. First up, Disaster Evolution, Doomsday Thunder God Snail, or the second path, Lightning Evolution. Cloud-swallowing Thunder Beast. He walked over, petting the snail. Its trait-based lightning control stacks directly with its natural ability, meaning it definitely hits level 6. Let that sink in. That is the highest elemental control he had ever seen. So basically, this thunder snail is now a maxed-out lightning wizard wearing super heavy armor. Talk about being overpowered. Jihan Dong looked right at him. After getting back, I tested some resources. The snail has officially hit legendary grade. Cao Peng was hyped. The evolution was a total success, and we loved to see it. His grandpa watched him, thinking hard. All these breakthroughs proved his grandson could actually breed legendary grade familiars. This kid was rewriting the rules. Even if the success rate wasn't perfect, that was still absolutely terrifying. Right now, the Southern Sky Group was just laying low in one corner. Grandpa realized, to protect our boy, he needed to get way stronger too. Cao Peng put his hands on his hips. Hey Grandpa, I am taking little Yuan back to its birthplace. Remember exactly where that was? Jihan Dong replied, Man, it has been a whole year. Let me think. Pretty sure it was the western swamp near Jiangnan City. Our guy walked over to little Yuan. I made you a promise before. Tomorrow we are heading straight to your birthplace. The bird looked up at the sky. Deal. It thought to itself, Mom, cut to Jiangnan City, Southern Sky Branch. Manager Chen spoke up. Boss Cao, here is everything you literally just asked for. All the data on crane-type monsters. And all the croc monsters around Jiangnan City. Plus, we got the intel on that western swamp. Cao Peng sat back in his chair. Good work, Manager Chen. Little Yuan stared at the screen. Is that you? Yeah, and that crane too. They are my kind. Cao Peng looked at Chen. You know this place? Chen checked the screen. That is the swamp spirit croc, right in the Qian family territory. Now you and I know this means trouble. Our guy leaned on his chair. The Qian family territory? Since when do we use terms like that? He shoved his hands in his pockets. How can a wild zone belong to any family? Someone is getting way too cocky. Manager Chen started sweating bullets. Haha, unspoken rules, man. Just like how everyone says Yu Zhou belongs to our southern sky. Cao Peng shot him a serious look. Manager Chen, Yu Zhou belongs to the Alliance, period. Southern Sky is just the government's best ally. You get that? Don't get it twisted. All right, now tell me about this Qian family. Manager Chen stammered, Oh yes, sir. Chen thought to himself, Yikes. Didn't everyone say Boss Cao was super chill? This kid is literally just a mini Jihan Dong. Scary stuff. Manager Chen reports that Jiangnan City currently holds exactly 32 Lord-tier monster trainers. 3 from the government, right off the bat. 2 military guys and 5 from the Big 4 families. Oh, and 2 random rogue tamers who somehow clawed their way up. He casually continues talking. Get this. You and I can see out of those big four, the Qian family hogs 2 whole lord tiers. Because of that, everyone secretly treats them like the absolute bosses, plus they have serious government backing. Gao Peng raises his hand. He totally wants to know if their lord tier beast is the infamous Green Forest Swamp Soul-Eye crocodile. Manager Chen nods. Yep, that beast belongs to Qian Wuliang, the second generation's #2 guy. Our boy turns and walks off. All right then, he says, send him a challenge letter for me. 3 days from now, northern outskirts. I am fighting Qian Wuliang. Gao Peng grins. A fight to the death. Manager Chen totally freaks out. Young Master Gao, challenging him means declaring full-on war against the entire Qian family. Those big four families stick together like literal siblings. Messing with the Qian family means you are seriously fighting all 4 massive houses at once. Gao Peng just shoves his hands deep in his pockets. Tight like siblings? Yeah, right. That messy group only teamed up to fight the government for massive profits. It is totally fake loyalty. He looks back with a savage smirk. Send invites to the other 3 families for a banquet. Kick the Qian family out of their alliance. Our Southern Sky group will take their place. Anyone can play this little game, right? He casually responds. Yes, sir. Suddenly, he raises his hand. Oh, right. I should totally visit the mayor tonight before heading to the Qian mansion. By evening, a girl runs in screaming for the family head. News just dropped. The Southern Sky Group invited the other 3 major families to a banquet, and they actually agreed. A shocked voice suddenly yells out. Wait, what? Multiple voices erupt in chaos. Did someone seriously offend the Southern Sky Group? Otherwise, why would that crazy young master come looking to cause us such a massive headache? But we are the big 4 families. How could they do this? This mess. We should definitely just reject it. After all, it is literally just a challenge letter. Yeah, absolutely right. Exactly. Who told Gao Peng to have such an overpowered grandpa? Even if we win, hitting the kid brings out the crazy old man. Too annoying. Suddenly, a hand slams the table. Enough! Qian Wuliang shouts angrily. Humph, why reject it? I am not scared of anyone. When the time comes, I will crush him and just spare his beast's life. Simple. He clenches his fist and angrily repeats himself. Why the hell should I reject it? I fear absolutely no one. I will easily destroy him, then kindly spare his little pet. Send word outside. Tell them I accept his little challenge. 3 days from now, we throw down at the western outskirts. He turns and walks out while others panic. Do we really want a blood feud with Southern Sky? Xiao Wu sighs and asks, Mom, what is going on here? His mother stares at her son seriously. Xiao Wu, our family only has 2 people with Lord Tier beasts, you and your second uncle. We literally have to rely entirely on you right now. When your uncle goes to fight, you better stick close and watch his back out there. Xiao Wu confidently crosses his arms. If you are worried uncle will hurt Gao Peng, seriously do not stress about it. That Gao Peng guy is way stronger than uncle. His mother furiously frowns. Win or lose, our family can totally handle this duel, but your uncle is dangerously arrogant and painfully narrow-minded. I am worried that if he actually loses, he will flip out. He might try pulling some dirty tricks by heavily rigging the battleground out there in the western outskirts. Her eyes instantly turn ice-cold and sharp. If things get messy, drag him straight home. Use whatever dirty methods you have to. Cut to Jiangnan's western outskirts, where the massive swamp spirit crocodile king is chilling on the ground. Qian Wuliang stands proudly beside it. Stop ignoring me like I am invisible. Yeah, back then I totally took advantage when you were down. You and that Lord Tier crane trashed each other. I absolutely forced that blood contract on you, but hey, I have not treated you badly all these years, right? He keeps rambling. Someone insanely arrogant wants to challenge me. You remember that white dragon you bumped into about a year ago? This kid is that white dragon trainer's actual grandson. The crocodile king finally opens its eyes. Is that dragon trying to fight me? Qian Wuliang shakes his head. Nah, probably just some skeleton beast. If you can, seriously avoid killing his pet. Just spare its life. The crocodile king lazily closes its eyes again. Meanwhile, back at Lake Tai in Jiangnan City, Gao Peng walks ahead, totally confused. Why aren't you selling silver fish? That's literally Lake Tai's specialty. The guide replies quickly. It is strictly forbidden to fish or even hunt any silver fish in Lake Tai right now. She happily explains the crazy lore. Because there is a mighty silver dragon prince in Lake Tai. It completely terrified all the high-level monsters there, so they literally stopped attacking Jiangnan City entirely. We can only hunt other random monsters, absolutely zero silver fish allowed. He stares directly at the water, smirking. This silver dragon prince plays a brilliant game of using others to do its killing. Using humans to eliminate every single rival monster inside Lake Tai. Just giving the Silver Fish clan massive room to thrive. Over there, Xiao Huang eagerly waves. Gao Peng, get over here and take a picture. He flashes the camera, and the cheerful guide totally agrees. Say cheese! They promise a killer shot as Gao Peng and the squad strike a pose. Alright, buckle up guys, welcome to the western outskirts for Duel Day. An official chimes in, promising total fairness since they represent the alliance. The other guy basically says, thanks for the backup, dude. Gao Peng and Xiao Yuan watch the massive Croc King swim over. Honestly, our boy has never seen Xiao Yuan this completely furious before. Yep, that giant reptile is definitely the sworn enemy right there. Gao Peng glances around and mutters. Qian Wuliang totally rigged the map. It is a literal swamp filled with thick weeds and nasty shallow mud puddles everywhere you look. Perfect home turf for a giant croc. But hey, red-crowned cranes hang out around crocodiles all the time. Plus, Xiao Yuan can literally fly. Worst case scenario, just take to the skies and bail. Qian Wuliang looks over and says, maybe we just cancel this fight? Let us all be friends and forget the hate. Gao Peng just stares at the guy. You killed its parents, and now you want to play the good guy and ask for forgiveness? Hilarious. Hands in his pockets, he adds. Maybe you can forgive, but the bird cannot. I am staying totally out of this. It is their own personal beef. The crowd gasps. Say what? The gray-haired guy is super confused. Is the skull tyrant fighting? This bird is like, barely a year old. Is this guy completely insane? Gao Peng just chuckles. Haha, come on, Xiao Ye. Show these losers your real power. Xiao Yuan goes Super Saiyan, exploding with insane power and summoning a massive wall of raging fire. The crowd freaks out. No way. A literal Lord Aura. How many Lord-tier pets does this spoiled kid have? The Croc King glares, absolutely furious. They clash head-on, trading epic blows. The Croc King violently swings its massive tail, but Xiao Yuan pulls a crazy dodge just in time. Then the bird blasts a giant fireball right at the Croc's tail. Gao Peng watches, completely amazed. That suction move dragging Xiao Yan into striking range was pure evil genius. This Croc King is no joke. Honestly, if Xiao Yan had not used the fiery recoil to blast away from that tail smack, it would have been game over right there. Alright, let us check the stats together. Green Forest Swamp Red-Eye Croc King. Level 45, normal tier. It rocks water and wind elements, plus a level 3 hard shell. Add level 2 sharp fangs and level 3 water control to the mix. It is a healthy, aggressive swamp monster that loves jumping people in groups. Gao Peng yells out a warning like a total backseat gamer. Xiao Yan, watch out! This ugly lizard uses wind attacks, so do not get hit. The bird screeches back, basically saying, I got this. Qian Wuliang is panicking, warning his croc about the firebird. The Croc King just cuts him off, annoyed. Shut up already, you old boomer. The Croc King takes a spicy hit from the sky. He cannot even reach. Tired of getting cooked, the giant lizard dives underwater. Fire and water clash hard. Gao Peng notices the water wall trick. Guess that is why the cheater picked this map. Hidden moves, huh? Xiao Yan's eyes literally spark with rage. You really think some dirty puddle water can stop my fire? The bird unleashes a massive inferno, promising to boil the swamp and roast that shell. Standing 100 meters away, Gao Peng can literally feel his eyebrows getting singed off. That croc is getting deep fried tonight. The giant reptile is instantly engulfed in flames. System update, medium injuries and severe burn damage applied. Xiao Yan swoops in hard. Try running now, loser. The croc glares murderously. The beast snaps its jaws, blasting a counterattack. Gao Peng yells, Xiao Yan, you good bro? Fueled by pure mom-avenging rage, the flames get insanely hotter. The Croc King actually starts panicking. This crazy bird is no basic lord tier. The croc totally freaks out. If I do not figure something out fast, I am going to be fried chicken. The croc locks eyes on Gao Peng. Yep, kill the tamer. Qian Wuliang freaks out. Wait, what are you doing? He screams, Croc King, are you totally insane? Do not attack that kid. Qian Wuliang desperately orders his team to stop the beast. But someone yells, wait a second, look at that. Gao Peng's undead pet teleports in and literally punts the giant Croc King. That undead beast is totally cracked. The croc goes flying, and Xiao Yuan swoops in. Gao Peng smirks. The lizard actually learned to use recoil for a quick getaway. Impressive, but whatever. Xiao Yan totally bagged the win. That croc was stupidly fast and had crazy burst damage. And that, guys, is how you do revenge. If our boy had not boosted Xiao Yan, this epic vendetta might have actually completely failed. Duvu yelled out, completely panicking. Second boss? You and I got to admit, Tianyu Luong took the loss perfectly. Relax, he sighed. I lost fair and square. Duvu silently judged him. The second boss was surprisingly chill. Honestly, way more cooperative than expected, and his entire crew already followed Mommy's rules anyway. Look, the Tian family took some absolutely massive losses recently. But hey, trauma bonds people. Suddenly, Tianyu Luong violently coughed up straight blood. Tuvu freaked out and sprinted right over. Second boss. Catching his boss, he muttered, this backlash is absolutely brutal. Nyak Vuong is seriously toast, man. I mean, completely done for. Honestly, starting from today, Jiangnan base city is officially out 1, Nakwang. Manager Tran stepped up to report. The Tian family is surrendering the entire Nagaklin swamp to our Thien Nam group, plus every single beast trapped inside there. Even 2DM's old crew is yours now. Oh, and they are dropping a massive pile of compensation cash right in your lap. Bong coldly shot that down. Hard pass. This was just beast drama anyway. I will definitely take the Injaklin swamp though. Pay them fair market value for it. Send that extra cash pile straight back. Manager Tran nodded like a good sidekick. Got it. Also, the shiny new alliance with the big three families is totally locked. Our corporate branch will carry the Explorer Guild, turning that nasty Nangak Lin swamp into their official second base of operations. Pretty sick upgrade, if you ask me. Finally, the group completely followed your orders. We are sending out our top inspectors regularly to make sure those Hoa VM hack are living their absolute best lives out there. Taobong nodded, looking totally cool. Good work. Then he glanced over at his beast. 2DM bro, are you seriously not going to go say hi to your old crew? 2DM gave a surprisingly deep answer. Without me holding their hands, maybe they will actually find their own crazy evolution paths. Boss, you got my revenge. I am good. Let the universe handle the rest. Suddenly, the ocean started going completely berserk, huge waves out of nowhere. Monster name, Kin Buk Hyen Kwai. Let us check those wild stats. Level 46, quality tier, absolutely perfect. And the core elemental attribute? Total mystery class. Abilities include a level 4 mirror armor and level 3 jade bones. Level 3, water control. Now onto the monster's unique traits. Mystic armor. This bizarre ancient shell grew for centuries and can literally predict the future, both good and bad. Passive trait 1. It acts like a danger radar. This giant beast instinctively dodges deadly threats hiding in the pitch-black shadows. It even sniffs out good luck. Cao Bong squinted, super suspicious. Did this oversized turtle realize he was the main character and come begging for a job? Classic beast logic right there. Cao Bong stared, stroking his chin. Do I want a giant pet rock? Suddenly, the Kinbuk Huyan Kui dropped a shiny Long Tian Nok, a top-tier resource item. It is basically a rare dragon item. Formed by dragon-type monsters, it holds onto all their secret language data like a magical hard drive. Staring at the shiny jade, Cao Bong was super confused. Why hand this over? Then, his brain clicked. The Tai Hongan Long Tai Tu. Unless that snooty Ingan Long Tai Tu actually sent this massive turtle to track down my Bok Long. Cao Bong immediately commanded Manager Tran. Ship this guy to Du Chao immediately. Bok Long needs to see this. As for me, I am heading straight to Truong Bin village next. Manager Tran snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, over at the Tao Bin base city. Right outside Truong Bin village, Captain Tu hesitated nervously. Think we made it to the village. Lam Hin Ni dug through her bag. Yeah. Intel says this place is crawling with wind spirits. Slather on that wind powder, guys. Captain Tu gulped, visibly sweating bullets. Okay. Lam Hin He rolled her eyes. Stop whining! Hurry up and move. This powder's buff wears off super fast. 4 hours max. And do not freak out. It is just crushed wind, monster bones, not dead humans, she snapped, reminding the trembling crew. Oh, and rub some on your pets, obviously. Suddenly, she spotted a Huyet Kiem Mao and practically squealed. Oh my god, a Huyet Kiem Mao. Do you guys have any idea how many credits this fetches on the black market? Over 100 grand, easy. We are totally rich. But Captain Tu looked dead serious. Stick with me, guys. The danger level here is way beyond what we prepped for. The redhead blinked. Wait, why? All right, you and I are dropping right into the action. He points at the dirt, saying there's expensive loot everywhere, but nobody's grabbing it. Captain 2 asks her why. He admits her bone ash trick is crazy useful. The last 2 squads got ambushed like crazy on their way here, but our crew, we just casually strolled right through. Suddenly, the ground bulges. A creepy hand shoots out, aiming right for Captain 2's leg. But Golden is totally on it, instantly smashing that thing back into the dirt. Lin Jinner warns them to chill out and stay sharp. They're only masking their scent after all. If they get too close, those nasty monsters can totally still sense them. A super creepy chanting echoes out, "Go home, go home." The redhead freaks it's the ghostly army's march. Lin Shinner just sighs, bracing for absolute cinematic chaos. At a glance, there's at least 1,000 of these spooky ghost soldiers. Taking this mission from Junior Gao Peng was definitely not a walk in the park. She points ahead, laying down the strategy. The General's Bone and the Yin Heart are dead center, but that mysterious underworld fire, it spawns completely at random. Classic game mechanics. Let's loot this nearby area first, she confidently suggests. Captain 2 makes the call. We search for 1 hour. Then we rush the center zone. Suddenly, an icy wind howls. The redhead shivers like a leaf, chattering, "Yikes, freezing. Does anyone actually live in this creepy dump?" Lin Shinner thinks back to the files. After the big disaster went down, everyone in Changping village packed up and totally bailed out of here. But she points out those dried corn bundles hanging up there, they look completely fresh, like a few days old. Both girls spot two shady dudes ahead and yell, "Who's there?" The two weirdos politely announce, "Hey guys, our general wants a word." Lin Shinner squints, totally suspicious. Which general exactly? One dude replies, "General Zhao." Lin Shinner snaps her fingers, instantly remembering the infamous Supreme General Zhao. "Changping," she mutters. "Right, the Battle of Changping means Zhao Kuo." She and Captain Tu exchange epic side-eyes. Tu sounds super confident. "Let's check it out. A big shot general like Zhao Kuo wouldn't try any cheap, dirty tricks." The creepy guide stops in front of a busted old house. "We're here." The ghost soldier pushes the door open. Tu thinks, "So this is the undead army's secret lair." Shin Er introduces herself like a boss. Lin Shin Er greets Supreme General Zhao. The big boss laughs loudly. "Supreme General?" He mocks with pure villain energy. "Supreme General?" He glares suspiciously. "Should I assume you're actively trying to insult me right now?" Surrounded by spooky ghost soldiers, Shinner waves her hands frantically. "No way, we'd never dare insult your excellency." The big boss sizes them up. "You guys are the strongest warriors I've seen in literal years." He pitches a deal. "I want to team up. If you want the rare loot from this zone, fine, but you gotta trade something of equal value." Shin secretly sighs in relief. Phew, if throwing cash fixes the problem, it's not a real problem. She starts bargaining like a pro. "So, what exactly does your excellency want from us?" "We're from the massive Southern Sky Group. Our financial flex is crazy strong. We can definitely satisfy all your demands." The general smirks. "You tell me what you guys actually want first." Without skipping a beat, Sheen replies, "A piece of General Bone and the Yin Heart." The boss nods. "General Bone, you want my skull? Fine, it's just a skull. But what the heck is a Yin Heart? I have never heard of it." She hesitates. "The Yin Heart." Then boom, Shinner launches her epic mantis shrimp beast, yelling, "It's literally your heart." Her insane attack blasts straight toward the boss. The ridiculous sheer force pins him against the back wall, sending shattered bricks and dust flying absolutely everywhere. Captain Tu groans. "Dude, seriously? After your crazy crystal mantis shrimp drops one move, it goes on cooldown for a whole month. Is this thing an assassin?" The redhead panics hard. "Oh crap, this is totally bad. We are surrounded by the ghost army outside." Shinner yells frantically, "We cannot let them group up." She loudly summons her holy light deer. Bam! A massive barrier pops up instantly, shoving the raging ghost soldiers back. "Now, you and I know this cinematic battle isn't over." The redhead sighs. "Looks like we suppressed them for now." But Shin notices something sucking up ghost energy. Zhao Kuo isn't dead yet. She quickly barks an order. "Kick him while he's down. Giant mouse, attack." Golden blasts its wild power right at the hole under the wall. A buried blade violently shakes the ground, casually dodging Golden and flying straight into the gap. The boss grabs his dark blade. He slashes down at Golden, screaming with pure blinding rage. "You gutsy little thieves." Bursting with intense epic swagger, he roars his final command. "Boys, kill them all!" Captain Tu looks deadly serious. Ghostly energy clumps into nasty blood clouds. "Crap! If those bloody clouds completely cover this whole entire zone, we'll get absolutely slaughtered by that undead army." He sprints away, yelling orders. "Meatball, deploy the black smoke screen. Everyone else, fall back right now." Captain Tu grabs onto his beast's leg, desperately urging, "Go." Tu looks up, totally confused by a new sky anomaly. Then it clicks. Wait, no, that epic lightning is actually blasting away the bloody ghost clouds. A majestic white dragon crashes the party. Tu instantly realizes, the white dragon? That's Ji Tong. The undead boss scoffs confidently. Watch me one, shot this lizard." He swings his sword, blasting power, break. But instantly, his body gets totally swatted away. The newcomer sneers, "Zhao Kuo? More like an absolute joke." Ji Hantong glares at the boss. "You dare block my path? Accept your pathetic fate." Slumped in the dirt, the boss coughs. "Who the heck are you?" Ji Hantong gives a super chill order. "Take him away. Go easy. Don't actually kill him." The big boss gets violently slammed into the dirt. Ji Hantong casually drops the mic. "I don't get what this General Bone and Yin Heart crap does, so I just brought you the whole guy alive." Shinner's squad hunting the Dark Fire? Yeah, they totally got dragged back too. So what do you and I take from this? Gao Peng does the math. Looting this stuff was hilariously easy. 0 epic struggles required. If it's this simple, all right, you and I are watching something crazy. Just a tiny bit more loot needed to upgrade to mythical quality. He yells out, "Hey, White Dragon!" White Dragon? Cao Bong is totally snooping right now. He keeps pestering. "What did the Silver Dragon Prince say? Wait, is that your actual kid?" "No way, dude. You are way too young to be a dad. Who on earth is the baby mama?" White Dragon totally loses it and straight up splashes water all over him. Grandpa G chimes in like, "Oh yeah, I gotta run right now." Didn't even have time to warn him. A spatial rift just popped up in the commercial district. But with his current power level, it should be a total breeze. Going out to see the real world is good. Cao Bong looks super confused. Spatial rift? The commercial district? He is totally puzzled. So the rift is inside? The guard nods firmly. Yep, right at high noon, exactly when that creepy black fog is at its weakest point. Its spread gets seriously compressed. During the night, that entire ruined building is totally swallowed by the black fog. You literally cannot see a single thing. The guard explains the situation. Boss Tao, take a look at this. These freaky monsters are basically the main swarm hiding inside that thick black fog. Plus, get this. Normal bullets literally do 0 damage to these things. Not a single scratch. Monster profile, dark clothed gecko. Monster level, level 20. Monster quality, just your totally basic normal tier. Monster attribute, straight up dark type. Monster ability, level 1 dark power. Quick monster bio, it is literally a gecko rocking a little black coat. Its moves are crazy fast, super slender body, and oh yeah, it absolutely loves snacking on fresh meat. Cao Bong gives the order. Probably no boss tiers in there. Little yellow, you go inside and check it out. The guard frantically calls for backup. Team 2, get ready to support, but our boy Cao Bong just waves them off. Nope, you guys do not need to enter. One little duck can handle this whole mess. Little yellow completely wrecks those dark-clothed geckos in absolute record time. The guard whispers to his buddy, sounding super confused. Wait, was that the miserable screaming of those gecko lizards? Little yellow casually struts back out. Quack! Monster extermination complete. This monk duck has already handled everything inside. He holds up a smashed, dark-clothed gecko and asks, "Look at this. The monsters in there are literally just fish. 4-legged fish. We could sell these for 500 each, right?" Cao Bong is super puzzled. Dude, that is a gecko. And where the heck did you get those prayer beads? He then announces, all the monsters inside are probably wiped clean by now. We are heading in. They slowly step inside. Item profile dropping right now. Spatial rift. Item effect? It lets you travel directly between 2 completely different worlds. Cao Bong starts scheming hard. Wait, a spatial rift counts as an actual item? Well, if it is an item, I can totally just swipe it whenever I want, right? Maybe I can grab a couple of rifts and install them at my back door. But suddenly, the entire rift starts violently shaking and rumbling. What in the world is happening? A massive tentacle suddenly shoots out. Monster profile. Yellow-clothed octopus. Monster level? Level 26. Absolute leader tier. Monster quality? Just your standard normal grade. Monster attribute? Straight-up psychic type. Monster status? Healthy, but honestly kinda terrified. Quick monster bio coming up. A freakish monster that absolutely loves mind control. It manipulates enemies, twisting their inner thoughts, and then totally devours its prey while they are paralyzed by fear. Cao Bong feels highly suspicious about this. Dark-clothed gecko, yellow-clothed octopus. What is up with this whole clothing theme? Does it actually represent their elemental stats? Like yellow for psychic power? Little yellow aggressively squeezes the tentacle and starts trash-talking. This ugly thing is just hideous, and it dares to copy his legendary yellow monk style? Unbelievable. Cao Bong starts asking questions. Hey, have you guys scouted the other side of this spatial rift yet? The staff nervously reports back. We tried chucking some electronic gear in there, but got 0 signal. Then we threw in some test monsters. And yeah, every single one of them got brutally slaughtered. Cao Bong immediately issues a command to Adai. Hey, send that giant electric eel skeleton straight in there. Let it scout the path for us. A staff member gently pets a fiercely trembling dog. Hey buddy, do not be scared. There are absolutely 0 enemies here. The massive electric eel skeleton slides right into the glowing rift. Adai confidently reports. Master, the other side just has a few dark-clothed geckos. No other heavy hitters in sight. I will go take a look too. Adai's hollow voice echoes back out. Master, it is completely safe, Cao Bong says. All right. Little Leaf, Little Yellow, Da Zi, follow my lead. He bravely steps right into the shimmering spatial rift, looking around. Wow, passing through this spatial rift feels absolutely surreal. It is literally like walking right through a super thick waterfall. The fog on this side is actually pretty thin. Our visibility is not heavily affected at all. Cao Bong wonders. Look at these crazy walls. Why does this look exactly like a maze? The captain loudly rushes his confused squad. Move faster. Prioritize measuring the data and collecting some freaky monster samples right now. He stares up at the creepy red sky. So this is the underworld? Wild. Everyone freezes. What is that noise? A terrified subordinate points his finger. Captain, look! Look over there. It is a special monster from the Fog World's desolate maze. Known for its super playful and goofy personality, They love trolling humans inside the maze. But if you hurt them, they turn insanely violent and hold the biggest grudges ever. Attack them just once, and it is totally game over for you. Even 100 years later, they will perfectly remember your face. Gao Peng looks totally confused. The Black Fog World, the terrifying maze watcher, he starts guessing. Since they carry weapons, does this crazy world actually have its own hidden civilization? Xiao Yuan pops out, rolling his eyes. Quit acting like fake ghosts. The monster laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. Everyone totally panics and runs away. Run! Save yourselves first! The watcher charges straight at Gao Peng. Oh crap, it is catching up. Dazi, hold it back. Dazi aggressively shoots out several energy spheres, blasting the watcher with perfect aim. Xiao Huang rushes over to Dazi, looking super nervous. Dazi, I am coming to help. Gao Peng chases after them, shouting. Wait, Xiao Huang immediately stops, staring at Gao Peng in utter confusion. Quack, he nervously explains. If you grow bigger later, you literally cannot fit through the spatial rift. Too annoying. A massive axe swings right at Xiao Yuan. You push too hard. That axe is huge. You giant idiot, hurry up and help us. Right on time, Adai easily pushes the giant axe away. Retreat! Adai viciously stomps on the watcher's leg, literally piercing straight through the monster's giant foot. Adai flies into the air, aiming another brutal attack right at its leg. The watcher screams in pure agony. Gao Peng quickly yells out his demand. Adai, translate this immediately. We come from a totally different world across the glowing spatial rift. We came here carrying peace and very good intentions. Honestly, I absolutely did not mean to wreck your leg. I just completely lost control of my own crazy strength back there for a second. Adai obediently repeats Gao Peng's exact words. We come from another world across the spatial rift, and we literally only bring peace to you guys. We arrive with totally good intentions. I seriously did not want to hurt your leg. I just honestly could not control my crazy power earlier. My bad. Gao Peng looks extremely suspicious. Oh great, more of them. 1, 2, 3, wait. 7 watchers. He watches them closely, completely amazed. The leg wound is already healing. 8 elite tier maze watchers, and they possess insanely fast self-healing powers too. This is wild. Adai translates the watcher's crazy reply. So you guys are actually from another world. Outside the maze is a ceiling barrier. There is only one path. I literally thought our maze defense had a massive hole, but it was actually a spatial rift. Insane. Monster level? Level 50. Absolute peak commander tier. Adai relays their next demand. Boss, listen up. Now, you and I know this sounds fishy. They say they mean absolutely no harm. They just need us to wake up their master. Gao Peng gets super paranoid. Who knows if these thick-browed freaks secretly plan to use us as human sacrifices? No thanks, but Gao Peng smoothly agrees. Just give us a little bit of time to prepare. Once I am totally ready, I will head over immediately. The watcher completely agrees. Fine, human. I really hope you guys are not tricking us. Taking the chance, Gao Peng asks, Oh yeah, can you gift us some little bug monsters to raise? The watcher answers with brutal honesty. You guys definitely cannot handle them. These little bugs literally cannot reproduce anyway. However, if you actually manage to wake up my master, I bet my master would totally agree to make a solid trade with you guys. Honestly, compared to other factions in the Black Fog world, our desolate maze does not see humans as enemies at all. Gao Peng asks curiously, Wait a second, are there actually other humans living in the Black Fog world too? Are they living anywhere near this maze? The watcher turns around, looking deeply annoyed. Humans! I have not seen any humans in over 70 years. Those half-island jerks ran off to another world. They just left a message and vanished. Anyway, human, you can leave right now. Whenever you guys finally agree to help us wake our master, just come find us. Gao Peng starts putting the crazy puzzle pieces together. It seems humans also left their mark in this weird world. But man, their reputation is absolute garbage here. I just wonder if the humans from this world were monster tamers too? He nods, completely understanding the crazy situation. Fortunately, Adai can easily communicate with them. That is definitely a huge flex, but considering the massive power gap between the different human factions, this is only going to bring absolute war and invasion. Gao Peng starts doing the math. The yin-yang golden needlegrass has hit level 31. This stuff seriously looks like epic spirit soil. The legendary reputation is definitely 100% true. The only downside? The price is ridiculously expensive. 15 points per block. To upgrade Adai into an undead overlord, we are only missing one single dead heart soul. I originally thought it was at Changping, but Changping totally fails the dead land check, so those 40 dead guys must have left behind insane resentment. You and I both know that spells trouble. He stares at his phone, extremely confused. Huh? Alright. You and I are about to witness some chaos. The panicked guy yells for the principal. A random bronze statue just appeared right at the school gate. Cao Bong is completely shell-shocked. What? Monster name? The animated bronze statue. Monster level? 41. Lord tier, totally healthy, and completely indifferent. This thing is an absolute beast. Quality? Just normal. Cao Bong stares at this animated bronze statue, his brain working overtime. Why would a Lord tier statue just randomly show up at someone's front door? Whatever. He decides to drag it home first, dump it with A-Ban for a bit, and then force it to become his new gatekeeper. Classic. He gives the order. Die 2, take it down. Die 2 instantly launches a brutal lightning strike right at the statue. The statue screams in pure agony. Yep, forced electrotherapy. Then, Cao Bong literally just grabs the statue and drags it away, muttering about his turn. The staff watch this go down in absolute disbelief. This bronze statue weighs dozens of tons, and young Master Cao is just casually dragging it with one single hand. Completely insane flex. Cao Bong just smiles and casually apologizes. His own physical strength is now 1% of A-Ban, and A-Ban can lift 10 million tons. He laughs, realizing he totally terrified the staff. My bad. Cut to Ducha Valley, where A-Ban is chilling. Cao Bong drops the statue right there. Hey A-Ban, I brought you a brand new toy. He then orders Dai Tu to untie the poor thing. Wow. Tied up that long and still full of energy. A-Ban swings a massive arm, deciding this toy cannot be ignored. The animated bronze statue gets blasted. So stubborn. A-Ban hits it with raw, ridiculous force, sending the poor chunk of metal crashing straight into a solid rock wall. A-Ban looks worried. Cao Bong, did I accidentally break my new toy? Cao Bong gently touches his giant pet to comfort him. Not at all. Just do not use your full strength, and this thing will be totally fine. A-Ban breathes a massive sigh of relief. Oh good. Then he asks in the most pitiful voice, Cao Bong, when can I finally go outside and explore with you? This place is nice, but I miss you so much. I miss everyone. Hearing this, Cao Bong just completely freezes, absolutely stunned. He makes a rock-solid promise. A-Ban, do not worry. I will find a way. Soon, we are going to go on a massive adventure together. Count on it. Cao Bong waves goodbye, smiling. A-Ban, I will come back to see you in just a little bit. The giant spider happily agrees with a soft nod. The giant spider thinks with absolute determination. A-Ban is not stupid. A-Ban is just getting bigger. Cao Bong, one day I will definitely find a way to follow you. Meanwhile, the animated bronze statue cries out in pure misery. Somebody help me. I finally saw my own kind and just got a little curious. What do you crazy people even want from me? I am definitely not curious anymore. Scene cut straight to the massive African sector. The fortified base city, Lusaka. Over in Zambia, a shady guy in dark glasses looks totally confused. Does seriously nobody know what these weird symbols actually mean? The curly-haired guy quickly reports back. The linguistics professors already checked it out. They say these characters do not belong to any language ever recorded on Earth. One expert claimed it looks a bit like ancient Atlantis writing. The boss completely brushes that off. I do not care if it is Atlantis or whatever. I just need to know what these exact words are actually trying to tell us. The lackey nervously replies, understood. The boss points a finger hard at the map. Stop just saying yes to me. Tell me right now, what is this specific location? The curly-haired kid stammers out his answer. Boss, this place looks like an ancient city that has never been discovered. Now, you and I know villain logic. He gets annoyed, ranting that their Black Ring company is just as strong as the Red Panthers. They just need a lucky break. A brand new, totally undiscovered city ruin? That is the exact jackpot opportunity they desperately need. The guy in glasses leads his massive crew and shouts, prepare to move out! The curly-haired guy stares at the map, sweating. City ruins? Honestly, this thing totally just looks like a giant death maze. Over at the 100 Trades District, right in front of a spatial rift, the minister stares in disbelief. Is this really a space rift? Her very first time seeing one. Meanwhile, Duong Duong is having a chat with Cao Bong. I'm not going over there. I already told Nguyen Nguyen to follow your orders. Cao Bong smiles and politely thanks her. Yes, thank you so much, Sister Duong Duong. He leads his powerful pets forward and shouts, let us go. The masked observer watches Cao Bong's group with deep satisfaction. I knew you people would eventually come back here. Cao Bong steps up. Enengai, repeat exactly what I said earlier. He points to his team. These are all my familiar pets. There is no problem with them tagging along, right? The observer turns around smoothly and agrees. Of course, that is not an issue. Cao Bong narrows his eyes. He deliberately had Ngai say the word familiar, but the maze observer completely ignored it. That means the humans in this bizarre alternate world must actually have their own beast tamers too. Clever deduction. Plant name? Water noodle fruit. Effect? Edible, packed with crazy nutrition and tons of water. He stares at the strange fruit. Plants from an alien dimension? Cao Bong does not even hesitate, just picks it right up and drinks it down. Wow, tastes pretty good. Gotta remember this path. The observer stops outside a massive hall. We have arrived. It drops some heavy lore. My master is currently sealed inside this grand hall. Cao Bong looks confused. Wait, you actually expect me to wake up your ancient master? But I have absolutely zero clue how to break a magical seal. It is not as simple as just burning it with fire, right? The observer calmly explains the insane truth. Master actually chose to seal himself away. As long as a beast tamer walks straight into the palace, he will automatically awaken. Cao Bong takes a bold step forward. Well then, Theo Huang, you are coming in with me. Cao Bong looks around shivering. What kind of freaky ice is this? Why is it this incredibly freezing? Without my elemental shield active, you and I would literally freeze to death in 5 minutes flat. Suddenly, the scene in front of him leaves him completely stunned. Cao Bong stares at a dark silhouette. What is this? Unbelievable. This frozen corpse lying right here on the ground is actually a terrifying blood hunter. In the past, this thing was a proud hunter. But after dying, it became nothing more than a lifeless corpse. You could do absolutely anything to it. Bam! Another monster screen pops up. Check this out. Frost Desolation Lion. Level 11 monster status. Elite tier. Legendary quality. Ice type. And its weakness? Rock type. That is the basic stat breakdown for this absolute beast right here. Its special trait? Extreme frost power. Basically, it controls an insane amount of ice energy. Effect number 1 is an active skill, and it is seriously no joke at all. Quiet Cold Zone. It releases internal ice power to create a freezing fog area around itself. Any creature stepping inside gets hit by this intense frost energy, unless of course the lion actually gives them permission to chill there. Yeah, it literally controls who freezes and who does not in its domain. Specifically, it grants complete immunity to the Quiet Cold Zone's freezing effects. Effect 2 is Permanent Freeze Zone. It blasts out all its ice power at once, causing absolute destruction in a massive area. But here is the catch. Doing this severely weakens its own bloodline power. And worse, it immediately forces the lion into a super deep sleep. Basically, it is a crazy double-edged sword. Monster Profile says this. Polar Holy Lion has frost blood. It used way too much power and fell into a totally helpless slumber. Now, the maze supervisor drops a serious bomb. Their master was the Blood Hunter, and when it comes to being pure savage, this lion takes the absolute crown. Now, here is where you and I get suspicious. Their master is totally dead. So why do they want our boy to wake it up? Realizing this, Gao Peng completely freezes. This whole body setup? Probably a giant trap they rigged. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. At the exact same time, a bond message from Little Flame warns him that tons of monsters just showed up right outside. Things are getting wild. He is about to take Little Yellow outside to help. But perfect timing, the lion on the throne wakes up, and right then, this lonely, freezing lion points straight down at the ground. It is definitely trying to tell him something important. Obviously, Gao Peng has no clue what it means, and honestly, he does not care right now. He dashes for the exit. Soon they all regroup at the entrance with Uncle Z to get a quick situation report. Young Master Gao, right after you went in, those maze supervisors suddenly attacked us. Thank goodness for your undead beast. It summoned the Bone Sea King to block the entrance immediately. Otherwise, we would have been completely surrounded and wiped out by those guys. Little Flame is actually hurt pretty badly, and Little Hua is trying hard to heal it. Seeing this, Little Yellow wants revenge. Without a single word, it charges right in. Even Gao Peng cannot stop the absolute mad lad now. Oh boy. This fight looks insanely tough to win, but right at this intense moment, footsteps echo from behind. It is the little lion! Gao Peng asks why it followed him out here. It is way too dangerous, he tells the little lion to hide. Meanwhile, Little Yellow blasts out a lightning beam with crazy blinding speed. Then it rushes straight at the maze supervisor. Catching the enemy completely off guard, Little Yellow perfectly pulls off an epic double combo strike right on the target. But the cool factor lasts barely 3 seconds. Before Little Yellow can even dodge, it gets absolutely battered and covered in injuries. Seeing this, Gao Peng turns totally pale. He is so freaked out that he completely forgets about the lonely lion standing behind him. The lion acts like it cannot understand a word he is saying. It casually suggests they just sign a blood contract right now. Do you think I am some clueless newborn monster that humans can easily trick with a few sweet words? Well, before it can even finish its dramatic speech, Gao Peng just bites his finger, aims perfectly, and presses it right onto its forehead. Boom. Instantly, Gao Peng enters the little lion's mental space. The whole experience feels exactly like diving deep into a massive, majestic ocean of pure consciousness. But wait, why is it so weak? Looking at this, it is definitely beyond level 11. Right now, it is just in a severely weakened state after bursting its power limit. Eating some ice treasures will fix it up. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes out loud. If you really want to sign a blood contract with me, fine. But you will make a ton of powerful enemies from today on. Have you actually thought this through? This little lion is totally bragging now. In my peak era, I was just one single step away from reaching the Emperor tier. Anyone worthy of being my enemy had to be at least king tier, bare minimum. So if you admit you are scared and let me go, I will not even call you a total coward. But before it can finish, Gao Peng just completely finalizes the contract. Then he coldly replies, King tier? Not scared at all. I thought you were a huge deal, but honestly, you do not even look that tough right now. The little lion hears this and instantly explodes with rage. Look, I can sense you have a king tier beast, but I bet my life you will never own an emperor tier 1, ever. Gao Peng just shrugs and replies, yeah, but right now you are only elite tier. Totally offended. It keeps going. I am literally 126 years old. I am older than your grandpa, dude. I have killed no less than 10 king tier monsters. They all called me the Ice Lion King. No matter what it says, Gao Peng just calmly holds its head the whole time. Yeah, but you are only elite tier right now. All right, stop the trash talk. Tell me how we handle this crazy situation right here. The Ice Lion snaps back. What do you mean handle it? We run away, obviously. Gao Peng, just like us, is completely speechless. Was it not just bragging about being incredibly overpowered? Look at how jacked these guys are. Plus, this is their home turf. If we cannot win, we better bounce super fast. Relax, this entire maze belongs to me anyway. I will make a tunnel that only small creatures can fit through. Hearing this absolute genius plan, Gao Peng immediately tosses the lion over to Uncle Z. I cannot just abandon Little Yellow here. Captain Z, you take this lion and get out first. The Ice Lion looks absolutely shocked. Bro, we literally just signed a contract. And now you are rushing off to throw your life away? Seriously? Gao Peng waves goodbye. My king tier beast is not here, but it can still lend me its crazy power. Obviously, the Ice Lion totally doubts how much power a king tier beast could even give a human. Before it can finish talking, Gao Peng literally curb stomps the maze supervisor with a heavy kick. The maze supervisor loses balance and faceplants hard into the dirt. Gao Peng does not even bother looking at him. Instead, he barks an order to Dazi and Dai to quickly use Thunder Sound and Heartblood magic. This makes the maze supervisor completely furious, but with his heart hurting so badly, his movements slow down a ton. Taking full advantage of the weakened enemy, Gao Peng orders Chun to go heal Little Yellow. Instantly, Chun's hands glow with a cool blue healing light. Little Yellow's nasty wounds slowly start to close up and heal. After Chun's super dedicated and careful healing session, Little Yellow finally manages to push its completely shaking body up off the ground. But that peace does not last long. The control effect finally wears off, and the angry maze supervisor unleashes an absolute earth-shattering punch right at them. And right at this second, Little Yellow's eyes suddenly flare up. All right, you and I are watching a battered yellow duck, but this crazy bird shifts forms twice as fast as normal. It casually blocks the maze warden's massive punch like it's absolutely nothing. Then our boy Xiao Huang launches his savage counterattack. Just one brutal flying kick completely sends those overgrown punks into next week. You guys had your fun beating me up, right? The duck casually snatches up the warden's heavy hammer. He roars, now it's my turn. Despite the wounds, the wild yellow duck chucks a 1,000-pound hammer with one hand, severely crushing the maze warden standing right in front of him. Xiao Huang quickly jumps straight back into the chaos. Right now, two huge maze wardens glare at our duck while letting out a very terrifying roar. Come at me together! Surprisingly, the more this duck fights, the more hyped he gets. He literally screams at the sky, invincible sonic punch. His punches are mind-blowingly fast, hitting exactly like speeding bullets. The two wardens cannot even counterattack. Taking too many hits, they realize something is very wrong. Why is this duck getting stronger? Let us bounce. Xiao Huang obviously will not let them go, but Gao Peng calls him back. Come back. We are in the shadows. Only 3 escaped anyway. Once we finish cleaning up this area, we will totally hunt them all down. The frost skeleton lion observes the duck. This power is at least epic tier. Wait, epic tiers cannot fight this many. Young Master Peng, how do we handle these corpses? Uncle Z is completely shocked. A single Lord tier beast can protect an entire city base, yet here, 8 were slaughtered in one go. If word gets out, the whole world will absolutely lose their minds. This also means scoring 8 Lord tier cores and a huge pile of rare materials. Young Master Peng's strength is seriously no joke. Gao Peng stays behind to guard the corpses, telling them to head back for backup. He turns to the yellow mouse. Do you still remember the way back? If you can remember the exact route back, this shiny treasure belongs to you. Treasure? Seeing Gao Peng pull out a totally clear crystal, the greedy little mouse immediately clutches its tiny head. It tries super hard to remember the route. The frost skeleton lion is just completely speechless. This mouse is way too easy to bribe. That is literally just some random crystal I froze back then. Soon enough, the golden mouse remembers everything. I remember now. Hand it over. Dai escorts the mouse and Uncle Z back. Xiao Huang and Da Zi are healing. The Frost Lion sarcastically says, "This purple centipede is just slacking off. Kind of weak." Gao Peng snaps back, totally unhappy. "You are just trolling. Dazi is at least an epic quality beast." The Frost Lion freezes. "Epic quality has a talent trait. Have you not unlocked it?" Gao Peng excitedly asks, "You can keep unlocking traits after awakening a talent? We definitely need to chat more about this crazy info. Get this." After chatting, the lion rolls around laughing its skull off. "Your world only evolved 4 years ago? The strongest are just king tier? You have a gold mine at home but run here to eat dirt? Are you an idiot?" Gao Peng asks, "You mean a primal world produces overpowered treasures?" The lion replies, "All Black Fog world treasures are completely claimed by monsters. You cannot find unclaimed loot. To get treasure, you must fight for it. With those absolutely insane monsters." The Frost Lion continues, "Your world just evolved. 4 years means absolutely 0 Emperor tiers. Finding loot there is basically free money." Gao Ping smirks, "You said it yourself. If world treasures spawn, I am obviously going to grab them all." The Skeleton Lion says, "These treasures need time to grow, do you get it? You have to actively hunt them down. Then rob everyone blind, bring the loot home, and nurture them yourself." Gao Peng is just totally dumbfounded. "Wait, how did they all become my treasures?" The lion laughs loudly. "Treasures belong to the strong." Gao Peng stares with intense judgment. "Strong like you, for example? Your non-existent skin is incredibly thick." Changing the topic, Gao Peng says, "All right, let us talk business. Look at this. Can we shrink its massive body?" The lion answers, "First, continue evolving. It might awaken an ability to freely control its size, but how to actually trigger that awakening, I honestly have 0 clue." The lion continues, "Second option, form a contract with a high-level monster and open a portable pocket dimension. But your beast is huge, so the required dimension must be massive too." Gao Peng makes a totally miserable face. "Yeah, skip that. Any other way?" The Frost Lion says, "I remember the Black Phoenix mountain range has a camouflage fruit. It shrinks monsters 1,000 times, but completely loses its effect in battle. A deadly demon ape lives there. At my peak, I totally avoided it." Gao Peng asks, "Is that mountain range far from the maze?" "Only 5,000 kilometers. Back in my glory days, it took me just hours to get there," the lion brags. Gao Peng sighs. 5,000 kilometers is not far, but the Black Fog world is insanely dangerous. King-tier monsters are basically everywhere. For Ban, I must make this trip. I promise to take him exploring anyway. Just then, Uncle Z returns. "Young Master Peng, the company got the news. The logistics team is heading here right now," he continues. "Exactly per your crazy request. I brought all available ice fruits here." The Frost Lion looks super annoyed, saying, "You offer this garbage to a divine lion? Mark my words, guys, even if I starve, I will never eat a single bite of this cheap junk." Cao Peng just laughs and says, "Yeah, let us hope you do not look too delicious wearing that." He tells Ashwan to put that gear on so they can explore the maze, completely confusing the Frost Lion. Meanwhile, a bunch of cars pull up. Guys in suits jump out, and one dude starts screaming with pure joy about how huge and miraculous this place is. Some older guy claims they got here first, so all the epic treasure belongs to them now, but the ground suddenly shakes violently. Oh boy, something huge is coming. A terrifying maze supervisor monster rises from the dirt, leaving everyone totally panicking and screaming in fear. The monster roars in pure rage, yelling, "I already stayed far away from you annoying humans. Do you still want to kill me?" It furiously smashes the ground. The humans quickly use their dark magic protective shields, shouting to deploy elemental barriers. But wait, those barriers are definitely not safe at all. "Everyone fall back!" The stunned old guy yells for it to stop. The angry monster roars, totally annoyed by a bird, raising its razor-sharp claws to strike. "Just die." Cao Peng quickly asks the Frost Lion, "Why didn't that maze supervisor attack you while you were asleep?" The Frost Lion replies that it set up a defensive barrier outside the forbidden zone. "If anything tried breaking in, my freezing breath would turn them into ice sculptures." Cao Peng thinks to himself, "This guy is definitely hiding his true power. Those supervisors were just using him as an expendable scout." He then curiously asks, "What a shame. Why did you not attack me back then?" Without hesitating, the Frost Lion bluntly replies, "Because you are a human." Right at that moment, an insanely intense battle breaks out near the maze, completely interrupting their little chat. The excited Frost Lion demands to go over. Turns out, the escaped maze supervisor is fighting another beast tamer. Without a second thought, Cao Peng sends Little Yellow charging in to save them. Right now, a dude in a slick suit and shiny leather shoes is shaking uncontrollably under the supervisor's massive hammer. The monster raises its hammer. Unable to dodge, the guy instinctively blocks with both arms, too terrified to even open his eyes. But wait, he does not have a single scratch on him. He finally opens his eyes, absolutely shocked to see the insanely muscular little yellow just brutally beating down the giant maze supervisor. That once brutal monster now has zero chance to fight back. Cao Ping asks if these beast tamers are actually locals here. The frost lion totally disagrees. It says these guys are not from the Black Bone world, and despite the distance, it can smell that their scent is exactly like Cao Ping's. In other words, they literally come from the exact same world as you. Cao Ping starts sweating buckets. You and I know that is impossible, right? The maze entrance is already heavily guarded by his own people. Normal people definitely cannot get in, let alone guys standing out this much. So there is only one crazy possibility. The Blackbone world and your world are connected far beyond just this barren maze. Cao Peng suddenly remembers that the biggest open spatial rift is actually located over in Lusaka, Africa. Before the apocalypse, Africa was thousands of kilometers away from the Huaxia zone. But since the Earth expanded, that insane distance has grown by tens of thousands more. However, traveling through the spatial rift makes the actual distance super short. They could totally use this rift to establish a massive new trade route later. Realizing this, Cao Peng enthusiastically greets the guys, asking if anyone got hurt. The man is completely stunned, realizing they are actually from the Huaxia zone. The scene shifts as everyone friendly waves goodbye. The savage frost lion mockingly mutters that these humans are honestly way too stupid. They just spilled all their secrets without holding anything back, and even acted super grateful. Cao Peng says that 1,000 kilometers west of this barren maze, there is a ruined city with a path straight to the Lusaka spatial rift. They just need to notify the explorers to start planning a huge expedition. Then, completely fired up with pure hype, he shouts, "Let's go explore Black Phoenix Mountain." 3 days later, near Black Phoenix Mountain. The frost lion knows that special fruit grows here, but has absolutely zero clue about the exact location. Cao Peng is ridiculously overconfident. "No worries, some kind local will totally tell us." The frost lion sarcastically asks, "Where exactly are you finding locals out here?" Right then, a golden turtle walks by. Cao Peng's giant beasts immediately surround it. Dazi translates, "Little guy, we just want to know where the camouflage fruit is. It shrinks your body temporarily." But the turtle totally refuses to cooperate, hiding inside its shell. "This golden turtle is totally playing dead," Little Yellow roars. "Do you want to die? My boss is talking." He taps its shell. The frost lion wonders, "Wait, did I join the bad guys?" Cao Peng acts super polite. "My buddy has a nasty temper. I cannot even control him. So please, think carefully about where that fruit is." Left with absolutely no other choice, the terrified golden turtle finally opens its mouth. Dazi keeps translating. It says it saw the fruit way out in the eastern part of the mountain range. You gotta cross 5 whole mountains to find it. Hearing this, Cao Peng instantly hops right onto its back. Man, the locals here are just so incredibly hospitable. "So hurry up and take us to those eastern mountains." The poor, pitiful turtle painfully drags them across 5 massive mountains. The turtle is too terrified to enter because of the fierce monsters inside. Cao Peng isn't reckless either, so he sends Little Yan flying up high to scout ahead first. "Fly up there and check out the entire area for me." Little Yan circles the mountain, doing a thorough search, but shockingly finds 0 insanely powerful monsters anywhere. Then, it spots a pitch-black cave on the cliff. A terrifying white-armored monster slowly crawls out. Whoa, this insane aura means it is a Lord-tier beast. It glares right at Little Yan circling in the sky. Oh crap, he is totally busted. A massive enemy is invading its turf. Stick with me, guys, because this white-armored monster instantly swallows a glowing white fruit right on the spot. Alright, check this out. Then its body completely blows up in size. Blinking once, and boom, it turns into this massive, crazy 8-meter monster. Flammy totally senses that the fruit this ugly beast ate is actually super special. That white fruit covered in weird black dots? Definitely the camouflage fruit Gao Peng wants so badly. Wasting 0 time, Flamey flies straight back to him. "Hey Gao Peng, I actually found that fruit you mentioned." He replies back, "Wait, you found it already?" "Yeah, but there is a boss-level monster guarding it, plus that white-armored freak following close behind. White Steel Wind Beast, level 49, Wind type, enhanced armor. Trait 1, Psychic Attack Resistance. Trait 2 is Wild. When it moves fast, a ton of tiny things shoot out from the armor gaps, boosting its speed and agility like crazy." Gao Peng reads this. He realizes this White Steel Wind Beast bio is completely bizarre. It gets super offended about its own height? Honestly, a first. Gao Peng slowly turns and glares right at Dazi. With a totally unamused face. This wind beast is easily 8 meters tall, yet it hates its height? Dazi is just left totally speechless by this. He yells out, "This freak is absolutely not one to mess with." To grab the fruit and keep his promise to Stripey, he orders Dazi to blast Goldie with lightning. In a split second, Goldie gets completely swallowed by wild, crackling electricity. Meanwhile, the white steel beast turns into a blur, charging straight at Flammy. It screams, "I absolutely hate anyone who is taller than me." Then it shoots out these sharp, green, arrow-like laser beams right out from its armor gaps, blasting directly towards Flammy. Flammy reacts super fast. All the flames on its body instantly drop down to its feet, forming this massive, fiery feather shield. But honestly, the speed of those green lights is just way too insane. So the second that Fire Shield forms, it gets totally shattered, triggering a massive, violent explosion. Over here, Flammy takes massive damage just from the shockwave of the epic blast. Seeing Flammy drop hard from the blast, Gao Peng realizes things are going terribly wrong. He gets totally serious, yelling to protect their weak spots. Right now, all those passive skills on Goldie are stacking up like crazy. Goldie tells Dumby and Spring to save Flammy, while it goes to teach that stinking bug a heavy lesson. Bursting with pure rage, Goldie charges straight at the beast. The beast fires off those crazy green light beams again. Insane damage. With literally nowhere to dodge, Goldie just tanks it all. Flammy is knocked out cold. Dumby sees Goldie looking like a total mess and wants to help, but Goldie, leaning against a rock, completely blocks him. "Dude, stay back. What does not kill me only makes me way more overpowered. Boss, I am going one-on-one with this punk. Come at me, you little dwarf. Keep using all your strength to destroy my flesh, make me feel the pure agony of death all over again." Goldie yaps a lot, but the beast only hears one thing: "You called me a dwarf?" Goldie got bigger, but still cannot match that dizzying speed. The beast carves an S-shaped blur mid-air, slashing Goldie's calf, making blood spray everywhere. The beast completely mocks him. "You seriously want to catch me? Go train for a few centuries, then we will talk." But before it can gloat, smack a huge hit right to the face. This crazy duck just hits harder the more you hurt him. His leg muscles flex hard, instantly healing up. Gao Peng looks stressed. Goldie forces his muscles tight to stop bleeding out. With passive stacking endlessly, it shows an insane level of body control. But Dumby, watching from the side, just sighs. Why is Goldie acting so weirdly cringe lately? Even I cannot handle this nonsense. Wait for it, the white beast finally senses some seriously heavy danger. Is this dude completely insane? Guess I gotta end this fast. The beast moves like literal lightning. In a flash, it vanishes into thin air, leaving only hot whistling wind behind. A blinding green light, sharp as a blade, just relentlessly slashes into Goldie's massive body. Goldie hugs his head tight, protecting his eyes, silently eating the pain of 1,000 stabbing knives. But the crazy scene right here absolutely terrifies the beast. How the heck is this dude getting even bigger? Right now, Goldie reeks of heavy, metallic blood. He literally threw himself into the worst possible wounded state. So good. This is exactly it. This feeling. Come on, use everything you have and try to end me. The beast is not backing down. You are literally asking for death. I will happily grant your wish. It charges forward again at breakneck speed. Goldie's eyes lock onto the beast flying in from a distance, dead serious. Goldie relentlessly analyzes that green blur. In his eyes, every single line and detail flashes over and over, until it finally just morphs into one predictable shadow path. Goldie roars out, "The time is now!" Bam! His left hand snatches forward and brutally grips the beast with perfect accuracy. He gives it one insane squeeze, and boom, bloody mess everywhere. Thrashing around is totally useless. You can dodge me 1,000,000 times, but I only needed to catch you once. Gao Peng finally lets out a massive sigh. No real danger. If Goldie had not stacked up those crazy passives before the fight, that very first strike would have absolutely knocked him entirely out of commission. The needle grass touches both hands, and all its head petals instantly turn into a green healing orb. That little orb drops onto Goldie, melting in fast and healing him up nicely. But burning so many petals left the grass completely bald. It just flops over. I am completely spent. Just then, a green leaf gently covers its bare head. Turns out, the scary, edgy Dumby actually has a total soft spot. Looking fresh, the grass stares at Dumby, acting super shy. Gao Peng hits the cliff, checking the camouflage fruit's wild system effects. All right, you and I are about to witness magic. These camouflage fruits can literally shrink a giant creature up to 1,000 times. Since there are only 4 fruits, leaving the whole tree behind feels like a ripoff. So our boy Gao Peng just orders A Dai and Daisy to uproot it. Then Gao Peng flashes this incredibly villainous smile. Honestly, he tells the poor thing, "You have worked pretty hard. So I am just going to steal your entire homeland too." The white wind beast just coughs and yells out, "Completely shameless! You absolute monster! Let me go!" The poor battered wind beast is literally tied up and dragged away, still screaming its lungs out without any pause. Is this guy a demon? Because standing right there is an absolutely massive, completely unique giant monster. Gao Peng smugly says to it, "See, I did not lie to you, right? Back in the day, that giant was tiny like you. Look at it now." Daisy instantly translates the message. The beast asks, Are you seriously not scamming me? Gao Peng walks over, casually kicking Dai out of the way. Do not worry. You have some real potential. Becoming as huge as that giant might be tough, but getting as big as this skeleton over here? That is an absolute piece of cake. Using blood energy, Dai complains loudly. Hey, why did you just kick me? Gao Peng snaps back. I am doing serious negotiations here. I was worried you would scare it. Be a good boy. I will give you 5 bags of dried worms later. But Dai demands a whole box instead. Typical. The wild wind beast sits there thinking, it really got beaten by his tamed monsters, huh? So this human definitely has ways to make things stronger and bigger. But if I agree too fast, will I just look like a total idiot who is easily scammed? Dai translates. It agreed, but it says if you do not make it bigger, it will completely ignore your commands even after signing the contract. Gao Peng flashes that sketchy smile again. He bites his finger, drawing a tiny bit of blood to finalize the contract. Next, he hands a camouflage fruit straight to Aban. Did you not want to adventure with us today? Eat this and you will shrink. But Gao Peng, if I eat this, I cannot protect you. Relax, it is completely fine. Just know you cannot randomly fight other monsters after eating it, or the shrinking effect breaks. Without waiting, Gao Peng tosses the fruit straight into Aban's mouth. It immediately shrinks way down from its original massive size. Still a bit tall, Gao Peng thinks, but totally manageable. Wow, this fern is actually still alive. Our guy's tamed monster count has officially hit double digits now, and the lineup is insane. Attackers, defenders, and healers. He has everything. Now get this, you and I are about to see something hilarious. Grandpa walks up, dropping 2 massive weapons for Xiao Huang. Gao Peng is totally speechless. Wait, these look super familiar, do they not? Those are the halberds from that maze boss you brought back. Grandpa figured they were the perfect size. The lab modified them perfectly. Xiao Huang grabs both weapons, playfully swinging them around. Even in its normal form, these weapons look a bit huge. But Xiao Huang complains. Too light, old Dragon King. Do you have anything heavier? Gao Peng's face instantly darkens. Have you been watching Journey to the West again? Xiao Huang shuts up, obediently putting the weapons away. Gao Peng then tells his grandpa he met Lusaka envoys. Over in Africa, they said their space rift is barely 1,000 kilometers west of the Mekong. Grandpa asks seriously, only 1,000 kilometers? Does anybody else know about this? Probably just their own high-ranking local officials. Oh, and the elite security team at Black Mastiff definitely knows too. I already made a deal with them for future trade. Grandpa smiles. You do not need to worry about that anymore. Just focus on your own epic mission. It sucks leaving right after coming home, but Gao Peng agrees. This trip is long. First stop, Jerusalem, the best place to farm life and death souls. We only need the dead heart soul from there. The faster we grab it, the better we will sleep. He continues explaining. Jerusalem is the capital of the Desert Kingdom. On our way to the desert zone, we actually passed right through the Golden Sand area. The White Whale headquarters is there, so we might totally drop by and visit an old buddy of ours. Grandpa fully trusts him now. Gao Peng, you are a grown man. Make your own choices. I already packed all your adventure gear and loaded it straight onto your giant jellyfish pet. The massive creature starts moving, every single step literally shaking the earth. Suddenly, the treasure mouse sniffs the air frantically, like it just found the jackpot. It points forward. Gao Peng, that mountain has treasure. Gao Peng grins. Treasure? Let me take a look at the map. He checks the map. That is Heavenly Pillar Peak. It is actually on our route, so let us swing by and see what is there. Soon, they arrive at a glowing lake. The Bone Frost Lion gets incredibly hyped. This water is perfect for me. Wait right here, guys. This frost pool is packed with liquid ice energy. That extreme cold power is super corrosive, but Gao Peng completely doubts the hype. The system description is so incredibly vague. Is this not just a random pool of ice water? How is this even considered a rare treasure? While Gao Peng still doubts everything, the Frost Lion cannonballs into the water. In the blink of an eye, it casually breaks through to the Lord tier. Gao Peng's jaw drops straight to the floor. Stick with me, because who breaks into the Lord tier this easily? This really is an insane treasure. Seeing it climb out, Gao Peng asks, why did you stop absorbing it? The lion casually replies, I already hit the Lord tier, so this water is basically useless now. I need much stronger ice energy if I want to keep leveling up. So our guy Cao Peng asks, just ice water to level up? Really? The lion laughs in his face. Normal monsters? No way. This cheap trick only works on top-tier bloodlines like his. And yeah, it totally rubs in that Cao Peng's other pets aren't built for this. The lion brags about just getting its old power back. I mean, it used to be Emperor tier, so the base stats are there. But Cao Peng is not done questioning. Alright, one more thing. He really wants to know why this mighty beast is still so insanely tiny after hitting the Lord tier. Makes no sense, right? The lion calls him shallow. Pure power comes in small packages, obviously. Meanwhile, Cao Peng looks way out into the distance. Past Heavenly Pearl Peak is the Golden Sand Zone. Rolling up with a whole squad of Lord-tier familiars, plus a literal King-tier beast, the entire world is basically sitting in the palm of his hand now. Hand of Platinum, old friend. It is time for a little reunion. Boom, scene change. They finally hit the endless Golden Sand Sea. Our boy is super confused. The map totally said there was a supply town around here. Being this far from the main base is a complete nightmare. Zero GPS signal. Just then, his flying familiar spots something up ahead. Yep, actual houses. Cao Peng lets out a sigh of relief. They finally found the place. A creepy little town with white roofs pops up on the horizon. But get this, the place is a total ghost town. Not a single person in sight. Just a bunch of weird white monkeys running for their lives, probably terrified by the smell of his massive spider. These guys are called white-spotted monkeys. They are basically copycat monsters that love imitating humans. Their absolute favorite hobby? Playing dress-up in human clothes? Yeah, they are somewhat smart too. Cao Peng is highly suspicious. Someone has to be raising these creepy little dudes here. He walks right up to one of the houses and actually knocks 3 times. Crickets. Nobody answers. Suddenly, this raspy old voice yells out that nobody is home. Cao Peng just smirks. Oh, nobody is home? Cool. Thanks for letting me know, buddy. The voice inside actually yells back, "You are totally welcome." That is all the excuse his familiar needs. The massive beast just straight up shreds the front door into absolute toothpicks with its razor-sharp claws. Cao Peng laughs out loud. What kind of normal human says something that dumb? Shocker. It is just a fat, goofy monkey hiding inside. Honestly, its stats are perfect, but it looks absolutely ridiculous. Turns out this chubby guy is actually super rare. In the monkey world, this specific type is literally born to be a king. The white furball just keeps digging around for stuff. It totally looks harmless enough, like zero threat. But Cao Peng is not stupid. He keeps his guard way up. The smell in this room is completely awful. Right then, the monkey offers him a bowl of some nasty, thick soup. There is a literal dead bug floating in it. Yeah. Gross, right? The creepy monkey even smiles, trying to get him to chug the whole bowl. Cao Peng totally ignores it and just walks right into the back room instead. He calls the monkey out, saying this garbage isn't what it was just eating. This dude is not having it. Hiding the good snacks when guests come over? Rude. He demands to see exactly what this monkey is trying to hide from him. Instantly, the monkey's goofy eyes turn completely psycho and super aggressive. Clearly, there is something incredibly messed up hidden inside that back room. The monkey goes feral, swiping its nasty claws right at his face. Its sudden burst of speed is so insane, our guy does not even have time to blink, let alone dodge. But compared to his giant beast, that monkey is totally slow motion. Boom. The monkey takes a massive slash to the chest, leaving a giant scar looking like a literal highway. Cao Peng is getting super curious now. Humans obviously lived in this creepy house, so where in the world did they all vanish to? You and I are about to see something disgusting. The place smells like blood and cooked meat. And bingo, he spots an actual human finger floating right inside the kitchen stew pot. Cao Peng doesn't even flinch. He just calmly asks the monkey if it enjoys eating this garbage. That absolutely triggers the monkey. It completely loses its mind and goes full rage mode. The monkey screams about revenge. Humans ate its son, so it ate them back. Eye for an eye, right? Honestly, Cao Peng gets it. He admits it would be totally fake of him to act perfectly moral here. Nature is just brutal, but hey, they are on totally different sides. At the end of the day, our boy is still human. And walking into a cannibal kitchen? Yeah, he is definitely not letting that slide. He orders his beast to give the monkey a quick death. No villain speech, no extra drama, he just turns around and walks off like an absolute boss. His beast locks into a battle stance. Flash forward. Cao Peng is now peeking through his binoculars, spying on the Hand of Platinum cult members. This absolutely has to be their super-secret headquarters. Without his grandpa's underground connections dropping hints, finding this hidden place would have been literally impossible. These guys are the absolute worst, stirring up wild mountain spirits to wreck the city. They even hurt his giant spider and kept sending annoying assassins after him. So, it is payback time. He calls out his undead buddy. Time to crash the party! His skeleton buddy bursts into spooky white flames. Wake up, dead dudes! In a flash, a massively terrifying winged lizard skeleton rips right out of the sand. Meanwhile, inside the cult base, the bad guys are just having a boring little meeting, totally clueless about the absolute nightmare happening outside. One guy is whining that they still have not captured the desert wing beast. He is so sick of this boring daily grind. He absolutely hates the sand. He just wants to know when they will finally tame that stupid monster. Dude, just chill out. The other guy drops some intel. After begging for 6 straight months, the giant beast is finally softening up. It is actually heading over today for a vibe check. The bald guy is totally confused. What is it checking? The blonde guy smirks. It wants to see if any of them are actually worthy to be its master. If someone looks cool enough, it might just pick a partner today. But wait for it. A grunt crashes into the room, screaming about a total disaster. The dead bodies buried all around the town are literally waking up. The zombie apocalypse is currently wrecking their own crew. Outside, that giant skeletal lizard is flying over the base at crazy speed. It is an absolute chaotic mess. The cult members are running around screaming their heads off like a bunch of kicked bees. The undead buddy goes fully unhinged. Standing on that skeleton lizard, he just starts summoning a massive army of the dead. You can literally see those freaky white flames bursting out of his dark eye sockets. He commands the undead to rise up and fight for glory. Honestly, it is epic. Seconds later, creepy skeletal arms start popping straight out of the desert sand. Get a load of this. A massive skeleton of a desert skink violently erupts from the dust, leaving everyone completely pale and terrified. That was a Lord-tier monster they literally just killed a month ago, and now they have to fight the dead version of it all over again. Talk about the ultimate worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, the town's warning bells are just ringing endlessly in absolute panic. You and I know it's not over yet. Suddenly, an insanely powerful monster blitzes right out of nowhere, aiming straight for the skeletal lizard. All right, you and I are about to witness absolute madness. Two massive monsters slam together, and the shockwave is completely deafening. That screaming beast? A four-armed, green-scaled water ape. The cult members cheer, thinking their boss will save them. This green ape is a level 44 terror, but here is the funny part, its legs are totally weak. If it gets lifted off the ground, it becomes completely useless. Our boy Gao Peng honestly did not expect to find so many bodies piled around this tiny town. Just Ah Dai alone has the entire Platinum headquarters scrambling like absolute cowards. Meanwhile, our cool Frost Lion suddenly senses that something seriously shady is going down nearby. A glowing light drops from the sky like an angry meteor, heading straight for Gao Peng. It is an illusionary silver butterfly, mutant species, effect 1 on its stat sheet. It bends the light around its body, allowing the sneaky bug to hide perfectly anywhere. Effect 2, the crazy dust on its wings can spawn an entire fake environment around it, keeping the illusion active for a good chunk of time. Classic tricky bug logic. So this giant illusion was completely blocking our senses. The fact that Xiao Yan did not even notice it proves this camouflage trick is actually overpowered and super annoying. Gao Peng just says go for it. Before he even finishes talking, the white steel-bladed beast vanishes on the spot, moving fast like a complete lightning bolt. It lets out a wild battle cry, dropping a harsh cross-strike. That fancy illusion butterfly does not even have a second to react before getting completely skewered alive. The bladed beast casually touches the ground like a total boss. The shiny butterfly freezes for a few hilarious seconds before literally ripping into pieces right there. Did it even last 3 whole seconds before getting absolutely wrecked? Pathetic performance. Back at the screens, those two guys look like they just saw a ghost. The silver cult leader watched his shiny little bug get deleted in a literal flash. The cult boss suddenly panics. He yells for his earth dragon to fall back immediately. But guess what? Too late. The huge lizard notices its tail is already freezing over. Earth Dragon, level 45, elite quality. Our grumpy Frost Lion steps up, basically thinking, you want me to waste my time on this weak garbage? Talk about total overkill. Boring. The lion just snaps an ice cage together to lock it down. A frozen prison appears in seconds. But wait, the dragon spits out this gross black liquid, and you can literally see those thick ice pillars starting to melt right before our eyes. Gao Peng glances over and smirks. He roasts the lion, saying that tough ice just got eaten alive by dragon spit. Big talk. The Frost Lion complains, claiming the ice elements in the air are way too thin right now. Excuses, excuses. The cat decides to finally get serious for real. We watch the Frost Lion casually lift up a single claw to show off. Freezing energy gathers faster than you can even blink. In no time, the whole cage turns into an absolutely solid block of inescapable heavy ice. Now check this out, you and I are moving on. Dragon-handled, only that freaky green water ape is left. Meanwhile, that huge desert lizard gets its skull completely crushed. The green ape flexes all its insane muscle power, ripping the desert lizard apart piece by piece. It literally steps on the broken skull, beating its own chest like a massive raging brute trying to act super tough. Right then, Ah Dai smoothly pops up next to the scattered lizard bones. An undead flame flies out from the ruined corpse, sinking straight into Ah Dai like a power boost. Death is always the final destination for the living. That nasty green ape gets completely pierced by a brutal hand strike on the spot. You can see it helplessly flying backward like a broken toy. After skidding across the dirt for dozens of meters, it struggles to stand back up. The bleeding green ape glares fiercely at the undead tyrant, absolutely refusing to give up yet. Its eyes go completely wild and savage. The next second, it violently clutches its own pounding chest, acting like its dark heart is being squeezed dry from the inside out. At the exact same time, it absorbs those weird dark flames. Instantly, The blue water ape gets its entire head ignited, looking exactly like a raging, flaming torch. Gao Peng cannot help but act impressed. This beast actually mixed those dark flames with bloodline power to forge an entirely new skill. Plus, while keeping totally steady, it unleashes the terrifying energy of the black fire. And right here is where the four-armed ape unleashes its absolute final elemental blast. Epic move. Wild blue waves spin fiercely through the air, covering 10 whole meters. Everything gets completely swallowed up into a giant, aggressive blue ocean sphere. The chaotic blue tide swirls like crazy, repeatedly smashing straight into poor Ah Dai without mercy. Hey boss, should we actually step in and help the big guy out? But before Gao Peng even speaks, the cocky frost lion interrupts him. Such young fools with absolutely zero real battle knowledge. This water tornado looks super scary, but it is basically just washing the dirt off Big Brother Ah Dai. Quite a spa day. The white steel beast just completely sighs. I do not argue logic with babies who are clearly younger than me. Obviously, Ah Dai completely ignores the weak water attacks. He just goes right in, blasting a totally fatal strike straight into that four-armed ape. Gao Peng tells Xiao Ye everything is handled here. He orders it to fly up high and watch, so nobody pulls a sneaky escape. Meanwhile, over at the fancy Platinum Hand headquarters, one of the gold bosses speaks up. Let us go. There is another tunnel. Just let these losers act as meat shields to buy us some extra escape time. But you will love this drama. The other two bosses pull their guns out immediately. They are furious because their poor beasts are dying, while his monster is perfectly fine. We are seriously worried you might get a bit too bold with your crazy plans. Tell your big boss monster to hold the line out there. After that, we can all sneak out together through the hidden escape tunnel safely. The red-robed guy agrees instantly. Your giant beast cannot come with us. If it does, absolutely nobody is leaving this place alive today. But the gold leader gives a super shady smirk. He casually replies with a simple okay, and suddenly a massive golden light erupts like a crazy waterfall. Alright guys, check this out. Both patriarchs pop their elemental shields, but they are still screaming in pure agony. Meanwhile, Yellow Robe over there just laughs, saying he totally planned to let them retire with endless cash and gorgeous babes. But nah, change of plans. He tells them to drop dead, so he can personally lead the Platinum Hand into total world domination. Before the green robe dude can even beg for his miserable life, the yellow shield spins out, wrapping around him like a crazy, bloodthirsty python squeezing its prey. Boom! A massive, earth-shattering explosion totally wrecks the place. Yellow Robe dusts off his hands, slowly turning his epic villain gaze toward the red-robed patriarch. You're next, buddy. Instantly, the golden shield rockets straight for Red Robe, but plot twist, the guy just vanishes into thin air like a literal ghost. Yellow Robe stands there looking absolutely dumbfounded, his evil grin totally wiped out. Like, seriously? How did this fake just completely disappear? Turns out, Red Robe teleported right into the desert. He's totally flexing, bragging about hiding his ultimate survival hack for moments exactly like this. But his luck is absolute garbage. An ice prison spawns right behind him, courtesy of the Frost Lion. Our guy just stands there helplessly as he gets frozen solid like a mega popsicle. Our boy Gao Peng is just speechless. Why did this clown literally hand himself over? Ah Dai casually tosses Yellow Robe on the dirt, dangling a monster like a dirty mop. Hey boss, this loser tried bolting, so I grabbed him by the neck. Oh, and here's his pet. Seeing Yellow Robe dying on the ground makes the frozen Red Robe sweat absolute bullets from his ice cube. Who would have thought the terrifying Platinum Hand would get soloed by one teenager? Gao Peng looks super disgusted, telling them, you're both prisoners, but dragging you around is annoying. Let's just end you right here. Red Robe instantly loses his mind. Sir, please spare my pathetic life. I know exactly where the platinum loot is. I swear I'll spill everything. Just say the word and I am literally your loyal dog. Seriously, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. Gao Peng smirks. Okay, color me interested. Let's thaw you out so we can have a little chat. But wait. Dazi suddenly sends a telepathic warning. Some ridiculously overpowered monster is approaching fast. Even our fearless Gao Peng starts sweating a bit. It's a legendary king-tier beast. Normal lord-tier monsters are absolute trash to it, but this one is supposedly crazy strong. Up on a giant dune, a colossal shadow crashes down from the sky, bringing wild, raging sand tornadoes everywhere. Meet the Sand Sea Pillar Demon. Level 52, King Tier. Its special trait? Desert Wings. Effect 1. Despite moving like molasses, its healing factor is totally broken, and those wings grant some insane mobility. Effect 2. Massive Desert Buff. Effect 3. Creating terrifying, apocalyptic black sandstorms. Red Robe immediately puts on his best fake caring voice, trying to play the good guy. Boss, watch out. That's a literal king-tier nightmare. Our Platinum Hand built this entire town just because those desert wings secretly offered us some epic protection. Gao Peng literally ignores his whining and orders Dazi to handle it. Meanwhile, Red Robe is totally scheming in his head. This brat's power is absolutely insane. Being this young and strong, he must be mentally unhinged. If I just act super humble and prove I'm useful. The second they start brawling, I'm out of here like a ghost. Gao Peng demands the intel. So, where's the secret platinum stash? Red Robe just stammers like an idiot. The guy already has a king-tier pet, and he wants the sandwings too? If this kid secures another king-tier beast, his stats will straight up break the game. Seriously, no one in the entire human world would be able to stop him. So Red Robe panics and whines, I have no clue how to capture the desert wings, sir. I mean, it's a king-tier monster. Before the clown can even finish his sentence, Gao Peng snaps. You don't know this. You can't say that. Guess your free trial of life just expired. Instantly, the bone tyrant Dai crushes him in a death grip. Red Robe starts screaming in absolute terror. Hold up. Sir, I remember. I totally remember where the loot is, but Gao Peng is completely over it. You run a terrorist squad. Why are you so incredibly naive? Did you really think shedding fake tears and dropping fake news would save your villainous hide? Crunch. With a brutal snapping of bones, Red Robe gets permanently deleted from existence. Gao Peng couldn't care less about the lame dragon trapped in the ice, so he casually tosses it to Da Zi as a midday snack. Now get ready for this, guys. The sand sea beast suddenly chuckles. Very good, human. You dared to underestimate me. Well, congrats. You finally have my full attention. Gao Peng just stares. Your attention? Does this monster have brain damage? Why does it talk like a cheesy anime romance lead? The sand beast instantly rages. You're the brain-dead one. Get your pathetic human squad out of my glorious desert right now. But Gao Peng is feeling petty. Too bad, loser. We're not going anywhere today. Honestly, I'm super exhausted. We're booking a hotel in this dusty town tonight. The sand beast is absolutely flabbergasted. It's a legendary king tier, and it just got roasted by some teenage human. Its ego completely shatters, throwing a massive tantrum. Destructive energy violently erupts from its giant body. You are literally begging for death. Nobody has ever rejected me. Gao Peng just rolls his eyes, utterly done. You've got horrible breath and an even bigger ego. Little lion, go turn this thing into scrap. Boom! Massive ice pillars rain down from the sky. The sand beast dodges effortlessly, but it is seriously confused. This kid clearly has a king-tier pet, so why isn't he using his main fighter? Is this some 200 IQ play to exploit a hidden weakness? Looks like I gotta kidnap this kid for some answers. Staring at the massive, retreating beast, the sand monster decides to squash the giant threat first. So the sea beast speeds up for a sneak attack. Its razor-sharp claws stab right into the giant spider A-Ban's back without mercy, making a terrible screeching sound. But A-Ban just turns its head like, did a mosquito just bite me? And right at that exact moment, the spider's camouflage fruit completely wears off. Its massive size instantly returns to normal, turning into an absolutely towering mountain right before their eyes. The sea beast suddenly gets a really bad feeling. Yeah, it just realized it basically poked a fully active volcano. Standing way up there on the spider's mountain-like back, the sea beast gets further and further from the sand. It can feel its desert healing buffs just totally fading away. A second later, they lock eyes. The sea beast is just completely paralyzed with pure panic. How on earth did a ground spider get this ridiculously huge? Absolute nightmare fuel. Suddenly, a massive wave of heat spreads right under its feet. But by the time it reacts, way too late, buddy. A-Ban erupts like a literal volcano, blasting out massive flames straight at the poor guy. The monster gets launched all the way up into the blue sky. Cao Bong just looks up as that king-tier monster completely vanishes from sight. Who knew a sea beast's random attack would totally cancel A-Ban's camouflage fruit effect? A-Ban's true size is fully restored, and one single move just wiped the enemy off the map. Being this overpowered is honestly just so lonely, you know? Alright, let's see what happens next. Cao Bong stares at this golden cloth from the yellow-robed priest. Annoyance gone, time to deal with the prisoners. But this golden cloth is actually a living monster. He really wants to research it. It's a sentient golden carpet monster that loves eating rugs and totally hates fire. The frost lion asks if he plans to tame this weird thing. Cao Bong replies, no, it's not that I want to tame it. I just want to study it a bit. If its powers are decent and it's wild, I'd give it to my team. But this thing already has a master. The frost lion just scoffs. So what if it has a master? The frost lion drops a bomb. Blood contracts can totally be broken. Cao Bong is completely stunned. Wait, what? Blood contracts can actually be broken? Yep, with the right spell, but only if the familiar actually wants to be freed. But it has to be completely willing. Mind control, wild illusions, or forced commands just will not work at all. So, easy come, easy go, right? Honestly, that is probably the best explanation for blood contracts ever. If this method leaks out on an Earth that just mutated a few years ago, way too dangerous. He needs to call his grandpa and send them back first. Cao Bong tests it out by feeding it an ice fruit. If this works, he's totally gifting this carpet to Hong Geep. I'll thank you in advance for Hong Geep. The scene shifts. A few guys with walkie-talkies and documents have been trailing the disaster spider A-Ban this entire time. A-Ban complains through the contract Cao Bong. These creeps behind us have been following me the whole way, so annoying. Whatever, just treat them like free tour guides. If they can actually keep up this whole time, that's their own skill. Cao Bong checks the monsters on his screen. They must be getting pretty close to their main target by now. This place used to be the main universe base for the Holy Church, and those guys absolutely obsessed over the color white. I mean, seriously, everything is white walls, white roofs, even white windows. But get this, the top of this statue's head has turned completely black. That means all the darkness spreading here is basically an infection from the crazy mutation wave. The center statue was once the absolute peak of sculpture art here, but after the big mutation hit, the statue got heavily corrupted too. It loves hearing people chant scriptures, but absolutely hates anyone trash-talking its home. But suddenly, the golden mouse completely interrupts his deep thoughts. Hey boss, there's treasure. Real treasure. I am so hyped I might actually pass out. Cao Bong smirks like a supervillain. Looking at the mouse's crazy reaction, there might actually be some epic loot here. Cao Bong quickly orders A-Ban to follow the mouse's directions. A few minutes later, they spot a bright red mushroom that literally looks like a super angry demon smiling at them. A ghost-faced mushroom. It is packed with intense fire element nutrients, grows insanely fast in hot, humid spots, and carries a tiny bit of fire poison. Cao Bong takes a real close look. Just a few steps away, a monster suddenly pops its head out. Looks like this loot has a guard. Wait, why does this treasure look so familiar? Did we grow this back home or something? Dazi completely agrees and chimes in, yep, that is definitely ours. Finders keepers? Xiao Huang actually buys it. If it's ours, I'll just go grab it. The green centipedes lunge right at the duck. Xiao Huang just sneers, is that all you got? These tiny bugs are an absolute joke. Meanwhile, Dazi just stands there with a massive question mark over its head. In seconds, Xiao Huang chops those poor centipedes into tiny pieces and proudly presents the loot. Dazi points at the weird mushroom with total suspicion. Like, what kind of treasure even is this? Cao Bong says it's top-tier stuff. Xiao Yan will definitely need this for its next evolution. Soon, Cao Bong leads his 10 familiars near the desert ruins. They finally made it. You and I know this fight is going to be wild. Right in front of him is a pitch-black center statue and a white birch tree monster. Cao Bong remembers the system said this statue was only level 40, but now, it officially ranked up to Lord Tier. They have swarm characteristics. When more than 10 of these white birch trees gather together, they get a massive power boost. Effect 1, their physical strength and base survival stats scale directly with their numbers. Effect 2, insane healing speed, which is also heavily boosted by how many of them are grouped up. Cao Bong orders the white steel wind beast to destroy that stone statue immediately. Xiao Yan, I'm leaving this whole annoying birch tree squad entirely to you. In the blink of an eye, those lush white birch trees turn into an absolute sea of flames. Every single leaf on their bodies gets burnt straight to crisp ashes. Meanwhile, the white steel wind beast turns into a blurring shadow, speeding right past the center statue's waist. It leaves a crazy deep slice right across its middle. Cao Bong watches this and is honestly impressed, taking a massive hit like that and still standing firm. If that was a normal Lord Tier, it would have been killed instantly. You really can never underestimate the big boss monsters of this crazy world. Right then, the center statue plunges its giant hand straight into the ground. Pitch black light floods the whole area while it constantly mutters the center falls into absolute hell. Suddenly, massive rough black tentacles start exploding out of the shadows. These creepy pitch black hands stretch straight toward the white birch monsters that are still burning in the flames. They transform the white birch trees. Dark fire applied, level 35, plus a massive buff to fire resistance. They didn't just mutate their form, they even got a crazy temporary level boost. Xiao Yan's flames just aren't doing the massive damage they did a minute ago. Thanks to that dark fire buff, their fire resistance jumped up to an annoying level. Stick with me, this fight is getting wild. Alright, you and I are diving in. Gao Peng tells Xiao Yan to retreat. Dazi is up. Dazi screams out a massive lightning storm attack. A huge electric web instantly covers everything in sight. 4 white poplar monsters are zapped right away, while the rest are completely covered in nasty burn marks. Dazi, you are totally improving. Right then, the white steel wind beast notices something super weird. He has this sketchy black mark on his body, and it absolutely will not rub off. Gao Peng casually explains it is just some dark energy corruption. Smash that creepy stone statue over there, and the ugly stain disappears. So annoying. Nobody is allowed to ruin my perfectly flawless, pure white armor. Endless storm, 3,000 cuts. The white steel wind beast moves like literal lightning, slashing wildly at the stone statue. Meanwhile, the stupid statue just stands there frozen, completely motionless like a total joke. A few seconds later, It is completely sliced into countless tiny pieces all over the ground. Gao Peng picks up a shattered dark crystal core and complains, "You idiot, be gentle. Look at this monster core. It is totally ruined." The beast just rolls his eyes. "Even with it broken, I am still super mad." Suddenly, Dazi notices the white flower demon trees drying up. Gao Peng completely gets it. They were surviving off the dark energy from that cursed statue we smashed. Without their power source, they just wither away. Gao Peng and his pets then push the cosmic doors open. This is supposed to be the dead heart demon's home, but weirdly, it is just normal green trees. Looks like no disguised monsters are hiding out here. Let us keep moving forward. Soon, they walk into a courtyard with a pool. Right in the middle sits this gigantic white statue, literally not moving a single inch. Super creepy vibes, honestly. Gao Peng uses his insane system to instantly scan the white statue. It is a level 43 Punisher sculpture, completely normal quality. Gao Peng checks the statue. Time for Xiao Huang to put on a show. Xiao Huang grabs his axe and goes to town. 3 minutes later, there are just shattered fragments scattered all over the dirt. The white statue completely loses its life force. Gao Peng holds the dark crystal core he just looted. Xiao Thao is already level 36 now. Absorbing this dark core might honestly trigger a Lord tier breakthrough. Stick with me here. After passing the pool, the walls turn totally black. Everything inside is completely corrupted. This basically proves the dead heart soul is hiding out right here. He tells Xiao Yan to throw a fireball. From the outside, this universe place does not look huge. But inside, it is totally massive and pitch black with literally zero light. Right now, they can only see because of Xiao Yan's fireball. Then, Gao Peng spots faint white crystals floating directly in midair. He immediately tells everyone to stop moving. These crystals form naturally around the dead heart soul. They are made from broken soul energy just floating around. This completely confirms the boss monster is super close. Gao Peng tells Xiao Yan to triple the fire. The flames roar super bright. Suddenly, a totally black heart appears, gripped tightly by a carved hand. The dead heart soul carries a massive, pure aura of death. It forms from gathering and purifying leftover soul power floating around in the total void. Gao Peng immediately orders Ah Dai to go grab that dead heart spirit. "Xiao Huang, go smash a huge hole for me." Ah Dai lightly taps the stone tablet, shattering it. Ah Dai's hand completely wraps around the fragile dead heart crystal, constantly releasing this super scary death aura. Gao Peng dumps all his prepared potions straight into the hole Xiao Huang dug. Then, he tosses Ah Dai a 1,000-year spirit core. He tells him to put the dead heart in his eye socket and the core on his chest. Ah Dai totally follows Gao Peng's crazy instructions. Once everything is perfectly placed, terrifying black smoke instantly erupts all over his body. Fighting through the pain, he stumbles into the potion pool. After soaking, the weird dark smoke finally stops spreading for now. But a second later, all that black smoke forms a massive pillar shooting straight up into the sky, violently piercing through the whole cosmic shadow. As the smoke finally clears up, his glowing red eyes totally flash back and forth. Soon enough, Gao Peng's eyes are flooded with a ton of crazy system stats. Undead Lord tier, special trait Yin Soul Heart, +1 spirit. Ah Dai actually unlocked a level 5 power, basically rivaling King tier monsters. Gao Peng finally understands the crazy system upgrades. If he just boosts his soul power, he can see way more info. Ah Dai's level 5 ability is completely insane since no King tier monster even has it yet. This basically means Ah Dai totally matches King tier beasts now. Add his undead flames, and he is rocking dual level 5 abilities. Plus, his permanent soul power gives Ah Dai literally infinite potential to grow. Absolutely wild stuff. Even though King tier Ah Ban is technically stronger right now, Ah Dai will definitely blow past him when it comes to raw soul potential. Gao Peng uses his Beast Tamer skill to lock onto Ah Dai's soul. Ah Dai, time for testing. Exactly how much soul power do you get for every single monster you kill? And get this, if your undead minions kill something, do you still absorb the soul power? Then Gao Peng points and says, "Xiao Huang, go grab that tree demon we caught from Aban." Soon, a totally crispy, burnt white flower demon is dragged over. Ah Dai blasts his undead flames everywhere, instantly reviving a dead dog skeleton right on the spot. Following Gao Peng's command, the skeleton blasts out a crazy freezing fog that actually turns both the tree demon and Xiao Huang into solid ice. All right, you and I are back in the madness. After wrecking the tree demon, a wave of pure soul energy slowly flows right into Ah Dai. Our boy does some quick mental math. He figures, "Master, if I absorb it, I get 20%, but if I let this undead minion eat it, I basically get 10% of the total haul. So it can literally absorb similar soul power?" Gao Peng thinks to himself, totally amazed. Who knew Ah Dai's crazy abilities weren't just limited to himself? Meanwhile, Xiao Huang is standing right there, instantly picking a fight with the poor guy. "Why are you attacking my little bro? You totally did that on purpose, didn't you? Come on, let's spar. You just got stronger, and I don't want anyone thinking I'm out here bullying seniors. Classic Xiao Huang logic. He immediately flies over, landing a swift kick. But honestly, Gao Peng completely ignores their usual clowning around, lost in deep thought. Souls reborn through Adai can absorb a tiny fraction of soul power. Pair that with a massive mob army, their traits will just keep growing endlessly. A mythical tier ability is seriously terrifying. He looks at the undead mob and sighs, "Your little gang is getting way too huge. Keep any minions that are level 40 or higher, including the level 40 ones. Absorb the rest of them." Adai just extends his pitch-black skeletal arm. Instantly, the undead bones in front of them start crumbling to dust, one by one. Thick undead flames fly straight back into Adai. After absorbing all that spooky fire, he practically skyrockets by half a level. I mean, seriously, this leveling speed is a complete cheat code. Right now, Adai is literally one step away from the king tier, but the Earthstar world is still developing. Right now, Adai is literally one step away from the king tier, but the Earthstar world is still developing. It really isn't suited for a Bone Lord familiar to grow stronger through endless slaughter. The Black Bone world, though? That place is a completely different story. Deep underground in that wild realm, countless corpses are completely buried. If your level gets high enough, you can literally turn all of them into our very own unstoppable fighting force. So, Gao Peng makes a huge decision. Dai, once we head back, I want you to go to the Black Bone world and level yourself up. Dai looks totally heartbroken. Master, do you not want me anymore? Gao Peng instant. More. What? How could I possibly not want you? It's just, if you stay by my side, your growth will be way too restricted. Your insane potential shouldn't be wasted here with me. Adai gives him one final, dramatic bow. I understand. Please do not worry, Master. I am going to get stronger. So strong that literally nobody can stop us from being together. Old Huang, how are the preparations going? Huang Nan quickly replies. Young Master Gao, everything you could possibly need for the trip is ready. Gao Peng asks about things back home. Huang Nan smiles. You can rest easy. President Ji is in absolute perfect health. And everything over at the school is completely normal. Teacher Guan is doing super well too. He even saved some students a few days ago. Gao Peng just waves dismissively. Xiao Huang, bring that yellow rug over here. Gao Peng stares at the blood-soaked yellow material and says, You've worked really hard lately. If you like this Lord Tier familiar, go ahead and keep it. Huang Nan is totally shocked, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. No way. An actual Lord Tier beast? You're really giving it to me? Gao Peng pats him on the shoulder. All right. Dai is handling the Black Bone world. You've helped out a ton. Take Xiao Huang and Da Zi back first. I'm heading straight to the North Pole from here. After saying that, he just turns and leaves. Huang Nan is so unbelievably grateful he can only bow in thanks. Now, here's where you and I need to bundle up. Scene change. Gao Peng and his pets hit the North Pole. Blackgrass absolutely hates the freezing cold and won't stop violently shivering. Suddenly, the Frost Lion's claws start glowing with this brilliant blue light. The very next second, a cool blue and white barrier pops up around them, completely erasing the freezing air. The Frost Lion flexes, casually adding, Ha, piece of cake. Suddenly, Gao Peng speaks up. If the North Pole doesn't have the materials I'm looking for, then I guess we're heading to the South Pole next. The Frost Lion responds. I kind of feel like we should head a bit further northeast. As the insane blizzard keeps getting worse, Gao Peng's footsteps start becoming seriously sluggish and heavy in the deep snow. The Frost Lion chimes in again. The feeling is getting way stronger now. Come on, Gao Peng. Just hold on a little bit longer. Right then, Gao Peng suddenly freezes in absolute awe, staring at something wild on the horizon. Not too far away sits an entire city made of pure ice. Plus, the starry sky above is sparkling, forming this gorgeous, multicolored painting. The Frost Lion gets super hyped and literally jumps straight toward it. It's right up ahead. Gao Peng stares at the ridiculously massive elevator inside this palace. Yeah, this definitely doesn't look like a palace human hands could ever build. At that exact moment, the palace doors slowly creak open. A freezing aura instantly floods out. It's a Frost Knight. Trait? Ice Blade? Things are getting real. Effect 1 massively boosts destructive power and attack damage. Effect 2 enemies hit by the Ice Blade get slapped with a heavy injury status. Oh, and it has the Frozen Heart trait. Effect 1 completely ignores all mind control abilities. So you and I know things like charm, possession, confusion, and fear won't work on this guy at all. Effect 2 heavily weakens any mental or soul damage taken. Gao Peng quickly does the math in his head. Dai and Ban aren't even here. Right now, our strongest attacker is probably the level 50 White Steel Beast. Plus, this is totally the Frost Knight's home turf. Looks like we definitely can't just blindly charge in. But the Frost Lion keeps nagging right in his ear. Gao Peng, there's super precious loot inside. Gao Peng just glares at the beast and snaps. Nonsense. Do you really think I can't see the good stuff inside? All right, you and I are diving into pure chaos. The Ice Knight spots them and growls, "Humans, get out!" Gao Peng is sweating bullets right now. Wait, it speaks our language? That proves this guy isn't some random wild monster. He has definitely been hanging around human society before. Or maybe it is actually someone's personal guard pet. Gao Peng desperately tries playing the completely harmless human card. Hey, we are absolutely not going inside the palace. We are just looking around. Can we please just look and not go in? Come on, pretty please, man. The Ice Knight gets absolutely furious hearing Gao Peng finish his whole, "Please, we totally follow the rules" speech. The doors blow wide open. The knight stands there gripping a spear and shield. Gao Peng breathes a massive sigh of relief. Phew, the knight backed off. Guess he gave them permission to snoop around the area. Suddenly, the frost lion chilling on his shoulder totally freaks out. The lion leaps down and sprints straight toward a puddle, eyes completely sparkling. Whoa, Gao Peng, there is a literal ice pool here. Gao Peng absolutely panics and screams out, "Wait, stop right there!" But it already did a massive cannonball straight into the freezing water. Gao Peng just violently sighs. The frost lion casually kicks back, totally relaxing on the surface, and instantly levels up to monster level 43. It is even humming a happy little song out loud. Standing perfectly dry on the shore, our guy observes the situation. Jumping from level 41 to 43. Yeah, that is probably the absolute limit this magic ice pool can handle. Gao Peng turns around and nearly jumps out of his skin. The scary knight is standing right there next to him. Holy crap, when did he sneak up behind me? The knight slowly pivots and coldly demands, "All of you, come with me right now." Following closely behind the giant knight's heavy footsteps, he mutters, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's do this." Suddenly, a bizarrely magical stream of water bursts right out of a random hole in the ground. The frost lion looks absolutely mind-blown. This is the pure yin ice spring. Its eyes light up like fireworks, totally ready to dive in, but Gao Peng quickly grabs it by the scruff. The little guy wildly flails its paws around and enthusiastically yells, "Wah, let me go! Seriously, let me go right now!" Spotting the massive knight lurking right behind them, Gao Peng aggressively whispers a warning. "Bro, show some absolute manners. The owner is literally staring right at us." The biggest fact here, we absolutely cannot beat this guy in a fight. The Ice Knight calmly steps up to offer some chill advice. Your strength is severely weakened. This place can totally help you recover a huge chunk of your power fast. Gao Peng instantly puts on a calm face and replies, "Thank you so much, sir." Then, he quickly turns to instruct Ah Xuan. Phew, that scary knight literally moves like a phantom. "Ah, Xuan, hand over the water bucket and the jar." It seriously raises its tentacles to obey. Grabbing the pitch-black bucket, Gao Peng lets out a dramatic, sad sigh. Ugh, the pure yin ice spring turns completely pitch black the second you scoop it out, and there is absolutely zero cold energy coming off it anymore. Here is where you and I learn something wild. The frost lion annoyedly explains, "You know nothing. That look is exactly how it protects the insane ice energy hidden inside this spring water. Stopping the energy from vanishing makes this an insanely rare, top-tier treasure." Gao Peng just smiles and totally agrees. All done, go for it. The lion happily cannonballs in. Whoops! The exact second its paws hit the water, its entire body freezes completely solid. Ah Xuan completely panics seeing this disaster unfold. But out of nowhere, a mysterious voice echoes out. "Is this little guy your beast?" Gao Peng is caught totally off guard. Huh? A silver-haired youth with a stunning red lotus mark on her forehead glides in, looking incredibly elegant while supported by the knight. Gao Peng stares intensely, totally geeking out. A red lotus mark. That is insanely rare. Wait, why am I even noticing that right now? He casually answers, "Yeah." She steps forward with a beautiful smile and asks, "What time is it?" Gao Peng stutters, 7 p.m. Tucking a strand of hair, she calmly drops a lore bomb. It has been so long since anyone visited. I feel the elemental power finally returning. How long has it been since the elemental awakening started? Gao Peng immediately answers, 5 years. Looking around at the completely changed world, she sighs in awe. I really slept for that long? And the elements have only been back for 5 years? Then, her intense gaze sweeps right over him, and she actually drops a compliment. Managing to tame several king-tier beasts in just the first 5 years? Honestly, that is insanely impressive. Plus, that lion of yours is definitely not simple. Its original level had to be extremely high. Getting hyped up like that, Gao Peng blushes like a total goofball. Suddenly remembering something, the silver-haired youth beams with a smile brighter than the sun. "Hey, do you want to test out my cooking skills? I promise you, my fish grilling skills are absolutely top tier." Gao Peng narrows his eyes, highly suspicious. Wait, this extremely random offer to feed a complete stranger feels way too suspiciously familiar. He awkwardly waves his hands to reject it. Oh, please do not bother. I brought canned food. She looks completely baffled. Canned food? What exactly is canned food? Gao Peng dramatically snaps his fingers with style. Oh, it is absolute magic. Show her, Ah Xuan. The beast instantly flexes its power, and boom cans of instant food just magically pop into existence. He pops one open and confidently offers it. Here, give this a try. Staring at this weird alien cylinder, she is totally fascinated, but the giant knight standing behind her immediately senses danger and screams out, "Ah!" He desperately tries to stop her from eating the sketchy mystery food. Master, that stuff looks horribly bad for your health. But the youth just brushes him off, digging around inside her robes. Do not panic, the flavor of this stuff is totally next level. She whips out a spoon and declares, totally worth trying. Then she just starts shoveling it into her mouth, totally lost in the delicious flavor. In seconds, the entire can is totally clean. Her huge, sparkling eyes tear up as she dramatically whines. It is already gone. And we wrap up with this total mess. Empty cans everywhere. Gao Peng and the terrifying knight just stand there completely helpless. Ah Xuan slides over another can, and Gao Peng just laughs. All right, you and I are about to witness pure chaos. I've got plenty more if you like them. Her eyes lit up with joy, while her knight slumped defeated on the ice. Beside them, the frost lion was literally howling at the sky, laughing its head off. I'm King Tier, baby. Our guy Gao Peng just rubbed his chin deep in thought. The world suppression force hasn't totally faded yet. Right now, King Tier is the absolute maximum limit allowed here. Higher levels can't break through, and foreign monsters can't cross over. Basically, it's the planet's built-in anti-cheat system. He scratched his head awkwardly. So, it's getting pretty late. Honestly, I just came all the way out here to upgrade my beasts. She instantly got the hint. Oh, then let me give you a little present. She handed over a bottle containing a tiny creature. This is a male magnetic beast. It tracks the female. The female is back at my base. Next time you visit, you won't get lost. The system panel popped up right on cue. Name, male magnetic beast. Level, a whopping 5. Quality, totally normal. Element, pure metal. Let's check the description. These guys pair up 1-to-1. Once they get within a certain distance, they act like biological GPS trackers, sensing exactly where their partner is hiding. Then they aggressively rush toward each other. The closer they get, the crazier the magnetic attraction becomes. Gao Peng gave an awkward, forced smile, taking it clumsily. Thanks. My family runs a canned food business. Don't worry, we have stuff way better than just cans. I'll totally ship you some later. She looked at him super fondly and formally introduced herself. My tribe's surname is Bai. I'm Bai Qingyan. When my people return, I'm crashing at your place in Yuzhou for free food. She winked, waved goodbye, and ended the conversation. Traveling to the North Pole and grabbing local souvenirs? Not a bad trip. But wait. He stared in shock at a squad of orange-haired monsters waddling ahead. Why is that ice block completely swarmed? Suddenly, one of them stopped dead and glared right at him. Data time, name, monstrous yellow-browed penguin. Level 18, normal quality, water element. Look at this absolutely ridiculous stat sheet. Description? These guys are the strongest among basic penguins, completely reckless and totally hot-headed. Basically, they are the absolute hooligans of the penguin family. It lifted its head and squawked. Gao Peng was dumbfounded. Are these seriously penguins? Then it started screaming furiously. He just stared blankly. So loud. Are they talking? The frost lion answered. They're warning us to stay the heck out of their territory. Whitesteel looked at them with total disgust. Ugh, tiny punks. Gao Peng quickly advised, Whitesteel, chill. But seriously, you and I are probably wondering the same thing. Why are South Pole penguins in the North Pole? He let out a sly smirk. We're just passing through. Let's scare these roadblocks a bit. His frost lion had literally been waiting for that order. Boom. He instantly froze the loudest penguin solid. The guy next to it was absolutely terrified. The whole gang furiously charged forward to attack. Our main character calmly thought, frozen and still this triggered? Whitesteel, go scare them. Whitesteel unleashed a move, cleanly slicing off their precious yellow hair. They instantly slumped over, crying in absolute agony. Squawk, we're bald. Squawk, so ugly it blinds the eyes. Then they literally ran for their lives. Squawk, squawk, run, or we'll lose our handsome hair forever. Squawk, you're right. Gao Peng crossed his arms. Guess they're finally gone. With them gone, a massive ice block was revealed. Huh? That spot they were guarding was actually a completely frozen ship. Seeing the bear symbol, he knew it was the Northern Bear mark. The damage was visible through the ice. The ship's cannon and radar, totally wrecked, then completely frozen over. Gao Peng suddenly flashed a very meaningful, excited smile. This is getting interesting. Whitesteel, where did they go? It immediately pointed toward the caves ahead. This way. He made the call. Let's check out the cave. Stepping inside, he flashed his light on a door marked 01. Looks exactly like an abandoned laboratory. Those penguins were probably dragged here as test subjects. Maybe an experiment went horribly wrong? The lab was ditched, and those penguins broke out and multiplied, but our guy totally missed a hidden penguin sneering at him. Inside was pure chaotic ruin. The lab was smashed, but surprisingly, 0 human bodies. Maybe they took their dead when they evacuated? Or they became monster snacks. Suddenly, a massive yellow foot stomped down. Feeling the insane vibration, Gao Peng quickly flashed his light upward. There's something huge up there. An absolutely colossal beast with 3 stones on its head let out a terrifying, ear-piercing squawk. System data alert. Name: Mutant Emperor Monstrous Yellow-Browed Penguin. Oh boy. Quality: perfect. Level: 25. Stick with me. Things just got real. Alright, monster stats drop. Ice attribute. Ice control level 3. Massive physical strength level 3. Check out its frost crown trait, formed by a super rare emperor bloodline right on its head. Passive effect: ice control +1. Active effect: it drains the crown's power to create an absolute literal ice hell around its body. Quick intro for you guys. This yellow-brow's penguin mutated, unlocked an emperor bloodline, and evolved. And yeah, it has mega anger issues and hates humans. Gao Peng is completely lost. He asks, what the heck is it saying? It sounds super mad. His frost lion kindly translates the angry rambling for him. Basically, this giant bird thinks we killed its entire family, dragged it into some twisted experiment, and wants to eat us alive. It furiously reaches out, trying to grab our main boy. Panicking, Gao Peng sprints for his life. Yeah, buddy, I could figure that out myself. This tight space is completely terrible for a fight. The exit is right over there. Let us get out first. But tough luck, a giant ice wall blocks the way. He curses. Damn it, it blocked the exit. Suddenly, his trusty frost lion jumps down, making our guy gasp. You got this. The lion basically says, I ate so much of your food, I better show some real power. A blinding light erupts, forcing Gao Peng to shield his eyes. Its whole body transforms, flashing razor-sharp fangs. Power unleashed. Using its Ice Devour skill, it extends its claws toward the raging Emperor Penguin. Suddenly, the 3 stones on its head start glowing. It thrashes around, screaming wildly. Gotta respect a mutant. Relying on special skills to break my ice seal? Not bad, but hitting King Tier recovery is still just a bit weak. Frustrated, it blasts out raw power. Bam, bam, bam. Welcome to Ice Hell. A bunch of deadly ice spikes traps the Frost Lion. Gao Peng marvels. Wow, these special effects are insanely cool. The lion shrugs. We are in the Arctic, man. Back in Yuzhou, getting a 5th of this power would be lucky. He curiously asks, what happens next? It smirks. Watch this. It uses Ice Devour, sucking those massive ice blocks straight into its mouth. Then it burps. Oh, not bad. That is about half full. Keep it coming. This wild move totally startles the furious mutant Emperor Penguin. Panicking, the penguin awkwardly bolts toward the cave. The Frost Lion sneers. Trying to run, it lands a brutal claw strike on its back, causing massive damage and blood loss, then reverts forms. Let us check that Ice Devour trait. Born from ice, dies by ice. Anything it consumes gets totally hijacked, stockpiling as raw, pure power inside it. Active effect 1. It snatches ice elements and materials, hoarding that freezing power right in its belly. But warning, if that frost energy passes the max saturation limit, it will completely backfire and wreck the user. Active effect 2. That hijacked ice power turns into a crazy personal attack and blasts outward. A-Chun and Little Grass clap, but Bai Gang furiously shouts, wait, is this condensed stuff really the pure essence you mentioned? You absolute scammer! Gao Peng watches closely, analyzing. This is the Frost Lion's brand new skill after hitting King Tier. It used to just be question marks. Basically, it was an unawakened state. It has huge limits. But against ice element monsters, they instantly become prey. Then he turns to A-Chun and orders, A-Chun, drag that corpse away. He dumbly points at himself. Then our guy stares right at the Emperor Penguin's body. Fusing bloodlines from 2 totally different monsters? This might actually be the weird new research direction the Northern Bear region is taking. After the disaster, global alliances formed, but regions secretly steal resources. Alright, stick with me. Looks like we are heading straight to the Northern Bear region. The Frost Lion confidently speaks up, totally unfazed. Fusing monsters like this has nasty side effects, not to mention awful success rates. Even if it works, their natural talents get ruined. You humans always love taking these shady, messed up shortcuts. Meanwhile, over at the Blackbone World Spatial Rift in Lukasa, heavily armed troops are guarding the base like crazy. The general clasps his hands. We call this thing the Dark Nightmare. It definitely surpasses King Tier. The general smiles, looking extremely smug. A monster core above King Tier has a huge chance to train a King Tier beast. Plus, every single body part is an incredibly precious resource. If this works, I will become a massive national hero and make history. I could even turn our tiny sector into a massive, thriving major region. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. The general turns pale and screams, "What is happening?" A researcher panics in total confusion. An earthquake. The golden lion, his own familiar, lunges out, grabs his shirt, and drags him. It roars to warn him, "Master! Danger!" A gigantic pitch-black creature with glowing red eyes explodes right out of the ground. The general screams in absolute horror, "We are completely doomed." Scene change to the northern Bear region, southern heaven-based city, totally blanketed in pristine white snow. Huang Ya seriously reports to Gao Peng, young Master Gao. The manpower needed to open up a shop right here and prepare to sell familiars? The first batch arrived exactly on time. Gao Peng replies with high praise. "Great job, you have worked really hard." He quickly breaks down the local situation. From my personal observations lately, the people in the Northern Bear region absolutely worship combat, and the locals are ridiculously tough and strong. If the familiars are strong, they will be hyped. So thanks for rushing out here. Then he quickly asks, "Hey, Huang Ya, anything new happening back in Yuzhou lately?" Huang Ya grins and says, "There is huge news. Listen up. The spatial rift at the Lukasa base just slammed shut. Guess someone messed up their math. They thought a sleeping King Tier monster was actually dead, so Ben literally tried cracking its skull open for the core. Details are super sketchy right now, but word on the street is the other side of that rift is now a total forbidden zone." Gao Peng sounds totally freaked out. He just goes, "What?" His grandpa is probably stuck in the Black Bone world, and Lukasa is only 1,000 kilometers away from the Mekong wilderness. For a King Tier monster, that kind of distance is literally a joke, but Huang Ya steps in, telling Gao Peng to completely chill out. He explains that before he left, Director G already returned to the Yuzhou base. Then, Huang Ya gets super hyped, adding that Director G totally supports the young master expanding their entire business into the massive Northern Bear market. Gao Peng finally relaxes. "Okay," he says. "The Tom branch in the Northern Bear zone officially opens tomorrow. If things go smooth, they can dominate the whole market." Then, he side-eyes this massive, locked-up creature right next to them. He asks, "So, is this bad boy the main familiar we are promoting this time? Look at this absolute unit with me. Bulging muscles, killer eyes glaring like it wants to completely shatter the glass cage." Huang Ya just nods and confirms. "Yep, just like you ordered, every familiar here is commander tier and built to survive the freezing northern bear zone. This six-horned terror wolf right here? Totally our star player. He brags about its insane combat skills and how it literally chugs blood to heal its own wounds. Plus, its sense of smell is totally broken. It tracks fresh blood perfectly, making it the ultimate hunting dog for the wild. In a massive place like the Northern Bear Zone, this beast is crazy practical. And looking at the system stats, Gao Peng can see, this thing is officially called the Six-Horned Terror Wolf. Level 30, Elite Quality, rocking the blood attribute. Its main skill is a level 1 fresh blood craving, along with a set of level 1 razor-sharp claws. The official bio says it looks crazy evil on the outside, but deep down it is totally a giant softie. Like, it literally helps lost, freezing tourists out in the icy wasteland safely find their way back home. It even has a super warm spot on its belly, though it accidentally drags tourists to the wrong places sometimes. Gao Peng smirks. "Not bad," he says. "I completely trust your work. For tomorrow's grand opening, we need to set up a massive brawl between our familiar and a local beast. Let those tough locals see our monster's pure, unfiltered power with their own two eyes." Huang Ya immediately nods. "You got it." Gao Peng suddenly remembers something else. "Oh, right, I made a new buddy recently. Mensap, the second son of a massive local family. Guy is actually pretty insanely smart for a rich kid. Hit him up, and do not forget to pay him for his trouble." Huang Ya looks totally confused. "Wait, we actually need to hire a fake hype man?" Gao Peng just grins. "Obviously, hyping up the vibe is super important, man. Now go get some rest." Huang Ya is completely speechless and just awkwardly shuffles out of the room. But the second he is alone, Gao Peng looks totally stressed. He stares off, muttering to himself. That Black Bone world is just one disaster after another. I seriously wonder how Adai is doing right now. Meanwhile, over in the Black Bone world at Heavenly Creek, a bunch of tiny monsters are chilling around a lake. Suddenly, a massive fish leaps out, literally snacking on them one by one. Adai watches from a distance, sizing the big guy up. A beast this strong, if he can take it down and revive it as an undead, he would have an absolutely insane new fighter on his hands. But wait, Adai spots something wild. He glares down at the swamp. There is a ridiculous, massive aura hiding right underneath the mud, just waiting to pop out. Adai channels a crazy amount of power into his arm, whipping the swamp into a giant, muddy whirlpool. Something huge starts crawling up from the bottom, making that big fish monster completely bug out its eyes. Yup, the creature pokes out a pitch-black head with glowing red eyes. Then, half its massive body emerges. It is a giant beast with eyes burning like crazy blue fire. The giant fish is totally losing its mind, screaming out loud, "Jade water, heavenly toad, how the heck are you alive again?" But then the giant fish gets all smug and arrogant. "I already killed you once, you pathetic toad. I can totally murder you a second time." The fish swings its giant tail, trying to absolutely wreck the toad. A massive wave crashes down, wiping out a bunch of Adai's tiny minions. Adai flexes his power, barking out an order, "Go! Surround that overgrown sushi roll." His little lackeys swarm the giant fish, launching attack after attack while screaming out loud, "Burn it to a crisp." Giant, crushing waves repeatedly slam into the massive fish, accompanied by angry screaming to just die already. The fierce fish yells out in pure rage as yet another huge wave crashes right into it. "You guys just never give up, huh?" The beast thrashes wildly in the mud, causing massive ripples to completely swallow its huge body. Then, the monster unleashes a deafening roar. "Get the heck out of my sight!" It goes all out, unleashing its ultimate water-toothed dragon move. Insane energy freezes into a colossal ice block, making the whole swamp basically explode. All of Adai's little minions start getting vaporized by this ridiculous power. Adai just frowns, eyes totally locked onto the target. He sounds so unimpressed right now. "I thought you could actually put up a decent fight, but you are pathetically weak. Guess I have to handle this mess myself." Suddenly, a crazy, explosive power totally wraps around Adai's entire body. His eyes flash with a totally sinister red light. He stretches out his giant hand, gathering a ridiculous amount of energy. Those burning eyes are giving off massive killer vibes. Adai blasts right off the ground. The jump is so insanely powerful, it literally shatters the surrounding earth. He zooms in, throwing a brutal punch right at the giant fish's head. Then, Adai viciously digs all 5 of his bony fingers straight into the monster's thick flesh. The big fish is completely pinned down, totally paralyzed. Adai just growls right at it. Is this seriously the hyped strength of the Heavenly Creek boss? Adai glares down, looking absolutely disgusted by how weak it is. "Guess you really are just totally pathetic," he sneers. Suddenly, a blinding white energy completely suffocates the struggling giant monster. Boom. Adai totally dominates the giant fish without breaking a sweat. Standing up on a massive cliff, he makes a super epic, loud announcement. "Listen up. Starting from today, I am the new undisputed boss of Heavenly Creek." Meanwhile, back in the northern bear zone at Tom City, inside the fancy villa Gao Peng is renting out, our boy is just holding a coffee. He looks super fresh, like he just finished taking a shower. Gao Peng grabs the remote and flips on the TV. The screen immediately shows a totally insane crowd lining up outside a massive shop. A hyped reporter is on screen saying, "Today we are checking out a brand new familiar shop that is already blowing up with crazy foot traffic. This place is run by the Southern Sky Group. And stick with me here, it is not even 8 a.m., but look at this ridiculously long line outside." The broadcast even plays a sick clip of 2 monsters totally duking it out. The reporter keeps hyping it up, showing off the epic display area right near the entrance. "Alright, you and I are kicking things off with some crazy monster action. On screen, we have the hyped-up 6-horned terror wolf throwing down. Just watching it obliterate that ice bear shows this beast is totally off the charts in power. Now, let us jump right over and hear what a local buyer actually thinks about this unit." So, the reporter literally shoves the microphone right into the faces of 2 dudes just chilling there, totally ready to buy some wild monsters. The guy in the heavy coat looks insanely satisfied. He goes on to say that the 6-horned terror wolf is just absolutely badass. He specifically came here to buy one and train it up as his main battle pet. The dude next to him in the beanie completely agrees, saying he is dead right. Beanie Dude heard some rich family member bought 20 of these bad boys for a brand new guard squad. He had to see the hype himself, and honestly, the Terror Wolf is mind-blowing. Hearing all these crazy good reviews from actual paying customers completely hits the spot. Gao Peng just smiles, looking totally pleased. He figures the special pets left a seriously deep impression on the Russian buyers this time around. So, things in Northern Bear City are basically locked down perfectly. Huang Ya can totally just handle the rest of the boring business stuff, which means our guy can finally take the next step. Gao Peng turns to his little lion lounging lazily on the chair, dropping a bomb. There is a monster above King tier in the night fog. He has no clue if it is Emperor or Overlord tier, but going there right now is definitely impossible. The little lion immediately asks, "Wait, what monster?" Gao Peng just shrugs, saying they lack any photo evidence, but rumors say it is a massive black snake. The little lion just casually scoffs at him, saying there is literally nothing scary about it. That wild beast is a peak Emperor tier at best. It absolutely cannot be Overlord tier. Gao Peng asks if he is totally sure. The lion just gives this super arrogant smirk and confidently calls him a totally stupid human. Why would an Overlord tier monster dare to sleep right next to another Overlord tier? Like, are they completely tired of living or what? Seeing this lion act so insanely smug leaves Gao Peng completely speechless, forced to just awkwardly smile. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing like crazy on the table, so he answers. The massive screen lights up with his grandfather's face. As Gao Peng turns to chat with him, the little lion gets super mad about being ignored, whining about the disrespect. He yells about having unpredictable moods. Meanwhile, his grandpa says things are going down. A wild monster from Taklamakan is invading. The giant screen flashes to show a massive desert slowly creeping on a forest edge. Grandpa drops some heavy news, saying the latest intel shows the Taklamakan Desert is slowly but steadily advancing straight toward the Chang'an base city. Based on its current insane speed, in about 10 years, this freaking desert will totally reach the Chang'an base city and swallow the entire place whole. Gao Peng sighs with a supermassive headache, lamenting that Chang'an seriously has way too much crazy bad luck. He asks himself confusingly, but can a desert even activate? A desert that gigantic turning into a literal monster is going to be incredibly annoying and a massive problem. Grandpa reveals his plan to personally check out the Chang'an situation tomorrow. He tells him to watch the house in Yuzhou. But Gao Peng, being our wild guy, instantly suggests that he should totally just tag along for the crazy ride. He lifts the little lion up and laughs, bragging that he has an ice element pet now. It completely counters desert monsters, making it literally the absolute perfect job. Grandpa just chuckles and agrees, saying, yeah, bring that pet along. Grandpa adds that this whole situation is super sketchy. Taklamakan was originally way off in the southwest region, but now it has somehow moved to the northwest of Chang'an. Doing the math on this incredibly insane movement speed right now, so here is the crazy part for you and me. It probably planned to target Chang'an since the disaster started. Gao Peng frowns, trying to piece this together. He figures Chang'an must have some wild treasure attracting it. The very next day, Gao Peng instantly hits the road without any hesitation. He hops onto the White Dragon, flying straight to the Chang'an base city outskirts. Looking totally surprised from way up high, he stares down at the massive desert, thinking hard. There is zero activation, and literally no attributes are showing up. The Taklamakan Desert has not mutated into a monster at all. But this is definitely not just moving. It is literally devouring. Taklamakan is swallowing the outside land non-stop to make itself insanely stronger. Grandpa immediately signals the awesome White Dragon to act. The White Dragon instantly unleashes its crazy power, blasting right down into the desert. Dust goes flying absolutely everywhere. Gao Peng looks totally confused, muttering that something is wrong. It is just super weird. This massive Taklamakan desert doesn't show a single wild monster. Suddenly, the lion leaps into the air wanting treasure, but Gao Peng quickly snatches its leg, yelling at it to just be careful for a second. They are way up in the sky, dude. Dazi gives a really analytical glare, saying this is definitely a super hyped up state of extreme excitement. The White Dragon's eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp and totally alert. Seeing this intense vibe, Gao Peng asks if it found something. In response, the dragon just spits out a massive blast of white power, aggressively attacking the ground below. Then it glares down with an absolute killer instinct and announces it found it. From under the sand, these weird white tentacles pop up and start wiggling around wildly. Gao Peng stares down at the crazy sight, asking the pet beside him, "Are these weird wiggling things what actually attracted you here?" The pet confidently replies, "Absolutely not. It is not them. It is way down below." Gao Peng steps up, telling Grandpa, "Let me handle this next part and try my luck." Ji Hanwoo just stands on the White Dragon with crossed arms, giving a serious warning. He tells everyone to stay incredibly careful. Our guy grabs his awesome battle pets, jumps straight off the dragon's back, and nails a perfect landing. The Frost Lion raises a paw, busting out its crazy ice power. A massive block of solid ice instantly forms right in front of them. Gao Peng commands Xiao Huang, "Smash this freezing ice block completely. You and I are about to see something wild." Goldie obeys, rushes in, and smashes that massive ice block with one punch, but when the dust settles, Gao Peng is left completely speechless. Right in front of him is a giant pulsating brain, dozens of times bigger than normal. It even has this massive, creepy eye frantically looking around to escape. Instantly, the system panel pops up. Monster name? The Growth Brain. Level? 51. Tier? A literal king-level boss. Monster quality? Perfect grade. And its main attribute? Pure psychic type. Its abilities are completely busted. Level 5 psychic power, level 3 superhuman brain, and a level 3 mental space. Its monster trait? Mind over matter. It can literally alter reality using just its psychic strength. This freak exists only as a brain without a body. But here is the crazy part. Losing its physical form gave it insane new abilities. Effect 1 is an active skill. With its ultra-powerful soul, it can forcefully possess entirely lifeless objects. Yep, it drives dead stuff around just to get a moving body. Effect 2 gives it superhuman vitality. Whatever dead thing it completely hijacks will slowly mutate, gaining all sorts of crazy supernatural powers over time. And its previous hijacked target? The entire Taklamakan Desert. Control level? 60%. Basically, it is a freakish monster with zero body and pure, unfiltered thoughts. They can forcefully take over any lifeless object and turn it into their own body. They insanely crave the brains of intelligent living beings because it makes them grow crazy fast. Gao Peng glares at the thing, thinking to himself, so you are the punk pulling the strings. But honestly, thinking about it, this thing is just totally gross, right? Seeing strangers, the giant brain tries to burrow into the sand and escape. Gao Peng shouts out his command. You want to run? Goldie, grab that thing right now. Goldie shouts back. On it, the big guy charges straight at the growth brain. Hia, where do you think you are going? The brain controls the sand, forming deadly ropes to attack. But Goldie just violently punches those sand ropes into absolute dust. Suddenly, Goldie locks eyes with the brain's bizarrely shifting pupil. A massive psychic wave blasts straight from the giant brain and hits Goldie head-on. Blinking at the suddenly empty space around him, Goldie looks super confused. Huh? Where am I? Where did the big head go? From a distance, a shadowy figure walks over. A very familiar voice calls out to him. It is Gao Peng, but with actual demon horns on his head, smiling with completely dead eyes. He says, just leave. I do not need you anymore. I cannot afford to feed you. Every single time you catch a fish, I have to pay 500 bucks. You drain my wallet way too fast, bro. I simply cannot afford a hard-working little duck like you. Goldie scratches his head, super confused. Wait, is 500 bucks a pop really too expensive? Plus, I totally scammed Gao Peng by bringing back monsters that were not even fish. Gao Peng took a massive loss, so now he cannot afford to keep me anymore. Meanwhile, the real Gao Peng also gets hit. He grabs his head and groans. Ugh. A tiny flame ignites in his eyes. He instantly snaps out of it, realizing what just happened. Wait, was that? A mental shockwave or a psychic invasion? Thank goodness. Dai's soulfire ability helped him resist most of that nasty effect. He turns around to look at his confused pets and asks them, Hey, what are you guys doing? The little lion laughs happily. Hehe, just watching the drama. They still have not snapped out of the psychic illusion. Over there, Goldie is waving his arms frantically, trying to negotiate. You can afford me. You can. How about I give you a 50 bucks discount? Meanwhile, another pet is half buried in the dirt, frantically digging away. Treasure. So much treasure. It is all mine. Dazi, the centipede, loudly promises Gao Peng. I swear I will never steal your snacks again, and next time I definitely will not spit in your cup either. Please do not hit me. The desolate frost lion raises a glowing paw, charging up energy, and suggests, should I just catch this big head freak so they can snap back to normal? Gao Peng stops him. Hold up. Hearing all these dirty confessions from his pets makes him laugh out of pure anger. Haha, do not attack just yet. Honestly, I kind of want to see what other embarrassing things these idiots reveal. The frost lion is completely speechless. A moment later, Grandpa G casually drops down, hands in his pockets. Looking at the giant crying brain trapped inside massive ice pillars, he simply says, we got it. Stepping up behind him, our boy Gao Peng replies, yeah, should be totally fine now. Grandpa G marvels at it. First time seeing a toy like this, a bald head looking like a melon, sitting out in the open air without even drying up. Fascinating. Gao Peng smiles and drops the lore. This thing is called the Growth Brain, a psychic-type monster. It controls dead matter. The entire Taklamakan was manipulated by it. Grandpa, interested in taming it? Grandpa glances at him. This old man lacks the soul power for that. This thing is king level at minimum. If it was just a lord, I might try. Gao Peng cracks his knuckles with a grin. In that case, I will handle it. It is super rare to find a psychic monster, especially one this high level. He stares at the giant brain floating in the air, trembling uncontrollably. From behind him, Dazi chimes in. Oh, spicy brain soup. Sounds delicious. I want to eat it. Let me eat it. Suddenly, a little ghost kid floats over. Big brother, please let me go. I am begging you, please spare me. Gao Peng just looks over. Using a kid's voice to negotiate with him? The absolute audacity. He asks out loud, tell me something. Why did you want to go to Chang'an? Now, the spirit shifts into a beautiful woman. Oh my, so cold. If I tell you, will you let me go? Gao Peng stays completely chill. Depends on your behavior. Then, it abruptly shifts into a grown man. Stick with me, this interrogation gets crazy. Hello, the name is Wang Zhang. Get this epic sob story, guys. He cries, I am from Chang'an. 5 years ago, this dude casually trekked the Taklamakan Desert right before the global apocalypse hit. Suddenly, a massive, deadly sandstorm swallowed him whole. He fought like an absolute maniac to survive the chaos. But spoiler alert, He totally died in that storm. He drops to the sand, clutching his head like an Oscar-winning actor. It was just 7 days until my little girl's 3rd birthday. I just wanted to go home and see her. I just wanted to sing her happy birthday, he wails. That was my only wish, just to see my daughter. Xiao Huang literally pulls out a hanky, wiping its tears. Oh, so tragic. But Gao Peng isn't buying it. So that is your excuse for dragging the entire Taklamakan desert to Chang'an? He asks bluntly. The guy scrambles. My body melted into the sand. I cannot leave the desert. I swear I just want to visit. Gao Peng smirks, and conveniently eat a few million people along the way, right? Look, let us cut the crap. Are you submitting or not? Become my familiar right now, and you get to survive today. Refuse, and well, my other pets have not had a good snack in a really long time. Right on cue, Dazi stands there literally drooling a waterfall. Suddenly, the monster shifts into a dramatic female form. Submitting to you is not entirely impossible, she snaps back with attitude. But what exactly do I get out of this deal? Wham! Xiao Huang jumps up and smacks the brain of growth upside the head. You get the absolute love of your grandpa Xiao Huang. That is what? Who gave you the right to talk back to the boss? The boss wanting you is an absolute privilege, idiot. And you dare negotiate? The mighty brain of growth starts crying like a bullied kid, finally forced to completely submit. Ugh, fine, I submit to you. A blinding blue flame suddenly erupts. Gao Peng opens his eyes, totally shocked to find himself inside the monster's subconscious. He is surrounded by floating memory fragments of literally everything. Our genius main character quickly figures out this is the brain's busted natural talent. It eats the brains of other creatures and casually reads their internal memories. Shielding his eyes from the blinding glare, Gao Peng frowns. The crazy light reflections inside this mind space are literally burning his retinas, making him squint hard. He looks around, realizing that while there is a massive hoard of memories stored here, most just belong to totally brainless, low-tier monsters. Only 7 actually belong to real humans, dating right back to the absolute beginning of the deadly apocalypse. The brain of growth is still crying like a total baby. See that giant eyeball? That is not just its vision organ, it is actually the freakish feeding channel it uses to eat. From right there, glowing memory fragments are released, acting like a crazy power-up buff for the brain's psychic energy. Gao Peng puts his detective hat on. So, you and I are seeing this right. Memories are actually a physical resource here. Even though you totally cannot touch them, colorless and formless, they seriously exist in a totally weird alternate state. And in these super wild special situations, these memories get shredded into raw fuel to trigger a massive psychic power explosion. Okay, that is insanely cool, he thinks, before barking a strict order at it. Stop your hostile takeover of the Taklamakan desert immediately. Without the brain of growth's super creepy mind control actively pushing it forward, the Taklamakan might still be a naturally shifting desert, but at least it will not consciously try to swallow the ancient city of Chang'an anymore. Xiao Huang casually dangles the knocked-out Chiotai by one hand, asking, Yo, boss man, this little rat is not going to permanently croak, right? Gao Peng waves it off. Nah, he is fine. Right on cue, the unconscious rat suddenly snaps awake in Xiao Huang's grip. Sniffing the air like crazy, the rat aggressively squirms to escape, squeaking non-stop. Sweet treasure. Sweet treasure. Oh man, I totally smell legendary loot. Gao Peng immediately whips around to look at the Baldy, asking, Wait, is there another crazy monster hiding underneath us? The brain quickly replies, Just a few of my parasite pets. Boom. The sand suddenly bulges up. A creepy plant root erupts from the dirt, carrying something bizarre. The system instantly flashes the stats. Target name? Sand Demon Tree. Level 21 boss tier monster. And its overall monster quality? Just your standard common grade. Element type? Wood. The system's quick lore drop reveals this thing is a freaky parasite that spawns near the brain of growth. Wherever that giant brain hangs out for too long, it literally infects the whole environment to spawn these mutant plants. Gao Peng stares at the weird tree and chuckles. Well, would you look at that? This sand demon tree is a parasite itself, but then it has got these nasty sandskin wax bugs acting as parasites on top of it. Talk about a wildly linked chain of freaky freeloaders. Honestly, that is kind of fascinating. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang is frantically waving him over. Yo, boss, check this out. Gao Peng walks over, confused. What's wrong? Xiao Huang points a finger at the loot-hungry rat, who is currently half buried in the dirt, digging like an absolute maniac. The crazy furball dove straight into that massive crater. Gao Peng lets out a shocked gasp. The greedy little rat is struggling with all its might to yank some glowing white slab right out of the sand. Super curious, Gao Peng thinks. Did it actually find epic loot? He immediately barks, Xiao Huang, get in there and help. A second later, Xiao Huang successfully yanks up a perfectly flat, super bizarre stone slab covered in creepy red veins. Gao Peng steps right up to inspect the prize. He strokes his chin. Back in the Dali Desert, they totally found a similar piece of white jade bone. The material on this new slab is an absolute perfect match. Both are completely covered in insanely complex, mysterious patterns, and you can clearly see crimson spots bleeding through the broken edges. He is utterly speechless, just staring at the rat, absolutely hugging the slab like it's true love. Grandpa Ji Hanwoo casually strolls up beside him with a big grin. Just look at this rat's crazy obsession. Who dares say we didn't just score epic treasure? Guess this desert trip was not a total waste after all, he chuckles. Alright then, since we have wrapped up all the chaotic boss fights here, how about we just take a convenient little detour to Hanzong next? Taobong spun around, totally shocked. Hantrung, 3 days later, we are soaring right over the wild outskirts of Hantrung Base City. Bak Jiaolong sliced through the sky. Up on its back, Kai Hanvo and Caobong chilled while the old man dropped some serious lore. King Liu Bang actually started his legendary rebellion right here in Hantrung, making Han Tin his top general to absolutely conquer the Central Plains. During the epic Shu and Wei Wars, Huang Trung chopped down Ha Hao right at Din Quan Mountain. Liu Bi crowned himself Hantrung king, and legendary strategist Jia Cat Luong camped there. He was finally buried under Din Quan Mountain. But get this, after the cataclysm, this sacred dragonland got hit with some seriously freaky mutations. The old man crossed his arms, standing straight against the wind. Rumor has it, crazy battle cries were echoing from Din Quan Mountain, and people even spotted massive military camps packed deep inside the misty peaks. Banners were flying everywhere. The Hantrung Overlord investigator went to check it out, but publicly claimed they found absolutely nothing. You and I know that is a lie. Meanwhile, our boy Cao Bong was struggling, desperately hugging Bak Yaolong's fur so he wouldn't blow away. Cao Bong looked totally confused. Grandpa, you are telling me this, so the official story is completely fake, right? Kai Hanvo stared into the distance and smirked. Oh, definitely. That was just a PR cover-up. The truth is, that investigator actually found a mysterious ancient flag hidden deep inside Din Quan Mountain. Cao Bong's brain started working overdrive. Just one flag? Could it be a spirit flag? Man, thousands of flags could be buried there, from the spring and autumn period straight to the Ming and Qing dynasties. The old man pointed down, quickly cutting him off. Stop overthinking it, kid. You will see it for yourself really soon. Cao Bong could only nod and obediently say yes. Below them was a massive crater-like mountain basin. From way up high, you could spot these huge military tents looking just like an ancient war camp. The second Cao Bong's boots hit the dirt, he heard this insane, chaotic sound roaring out. Kill! Kill! He was so lost. Battle cries were blasting from the mountain peak. But wait, from the sky, the place looked completely empty. Then, a booming, clear voice echoed. The Han King treated me well. He saved my life. He gave me clothes. I eat his food, so I will risk my life for his cause. How could I ever be selfish and betray his absolute trust? I must sweep the world clean for the Han King. That is what a real man does. Hong Han Thang is right here. Ha Hao's son, take this old man's blade. This old servant will never fail the late king's mission. I will revive the Han dynasty with absolute devotion. Cao Bong was utterly speechless. Grandpa, what is happening? Kai Han Vo just coughed awkwardly. Let's just go over there. They walked down dozens of leafy stone steps. Let's see what we got here. From afar, they spotted a gigantic monster chilling right in the center, with a creepy white flag flapping wildly in the wind beside it. Cao Bong stared at it. What the heck is this? The trusty system screen flashed instantly. Monster name, Military Commander Worship Flag. Monster level is 46, straight up Overlord class. Quality is elite, attribute is metal type. Its crazy skills included Military Killing Aura level 3 and War Halo level 2. The quick lore drop said this freaky flag monster was born entirely from the 1,000-year-old lingering killing intent of Din Quan Mountain. It was literally formed by the chaotic energy of ancient warfare and battlefield slaughter tactics. But since its mutation time was way too short, its final quality actually dropped. By nature, it is completely tied to the military path. It loves listening to military anthems and watching war movies. It hates cowards. Path to perfect quality upgrade includes Route 1, Military Commander Lightning Flag. Route 2, Iron Blood Killing Flag. Cao Bong sighed. It likes listening to military songs and watching war movies? No wonder. The system dinged again. Monster name, Land Walking Terror Crocodile Demon. Monster level is a solid 45, but its quality is just totally normal. Its attributes are earth and water types. Monster skills feature Enhanced Turtle Shell level 2 and Enhanced Biting level 2. The lore says this Land Walking Terror Crocodile awakened its ancient ancestral bloodline. Its bite force is absolutely terrifying. Defense is crazy high. It packs a decent punch, and it really loves eating fish. It absolutely hates being bothered. Suddenly, a booming, hearty laugh rang out behind them. Ha ha! No wonder the weather is so fantastic today. Turns out, it is because we have VIP guests. Kai Hanvo smiled and greeted him back. Your life is way too relaxing, man. You are so young, but act like a retired grandpa. Luke Vuong waved his hand with a grin. Life forced me into this. Otherwise, dealing with those government officials is just way too annoying. Kai Han Vo quickly introduced him. This is Luke Vuong. You can just call him Uncle Luke, kid. Those rare resources you needed last time? We only found them thanks to him. Cao Bong politely bowed his head to greet him. Hello, Uncle Luke. You have been working hard. Uncle Luke hugged a big glass box and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, no need to be so polite, kid. He placed the heavy box down. Inside, an orange crystal glowed as he explained. I actually found this thing while taming the worship flag. I honestly have zero clue what it even is, but when I heard you guys were collecting resources, I suddenly remembered I had it. Cao Bong smiled and took it. Thanks a ton, Uncle Luke. If you ever need my help, I promise I will not slack off. Uncle Luke waved it off like a total boss. Oh, that is no problem at all. Let's just eat first. I heard old Kai and you were on your way. Cao Bong handed the glass box to Dai Tu. Wrap this up tight for me. Do not lose it. Dai Tu grabbed it, looking completely and utterly confused by the whole situation. All right, strap in. Our boy explains these resources are for evolution. But Big Purple the centipede whines about carrying stuff. Hold up. The bug glances back at Little Yellow the duck, casually shoving the glass box over. I will give you 3 grand to lug this home, the bug bargains. But Little Yellow just scoffs. Carry it yourself. 3,000 bucks for my premium duck labor? That is an absolute joke. Big Purple sweetens the deal. 10,000 total, plus 10 salted fish. Boom, the duck snatches the box instantly. Deal done. Now that is how you negotiate like an absolute boss. The centipede smirks evilly, while Gao Peng just watches them, totally speechless. Meanwhile, the duck is doing some serious mental math about Big Purple's massive wealth. Partnering with this loaded bug could mean endless shady deals. Honestly, it pays way better than hustling fish on the streets. Cut to Uncle Lou bringing the guys inside. He chops away, then awkwardly shows off a completely bent kitchen knife. Total fail. Ji Hanwoo stands right there, arms crossed, just laughing his absolute head off. You bragged about feeding us Ghostfire Nether Sparrow, and you cannot even chop the meat? Uncle Lou instantly gets defensive. Hey, quit the sarcasm. This sparrow is a top-tier lord monster. Even dead, its body is basically armor. Stop laughing and help me. Gao Peng steps up to the plate. Uncle Lou, let me handle this annoying bird. Surprised, the old man nods. Sure, young blood needs the practice. Grabbing the massive claw, Gao Peng looks at his pet. Big Purple? Bite this claw off. The obedient bug immediately chomps it down. Gao Peng whips out a knife, slicing the tough meat into perfect little cubes in seconds. The pets quickly skewer them. He points. Uncle Lou, look. Uncle Lou smiles, eyes crinkling with praise. Not bad, kid. Young and talented. But internally, the old man is shook. That sparrow's skin is tougher than steel armor. Slicing it that easily requires absolute monster strength. This kid is seriously hiding his true power. Suddenly, the door flies open. A group of panicked strangers rushes in. Uncle Lou stares at them, totally confused. Who are you guys? A frantic girl with a ponytail steps up. Senior Lou, we are from the Hanzhong base city. Hearing that panic, Lou signals his buddies. Old G, little Gao, you guys eat first. I need to check this out. He steps outside with the frantic crew. All right, what is the big emergency? The ponytail girl looks absolutely terrified. Mr. Liu, a plague broke out a while ago. Now the infection has consumed the entire city. We are under total lockdown. He waves his hand, bewildered. A plague outbreak? You should be begging researchers for help. Why come crying to me? Do I look like a cure? Killing monsters? Sure, I am your guy. But curing sickness? Nope, I am definitely not a doctor. She glares at him, dead serious. The outbreak is mutating. All infected monsters are going violently insane. You are Hanzong's highest-ranking beast tamer. Right now, you are literally our only hope to survive this massive nightmare. Liu scratches his head, super awkward. Cue Ji Hanwoo walking out. What is all the fuss about? Liu turns to him, sighing. Old Ji, you know my 2 beasts were just lucky random finds. This whole highest-ranking tamer title is a massive joke. I cannot ignore Hanzhong's crisis, but honestly, my skills are not that great. Gao Peng chimes in. Grandpa, let's go check it out. Listen up, guys, because things are about to get really dark at Hanzhong Hospital. Dr. Chu loads up some files. Gentlemen, look. These 3 cases are infected from 1 month, 2 weeks, and 3 days ago. This virus? Completely unprecedented. The first patient looks zombified, mouth smeared with fresh blood. The system logs it. Chu Yuan, 21 years old, infected for 76 hours. The nasty symptoms? High fever, coma, and absolutely zero appetite. Plus, intense blood cravings, weirdly enhanced physical strength, hair loss, high contagion levels, and super fast blood circulation. Gross. They aren't aggressive yet, just completely delirious. Gao Peng squints at the screen. Yeah, this looks exactly like classic zombie movie logic. The screen switches. 2-week infection stage. The guy is strapped to a hospital bed, jaw unhinged, trying to scream his lungs out. The freakiest part? Zero hair and bulging facial veins. System data reads, Chen Weizhong, 32 years old, absolute nightmare fuel. Infected for 361 hours. The symptoms? Total hair loss, wrinkled skin, missing teeth, severe dehydration, and an insane, desperate craving for fresh blood. Because of the rapid blood flow, one tiny external scratch means bleeding out instantly. Dr. Chu Hanliang looks absolutely terrified, completely shaken by this. He shakily clicks the mouse. Now, look at this one. A mutant crawling on the floor, sprouting sharp white backspikes. Patient Jin Shengming, 18, infected for 726 hours. No skin, no eyes. Seriously, are you and I ready for this crazy fight? All right, you and I are about to see something wild. This infected guy has mutated organs, moves like a zombie, but packs double the punch of an adult man with steel bones. He has this hardcore craving for fresh blood. Totally, fully infected. But get this, the doctors claim he is not contagious. Gao Peng narrows his eyes. Not contagious? Yeah, right. The doctor nods, swearing up and down the guy tested negative for spreading it. Gao Peng just throws a hand up, completely over it, saying, "Take me to him right now." Uncle Han Liang leads him down these creepy hallways, pointing out a row of maximum security rooms. He brags, "This is our specially upgraded ward. Even a top-tier boss monster could smash this place for an hour straight and not break through, so chill out, Mr. Gao." The two of them peek through the reinforced glass into the locked room. The doctor speaks up. He is in here. Through the glass, it is just a creepy shadow huddled in the corner. Then, boom, the guy lunges straight at them. Pitch black eyes, totally inhuman, and a mouth stuffed with nightmare razor teeth. Ding. The system panel pops up. Monster name, green plague poison bug infected, level 3. Common grade trash, attribute type, pure poison. Talk about a gnarly setup for a supposed regular hospital visit. Weakness? Fire, baby. Let us burn it down. Quick lore drop. These nasty things are little babies spawned straight from the green plague mother bug. Their special skill? Spreading infection everywhere. Anyone possessed by this gross bug slowly mutates into a walking, talking zombie host. And get this, the baby bugs actually multiply inside the poor host. These little nightmares grow at an insanely fast rate, turning bodies into literal bug factories. Plus, they are tiny and super good at hiding, but they absolutely hate the heat. The monster keeps smashing its face against the glass. Gao Peng just stands there, totally chill, noting that this thing is definitely not human anymore. His brain starts spinning. Baby bugs? That means trouble. He presses 2 fingers to his forehead, sending a secret telepathic SOS to his trusty psychic pet, Shuzi. Scan this entire freak show of a hospital. Shuzi, who is literally being dangled high in the sky outside by Little Flame, casually replies, "You got it." But the next second, his eyes bulge out in pure shock. Boom, his vision goes absolute X-ray mode. Normal humans show up as glowing white outlines. But wait, both the crazy monster and the sketchy doctor standing right next to him are crawling with tiny black dots. What the heck is this? Uncle Han Liang notices him totally freezing up and gets suspicious. "What is wrong, Mr. Gao? You look super weird right now." Gao Peng snaps back to reality, waving his hands with the fakest laugh ever. "Haha! My bad, my bad. Just got completely freaked out staring at that monster." The doctor nervously chuckles along with him. "Haha, totally fine. Did Mr. Gao happen to find any actual clues?" Our boy just scratches his head, playing dumb. No solid clues so far, buddy. Maybe I should just head back and ask Uncle Lou for some pro advice?" Gao Peng turns around, totally missing the doctor, throwing him a seriously villainous glare. He walks away, hitting Shuzi on the mental radio. It asks, "You want me to nuke these bugs?" Gao Peng stops it. "Hold up. Scan the entire city right now. Do not bother sending pictures. Just hit me with the straight facts." After a hot minute, Shuzi reports back. "Good news. This nasty infection has not taken over all of Hanzhong City yet. But bad news. Several major streets and even people's clothes are absolutely crawling with these parasitic bugs. Now, you and I are probably thinking the exact same thing, just roast them." Gao Peng looks totally sick to his stomach. Sure, he could burn these creeps, but unless they nuke the actual boss spawning them, wiping out the baby bugs is literally a giant waste of time. Marching down the hall, he lets out a massive, annoyed sigh. Man, what a total drag. The ponytail girl sees him stressing out and asks, "Mr. Gao, did you actually find something?" Gao Peng just barks out, "Take me straight to ground zero where this outbreak started." The girl instantly jumps into action. They pull up to a totally creepy abandoned hospital, complete with sketchy do not enter tape. Ponytail girl hits him with the intel. "We officially tracked patient zero right back to this exact spot, the Nan Shuang Orthopedic Hospital." She explains they locked the whole place down fast. By the time anyone realized what was up, Over 90% of the people inside were totally infected, even the doctors. Game over. Gao Peng scowls hard. He thinks to himself, seriously? Another freaking hospital? He mutters to the tiny lion chilling on his shoulder. You got any wild ideas for this mess? The little lion chimes in. It is just like normal parasitic bugs. Usually, just squashing the big or small ones will never wipe them out for good. Gao Peng nods. My thoughts exactly. The million-dollar question is how we actually track down the ugly queen bug running the show. He tilts his head at the girl. Since the virus broke out like this from the start, you guys obviously checked the security cameras, right? Any discoveries? The girl hesitates, looking awkward. Suddenly, some random dude steps out of the shadows. We definitely found some sketchy stuff, but no hard proof yet. They both jump and spin around. The guy struts over, extending a hand to introduce his mysterious self. Name is Li Meng, Hanzhong City Criminal Investigation Squad. Gao Peng gives him a firm handshake, keeping it cool with a simple, nice to meet you. Li Meng sighs like he is totally exhausted. Honestly, we nailed down a prime suspect ages ago. We just never had the raw firepower to actually take the jerk down. He slaps a top-secret folder into Gao Peng's hands. The real kick in the teeth? We cannot even promise that locking him up will make this stupid virus vanish for good. But now that young Master Gao is here, we are completely counting on you. Gao Peng flips the file open and gasps. No freaking way, it is him. Later that night, outside a super sketchy house, some frail-looking dude stands by the front door, coughing his absolute lungs out. The guy stumbles inside, tossing his coat aside. He shoves a boring wall painting out of the way, revealing a hidden, high-tech keypad. Classic villain move. He quickly types the super-secret code, instantly unlocking a hidden door with some creepy stairs leading underground. He flips the switch. Staring at his sick underground setup, the psycho just lets out an epic, dramatic villain laugh. Get a load of this psycho. He is laughing his head off at a giant green worm swimming in a tank. Haha, this beauty is all mine. He thinks this gross bug is his ultimate power to completely flood and control the entire Hanzhong city. Talk about some serious villain delusions right here. Our evil genius strokes his chin, cooking up a master plan. He figures he could just fake finding a cure for the massive plague he started. Boom, instant hero status, fame, and crazy power in 0 time flat. Nope, scratch that idea. He realizes that is way too risky. The world is packed with actual smart people who would totally expose him. So Chu Hanliang just flashes this insanely twisted, ugly, and super malicious evil villain grin. He decides he might as well murder a few folks just for kicks. I mean, with a huge plague wiping everyone out anyway, who is going to notice a couple extra bodies dropping? Totally normal, right? Suddenly, a voice echoes from outside, and our guy completely jumps out of his skin. Someone says they finally found him. Seeing footsteps coming down, Chu Hanliang totally panics and gets ready to run for his absolute life. He thinks turning his back now is basically suicide. The only safe spot is right next to his giant monster pet. But then he stops. Wait a minute, why is it suddenly getting so unbelievably freezing cold in here? A tiny lion monster just casually raises its paw. Too easy and super boring. Gao Peng strolls down, standing right next to Chu Hanliang, who is now literally frozen solid inside an ice block, still rocking that hilarious panic face. Our boy Gao Peng shoves his hands in his pockets, totally rolling his eyes at this idiot who actually thought he was hiding. Honestly, the good guys already knew exactly who this clown was ages ago. They just held off on busting him so this whole messy plague situation would not spiral completely out of control. Never mess with the government when they stop playing games, man. Gao Peng glances over at the giant green worm floating inside that gross liquid tank. He squints at it. Is this ugly bug seriously the big bad trump card here? What an absolute joke. This thing is not even Lord tier, just a measly level 40 monster bug. Perfect quality stats, pure poison type. Its abilities, level 2 rapid breeding and level 1 plague enhancement. Plus it rocks that super nasty toxic motherworm trait. Definitely not something you want crawling around your bedroom. It has a mutated poison sac that pumps out babies like crazy, and it severely buffs those little gross things too. The first passive effect? It maxes out the stealth stats of the babies, making their smell and physical forms completely untraceable. Talk about a super annoying skill. The second passive effect on this bug? It lets these virus babies fuse and evolve into something way worse. The giant mama bug cannot actually fight to save her life, but she just spits out violent baby bugs to do all the dirty work for her. Typical. Suddenly, the big bug hisses and dumps a massive swarm of tiny worms to completely circle Gao Peng. Our guy just smirks. What an epic fail. He calls out for Baldy. Baldy steps up and blasts a massive sonic boom that violently ripples across the entire room. Boom! Those creepy little black bugs instantly drop dead to the floor. The giant motherworm takes massive recoil damage and crashes down, bleeding out this completely disgusting neon green sludge all over the place. Gao Peng is actually feeling super disappointed. Man, surviving a massive psychic sonic blast from Baldy and still twitching around like that? Respect. He orders Baldy to hit it with a way stronger attack. Baldy gets super awkward and mumbles, dude, that literally was my ultimate finishing move right there. Gao Peng glares at him with pure judgmental teen energy. The strongest attack? You seriously could not one-shot a weak Lord tier bug? You bring absolute shame to the King tier, the little lion chimes in. Wanna let me smash it? He just stops him. Hold up, no rushing. He tells Baldy to just keep stacking power and wait for his direct command to explode. Baldy immediately hypes up and follows orders. Gao Peng points his hand right at that nasty worm and yells out, boom! The giant bug violently bursts with blood everywhere. Baldy cheers his total success. Gao Peng waves his hand with new orders. All done here. I am heading upstairs first. Hey, little lion, go ahead and freeze this gross bug corpse up. We need it nicely packed to report our win. The little lion raises a paw, demanding 2 boxes of ice fruit as payment. Gao Peng agrees without even looking back. Fine, he heads right up the stairs, brainstorming. Without proper guidance, this brainy monster would literally starve to death in a desert full of food. Its crazy powers still need serious leveling up and major training before it can unleash its true game-changing potential in combat. Boom! A wild genius idea hits Gao Peng. He figures he could totally use it to brainwash other monsters. If he wipes their minds from birth, he will not even need any messy blood contracts. He could literally command an entire monster army. The next move? Send this brain monster to totally wipe out the rest of those nasty baby bugs crawling all over Hanzhong City. But wait, first things first. He tells Baldy to throw some clothes on, and Baldy cheers like a total fanboy. Following right behind, the monster happily whispers about how awesome the clothes are. Gao Peng leads the way, dropping hard facts slaughter every single creepy larva left behind. He casually pats Daisy on the head. Saving the whole Hanzhong base city is a massive flex, right? The official government rewards are going to be completely insane, and even his grandpa is going to score a massively sweet deal out of this. No more running around blindly. This crazy mess is officially wrapped up. He has been out for way too long, time to finally chill at home. Daisy happily tilts its head up, soaking in all the head pats. Meanwhile, over in San Telmo, a massive, terrifying dragon is soaring through the sky, blasting epic hellfire straight down and absolutely turning the entire city into crispy ash. Now, get a load of this. A dude in a dark cloak is literally surfing on the black dragon's head, proving that only the absolute strongest dictate the world's rules. Rocking a super mysterious mask to hide his face, he throws a fist in the air. He dramatically declares that starting today, San Telmo City is officially independent. He yells that they still belong to the World Alliance, but nobody is allowed to stick their nose into who runs San Telmo City from now on. Pure rebellious energy right there. Cut to the southern Egypt zone, right over Delu City. A massive, glowing golden coffin just randomly spawns in the sky right above the giant pyramid. Citizens are freaking out, pointing and screaming for everyone to look up at the sky. There is literally a freaky coffin just flying around in the air. People are losing it, saying the world is glitching out with statues coming alive everywhere. Then boom, a super creepy mummy hand covered in white bandages suddenly smashes right out of the floating coffin. Seriously, what is happening? Listen up, guys, because things are about to get totally wild. A dude stands up and boldly declares Talu City is officially independent starting today. Sure, they still belong to the World Alliance government, but all internal city business, totally run by their own people now. Boss moves only. Over in Ueda City's Geico district, people are just chilling, living normal lives, until this edgy guy with a black blindfold shows up. Behind him, a massive cherry blossom monster pet in full bloom. He straight up announces, the Sakura god has spoken. Starting right now, this literal god is taking over absolutely everything in Ueda City. Meanwhile, in some super secret villain chat, holograms of shady dudes in black cloaks gather around a table. One guy immediately complains, hey, we already raised our rebel flags everywhere, but why is the Waxia region doing absolutely nothing right now? The Waxia rep just coldly scoffs with epic sarcasm. Are we even playing on the same difficulty level here? Dude, I literally have Yuzhou right next door to me. Do you guys even remember whose main turf Yuzhou is? Another guy just sneers. Oh please, it is just one measly king-tier monster pet. Waxia people are such massive cowards. The mystery Waxia guy points a finger right back. Talk is cheap, bro. Just a king-tier pet? If you think you are so tough, come try it yourself. Plus, who even said it was only one? Breaking news, idiots. That scary old man is now the proud owner of 2 king-tier monster pets. Another guy completely loses his cool. Wait, what? 2 of them? The guy next to him panics. Bro, is that info actually legit? Someone awkwardly coughs, pulling the meeting back on track. Look, our squad teamed up because we all share the exact same goal, and we are so close to winning right now. Honestly, even if we are missing one or 2 puzzle pieces, it literally does not matter. He smiles, raising a hand. The only thing that matters is our next move. Meanwhile, over at Ji Hanwoo's skyscraper, the boss stands with hands behind his back, staring at the sky. The howling wind signals a massive storm. Finally got a few peaceful days. Now things are going totally crazy again. Gao Peng, standing right behind him, just shrugs it off calmly. Hey, isn't this totally normal for our world? Back when we faced literal world-ending disasters, it was so much easier to force absolutely everyone to work together and survive. Not to mention, surviving day-to-day has gotten way too easy lately. He lets out a dramatic sigh. But honestly, it is pretty fascinating. Every other major region is completely falling apart right now. Only our Waxia region is staying surprisingly chill. Ji Hanwoo shoots him a serious look. It is because they are totally paranoid about what we might do next. Being a monster trainer, it is a brand new gig that completely wrecked the old power structure. Honestly, nobody cares about your fancy pre-apocalypse status anymore. He keeps staring outside. As long as you dare to fight, risk it all, and get a little lucky, you can become an absolute powerhouse. And now, these super-powered rookies are supposed to protect entire cities. Sometimes they even have to face down Lord-tier monsters or fight off massive monster tides. Stick with me, because that is some serious life-or-death risk right there. He frowns, clearly super annoyed. Taking on that insane level of danger? Plus, they constantly have local governments breathing down their necks, and the actual rewards are nowhere near what you would expect. Over time, obviously, they are going to start getting some rebellious ideas. Gao Peng shoves his hands into his pockets and casually steps forward. Even if these guys do not have a master plan, their hype squads definitely will push them into it. It is like an emperor forced onto the throne by his own army, totally out of their control. Ji Hanwoo instantly snaps at him. Total nonsense. These guys popping off right now are just an annoying rash. In ancient times, they would just be a bunch of pathetic, clueless little rebel warlords with zero discipline. Once the central government rolls up with a massive army, crushing them is just a matter of time. Gao Peng nods in agreement. Yep, absolutely. Honestly, the only thing that actually terrifies the big bosses are the real heavy-hitting warlords out there. He continues pitching his hot take, like, for example, my own grandpa casually owning 2 king-tier monster pets. Ji Hanwoo just lets out a heavy, tired sigh. 2 king-tier pets. Good grief. He looks outside at the epic white dragon, currently carrying a massive round white fish on its back. Gao Peng smirks, throwing out some serious praise. Xiao Bai is seriously overpowered, just chilling at home, and a giant wife travels miles just to show up at his doorstep, bringing along a super chubby kid too. Ji Hanwoo rubs his temples, a massive headache forming. A chubby kid? Ugh, that thing is way beyond just chubby, honestly. He keeps going. In other words, this whole rebel alliance is probably just a sloppy, loose organization. After all, if you look at how they operate, it definitely lacks any real military discipline. Some guys just challenge the 12 elders, while others go straight for the kill. Ji Hanwoo crosses his arms, looking completely unimpressed, just a bunch of pathetic clowns acting tough. Honestly, the 12 elders are just a shiny front. They actually invited me once, but I thought, why give up being the big boss just to be someone else's lackey? Right on cue, Huangya practically bursts in, knocking on the door. Gao Peng turns around. The guy looks dead serious. Young Master Gao, Director Ji, things just got intensely bad. He steps right up to them to deliver the scary report. Yesterday, 5 whole regions officially declared their independence. The World Alliance immediately blacklisted all 5 of them, launching crazy sanctions and sending in troops and monster trainers to crush them by force. But then, this morning, 7 more regions joined the rebellion. And get this, that includes the Indu region, which is absolutely packed with people. The scene cuts to a brutally sharp mountain peak. Plus, get this, guys, Bajinda, one of the 12 elders from the Indu region, was just assassinated right on the peak of Mount Putuo. We are in for a wild ride. All right, you and I are jumping right into absolute chaos. The Earth Demon pet of Bajin Duo just got completely sliced into 2, painting half the cliff totally red. He opens the stats screen. The Beastmaster who killed it is Hua Lun, just 22 years old, but he is supposedly the most gifted genius Beastmaster in the Yin-Yang region. And his pet? A massive, overpowering king-tier beast. It is named Dark Asura. I will send you the photos right now. The screen lights up, showing an extremely smug guy walking right in the front. Following right behind him is a massive, beast-flexing giant wings. The crowd is so terrified they literally part like the sea, giving this guy a wide path to strut through. Staring at this insane monster on the screen, Gao Peng just smirks and mutters, not a bad vibe at all. The system pops up with all the juicy details. Monster name, Dark Asura, level 52, which is crazy king-tier territory. Perfect quality, dark attribute. For skills, it is rocking level 5 dark power, plus a level 3 strength boost to hit like a truck. It also packs a level 3 brain boost and level 3 super regeneration. Its special trait is Dark Comet, meaning an alien core is jammed deep inside its brain. It gives a wild special ability. Effect 1. The active effect? Firing up the Dark Comet power totally maxes out all of the Dark Asura's physical stats for a short time. Here is the rundown on this beast. Born straight from the shadows, it acts all chill, but deep down it is totally addicted to brutal combat. It absolutely hates light monsters, and loves staring at the night sky alone like an edgy teen. Gao Peng rubs his chin, thinking hard. That specific monster trait shows its absolute max potential could actually hit epic quality. A perfect king tier is definitely nothing to laugh at either, judging by those crazy stats. The Dark Asura is totally a dark attribute beast built for destroying things in close combat. Kind of like the White Dragon. Huang Ye continues giving his report to Director Ji. That Hualun kid is way too arrogant for his own good. Yesterday at the local party, he was talking absolute trash, bragging that his pet is the absolute strongest perfect beast in the entire world, claiming it is way better than your pet and even young Master Gao's. Ji Hanwu just laughs coldly. What a totally clueless frog in a well. Drinking on horseback must have really messed up his brain. He flatters them, saying even the gods would get kicked off their high horse, but Director Ji and young Master Gao are way too cool to care. Gao Peng walks over, totally unbothered. Just empty fame. As long as he stays away from us, let him run his mouth like cheap firecrackers. Everyone brags. Just keep gathering intel and boost the surveillance. Huang Ya stands at attention immediately. Yes, young master. Gao Peng then follows up, asking, didn't you mention you finally found a solid clue about that special spirit stone? How is that going? Huang Ya opens a projection showing a massive bird flying right toward a giant mountain. Look right here, young Master Gao. The news is totally confirmed. A wild guy saw it transform into a huge beast bird at night, right at the base of Goddess Peak. After 3 days, it solidifies right back into a rock statue. The rumors about the Spirit Stone are absolutely real. Gao Peng thinks this is super interesting. Goddess Peak, huh? Grandpa, there is absolutely no time like the present. Tomorrow is the 1st of the month, the perfect time to head to Goddess Peak. Dazi can finally evolve early. Dazi proudly brags to Xiao Huang and the little lion right next to him. You hear that? Gao Peng said it. I am totally evolving today, way more awesome than you guys. Xiao Huang and the lion are just speechless, completely ignoring his cocky attitude. Now you and I shift right to the river. A little girl on a boat points at the rocks. There is a guy in a hat fishing. Sis, he is showing off, fishing out here. Her older sister frowns and immediately scolds her. Hey, do not talk nonsense when we are out here. Be careful, or your big mouth will cause trouble. The girl pouts, putting her hands behind her head. What a faker. Suddenly, the water surface starts acting super weird. The water ripples wildly, spinning around like crazy. A massive ring of bubbling foam bursts up, signaling something absolutely terrifying is lurking right underneath them. The little girl gasps in total shock. Huh? A monster erupts from the water, opening its terrifyingly huge jaws. A panicked voice screams out its terrifying name. The White Crocodile King. Why did we disturb the White Crocodile King? We already paid our tribute right on time this year. The beast points its massive head straight at the fishing guy. The little girl screams, Sister, look over there. The White Crocodile King is not targeting us. It is rushing right toward that fishing guy. She waves her hands, screaming a warning. Hey, fishing guy, run away right now. The White Crocodile King is super dangerous. You will absolutely die. The fisherman tilts his head up. Under that hat? Yep, it is our boy Gao Peng. He looks up as water crashes. Crash. Turns out the rock under Gao Peng is actually a ban. It stands up, gigantic and completely overpowering the White Crocodile King, leaving the croc totally wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. Next to him, the Crocodile King looks like a tiny toy. Shaking, it thinks, what is this thing? I only came out to check on my territory. I did not want this smoke. A band shifts just a little bit toward it, and the Crocodile King panics, turning to flee. It scrambles, thinking, this is really bad. I gotta run away. Gao Peng glares. Wanna run? A ban, grab it. Hearing Gao Peng, a ban stomps down to catch the crocodile. That move whips the water into an absolute frenzy, making massive waves. Someone on the boat screams out, the waves are too strong. Hurry, grab the boat. After that crazy mess, the Crocodile King floats dead on the totally silent water, sporting a massive crater on its side. The little girl is stunned. Oh, sister, the White Crocodile King is dead. Her sister, equally mind-blown, just replies, yeah, scene changes. Gao Peng stands on a ban, checking his map. They have passed Dragon Peak, Holy Peak, and Cloud Peak. Just up ahead, that is finally Goddess Peak waiting for them. Rustle, rustle. A weird sound completely grabs Gao Peng's attention. Huh? Why does that sound exactly like pages flipping? He turns around, only to see a giant waterfall flowing right down. All right, let us dive right in. See that peak on the right? Legend says during the Great Flood, some magical lady just handed Great Yu a cheat code book to save the day. But wait, a A legendary flood control method? Is there seriously a magical book just flying right out of there? Speak of the devil, a literal glowing book shoots straight out of the waterfall. Our guy, Gao Peng, just stands there, jaw completely dropped. Holy crap, it actually happened. He stands there with his hands on his hips, watching this crazy book fly straight up toward Goddess Peak. Okay, yeah, this mountain is definitely hiding some seriously weird secrets. Ban, buddy, you are way too massive right now. Just wait until you eat that camouflage fruit. Then we are going straight up. The whole crew starts climbing the mountain. Gao Peng glances up and spots a literal dragon flying by. A dragon? Suddenly, a massive pair of glowing scissors just spawns right in midair. Let us check the stats. Shadowbind Swamp. Here is the breakdown. This thing can literally copy other monsters by eating their shadows. If it absorbs enough sun and moon energy in a high spiritual zone, those stolen shadows become totally solid. Absolutely broken, right? Gao Peng gets totally hyped. Shadowbind Swamp. Talk about finding epic loot with zero effort. He yells for Ban, and they rush straight over. They stop dead in their tracks at a hidden ravine completely covered in lush green grass. Following that book actually led them off the map to this crazy beautiful spot. Suddenly, a literal fairy materializes out of the thin mist. Gao Peng is super confused. A random woman chilling in a hidden valley? Could this be the legendary goddess herself? But then he takes a closer look and totally freezes up. Wait a minute. That is just a giant rock. No, seriously, the beautiful fairy is just a fake illusion projected by a massive stone. The stats pop up. Wu Xia Goddess Stone. Level 51, Rock and Mystery type, Elite quality. It comes packed with level 4 weather control and a level 4 hardened body. Turns out, this magical rock soaked up so much local worship over the years that it literally learned to control the sky. Gao Peng leans on his stick, telling Ban they should go scout the surrounding area. But before he even finishes his sentence, he completely freezes in pure shock. What is that? A totally massive monster just spawns in out of nowhere. Meet the Holy Spring Spirit. Level 50, Overlord class, epic quality, water type. This big boy is packing level 3 super healing and a level 4 water vortex, but its main trait is Holy Spring Reflection. Basically, this thing can literally pull reflections out of thin air and make them completely real. Here is the first passive effect. Any creature that gets caught in its special light gets permanently saved into its reflection memory bank. It can store up to 3 different creature reflections at once and can swap them out anytime. Now for the active effect. By burning its spirit energy, it summons a clone. This clone gets 90% of the original target's total combat power. Plus, it completely copies all of their special abilities and moves too. The only catch? It cannot copy abilities from legendary or higher tier monsters, but it can still drop 3 of these clones onto the battlefield at the exact same time. Keeping those clones alive burns up its holy energy pretty fast. The lore says this thing is like the moon in a well or flowers in water, blurring the crazy line between what is real and what is a total illusion. It is a super rare beast that fights by just copying you. Suddenly, the giant monster locks eyes with Gao Peng and growls out a death threat to the intruder. Gao Peng just smirks. So, this giant water puddle actually wants to throw down? Boom. 2 more nasty monsters suddenly spawn right behind Gao Peng. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, looks like a beatdown is completely unavoidable now. Let us check these guys out. Dragon Slaying Heavenly Water Chapter, sitting at level 50. It is an Overlord tier, water type, but with legendary quality. It rocks level 4 water control and level 3 super regeneration. And check out that absolutely crazy special trait, the Dragon Slaying Sealed Vein. It literally has divine runes carved into it from birth, giving it insane magical energy. The first active effect is basically a massive middle finger to any dragon-type monster. It violently drains the power out of any dragon type for a set time. But there is a catch. It only works if the dragon is a lower level than this watery book monster. If that happens, the dragon's elemental magic gets completely sealed away. Then there is the Dark Water Domain, which creates a brand new page inside this crazy legendary water book. Here is another crazy active effect. Any water-type monster caught inside its forbidden magic zone will get their water control powers seriously nerfed. Basically, it dominates its own element. Any target weakened by this zone gets completely controlled by the legendary water chapter. And the bigger the level gap between them, the worse the debuff gets. Okay, time for the epic lore drop. It is literally just a single torn page from an ancient divine book. Gao Peng is mind blown, a wild legendary monster just chilling here, standing face to face with them. He suddenly realizes these things are just fake projections. The stats confirm it. Disaster Mountain Guardian miniature projections. They are level 50, Overlord class, and let us check that quality tier. Just elite quality. These 3 fakes are stuck at level 50, and they are only copying Ban's weakened, camouflaged form. Gao Peng literally feels zero pressure right now. He smirks and asks why these cheap copies are blocking his path, warning them to back off immediately. or else things are going to get really ugly. The legendary water book suddenly moves. Buzz. A completely clear shield of water wraps right over Gao Peng. It honestly feels like someone just wrapped his skin in cheap plastic. This has to be that forbidden water domain. But here is the funny part. This trick is totally useless against him and A-Ban. Swoosh. The monster launches a surprise attack right at Gao Peng. He just smiles. All right, you threw the first punch. A-Ban, absolutely destroy this thing. Just leave it barely breathing. A-Ban suddenly pops out, scaring it half to death. Boom. A-Ban slams straight into the enemy. One single, heavy punch connects with the Holy Spring Spirit, completely smashing it into the shape of a literal bowl. Gao Peng picks up the sad little bowl and smirks. So, this is the mighty overlord, perfectly knocked into a deep coma. A system prompt pops up. Fusible item. Gao Peng is actually surprised he has never seen a monster turn into a fusion material before. Meanwhile, that fake fairy rock monster is desperately trying to escape. Gao Peng just side-eyes it. Running away? Not on his watch? A-Ban steps right in front, completely blocking its escape route. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts. Gao Peng throws his hands up, trying to block the intense glare. Peeking through his fingers, that rock is still trying to project the fake fairy. Dark disaster clouds start rolling in as A-Ban's eyes glow furiously red. Boom! The moment A-Ban hits that magic rock, intense flames absolutely explode. The stone gets completely scorched, turning pitch black and crashing onto the ground while smoking heavily. Gao Peng just stares, thinking to himself, that legendary goddess stone just got roasted like a marshmallow. It is literally smoking green now. Pathetic. But then, another system prompt drops. Fusible item. Gao Peng blinks in shock. Another fusion material? This is getting crazy. Wait, the last surviving monster is trying to sneak away too by digging underground. Pretty creative escape plan, honestly. But here is the tragic part for him. A-Ban literally controls the earth element. A-Ban violently stomps his leg straight down, making sparks fly. Alright, you and I are seeing something wild. That massive hydro dragon monster is pinned down. Cao Peng stands there smirking, figuring nothing can stop him now. Boom, 2 shiny soul stones, one huge, one tiny, ready to go. And hey, those 3 monsters he just smacked around are totally locked down. Cao Peng laughs, realizing he just scored 3 free rare element quality baby monsters. Way too polite. Seriously, this river valley is turning out to be an absolute gold mine. Riding on A-Ban, Cao Peng just points ahead. Pack it all up. They cruise down the path right beside that epic King Gorge. Suddenly, that tiny soul stone starts vibrating like crazy. Cao Peng leans in. He figures once this soul stone business is sorted, his other potion recipes will be absolute child's play. Crack! A sharp noise hits, and a watery fissure splits the stone wide open. Whoa! 2 little glowing monsters pop out, flying loops around a very startled Cao Peng. System check says they are Mandarin tree spirits. Level 21. Commander rank. Wait. Monster quality? Elite quality, wood and life attributes. A quick look at their basic monster bio shows something wild. They were just totally normal mandarin trees, soaking up monster blood over time to nourish their little plant souls. Thanks to that epic soul stone, they finally mutated into proper spirits. They politely offer their brand new master some extremely tasty mandarins. Cao Peng rubs his chin. Wait, did A-Ban's half-dead trees just evolve? That is some crazy luck. Hang on, if that tiny soul stone did all this, then he glances back at his massive stash. Thank goodness only the little one broke. That big stone is totally enough to evolve Daisy. Cao Peng points at them. All right, from now on, you call yourselves A-Ban's Mandarin babies. You are South Fruit, and you are North Branch. The 2 little citrus spirits happily agree to their weird new names. Hey, down below, some guy starts waving frantically. Cao Peng. Up there, is that Cao Peng? Yep, it is his old buddy Chen Hanqiao. Chen Hanqiao pokes his head into a car. Uncle Lee, that is my school buddy. Let me chat with him real quick. The guy inside nods. Just do not miss the mission. Cao Peng smiles. Not bad at all, old Chen. You actually managed to pull a whole team together? Chen laughs, saying everyone studied so hard for this. Lots of their classmates are already out taking on solo missions. It proves all their teachers did not waste their time, but man, look at you now, completely crushing it. You are a top-tier monster trainer globally. Out of everyone from our old class, you are seriously the most impressive. Bragging about knowing you gets me instant respect. Just then, little North Branch pops up, holding out a mandarin. Chen Hanqiao looks totally confused. Huh? Cao Peng grins, telling him to eat it while it is fresh. Chen chuckles, saying it has been ages, and Cao Peng is already messing with him. Cao Peng changes the subject. So, what are you guys up to? You guys on a mission right now? Chen peels the fruit and nods. We just picked up a job out at Golden Buddha Mountain. Someone spotted a bunch of mutated monsters, so we are going. Taking a bite, Chen mentions it is an official Explorer Guild quest. Word on the street is, these mutant monsters are super rare and extremely aggressive toward any human that gets near. Chen waves goodbye. Catch you later. Let's hang out when we have time. Cao Peng smiles back. Hit me up in Yuzhou, dinner is totally on me. But then Cao Peng gets serious. The Explorer Guild? Did not his grandpa and the government team up to build that? He really hopes nothing shady is going down over there. Meanwhile, back inside the Lake Villa laboratory, those two little citrus spirits are holding up mandarins to Qingzi. Here, eat this. The crazy little duo runs circles around her. Eat mine. Do not eat his, eat my fruit instead. No, mine is obviously the best. She sits there, completely buried in fruit, looking helplessly at her boss. Cao Peng just shrugs with a smile. The fruit is actually pretty good. You should eat some more. Then he turns to Daisy. Are you finally ready? Daisy steps right up, totally confident. I am completely ready. Cao Peng gives a warning. Once you make this choice, there is zero turning back. Daisy raises a claw high in the air. I have no regrets. Cao Peng delivers the final news. You might not be a pure centipede anymore after this. Daisy gets impatient. Cao Peng, why do you talk so much? Let's just do it. I cannot wait another second. Come on, hit me right here, as hard as you can. Cao Peng looks dead serious. All right then. He grabs the syringe. Let's do this. Daisy just grabs the broken syringe and chugs it. Injecting is way too slow. Watch me down it all at once. Boom. Blinding purple lightning erupts instantly. Cao Peng throws his arms up. The pure power is absolutely insane. Nope, they definitely cannot stay in this lab. Cao Peng uses his speed to dash out, yelling at Qingji. Do not just stand there. Run! She blinks in confusion. Huh? Yes, sir. She runs out panting. Boss, what on earth just happened? Kaboom! Right behind her, the entire laboratory violently explodes into a massive cloud of thick purple lightning. Qingzi is terrified, face totally pale, stuttering that the lab blew up. But Cao Peng? He just laughs. Honestly, you and I both know he wanted a new lab anyway. He knows this massive reaction means the evolution worked. Shed that skin, Daisy. Suddenly, debris goes flying everywhere, smashing right into poor Ah Ban. Ouch, that has got to hurt. Ah Ban yells out angrily, telling Daisy to stop throwing trash everywhere. Crack! Fissures rip open, and pure, intense purple light shoots straight out from the glowing cracks. Flash! A massive beam of lightning strikes the sky. Daisy is actually transforming. Even the monsters underwater peek out, trembling. Wait, is that a genuine dragon's aura? Could it really be? Let's check the stats. Monster name? Dark Gold Centipede Dragon. Level 48. Quality? Legendary baby. It's a lightning-type beast with some seriously insane abilities. Lightning control and sturdy bones, both level 4. Its only weakness? Anti-dragon stuff. But check out its special trait, those epic dark dragon wings. Effect 1 coming right up. A sweet passive effect. First, they massively boost flight speed. Plus, every single wing can store excess electricity, permanently raising the absolute limit of lightning energy inside the Dark Gold Centipede Dragon's body. We are talking a flat 10% permanent power capacity increase for every single dark dragon wing it grows. Seriously, how completely broken is that stat? Alright, moving on to effect number 2. Another passive effect. The total number of those crazy dark dragon wings it can grow increased. Think of it as a built-in biological engine for our dragon. Every growth spurt adds a brand new pair of wings. Right now, our boy is rocking 6 dark dragon wings. The Mind's Eye. A tiny mind's eye born deep inside the dragon's heart. It comes with some crazy telepathic snooping powers. Here is effect number 1. It can literally eavesdrop on the thoughts of other monsters. And effect 2? It turns those thoughts into literal explosives. It detonates enemy minds for massive physical damage. Plus, we finally get the evolution path to mythological quality. Option 1. The Great Dark Heaven Destruction Centipede Dragon Collapse Evolution. Option 2. The Pure World Lightning Dragon, a pure dragon evolution. Cao Peng just stares at this. Tiny mind's eye? That's a noun, right? Not an adjective? I mean, it formed an eye, but wow, it really is tiny. Daisy quickly shuffles over to ask Cao Peng. Cao Peng, bro, why do I only have 2 pairs of legs left? This feels so weird. Cao Peng just laughs. Dude, you are not just a simple centipede anymore. A little physical makeover is totally normal. Cao Peng frowns, thinking it over. This side is handled, but there are still 3 monsters down in the dungeon. Fusion definitely requires living materials. Those 3 seem weirdly close to each other. Maybe the system wants to fuse all 3 together into one crazy beast? Suddenly, ring ring ring. His phone rings. Cao Peng checks the screen. It is Chen Han Chao. And oh boy, Chen's face is completely covered in blood. He screams for Cao Peng to save him, trapped at Golden Buddha Mountain in Luoxia Valley. Our MC immediately frowns. Yep, things just got messy. You and I knew it. At Golden Buddha Mountain, Cao Peng rides Dazi high into the sky. He looks down, spots the crew's location, and finds survivors. Let's check the monster stats. Monster name? The Corrupted Worker Corpse Deer Herd, level 11 to 20, firmly in the elite tier. Quality? Ranging anywhere from normal to elite. These nasty things are a mix of undead and metal-type monsters. Their major weakness? Anything packed with holy or bright light-type energy, obviously. Here is the monster bio. A creature heavily mutated thanks to some nasty heavy metal pollution from modern human society. Because of that, it absolutely despises humans. Plus, it feels absolutely zero physical pain. Good news? It is not infectious. Honestly, this zombie deer herd looks terrifying. But get this, they don't even have a single boss-tier monster. Meanwhile, Chen Hunqiao's hunting squad has 7 boss-level familiars. With that massive gap in sheer combat strength, they really shouldn't be losing to these, right? Sitting on Dazi, Cao Peng calls out, "Hey, Dazi, let's fly a little closer and investigate." Suddenly, a massive claw swings right at Cao Peng from behind. He barely has time to yell, "What the heck?" That creepy claw grabs right onto Dazi's body. Zap! A massive crack echoes out as purple lightning explodes across the sky from Dazi's energy. "How dare you sneak attack the great universal salvation merciful one?" Cao Peng frowns hard. "Who is this? Look down there! A whole squad of guys in black cloaks and creepy masks." Wait, masked guys? Could these be the same villains who attacked the other major factions? A brand new monster appears on the field. Monster name? The Flame Shrieker. Level 49 straight up Lord tier. It is an elite quality, pure fire type beast. The system bio says this thing is a literal avenger born entirely from roaring flames, absolutely overflowing with intense fiery resentment and blinding anger. Coldness and deep suffering basically swallowed its entire soul without it even noticing, giving it some massive anger issues. Hilariously, this monster loves watching knight and princess cartoons and absolutely despises tragic endings. Next up, we have a giant eagle-shaped flying beast. Monster name? The Mind's Eye General. It is a mutated body type, sitting at level 47, making it another terrifying Lord-level enemy. Its quality is elite tier, and its attribute is the deadly curse type. Let's check out this monster's brief introduction. This creepy Mind's Eye General was born from the 10,000 Tombs lightning pool. It fused with various weird auras to unlock that nasty curse ability, which massively weakens its enemies. Oh, and it loves eating rotting corpses. Gross. Next monster. The Radiation Giant Wing. Elite quality, level 46, Lord tier, and its main attribute? Lightning type. The bio states this giant wing mutated after surviving a literal nuclear bomb blast in the Dali Desert. Now, it snacks on highly radioactive materials. Cao Peng smirks. 4 Lord-level familiars are ganging up on him right now, and all of them are super high-leveled. Looks like these villains really went all out. Oh, wait, one more monster to scan. The Metal Guard Symbiotic Plant. Normal quality, level 48, making it another Lord tier. The bio says it's a crazy creature formed by devouring other plants. It grows by literally absorbing all kinds of elemental energy. Get this, it can even split its own body apart and attach itself to other units, acting as a massive living defensive buff for its villainous allies. What a totally annoying support tank. Swoosh! That weird eagle general spreads its massive wings, launching a flock of glowing energy birds straight at Cao Peng. Boom! RMC takes the hit. His vision gets super blurry, completely dizzy with a totally splitting headache. He grabs his throbbing head, struggling until his vision finally clears up. It is a curse. If that damage hadn't been transferred over to Stripey, our boy would be in serious trouble right now. Meanwhile, the little lion crosses its arms. I got weakened by 1%. Baigang raises his hand. I am down 5%. Dazi chimes in, super annoyed. I am down 3%. Cao Peng starts slow clapping sarcastically. So impressive, truly amazing. The masked villains glare at Cao Peng's crew. This is their perfect chance. That beast has already been driven totally insane by the curse. Light the fire and finish it. Whoosh! The giant eagle monster suddenly unleashes a massive blast of scorching fire. Instantly, all the other beasts launch their strongest attacks straight at Dazi. Dazi snaps its jaws open, charging up insane energy. Lightning prison, refining the world. Boom! Violent lightning blasts outward, completely clashing with their attacks. The masked villain panics. What? Blocked again? You and I both know how crazy this is. 3 Lord-level monsters attacking at once. Those beasts are absolute heavyweights with basically zero rivals. Zap, crackle. Yet Dazi just stands there like an absolute boss, blasting purple lightning across the entire sky. Hiding behind his energy shield, the masked villain is completely freaking out. Seriously, what kind of monster is this? The whole squad of masked goons frantically starts huddling up. Even normal general tier beasts don't pack this much raw attack power. Cao Peng frowns, figuring it out. Japanese assassins, huh? Are there any hidden masters lurking around? If not, then I guess you're all about to die. The masked villain sneers at Cao Peng. You totally arrogant little brat, let's see how tough you really are. And just like that, both sides charge violently into battle. Alright guys, check this out. Kill them. Gao Peng orders Bai Gang to wipe these scrubs out. Bai Gang nods. Got it. Whoosh! He flies forward. Slash. One clean cut. Bai Gang's swift strike slices right through the masked dudes. Blood sprays as they try to reincarnate. The surviving masked freaks panic. Crap, this is bad. This kid actually has an assassin-type familiar. Let's bail now. Gao Peng just stares at the terrified losers. Alright, playtime is over. It is endgame. Lion, let's step back. Do not block Dazi's big performance. Bzzzt, crackle. Dazi unleashes a massive lightning bolt. Gao Peng and the lion jump down. Dazi, show them a wild time. The lion cheers him on. Go get them, buddy. Boom. Dazi's leg instantly pierces right through that weird eagle-shaped monster. Brutal. On the other side, another monster tries reincarnating and attacks. You got a death wish? Dazi swings his tail, violently smashing that beast straight into the dirt. Whoosh! More monsters fly in to join the chaotic party, stacking up like a weird totem pole. One stands on the other's back, charging together right at Dazi. Ha! They really thought that would work? Bam! With just one single epic move, Dazi blasts that stacked monster, making it spit green blood everywhere. Swoosh! The last monster sees a totally sneaky opening. It lunges. Dazi gets caught off guard and takes a direct hit. Big mistake. That just completely pissed Dazi off. I will tear you to shreds. Dazi's eyes instantly mutate, glaring with pure rage. Glowing super bright. The beast bursts into flames. Boom! It literally self-destructs. Shredded monster parts go flying absolutely everywhere. Over here, Gao Peng shields his eyes, looking up. Wow, that was actually pretty sick. This petty guy really just crushed beasts of the exact same level. Bai Gang stands nearby, shouting out, Boss, this dude got straight up smashed to pieces. Gao Peng nods coolly. Yeah, go drag those two runaways back here right now. Gao Peng turns to Chen Hunqiao. Chill out, man. Our rescue squad is pulling up any second. Chen Hunqiao, clutching his bandaged arm, looks super depressed. Man, I am so sorry. Gao Peng laughs, cutting him off. No sweat, I was their actual target anyway. If they didn't jump you guys, they would just ambush someone else. Honestly, I am the one who dragged you into this total mess. Chen's dad pats his son's shoulder. Knowing shame is close to bravery, kid. It is just one minor stumble. We still have plenty of time ahead of us. It has only been 5 years since the global mutation started. We totally still have a chance to bounce back. Chen Hunqiao just sadly knocks his tea. His dad clenches his fists tightly and tells Gao Peng, thanks for saving our lives. But seriously, this mess is not your fault. The guys who ambushed us, they killed our familiars. And there is a mastermind behind them. They sneak attacked us, but we can only blame ourselves for being way too weak. This world is basically big fish eating little fish. Being weak is a sin right now. But that cowardly sneak attack, it is absolutely not ending here. Gao Peng watches him, totally thinking, this Uncle Chen is a seriously tough dude, and most importantly, he has got crazy passion. Russell! Russell! Right behind them, a super weirdly patterned worm suddenly burrows up from the dirt. Chen's dad whips his head around in shock. Huh? He walks over, gently rubbing its head. You didn't leave? Years ago, I tricked you into that blood contract. You have literally ignored me all these years. I seriously thought you hated my guts. Gao Peng smiles and asks, Uncle Chen, what is your game plan now? How about joining the legendary Tianan group? Uncle Chen answers awkwardly, we have literally nothing left. The whole monster hunting squad is wiped out. When things went sideways earlier, I didn't want this familiar dying for nothing, so I actually broke our blood contract. Gao Peng waves his hand, explaining it like a boss. Power is super easy to level up, but good character is insanely rare. The fact this familiar wants a second blood contract with you proves your awesome character, Uncle Chen. He stares down at the loyal beast. Uncle Chen looks totally determined. If young Master Gao sees our worth, then my son and I will follow you to Tianan Group. Gao Peng clasps his hands together. You are being way too polite, uncle. The older man asks, so what is next? Gao Peng smirks. Next? First, I am taking you both back to the group. Then, we are going to slowly settle the score with those punks. Cut to the masked losers, now tied up in a neat little line by the cliff. Gao Peng stands there shouting, Shu Zi! Shu Zi! Get out here, now! We got some serious work to do. Shu Zi floats up to the water's surface. I am here! The surrounding monsters crazily chant, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Gao Peng sees this and is absolutely speechless. I told you to try taking over the Yangtze River. But look at you! You are out here playing Journey to the West for me. Gao Peng points straight at the cloaked, masked goons. All right, enough goofing around. Don't you have that memory reading ability? Go read these two losers' minds right now. I really need to know who dared to ambush me. Shu Zi casually replies, yeah, I can totally read their memories. But honestly, it is super brutal. Most creatures that get their memories read like this end up turning into complete brain-dead idiots. Gao Peng just waves his hand, entirely unbothered. Do not even sweat it. Just get the juicy intel. The more details, the better. Shu Zi takes the order and slithers over to them. Yes, master. Shu Zi sticks its tentacles into their heads. The dudes violently convulse, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. Master, I found it. They are actually secret spies from Yingli stationed over in the Japan zone. Then the Japan zone directly sent them here to completely assassinate you. Before rolling out, they were specifically ordered to perfectly disguise themselves as Faceless Association members. Gao Peng hears this and scoffs. Wow, talk about some insanely complicated drama. So we can assume they are Yingli Zone's people, or the Japan Zone busted them and played a reverse Uno card to completely avoid taking any losses themselves. Gao Peng steps closer, asking, so there is seriously no solid proof? Shu Zi sweats nervously. Nope. Gao Peng raises an eyebrow. This is absolute chaos. Are you seeing this? Every random freak and monster is showing up, thinking they can bully him just because he plays nice. Flammy calls out loudly. Gao Peng, why the hesitation? These two are total villains. You and I both know we just need to wipe them out, house by house. Gao Peng replies, you are absolutely right. Since these cowardly attackers are from the Japan zone, that is enough for me. Our boy casually pushes up his glasses like an absolute boss. All I need now is an excuse, not the actual truth. Meanwhile, over in the Blackbone world at the Heavenly Creek, the mastermind stands tall right in front of 7 Jade Phantom Spirits, 6-tailed Heavenly Fox Skeleton, and the Rock Mountain Elephant Skeleton. You guys, step right out of the line. The monsters just called step up one by one. That spooky boss unleashes his energy. Since I have made up my mind to go back, there is totally no point in keeping the weak undead hanging around here. His empty eyes suddenly burn with literal fire. Master, hear me. I am about to return right to your side. Just wait for me a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Gao Peng and his familiars definitely sense something weird going down. Little Yellow gets super startled. Huh? Why did a super familiar vibe just pop out of nowhere? Whitesteel feels it too. Hey Duck, you totally sense that, right? Whoosh. Cutting through the dark fog, our boy finally makes his epic entrance. Master, I am finally back. Gao Peng looks insanely happy. Adai, you actually came back. Adai the half-ghoul, a level 59 monster. He is always getting stronger, just waiting to follow his master into battle anytime, anywhere. Gao Peng grabs Adai by the shoulder. Perfect. Glad you are back. We are heading to the sea right now, straight to the Japan zone. Word is, they have a crazy 100 Ghost Night parade happening there. Their myths say they have 8 million gods. Let us go see how tough these so-called gods really are. Adai nods. Your wish is my command, master. The other familiars rush over to chat with Adai. You big lug. You came back at the perfect time. Train with me. Fighting this little bug guy is just way too boring, you stinky duck. Are you totally crazy? You were literally the one begging me. Hey, you giant goofball. Look at me. I am way cooler now. What in the world is this creepy thing coming over here? It looks completely terrifying. The scene cuts straight over to the Japan zone. Gao Peng casually asks the cleaners. Are you guys actually collecting monsters down here? They instantly drop to their knees, shaking like leaves. Lord Trainer. These are white meat sea snails. They crawl up the walls early to sunbathe. Right before it rains, they expose their white meat and head back to the ocean. That is when we rush in to scrape off the exposed white meat for ourselves. You can actually make sashimi out of it. Gao Peng thinks to himself, I have seen plenty of monsters with 0 attack power. Some of them are totally peaceful. You can literally walk right up and poke them without a single problem. But taking a knife and slicing meat right off their bodies? Yeah, never heard of a monster letting you do that before. Let us check the stats. White Demon Snail, level 17, normal grade, and the monster attribute is definitely metal. Quick monster profile. These things live by the beach and naturally soak up sea salt into their weird little bodies. Then, by tanning in the sun, they sweat out the extra salt. This creates an absolutely perfect biological loop, keeping their meat tasting incredibly delicious. Seriously, they season themselves. How wild is that for a survival trick? But wait, the meat has a tiny bit of poison that creates a mental high. Eat it too long and you get super sick. Eventually, the poison paralyzes you completely and you become its puppet to get swallowed whole. You and I both know there is no such thing as a free lunch. It looks completely harmless on the outside, but wow, what a trap. It is actually a deadly trap. Gao Peng casually warns them. This meat is definitely tainted. You guys should really eat less of it. The guy lifts his bucket. Boss, this is our entire catch for today, Gao Peng thinks. It seems the fishermen here have seriously lost their minds. I was just trying to be a nice guy and warn them, but they want to hand over their entire catch. He tells them, keep your weird snail meat and take it home. I do not want it. Just tell me exactly where we are right now. The fisherman trembles and answers him. Sir, this place is actually called Shimokoshikishima, Gao Peng Pet's Flammy. Looks like we are still a bit far from Kyoto right now. Last time I made a ruling, that Taramasakato guy from Kyoto actually voted against me. I have totally kept a grudge over that one. Let us go have a little chat with him first. Flammy, let us roll out. Over in Kyoto, a massive skyscraper is completely covered in dark smoke. Inside, a guy casually sips his drink. Taramasakato's familiar whispers right next to him. Boss, a crazy strong fighter is approaching from the west. Taramasakato glares hard. He stands up and stares in that direction. Undead army, black demon, go stop them immediately. The familiar bows. As you wish, my master. Whoosh! A super thick dark aura flashes with golden light and sticks right to the wall. It dives into the streets. People scatter in total panic. This is bad, run for it. Snap, it launches up. Boom, it flies over to absolutely demolish the undead. Taramasakato watches from his fancy high-rise. Just a bunch of jumping clowns. Rumble, rumble. The whole building suddenly shakes. Taramasakato gets totally startled. What the heck? A guy frantically pops up on the screen. Reporting to Lord Taramasakato, things look absolutely terrible. We just found a brand new spatial rift over on Shikoku Island. The heavenly tree god was completely ambushed by a mysterious trainer popping out of that rift. Taramasakato starts sweating bullets. A sneak attack? A mysterious trainer? Wait, is another wave coming already? Slash. The black demon, Taramasakato's familiar, literally rips Dazi's tail apart. Gao Peng rides Flammy and observes. This familiar actually has some serious skills. Adai's undead army is not getting any advantage here at all. The little lion stands on Flammy's head, folding its tiny arms. These guys are just absolute nobodies. Watch me handle this. Flammy snaps back. If you do not attack now, I am throwing you straight down there. Bam! A massive barrage of ice spikes crashes down. The black demon gets blown apart but starts reforming. The little lion smirks. Oh, trying to pull yourself back together? The little lion opens its mouth and blasts sharp ice, completely freezing the dark demon. Smash! It shatters like a frozen rock. Taramasakato's entire crew stands dumbfounded on their fancy roof. Are you and I really watching them lose already? Wait, how is it that fast? Gao Peng and Flammy just stare in shock at the fire blasting right in their faces. Then, the frost lion casually drops a bomb. A ridiculously strong familiar just died. And it happened super close to us. Gao Peng is totally confused but connects the dots. A mega strong beast? Could it be the famous guardian of the Japanese Sakura tree? What on earth is happening? That Sakura tree is a level 54 epic tier familiar. Plus, its healing factor is absolutely off the charts. It has insane defense. Who could actually one-shot a monster like that? Meanwhile, Flammy carries Gao Peng and the little lion straight up to a massive rooftop. Whatever, forget about it for now. Gotta handle the drama right in front of him first. Play it by ear. He walks right up to the VIPs waiting for him and drops a casual greeting. Super sorry for crashing the party completely uninvited, Mr. Taramasakato. He speaks in Japanese. He pulls out his phone to show the proof, flashing a friendly smile. Let's just ignore the subscribe pop-up for a second. You and I really need to see what he's about to show them on this screen. The video plays, showing the literal earth violently split straight down the middle. Right at the roots, the mighty Sakura god is totally dead, kneeling in the dirt. Gao Peng is shook. Taramasakato slowly steps up to explain this mess. This is the raw footage our drone just managed to send back. The Sakura god was straight up assassinated. That crazy earthquake earlier? This caused it. Watch this part closely. The old man rewinds the clip, stopping right on a super creepy tribe of people and their incredibly weird familiars. One of those beasts' glowing eyes locks dead onto the drone's hidden camera lens. Then boom, the signal totally dies, leaving nothing but ear-piercing static and a completely blank screen. Masakado looks dead serious and explains, that was the absolute last frame before the drone got completely smashed to pieces. We instantly ran their faces through a massive global database. The result? 0 hits. These guys do not even exist. We use the most advanced tech on Earth, no mistakes, so there is only one crazy explanation for this. After watching the clip, Gao Peng starts sweating. Could it actually be those specific guys? The old man just keeps on talking. He says that long ago, Earth totally had a super advanced beast tamer civilization that suddenly vanished for no clear reason. Gao Peng remembers hearing the exact same story from the past. The crazy rumor was always that one day, those ancient, overpowered tamers would actually come back to claim their original turf. Once Earth got its magic back, they would return. And from the looks of it, these ancient locals are definitely not here to play nice. Masakato stands right in front of Gao Peng. He looks totally desperate and begs for help. Our current fighters stand absolutely zero chance against these freaks. He practically pleads, hoping Gao Peng will remember that their two zones are basically allies in this crazy world. Gao Peng holds up a single finger, ready to make a huge counteroffer. I have two strict conditions. He's totally securing an escape route here. Number 1, I am staying entirely hidden. You guys will just live stream the whole fight directly to my screen. Number 2, if these guys are way too strong, I am ditching Japan instantly. He is calculating every single move in his head. The situation just completely flipped. Bullying this old man anymore is a bad idea, but he still needs to secure his own paycheck. Masakato frowns hard and grits his teeth. But honestly, he has zero options left, so he just agrees. No problem at all. Deal locked in. Gao Peng immediately yells to get things moving fast. Send your fighters right now. These invaders are deadly, so whoever you send out there better be seriously powerful. Masakato is already spinning around and walking away. He totally agrees. Oh, you and I know he is right about this. Elephants do not waste time negotiating with tiny ants. I will go handle this myself. The very next morning, Dong Mai is standing up on a massive cliff, totally looking down at the giant city below. Hey Dong Xiang, is this really the sacred ancestral land the old guys always talked about? Dong Xiang just stands there laughing and says, yeah, that is probably it, Dong Ma. Gotta admit, this old homeland is totally loaded with loot. We just got here and already ran into a king-level beast. It was super strong, easily a massive 4-star quality monster. He throws a super arrogant look right over his shoulder. He laughs like a total maniac. Haha, but didn't my Cyclops demon just chop that thing completely in half? My giant demon is metal type, which completely wrecks wood types. Dong Ling just pats his beast's head and scoffs like an absolute snob. Meanwhile, Dong Ying stands there with his arms crossed, totally chilling. Heads up, someone is coming. Dong Ma looks up, literally zero fear, just mocking them. You mean the local trash? My dad told us to check out how strong these pathetic locals actually are on this trip. But honestly, these people are literally just the leftover losers that we abandoned thousands of years ago. How could they possibly have any strong tamers? Dong Xiang totally disagrees and cuts him off. They aren't survivors. It is just that back then. But Dong Ma ignores him completely, yelling right at the guys stepping up. Let's see how this ends. All right, let's kick this off. Dong-ung, send your lightning eagle to test their power. Dong-ung just smirks, tossing a super chill nod. Yeah, right now up in the sky, Tara Masakato is literally surfing a flood dragon on a scouting run. Reach the zone. I see them. How is the signal looking? Meanwhile, our boy Cao Bong is casually streaming this bronze masked squad on the cliff through his monitor. The signal is crystal clear, dude. The old guy breathes a massive sigh of relief. I will get closer to scope them out. I am counting on you, Cao Bong. Suddenly, an absolute beast screams through the clouds from miles away with an insane roar. He snaps his head over in pure shock. Wait, that black eagle? Guess they want to scout us too. Literally 1 second later, that crazy eagle is directly in his face. It flashes its giant claws and slashes right at Tara Masakato, leaving the poor guy completely stunned. How is this even possible? A blazing fire breath blasts straight down. Over on Cao Bong's side, the visual feed instantly dies. Total blackout, and communication is completely cut off. The signal is totally dead. His subordinate violently panics and screams out, "Ah, Lord Tara Masakato." Cao Bong frowns hard, seriously analyzing this crazy situation. Just showing their face, Tara Masakato is totally cooked. For better or worse, the guy is one of the 12 great elders of the Beast Alliance. Judging by the wild speed and destructive power of that lightning strike, their opponent has to be at least a king-tier fighter. The camera guy violently starts sweating and yells out, "We have locked onto the target's location." They are totally charging straight for the Dongdian base city. Staring at the insane beast stats popping up on his screen, he deeply ponders. Out of these 4 beasts, 3 are epic tier and 1 is perfect tier, and every single one is a high king-level threat. Wild. Cao Bong flexes his brain for a second and lets out a massive breath. Thank goodness there are no legendary grades here. Otherwise, you and I both know they would just be running for their lives. Logically, this early scout wave must be throwing out heavy combat power. This proves that for those guys, legendary beasts are super rare too. He goes full detective mode to estimate their real strength. So, assuming everyone is matched at the exact same level, these epic stats are easily king tier. Meanwhile, the masked squad standing up on the cliff checks out the crazy view below and gasps. It is insanely huge. Donglin spots the massive crowd and throws out a serious warning. The population here outnumbers our entire masked tribe combined. With a city this big, who knows how many hidden bosses are lurking around. Just to play it safe, we should probably dip and head back. Dong Tuong totally agrees and jumps in. Exactly, Dong Ma. Donglin is totally right. We scoped out this part of the city, so let's bounce out of here soon. Otherwise, things might get incredibly deadly. Dong Ma stubbornly refuses, aggressively rolling his eyes in pure disgust. What is wrong, Dong Tuong? You scared? I am not retreating. Even if a boss shows up, I never dodge a fight. The absolute madman pets his massive one-eyed demon and barks out an epic command. One-eyed giant, follow the combat rules and start blasting your flex aura. Lure the strongest fighters in this city right out here. Internally, Dong Ma violently smirks. Opportunities like this are insanely rare. How could we possibly pack up and go home? I have not even flexed for Dong Lin yet. These losers are just peak king level. My one-eyed demon beast is literally never going to lose. A painfully long 10 minutes crawl by with zero action, and Dong Tuong starts losing his mind. Super weird. Why are not any heroes pulling up from the city? Inside is just a bunch of normal folks. By the unspoken rules, shouldn't they fight us in the Badlands? Dong Ma aggressively groans. Are you kidding me? The city literally has zero strong fighters? But Dong Wang suddenly spots a crazy shadow dropping from above and screams a warning. Wait, scratch that. A boss just arrived. Right then, a sick military jet rips straight through the clouds. Inside, Cao Bong is chilling and casually asks his pilot, how much longer until we finally touch down in Dongdian? The pilot smoothly replies, Dongdian City is right up ahead. But then the guy absolutely loses his mind staring at the beast rushing them. This is terribly bad. Incoming ambush. Cao Bong does not even flinch, just drops a dramatic sigh and summons his tiny lion. Tesk, you guys are so barbaric. Lion! In a split second, the whole jet gets frozen in midair, just violently hovering. A dark shadow aura rushes in and violently smashes into the ice, shielding the military aircraft. All right, you gotta see this. Cao Bong smirks, sizing them up like an absolute pro. Guess these old rivals dumped all their stats purely into upgrading beast civilization. They totally forgot to unlock the technology skill tree. Down below, Dong Ma stares at the epic sky battle with his jaw hitting the floor. A dual metal and ice-type beast? Literally never heard of such a broken combo. But then the crazy dude just laughs and commands his beast anyway. Whatever, who cares? One-eyed giant demon, go, show him some massive firepower. Right on cue, the demon blasts an insane firestorm directly at the military jet. Cao Bong completely loses his cool, sprinting out to warn the poor pilot. Dude, this jet is totally toasted. Seriously, do not worry about me. Grab a parachute and jump for your life. The totally panicked guy quickly screams back, yes, Boss Tao! Right after the guy bails with a parachute, that chopper absolutely blasts into pieces. Mid-air confetti, guys. Meanwhile, our boy Cao Bong and Little Lion are just chilling on an ice block. Little Lion instantly snaps his fingers, freezing Dong Ma and his pet solid. That one-eyed giant demon is now a giant popsicle. It ain't moving an inch. Dong Tuong starts panicking and orders his beast to break them out. Six-tusked elephant, use your mental shockwave to wake him up. The massive elephant roars, blasting a huge shockwave straight into the frozen block. And hey, a tiny crack actually appears on the ice. His crew totally cheers. Yes, it is working. It actually worked. Dong Ung chimes in, saying, you save Dong Ma first. I will handle that Beastmaster. But deep down, this guy is seriously plotting some sneaky stuff. He figures this is the ultimate sneak attack moment. Why? Because ground brawler monsters lose massive power when floating up in the sky. All that epic strength drops from 10 out of 10 down to maybe 7 or 8, basically sitting ducks. But suddenly, he gets a super bad feeling. Up in the sky, Cao Bong watches Dong Ung's beast charging straight at him, feeling kinda impressed by the hustle. So this is the monster that beat Terra Masakato, huh? Gotta admit, it is insanely fast, but hey, a die. Just as he says that, a die randomly spawns out of nowhere, blocking that speeding beast's entire flight path. The Tangdong crew is absolutely shook. Wait, another familiar? This dude has 2 pets? How is that even mathematically possible? Dong Tuong's brain is completely melting right now. Could this guy actually have a holy body? You know, that insanely rare, totally overpowered physical trait everyone whispers about? The legends say they ignore all limits and catch familiars like trading cards. Meanwhile, Adai's eyes are glowing bright red. Still, in his soul core form, he instantly shifts gears, transforming into something way scarier. The Soul Overlord raises his hand at the enemy beast. Using pure mental magic, he grabs that flying monster midair, completely canceling its forward momentum like it hit a wall. He just swipes his hand down, slamming the beast straight into the dirt with zero chance to fight. Dong Ung instantly takes the psychic backlash. The poor guy casually coughs up fresh blood. Dong Tuong looks over in total panic. Dong Ung is eating dirt, struggling to warn them. Run. Get out of here now. Without thinking twice, Dong Tuong grabs Dong Ling and their beast to bolt. Dong Ling, we gotta go. But before they can even take a single step, a die lands directly in front of their faces. Dong Tuong is sweating bullets and yells out orders. So fast. 6-tusked elephant. Push him away and retreat. Do not engage him. The massive elephant instantly swings its gigantic trunk, trying to knock Adai out of the park. But Adai? He just casually catches that huge trunk one-handed. Then, he just casually siphons the elephant's energy. All that raw power gets sucked right into the glowing symbol slapped directly on the middle of Adai's forehead. His red eyes are glowing with insane boss energy now. Dong Tuang's beast twitches and completely faceplants into the dirt, making him completely lose his absolute mind. My six-tusked elephant! Right then, Adai dashes forward to snatch up the rest of the crew. Dong Tuang falls backward, letting out a super painful scream. Ah! And just like that, both of them are so terrified they literally pass out cold. Cao Bong and Little Lion land, looking super confused. They actually fainted? Adai, tie them up and slap them awake. We need to slowly ask what the heck is going on. Turning to the one-eyed giant demon and Dong Ma who are still frozen solid, Little Lion is curious. What about these guys? Cao Bong clicks his tongue. You and I know how this works. They attacked first, so there is nothing left to say. He raises an eyebrow and decides to totally delete them. We already got hostages, so why keep this random trash around? Lion, smash it to pieces. Little Lion looks super confused, like, huh? Then it totally clicks for him and he snaps his fingers. Boom. Instantly, both Dong Ma and the one-eyed demon shatter into a million tiny ice cubes. Dong Tuang starts screaming like a maniac in some totally weird language. Cao Bong has zero clue what the guy is whining about, so he asks, Lion, what is he saying? You go ahead and translate. Little Lion hops onto his shoulder and starts the live dubbing. They say they are from the Tangdong tribe. One dude says his dad is literally the grand priest of their whole clan. Another one claims her mom is the vice captain of the hunting squad. Basically, their rich parents are willing to pay huge cash for their lives. Cao Bong puts his hands on his hips, totally blown away by the live translation. Their status ain't low at all. So what about the guy we turned into a popsicle? Little Lion casually keeps translating for him. That was literally the son of the Tangdong tribe's chief. Our guy goes dead silent, mentally doing the math. Well, this just got super awkward. Seriously, who among us would have guessed these randoms were top-tier VIPs? They couldn't just send regular cannon fodder to scout. Nope, they had to send the super-privileged Nepo babies. He just wanted to casually level up his pets, you know? Just chill, farm some fish, plant some veggies on his own plot, and emerge totally invincible when he is ready. He didn't ask for this hardcore, extreme revenge manhwa plotline. Well, if that's how it is, he has no choice. Adai steps up, radiating pure boss-level killing intent, making them shake like leaves. Dong Tuang stutters, completely terrified. The killing intent is too much. We are dead. Behind him, Dong Ung is just as scared but still curses out loud. Damn it. Then he acts all tough and stubborn, offering a crazy demand. Just kill me then. The men of the Tangdong tribe aren't scared of death. Cao Bong hears this translated and gets genuinely surprised. Wow, this guy actually has a spine. All right then, I will grant your wish. Adai. Hearing his name, Adai instantly uses his psychic power, flipping Dong Ung flat on his back while Dong Tuang screams in panic. Okay, you and I gotta see this. Out of nowhere, that little lion straight up spits right into Cao Bong's face. Chilling on his shoulder, it gives him a really confused little warning. Bro, your vibe is completely off right now. He blinks, totally bewildered. Wait, what? Adai steps right up to the duo to explain. Master, my bad. You're totally catching my dark vibes. As I level up, my new power actually feeds your soul to make you even stronger. But I only get stronger by, well, killing things, so I accidentally pass some of that hardcore bloodlust onto you, even though most of it got purified. Cao Bong stands there totally mind-blown by Adai's awkward confession. Wait, huh? The little lion immediately jumps right into the conversation. Yeah, his insane power level probably just spiked way too fast. Plus, his overall tier is ridiculously high now. But hey, honestly, it's really not a huge deal. It'll totally wear off soon enough. Cao Bong loudly smacks his own cheeks, exhaling a massive breath to calm down his completely chaotic, all-over-the-place emotions. Phew, that was intense. Then he forces a huge, cheerful smile, asking the little lion to translate. Hey, translate this for me. I was literally just messing with you guys earlier. All right, now let's get down to real business. Out of all these premium materials right here, if your elders can cough up just one of these types, I'll totally send you all back home safely. Cao Bong cheerfully bargains with the terrified leftover tribe members. Listen up closely. Memorize this. True Dragon Fruit, the epic Great Destruction Origin Stone, and the Spirit Degree Pond Space, the legendary Martial God Body, and the legendary Heavenly Heart Pond Fire. Hearing this, Dong Turng is absolutely stunned beyond belief. Honestly, that massive ancient tree isn't even built for combat. So, reviving it wouldn't even boost their battle power. It's completely optional. Flying super fast through the fluffy clouds, Cao Bong seriously analyzes the situation. He figures the tree's tranquil halos might actually be the perfect cure to soothe that crazy bloodlust he caught from Adai. Alright, Teal'Dirm, let's head down there right now. Standing right by the brutally chopped ancient tree, he gently whispers to console it. Hey, you did your absolute best. Every living thing fights like absolute crazy just to survive in this world. Turning around, he issues an order to his undead companion. Alright, Adai, go ahead and try to revive this big guy. Adai immediately channels his spooky powers to resurrect the fallen tree. Instantly, a blinding, crazy bright white light completely wraps around the massive roots. Dong Turng watches this wild, ridiculous scene in utter shock. It already possesses a holy body, and now it's literally turning dead beasts into actual undead minions? Seriously, you and I gotta wonder, does this completely broken, overpowered ability even have a limit? Limit or not, it's absolutely terrifying to witness. He just desperately prays his elders don't do anything totally crazy and stupid when they realize they've been taken hostage. Taobong checks the revived formless Helltree's stats and immediately groans in epic disappointment. Wait, hold up. Literally all of its awesome original abilities are completely gone. They just turned into weird monster halos. And where's the tranquil halo I actually needed? Why the heck is it a cruel halo now? Whatever. Just forget it. At least these sick new halos totally buff Adai's insane undead swarm tactics. The bloodthirsty and cruel halos massively boost his allies, while the fear halo completely nerfs the enemies. Plus, the best part is they can still level up and grow stronger, so they definitely have some serious upgrade value. Fast forward a month later, and Saobeng watches a massive, earth-shattering explosion of smoke, grinning with sheer satisfaction. That wild trip to the West Capital perfectly secured all the crazy rare materials for Teal'Dirm's upgrade, completely worth the chaos. Checking out Teal'Dirm's ridiculously jacked-up stats and those insanely fierce roaring flames, he nods like a proud dad. Man, after all this endless grinding, Teal'Dirm finally bumped up its tier. Really not bad at all. Glancing over, Barch Kung's glowing stat panel pops up, showing a flawlessly successful evolution too. Cao Bong flashes a super smug, excited grin. Bark Kung evolved perfectly as well. Those sneaky assassin attributes got incredibly buffed, making his overall threat level absolutely insane. But since he's a Black Sea Bloodblade beast now, the old name doesn't really fit anymore. Let's just rename him Lu Kuang. Freshly upgraded, the guy immediately sprints right back into the woods to keep training. Cao Bong smiles with intense pride. Wow, he already went into the forest to start training. He's just way too hardworking. When we get back, I definitely gotta reward Lu Kuang. Maybe that'll finally motivate those lazy bums to try harder. Meanwhile, the so-called lazy bums he's talking about, namely the adorable little lion, a son, and of course, Tiu Huang are literally chilling like they're on a tropical vacation. Tiu Huang, aggressively slurping 3 huge juice cups at once, suddenly looks super confused. Dude, why did I just get a random chill down my spine? The little lion, resting on its paws, chuckles lazily. You clearly just need way more sunlight, bro. Meanwhile, Lu Kuang is literally standing up on a tree, hilariously measuring his own height. Cao Bong watches, totally speechless. Wait, is he seriously comparing his new height against his pre-evolution measurements? He's totally helpless and refuses to comment. Whatever. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that. Lu Kuang tragically collapses on the dirt, bawling his eyes out. Scammer, you promised this upgrade would make me taller. Suddenly, Dartu pokes his huge head out of nowhere just to ruthlessly mock him. Hee hee, you're actually shorter now? Look on the bright side, bro. At least you're way stronger. Lu Kuang furiously raises his massive claws in pure rage. You little! Over on the soft grass under the warm sun, Chiyotai is just completely knocked out and snoozing away. Looking at its updated stats brings some joy, but honestly, also major disappointment. After evolving, Chiyotai's combat power literally hasn't improved at all. But hey, its only real job is hunting for treasure anyway. So I guess we just need to give it a solid survival strategy to stay alive out there. The stat screen flashes, revealing the newly updated stats for the deep core rat. Alright, you and I are seeing something wild. Our guy Cao Bong looks over, totally smug, top-tier monster stats behind him, old trash stats in front. He figures this has to be a brand new perk. Leveling up his familiar souls and boosting his spirit power finally awakened this crazy strong ability. He pops off his headgear, spinning it like a boss, and struts forward grinning. Not bad at all. Familiar upgrades? 100% complete. Now it's time to check out those 3 captured familiars back at Goddess Peak. Come on, Daitu, let's roll. Lu Kuang is absolutely raging in the back, screaming, "Stop running!" But Daitu just laughs like a maniac, sprinting away. Oh, someone is big mad. Meanwhile, Cao Bong chills behind the mountain. He pops open A-Band's special high-security cell with a cheeky grin. Halo, how are you guys holding up? But what greets him? A massive white boulder flying straight at his face, huh? And the absolute genius behind this chaos? Daitu. He shoves the bug aside while screaming out loud, "Watch out!" Right by the boulder stands A-Sun, and right next to him is Tu Hong. Tu Hong is just staring, completely clueless. Huh? Wait, what is happening? Cao Bong falls back, Dai Tu right beside him. The rock wall behind them completely cracks. Cao Bong stares in pure shock as a massive stone hand slowly clenches shut. Right in front of them, a giant humanoid stone statue. It's a woman, and she is radiating an absolutely terrifying aura. Monster name? Hang Long the Dragon Taming Goddess. Level 56, King rank. Let's check her stats. Quality? Absolutely legendary tier. She's rocking both earth and mystic attributes. Her crazy abilities include a level 5 hardened physical body, level 4 hyper regeneration for healing, and a level 4 raw strength boost. Oh, and her special monster trait? An active phantom clone skill. Once triggered, she can instantly spawn 2 exact copies of herself right next to her main body. Talk about overpowered. Get this, those clones pack 80% of her original power, though their time is limited. Her next skill? Dragon Slashing Sealed Veins. Her background profile shows she's actually a fused familiar, artificially created through some seriously dark and special methods. A literal fusion. Right now, that fusion state is temporarily activated, and she is practically dripping with insane power. Cao Bong instantly knows this stone monster is no joke. Staring up at her terrifying form, our guy just mutters, "Hang Long the New." With a vibe like that, forget taming one dragon, she could probably body 10 of them. Her left hand grips a dragon-slashing heavenly tentacle, which means the core of this insane fusion has to be that exact tentacle beast. The massive Dai Tu instantly slides in front of Cao Bong, acting as a meat shield. He nervously warns him, "Cao Bong, back up! This giant rock lady is definitely not here to make friends." Cao Bong panics a bit, desperately trying to hold his bug back. Wait, hold on, Dai Tu. Out of nowhere, a glowing white book materializes in the goddess's hand, radiating an absolutely fierce and violent surge of power. The crushing pressure it drops makes it almost impossible for Dai Tu to stand his ground. What the heck is this? His body feels like lead, completely drained of energy. That terrifying aura? It's the sheer weight of a ceiling restriction. Just watching this, you and I can both tell exactly what kind of nasty trait this power has. Dragon Slashing Sealed Veins. Any dragon-type monster facing this goddess gets instantly and brutally nerfed. And if your level is lower, it's pure tragedy for you. All your elemental powers get completely locked down and sealed away. It's basically like the system tossing a massive banhammer straight at your face. Teodiem swoops into action, quickly blasting out a sonic screech attack right at the dragon-taming goddess. And hey, the power Teodiem is packing is no joke. The goddess has to throw up a defense, but meanwhile, down below, Tu Hong is already locked and loaded, waiting to ambush her. Don't panic, your boy is here. Tu Hong doesn't hesitate for a second, launching up to deliver a brutal right hook straight to the goddess's stony face. Hi-ya, but when he checks the damage, nothing. The spot he just punched doesn't have a single scratch, leaving Tu Hong completely dumbfounded. Huh? Literally not a single scratch on her. Even after eating that hit, the goddess instantly claps back, throwing a devastating counterpunch straight at Tu Hong. The poor bird can't even process it, just freezing in pure disbelief. Crap. Way too fast. Cao Bong watches this unfold and instantly knows things are going south. Not good. Sure, Tio Huang's rarity quality matches the goddess's, but her actual level is way higher, beating him by several tiers. But here's the real kicker, the actual power gap between them is an entire massive tier. Suddenly, her deadly punch collides with a pitch-black, bony fist. Yep, that's none other than Adai, rocking his terrifying skeleton lord form, glaring straight down the goddess. Adai declares, "Your opponent is me." Glancing over at his bird, Cao Bong quickly yells out, "Tio Hong, get back here right now. You are absolutely no match for her at this level. Just dodge for now." Tu Hong is feeling pretty stubborn, hesitating as he stammers back. But this big idiot, Cao Bong quickly calms him down. "It's fine. We still have Teodiem." Speaking of our firebird, up in the sky, Teodiem is already tag-teaming the dragon-taming goddess. He unleashes a brutal blast of blazing blue fire straight at her face. A direct heart flame hit. A few tiny embers keep burning on her stone armor, but honestly, it looks like that massive attack barely even scratched her. Watching from the sidelines, Cao Bong quickly analyzes the situation. It only leaves a light burning effect. The attack power is just too weak. Tu Huang glances over at Cao Bong and completely echoes his words. Yeah, the power is too weak. Just a light burn! Waving his wings frantically from down below, Tu Huang tries to grab Tu Diem's attention up in the sky. Hey, you giant meatball! Hurry up and spit some fire over here. Big mistake. Calling her the wrong name instantly ticks Tu Diem off. Furious, she aggressively spits a fireball right down at Tu Huang. I am a majestic Tat Fuang, you idiot. The result? Tu Huang gets totally roasted, running frantically back and forth on fire without a single second to rest. Alright, you and I know that single flame isn't enough to cook the dragon-subduing goddess, but for regular beasts? total overkill. Case in point, little yellow over there is still sprinting like a total maniac, screaming his absolute lungs out. It burns! It burns! Watching little yellow, Gao Peng is just utterly helpless. Behold, roasted golden duck. Meanwhile, Da-I and the goddess are brawling in a totally even match. Da-I lands a massive bone-crushing hit right on the goddess, and would you look at that? Her body is actually cracking. Suddenly, a flashy golden shadow pops straight out of the goddess. Boom! Da-I is now completely surrounded by her annoying little clones. Da-I just sneers at them. Bullying the weak with numbers? Classic. But wait, out of nowhere, some huge shadow comes hurtling in from a distance. Both Da-I and the goddess snap their heads around just in time to hear someone yell, "I have arrived." An absolute unit of a body instantly body slams the goddess. Oh yeah, that is Aban. Aban completely crushes the goddess under his massive weight. Right there, Aban turns his head, looking totally badass and fierce. Is it game over already? The shady figure next to the cold-boned silence lion peeks out, hands on hips, complaining, "What kind of insanely overpowered beast is this? Absolute madness, right?" Honestly, Gao Peng over here is finally looking totally relieved. Standing next to him is the Hell Faceless tree. Gao Peng confidently gives the order with Aban around. Everything is basically chill. Perfect time to test the Hell Faceless tree's insane King aura. Following the command immediately, the creepy tree opens its mouth and unleashes the epic Hell King aura. The tree pumps some serious juice into both Da-I and Little Yellow. Fully supercharged by that wild tree energy, Little Yellow is suddenly looking insanely powerful right now. A massive Little Yellow stands right next to Gao Peng, staring dead ahead, and basically says, "Hey Gao Peng, I am totally fine now. Aban, let her go. I want a totally fair one-on-one fight to settle this." And Gao Peng? He just instantly agrees to the madness. All right then. Aban just shakes slightly. Watching the goddess struggle pathetically to stand back up, Little Yellow totally gloats. "You were acting so tough earlier. Why can't you even stand up now, huh?" In a total panic, the goddess wildly attacks Little Yellow. Her hands smash right into his head, but Little Yellow seriously doesn't feel a single thing. Glaring right back up at the furious goddess, Little Yellow smugly asks, "Is that literally all you got?" One huge hand casually grabs her. With raw, unapologetic power, Little Yellow hoists his enemy high into the air and violently smashes her straight down. Die! That hit is so insanely brutal, the upper half of the goddess gets completely buried in the dirt, leaving her legs hilariously sticking straight up. Little Yellow stands there, super hyped, yelling, "So lonely at the top." Meanwhile, the poor goddess is literally frozen solid by the cold-boned silence lion. Aban violently stomps the ground. Just look at the goddess totally wrecked, tragically humiliated, taking massive damage over and over, until it is just straight-up game over. Gao Peng just stands there shaking his head. "Why though? You were already beaten half to death. I let you guys rest a whole month to heal up, and you literally bring a fusion monster back to me? Now we have one dead and two badly injured. Honestly, looking at this wild mess, the result isn't even surprising anymore." Gao Peng mutters to himself. But wait, the dragon-defying heavenly chapter. It literally hard counters any dragon-type monster out there. He definitely needs to get this crazy beast fully under his control. And its counter is not just some basic stat check. It acts like a massive debuff, totally weakening the entire squad in the area. At max level, this thing can literally disable magic. And guess what? His own grandpa has two super strong dragon beasts. Plus, he has one too. So yeah, this natural dragon hater beast absolutely cannot stay on his team. So, guess we are destroying it. Meanwhile, in No Hero City, down by some random riverbank, there is this massive, totally wrecked boat just leaning miserably in the mud. On the ground, two dead guys ripped apart by who knows what. There are just brutal, bloody wounds completely covering them. A huge pool of dark red blood everywhere. But hey, one guy survived. Seeing the terrifying monster slowly creep closer, the red-haired dude is absolutely shaking. He desperately screams for a tiny chance at survival, yelling, "Somebody save me!" Right in front of his face is a gigantic, menacing black dragon. Staring down at its pathetic prey, the dragon grumbles. "Just woke up, and I already met a bunch of annoying humans. But maybe this is just some twisted fate. Thinking about it, you are basically about to become my breakfast smoothie anyway. So, you are not actually that annoying." Ha ha ha. Zero hesitation. The beast immediately blasts a freaky blue light right out of its mouth. That light absolutely drains the life out of the red-haired guy, leaving his entire body totally dried up like a raisin. Up in the sky, pitch-black clouds gather, looking ridiculously gloomy. Down below, some random dude points straight up and screams in pure terror, "A dragon! That is a freaking dragon!" Right behind them, a ridiculously massive wave crashes down, ready to wash absolutely everyone away. You and I both know this is bad. They're sprinting in pure panic, screaming, "The flood! The flood is here! Run!" and before you even blink, those towering skyscrapers are completely swallowed by the water. Over at the Wu Xie base, the commander finds out and absolutely loses his mind. He slams his hand on the desk, furious, shouting, "Why the heck is a flood suddenly attacking our great city? Is everyone in the monitoring department literally high on something? Something this huge, and nobody bothered to report it until now?" Meanwhile, sitting right next to him looking way too chill is another guy. This base member just sits there, perfectly calm, and explains, "Look, this flood isn't exactly Mother Nature's doing. It's definitely the power of that evil dragon. It can literally summon floods." Hearing that wild explanation, the commander is in total, utter disbelief. "What?" he yells out. Squeezing his eyes shut like he's bracing for a punch, he finally groans. "We're done for. Our entire Wuxie base city is completely, absolutely doomed." Meanwhile, through his earpiece, our boy Gao Peng hears a totally frantic voice rushing him. "Sir, how much longer until you actually reach the Wuxie base city? Because just 1 minute ago, the entire base city sank. The attacker is some crazy creature, suspected to be the Black Dragon. The city walls have already been completely crushed by the flood. Over 1 million innocent lives in the city are in extreme danger right now." Gao Peng replies, "Relax, I'll try to get there even faster." Flying through the sky right now, besides Ziyan, there's also our giant centipede, Dazi. Chilling on Dazi's back, Gao Peng yells out his command, "Dazi, faster!" Taking the order, Dazi pushes itself to fly as fast as physically possible. "Gotcha. I'll risk my life to speed up." Somehow, Dazi's flight path just wildly changes, diving lower and lower. When they finally arrive, seeing the floating bodies on the water, Gao Peng can only let out a heavy, sarcastic sigh. Absolutely tragic. Right in front of him is that ridiculous dragon, still trying its hardest to attack everyone trapped down there. Monster name, Blackwater Nightmare Dragon. Current injury status, right around medium level. Monster level, 58, firmly in the king tier. Monster quality, straight up legendary grade. Monster attributes, water and soul types. Its abilities include water element control at level 5, soul snatch at level 4, sharp dragon claws at level 3, and hardened healing hitting level 4. Monster trait, Water Riot. It's got this totally unfair innate ability to manipulate rivers and seas, letting it control water however it wants. Effect number 1 is a passive skill. It boosts water element control by +1. Effect number 2 is an active skill. It can make the water in the air and natural world completely riot. The more water hanging around the area, the denser the water element gets, making the destructive riot utterly terrifying. Then there's Soul Devour. This abnormally mutated soul can just munch on other souls to grow up, making itself endlessly stronger in the cheapest way possible. Effect number 1 is active. By gobbling up souls, it can actually heal injuries on its own soul, or just use those swallowed souls to bulk up its own spirit. Then we have effect number 2, a passive skill. Its attacks can deal direct, nasty damage straight to the soul. Plus, it naturally throws off this super annoying innate intimidation against any soul-type creatures. Effect number 3 is an active skill. Whenever it pops this ability, it can totally suppress every single enemy unit unlucky enough to be caught in its ridiculous range. At the same time, it can directly swallow the souls of wildly powerful soul units. Just looking at it, our boy Gao Peng instantly figures out the broken traits of this Blackwater Nightmare Dragon, a classic water-type nuisance. Isn't this thing totally hard countered by the Water Dragon slaying Heavenly chapter? Too bad I just haven't even had the time to retrieve that thing yet. If I could just get that Dragon slaying chapter back, you and I know this would be so much easier. Staring at the Blackwater Nightmare Dragon's injuries, which originally started out as a solid medium-level injury dropping down to a light injury. When that sketchy purple light wraps around the cuts, making them slowly heal up, Gao Peng instantly spots the creepy anomaly. Huh? Its injuries actually just changed. This is bad. It's literally absorbing human lives to heal itself. Spinning around to look at Ah Dai, Gao Peng quickly barks out an order. "Ah Dai, hurry up and stop that thing." Ah Dai instantly launches a vicious strike straight at the Nightmare Dragon. The heavy attack blasts out from Ah Dai. Some crazy dark red liquid shoots right into the Nightmare Dragon's massive body. Moving way too fast, the dragon glides sideways, aiming to wreck Ah Dai. But Ah Dai isn't exactly a normal physical entity you can just casually squash. So the giant dragon literally phases right through him. Watching these two totally duke it out up in the sky, the Frost Lonely Lion decides to finally speak up. This black dragon is honestly a major pain to deal with, even though it hasn't fully recovered yet. Its wild attacks can seriously damage your soul. Make sure you absolutely dodge every single one of its hits. In its epic ice shield form, the Frost Lonely Lion fiercely takes a huge step forward. Instantly, the Ice Lion dives straight down. Spotting this new threat, the Nightmare Dragon is actually caught off guard. Wait, they brought even more backup? A glowing blue sphere gets whipped up by the dragon. In a flash, it rockets straight towards the charging frost lion with lethal intent. But the frost lion isn't some pushover. It glares right back up, and a massive ice sphere starts quickly forming inside its own jaw. That heavy ice blast shoots out, aiming directly to wreck the nightmare dragon. In a split second, one whole side of the dragon's ugly face gets completely frozen, solid. Who knows what goes through this overgrown lizard's head? Instead of firing back, it immediately just bolts straight up into the sky like a coward. Gao Peng spots this and instantly figures out the tricky dragon's whole scheme. He screams out a frantic warning. Hurry up and stop it from changing the freaking battlefield. The more water in the air up there, the more insane its destructive power becomes. Catching the order, the frost lion immediately makes its move, its icy eyes darting downward. Hit by the frost lion's crazy power, the raging floodwaters down below instantly snap freeze into solid ice. Gao Peng finally lets out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness the lion's ice power can actually keep that chaotic water element on lockdown for now. Chilling on Dazi's back, Gao Peng narrows his eyes, scanning the fight while cooking up a killer strategy. Alright, stat-wise, Dai totally can't just overpower this massive nightmare dragon on his own. Honestly, his main vibe isn't even solo brawling anyway, he's a team player. The only real trick he's got to seriously back us up in this insane fight is his broken Phantom Soul Heart ability. Alright, you and I are diving in. Gao Peng is sweating, checking his pet's crazy stats. Sure, Dazi, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Huang might be legendary, but they are only level 50. Right now, these three lazy slackers are basically useless in a fight this insane. Xiao Huang's buff only boosts physical strength, completely ignoring soul power. The Frost Lion can bounce back to its peak legendary state. Yeah, but its level? Still trailing behind by 4 whole levels. Tough luck. Gao Peng glares ahead. He has never faced a mess this bad. Meanwhile, the Yin Dragon is seriously struggling against Dai and the Frost Lion. Taking on 2 heavy hitters is no joke. The dragon seethes. These pets are way too annoying. Spotting Gao Peng riding Dazi, this sneaky lizard connects the dots. That human is their master. Kill him. Instantly, the beast snaps its jaws open and torpedoes straight at Gao Peng. Oh, snap. Denied. The Frost Lion intercepts, blitzing the dragon with brutal ice attacks, making dark red blood spray everywhere. Absolute savage. The dragon glares upward. Gao Peng looks down and realizes something is super wrong. He screams for Xiao Huang to unleash a forbidden move. Boom. The ocean below violently erupts, water blasting skyward like a blender went off underwater. The lion looks impressed. That water explosion was insane. Good thing that Goofy Duck is guarding Gao Peng. But wait, something feels totally off. The lion snaps its gaze right. Yikes! The dragon is charging with its jaws wide open. The lion panics. Wait, I am the real target? Slash! The dragon violently claws the lion's midsection, leaving a massive bleeding gash. Not going down easy. The lion bites back hard. The Yin Dragon bites in return, laughing like an absolute maniac. Haha, if you had just dodged. I could never catch you. Now you are dead, the lion curses back. You idiot. You won't escape either. Gao Peng watches these 2 beasts violently clash. He panics. This is bad. The lion is activating Eternal Ice Domain. That domain is a completely reckless suicide move. It deals terrifying area damage, but the backlash forces a deep coma. You absolutely cannot do something this crazy. Dai yells. Lion, stop! Master will be upset! He crosses his hands, prepping a massive strike. Dai confidently says, I am here. Dai crushes a golden light orb, but the dragon refuses to drop the lion, biting down until blood sprays everywhere. Gao Peng is stunned. Even a peak lord should instantly black out from Dai's brutal soul shock, but this crazy dragon bites even harder. Refusing to lose, Dai rips something sketchy out of his cloak. It is a spear. Red energy engulfs the weapon as Dai takes aim, the terrifying power rapidly growing. Now watch this. He hurls the spear like a laser, blasting the dragon so hard it drops the white lion. The white lion shrinks down and falls. Gao Peng reaches out and catches it. Little lion. Holding the cute cub, Gao Peng glares at the retreating dragon. It ran? Dai's bone-crushing ultimate really terrified that giant lizard. The white lion sleeps soundly. He sighs in massive relief, muttering. Yeah, the lion is horribly injured. But thank goodness it skipped the suicide move. Even if it trapped the dragon, a coma would literally flush an entire year of hardcore training down the drain. Dazi slowly cruises the sky. Below them lies a flooded, ruined city. The dragon wrecked everything. Gao Peng looks around and sighs. Wuxia Base City is completely toast. Is this seriously what a Peak King tier battle looks like? Ban and Chun randomly show up, one splashing, one flying. Gao Peng grins wide. Perfect timing. Xiao Hua, heal the little lion right now. Xiao Hua nods, channeling green energy to wrap around the injured cub. Meanwhile, Dai reports. Master, that evil dragon is bolting south. Remembering the beast wiping out everything with water blasts, Gao Peng mutters. It heals by eating souls. If it reaches a crowded city, it will be an absolute bloodbath. No wonder the dragon-slaying chapter exists. And the martial goddess statue. I honestly thought her weather-changing powers were completely useless trash. But thinking about it, so what do you and I learn here? No power is useless. You just gotta use it right. Alright guys, picture this stuff is just casually floating everywhere. Our guy here says if he had just snagged the goddess stone and the heavenly halberd dragon before the big fight, that terrifying black water dragon would have been nothing but an oversized, slippery black loach. Seriously, no crazy near-death struggle would have been required at all.